The 1 billion gatekeepers of Dasha fought desperately against the deity, yet only managed to sever one of his wings. As the last hope of Dasha's gatekeepers, I, a mere mortal, ultimately succeeded in slaying the god. But despairingly, this was merely the lowest-ranked deity among 10,000 gods. Filled with resentment and unwillingness, I unexpectedly reincarnated back to the time before the launch of Divine Revelation. In my previous life, the game's reflection of reality allowed deities to invade Blue Star. Now, armed with my knowledge of Divine Revelation, I can seize hidden Easter eggs and resources ahead of others. In this life, I am determined to overthrow the gods. There are now 6 hours left until the launch of Divine Revelation. With the last 30,000 yuan in my card, I bought a login ring and a pile of high-calorie food. I plan to spend every moment from now on relentlessly improving myself. At the start of Divine Revelation, players receive 1 in 8 talent. In my previous life, after the game mirrored reality, nearly all top-tier fighters were players with divine-level talents. Yet, I was the only one who reached the pinnacle of the world relying solely on an S-grade talent. As the clock struck 12, the world of Divine Revelation officially launched. With a focused gaze, I pressed the button on the login ring. Welcome to Divine Revelation. Please confirm your nickname. Without hesitation, I confirmed my chosen name, Godslayer. Respected Godslayer, please proceed to draw your talent. A colorful wheel appeared before my eyes. In my previous life, I had drawn the worst talent in Divine Revelation, but this time, I wasn't worried. Only I knew that there were still a few hidden ways to obtain God-tier talents in the game. I casually gave the wheel a spin, and it began to turn. Congratulations, Godslayer, for drawing the S-tier talent Sword Thrust, a rapid forward thrust with a sword. Cooldown time of 5 seconds. My face turned green at the sight. I remembered getting the same talent in my past life. Suddenly, the wheel shook violently, and the pointer landed on a faint white gold glow. Congratulations, Godslayer, for obtaining the unknown rank talent Sword God. What the heck? I rubbed my eyes in confusion and read the description. Unknown rank. Passive unknown. Active skill temporarily unavailable. If nothing works, isn't it just trash? Frustrated and humiliated, I kicked the wheel over in anger. This is even worse than Sword Thrust, starting the game with 1 less skill? How am I supposed to play like this? Respected Godslayer, by watching the 2-hour promotional video, you will gain the opportunity to reselect your talents. Would you like to watch it? Watch what? I decisively chose no. Watching the 2-hour promo gives a 1 in 100,000 chance to draw a divine tier talent no sane person would refuse. But I didn't care at all. Single-mindedly focused on entering the game as soon as possible. In my past life, an S-tier talent player unfortunately chose no, entered the game early, and accidentally triggered the only special quest in the beginner village, obtaining a divine tier talent. As my vision blurred and then cleared again, I found myself standing at the entrance of a village, beginner village number 9. It seemed many players had already entered the game. Without hesitation, I stepped into beginner village number 9, stuck with such a bizarre talent. If I didn't hurry and complete that divine tier talent quest, someone else might beat me to it, and I'd lose my mind on the spot. I briskly bypassed all the NPCs in the village with quest markers above their heads. My target was singular, the steamed bun shop. The only shared quest in the beginner village of Divine Awakening had no hints whatsoever, and activating it required a steamed bun. In my past life, the quest was accidentally completed by a top 5 hermit from Great Xia, who then reset a divine tier talent and posted the guide on the forums. 1 bun cost 1 copper coin. So I bought 5 without hesitation and immediately rushed toward the village entrance. After searching for a while at the village entrance, I finally spotted the tattered figure. The beggar at the entrance was fast asleep, a half-broken bowl placed beside him. Hearing movement, the beggar half opened his eyes and, seeing me in my beginner gear, immediately kowtowed with a dramatic flourish. "My lord, please have mercy on this poor soul. Spare some coins, just 10 coppers, and I'll even share a secret with you." I smiled faintly and replied, "No money." The beggar's expression changed abruptly, his ingratiating smile vanishing. "So it's just a pauper, wasting my time." I wasn't angry. Instead, I took out a steaming hot bun and waved it in front of the beggar. The aroma of the meat-filled bun made the beggar swallow hard. "Sir, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. Could you give me the bun? I'll tell you a secret." I tossed it casually, and the beggar eagerly caught it, devouring it in a few bites before licking his lips with lingering satisfaction. Without another word, he turned and walked away. I took out another bun. "What about the secret?" The beggar practically launched himself in front of me, staring greedily at the bun in my hand. I sneered and turned to leave. The beggar panicked. "Fine, here you go." As the beggar finished speaking, a quest prompt appeared before me. The beggar's secret: hunt 1,000 rabbits and collect 1,000 tufts of rabbit fur. You will receive 10 copper coins. Accept? This was it, the only quest in all of Divine Revelation that could grant a god-tier talent. My heart surged with excitement as I tossed the bun to the beggar and eagerly accepted the quest. 1,000 rabbits, 10 copper coins, no one would waste time on such a meaningless task, but I decisively accepted it. Following the quest panel's guidance, I arrived at a hillside outside the beginner village. Gripping the novice longsword in my hand, I locked onto the 5 closest rabbits. With a swing of the sword, I slashed through 3 of them, and 3 red numbers -5 floated above their heads. The previously dull-eyed wild rabbits now had crimson eyes, baring their teeth as they lunged at me. Facing the rabbits' attacks, I remained calm, dodging their strikes with swift movements. I continuously whittled down their health with my sword. As the final slash landed, the rabbits let out a mournful cry before turning into tufts of fur on the ground. Despite my rebirth experience, dealing with these 3 rabbits still took a full 3 minutes. After all, I lacked a skill at the start. Glancing at my stats, I saw that each rabbit only gave 1 EXP, and reaching level 2 required killing 100 rabbits. Without hesitation, I continued luring and slaying more. This time, I pulled 5 rabbits at once. I had to make the most of the 2-hour window while others were watching videos to complete the quest as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, as my sword struck down another rabbit, it dissolved into fur, and a golden light flashed over me. I had leveled up to 2. I immediately allocated my 5 free attribute points to strength, boosting my attack power to 10. This meant my grinding speed would improve significantly, but I wasn't satisfied with just 10 attack power. So instead of continuing to farm, I returned to the beginner village and traded my 10 copper coins for a new weapon. But when I saw the crooked, fire poker-like thing in my hand, I almost argued with the shopkeeper. You call this a weapon? I could pick up a random stick at the village entrance back home that's better than this. If it weren't for the +5 attack bonus, I'd have thrown it away immediately. This time, it only took me 4 strikes to kill a rabbit, and I could now pull 10 rabbits at once. After the 200th wild rabbit died, I glanced at my stats. 50 EXP gained. To reach level 3, I'd need to kill 1,000 rabbits, a 10 copper quest requiring 1,000 rabbit kills. By the time I hit level 3, other players would be who knows what level. Falling behind by even 1 level meant at least 5 fewer free attribute points compared to others. By now, many players had started entering beginner village number 9. Seeing this, I had no choice but to speed up my grinding. As more players arrived, my rabbit hunting zone also got crowded, including a few like Pro Girl Carry. This guy's already level 2? How's he leveling so fast? Someone remarked upon seeing my level. It hasn't been that long, and he's already 2? Hearing this, the player Pro Girl Carry glanced over. After observing for a moment, he sneered. Takes him that long to kill 1 rabbit? What a loser. With so many players watching me grind mobs, as a top-tier professional player, Pro Girl Carrier immediately recognized this as a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. With that thought, he charged forward with fists raised and punched a wild rabbit grazing on the grass. This was like poking a hornet's nest aggro-triggered. Several nearby rabbits with blood-red eyes pounced on him. Continuous red damage numbers floated before Pro Girl Carrier's eyes. Just as fear flashed across his face, his character turned into a streak of white light and vanished, leaving the surroundings in dead silence. These rabbits have 10 attack power and 50 HP. A player who checked the stats exclaimed in shock. Seeing this, I shook my head and pushed deeper into the area. This guy's insane. No kidding. That pro player got one-shot by rabbits. What a joke. And this dude's pulling entire groups at once. His strength is terrifying. As time passed, my rabbit kill count reached 999. Just one short of completing the beggar's quest. I sidestepped a rabbit's sharp teeth and casually finished off the last one with a sword strike. A golden light flashed. I leveled up to 3. Glancing at the 1,000 strands of rabbit fur in my inventory, I sighed. 1,000 rabbits only gave me 105 copper coins and 3 pieces of equipment. This game treats players like beggars. Returning to the beginner village, I went straight to the beggar and handed in the quest item. The beggar lazily yawned while lying by the tree. Young man, you're a bit slow, but thank you for your good deed for the village. Here's your reward. His grimy hand reached into the broken bowl in front of him, pulled out 10 copper coins, and placed them in my palm before lying back down. I didn't leave but quietly waited for the beggar to continue. After a long pause with no further action, a few dark lines appeared on my forehead in frustration. I grabbed the beggar by the collar and lifted him up. I logged in 2 hours early and worked until now. Just for 10 copper coins? No follow-up? Where's the next quest? I was panicking inside. If there was no follow-up quest, the talent I had would be completely useless. Lin Yun felt like the sky was falling, just as Lin Yun was preparing to torture him into confessing. What a foul-tempered young man, with little patience. Forget it, others are even less patient. Would you like to take the next assignment? Ding, triggering persistent quest, Beggar's Secret 2. The abominable rabbits outside the village are frantically gnawing on the roots of wild grasses and destroying the ecological balance. Kill 10,000 rabbits and kill a yellow-ranked elite boss to obtain a mysterious treasure. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he casually dropped the beggar and decisively took on the task. Young man, you are to be commended for your courage. The beggar wasn't annoyed and got up from the ground, patting the dust on his ass. I got this item when I was young and never knew how to use it, so I hope you can find a way to use it. The beggar pulled out a scroll with a flickering white light from his bosom and handed it to Lin Yun with a reluctant look. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for obtaining the Super God Tier Talent Scroll. Lin Yun's pupils dilated as a huge surprise descended upon him, causing his head to spin. Super God level. Surprisingly, it's Super God level. The player who completed this quest in his previous life, Hermit, remembered saying that the reward for completing the quest was a God Tier Dark Black Talent, and he didn't realize that what he had gotten was even Super God Tier, a ranked talent that I had never even heard of in my previous life. Lin Yun looked at the talent scroll in his hand that was flickering with white light, and the curves at the corners of his mouth could no longer be suppressed. And at this moment, in Novice Village 135, a player named Hermit was currently in a daze, looking at the beggar in front of him after eating the buns, directly after huffing and puffing. 100%. It felt as if something belonging to his chance had disappeared. Does it open the talent scroll? Lin Yun opened the white talent scroll, saw the system prompt, and couldn't wait to click on it. As the white gold light continued to flicker, Lin Yun didn't dare to breathe. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for obtaining a Super God level talent, obtaining the unique title gifted, and will soon be notified by the entire service, whether or not to hide his name. Yes, ding! Congratulations to player Hidden Name for obtaining the Super God Tier Talent Strongest Fartan. Successive announcements were communicated throughout the service, reaching the ears of all gamers. For a moment, the entire Divine Revelation world was quiet. What the hell? There's actually a Super God level talent. Hiss. I can't even draw a God level talent. And there's actually a Super God level. I watched the video for 2 hours before I swiped an A-rank talent. What the hell is this Super God rank? I'm reporting someone for hanging. My secondary talent is still F-rated. And I'm not convinced. Foreign server. Again, the announcements keep coming. I don't believe it. How is it possible for a yellow man to do it? Should the Super God level talent be from my great beautiful country? It must be from our Goryeo country. After all, multiple professional players from my country are playing professionally in Dacia. Damn it! My Cherry Blossom Kingdom's Super God level talent experts. Show your talents. On Lin Yun's side, the first thing he did was look at the panel. Talent, Strongest Phantasmal Tank, Ultra God Tier Talent. Gains 1 life point for every level 1 wild monster killed, and provides 10 mana points for every 10,000 life points. Talent, Sword God, Super God level talent. Temporarily unavailable. Each upgrade, you can get double the free attribute points. Free attribute points, 10. Hiss. Lin Yun sucked in a breath of cold air after reading the introduction. Gain 1 life point for each level 1 wild monster killed, providing 10 mana per 10,000 life points. Doesn't that mean that if you kill 1000 hares, you will get 1000 drops of blood, and you will also get 1 point of mana converted from 1000 drops of blood? 10,000 is 10 points of mana. As for that useless Sword God talent, it's also Super God level? Double Superlative Talent. Double your free attribute points per upgrade. 5 points for others and 10 points for me. That's more like it. Lin Yun only felt his scalp go numb, and after opening the title in his backpack, he almost lost his breath. Gifted and Talented. Effect, Number of Loot x2, some items fail. Gain 20 free attribute points. Note, non-droppable and non-transferable. 20 free attribute points. Number of Loot x2. Lin Yun sucked in a breath. Developed. This was really developed. I didn't realize that this life was actually a double Super God level talent, and that I was given such an unbelievable title in the opening of the game. The items that are dropped are directly doubled. 1 copper coin becomes 2, and 1 weapon becomes 2. Together with these 20 free attribute points in the early stages, it was equivalent to being 4 levels ahead of an ordinary player. A whole 4 levels of attribute points. Lin Yun decisively added all of the 10 attribute points from doubling his Sword God talent after ascending to level 3, along with the 20 attribute points granted by the title, to Strength, Power/Magic Strength, 45 points. Skills, none, to be learned. Lin Yun looked at the refreshed panel and immersed himself in it for a long time. It's time to get a skill. Chapter 4 Yellow Grade Elite Boss. Lin Yun looked at the skill grid of the strongest meat law to be learned and his heart burst with joy. The Divine Enlightenment world is different from other online games. As long as the talent is confirmed, it has been decided what position you will be in the future and what skills you can learn. A sword stabbing talent in his previous life. Lin Yun was forced to follow the path of sword cultivation directly, but in Lin Yun's previous life, After facing endless monsters after the divine apocalypse mirrored reality, he had dreamed of becoming a lawgiver. When you look at the master of the law and laugh, the strongest captors will be annihilated. Isn't it good to be a human-sized mobile turret? Why go up and fight when you can instantly kill someone from a super long distance? In this life, with the appearance of the super god tier talent strongest me technique, Lin Yun knew that his last life's wish had come true, and that his spring had come. With the high amount of spell attack damage, coupled with the perverted blood attribute of the strongest meat law, Lin Yun was already able to imagine the scenario that would take place. A warrior on the opposite side of the street would easily cut his way into a fight with himself, and as he fought, he would realize that the mage's blood bar was longer than his life. I can let you slash 10 times, but you'll never be able to carry a slap from my stacked mana strength. Complete and utter hangover than the player. How else is this going to make anyone play? Soon, Lin Yun rushed to the skill instruction center. It is said to be a teaching center, but in fact it is just a broken thatched house in the village. This is where all newbies learn beginner skills, and the first skill that every new player gets is a free skill gifted by the teachings. As soon as he entered the teaching center, Lin Yun immediately felt a blackness before his eyes. A big, burly, older mom mentor just got in his way. Dear player, please choose your mage skill. The extremely oppressive size, as well as the sound that was like thunder exploding, caused Lin Yun's scalp to go numb. Not. In his previous life, the sword cultivation tutor was a proudly built imperial lady. The mentor in front of him, whose arms were even thicker than Lin Yun's thighs and whose muscles were constantly shaking as he spoke, had even more thoughts rising in his heart. This tutor's students should be especially well-behaved and obedient, or not, or go learn swordsmanship. With a wave of her left hand, 4 skills surfaced in front of Lin Yun. Fireball, Water Bomb, Wind Blade, Electric Cannon. Effect, consume 1 point of blue to fire the above orb spell, dealing an additional 5 points of magic damage. Lin Yun finished reading the will introduction, hesitated for a moment to look at the big mom mentor in front of him who was slanting and skimming himself, and asked in doubt, are mage skills this trashy? Only adding 5 points? Can I not learn? The mentor grandma sniffed and directly raised her right hand. A ball of flame rose up in her hand, the fire blazing like a blazing sun. Feeling the threat of death, Lin Yun immediately grinned sweetly. Sis, I suddenly feel that this fireball spell is particularly suitable for me. Really? Aha! The big mom mentor nodded slightly and with a wave of her hand, a fiery red light surged straight into Lin Yun's mind. At the same time the words fireball appeared on the blank skill grid. Skill, fireball, can fire a fireball, consumes 1 point of blue and deals an additional 5 points of magic damage. Present mana, 45 points, 50 points of actual damage from casting fireball. Looking at the skill introduction, Lin Yun once again marveled at the power of a super god level talent. Normal mage players gained 5 points of mana per level, which only added up to 15 points of mana at level 3, plus an additional 5 points for fireball, which was exactly 20 points. As for himself, he's now at 50 points, a direct doubling. Lin Yun suddenly felt that trash talent of the sword god wasn't so undesirable. At least the doubling of attribute points gained is pretty messy. After learning the skill, Lin Yun fled as if he had left the big mama tutor and headed towards the gathering place of wild monsters. 10,000 hares, plus a yellow level boss. Although Lin Yun was currently clearing just enough blood from a hare with one skill, he couldn't help but not have enough blue. Not to mention the need to brush out the yellow level bosses to kill them. Predictably, what follows is a protracted battle. While he was distracted, a rabbit with big teeth bared chewing on a weed root appeared in front of Lin Yun's eyes. -50. Lin Yun casually waved his hand over the tattered staff that no one was looking at, and a fireball with a fiery glow fell directly onto the hare in front of him. As the bright red 2-digit number surfaced, the rabbit in front of him directly transformed into a strand of rabbit fur. With the confirmation of the talent, the original column of power mana strength changed to mana strength, and the ragged long sword became the ragged staff. But Lin Yun didn't care. It was all rags anyway. The moment the hare died, several surrounding hares were instantly attracted by the hatred and directly lunged towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun smiled evilly and held his left hand in the air in a false grip. The staff comes. The moment the broken staff appeared, Lin Yun directly swung it round to smash the hare at the front. -0. The hare flew backwards, yet the number that surfaced on his head was actually 0. Lin Yun immediately had a black line on his face. Mages only have damage if they release skills? Raoul's base mana strength was 45 points. How did this 0 hit? Is it too late to redraw the talent? Suddenly I feel pretty good about sword cultivation. Just then, the hare, which had been attracted to hatred, had arrived in front of Lin Yun. The 2 large plate teeth glistened, clearly treating Lin Yun as a wild vegetable root. Fireball. The staff comes. A fireball spell deals 50 mana, clearing the hare directly in front of you, turning it right into rabbit fur, and a staff comes in. bubbling up again for 0 damage. Lin Yun had a helpless look on his face, so it turned out that there was a reason why mages in the movies had to chant for long periods of time in order to deal tons of damage. Hiss, the more I think about it, the more I think the sword is fixed. What if I get slapped to death before I finish this spell? That's 10,000 rabbits to kill. Many players who were already level 4 and 5, on their way back to hand in their quests, spotted Lin Yun, who was still pulling at painting level 1 rabbits, and burst out laughing. You see, sister, playing the game requires brains, like that kind of rash. Level 3 catching a level 1 hairbrush, either stupid or stupid. A player laughed at the butt-bombed girl. This brother is a bit strange. He won't be stupid enough to take the beggar's mission. You don't say. It's really possible, but I can't fathom that anyone would really pick up one. 000 rabbits for 10 coins? Many people already thought that Lin Yun had a problem with his brain, and when they heard this, they even burst out laughing. Nope brothers, have you noticed that this mage's damage is a bit high? Put your ass on the line. I'm level 3 with 20 attack points to brush a level 1 rabbit. Can the damage not be high? Also, Lin Yun didn't care about the jeers around him. His figure kept rolling around and dodging the attacks, and at this point, his legs were already shaking slightly. He didn't know how long it had been, and as time passed, Lin Yun, who was almost on the verge of being paralyzed with exhaustion, had 2 black eyes, and the quest progress bar had finally reached the 10,000 hairs requirement. At this moment, Lin Yun's eyes were blackened, but looking at the panel, his blood had come to 10,300 points and his mana strength had reached 55 points. The corners of his mouth were unconsciously raised. Exhausted, Lin Yun simply lay down on the ground, ignoring the hair's nibbles and the blood bar floating on his head. The beggar's quests were to kill 10,000 hairs and to kill a yellow level boss. The wild monsters of the yellow level elite boss had yet to appear, so Lin Yun could only continue suffering. There were times when I really wanted to call the police. What breed of psychopath could come up with this kind of mission? Relying on his blood advantage, Lin Yun fought hard against damage to recover his blue. Finally, after killing 15,000 hairs, a sharp hiss suddenly came from Lin Yun's ears. A demonic wind suddenly rose slowly behind the hair, and the chilling fishy odor grew stronger. Lin Yun's face was delighted. Here we go. Looking in the direction the sound came from, a hair the size of a bison suddenly appeared at the other end of the hillside. Yellow elite boss berserk hair. Skill, gnawing frenzy. Introduction, gnaw at an enemy 10 times in a row. Blood, 1000. Attack power, 500. Finally, Lin Yun's face was joyful. 15,000 hairs provide 15,000 points of blood and 15 points of mana though, but it can't be helped by swiping at a bunch of rabbits all the time. And it's no different than eating icebergs every day for 365 days. Every day. It's not just mushy. People are numb. 1000 points of blood and 500 points of attack? This game doesn't treat the players like human beings. Ordinary mage level 320 points of combat power not to mention. I'm hanging only 60 points of basic mana strength. UTM 500 points? Even with the broken staff it's only 65 points. Where is the reporting channel? I want to complain. There are hair openings. How do you fight a hair with 1000 blood? Ask online. Especially urgent. In the midst of his rambling thoughts, the yellow level boss hair had, at some point, appeared beside Lin Yun, its 3-petaled mouth splitting open, pulling up sticky saliva and biting down towards Lin Yun's head. As the hair bit down, the fireball spell simultaneously fell from the sky and landed on the hair boss. -65, -500. The blood levels of both one and the other rabbit were down by a fraction of a second. The elite hair was dumbfounded. Could it be that you are actually the boss? Lin Yun compared the blood quantities of the two, and his heart immediately gained a sense of momentum. His body shape did not retreat, but instead advanced, directly rushing towards the boss. Sure enough, where there's hanging, there's the world. Based on the amount of blood, this boss resisted itself for almost 20 hits at most, and with its own blood, it would have to bite me 30 times to do so. Steady! Right at this moment, the elite hair's figure suddenly became indistinct, and in the next moment it had appeared behind Lin Yun. The sharp teeth directly turned into residual shadows, and 10 damage total numbers rose up on Lin Yun's body. -5000. Chapter 5 shocking the whole world. *******. Forgetting about the elite hair's boss exclusive skill, the boss skill continuous gnaw. Tall 500 attacks biting 10 times in a row in an instant? Not to mention ordinary players, Lin Yun couldn't even carry it. It seems to be able to resist a bit. As the fireball spell fell from his hand, Lin Yun's body was like a ghost, moving close to the hair's back without leaking a single piece of his body. The purpose of this was to avoid the attacks of the elite hair. A protracted battle, and so the curtain rises. The blood levels of one man and one rabbit were dropping, and both of them were covered in blood-red numbers. Lin Yun was annoyed at this time. This kind of garbage-level boss. Last life rations don't even count alright. I don't know how long it was until a voice sounded in Lin Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer. The first kill of a yellow rank elite boss in the entire service. Rewarding a full set of yellow rank equipment of the corresponding profession. A service-wide notification will be made soon, whether to hide your name or not. No hiding. Previously, hiding his talent was because he was afraid that some villain would get red in the eyes and make things happen. But as for the various first kills and achievements, etc., Lin Yun didn't intend to hide himself. The gods had descended, and Lin Yun needed a companion to accompany him to face the gods straight up in his class in order to pummel them. And the IDs that caused various first kills and achievements in the pregame are the best pitches, including but not limited to the Daxia command hierarchy. After being reborn, Lin Yun had no intention of directly contacting the Daxia command and his teammates from his previous life. Doomsday crawling for many years, water to clear, no fish he knows better than anyone else. There is light and more darkness. Besides, now that the game has just begun, there are only two possibilities for blowing up where you came from. Either go to a mental hospital for free food and shelter, or go to an institute where pins and needles are inserted and taken over. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia service player Godslayer for completing the first kill of a yellow rank elite boss in the entire service, rewarding him with a full set of yellow rank mage equipment. With 3 consecutive full screens, the name Godslayer, for the first time, appeared in front of the entire service. Congratulations to player Godslayer for obtaining a full set of yellow ranked mage sets. Complete Mage Scepter, plus 15 mana strength. Complete Mage Breastplate, blood plus 200. Complete Mage Armguard, plus 15 blue. Complete Mage Girdle, plus 15 to mana resistance. Complete Mage's Legs, speed plus 15. A total of 5 pieces of equipment appeared in Lin Yun's backpack. Complete Mage Equipment, yellow grade, nowhere level requirement. Looking at the attributes of the full set of equipment, Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh. The days of bare buttocks were finally over. Before Lin Yun could finish his thoughts, a voice once again came from his ears. Ding! Gifted and talented activated. Loot acquired by player Godslayer X2. Yellow grade mage set X2. One set turned into 2, and Lin Yun burst into a frown. With the current large force of players only at level 3, a full set of green level equipment could be sold for an estimated price of more than a gold coin, let alone a full set of yellow level equipment. God's Apocalypse World equipment color level and talent color. At this stage, in accordance with God's Apocalypse urine, it is estimated that most of the players have only a few scattered pieces of green level equipment. Green level equipment may not have, not to mention the complete set of yellow level equipment. In Daxia, there are not a few players with money, and the major professional battle teams are in great demand for complete sets of equipment. Lin Yun decisively removed the broken staff and put on the newly obtained yellow ranked suit, and the entire person was suddenly a bird in the hand. I have to say that the only thing that makes the world of the apocalypse satisfying is his aesthetic. The vestments radiating a pale yellow light went on his body, and with Lin Yun's face value added, the silk section of the vestments fit on his body, instantly giving him the feeling of a mud-legged man who had turned himself into a local lord. Mana strength, 75 points, formerly 65. Broken staff removed -5, replaced with mage staff 15. Blood, 15. 500 points. At this stage, the average level 5 mage player, not counting weapons, has a maximum of 25 points of mana strength, and the extra 50 points of mana damage at Lin Yun's third level represented the gold content of the strongest meat method. Picking up the broken equipment popped out by the boss hair, opening the auction house, and sweeping the field for rags. Lin Yun wasn't surprised. At this stage, why not use the good gear yourself as a way to get better gear? So the auction house, nothing but rags, casually put up the extra yellow level mage set and set up an automatic auction with a starting price of 1 gold coin, or 100,000 Daxia coins. Lin Yun then nearly flew towards the beggar to hand over the task, fearing that a rash person would complete the task ahead of time, and at that moment, the forums went crazy again. Player JStixJJ, I'll be a tart just who is Kingslayer? Which professional player, at this stage, can first kill the boss? This is definitely which professional battle team group brush it. Player no comment. Boy, my whole body just put together a set of broken equipment. What a concept this yellow level is. Player ellipsis, I've seen the Divine Enlightenment video introduction. Yellow, green, cyan, and broken. The yellow level spans 3 stages now. Player I love Daxia, God bless Daxia. Let's see what those foreign pigs say this time. External affairs. Great beautiful country player, damn. What are our experts doing for food? Goliath player, Deicide is a professional player in my country. Sakura Nation player, Baka Tooth Road, a professional club in Daxia. Hurry up and find out which club Deicide belongs to and offer a high price to poach him. Also hurry up and acquire gold coins and cash to auction off that yellow grade equipment. This situation is played out in the clubs of Dasha. What Lin Yun didn't know was that the yellow-ranked mage set he had auctioned off had already surpassed 15 gold coins. At this moment, Lin Yun was at the beggar's place, handing over the 10,000 strands of rabbit fur he had collected. The beggar didn't even sit up, lazily collected and languidly opened his mouth. Strong young man, finishing the task so quickly. I hope this thing will make you stronger. The beggar pulled out a black equipment box and directly dumped it on Lin Yun with an extremely arrogant attitude. Lin Yun? I don't know if this thing can make me powerful, but you're getting me fired up. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for obtaining the random equipment box, which can be opened to randomly obtain any level of equipment. At will? Any level? Lin Yun immediately frowned. Randomly, it was not impossible to open a breakage. Is it on? Yes. The black equipment box opened and the colorful light flashed up again. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for obtaining the first piece of orange grade equipment in the entire service. Doomsday Staff, a service-wide announcement will be made soon. Whether or not to hide your name. No. Doomsday Staff, a weapon coalesced from the core of the end times. For every 10,000 points of blood gained, 1 point of blue will be gained. Special items cannot be doubled by a title. Mana strength plus 100, blue plus 50. Note, non-droppable and non-transferable. After checking the information, Lin Yun put down the broken staff that was pointed at the beggar's head, and the smile on his face simply could not be contained. Asterisk 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 negative negative negative. Randomly add any, straight out of the orange level. Ding, you have a new message. Suddenly, countless messages frantically prompted. Lin Yun ignored it and unloaded his 15 mana yellow rank staff, leaving him with a base mana of only 45. But switching to the 100 mana Doom staff and tapping the panel again, the attributes dawned on me. Mana, 160 points. Blood, 15. 300 points. Blue, 81 points. Day 1 of the opening game. 160 mana. 15. 300 blood. Simply unbeatable. And the pitiful 15 points of blue have changed, with yellow level equipment providing 15, staffs providing 50, and staff skills of 10,000 blood converting 1 point of blue, with a total of 81 points. Blue has never been richer. Tapping on the frantically bouncing messages, a bunch of messages came into view. Great God, is your Doomsday Staff for sale? Name your price. Great God, I'll offer 80 gold coins for it. There were more than a dozen messages of this sort, and the one who offered 80 gold coins was a player named Wealthy. Lin Yun thought about it and replied, Wealthy, the Doom Staff I need for myself. Sorry. Wealthy was a top player of several online games, who had started his fortune mainly by trading in-game goods. At this time, when he saw Lin Yun's message come, he hurriedly opened it to check it, and when he saw the reply, he sighed slightly, sent the long-pondered message directly. I'll directly offer 30 gold coins to acquire your yellow grade equipment. At the current stage, the price of a set of yellow grade is at most 25 gold coins. I'll offer 30 gold coins, all as a friend. What's your opinion? With a rough calculation, Lin Yun could see the sincerity of the wealthy and generous and agreed directly at that moment. Okay. Opening the auction house, the yellow level mage set had reached 19 gold coins. Lin Yun directly placed it on the shelf, set the amount and traded it to Wealthy. Ding, transaction completed. 35 gold coins arrived. Please check. The transaction was completed immediately, and Lin Yun had 35 extra gold coins in his backpack. At the same time a text message was sent over. Old brother Godslayer, the extra 5 gold coins treats you to a cup of tea. Remember to look for me when you have something good in the future, and guarantee the highest price for your peers. I'll contact you when I have some good gear, and enjoy working with you. Indeed rich and generous. A gold coin is equal to 100,000 Dasha dollars. 500,000 for tea? This tea, are you sure it's regular? Why hadn't I heard of such a driven character in my last life? Lin Yun thought as he looked at his account balance and grinned. In less than a day, 5 million Dasha dollars arrived. This game, God's Apocalypse, is no more profitable than a part-time job. However, Lin Yun also knew that the reason why this set of equipment could be sold for 35 gold coins was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation. It won't be worth the price when the gear gets rich after a while. Buzz off. At this time, a faint chirping sound came from the login ring, and Lin Yun's head was slightly muddled, which meant that the game length had reached its peak and he had to go offline to rest. Previously, only until he turned 18 would Lin Yun see this kind of offline prompt. Lin Yun chose to go offline after withdrawing 25 gold coins directly. It's time. Get a better lander. This anti-addiction-like alert is really annoying. The first time I woke up in my dorm room, the sound of my cell phone vibrating non-stop rang out. Lin Yun glanced at it and realized that it was all abusive text messages from Wu Xinu, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a cold smile. Grasshopper in the fall. Delete them all. ignore them, and just pull the plug. Lin Yun was in a great mood now. What was the first thing to do when he had money? Spend. Lin Yun went online and directly chose a login pod worth 1 million Dasha coins, with everything configured. A high-level lander. The relative length of time spent in the game was also very different. The more time spent in the game, the more it would allow Lin Yun to maximize his advantage. After buying the landing pod, Lin Yun immediately contacted the agent to find a house. It's time to move out of school. It's inconvenient and dangerous to do anything without the solitude. After all, when the divine apocalypse mirrors reality later on. In addition to the divine apocalypse game monsters running rampant, what's more dangerous is the human heart. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? At this time, just as the phone rang, Lin Yun answered it, and a bone-chilling voice rang out on the other end of the microphone. Which one? Hello Mr. Lin, Green Park Group price reduction and big giveaway, above the subway. Do. Lin Yun hung up the phone directly without saying anything and got up and out of bed. In the age of big data, there are as many nuisance calls as there are days. However, when he put on his slippers and took 2 steps out, Lin Yun suddenly stopped walking and looked at the incoming number in his cell phone with a speechless face. Don't I have to buy a house in Tama? Chapter 6 Spending Money First. Sheep City, one of the most representative cities of the Great Summer Kingdom. Lin Yun is located in the famous villa neighborhood in the center of Yangchang, Ursha District. Ursha District is a small island. Villas are strewn together. The scenery is pleasant. The main thing is that the security is also very satisfactory to Lin Yun. After all, for him at this stage, safety is the first guarantee element. After looking at all the houses it presented under the guidance of the agent, Lin Yun selected a 2-story villa and paid $500,000 a year's rent on the spot. The agent immediately grinned and took care of everything, stating that Lin Yun could move in on the same day. After all, it was hard for him to meet such instant employers, and no one would pay so much to rent a house for a year. The house was rented and Lin Yun was relieved in his heart. After all, after the divine apocalypse mirrored reality in his previous life, many experts in the game had disappeared in real life due to negligence and carelessness. Among them are enemy forces, local powerhouses, and even some jealous people who can't see your goods simply destroy you. There is money, consider more is convenient. After all, for Lin Yun time is equal to everything. Look at the account balance, there are still $1 million or so. Lin Yun mind, why not buy a mobility scooter? Besides, what man doesn't like the feeling of having his hands on the steering wheel as well as driving? And at home and abroad. If one were to talk about what most moved Lin Yun's heart, it was that flash of red light, the color that symbolized the great summer. Without saying anything, Lin Yun directly took a taxi to the Red Flag 4S store. Dasha S is the most important. The gorgeous and atmospheric showroom is filled with a number of models from the Red Flag series, and just a glance at them puts you in a happy mood. After all, at this moment, a few well-dressed, face-valued salesmen at the counter were chatting away in boredom. Seeing Lin Yun enter, several sales immediately brightened up and looked over. But after someone sized up Lin Yun, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes and he skimmed his lips as he opened his mouth towards his co-workers. I thought I was going to be billed. What bad luck. Lin Yun looked at everything, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, and shook his head after glancing at his clothes. Then it was time to look at the model you've been wanting to buy for a long time to yourself. Soon, Lin Yun saw his favorite model and his eyes lit up. The vehicle in front of me, just from the appearance alone let Lin Yun swallowed his mouth. Alpine waterfalls, the mainstay of the straight waterfall grill, high-end atmosphere, solemn and elegant. The splash of Chinese red in the center, along with the daytime running lights connecting the flowing watery look, makes it impossible to take your eyes off the car. Of course, for Lin Yun, who was a youngster in his previous life over, the V6 engine, 3.0 plus 283 horsepower was the most attractive. With his face and violence, Lin Yun couldn't wait to open the door of the car, intending to try out the ride when a sharp voice exploded in Lin Yun's ears. What are you doing? Before Lin Yun could react, a tremor shook the ground, and he saw a large curly-haired female sales with a furious face smashing down directly in front of Lin Yun with an unrivaled sense of vibration. What are you doing? Can you afford to pay for it? Feng Ling, this store sales supervisor, boasts of reading countless people to buy or not to afford a car she can see at a glance. As soon as she hit Lin Yun's door, her eyes lit up, but she judged well when she saw Lin Yun rushing towards H9 with a harried look on his face. There are plenty of rich students at Sheepshead University, but I've never seen one wearing canvas shoes to buy a car. Even if you're wearing flip-flops, I'll set you up for a test ride right away. Upon hearing Windbell's mocking tone, gales of disdainful laughter also resounded around them. Lin Yun gasped and laughed, asking rhetorically, what if I came barefoot? Feng Ling wrapped her arms around herself and rolled her eyes in a snarky manner. Will you stop pretending? You're so poor. I wouldn't even let you touch your butt if you came in naked. Get out of here. Lin Yun's eyebrows twitched, Wouldn't it be cheaper for you if you came in butt naked? At this moment, a clear female voice rang out. Lin Yun, why are you here? Lin Yun turned his head, and a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar appeared in front of him. The girl was dressed in sales attire. Her tight overalls couldn't bind her body. Her fair face was pure and lustful. Her hair was slightly pulled back, her bright eyes and teeth. She smiled while walking towards Lin Yun. Xia Xue, do you work here? Lin Yun was confused for a moment, then his past life memories awakened. Wasn't this girl exactly his classmate Xia Xue? Ha ha, yeah I'm working here to earn my living expenses. Xia Xue stood playfully in front of Lin Yun's eyes, her eyes flickering with laughter between them. It was refreshing. Are you here to buy a car? Xia Xue's mood became very bright when she saw a rare acquaintance at her workplace. Oh, Yuki, as a salesman, it's important to realize that not just any cat or dog can afford a car. The wind chimes were eerie, seemingly admonishing but actually mocking. Xia Xue's willow leaf-like brows frowned slightly, and before she could speak, Lin Yun's voice rang out. Auntie, each to their own, okay? I just passed by the bathroom. It smells a bit strong. Be careful, your boss deducts your salary. Xia Xue bared her teeth, but immediately felt bad and stopped her voice in time. As for Windbell, her hair stood up directly on the spot. Of course she knew that Lin Yun was mocking her, and she hurriedly roared in a shrill voice. Security! Security! When Xia Xue heard this, her face changed drastically. Lin Yun, go back first and don't cause any trouble. As a classmate, Xia Xue naturally knew Lin Yun's title of licking dogs at school. Fengling laughed so hard that the creases at the corners of her eyes couldn't even be covered by her foundation. What's the matter? Poor classmate exposed? Lin Yun gently patted Xia Xue's hand and handed over the battle-damaged version of the bank card in his hand. Trust me? Xia Xue froze, looking at the general manager who had come sniffing around because of this farce, and immediately her face was torn for a moment. Looking at Lin Yun's confident eyes, Xia Xue clenched her teeth, picked up her bank card and ran towards the card machine. Full payment. Lin Yun's voice rang out from behind. Yo, laughing, indeed have great perseverance but in your case there is no 30 years River East and 30 years River West, ha ha ha. Winchim's piercing laugh was like a broken gong striking, but halfway through the laugh he realized it wasn't right. Why is it that co-workers who are usually attached to themselves aren't actually laughing with them today? Noticing that something was wrong, Windbell twisted her head around, and indeed her eyes went black, and what she saw was clearly her own general manager, and for a moment she was directly as if her neck had been pinched, and let out a hefty piggish squeal. The general manager of the Red Flag Company's sub-district came down for a rare inspection, but he saw such a scene, and was suddenly furious. Without being able to think too much, he immediately stretched out his palm towards Lin Yun, who looked like a student at the side. Sir, I'm really sorry for disappointing you with the imperiousness. Winchime immediately felt like she had been viciously incited, and hurriedly opened her mouth. GM, he's just a poor student. You, ding. The card was successfully swiped and the payment amount is $870,000. At this moment, a sound of a successful payment slammed directly onto Winchime's head, causing his head to be confused. No, really, the general manager of the Red Flag sub-district, who was even more embarrassed at the moment, glared fiercely at Winchime, and Winchime immediately snapped out of her stupor and hurriedly tugged at her chest as she quickly ran towards Lin Yun's side. The speed was even faster than when he had stopped Lin Yun from touching the car before. Ahaha, Mr. Lin, I'll help you with the formalities right away. Winchimes pulled on a sickening smile and winked towards Lin Yun. Roll. Lin Yun didn't even turn his head back and drank coldly. The Winchime immediately felt very embarrassed. She did not expect. She actually looked away. The big single just blew. Whereas her own wise eyes. What made it even more difficult was that the general manager's eyes were as chilling as 10,000 years of cold ice. Xia Xue, who had returned those bank cards, was still shocked and dumbfounded as she took the bank cards and returned them to Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked at the frozen Xia Xue and smiled, then looked at the suited and booted division manager on the side and laughed. General manager, please check in for me as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry to go back to school to pick up my courier. Ah, yes sir. Xia Xue, go prepare the contract and remember to arrange for more small gifts. Ha ha, sir, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality, but I'm on a tight schedule over here, so I hope I'm not to blame. Lin Yun smiled. No harm done. You go ahead. The Winchime who was watching all this from the side was like a jumping clown, and the sisters who usually clung to her were slightly away at the moment. Having this kind of problem in front of the GM, you can imagine that the future is not going to be kind. Fengling at the moment looked at Xia Xue's back and hated itchy teeth. Little wave hoof. If not for her appearance, this single is their own. Not long after, Xia Xue brought the formalities and the provisional license to Lin Yun. Congratulations sir, may the red flag shine on you. Xiaoxue smiled and said to Lin Yun while handing him the key. Thanks. Following Natsuki to the garage, he caught a glimpse of the beast that belonged to him. Lin Yun directly opened the car door and excitedly played with it for a long time with a satisfied face. Then he turned his head and glanced at Xiaoxue, who was standing by the side of the smiling service, and suddenly opened his mouth. Ms. Xiaoxue, it's almost time to get off work. I'm going to go back to school. Do you want a ride on the way? Xiaoxue froze, looking at Lin Yun's demented expression. Bad thoughts flashed through her mind. Chapter 7 The Sickening Wu Xinu. Boom! With a roar of the engine, an ear-splitting sound of scuffing tires resounded through the entrance of the first college in Yangcheng. The car did not stop. The passenger door opened directly open. Xiaoxue covered her mouth and hurriedly ran out of the car, squatting in the grass on the side of the road to vomit wildly. Vomit! Lin Yun! Vomit! Xiaoxue vomited and blanched for half a second. Have you ever flown an airplane before? Driving so fast? Lin Yun handed over a tissue, embarrassed, and scratched his head. Looking at the blushing Xiaoxue thought, I flew tanks and airplanes in my previous life. I'm sorry Xiaoxue-san. It's my first time driving and I'm a bit out of control. Xiaoxue rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, You're not allowed to be so fast in the future. I can't stand it. Then he realized that his words had a misinterpretable meaning and made a big red face. That, Mr. Lin Yun, thank you for driving me back to school. I still have some things to do, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Xiaoxue covered her face, then ran back to the dormitory with her backpack. Lin Yun looked at the youthful Xiaoxue and smiled without a trace at the corner of his mouth. Just as Lin Yun was about to return to his dormitory to take away his long-packed luggage, a pair of men and women appeared at the entrance of the school, instantly causing murderous intent to keep surging out of his eyes. At the entrance of the school, Wu Xinyue, dressed in sexy clothes, was holding a man, hanging on to almost her entire body, with a pleasing winking smile on her foundation-covered face. Without thinking, he turned his head, but he saw Lin Yun with killing intent in his eyes. Wu Xinu was startled and withdrew her arms from holding the man in a panic, but the next moment he didn't know what he remembered, and instantly anger rose up in his heart and he cursed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, where did you die? Wu Xinu quickly stepped forward and angrily pointed at Lin Yun's nose like a shrew. Empty-handed? Don't you know it's my birthday? Is that what you're doing with air for my birthday? You'll always be like this. Unmotivated and unmotivated. Lin Yun suppressed the killing intent in his heart and indifferently swept a glance at the woman in front of him. Now that the divine apocalypse hadn't descended, the rules of the world hadn't been rebuilt yet. If he killed someone now, once he went in, I'm afraid that he'd never be able to enter the divine apocalypse again to improve his strength. However, this woman, as in her previous life, is still greedy for money and arrogant, has no bottom line and also likes to backtrack, and when there is a ghost in her heart, she attempts to suppress her heart's discomfort with her loud voice. Wu Xinu was still chattering, but when she turned her eyes, she saw Lin Yun's eyes that looked like 10,000 years of cold ice. Her heart burst into a frenzy, and for the first time, she was mute. At this time, she secretly said in her heart that it was strange. If it was usual, at this time Lin Yun would definitely go out of his way to please himself. Today this was taking the wrong medicine? The thought of it made her face fall. I'm talking to you. What are you staring at? Wu Xinyue slowed her mind and decided to once again use her previous tactics to force Lin Yun to bow down. Transfer $30,000 to me. Treat my male best friend to dinner and I can forgive you for your inaction today. Or I'll break up with you. Wu Xinyue learned through Lin Yun's roommate this half a year in order to give his birthday. Lin Yun almost every day is chewing steamed buns to live, coupled with desperately working to earn money. Now on hand exactly 30,000 yuan. With this $30,000, one can go out with Banqiao to have a good dash and have a night of excitement for two. And after saying that, he also looked at Banqiao in the back and threw a wink in front of Lin Yun's face. As for what Lin Yun would think, she wouldn't even consider it. Snap! After a crisp ringing sound, Wu Xinyue, who was still imagining things, turned red in the face. That's right, Lin Yun smoked it. And such a good thing. Okay, I agree. Lin Yun agreed on the spot, begging for it. This Wu Xinyue is not outstanding based on her looks alone, all supported by makeup, and her personality is twisted. How did she manage to give willingly in her last life? Lin Yun secretly cursed his former self. What did you say? Wu Xinu looked incredulous, covering her face in disbelief. Was the world crazy? Or was Lin Yun crazy? Are these the words of someone who has taken care of her for 2 years without fail? Lin Yun, if you're fighting the idea of retreating to advance, then I'll tell you, you're wrong. At this moment, the surrounding students were coming and going, and many of them were looking at the comedic scene in front of them and whispering, which caused Wu Xinu's face to fall. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash who has accomplished nothing, and without me, you wouldn't even be able to talk about a girlfriend. She's in a hurry. Lin Yun covered his eyes, thinking that his previous life was really sick in the head. How did he look at this face that couldn't even cover the creases with these several pounds of foundation? Wu Xinyue directly pulled behind the so-called class grass, a human-like image of a white boy, and Lin Yun a comparison, but also appears to be like a clown. We must know that Lin Yun is topped with the name of the school grass in the school to mix. You punk, do you know about divine enlightenment? Look at other people. Chen Wanhao. Yesterday God's apocalypse just opened. He earned $5,000 from the game in one day. 5,000 a day. How long do you have to deliver takeout to reach that? Wu Xinyue chided loudly, her face full of pride, and then looked at Lin Yun's expression of being a wimp. She was in a great mood. It was at this moment that a large van stopped straight at the entrance of the school, the words divine enlightenment glowing brightly on the cargo box. Chen Wanhao, holding Wu Xinyue in his arms, opened his mouth with a shocked expression when he saw this scene. This is the delivery van of the Skyclass landing module. The word sky on his cargo box, that's the logo of the Skyclass landing module. In order to show his talent, Chen Wanhao cleared his voice and spoke again. Skyclass landing pods with a nutrient replenishment system and a game login length that lasts 24 hours in a sense. After saying that, he even glanced at Lin Yun and then showed off to Wu Xinu and the surrounding students. This heaven-class landing pod, officially priced at 1 million dasha coins apiece. I don't know which male son of our school booked it. It's really too trenchant. A gasp rang out around them. Wu Xinyue was also surprised, and hurriedly looked around to see who the owner of the celestial landing module was, and then by his own means, know him. The person who can spend $1 million to play the game must have a very strong family fortune. The surrounding students were also all curious. After all, except for the son of the family with a mine, which ordinary college students can have this strength to buy such game equipment. And at that moment, the driver of the truck got out of the car, wearing overalls with the word God's enlightenment printed on them, and was holding a cell phone to make a call. Lin Yun's cell phone just happened to ring and he directly picked up the call. Yeah, it's me. I'm right in front of the school. I changed the receiving address on the landing bay. Just follow my car later. Yeah, follow this red flag H9 next to it. Lin Yun spoke a few words, then reached out his hand and shook it at the truck driver. Wu Xinyue and Chen Wanhao, who were nearby, burst out laughing when they saw this. Ha ha ha, honey, look at this loser. Ha ha, the poorer the person, the more they love to show off. And $1 million landing pod also dares to touch the porcelain. Wu Xinyu's mocking voice attracted the voices of the surrounding students, and all of a sudden, each of them revealed a disdainful expression. And red flag? You can't even afford a bicycle. Lin Yun, not that I'm talking about you. Wu Xinu slowly walked up to Lin Yun and said contemptuously, be a man of self-knowledge. You're an unmotivated loser who wants to buy a red flag? $1 million landing pods, in your next life. Chen Wanhao opened his mouth at the same time, with mockery and pride on his face, as if he had bought this red flag and landing module. Student Lin Yun, the Divine Enlightenment game has a great opportunity to make money, but it only belongs to a certain portion of geniuses. As for you, it's better to do a good job delivering takeaways. But at that moment, the truck driver jogged all the way to Lin Yun. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't notice your change of address information on the road just now, the driver said as he pulled out a receipt. Because the company has a requirement to change the information midway, I need to trouble you to sign it. As for Wu Xinyue and Chen Wanhao and the others, they were already too shocked to speak. While Lin Yun was signing, Wu Xinyue pointed at Lin Yun's nose and said to the driver, Master driver, you've got the wrong person. This punk only has $30,000 in his entire body. He's definitely not your customer. That's right, Lin Yun is just a poor college student. He doesn't have such a high spending power. Don't you dare be fooled by him. Chen Wanhao followed suit and helped. The driver took the receipt signed by Lin Yun and squinted his eyes at the man and woman in front of him with disdain. Don't you guys know that face registration is required for the purchase of the Divine Enlightenment landing pod? Mr. Lin Yun's face has already been recorded in our company's identification system. Dirtbag. Wu Xinyue was silenced by this sentence, and her heart continued to roll over. How is that possible? Where did this punk get $1 million? $1 million? And you have to work every month? Only giving yourself $5,000 to live on? The driver smiled disdainfully and turned his head to smile at Lin Yun. Mr. Lin Yun, then please lead the way. We'll deliver it to your door and install it for you now. Lin Yun smiled and spoke. Wait for me. I'll go back to the dorm and get my bags. Okay, Mr. Lin. The driver agreed and then returned to the car to wait for Lin Yun. Lin Yun, on the other hand, ignored the two Wu Xinyue and went straight back to the dormitory to pack his bags. Luggage is actually not much, has already been packed, only a backpack. 2 years in college, Lin Yun working countless jobs, belonging to their own things, merely only a backpack. 2 years of youth. I gave it all up and fed it to a white wolf. In his previous life, after God's enlightenment opened its service, he even gave all he had to pull the two white-eyed wolves to the top of the world. In return, there was betrayal. Carrying her school bag back to the school entrance, but saw Wu Xinu angrily rushing over to swear. Good you Lin Yun, have money to buy million-level game pods, but withholding and swishing at me. My old lady is really blind to follow you for so long. My 2 years of youth have been fed to the dogs. You must compensate me for my 2 years of youth. $5 million in cash. Transfer the money immediately, or I'm not finished with you. Chapter 8, Grade A Fire Skill Book. That's right. People Wu Xinu accompanied you from poor to developed. Wasted 2 years of youth for nothing. Helped you earn so much money. Now you kick others away. Are you still not a man? Chen Wanhao rebuked loudly. His words filled with feeling unworthy for Wu Xinyue, and for the Daxia people who love to watch. It is undoubtedly extremely eye-catching. After hearing Chen Wanhao's words, the unknown people were suddenly talking, their arguments pointing directly at Lin Yun. Why does that sound so much like a landing pod you can only buy if you're a soft touch? Looking good looking, it turns out that his appetite is as bad as mine. The remarks directed at Lin Yun immediately caused a wave of relief in the hearts of both Wu Xinu and Chen Wanhao. Seeing this, Lin Yun stopped in his tracks. Turning back to faintly scan a glance at Wu Xinyue, he opened his mouth with a lazy expression. Made of diamonds? $1 million? You can shave 2 walls of my house with this putty? Lin Yun's words caused Wu Xinyue's face to change, her face instantly becoming livid. Yet before she had the chance to snap, murmurs rang out from the side. Hiss. You don't say. This woman has the credentials to be a mortician. I remember when you said that. I think I ordered it. Dude, you've got such great taste with these eyebrows? Put your on. Labor almost didn't choke to death on the powder in one bite at the time. Besides, look at Lin Yun's face value. I have heavy tastes. So is he sick in the head? Certain classmates who knew the truth also began to talk about it, which made the two Wu Xinu's eyes so embarrassed that they wanted to find a crack in the ground. As for Lin Yun, he had been having a good time eating a melon, but it ended up falling directly on him, and the corners of his mouth twitched at the words. The worst part is that there's no way to refute it. Damn, his own brain was so ed up in his previous life. Lin Yun instantly lost interest in eating melons, and walked straight to the car as he ripped it open and threw his backpack in. After seeing that the vehicle in front of them was really Lin Yun's car, the two men's faces turned even more ferocious, especially Wu Xinyue, who at the moment had ants gnawing at the bottom of her heart. Lin Yun started the vehicle and directly took off, and the Divine Enlightenment landing pod van driver immediately followed. There was a moment of stagnation around them, followed by a violent discussion. You guys say, is this Lin Yun sick in the head? Why would he lick Wu Frein for 2 years? Maybe the water poured out of my brain before. Ha ha, you say that Wu Xinu how to pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons. In the place of my old lady, there is a boyfriend like Lin Yun. It should be me licking for 2 years. It's not too late for you to lick. Listening to the voices of the surrounding discussion, Wu Xinyue and Chen Wanhao's hearts were as if they had eaten 10,000 dead flies, especially Wu Xinu. Looking at the spirited Lin Yun, a wave of resentment grew in her heart, and at this time, Lin Yun, a shock couldn't wait. Looking at the landing module that had been installed, the corners of Lin Yun's mouth were really hard to suppress, and he directly transformed into a crooked-mouthed god of war. As for that godly landing pod, Lin Yun was all but ignoring it, because it was not something that a class like his could access, not to mention that what the godly landing pod could offer was just a godly talent. As for himself, the super god level was already in the bag. After Lin Yun washed up, he couldn't wait to lie down inside the landing bay as the light flickered. The familiar 9th Novice Village once again appeared before Lin Yun's eyes. At this moment in the Novice Village, there were more and more players, and there were even quite a number of people with levels as high as level 6. Quite a few people were yelling in front of the major wild monster gatherings to bring in levels to brush up on the monsters. However, the level 3 Lin Yun wasn't the least bit flustered. Hey, that level 3 guy, do you need help with leveling? Yellow rank 6 fighter, 1 silver coin to take a match. A level 6 fighter with his head wrapped in straps lit up when he saw Lin Yun, because Lin Yun had turned off the costume effect and hidden his nickname. To outsiders, he looked like a level 3 rookie. No, thanks. Lin Yun directly passed by the refreshment area of the level 3 two thirsty rats and headed deeper in. Hey, 1 silver coin carries 3 times. Hey, that's a high-level wildlife area. Are you going to get yourself killed? Seeing Lin Yun wave his hand without looking back, the fighter lightly poo-pooed it, then unwillingly shouted once again towards where Lin Yun had disappeared. 6 times 6. Lin Yun directly passed by the level 4 wildlife area and came to the level 5 Mystic Acacia's refresh area. The bewitching acacia, a product of a mutation of the acacia tree, possesses thorny vines that shouldn't exist and injects toxins directly into its prey once it wraps itself around it. Lin Yun took out the Doomsday Staff. The yellow-grade Doomsday Staff flickered with a faint yellow stream of light, and the mana ball at the top of the staff flashed out a dazzling red light, directly bombarding the bewitching acacia tree in front of him. Ping! Minus 146. 5. Lin Yun looked at the damage with satisfaction. A level 5 Mystic Acacia's attack damage was only 50 points, yet it had 250 points of blood. The bewitching acacia ate the pain, and a distorted face quietly appeared on the tree, looking horrifying, and several barbed vines stabbed at Lin Yun from all sides. However, Lin Yun simply fired a fireball, directly emptying the blood of the bewitching acacia, and the vines disappeared instantly. Level, Yellow Order 3, next upgrade requires 400 experience value. A level 5 wild monster provided 5 points of experience, while Lin Yun doubled his experience by killing it at the next level. Seeing this, Lin Yun looked at the 70 or so points of blue and charged straight into the pile of acacia wild monsters, killing one wild monster with every 2 shots of fireball. As Lin Yun killed his way through the acacia forest, his experience had come to Yellow Rank 5. Level, Yellow Order 5. Next upgrade requires 1600 experience value. Strength, 165. 5. It was no longer possible to gain experience quickly here at the level 5 wild monsters, so Lin Yun moved his gaze towards the level 7 wild monster group, the Ice Crystal Sparrows. In Lin Yun's memories, the Ice Crystal Sparrow had a great chance of refreshing the hidden boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, and killing this Ice Crystal Phoenix would trigger the only experience barrier in the Novice Village, opening the Novice Village monster attack mode. As long as kill this Ice Crystal Phoenix, then the entire country of Daxia will be far ahead of other countries. In the previous life as the Rice country is the first to open the monster siege mode, but also led to the late national war Daxia suffering. For the sake of the Great Summer Kingdom's fortunes, Lin Yun had to kill the Ice Crystal Phoenix as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Lin Yun opened his communication system and sent a message to Fortune, urgently in need of fire group attack skill books. After today's monsters, Lin Yun had realized the importance of group attack skills, and the fireball technique simply didn't play to his abilities. Moreover, when facing the ice attribute Ice Crystal Sparrow, the fire group attack skill will greatly enhance one's combat power. Not long after, Wealthy sent the item directly. Lin Yun once again felt the boldness of the rich and powerful. Brother Godslayer, this is the only fire skill book our union has popped out. See if it fits. Lin Yun opened his backpack and took a look. Starburst, Grade A. Skill effect, consumes 10 points of blue. Skill damage increases by 100%. Strikes 5 fireballs in a row, hitting the target for ranged damage in 5 seconds of sustained damage, weakening second by second. Thanks. How many gold coins for this skill book? I'll transfer it to you in the next 2 days. Lin Yun put away the skill book and solemnly said. The message was answered quickly. It's fine, you use it first, just don't forget about old brother me when you have something good. Good. Lin Yun stopped replying and decided in his heart to give Fortune a big gift. Lin Yun decisively learned the skill book and replaced the fireball technique with the group attack skill, Starfire Prairie, along with 165, 5 mana strength points and a blood count of close to 20,000. Lin Yun couldn't wait to step into the Ice Crystal Sparrow's territory. As soon as he stepped in, several ice cones emitting a cold aura instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Yun urgently retreated to the side, and the ice pick hit the ground, missing like a sharp arrow. Several palm-sized ice crystal finches were hovering above Lin Yun, their crimson eyes staring at him in death. Chapter 9 Yellow Rank 10 Boss Ice Crystal Phoenix. Crystalline Sparrow. Grade, Yellow Order 7. Attack Power, 200. Blood, 1000. Skill, fires an ice pick with a slowing effect. Introduction. The highly aggressive Ice Crystal Sparrow loathes all outsiders who step into its territory, and will attack in groups once discovered. Looking at the introduction of the Ice Crystal Sparrow, Lin Yun couldn't help but mourn for the average level 7 player. Except for the big guilds, I'm afraid that a solo player wouldn't be able to enter this Ice Crystal Sparrow's territory at all. After all, with 35 points of attack and 700 points of blood, one might not be able to beat an Ice Crystal Sparrow in single combat. Not to mention that this Ice Crystal Sparrow liked to fight in group battles. However, to Lin Yun, this Ice Crystal Sparrow's 1000 points of blood was just like paper mache. The ice crystal finches with red glowing eyes in front of them had already densely gathered in a pile. As if receiving some sort of command, hundreds of ice crystal sparrows released their ice cones at the same time. A flickering cold ice cone was like a sharp arrow that had been shot at Lin Yun at a very tricky angle. Even though Lin Yun was used to seeing big scenes, he was smacking his lips at this moment. Once again, Lin Yun's body swayed, and he had already flickered around continuously with his bizarre pace, dodging most of the ice cones in a flash of lightning. Although there were inevitably ice picks that couldn't be dodged, he was still able to carry it with his nearly 20,000 blood. Starburst. On his way to dodge, Lin Yun's doomsday staff lit up with a fiery red glow. In an instant, 5 balls of fire as big as basketballs fell into the densely packed ice crystal finches, which then exploded and scattered. 100% damage bonus, instantly dealing nearly 400 points of damage. However, there is also sustained damage and splash effects. It's just a skill. The ice crystal finches that were densely packed in the air were suddenly almost entirely colored with fire. In less than 3 seconds, with a mournful cry, ice crystal finches continuously exploded in the air. The whole sky, for a moment, was a fiery red. 2 seconds passed. Another starburst blasted out. But with 4 rounds of starbursts, the air, which was originally densely packed with ice crystal finches, was cleared in the center. Lin Yun's experience value, 2, instantly soared by 1. Cool. Lin Yun's face was exuberant, finally becoming a FA master in his previous life and its envy. Not to mention the addition of the super god level talent in this life, Lin Yun's growth would be terrifying to the naked eye. Lin Yun had already imagined the future descent of the gods, a shot of starbursts, and a dense mass of gods falling from the sky. It didn't take long for the ice crystal finches in front of him to dissipate, but in the distance, there was still a steady stream of ice crystal finches that were rushing this way, a natural practicing ground. Throughout the morning, as Lin Yun continued to slaughter, the ice crystal finches in the air were like moths to a flame, and they never stopped. A constant stream of new ice crystal and sparrows arrived from the distant air. It was like a suicidal attack, tirelessly attacking Lin Yun as if he was guarding something. After an unknown amount of time, the number of ice crystal finches was once again clearly visible. As for Lin Yun, this morning had been very rewarding, and an unknown number of ice crystal sparrows had brought him a huge amount of experience and life value. Lin Yun added the 30 skill points he had gained from 3 consecutive levels to his mana strength, and then looking at the panel, he found it unbelievable to himself that he had nearly 100,000 blood. Title, Godslayer. Level, Yellow Order 8. Next upgrade requires 64,000 experience value. Attack power, 15 points. Mana, 295 points. Blood, 90. 400 points. Blue amount, 95 points. Backpack, 13 gold coins. 9 silver coins, 890 copper coins. Broken weapon x50, complete mage scepter x1, complete warrior breastplate x2, 1,000 copper equals 1 silver, 10 silver equals 1 gold. Title drop doubled. Equipment, yellow level mage's set, no wearing level required. Doom staff, plus 100 mana. Complete mage breastplate, blood plus 200. Complete mage's arm guard, plus 15 blue. Complete mage girdle, plus 15 to mana resistance. Complete mage's legs, speed plus 15. Talent, the strongest Mactan, super god tier talent. Each kill of a level 1 wild monster gains 1 point of life value and provides 1 point of mana strength for every 1,000 points of life value. Level 2 wild monsters gain 2 points, providing lifesteal and mana strength by level. Talent, sword god, super god level talent. Temporarily unavailable. Each upgrade, you can get double the free attribute points. Title, gifted, loot quantity x2. Gain 20 free attribute points. Note, non-droppable and non-transferable. Free attribute points, 0. Skill, Starfire, consume 10 points of blue. Skill damage increased by 100%. Continuously striking 5 fireballs, hitting the target to inflict ranged damage and inflicting continuous damage for 5 seconds, weakening second by second. In a morning's time, directly drying up from yellow rank 3 to yellow rank 8. This promotion speed, smacking one's lips, and 90,000 blood, thicker than the boss. The mana strength is directly break through the 300 mark, plus the starburst skill bonus. A skill is enough to cause nearly 600 damage. This who suffered Lin Yun a sum of pockets cannot be confused. Just as Lin Yun was still checking out the attribute panel, a loud and clear phoenix cry suddenly resounded throughout the entire Novelty Village 9. The mournful sound filled with endless anger. Hiss! What's that sound? Many players in the novice village were startled by the sudden phoenix sound and only felt a surge of fear. I don't know. It seems to be some kind of wild monster, but the sound is too loud. It's probably a high-level wild monster boss. Many people were talking about it, and it also stirred up a violent discussion. Lin Yun, on the other hand, at this time, was finding that the air around him was directly dropping a few degrees, and the exhaust gas was turning into ice slag between breaths. The blue full of light visible to the naked eye came from far and near in just a blink of an eye. A huge ice crystal finch the size of a truck soared in midair, dazzling blue light around its body. Crystal-like feather hair roots like snow clear and bright. Long tail feathers and articulated feathers swaying between the flakes of snowflakes fluttering around the body, crimson eyes flashing with a cold aura. Ice crystal phoenix. The ice sparrow is a semi-divine beast that has mastered ice and cold, and hates all creatures that enter its territory. Level, yellow class 10. Attack power, 800. Blood volume, 100,000. Skills: 1. Flying feathers, instantly shoot thousands of ice crystal sword feathers, causing deceleration and explosion effects, with a certain chance of freezing the enemy. 2. Nirvana rebirth, when on the verge of death, it transforms into an unattackable frigid cold and inflicts 10 times the ranged damage of its own attack. Note: extremely dangerous. Sure enough, it was the Ice Crystal Phoenix, the only demigod beast-level boss in the novice village in his previous life. In Lin Yun's eyes, the Ice Crystal Phoenix was more than just a boss. Every newbie village in every service has a demigod beast boss, and killing the demigod beast boss is the only key to unlock the monster slaughter mode. This monster slaughter, it's unique, which means if you turn it on, no one else can. In the last life, it was opened by Rice. A newbie village in Rice opened up a monster massacre and managed to hold it. The entire country of me thus received a huge reward, and the entire country was instantly ahead of all other services. But at the time me opened, the basic per capita level 9 level 10, and in this life, with a per capita level of only 5, it's unlikely that Rice will open early. Therefore, the fate of the country was at stake, and Lin Yun took it seriously. The Ice Crystal Phoenix's anger value reached its peak, knowing that the human in front of it was the one who had massacred its subjects, and at once, a severe cold accompanied by a truck-sized Ice Crystal Phoenix swept towards Lin Yun. Starburst. 5 consecutive shots of fireballs went straight for the Ice Crystal Phoenix's eyes. The fireballs were like swaying explosive bombs, instantly arriving and shining at the Ice Crystal Phoenix's head with 5 consecutive strikes. Instantly, a large area of fire instantly exploded, instantly engulfing the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Minus 295, minus 310, minus 295, minus 300. Just one skill, along with sustained damage, dealt nearly 1000 plus damage to the Ice Crystal Phoenix. However, the Ice Crystal Phoenix's blood bar dropped by just an imperceptible amount, and the Ice Crystal Phoenix, wrapped in a cold aura, had closed in on Lin Yun. As the coldness pierced his body, Lin Yun immediately felt that his entire movement became sluggish, and his spell casting movements were delayed. That deceleration effect is estimated to be 50%. Seeing that the Ice Crystal Phoenix's pointed beak had arrived in front of his eyes, Lin Yun's figure once again became bizarre. Touching down, Lin Yun's entire upper body was folded down at 90 degrees. The whole thing was as if it had snapped. The pointed beak of the Ice Crystal Phoenix just cut through Lin Yun's chest, the two less than an inch apart, hit someone in the face, hurt someone to pull out the Kong. Lin Yun swept towards the lower half of the Ice Crystal Phoenix with a shot of starfire. Shoo! This time the Phoenix cry of the Ice Crystal Phoenix seemed to be extraordinarily sharp. Chapter 10 Thieves Union grabbing the first kill. If the Ice Crystal Phoenix could talk, definitely, he would tell Lin Yun that hitting someone in the face was not a good idea, and hurting someone was not a good idea to take out a Kong. Another 1000 plus damage. Under Lin Yun's extreme positioning, the Ice Crystal Phoenix felt skeptical. It's not right, I should be the one with wings. Why are you more agile than me? The unrivaled speed of the Ice Crystal Phoenix didn't even hurt Lin Yun's hair when he pulled, but he took a lot of fireballs. This fireball also has sustained damage. Gradually, the Ice Crystal Phoenix's thick blood bar was decreasing little by little. It's imperceptible, but it adds up. Soon, it was ground down to below half blood by Lin Yun. As the amount of blood decreased, the Ice Crystal Phoenix's eyes became more and more blood red, suddenly pulling up in the air, its ice crystal-like tail feathers emitting a piercing icy blue color. A loud and clear Phoenix cry then exploded. The air instantly condensed a large amount of cold air interspersed with ice crystals. The sky was instantly dark, and a chill directly enveloped Lin Yun's head. This is going to be a big one. Lin Yun hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. A crystal-clear ice crystal rose up, and with the sound of a phoenix, the location where Lin Yun was turned into a cold winter in a split second. The coldness that penetrated deep into his bones instantly caused Lin Yun's movements to lurch, and it was this instant. Thousands of ice crystals descended from the sky like heavenly maidens scattering flowers, shooting out with a piercing coldness. When the first ice crystal landed on Lin Yun knew that it wasn't good. Ice blue ice crystals hit Lin Yun like sharp arrows, and then exploded. The cold air instantly filled the air, and in the next moment, countless ice crystals hit Lin Yun. Minus 800, minus 800, minus 800. In just an instant, Lin Yun's blood level was rapidly decreasing amidst the endless ice crystals, and more ice crystals were bursting open. The increase in coldness causing Lin Yun to be completely blinded by the sharp arrows of ice crystals in front of him. Starburst. Lin Yun once again used Starfire Prairie. 5 shots of fireballs bursting in place. The flames ignited immediately dispelling the cold air in front of him, but only for a second. Starfire Prairie was dispersed by endless ice crystals, and this moment of brightness was enough for Lin Yun. Lin Yun did his best to dodge through the densely packed ice crystals, but the slowing effect of this cold aura did pose a great hindrance to Lin Yun. From a distance, endless ice crystals burst down like sharp arrows, and the place where Lin Yun was had been covered by a thick, deep blue cold aura, making it completely impossible to see inside. After a full 2 minutes of indiscriminate attacks, the entire area had been filled with cold air, and all the surrounding flowers and plants were wrapped in silver frost. Where Lin Yun was, a stock of ice crystals layered on top of each other, forming a bizarre ice sculpture, and Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen. The ice crystal phoenix in the air looked shriveled as it slowly descended from the sky. Then, 5 flames appeared behind the ice crystal phoenix, and as an explosion rang out, the light blue ice crystal phoenix was once again infested with flames. Lin Yun spat out a breath, and ice slag formed in the air. Fortunately, at the critical time, he broke away from the slowing effect of the extreme cold and exited the safety zone. Otherwise, once he was confined, he was afraid that another 100,000 blood would not be enough for the ice crystal phoenix to greet him. That skill just now, it should be the ice crystal phoenix's flying feather in the sky. It's really powerful. In just that amount of time, Lin Yun's blood level was already below 2,000. A full 90,000 or so blood was vaporized almost instantly. However, 2,000 blood was enough for Lin Yun, unless this ice crystal phoenix has another shot, and one, indeed, could not possibly give it that chance again. Lin Yun's bizarre pace was once again teasing the ice crystal phoenix, and it seemed that the skill, roaming feathers, was not something that the ice crystal phoenix could use multiple times in a row. Therefore, gradually, the ice crystal phoenix's blood level slowly decreased once again, while Lin Yun's blood level didn't change a bit, and each of the ice crystal phoenix's attacks returned without success. In the middle of the battle, Lin Yun's eyes twitched as he realized that the ice crystal phoenix's tail feathers were once again emitting a bright light, and it was coming. Lin Yun retreated instead of advancing, and with a single step, his figure rapidly closed in on the ice crystal phoenix. Ice crystal phoenix pointed beak has opened, is about to send out phoenix song to release a big move, a blackish long thing, directly stabbed in. Starburst, Lin Yun spoke faintly, only to see the original ice blue neck of the ice crystal phoenix. Suddenly 5 red lights lit up, followed by 5 muffled sounds coming out of the ice crystal phoenix's pointed beak. The explosion that converged at one point caused the entire body of the ice crystal phoenix to tremble continuously. Its entire neck was blown back, and its already glowing tail feathers suddenly dimmed. The flying feathers were directly interrupted. The technique Lin Yun used, on the other hand, was the early interruption of spell casting that everyone knew in the latter days, unless the difference in strength between the two was too great. But there wasn't really anyone who could do it at this point in time. With its skills interrupted, the ice crystal phoenix no longer had the power to fight back, and could only keep pointing its beak to try and attack Lin Yun. Yet it was all in vain. Time passed bit by bit, and if Lin Yun's video of him single brushing the ice crystal phoenix were to circulate, he was afraid that it would cause a sensation in the first place. From calmly dodging the ice crystal phoenix's attack, is not a Starfire Prairie cleansing the ice crystal phoenix's whole body. If it wasn't for the ice crystal phoenix with a yellow rank 10BO0S on its head, I'm afraid that others would think that he was playing with his own chickens. The premise is to have domesticated chickens the size of a truck. Finally, with the passage of time, the ice crystal phoenix's blood level of up to 100,000 had turned into an imperceptible sliver of less than 50 points of blood. Lin Yun's mood couldn't help but get excited. Finally, in this life, Dashia would be the first kingdom to open a monster siege. Huge rewards await. Excited in his heart, but the movement in his hand did not stop. The Doomsday Staff once again lit up with red light, and under the starfire, the ice crystal phoenix would become a stepping stone for the great summer's fortunes. A sudden change. A blurry figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Yun, and a short blade suddenly stabbed at Lin Yun's chest from behind. Another figure appeared behind the bloodied ice crystal phoenix, and the same short blade slashed at the ice crystal phoenix. At the same time, the system sound rang in Lin Yun's ears. Ding! You've been attacked and are in a state of rigor mortis. The thief's skill backstab, where the person who stabs will enter a 1-second stasis, is one of the most important skills for the thief's stabbing process. Thank you. We'll take this boss from the Thieves' Union. A grim ensued. With a rampant, inhuman laugh, Lin Yun stiffened on the spot as the short blade scored a direct hit. -30. However, Lin Yun's blood level, which was already near the bottom, barely changed under this slash. The rampant laughter came to an abrupt end, as if he was being strangled. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth slightly revealed a cold smile. What? Surprised? There are even more surprises. As the stalemate ended, the staff in Lin Yun's hand lit up, and just as the hidden thief tried to flee, a bright red 3-bit number floated directly in his head, and the thief was instantly emptied of blood and transformed into a bright light. -800. A blast that took the assassin in front of him straight away. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared again in front of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, directly stabbing at the bloodied Ice Crystal Phoenix, wanting to grab the first kill of the boss that Lin Yun had been wasting away for so long. And Lin Yun, who saw this scene, didn't make a move to grab it, but instead, his body twisted, turned his back to the Ice Crystal Phoenix and began to frantically flee. Far away in the deep forest, the 5 thieves originally had a shocked look on their faces. What kind of monster was this player? Wasn't he a mage? What kind of mage has such thick blood? Looking at the bottom of the blood, why did the blood bar not change at all when the level 6 thief slashed down? But seeing Lin Yun's frantic fleeing string, several people were relieved in their hearts, although it wasn't clear why Lin Yun was fleeing. If he didn't run, this boss' first kill might not necessarily fall into the hands of the Thieves' Union. However, in the next second, they knew why Lin Yun had fled. The 4 thieves that surrounded the Ice Crystal Phoenix, their short blades slashed through, directly taking away the last trace of blood from the Ice Crystal Phoenix. In the next moment, the 4 thieves suddenly realized that they were actually completely unable to move. And then, the Ice Crystal Phoenix that was supposed to die turned into a mass of ice blue gas right in front of their eyes. A path of icy blue cold air instantly spread out. Wherever objects touched, all remained in a fixed position. Even the swaying grasses were suddenly immobilized. Then, from where the Ice Crystal Phoenix died, a loud and clear phoenix cry rang out once again. An ice blue shockwave spread out violently, and the objects it touched, without exception, all turned into ice shards and exploded. The first to bear the brunt were the 4 thieves from the Thieves' Union. -7,000, -7,000, -7,000, -7,000. They watched as their bodies turned to powder, bright red numbers floating up in their heads before they returned to the spring. As for Lin Yun, he had rushed to run out of the Ice Crystal Phoenix's skill damage range at the last minute, 10 times the attack power, a full 7,000 damage. If he ran a little slower, Lin Yun would have to go back to the spring to drink tea. Lin Yun then turned his head to stare somewhere in the deep forest. The Thieves' Union, the infamous Thieves' Union from a previous life. A bunch of players who don't do anything and whose favorite thing to do is sneak around behind the scenes and do bad things, robbing bosses, guarding corpses. As long as it's profitable, they're capable of doing anything that's unconscionable. But you guys got unlucky this time and messed with the wrong guy. The Doomsday Staff lit up in Lin Yun's hand, and Starfire Blaze rushed at the 5 people from the Thieves' Union and blasted them. Before the several people from the Thieves' Union could recover from the shock brought about by the Ice Crystal Phoenix, they saw 5 basketball-sized fireballs fall on each of them. Don't you dare! Before the words fell, 5 blood-red numbers floated up. Before a few people could react, they directly disappeared into bright light. Lin Yun stopped paying attention after his skills were sent out. The weaklings in the district with a maximum of level 7 and 700 blood, they could be knocked to death with a mace. The main thing right now is the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Just now was the skill of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, Nirvana Rebirth, but whether you can be reborn or not, you still have to ask me. Lin Yun quickly arrived in front of a ball of cold air that was emitting a blue glow. The cold air was constantly writhing and it looked like the Ice Crystal Phoenix was going to be resurrected after a short while. Starburst thought nothing of releasing it straight away. As the fireball exploded, a cry of grief came from the faintest of voices. The Ice Crystal Phoenix that hadn't been fully revived completely hiccuped, and a shimmering item was scattered all over the ground. Ding! You have successfully killed the demigod beast Ice Crystal Phoenix, obtaining the unique title Hunter and Slayer. A service-wide announcement is about to be made, whether to hide your name or not. No! Chapter 11 and its great rewards. Ding! Dasha Service Player Godslayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, demigod beast, rewarding him with the unique title Hunter Slayer. Ding! Dasha Service Player Godslayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, rewarding him with a skill crystal. Ding! Dasha Service Player Godslayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, rewarding him with a piece of gang building order. Ding! Dasha Service Player Godslayer completed the first kill of the yellow rank 10 boss Ice Crystal Phoenix, triggering the hidden plot monster attack. 9 Novice Village is about to usher in a wave of monsters, and a successful defense will result in a huge amount of loot as well as experience. So please prepare for the major players of 9 Novice Village. Instantly, the whole service announcement swiped the screen multiple times, once again causing an uproar, especially among the players of Novice Village number 9. Player, career band girl, no, how did this dude do it? I'm only level 7 and this dude already took out a level 10 boss? Hang on. What a fuss. The past 2 days have been full of service-wide announcements from this Godslayer. This great god is too strong. If only he could take me leveling. Player Unconventional said enviously. Professional band sister, it's a big brother and sister no. Deduct 1 if it is. I'm a former municipal professional player. Free band leveling up oi. Unconventional, dude, is a girl with a larynx okay? Get out. Hey, there is no brother to tell me. What is the meaning of this monster attack? Budding new begging for explanation. Some players have seriously raised their doubts. Did you see the 4 big words on the announcement about the hidden plot? No culture, go back and learn Pinyin properly, okay? As a matter of fact, not only were the players of the No. 9 Novice Village perplexed, but the players of the Dasha service and even the entire service were all blown away. After all, the hidden plot and the huge loot rewards, it was already enough to stimulate the nerves of the crowd. What's going on? Why hasn't anyone from our great beauty players triggered the hidden plot yet? The Great Stick Goryo Kingdom, announced that Godslayer is a professional player in my country. Baja Teeth Road. An angry shout came from a certain professional battle team club. Bunch of losers, looking for someone for days, not even a ring. At the highest command level of Dasha, several bigwigs from one side dressed in military uniforms were currently in a meeting. No word yet on Kingslayer? The center of the meeting, white hair but spirited old man, eyes swept the crowd, although did not speak, but a lingering murderous aura enveloped the crowd. Half a dozen times, he spoke slightly. Time is short, the task is heavy, use all means to contact Godslayer. I think he may have a deeper understanding of the divine revelation than all of you present. The conference hall suddenly had a condensed atmosphere. The general public didn't know, but the bigwigs in the highest command level of Dasha had long understood that the divine apocalypse might be more than just a game. The divine revelation is released, attracting the whole world, while the command level of each country, but all cannot find everything behind the scenes of this game, as if out of thin air. This gave the intuitive command hierarchy a whiff of something unusual. It will take time. With the special nature of the divine apocalypse, we can't confirm the identity of Godslayer in reality, and are currently troubleshooting. Someone replied, as soon as possible. The special operations teammates selected from the other several war zones intensify their training and quickly eat up the divine enlightenment. The old man nodded slightly. His voice was calm but carried an unquestionable determination. Yes, and Lin Yun was oblivious to this, just grinning from ear to ear. In addition to the generals given by the system, the Ice Crystal Phoenix was also a big spender, popping a bunch of loot. While looking at all the X2 loot in his backpack, Lin Yun's eyes were dead set on a skill book. SS Grade Ice Skill, Flying Feather in the Sky X2. Lin Yun hastily opened the skill book. Introduction. Flying Feathers, Grade, SS. Introduction, consume 50 points of blue. Increase the skill damage effect by 200%. Instantly burst thousands of ice crystal sword feathers, causing a group 50% slowdown effect. The sword feathers hit the target to produce an explosion effect, causing 100% of the skill damage. There is a certain chance to trigger the freezing effect. This is a real development. Lin Yun couldn't have imagined that the Ice Crystal Phoenix had actually popped out an SS level skill. Knowing that SS level skills could not necessarily be dropped by wild monsters in city-state level territories, and the wild monsters in the novice village actually popped right out, worthy of being a demigod beast, Lin Yun hurriedly checked the other loot, just now in the system's rewards. The skill crystals Lin Yun hadn't forgotten. Skill crystals. Introduction, a crystal with mysterious power that allows the user to add an additional skill slot, not affected by level. The ridiculously low burst rate of divine enlightenment, but this time it was a pillow delivered directly to Lin Yun as he dozed off. Every time you level up 5 levels in God's Apocalypse world you can only get one more skill grid, and skill crystals allow you to learn one more skill than anyone else. Even in the later stages of his previous life, it was extremely rare to hear of others owning skill crystals. This thing, it had a price. Huntress. Introduction, a unique title that causes an execution effect when the target's blood level falls below 10%, non-droppable and non-transferable. Hiss. If skill crystals caused Lin Yun to eat a pound, the appearance of the hunters was worth 10 pounds. Blood levels below 10% cause an execution effect. What kind of concept is this? Meaning that a 100,000 blood volume Ice Crystal Phoenix, when its blood volume drops to 10,000, it directly hiccups, and it can't even put out Nirvana Rebirth. Lin Yun was now like an ordinary laborer who casually bought a lottery ticket and then found that the first, second, and third prizes had all been won. Instant overnight wealth. Order to build a gang. Introduction, a token required to establish a guild, allowing the user to establish a 100-member guild. The first power to establish a guild will have its power members increase the experience value of killing wild monsters by 10%. God of War set blue grade, rumored to be worn by the God of War ×2. God of War Giant Blade, attack power plus 200. War God's chest armor, blood plus 500. God of War Arm Guard, physical defense plus 50. War God's Waist Guard, plus 50 legal defense. God of War Legs, speed plus 50. Grade, blue. Description, rumored to be worn by the God of War. The breastplate, worn in its entirety, will inflict a critical injury effect, dropping 10 points of blood per second. Blue grade sets with powerful attribute effects, but Lin Yun couldn't use them. As for the backpack, there was quite a mess of equipment. Lin Yun directly opened his communication and traded 2 sets of God of War suits as well as a bunch of messy weapons and equipment, plus an SS-ranked skill book, Diffuse Feathers, without setting a price directly to Wealthy in bold. I believe that the fortune should be able to chew it up. Wandering Feathers directly exploded 2 books. Lin Yun directly gave the Wealthy. For the current stage, SS-level skill books will undoubtedly vibrate the Great Summer Suit. However, with the 50 points of blue required to use it, at this stage, other than Lin Yun, I'm afraid not many people would be able to use it. With that, Lin Yun directly used the skill crystal, which turned into a ray of light that surged into Lin Yun's body, and next to Starry Flame, a skill grid, learnable, instantly appeared. Learning Rambling Feathers. On the grid next to Starburst, there was an additional icy blue icon, which was none other than Roaming Feather, where the title and turn on the hidden effects. 2 titles glittering with golden light floated above Lin Yun's head, and his entire body's yellow-ranked mage suit emitted a gust of pale yellow light. At a glance, the golden light of the 2 titles is simply too loaded to direct. Lin Yun immediately hid the special effects. This is not in line with my low profile and calm character, and it is even more unfavorable for myself to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. The next step was to properly prepare for the monster siege. As long as it was defended, the huge amount of loot and experience would give the entire Dasha staff an unprecedented boost. Ding, 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 ding. The address book instantly rang out, and the message of fortune was denser than a service-wide announcement. Chapter 12 Monster Attack, Village Defending Mission. 10 messages a second is the limit of the address book, not the limit of the rich and famous. When he received the information about Lin Yun's traded items, Wealthy hadn't realized the severity of the problem until he opened it. Then he froze. Breathing became rapid, huffing and puffing like a broken cigarette machine, his face showing a perverted pallor from the flushing. The assistant on the side was scared half to death. No way. I've never heard of the game god's apocalypse that kills people. Thought about giving Fortune a direct slap in the face. Wealthy returned to his senses. His eyes widened and he tightly gripped the assistant in front of him. Quickly, notify all the brothers in the guild to transfer all the funds that can be called upon to me. Be quick, we're going to get rich. Hiss. The assistant was stunned. The entire guild was funded, and this time it was some kind of big deal. It was important to realize that Wealthy had been a regular in all the other major online games before entering the Divine Revelation, precisely by virtue of his character and his keen intuition. Several unusual deals were made to build the extremely large guilds that are active in major online games today. Build wealth fast. Without hesitation, the assistant immediately informed the rest of the guild, and after Wealthy finished, he directly sent Lin Yun a wild message, and because he was so excited, there were quite a few typos. Brother Kingslayer drops. Thank you so much. I'll roughly 100 gold coins to acquire each of the blue-grade war god sets. For the rest of the loose weaponry, I want 50 gold coins for all of it. Lin Yun looked at the text message sent over by Wealthy, which was messed up with a bunch of misspellings, and also smiled slightly. Bro, the reason the blue-grade war god set is more expensive than the Doomstaff is because he's a whole set, and the Doomstaff is because of a single weapon. So the price I offered you before was a bit lower, not intentionally to suppress your price. Feeling out of place, Wealthy sent another message explaining. Lin Yun shook his head. This person was really meticulous. What price was offered for the Doomsday Staff before? Lin Yun had forgotten. Yes. Wealthy directly traded 250 gold coins and collected the God of War set and a bunch of 3 pieces of equipment, then took a deep breath and typed again. Brother Godslayer, the value of Roaming Feather is too high for me to value at this stage, and to be honest, I didn't expect you to actually give my old brother such a great gift. This is an SS class skill. It's no less than sending me a top-notch expert. Luck, 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 Lin Yun replied as he headed for the Novelty Village number 9. After all, the time for the monster siege to begin was not far away. Seeing Lin Yun's reply, Wealthy laughed in exasperation. If this is luck, then the talent you awaken must be Goddess of Fortune smiling. The price of SS grade skills is too high. I'll price it at 300 gold coins for now. Follow up on the price. And if the price is too low, how about I make compensation? Wealthy replied again. An SS level skill, 300 gold coins. The price is not low. Converted into Dasha coins, it is a full 30 million. $30 million, a fortune that many people can't save up in several lifetimes. Good. Lin Yun thought about it, and once again submitted an item over, originally fearing that the rich and powerful couldn't eat it, but now it seemed that the strength of the rich and powerful was something that couldn't be underestimated. How is it that such a character, in a previous life, had not been heard of? On the other hand, Wealthy side was still waiting for Lin Yun to reply, and when he received 2 messages, he hurriedly checked them. This look froze in place once again. Build a gang order. In the transaction information, A token with flashing golden light was lying in the transaction compartment. The wealthy man's breath caught in his throat, and then a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Brother Godslayer, are you sure about selling the gang building order? Aren't you going to create a guild of your own? Lin Yun shook his head. The gang building order was now a curiosity, but in the later stages, it was basically all over the place. And the only difference was that the first guild to establish a gang would receive an additional 10% wild monster experience drop for the members under it. However, compared to the rewards of the monster siege, this 10% could be considered worthless. Okay, just watch the price. It's not worth much. Wealthy looked at Lin Yun's message that he didn't look like a human son. 1,000 gold coins. Low makeup high not refundable. Lin Yun froze, originally planning to sell it for a few hundred gold coins and forget about it. But he didn't realize that Wealthy was really wealthy. The next second, the fortune trading message was sent. Transaction complete. 1550 gold coins arrived. More than $100 million. Just lying in Lin Yun's backpack. Lin Yun was once again in a trance. And in his last life, with an E-ranked skill, he had risen hard from the bottom. During that time, they also had to suffer from Wu Xianyu's bloodsucking. So one could imagine how much Lin Yun had suffered to get to that point. And now, just a few days into the service, the funds have come in at 550 gold coins. This huge contrast once again made Lin Yun feel that he had indeed been reborn. Lin Yun's eyes became even more determined. In this lifetime, he must stand on top of the world and face the gods head-on. And the first step was to get through this monster attack. On the other hand, the wealthy man couldn't stop trembling after the deal was completed. Build a gang order to hand. This gang building order was too important for Wealthy. It would allow him to quickly get his fame into divine enlightenment, and it would be a jump up for business or members. Wealthy and Bold directly used the gang building order. Ding! Dasha service player Wealthy and Bold was the first to establish the guild gathering treasure pavilion. The members of this guild gained an additional 10% experience drop from wild monsters. Congratulations to player Wealthy and Bold for obtaining the only title Supreme Overlord. Before the players in the entire service could digest the information, an announcement rang out once again. Ding! Nova Village number 9 triggered the hidden plot monster attack. The Guardian Novice Village mission is now open. Please prepare for the baptism of monsters by the players of Nova Village number 9. To complete the mission, you will receive a huge amount of experience and loot. The rich and generous gang building announcement and the Guardian mission of the 9th Novice Village immediately attracted the eyes of the whole service. And for a moment, these two names resounded throughout the service. Lin Yun saw the announcement and quickened his pace to arrive at the Novice Village. At this time, the Novelty Village number 9 had changed greatly. Around the entire Novice Village, 3 high walls suddenly rose, firmly guarding the Novice Village from low to high, and the densely packed players were already standing on top of the high wall, looking either nervous or excited as they waited. After all, the huge amount of experience value and loot was deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the players of Novice Village number 9. The world is bustling with interest, and Lin Yun's sharp eyes noticed that although there were many players, there were a few positions where the players were conspicuous. Obviously, the players in these 3 positions stood and arranged themselves completely differently from the casual players, and should be guild players who had come from other games, better gear and more cohesive than casual players. Among them, Lin Yun discovered old acquaintances, the infamous Thieves Union. The Thieves Guild actually had several hundred players in the 9th Novice Village, clear of thieves, while several other guilds Lin Yun didn't recognize. It was worth mentioning that one guild was actually clear of all girls. Not waiting for Lin Yun to think much, a violent vibration suddenly came from the ground. The vibration caused dust to fly, and when the sunlight hit it, the resulting effect caused the atmosphere of the entire Novice Village to suddenly tense up. Coming! The sharp-eyed player seemed to have noticed something and nervously swallowed, his voice trembling as he opened his mouth. As the player's words fell, far away, a black line surrounded Novice Village 9, which slowly turned into a black wave as the tremor increased, like a giant wave sweeping towards the Nova Village 9. The Nova Village 9 was like a leaf falling in the wind at this moment, fluttering constantly. All the players couldn't help but look pale and their feet couldn't help but shake as they looked at the dense swarm of monsters in front of them. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled. The 4 words monster attack seemed simple, but when the monsters appeared, they realized that they had thought too simply. The densely packed monsters were all wild monsters around the Novice Village. Behind the waves of monsters that could not be seen at a glance, there was a towering figure. With every step that figure took, the players of Novice Village number 9 felt the ground shake. The tremor, it turned out, was not brought on by the swarm of monsters, but by the walking of this inexplicable being. One could imagine how huge the figure should be. At this time, many players had already beaten a retreat. Although it was said that the Divine Enlightenment world would not die, although the players of the 9th Novice Village were also enough to have a small 100,000, but looking at this monster swarm, It's even more shocking than the scenes of the two armies fighting in the TV show. Finally, the monster had approached the first high wall. Players have gotten a look at the monsters. There were hares, tooth-eating rats, enchanted acacias, flaming tigers, gluttonous snakes, ice crystal finches, and the rest of the wild monsters that even Lin Yun had never seen before. Without exception, there was the same blood-red glint in their eyes. Monster Siege. It's on. Chapter 13 Monsters Attacking the City. Sanctuary Strike. Novice Village Number 9. First High Wall. Beneath the wall, an endless stream of wild monsters had approached. Brothers of the Holy Church, we'll take care of the wild monsters in the east. I'm invincible. In the crowd, the president of the Holy Church, Easy, opened his mouth to boost morale. His handsome face was slightly wrinkled with sword brows, and a strand of white hair was slightly hanging down, adding a bit of dashing to his whole temperament. Warriors and knights go up top and block the first wave of attacks. Mages split into two teams, control the skill gaps and ensure fire output. Auxiliary Nurse has only one request. Watch out for the blood of the front row of knight warriors. Easy was worthy of being the president of a large guild. His eyesight and commanding talents were stacked, and he formulated a strategy in just an instant. Swordsman assassins, follow me for a rescue siege. Yes, the white silk on the head of the free and easy hangs down. The coldness in the sword eyes flickers and passes. A purple and green sharp sword in his hand trembles slightly. A brocade green robe moves without wind, and then a step is taken, and the air seems to resound with the sound of a sword. As the sword light flashed, the crowd from the Holy Church had followed Easy and rushed out of the first high wall, engaging the wild monster swarm head-on. It had to be said that Easy's decision-making was reliable, and although there were only less than 100 people from the Holy Church, under Easy's command, they did manage to hold off the attack of the wild monsters, and they generally leveled up, too, at an average of only 7. It's the Holy Church. This siege mission is stable. Many players realized that the one leading the defense of the east side of the novice village was the famous Holy Church, and they immediately doubled their courage and followed the Holy Church to join the resistance. All sorts of colorful skills flew in the sky for a while. Lin Yun also didn't expect that the famous Easy Sword Immortal from his previous life, the first expert of the Holy Hall of Fame, Easy, was actually in the 9th novice village. That was a big fierce man, with a god-level talent, sword heart understanding, and even more experts under the Holy Church. In the previous life, after the gods descended, the Holy Church was also the main force in the fight against the gods. Unfortunately, in a sniping battle of the gods, the Holy Church was wiped out, and Easy himself fought until the long sword in his hand broke, and finally turned his body into a sword, ending in disgrace. In the previous life, there were two strongest swordsmen in Disya. One of them was the Godslayer, and the other was the sword immortal Easy. After Easy died in the battle, some people had said that if Easy had been able to obtain a divine artifact level rapier, the ending of that battle could have been completely rewritten. For Easy, Lin Yun's heart is in awe. This life, if possible, set him to find a divine weapon sharp blade. Newbie Village No. 9. A mediocre newbie village, actually had 4 big unions, and apart from the infamous Thieves Union, several other unions, basically, were the mainstay of major online games. This monster attack was discussed by their 4 major labor unions. The Sacred Church was responsible for the east side with the highest number of monsters. The Perdition and Magnolia Pavilion were responsible for the south and west sides, and the Thieves Union was responsible for the north side with the highest number of players. But when the fighting started, it was only when the gap between the unions was realized. Sanctuary and the 2 major unions basically carried the pressure. Players spontaneously joined the deployment of the 2 major unions. For a time under the leadership of the 2 major unions killed more and more courageous. There is a hidden trend of counterattack. Magnolia Pavilion this side of the full female generals. Valiant women. Although not the sanctuary of the world to destroy the kind of trend, but also led the casual players to top the attack of the wild monsters, but it is more strenuous. As for the Thieves Union, although it had the largest number of people, it was full of thieves, plus it was not deployed, and for a while, there were countless casualties among the casual players. Many players died directly back to the spring and their levels were reduced by 1 level. God's Apocalypse is a game where once a player dies, they are forced to drop a level and can only be pulled back by brushing the monsters again. For a time, the northern defenses were in jeopardy. Split light sword technique. The long sword in Easy's hand emitted a cold light, and a sword chopped out, instantly transforming into 3 sword lights, hitting the level 5 flaming tiger in front of him, which transformed into a ray of light with a sad roar. The smile at the corner of Easy's mouth stopped abruptly before it could rise, as a constant stream of players resurrected from the spring and rushed to the north. Waste. At a glance, Easy knew that the Thieves Union in the north was simply trash, and the situation might not be underestimated. Beard, take your men to the north to support them. The Thieves Union can't be relied on. Be careful of them. A knight who was killing sniffed and nodded. only to see that he was unusually tall, and his knightly equipment was even more smashing, an extremely thick-blooded yellow rank 7 knight, with sanctuary beard bringing people to support the north. For a moment, the situation of the entire novice village was temporarily stabilized. During the process, there was a constant stream of monsters dying, and a constant stream of players rushing out from the spring resurrections. At this time, the situation was great, the Holy Church and the extermination, even enough to kill out nearly dozens of meters, like two sharp knives sliced through the monster group. However, Lin Yun knew that this was just the beginning. In his previous life, the beautiful country had experienced a total of 2 sets of monsters attacking the city, and in the second wave of monsters, the level was already basically all level 10 wild monsters. In this life, Lin Yun opened the monster siege early, and based on the average level of the people in the 9th novice village, converting it over, the level of the next wave of wild monsters basically had to be greater than level 7. Lin Yun's figure mingled with the crowd, and from time to time, a Flata helped kill wild monsters. As for skills, they'll have to be saved for the next wave of monsters. Ding! Monster Siege leaderboard for Novice Village number 9 is open. The top 100 will receive a large amount of loot and experience value. An announcement rang out, and then everyone realized that a leaderboard had appeared in front of them. The top of the list at this point is Easy. First place, Easy, kills, 380. Second place, Extermination, kills, 290. Third place, Kiki and Kiki, kills, 105. Lin Yun, on the other hand, couldn't even be found in the top 100. Players looked at the fact that there were rewards for high rankings, and they rose more and more vigorously. The Thieves Union president, Sunshine Boy, who had been paddling, gave the members a wink at this moment. In the next moment, all the thieves began to move, no longer fighting with wild monsters, but constantly weaving back and forth, seeing any bloodied wild monsters and appearing to snatch them. After being messed up by the Thieves Union like this, the defense line that had been stabilized was once again in jeopardy. The rankings of the Thieves Union crowd, on the other hand, began to slowly rise. Damn Thieves Union, I'm going to dash. A player was robbed because of the wild monster. A hint of carelessness was followed by a claw of the wild monster sent back to the spring. The level has been reduced to 3 levels. Suddenly the public screamed angry accusations. Sanctuary Beard was also furious as he watched the disgusting scene in front of him. Thieves Union, if you and the others act recklessly without regard for your image, when the siege is over, my holy hall will absolutely go to war with your union. The Thieves Union Sunshine Boy heard this and frowned slightly. The Holy Church was indeed a behemoth, in which the experts were distributed across all the major novice villages in Dacia, and if they were offended, it would not be worth the loss. So arrangements were made to avoid the people of the Holy Church from robbing the monsters, and not to rob the monsters too blatantly. There was nothing Beard could do about it, but silently set up a defense shield and try to fend off the monsters in front of him. As time passed, with basically the entire novice village player level dropping by 2 levels per person, the first wave of wildlife is finally cleared. The players of Novice Village number 9 erupted into cheers. Easy standing sword leaned against the high wall, listening to the cheers of the crowd, and also smiled slightly, even though the amount of blue in his body was nearly empty. As long as you hold out for one more wave and complete the monster siege, the debriefing that you will receive will be and its richness. At this point the leaderboard has changed. Ranking, first place, Easy, kills, 2351. Second place, Sunshine Boys, kills, 1030. Third place, Extermination, 1020 kills. Fourth place, Kiki, 590 kills. Fifth place, easy to look at the list of Sunshine Boy. The heart of the thought is also understood. The Thieves Union is doing those disgusting hook again. Really a dog cannot change to eat. Monster attack on the head and still dragging his feet here. The crowd of scattered players in the north were all looking at the Thieves Union and the others with a furious look on their faces, as their underhanded behavior had led to a disastrous battle in the north. Per capita is down 3 levels. Some weak strength, at this time has only the bottom of the first level. There are a lot of people because of the number of deaths too much. Just got the equipment are burst out. Like a novice, the entire north side of the battlefield plummeted. And at that moment, as the tremors came again, the second wave of monster attacks had begun in the distance. Just half a dozen times, Easy, Perishable, and Kiki Repeat were all in despair. The monsters that appeared in this wave were basically all level 8, with many of them even being level 9, and there were also level 10 wild monsters, the highest level 10 wild monster in the novice village. Not to mention them, even Lin Yun hadn't gone to see a yellow rank 10 wild monster before now. For the novice village 9 players who had experienced the first wave of wild monsters and now had an average level of only 6, it was a dead end. Chapter 14 Don't worry, I'll do it. Not to mention, the existence behind that covered the sky was also approaching the novice village little by little at this time. At that moment, The crowd no longer had the cheers from the victory battle just now, only a dead silence remained. And many people even despaired that this mission was impossible to complete, and were already ready to give up the mission and go offline to rest. The high intensity of the battle made everyone look tired. With the deafening roar of the wild monsters, the second wave of wild monsters had arrived below the first high wall. The war began and was instantly lopsided. Many mages realized before their skills were released that the warrior knight in front of them had been killed by the monster, and in the next second, they also went black and returned directly to the spring. Sanctuary bearded brother was also resurrected in the spring, and he was also annoyed that he, as a knight, with a full body green level set, and a blood level piled up to 1000, couldn't even carry the first wave of wild monsters. It's only going to get weaker now that it's leveled down a level and the blood is weakened again. Nova Village No. 9. In the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north. At this time, the speed of personnel damage was getting faster and faster, and people were constantly being revived to rush back to the battle line. However, because of the scarcity of blue, as well as the power of the monsters, the battle line was constantly being compressed. Looking from high in the air, one could see that there were already monsters to the north that had begun to climb the first high wall. The reason for this was because the Thieves' Union had once again shrunk into a ball and was constantly retreating, leaving the casual players at the front. As players die, the north side grows weaker and more precarious. In the west, the Magnolia Court Union could no longer support the pressure, and with the north the general wildlife had rushed into the first high wall. The Magnolia Pavilion's Women's Legion and scattered players kept dying, and even their president, Kiki, had already been killed in action twice. 5-8. Although Kiki was good-looking, she was indeed an uncompromising female warrior in her bones, and the talent she possessed was also the S-rank ruddy color talent Berserker. However, the Berserker who was only level 5 could not carry the extremely fast and high-leveled Blizzard Wolf. At this time, the blood had already bottomed out. Looking at the Blizzard Wolf's open fangs that were already less than an inch away from his neck, and he could even smell the fishy odor from the Blizzard Wolf's mouth. Kiki desperately closed his eyes. All that came to his ears was a series of screams and a wave of heat, and in front of her was a mage in yellow robes. The staff in the hands of the robed mage glowed slightly, just enough to block the sunlight that shone on the face of Kiki, looking mysterious and reliable. Lin Yun tried the damage of the Starfire Prairie, and nodded with satisfaction. The level 8 Blizzard Wolf had a blood volume of 1500 and an attack power of 400, and under Lin Yun's Starfire Prairie, it was also almost a second kill, with 325 mana points. And with the 100% increase in damage from Starburst and the splash effect sustained damage, the total damage is already up to 1000 plus the execution effect of the Title Huntress with less than 10% blood, already able to directly manage to kill level 8 and 9 wild monsters in seconds. Even level 10 wild monsters Lin Yun was able to give it a try. Look out! A delicate cry rang out, and Lin Yun instantly twisted to the side, caught off guard as a blade light slashed at the position he was originally in. Yellow rank 10 wild monster, Sharp Blade Mantis. Attack 800, Blood 2000, an assassin amongst the wild monsters. If it wasn't for Kiki's reminder, Lin Yun was afraid that he would have been slashed by this natural-born assassin. Starburst. The 5 fireballs came after and directly bombarded the body of the sharpshooter mantis. Under Kiki's horrified gaze, the original Sharp Blade Mantis, who was wielding 2 scythes with a bloodthirsty face, saw its blood level plummet by 2/3. Before Sharpshooter Mantis could strike again, a sustained 800 points of bludgeoning damage lit up, and the next moment Sharpshooter Mantis was directly executed, instantly transformed into a ray of light. Seconds, 0. This was a yellow rank 10 wild monster, or a Sharp Blade Mantis with extreme speed and killing power. Except for the boss, it was the ceiling of the novice village, and wild monsters of the same level were no match for it. And after that, it gets seconded by a brittle mage? No, this mage is actually level 8. Instantly, Kiki thought of someone. Deicide. Lin Yun turned around when he heard the sound and saw a well-behaved lowly holding a huge sword that was taller than her person. Thanks for the heads up earlier. After saying that, he walked towards the group of wild monsters and blasted a shot of starfire directly into the middle of a dense group of wild monsters. In an instant, the pile of wild monsters turned into Lin Yun's experience value before the explosion of damage and executions. It's really Godslayer. The great god is actually in our Nova Village 9. This quest is saved. The chirping and re-chirping was so loud that players around the west side heard it, and then each one of them got all giddy. Is that the same god who swiped the screen? Then we really are saved this time. Immediately afterward, they saw an exhilarating scene. A mage was almost standing in a group of wild monsters, and every 5 fireballs that fell into the group of monsters would instantly harvest a piece of wild monsters. whether it's a level 7 or level 10 wild. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There were uncharacteristic gasps of surprise. The entire west side had just become Lin Yun's praise show. For a while, explosions continued to ring out from all sides of the battle line, and the heat and thermal energy from the fireballs illuminated the entire western defense line. This phenomenon immediately shook the Magnolia Pavilion's Women's Legion and scattered players who were struggling against the wild monsters. There were even a few yellow rank 10 sharpshooters seen lurking behind Lin Yun, and after a few slashes, Lin Yun's blood level didn't even drop in the slightest. Many knights were horrified and muttered, "Did I choose the wrong profession? Is mage blood so high? Is a mage greater than a knight? Crap! Is this a great god? Killing yellow rank 10 wild monsters is like playing worthy of the king of swipe. This style, I'm wet." On the western front, after Lin Yun's joining, all the players suddenly had a great deal of bravado in their hearts and followed Lin Yun's footsteps as they began to storm the wild monster swarms. Like a sharp sword, it tore a crack in the mass of monsters. Lin Yun made a move, and the situation was instantly reversed. From the beginning of the monster siege until now, the west side was the only one that counterattacked the monster hordes hard. Many of the players who had dropped their levels and were picking up the slack behind Lin Yun had also slowly raised their lost levels back up, and Lin Yun was even more so. The experience value was rising almost evenly, and soon it would be level 9. One could imagine how huge the monster swarm was and how terrifying Lin Yun's killing speed was, and compared to the western defense line that had Lin Yun joining it, the other 3 lines had collapsed. The east side of the sanctuary, and the south side of perdition had been lost, and the swarms of wild monsters had breached the first line of defense and were attacking the second line of defense. As for the north, due to the Thieves' Union's preservation of strength, the monsters had consecutively breached the second line of defense. And if the monsters breached the third high wall to enter the novice village, then this mission would also end in failure. The Thieves' Union's approach had also ensured that their own levels had not fallen. And currently, apart from Lin Yun, the Thieves' Union levels were all around level 7. The 2 major unions, Sanctuary and World Destruction, had almost leveled up close to level 3 due to their brazenly holding on to the defense line. And the president of the hallowed Sanctuary Union, the former Easy Sword Immortal, was now only at level 4, having died 3 times in a row. Easy couldn't hold on any longer. He tried his best. It was just that the enemy was too high level and too strong of a fighter. Perdition's side wasn't much better, basically constantly dying and rushing in order to finish the siege mission with all the effort they could muster. If the mission failed, one could imagine how the other unions in the Great Summersuit would mock them. Just as the Holy Church's second high wall was about to shatter, a large group of players suddenly appeared on the southern battlefield. The dozens of people at the head of the group, almost exclusively female generals, the lowly at the forefront, carrying a huge sword taller than her person, was precisely the president of the Magnolia Pavilion, Kikiru 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 Kikiru. Behind him followed a large number of casual players in great numbers. Easy biggie, we're here to back you up. Chapter 15, Level 10 Wildlife? Just this, Lori shouted at the top of her lungs, flinging the giant sword in her hand that was taller than her person, bringing up the sound of whistling wind, but with a smirk on her face. Easy watched with a dumbfounded expression as Lori carried her giant sword past his eyes and rushed towards the oncoming monster. Then the next moment, Lori was bitten on the neck by a fiery tiger. In the next second, it disappeared into a white light and was honorably inaugurated. Easy was filled with black lines. This, you're here to be funny. Behind him the players brazenly went forward. This scene looked at Easy's heart warmed, but then his face turned white. Has the west side fallen? Is the mission going to fail? What it meant for so many Western players to come over was clear to Easy, and the giant sword Lori rushed back again after her resurrection, in time to explain Easy's confusion. Big Brother Prosperity. Don't worry, Big Brother Godslayer has struck. The monster swarm in the west has already been cleared. He asked us to come over first to help you guys hold it together. He'll come over after he's finished solving the predicament in the north. Kiki resumed talking about Lin Yun, her big eyes full of admiration, completely devoid of the appearance of the head of a moment, as if she was a little fangirl. What? Easy sniffed with a disbelieving face. How could the level 9 and 10 wild monsters attacking the city be cleared out? Who had the ability to kill so many high-level wild monsters? Let's not talk about anything else. On the east side, a swarm of high-level wild monsters that numbered close to 150,000. And you're telling me that it was cleared by a single person? You're thinking about eating. Drink too much for you. His own sanctuary was beaten to pieces, and he himself even dropped 3 levels in a row. Such a horrible wild monster. And you're telling me that it's cleared? Do you think I have swords growing in my head? Easy big guy. Just look at the leaderboards. Seeing the skeptical look on Easy's face, Kiki repeat continued to speak. And then he no longer cared about Easy, carrying his giant sword and continuing to charge towards the wild monster. As long as one resisted the attack with human lives and waited for the arrival of the Godslayer Big Brother, the task of this monster siege could definitely be accomplished. Easy watched as the giant sword in front of him slashed across his nose, nearly chipping off his strand of white hair. This girl is so staggering. It looks like her brain has grown into her chest. Then with a skeptical look at the leaderboards followed. *******. Ranking. First place, Godslayer, 88, 954 kills. Second place, Easy, 2,602 kills. Third place, Extermination, 2,305 kills. Fourth place, Kiki and Kiki, with 1,981 kills. Fifth place, Sunshine Boys with 1030 kills. What is this? 80,000 plus kills. He's alone? It added up to more monsters than the entire Novice Village's players had killed. How was this possible? After a long time, the players of Sanctuary saw their president, Sanctuary Prosperity, the cold and ruthless swordsman with a rampant and evil smile on his usually unsmiling face, rushing madly towards the monster group with his longsword in hand, shouting things like "My life is up to me and there's hope now." Then it disappeared into a white light right before the eyes of the Sanctuary players, followed by another rush from the Springs shouting the same slogans. It was the same situation in the south where the Extermination Guild was holding out, with the Magnolia Pavilion Guild and other casual players from the west joining them. They were not able to repel the swarms of wild monsters, but they did hold their line of defense. But the situation is still not optimistic. As for the northern defense line, in front of the third high wall, only scattered players were still going forward, but there were only a handful of level 3 and 4 players, and the rest, the vast majority of them were level 1 players. If you don't know, you'll think they're new to the service. Only the players in the north they themselves knew what it was like to die consecutively in a short period of time. Sanctuary's Beard came over to support the Thieves Guild in the north, died once in the first wave of the Wild Monster Siege and lost 1 level, and continued to die in the second wave of Wild Monsters. Right now, he's only a pathetic level 2. The green level suit on his body fell off long ago during his death, and what caused this scene was all the inaction of the Thieves Guild. When the second wave of wild monsters started to attack the city, the Thieves Guild went into full hiding, with 100 or so level 7 top-tier thieves, all of them hiding. Only a bunch of casual players were left behind as well as a few dozen people from the Holy Church who had come over to support them. One could only imagine how much battle power a casual player without guild support could have. Aside from a handful of high-level players, the rest of the casuals basically didn't even have broken gear together. Once the battle started, it was lopsided. In front of the level 9 and 10 high-level monsters, the entire north face collapsed without a fight. Being able to hold out until now was already the result of all the players in the north coming forward and exchanging their levels for each other. And all because of the disgusting Thieves Guild. From robbing wild monsters in the beginning, to the full force of the current pinning, the reputation of the Thieves Guild, in the northern defense line of Novice Village No. 9, had already stunk. It's over. The mission is going to fail. After dying again, the beard that was resurrected had only 1 level left, and looking at the crowd of players that kept resurrecting in the springs around him, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Can't keep it. The third high wall was about to be destroyed, and the swarm of monsters would pour into the Novice Village unimpeded. That would also mean that this monster siege quest, with its huge rewards, was declared a failure. In a safe zone to the north, all of the Thieves Guild's 100 or so people were concentrated here. Looking at the battlefield from a distance, it could be seen that the 100 or so of them, all of them were level 7, not dead once, because they didn't participate in the defense of the city at all, but waited to pick up the pieces. The Sunshine Boy's face was very ugly as he watched the impending destruction of the third high wall. A bunch of trash, can't even beat the wildlife. Forget it, it's over. This mission is not going to get done. It's ing garbage. The Sunny Boy waved the short blade in his hand and spat hard, with disdain in his eyes, but not thinking about his question. Credit the failure of the quest to the casual players who have gone forward to defend the city and are now only level 1 and 2. No thought was given to how disgusting his behavior was. Withdraw. Brush up your levels and go. Reach yellow rank 10 as soon as possible and wait to join the large force. Sunny Boy gave a direct order and prepared to take the members to go leveling up. Chairman, the situation seems a bit off. A junior stared stonily at the scene on the third high wall of the northern defense line, his voice stuttering. The Sunshine Boy sniffed and looked away, only to see that in front of the third high wall that was about to be breached, the densely packed monsters had disappeared, and a yellow-robed mage was standing on the wall, in the direction where the staff in his hand was pointing. Between the fireballs flying, the group of monsters that were fully level 10 disappeared at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In less than a moment's effort, the crisis of the high wall's imminent collapse was lifted, and on the rickety walls, a group of players looked at Lin Yun with demented faces. What's in your head? Is this ninja a mage? Beard's mouth was so surprised that he couldn't close it, his two eyes staring dully at Lin Yun on the high wall, his entire body as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He saw something. Seconds monster. Seconds to level 10 monsters. In front of this mage in front of him, a level 10 high-level monster's blood level was just like paper mache. A little bit of it was gone. This is what NPC ran out on me. This is not a mage. This is a pharaoh, right? What struck Beard the most was that the mage in front of him suffered from occasional sneak attacks from the wild monsters. However, when Beard watched the level 10 wild monster's 800 attack power attack hit Lin Yun's blood bar didn't even move a bit. This? Beard is full of disheveled face. This knight who loves to be a knight, go ahead. When the level 10 transfer, I want to turn into a mage. Well, yes, it's decided. Goddamn thick-blooded. Thick defense knights. Yuck. Crap. The Thieves Guild and the others in the safe area were wide-eyed and incredulous at the moment. Only the Sunshine Boy was filled with gloom. This mage, the one who had killed himself and the others earlier, causing him to spend most of another day practicing. The guy with the extremely thick bloodstain. However, as he watched Lin Yun killing level 10 wild monsters like a sadistic dish, the Sunshine Boy's face became even more somber. How does this play out? I was looking for a chance to gather everyone for revenge, but now it looks like a dream. Level 10 wild monsters were chopped up like vegetables, and he and the others were only level 7, so if they went up there rashly, they didn't know how long they would have to practice to make up the levels. He couldn't swallow this though. The Sunshine Boy stared intently at Lin Yun, then his sinister eyes turned, and as if he had thought of something, the corners of his mouth cracked slightly as he let out a cold laugh. Chapter 16. The mana strength breaks 3,000. The blood quantity is high million. The northern city wall had completely turned into Lin Yun's solo show. Slowly, with Lin Yun's fire support, many casual players cheered and followed Lin Yun. Bite by bite, a God Slayer boss followed, picking up bloodshed and mixing experience, slowly making up for the miserable leveling, and the experience of level 10 wild monsters could be imagined. Many of them flashed a bright light on their bodies from time to time and upgraded in place. The players on the northern defense line were all smiles, and the tragic atmosphere of the original battlefield was swept away. With the cooperation of the crowd, they slowly emptied the northern defense line of attacking wild monsters. As for Lin Yun's level, he had long since reached yellow rank 10, upgrade speed, comparable to hanging. The only thing that Lin Yun regretted was that because it was a monster siege quest, the wild monsters only provided experience and didn't drop items. It's more or less deplorable. However, Lin Yun's super divine talent had caused Lin Yun to reap a great harvest. Finally, the second wave of wild monsters from the monster siege had passed perfectly with Lin Yun's help. Outside the novice village, all the players had already gathered together, almost all of them looking at the group of people on the high wall with fervor on their faces, letting out cheers from time to time. The main object of viewing was still the yellow-robed mage Lin Yun in the middle of the crowd on the high wall. With his own strength, he saved the day and led all the players of the No. 9 novice village through the second wave of monster attacks on Deicide, slaughtering nearly all of the wildlife with a single kill. On the high wall, several guild presidents gathered with Lin Yun, each with an undisguised shock on their faces. The people of Magnolia Pavilion looked at their president. It's so humiliating. The president of Perdition was called Perdition, and at the moment, he was chatting with Lin Yun with a face of respect, and when the southern defense line had retreated to the third high wall, Lin Yun's appearance showed him what was meant by the nuclear law. Right now he only wanted to drag Lin Yun into the Extermination Guild. If Lin Yun could join, then Extermination would be the most powerful guild in the Divine Enlightenment game, bar none. Getting Lin Yun's refusal, Perdition only felt regret. The president of the Sanctuary Guild, Easy, was holding a long sword in his arms at this time, with a cold and arrogant face, and the white hair hanging down from his forehead added a few points of loneliness, an unapproachable look, but at the moment he was staring at the leaderboard list in front of him, full of ranking. First place, Godslayer, 453, 986 kills. Second place, Easy, 2, 710 kills. Third place, Extermination, 2, 550 kills. Fourth place, Kiki, 2,130 kills. Fifth place, Sunshine Boys with 1030 kills. Is that a human being? No one knew that the outwardly cool Sanctuary President Easy. At this moment inside a small man kneeling on the ground constantly smashing his head, apparently completely unable to accept. 450, 000 plus of level 10 wilds. A mage. Until now, Easy couldn't accept the scene he had just seen. A level 10 wild monster directly killed in seconds, and still killed a piece at a time. That what the Starfire Blaze skill, simply inverted Easy's 3 views. Each fireball is like a nuclear bomb in reality. Each time or 5 consecutive shots. Easy glanced down at the longsword in his hand, and for the first time, A look of disgust appeared on his face. What do you say? Switch to Mage. With the thought in his mind, Easy hastily shook his head, dispelling the inexplicable thought. That, brother Easy, why are you shaking your head? Perdition looked at Easy, who suddenly shook his head and asked in surprise. The storm in Easy's mind was interrupted, and he gave Lin Yun a strange look, then looked at the huge figure still approaching in the distance and said in a deep voice, I was wondering what level the monsters in the third wave of the monster attack were. The crowd simultaneously looked at the inexplicable presence that kept approaching in the distance, and their hearts were suddenly heavy. Yes, the second wave of monster attack was already at yellow rank 10. There was only one monster in this third wave, so you can imagine the difficulty. Even though they were so far apart, an extremely large pressure, ignoring the distance, pressed down on the bodies of the crowd. What are you afraid of? With Brother Godslayer here, this little caramels are just experience value. Kiki Repeat glanced at the crowd and opened his mouth full of concern. Everyone's hearts relaxed slightly at the words. Yes, there was still such a great god in place. A powerful existence that slaughtered 450,000 level 10 wild monsters. What did one have to be afraid of? Speaking of experience, the hearts of the people are also very grateful. Originally similar to the free and others, the level has almost dropped to level 2 level 3, but after Lin Yun came and followed him to dabble in experience, the huge swarm of monsters hardened their levels back quite a bit. Lin Yun smiled slightly bitterly at his words. I have a feeling that the monsters this time may have broken through the yellow rank and reached the Xian rank. I just don't know if there's such a thing as transferring a wild monster. Lin Yun opened his mouth. Only he knew in his heart that it was not a possibility, but a certainty. The monster in the third wave was a Xian-ranked wild monster. Divine Enlightenment World. Level 1 to 10 for the Yellow Order. Level 11 to 20 for the Xian Order. Like the player, when reached the Yellow Order level 10, you must go to complete the transfer task in order to break into the Xian Order. Otherwise you can no longer get experience. The crowd's faces were grave as they heard the words. Although there were some guesses in their hearts, they still felt very shocked when the Godslayer Big Brother said it. A novice village. The appearance of Xian rank wild monsters only found in towns. This monster's siege quest, I'm afraid that they didn't want themselves and the others to complete it in the first place. While the crowd's minds were in turmoil, Lin Yun's heart was filled with confidence when he checked his panel and then looked at the Xian rank wild monsters in the distance. None other. Super godly talent, strongest meat method. The 450,000 plus wilds gave Lin Yun a very scary boost. Of the 450,000 wild monsters, the average level was 6. Each wild monster could provide into 6 points of blood under Lin Yun's talent, and with such a huge base, the bonuses given to Lin Yun were extremely terrifying. Super God talent, the strongest meat method. Intro, for every level 1 wild monster killed, level 2 wild monsters gain 2 points. Uncapped, 1 life point is gained, and 10 mana points are provided for every 1,000 life points. Every 1,000 life points provided 1 point of mana strength, and with 272 million life points, it directly added 724 points of mana strength to Lin Yun. Terrifying as it is, Lin Yun is now bloated. Not to mention the Xian rank wild monsters. If you come back with 10 more, I'll likewise rip your head off. Title, Godslayer. Level, yellow rank 10. Level is full. Need to complete the transfer to unlock the next level. Attack power, 15 points. Mana, 3,174 points. Blood, 2,810,000 points. Blue amount, 359 points. Speed, 20 points. Legal resistance, 15 points. Charm, 0 points. Backpack, 1,565 gold coins. 2 silver coins. 320 copper coins. 1,000 copper equals 1 silver. 10 silver equals 1 gold. Title drop doubled. Equipment, yellow level mages set, no wearing level required. Doom staff, plus 100 mana. Complete mage breastplate, blood plus 200. Complete mage's arm guard, plus 15 blue. Complete mage girdle, plus 15 to mana resistance. Complete mage's legs, speed plus 15. Talent, the strongest Mactan, super god tier talent. Each kill of a level 1 wild monster gains 1 point of life value and provides 1 point of mana strength for every 1,000 points of life value. Level 2 wild monsters gain 2 points, providing lifesteal and mana strength by level. Talent, sword god, super god level talent. Temporarily unavailable. Each upgrade, you can get double the free attribute points. Title, gifted, amount of loot x2. Gain 20 free attribute points. Note, non-droppable, non-transferable. Hunterslayer, causes execution when the target's blood level is below 10%. Non-droppable, non-transferable. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, 1. Starfire, consumes 10 points of blue. Skill damage increased by 100%. Strikes 5 fireballs in a row. hitting the target to inflict ranged damage and inflicts 5 seconds of sustained damage, weakening second by second. 2 flying feathers in the sky, consume 50 points of blue, increase the skill damage effect by 200%, instantly shoot thousands of ice crystal sword feathers, causing group 50% slowing down effect. The sword feathers hit the target to produce an explosion effect, causing 100% skill damage. There is a certain chance of triggering the effect of freezing. A full 175 points of mana strength and 810,000 points of blood. It wasn't that Lin Yun was arrogant. Even if everyone in the entire novelty village number 9 added together to surround himself, you can tire them out by not fighting back yourself. Swell. Extremely bloated. And at this moment, the third wave of monster attack had already begun. While Lin Yun was still admiring his panel, the giant palm that covered the sky suddenly slapped down with one hand, and the hundreds of players in front of them all turned into white light and disappeared under this strike. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Roar. The terrifying roar seemed to come from hell, and the berserk sound acted on the crowd, causing the bloodstains of almost all players to drop violently by a large margin. Easy and the others ate it up. Sonic also has an attack. Looking up again at the monster in front of him, for the first time he got a good look at the creature. Once again, a chill ran through the crowd. Chapter 17 Terrifying Xian Rank Wild Monster, Titan Giant Ape. A glance at the panel silenced the crowd. Titan Ape. Grade, first level of the Xian class. Attack power, 10,000. Blood volume, 10 million. Introduction, the Titan clan straight out of the underage cubs, hiding in a certain novice village. High attack and blood-thick extreme combat race. The body shackles once unlocked will provide 50 times the value, cannot be unlocked. Extremely strong and dangerous existence. Life only for the fight to live. If you meet, please flee in a hurry. Skills, 1. Giant Ape Strike. The massive body leaps up and strikes the ground, sending a wave of terrifying attacks that can shatter all creatures in sight. 2. Bloodlust. Increase attack power by 10,000 points for every 1,000,000 bloodlust. Note, extremely dangerous. The crowd tilted their heads and looked at the giant ape in front of them, which was 100 meters tall, with a burst of despair in their hearts. And then when they took a look at the attribute panel of the giant ape, even Lin Yun had a shocked look on his face. The cub of what is this thing? You call this 100-meter giant a cub? And what the hell are we? Little cells? This? What the hell? With a bitter smile on his face, Extermination looked despairingly at the Titan giant ape in front of him, a huge creature of nearly 100 meters, a Xian rank tier 1, or a level 11 wild monster. With this kind of attribute, there was no fight left in Perdition's heart. It's done when it's done. With the Kingslayer big man, Kiki's hand holding the sword was trembling, and her mouth remained unconvinced. Easy, on the other hand, his face was grave, and he was calculating in his heart, with 1 million blood, and nearly 50 points of attack power of his own, how many times would he have to slash in order to slash him to death? The Titanic ape's fishy red eyeballs stared at the pile of tiny dots in front of him, saliva dripping from his fangs in his mouth as he once again raised his palms to slam down thickly. Get out of the way! With an angry roar, Easy tapped the ground and his figure flew out of the attack range of the head of the Titan giant ape like a willow leaf. The others similarly reacted, each utilizing their divine abilities to escape the giant palm. The rest of the players couldn't dodge in time and once again disappeared into a batch of white light. Lin Yun dodged the attack of the Titanic great ape, but a ripple rose in his heart. Titanic great ape. I didn't expect it to actually be a Titanic great ape. In the late past life, after the gods had descended, many of some of the races that had descended earlier had joined forces with humans to fight against the gods. Among them, there was the Titan giant ape clan in front of them. The Titanic great ape that Lin Yun knew was 10,000 meters tall. In contrast, the one in front of me is, indeed, a cub. At this moment, Lin Yun only had infinite emotions in his heart, and after being reborn, seeing a familiar image again couldn't help but stir up Lin Yun's memories. But I'm sorry, in order to grow faster, whether you are the grandson or the son of the great ape you must die here today. What's more, the divine apocalypse hasn't mirrored reality yet. You're not really dead. You're still refreshed. Lin Yun gave himself an excuse. Then his eyes glazed over as the staff in his hand outlined a brilliant fiery red light. The Starfire Prairie turned into 5 fireballs and struck the Titan giant ape's hindquarters in succession. Pang bang 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 pang. 5 consecutive explosions rang out accompanied by fire. Minus 6,348. The bright red 4-digit number stunned the crowd. An explosive damage that lasts for 5 seconds and brings up 174 points of damage per second. In just 5 seconds, a 5-digit bright red number floated up. Minus 22,218. A full 20,000 plus damage. Asterisk. Easy couldn't get it out of his head this time, and screamed out in horror. Kiki repeat blinked for a moment, then rushed forward carrying a giant sword taller than a man, aiming it hard at the Titanic ape's thumb. -35. The crowd was speechless for a moment. Then the crowd saw Kikiru turn into a white light in midair and return to the spring. The women of Magnolia Court coincidentally covered their eyes with their left hands at the same time. I don't recognize this president. It really is. It's embarrassing. The battle continues. Lin Yun's 20,000 plus damage is simply scraping the bottom of the barrel for the Titan giant ape. Although he was puzzled as to how the beautiful country from his previous life had managed to take care of such a terrifying Xian rank wild monster, Lin Yun's movements in his hands didn't stop. As soon as the spell casting interval ended, Lin Yun's starburst was released. After all, 10 points of blue a skill was still acceptable for Lin Yun's 359 points of blue. Just like that, Lin Yun began his scraping journey. Seeing this, the other players around them followed Lin Yun's output, especially long-range mages shooters and the like. Unleash their skills as soon as they have blue. Although the damage is only a simple double-digit or even single-digit, but can't help but have a lot of people the entire 9 novice village, nearly 100,000 players, each contributing 1 point of damage, are able to knock out the Titanic giant ape nearly 100,000 damage. In particular, Easy as well as Kiki repeat Kiki, the two of them, one holding a longsword and the other holding a man-tall giant sword, were currently selling their output, though from a distance, it looked like the two were trimming the toenails of a Titanic ape. As for the Titan giant ape, at this moment, he was impatiently raising his palms. The ants in front of him were really too annoying, and some of them even ran onto himself. The giant palm slammed down, and immediately a large number of players disappeared into white light, but more people rushed up again. For a moment, the entire novice village number 9 was united in their resolve, trying to do everything they could just to deplete the Titan giant ape's blood, but no matter how hard they tried, the amount of blood they consumed was minuscule compared to the Titan giant ape's 10 million blood, and they couldn't even see a single decrease in the blood bar, and every time the Titan giant ape struck, it could take away a large swath of players. However, the crowd did not get discouraged. After all, this is the last wave of Monster Siege. As long as you get through this level, the reward is how rich the crowd will know, which newbie village is hellishly difficult right off the bat. No, it should be nightmare difficulty. As time slowly passed, basically all the players had died in battle except for Lin Yun, and many players had even died multiple times, dropping their levels so much. However, the effect was also obvious. The Titan giant ape's terrifying blood bar of 10 million was reduced by more than 4 million thanks to the efforts of all the players. Among them, Lin Yun's damage was even more exaggerated, having been over 1 million damage. One person was enough to pull off nearly 1 million damage from the second place prowler. Come on brothers, we're almost there. As the Titan giant ape's blood level decreased, the Titan giant ape's attack was altered. The huge palm that was originally raised and slapped down suddenly changed direction and became a horizontal sweep, and it was aimed almost directly at Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun happened to have finished releasing his skills, and his outstretched staff had yet to be retracted. Watching the huge palm that covered the sky sweep towards Lin Yun, a wave of relief washed over the crowd. So it turned out that Godslayer's power was also limited. So many people have all died at least one round. It's your turn too. But the next moment the crowd was dumbfounded. Lin Yun's skills had just been released. His figure suddenly shook, and his entire person was even more illusory, interrupting his own spellcasting backswing with an extremely bizarre pace, and his body quickly retreated. But in a split second, he escaped the range of the Titanic ape's huge palm sweep. The air was silent, except for the roar of the Titanic apes. That's floating steps. Easy's eyes glazed over and he muttered, floating steps, a skill that experts in all major real-life virtual online games know, is a skill that can only be comprehended after thousands of hours of training. In other online games, Prowl can be easily made to work. However, in this divine apocalypse, which has only been open for a few days, not even Easy can do it without enough time to practice. But this aside, Easy fell into deep thought, his mind constantly recalling Lin Yun's movements, skillful and natural, all in one go, as if he had practiced thousands of times. How is this possible? But what he didn't know was that in his last life, Lin Yun had already used the skill countless times, so how could he still need to practice? Lin Yun dodged the attack, but others weren't so lucky, and many players, swept across by the Titan ape's giant palm, turned into a white light and died again. Seeing the bug that had bitten him the most painfully dodge the attack, the Titanic ape let out a deafening roar. Instantly the entire novice village player's blood level plummeted again, and at this time, the Titan giant ape's blood level, too, was once again weakened by 1 million points, already reduced by half. Suddenly, the Titan giant ape's entire pair of eyes emitted a reddish bloodthirsty light, and its entire body once again swelled by a circle. with a shock of a terrifying pressure. Most of the players' feet went limp, and they were directly pressed by this terrifying aura and fell to their knees. Chapter 18 The Thieves' Guild Strikes Out. Terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, and aside from a few high-level players who trembled and held on, the vast majority of players were directly pressed to their knees. The Titan giant ape's body suddenly swelled in a circle, and then the nearly 150-meter-tall body suddenly lowered slightly, making a squatting motion. Lin Yun's eyes changed. Quickly hide, he's going to release a skill. In the next moment, the Titan giant ape's legs stomped, and its huge body pulled up in the air, actually leaping in mid-air. The ground was chafed, and everyone was suppressed to death by a terrifying pressure, unable to even move a finger. Lin Yun was no exception, only feeling a terrifying binding force imprisoning him. Horses, it's a mandatory skill. Perdition's face darkened, unable to make any movements except for being able to speak. The titanic giant ape leapt high into the air and then landed violently with a terrifying downward pressure, a moment that seemed as if Mars had hit the Earth. The moment the titanic giant ape landed on the ground, with it as the center, a backlog to the extreme point of the terrifying explosion energy swept out. All the players who came into contact with the explosion energy were instantly turned into white light and disappeared, and the scope of this terrifying energy that swept through was the entire Novelty Village 9. Even the Thieves Guild and the others who were hiding in the safety of the Novice Village disappeared the first time they came into contact with the energy wave. Throughout Novice Village number 9, densely packed bright red numbers floated up. Minus 60,000. Titan Giant Ape Passive Talent Bloodlust. Boosts attack power by 10. 000 for every 1. 000. 000 blood lost. The Titan Giant Ape, which had lost nearly half of its blood, had increased its attack power from 10. 000 to 60. 000. However, in the entire Novice Village, only one person was still standing, and that was Lin Yun. Even though his head was also lit up with minus 60. 000 inch damage, his blood quantity, however, was more than 2 million. Of all the people, Easy was the only one who saw that the second the circle of energy swept over Lin Yun's body, Lin Yun's blood bar, at a speed invisible to the naked eye, dropped by a sliver. This time, the entirety of Easy was dumbfounded, and in the next second Easy disappeared into white light. The Titan Giant Ape was also looking at the little bitty person in front of him with a confused face at the moment. What was going on? How was this little guy still standing here? In the next moment, countless resurrected players rushed out once again. Seeing Lin Yun standing here, none of them thought much of it, assuming that Lin Yun had died early and resurrected quickly. Only Easy looked at Lin Yun with a constipated look on his face, not caring about the strands of white hair being blown into dull hair by the wind. Full of thoughts that I'm going to switch to Mage. While Lin Yun was still unleashing Starfire Prairie in his hands, the many players from Novice Village 9 were also doing their best to unleash their skills. The Titan Giant Ape's blood level, once again, slowly but evenly decreased. Soon, the Titan Giant Ape's blood level had been reduced to over 1 million, and its attack power, too, had been as high as close to 90. 000. The players of Novice Village 9 all saw the dawn of hope. From the first wave of monsters attacking the city until now, the one person who had gotten the most credit was Lin Yun, not to mention other places. Just in the 9th Novice Village alone, almost all players had already treated Lin Yun as a godlike existence. If a player from another Novice Village bragged that a player other than Lin Yun was the #1 expert in Dasha, I believe that the people from Novice Village number 9 would go straight up and give 2 big strokes of both. Holding out until now, basically the entire Novice Village of hundreds of thousands of players, basically died in battle more than 4 times. Everyone's levels were lowered extremely low, but it doesn't matter. The Monsters Siege quest is about to be completed. With the huge experience value and loot rewards, what's a few levels in the area? Time slowly passed, and basically everyone's blue level was empty, and they could only use flat A to beat the output. The only one who could still release skills was Lin Yun. Just as the Titan Giant Ape's blood level was reduced to 1,050,000 points, there were already quite a few players who started cheering. The dawn. They finally saw the dawn. After holding out for so long, everyone had expended a tremendous amount of energy. Even the presidents of the major guilds were now breathless, relying on their willpower to hold on and continue attacking the titanic giants. Lin Yun also took a deep breath, his entire head spinning. He couldn't wait to exit the game after killing the titanic apes and take a good rest. This isn't playing a game anymore. This is torture. The doom staff in Lin Yun's hand lit up again, and he had very little blue left, so he was basically saving it and silently waiting for it to return on its own. The titanic great ape was powerless and furious. His huge palm swept out once again, slapping in Lin Yun's direction. The crowd had seen Lin Yun's methods and didn't care too much, and just as the crowd was gradually relaxing, a sudden change occurred. Behind Lin Yun, a blurry figure quietly appeared, and a short blade stabbed straight at Lin Yun's back. Don't you dare! Perdition and the others were also startled, and they were ready to step forward to help, but in the next second, hundreds of figures quietly surfaced, blocking the crowd's path. It was clearly the Thieves' Guild that had been in hiding for a long time, and every member's level was as high as level 6. As for the many players in the 9th Novice Village, after countless deaths, their highest level was now only a few assembly leaders, but their highest, easy, was only level 3. Horses, those disgusting rats. The players were enraged, unable to vent their anger. Grumpy players hated rushing forward to kill the assassin who had backstabbed Lin Yun, but in the next moment, they were sent straight back to the spring by nearly 100 assassins. The Thieves' Guild, from the second wave of the monster attack, had been hiding like rats, and at this moment, when he suddenly appeared, he was directly controlling Lin Yun. The most disgusting thing about thieves is their skill. Backstabbing. Being attacked forces control for 1 second. And what Lin Yun happened to be facing right now was the Titan Giant Ape whose blood level had been reduced by almost 90% and whose combat power had been increased to 90,000. Not to mention a mage. It was impossible for any player to survive such a terrifying attack. Even if I fail in my mission, I'll still screw this b-boy. The Sunshine Boy was also among the thieves, and at this moment, his face was grim and his smile was cruel as he looked at Lin Yun. No one who offends my Thieves' Guild ever has a good ending. You Godslayer, be the sinner of the 9th Novice Village. As long as Lin Yun died, the Titan Giant Ape would lose Lin Yun's luring of the monsters and would soon be able to regain its blood, and by then, this engineering mission would be doomed to fail. Everyone was grimacing as they listened. The Thieves' Guild had picked too good a time to be almost a hit, controlling Deicide for a second in such a short period of time. A second that would cause the efforts of everyone in the entire Novice Village number 9 to go down the drain. And while everyone's faces were sullen, only one person, Easy, had a hint of disdain and ridicule flowing from the corner of his mouth. Using the same tactic twice? Your Thieves' Guild, that's all you can do. Lin Yun's voice sounded lightly, irritating the Sunshine Boy's face. Next, the Titanic Giant Ape's huge palm viciously struck Lin Yun as well as the thieves behind him. -80,000. -80,000. Two bright red 5-digit numbers surfaced behind Lin Yun and the thief behind him. The thief instantly disappeared into a bright light. It's done! The Sunshine Boy saw the Titan Ape's palm hit the two of them. He was so happy that he let out a wild cry of joy. When the monster siege was over, making a big deal of the fact that his Thieves' Guild had destroyed the entire 9th Novice Village's harvest quest with his own strength would greatly increase the popularity of the Thieves' Guild. At the same time, he poured dirty water on Deicide, because Deicide had offended the Thieves' Guild, which led to the failure of the city guarding mission, and the exposure of this reason will make Deicide be beaten up by everyone. What, the first master of Daxia, the king of screen swiping? What's the point of you being able to fight? This world is about means and power. Without waiting for the Sunshine Boy to think more, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Lin Yun had clearly taken over 80,000 damage from the Titan Giant Ape, but didn't die like the thief behind him. Instead, the whole thing was knocked out of the air. The most terrifying thing was that after taking nearly 80,000 damage from the Titanic Giant Ape, Lin Yun's blood bar had only dropped by an imperceptible amount. If you don't pay attention, you can't tell at all. Asterisk. Not to mention the Thieves' Guild. The players of the entire Novelty Village know. 9 burst out in unison at this moment, and in mid-air, Lin Yun's staff in his hand lit up with an icy blue light. In the next second, countless ice crystals made of cold gas appeared densely in mid-air, shooting at the Titan Giant Ape in unison like sharp arrows. Rambling Feathers. Chapter 19. 1 million damages. The Titan Giant Ape's bloodthirsty talent increased its attack power by 10,000 for every 1,000,000 blood reduction, and that 10,000 damage was breathtaking for the entire Novice Village players. While Lin Yun, who had taken a blow from the Titan Ape head-on, his blood bar had only moved a little bit, and without looking closely, he simply couldn't tell that Lin Yun had been hit. The dense ice crystal sharp arrows flashed with icy blue cold aura, and a silky cold air filled the air. The air of the entire Novice Village dropped a few degrees under the influence of the roiling feathers. The Titanic Great Ape's scarlet eyes revealed humanized horror, and a bone-piercing chill enveloped its surroundings. The icy coldness controlled it dead in place, and the speed of the Titanic Giant Ape was reduced like never before, as if the screen was stuck in frame. Next, the ice crystal arrows that covered the sky shot at the Titan Ape in unison, each one taking away nearly 10,000 damage from the Titan Ape. With the up to 200% skill damage from the roaming feathers, none of the players in the Novice Village were stupefied. -9,522. -9,522. Densely packed bright red 4-digit numbers surfaced on the Titan Giant Ape's body. At this time, the Titan Giant Ape, in the sky feathers of the Shroud range cannot move. Ice crystal arrows, although small, but cannot hold the amount of more. The horror of the explosion effect is raised a wisp of cold air. In the view of the crowd of players, it was just like the movie King Kong, as the horrible hot weapons hit the huge giant apes, bringing up a plume of smoke, and at that moment, a sudden sound of shackles opening came to the ears of the crowd, and the introduction about the Titan Ape panel rang out at the same time. The ultimate fighting race with high offense and thick blood, with 50 times the value of the internal shackles once they are unlocked. I thought it was unlockable though, just as the crowd realized that the situation had changed. The Titan giant ape's eyes had begun to emit a faint golden color, a terrifying aura spread out, and the figure of the Titan giant ape was expanding as far as the naked eye could see. And it just so happened that at this moment, the Titan giant ape's blood level had been reduced to 10% by Lin Yun's flurry of flying feathers. The next moment, the Titan giant ape more and more strong breath came to an abrupt end. The golden eyes showed a humanized incredulity. The next second, the Titan giant ape's huge figure suddenly turned into a bright light disappeared. -1 million. Terrifying 7-digit bright red fonts surfaced where the Titanic apes had disappeared. The execution effect of Huntress worked. Direct execution of the Titanic ape that was unshackling. Lin Yun also let out a light breath. It was fortunate that there was a Hunter's execution effect, or else according to the Titan giant apes panel introduction, unlocking a shackle provides a 50x numerical boost. A Titan giant ape with 1,000,000 blood level had an attack power of 90,000, and a 50-fold boost would be 4,500,000, and with 2 million blood level of his own, he couldn't resist the Titan giant ape for a couple of hits. Then this mission to defend the city will definitely end in failure. Okay, it worked. At this moment, the entire Nova 9 village was silent, and all that was left in everyone's mind was that terrifying 7-digit damage. 1 million damage. Is this something that people can play? Easy once again suffered a heavy blow, although the crowd was almost numb after this day, but this 1 million output was too unbelievable. Looking at the silent novice village number 9, with all the players looking like they'd seen a ghost, Lin Yun smiled slightly. It seems like we've succeeded. The next moment, the overwhelming cheers were deafening, and all the players in the entire novice village were shouting and cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Some even cried outright in pain. It's finally over. It finally worked. This monster siege quest, it was simply not for people to do. Just one day, but it seemed as if it was as long as a year. Each person died even more numerous times, and at this point, it finally worked. Countless players shifted their gazes towards Lin Yun, their eyes carrying fervor, as if Lin Yun had created a guild. I'm afraid that all of the nearly 100,000 casual players in this novelty village 9 would join it. To them, Lin Yun's performance was no longer described as high-flying. He was a god at the moment. Ding! Congratulations to all players of Novice Village number 9 for completing the Hidden Plot Monster Attack quest, hereby rewarding each player of Novice Village number 9 with 100,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to all players of Novice Village number 9 for completing the Hidden Plot Monster Attack quest, and all players of Novice Village number 9 have been awarded a set of Cyan level suits for their corresponding professions. Ding! Congratulations to all players of Novice Village number 9 for completing the Hidden Plot Monster Attack quest. All players of Dasha Clothing's Wild Monster Drop experience increased by 100%. Ding! Congratulations to all players of Novice Village number 9 for completing the Hidden Plot Monster Attack quest. All players of Novice Village number 9 have had their Wild Monster Drop experience increased by 200%. Ding! Congratulations to all players of Novice Village number 9 for completing the Hidden Plot Monster Attack mission. The village head of Novice Village number 9, in order to show his gratitude, has gifted all players of Novice Village number 9 with 1,000 points of reputation value each. Ding! Due to plot advancement, the reputation system opens. Ranking charts are open. The system will perform a service-wide update in 1 hour, so please pay attention to the time. The whole service announcement was quickly brushed, and big golden letters kept floating in the air. At once, the whole service exploded. Asterisk. What is this? Each person has gained 100,000 experience value. This shall not directly rise to level 8. The whole service was in an uproar, constantly exchanging heated words. How is that possible? I did the math. 500 experience at level 2, 1,000 at level 3, 2,000 at level 4, 4,000 at level 5, 8,000 at level 6, 16,000 at level 7, 32,000 at level 8, and 64,000 at level 9. 100,000 experience is already enough for the players of Novice Village number 9 to rise to almost level 9. Okay? Some players list the experience values required for upgrades. Asterisk. Really damned envious. For why we don't have monster attack quests in Novice Village number 1. I'm so jealous I wanna die. They also have green level sets for their corresponding professions, and they gain so much just from completing a single quest. Upstairs, quests that advance the plot aren't that easy to accomplish, and I'm guessing there are thieving pros in Novice Village 9. There are no at-alls copying. Hey, all of our Dasha clothing players doubled their wild monster drop experience, yeah, thanks to the players of Novice Village number 9. Is it too late to go to Novice Village number 9? Brothers, Formosa, from Ilha Formosa in northwest Spain. Oh Liberty, what are you doing? Korean Goryeo Dynasty, 918-1392, Ashi It, Sakura no Kuni, Baka Pressure. In contrast to the cheering voices of Dasha, the foreign service was a sea of screams and angry curses, and on the Novice Village 9 side, the rewards aren't over yet. Ding! Congratulations to all players of Novice Village number 9 for completing the Hidden Plot Monster Siege quest. Rewards will be given out according to the ranking on the leaderboard. Top of the leaderboard. Obtain the corresponding profession's S-rank set. The top 3 on the leaderboard. Receive the corresponding profession's A-grade set. The top 5 on the leaderboard. Obtaining the corresponding profession's B-rank set. The top 10 on the leaderboard. Receive a C-rank set of the corresponding profession. The top 50 on the leaderboard. Obtaining the corresponding profession's D-rank set. The top 100 on the leaderboard. Obtaining the corresponding profession's E-rank set. Asterisk. The entire Novelty Village number 9 was once again abuzz. The players in the top 100 rankings were even more bloodied in the head and flushed in the face. Caught up in a huge surprise. The rewards have been distributed. The system will undergo a version update in an hour. So I hope that all major players will continue to work hard and have fun with the game. Visible to the naked eye. A bright upgrade glow erupted from all the players in the entire Novice Village 9 at the same time, and each player's level was constantly rising in the glow. For a time, the entire Novice Village seemed like a glowing light bulb. The upgraded light of nearly 100,000 players instantly illuminated every corner of the 9 Novice Village, and in the midst of this scene of rejoicing, there was only one spot of darkness. Lin Yun looked at the players around him who had gained 100,000 experience points and were upgrading continuously. His face was helpless for a moment. He was already level 10 and needed to carry out a transfer quest in order to gain experience value. And this 100,000 experience value was no less than losing $100,000 for Lin Yun, which really made his heart ache. Ding! Given that the current level has arrived at yellow rank 10 and is unable to gain experience value, the 100,000 experience value reward has been changed to a mysterious treasure box, which can be opened to obtain a random item. Chapter 20 Huge Reward S-Class Set. The next moment, the system's voice rang in Lin Yun's ears. Mystery box. Fortunately, it's not a bloodbath. Lin Yun's disappointed look was swept away as he glanced at his backpack and saw 2 extra treasure chests, an S-ranked corresponding profession set and a mysterious black box. Lin Yun directly opened the S-ranked crimson suit. With a flash of crimson light, a crimson S-ranked mage suit was immediately added to the backpack. Frost Fury, grade S. Frost Fury staff, plus 300 mana. Frost Fury breastplate, plus 1000 blood. Frost Fury armguard, plus 50 blue. Frost Fury girdle, plus 50 to normal resistance. Frost Fury gaiters, speed plus 50. Introduction. Frost Clan poured out a clan's power to create the mage suit. With mysterious and unpredictable power, wearing the whole set of equipment, you will get a passive effect bonus. Passive 1, skill deals 100% damage bonus with 20% slow effect. Passive 2, skill damage increases by 50% penetration effect. Passive 3, increases spell absorption by 50%. Lin Yun was shocked. Normal S-rank sets usually only had 2 passive effects, while this rewarded set actually had a full 3 passive effects. Among them, spell penetration and blood absorption were exactly what Lin Yun needed right now. And when players left the Novice Village and arrived in towns, the effects of the equipment they obtained were even more varied. One of the increases in mana resistance would greatly weaken Lin Yun's mana damage, and with this 50% penetration effect and blood absorption effect, Lin Yun could already see himself standing jerking off with someone else. Opposite the fight half a day, their own a skill down the other side directly in place to ascend to heaven, but their own back to full blood. Simply do not be too cool. Then he looked to the other black mystery box. Mystery box. Introduction. Can open a random item of unlimited grade. With a simple and clear introduction. Lin Yun was also confused. Having not seen this thing in his last life, Lin Yun opened it directly without thinking. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a fusion stone. Fusion stone. Introduction. Combine items of the same nature, retaining the original effects and properties. At the first moment, it occurred to Lin Yun that if he could once again obtain a super god level talent and fuse it together, wouldn't he be equivalent to having 2 super god level talents? Together with that trashy sword god talent that provided twice as many attribute points, one would then be equivalent to having 3 super god level talents. Thinking about it made Lin Yun's blood boil. However, super god level talent, Lin Yun had never even heard of it in his last life, and it was only by chance that he had gotten it in this life, and it was unattainable. Right now there are only 2 short years to improve yourself. Good steel should be used on a knife edge. Improving yourself as quickly as possible is the way to go. Lin Yun took out the Doom Staff and Frost Fury set and added the Fusion Stone to them. In the next second, a blinding bright light flashed. Fusion complete. Congratulations on obtaining the Frost Fury set under Doom. Lin Yun checked the Frost Fury set again and found an additional passive. Passive 4, for every 10,000 points of blood gained, 1 point of blue will be gained. A full 4 passive effects. One more effect than the SS ranked gold set. Lin Yun immediately equipped his new equipment. Frost Fury under Doom. The entire panel is once again refreshed and the attributes are once again substantially enhanced. The mana is up to 3,474 points. The blood is 2,810,000 points. The blue is 409 points, and the speed has been increased to 70 points. And at this moment, along with the players of Novice Village number 9 completing their upgrades, a burst of cheers resounded once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm almost level 9. Mamma mia. Look at the attributes of my yellow rank equipment. A surprised cheer rose and fell, and only laughter remained in the entire Novice Village number 9. Chairman, what's your A rank purple set? Show me. Sanctuary Beard said with a grin at a cold-faced Easy, seeing that the suit he got was to his liking. Holding his sword in his left hand, Easy gently caressed a strand of white hair on his forehead with his right hand, and opened his mouth with a bashful expression. District purple level. Not worth mentioning. Kiki repeat smiled from ear to ear as she carried the refreshed giant sword, casually waving it around with an exuberant expression that was taller than the two of her. The Magnolia Pavilion crowd beside them, who had almost had their heads clipped by their own president, once again had black lines on their faces. Brother Godslayer, thanks to you this time. The grin on his face was grinning to the heels of his head as he said to Lin Yun with a sincere expression. In the future, however, if there is any need, my World Destruction Guild will support you without fail. Seeing this, several major guilds and many players from the Novelty Village number 9 spoke up, and even the facepalm handsome Easy nodded his head slightly. Mulan Pavilion President Kiki was even more so, and at the moment, his entire pair of eyes were growing on Lin Yun. Lin Yun nodded and looked at the crowd of novice villages in front of him, whose average level was as high as level 8. How should I describe the current novice village? No. 9. If Dacia was a giant, then novice village no. 9 was a sharp sword in the giant's hand. Not to mention, there are very few level 7 players in the whole service now, and even fewer high level 8 and 9 players, and that's just the average rank in Novice Village 9. One could only imagine the rapids that would be stirred up in the rippling world of the divine apocalypse when they stepped out of Novice Village No. 9. When the divine revelation mirrors reality, the gods descend upon the world. How many top forces against the gods should emerge from among them? In this life, there's always so much against the gods, and all of this was created by Lin Yun's experience in his previous life. Lin Yun looked at the exuberant crowd and smiled faintly. I really do need your help with something right now. As soon as the words left his mouth, many players were patting their chests and asking what was going on. Lin Yun glanced at the crowd and narrated. When I was level 3, someone struck out at me while I was soloing a boss, and this person tried to put me to death once again while I was fighting against the Titan Giant Ape. Before the words were finished, those present knew what Lin Yun was asking for. Thieves Guild. Sunshine Boys. When the entire Nova Village 9 was fighting against the monster attack with all their hearts, the Thieves Guild was like a stir, constantly dragging their feet behind them. First, he robbed players of wild monsters in order to kill the leaderboards. Then he acted as a shrinking turtle when the situation was dire, leading to the retreat of the northern defense line and the near failure of the siege mission. And at the last moment, he disregarded the entire interests of the entire 9th Novice Village and assassinated Lin Yun. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yun was simply too perverse, this monster siege quest would have been a surefire failure. The crowd of players from Novice Village number 9, who had lost so many levels due to the monster attack, would surely be abandoned by the larger force as a result. God's apocalypse can make money. Everyone knows that. What the Thieves Guild did was tantamount to cutting off people's money. Doggone Thieves Guild. It's just a stir. That's right. Not only did they rob me of my wilds when I was fighting them, but they also laid a deadly hand on me. The president of the Thieves Guild is an inappropriate son of a. Speaking of the Thieves Guild, the casual players directly exploded. You a word and I a word. All of them hated the Thieves Guild to the bone. Seeing that the group was furious, Lin Yun spoke again. I have only one thought now. Keep the body. The moment Lin Yun's words came out, the members of all the major guilds had blank expressions. Corpse guarding is guarding the enemy's corpse and killing it as soon as it is revived. unless you simply go offline in place. What awaits you will be infinite deaths and level drops. Few people do this unless they have a deep grudge. The Thieves Guild, however, was not just the 100 or so people from the 9th Novice Village. The Thieves Guild had many members, and in the Divine Apocalypse, it was divided into different novice villages, a huge group, with countless experts. Even though their behavior was bad and their character was questionable, not many people dared to mess with them. Otherwise, waiting for you will be endless assassinations. Kill until you cannot play in this game. In other games before, there are top 10 high-ranking players were killed to quit the game. However, in this case, it does not include the Holy Church and its extinction. The distribution of power of the Holy Hall of Perdition was not worse than the Thieves Guild, and was even quite a bit stronger. At that, Perdition frowned and said, "The mechanics of God's Apocalypse are different from other games. Once you die you go straight back to the spring, you can't do a bodyguard. If they all hide in the spring, then we can only kill them once." Perdition's words silenced the crowd. How to do bodyguarding was a question. The Forbidden Stone. Lin Yun and Easy's voices sounded at the same time, and the two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Easy continued to speak. "One item I obtained while practicing is the Forbidden Stone. The only effect is to prevent the player from returning to the spring after death, and can only be resurrected in place for 1 minute. But I only have one," Easy said, taking out a stone engraved with a dark purple-red pattern from his backpack. The crowd was amazed at the sight. Lin Yun had encountered the Forbidden Stone's backstabbing many times in his previous life, so he naturally knew what a Forbidden Stone looked like. "Hey, I've got this stuff too." As soon as they saw the Forbidden Stone, many players opened their mouths. Lin Yun smiled and said, "All we need to do is collect 100 or so Forbidden Stones, and in 1 minute's time I can kill them to level 1, then block the springs and kill them until they can't get out of the Novice Village. Everyone in Novice Village number 9, I, Godslayer, am purchasing Forbidden Stones at a price of 1 gold coin apiece. Everyone who has popped a Forbidden Stone can trade with me directly." Upon hearing this, the player with the Forbidden Stone immediately initiated a trade with Lin Yun. 1 gold coin. That could be equivalent to 100,000 Daxia coins. As for Easy and the others, they were surprised at the power behind Lin Yun. At this stage, none of the players who could come up with 100 gold coins were big guilds, but Lin Yun's solitary image left them puzzled in their minds. In less than a moment, Lin Yun had already collected a full 300 Forbidden Stones. What followed was a nightmare for the Thieves Guild. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lin Yun took revenge and beat the out of him. Chapter 21 Bodyguarding. Abusive Thieves Guild. Novice Village number 9. It was different from the other players who were trying to level up in the newbie village. The players of Novice Village No. 9 were now in an exuberant group, and the entire hundreds of thousands of players, all of them, were conducting a carpet search and hunt, and the object of the pursuit was actually the renowned Thieves Guild. The Grand Guild members who usually flaunted their power and did nothing wrong were like street rats in Novice Village No. 9 at this moment. The object that hunted them down was the casual player that they usually completely despised. At the moment, they were in an unusual state of distress, carefully dodging the players. Once discovered by the players, with a roar, dozens or hundreds of players would gather around in an instant. A number of guild brothers had already been caught and rubbed on the ground. "This group of trash is crazy. How dare they target us?" The Sunshine Boy's face was gloomy at the moment, originally following hundreds of guild members around him in a good way, but at the moment there were less than 5 people left to follow him. The players of the entire Novelty Village number 9 were like crazy. All of them hunted down the Thieves Guild and prepared the contraption called the Forbidden Stone. Once caught, the Confinement Stone, once pinched, will wait in place to die to level 1, and you can't even run away. There were originally more than 100 thieves, but now there were very few left, and he himself had only escaped by ducking into the level 10 wild monster area under the cover of his guild members. This day has been a total crapshoot. The Sunshine Boy's lungs were about to explode at the moment. He had never been the only one to chase and kill others. This was the first time he felt the joy of being chased. The Holy Church and Perdition were even more elite, putting out harsh words to make themselves and others unable to walk out of the Novice Village. The Divine Enlightenment world had too many chances and was a very huge cake. If one was really killed at level 1, then the loss would be huge. Not to mention sharing the cake and eating it. It's questionable whether you can continue to do your job as the chapter president. Damn Holy Church prosperity. When the teleportation channel opens, I'll definitely find someone to the hell out of him. The Sunshine Boy lowered his voice and looked up and around when he finished, afraid of being noticed. "Oh, I hear you want to me up? It's already an accident if it's not an accident." Easy's icy voice rang out behind the Sunshine Boy. The Sunshine Boy's face changed drastically, and he hastily cast his thief skill to prepare to enter a stealthy state to escape. However, it was already too late. A sword light suddenly appeared, instantly splitting into 3 sword lights, an instant triple strike directly hitting the target. the Sunshine Boy who already had most of his body in stealth. In the next moment, the sneaking state was interrupted, and the Sunshine Boy's figure was directly exposed to the air, and Easy pulled a sword flower. Under the slight movement of the footsteps, the long sword like a dragon, bringing up a piercing air-breaking sound, once again hitting the Sunshine Boy. A damage alert floated up, and the Sunshine Boy had completely lost his chance to escape. Easy, do you Sacred Hall really want to go to war with my Thieves Guild? The Sunshine Boy's eyes changed slightly. His tone was grim, and with a flash of the short sword in his hand, he fought with Easy. Ha! A hint of mockery appeared on Easy's handsome face, but his hands became more and more vicious. I've cut you with so many swords, and you're still talking nonsense here. You and I are both level 9. The gap isn't that big. Instead of wasting time here, we should upgrade as soon as possible to do the transfer quest. There is also a gap between the players. Easy is the best in other games. At the moment really against Easy, the Sunshine Boy is not an opponent at all. And at this time around them, the elite of the Holy Church had already surrounded the two of them. The Sunshine Boy knew that it would be difficult for him to fly, and he could only keep using words intended to persuade Easy. As a result, this Easy is like a mute wood. No matter what he says, at most he just squints at himself, and then his hands are even more vicious. Swordsmen were already known for being ethereal, and against an assassin who specialized in stabbing, it was like an adult beating a child. Sunny Boy's blood level kept dropping, and his own attacks were basically dodged by Easy's stance. Let me off the hook, and our Thieves Guild can join forces with your Sacred Hall and share the resources of the secret realm. You have to realize that there are too many opportunities in the current divine enlightenment. I can share information with you about all of this. Wouldn't it be good for us to get bigger and stronger? The Sunny Boy spoke again, only now with a little more anxiety in his tone. I'm too dirty. Easy drove Sunny Boy to his death with a sword, his tone disdainful and unmoved by Sunny Boy's offer. Joke, working with such stinky rats, do you want to lose your sunny and handsome image? When you're in the world, image is the most important thing. In his hand, he turned over a confinement stone engraved with fuchsia lines, and crushed it as he did so in the Sunny Boy's horrified eyes. A purplish-red circle of light suddenly spread out, encircling the Sunshine Boy within it, and then he opened his communication device and sent over a coordinate to the top-ranked Godslayer. Thieves in the net, come quickly. Lin Yun was abusing the few thieves in front of him. A skill went down, and the several thieves in front of him directly turned into white light, but they didn't manage to go back to the spring. Instead, they reappeared in the same place with pale faces after a few seconds. Lin Yun went down with another skill, and several of the opposing team died once again. Soon several thieves were killed down to a pitiful level 1, and this time their deaths turned into white light and went straight back to the spring. Lin Yun glanced at the message from Easy. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he got up and headed directly to the location of the coordinates, and those few thieves who returned to the spring were crying without tears, being killed directly from level 9 to level 1, with all the equipment exploding. Barely walking out of the spring with his novice equipment, he wanted to die thinking that he would have to level from scratch again. However, a few people just walked out of the spring. A bunch of sword lights and shadows came from the front, and before a few people could react, they once again returned to the spring. The three major guilds had long ago sent people specifically to block the entrance to the spring. As soon as a level 1 thief player walks out, it's just a straight-up beating to send them back. Trying to get out of the spring? No way. The master is going to abuse the spring today. As for why they only kill level 1 thief players, right now, aside from the members of the Thieves Guild, which player in Novice Village number 9 didn't start at level 7? The Sunshine Boy just resurrected in place. The level has dropped to level 8, and before he had time to grieve, he saw the free take a dilettante once again carrying a sword and slashing over. No breathing room at all. After killing the Sunshine Boy once again, Lin Yun also arrived at this place. As soon as I came over, I saw Chang Wei calling the blessing. Ahem, it's getting away with chopping Sunshine Boys. Seeing Lin Yun's arrival, Easy decisively retreated, playing a handsome sword flower into the sheath with the long sword in his hand, and said coldly to Lin Yun, too weak to fight. No fun. You do it. The Sunshine Boy sniffed and felt very aggrieved. You somehow took the sword and chopped me for half a day, and then now tell me that chopping is no fun. I don't want to lose face as the president of the Thieves Guild. No point in you cutting me for so long. Lin Yun laughed darkly as he looked at the cold-faced Easy, then at the Sunny Boy who had a stifled face and was only level 7. When the Sunshine Boy saw Lin Yun coming over, his face changed slightly and he was just about to say something, but before his mouth could open, 5 fireballs directly disliked his face. Pang! In the next second, the blood bar directly cleared, turning into a white light ready to revive. Well, it's faster that way. Easy looked at the spiked Sunshine Boy and nodded contentedly. The Sunshine Boy resurrected and spoke directly without waiting for Lin Yun to make a move. God Slayer, are you going to make an enemy of my Thieves Guild? You're afraid that you don't know the energy of our guild. So what if you're a casual player, even if your level is high? The consequences of offending a big guild are not something you can be able to bear it, even if the damage is high. So what? There are so many of us. With that said, the Sunshine Boy fell silent and scratched his head. High levels seemed to work, and high damage seemed to work. The mage in front of him had taken out more than 400,000 level 10 wild monsters by himself, and he had even dealt millions of high damage. One's own bottom line, as if suddenly, paled in front of this person in front of him. Finished? Lin Yun's staff lit up again and came in for a flaming Sunshine Boy. Soon, the Sunshine Boy was killed to level 1. His equipment exploded all over the place, died back to the spring, and in just a few minutes, he went from being the president of the Hallowed Thieves Guild, a level 9 high-level player, to that guy. Yo, B-ranked purple set thief set, the attributes aren't bad. Ha, can gold coins pop out too? Sanctuary Beard gathered the loot and wondered. Instead, Easy tilted his head slightly, facing the setting sun at a 45-degree angle, and blandly said to Lin Yun in a manner that he considered handsome. After the update, I'll arrange for someone to guard their springs for 3 days. Thanks. Lin Yun looked at the same smelly Easy as in his previous life, and also smiled slightly. In his previous life, Easy soared immortal, no matter when he appeared, always tilted his head at a 45-degree angle to face the sun, and didn't care whether the sun was hot or not at the moment. Anyway, the blackness was only for a moment, and the handsome was for a lifetime. Lin Yun then grimaced and tentatively said to Easy, who was trying to hold back tears in his eyes because the sunlight was too harsh, do you ever get the feeling that this game isn't quite the same? Prosperity turned back and pondered for a moment. His face also instantly became grave. It really doesn't feel right. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. It was true that he was worthy of being a past life loose sword immortal. This keen intuition was admirable. The burst rate is too low and upgrading is too slow. Lin Yun listened to the retarded words that Easy said in a grave tone. Suddenly it was tempting to punch Easy in his handsome face. Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get a chance. This is a douchebag. Some bull asterisk loose sword fairy. Dumbass with no instincts. As for Sanctuary Beard, he handed Lin Yun the equipment that Sunshine Boy had popped out. Lin Yun took the B-rank purple set, and the rest of the loot was collected by the Holy Church. The update time was also almost up, so Lin Yun made his goodbyes with the Holy Church and went straight offline. I squinted at Lin Yun until Lin Yun went offline. Only then did Easy wipe the water from his eyes that had been blasted out by the harsh sunlight and craned his stiff neck. Turning to his beard, he said, "Isn't this aura handsome, brother?" The bearded man wriggled away, not wanting to say a word of nonsense to this little cutie. The president said more. After the people from the Holy Church went offline, a lowly carrying a giant sword hurriedly arrived. Seeing the empty area, her tone was lost. I'm late. I haven't asked Brother Godslayer which city he's in yet. Chapter 22 Returning to campus. Meeting Xia Shui again. Waking up from the landing capsule, Lin Yun only felt refreshed, unlike the past when he was aching all over. With the landing capsule's nutritional replenishment and massage function, if it wasn't for the Divine Enlightenment update, Lin Yun specified that he would continue to soak in it. There is honestly only one downside to this landing bay, and that is that it is expensive. But to Lin Yun, who was sitting on more than 500 gold coins, this was all small change. After washing up, Lin Yun ordered his meal and scanned the forums while eating. The forums have long since exploded at this point. God's Apocalypse opened less than a few days ago, and now it has dominated the hotspots of all major forums, and almost all social software is discussing God's Apocalypse. After many people gained their first bucket of money through Divine Enlightenment, with much fanfare, Divine Enlightenment has just become a phenomenal game. More people jumped on the bandwagon and just waited for the Divine Apocalypse update to finish and enter the Divine Apocalypse to make money. It can be said that the existence of the Divine Revelation, giving more people re-employment options, playing games can make money, more immersive experience of a different life. Who would like to try? And on the forums, more talk about the monster attack quest in the 9th Novice Village. A video with the highest level of heat has long been on top. Shocked, the first FA master of the Great Summer Suit came out of nowhere, fighting hundreds of thousands with one, killing Xian rank monsters like a bag of tricks. What's going on in Novice Village number 9? Novice Village number 9 participants answer you one by one. Bizarre. The entirety of the Novelty Village number 9 is besieging the Thieves Guild. What caused the two major guilds, Sanctuary and Extermination, to join forces across the centuries? Here is a video. In the video, endless monsters impacted the high wall outside the Novice Village. A player's figure against the monsters flickered, followed by the player's undefeated retreat. The three major guilds Sacred Hall, Perdition, and Magnolia Pavilion elites went forward, exchanging lives for lives, and the Thieves Guild did nothing and even robbed monsters everywhere, a scene that appeared in the video. The entire novelty village number 9 was in jeopardy. The city guard mission was about to be declared a failure, and there was only resignation and anger on the faces of the players. The screen flashed, a yellow-robed mage independent of the third high wall. Every time the staff in his hand lit up, he was able to take away a large number of level 10 wild monsters, and the entire novice village followed the yellow-robed mage as he rallied to counterattack and managed to fend off attack after attack. Covering the sky of the Titan giant ape palm sweeping, was swept in all without exception all turned into white light. Only the yellow-robed mage a person first, perseverance to lead the players to counterattack, slowly wear down the Titan giant ape's blood. As the Titan ape's blood level decreased and the novice village players were on the verge of victory, the Thieves Guild suddenly struck out to assassinate the yellow-robed mage, and the screen flashed around as endless ice crystal arrows swept the Titan ape, and the screen was fixed on Lin Yun's figure with his back to the crowd. After the music and editing, see a group of players blood boiling, as if they were there. The post was instantly topped with hot comments. No way? This is the Monster Siege quest. What did Novice Village number 9 go through? All level 9 and 10 wild monsters? No wonder the whole of Daxia will receive an increase of 100% wild monster drop experience. It's as if I saw that tumultuous time many years ago, when our forefathers fought bloodily just so that we, the future generations, could have a stable and peaceful life. This Master FA is also too exaggerated. Level 10 wild monsters are like straws in a field to him. He can harvest a piece of them with his hands. This is not only the number 1 Dharma Master in Daxia, this could be the number 1 Dharma Master in the world. Look guys, this Thieves Guild is as disgusting as ever. They seem like a dog. It's a pack. No, would you stop insulting dogs? How could there be Xian rank wild monsters? This video is designated as fake. Look, all of them are level 2 and 3 players. What makes them able to defend the city from the attack of level 10 wild monsters? This doesn't make sense. That's right, a Xian rank wild monster? This Titan giant ape looks like I'd believe you if you said heavenly rank. The P is too much. It's broken. Upstairs, I have been engaged in the design industry for many years. After my professional testing and analysis, the video is only edited. There are no other traces of PS. I decided that the video is real. For a time, there were a wide range of opinions, some shocked and adoring of Lin Yun, admiring the fervor and perseverance of the players of Novice Village 9, while others constantly raised all sorts of questions and belittled and ridiculed. But what couldn't be denied was that Lin Yun was on fire. The name God Slayer, at this moment in the Great Summer Range, was like hay flames, sweeping through the entire service at an extremely unimaginable speed. Lin Yun finished the last bite of rice in his hand and shook his head helplessly as he looked at the hot comments. This should be a video edited by some player from the 9th Novice Village. However, it was good that the fame would be advertised now, and when the Divine Apocalypse mirrored the world 2 years later, one would have a greater call to organize players to prepare together to defend against the gods. Turning off his cell phone, Lin Yun closed his eyes and thought. Next, after the Divine Enlightenment update, players will be almost close to the level 10 level, when the teleportation channel will be opened, and players will be able to travel to various towns through the teleportation channel to carry out the transfer quests. If you succeeded in transferring your job, you would be able to advance to the Xian class, and after the Xian class, the abilities you could obtain were even more bizarre. As for transferring professions, there was also a difference. The normal transfer task could be considered very simple for Lin Yun, and the abilities gained were slightly weaker. In the Divine Apocalypse, there is the existence of hidden professions, but how to get a hidden profession? It is really difficult to describe. Some people will receive a powerful hidden profession transfer by chance, while some people have to go through a lot of trouble, but it is delayed leveling time. The loss is not worth the gain. Lin Yun pondered over the several hidden profession quests from his previous life and began to eliminate and filter them, slowly making a good plan. In addition to himself, in his memories, there were also transfer quests that were suitable for Easy and a few others, and Lin Yun recalled the clues and slowly made notes. After making his plans, Lin Yun left home and drove to school. Today there is an elective class. The course teacher is a curmudgeonly old man, nicknamed Old Curmudgeon. As long as you miss class once, you don't want to think about this class. There's no way out. Lin Yun can only be forced to go back to school. After all, there are still half a year to go before the Divine Enlightenment reflections. There are still days to go in reality. Driving to the school, Lin Yun copied his textbook and went straight to the open classroom. On the campus road, students in their youthful years were all smiling, with aspirations and plans for the future emerging in their eyes, while more people were discussing the phenomenal game of divine revelation. Lin Yun had also heard the word Godslayer many times, and combined with the adoring expressions of the students, it wasn't hard for Lin Yun to imagine that they were praising themselves. Everything was so beautiful. The breeze was slightly intoxicating. The class bells were laced with laughter, a scene that only people who have left school can remember from time to time. In the apocalyptic memories of his previous life, Lin Yun also often wondered how good it would be if he could return to his student days, to that peaceful era. Only, the beauty in front of us is like a bubble. Time, and not much of it. One must develop faster, spread one's wings, and once again shelter the Grand Xia and face the gods head on. In this life, one must succeed. The classroom for the open class was a very huge classroom, and when Lin Yun arrived, there were already quite a few students seated, so he casually found an empty seat and sat down, waiting for the class to begin. At this time, close to the class time, students are constantly entering the classroom. Gradually, the large classroom has been filled with students, no other, only because the old curmudgeon's reputation is too loud. As long as it is his class, there are not a few dare not come. Hi, Lin Yun-san. A beautiful figure accompanied by a young girl's fragrance came and sat directly on the empty seat beside Lin Yun, warmly greeting him. Lin Yun turned around. In front of him was a fair and pretty face, bright eyes and teeth, eyebrows like willow leaves, was smiling at Lin Yun. It was none other than fellow classmate Xia Shui. Xia Shui wasn't very surprised that Lin Yun actually came to the open class so early in the morning, knowing that the previous Lin Yun, who was full of Wu Xinu, would often be late for his part-time job, and every time, he would receive a scolding from the old curmudgeon, and today, actually sitting in class early. Xia Shui green silk naturally hanging down, a generous and decent dress more lined with the body. At this time the eyes with a smile. For a moment Lin Yun could not help but froze. Lin Yun smiled. Hello, fellow Xia Shui. Why are you here so early today? Not usually. Xia Shui was in a very happy mood and leaped. Because I love to learn. Lin Yun, in a rare moment of teasing, couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Xia Shui skim her delicate little mouth. For some reason, every time I saw Xia Shui, my mood would be extra relaxed. The two men climbed into a conversation that drew murmurs from the surrounding students. Hey, look, isn't that Lin Yun? How come he dares to sit next to another pretty girl today? Isn't he afraid that Wu Xinu will make a scene in class? It's true. Isn't that Xia Shui who was number one on the school flower list? When did the two of them get together? At that moment, Wu Xinu happened to walk into the classroom with Chen Wanhao on her arm, and at a glance, she saw Lin Yun who was talking and laughing with Xia Shui. After all, Lin Yun and Xia Shui both had quite high face values, and at this time, the handsome man and beautiful woman were sitting together, very conspicuous, and instantly distinguished themselves from the ordinary students. The sharp-eyed classmates looked at the somber-faced Wu Xinyue, and then looked at Chen Wanhao, who was on her arm, and immediately had a melon expression on their faces, and hurriedly communicated with the classmates around them. This is going to be a good one. Chapter 23, Shame on You. In the open class, Lin Yun and Xia Shui were happily chatting, and every time he touched Xia Shui, this cheerful and sunny girl would make Lin Yun feel very relaxed. It was as if the two had known each other for a long time, chatting aimlessly about everything, without any strange tangents, but just endless conversation. Lin Yun, is that why you broke up with me over this hag? A sharp, mean voice interrupted the two men's chat. This lady, don't you know that Lin Yun is my boyfriend? Wu Xinyue Lin Yun, which just broke up not long ago, changed a kind, not only casually waving repudiate millions to play a game, after leaving her, but also the whole person is sunny handsome come up. He was already incredibly chagrined in his heart, but at this moment, when he looked at Lin Yun still talking and laughing with the schoolgirl, he was instantly furious. Came to the side of the two as a burst of cynicism, completely ignoring the face of Chen Wanhao behind the change, but also words have something to say, will be placed in the position of the victim. As expected, the many melon-eating students then speculated about the relationship between the two, and their eyes towards Xia Shui became out of place. Xia Shui was confused by the sudden scene, and when she saw Wu Xinyu's inquisitive face, her heart was even more fuzzy. Although she and Lin Yun were just ordinary classmates, she did seem like a junior at the moment. Seeing Wu Xinyue's arrival, Lin Yun's face was instantly gloomy. His good mood was destroyed in an instant, and Xia Shui beside him was even slightly changed in color, with a face of having done something wrong, not recovering from his sunny and cheerful appearance. Surname Wu, I'll give you 3 seconds to take your concubine and get out of my sight. Don't pollute the air around me. Lin Yun's voice was icy cold, as if a wild beast was growling low in his throat, and the air around him dropped a few degrees. After saying that, he gave a reassuring look to Xia Shui beside him, and then looked up at Wu Xinu, whose eyes had reddened due to his icy tone. As usual, this woman is a great actress. You're yelling at me for her? Have you forgotten who walked you through 2 years of your youth? Wu Xinu began to sob, as if she had suffered a great deal of aggression. She had discussed with Chen Wanhao. Now Lin Yun is estimated to still have quite a lot of money, or else he would not have casually bought such an expensive landing capsule. At this time, she thought that she had caught Lin Yun's handle. She was even more interested in using public opinion to make this matter bigger. and then in obtaining benefits from Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and had long since made it clear just how malicious this woman Wu Xinyue's mind was, that this woman was not only trying to gain benefits, but also trying to pull down the school's recognized school flower. As expected, surrounded by young college students, without any ability to distinguish right from wrong, listening to the wind is rain. A time has been a number of people add fuel to the story to tell their friends everything they learned. Xia Shui's face became even paler. Unknowingly she thought she had done something wrong. At the moment her eyes were filled with tears, and I felt sorry for her, but she couldn't say any words to retort. Lin Yun didn't say much when he saw this, but only slightly raised his 3 fingers and counted down by the second. When Wu Xianyu saw Lin Yun counting down with a gloomy face, she also had a drum in her heart, but in order to get the money, she once again turned her spearhead against Xia Shui. Xia Shui student, you are also a hallowed school flower. Looks are innate, but character is self-learning to develop. I wonder how bleak your family background is to raise a woman like you, who specializes in finding other people's boyfriends. When these words came out, the students immediately brainstormed incessantly, and just in time, Lin Yun's 3 fingers had already been released. Lin Yun stood up in Wu Xianyu's uncertain gaze and pulled out his cell phone to open a recording. An unpleasant sound then suddenly rang out, and after a gasp, Wu Xianyu's voice rang out on the recording. Ho, don't worry, tomorrow is my birthday. Lin Yun, that licking dog, will surely give me the money he earns from running a takeaway. How about I buy you your favorite black silk to serve you at that time? Ha ha, you treat Lin Yun, who has taken care of you for 3 years, like this. Can you live with it in your heart? But I feel so excited. Chen Wanhao's voice was tinged with fatigue, and at this moment, he echoed. Once this recording came out, the 2 men's faces immediately changed drastically. This classroom was originally very wide. The sound was like a trumpet in a silent classroom. Chen Wanhao's face immediately turned red, annoyed, and wanted to go forward to grab Lin Yun's cell phone. Then, what he didn't expect was that the thin and frail-looking Lin Yun had directly choked him with one hand. Then in the eyes of the shocked crowd, little by little, he lifted Chen Wanhao up single-handedly. The mind-boggling scene of a man lifting a 100-plus pound adult male by the neck with one hand was instantly photographed and uploaded to the campus website. Chen Wanhao at the moment wanted to die hard. No, he is really dying. Face suffocated red to iron green. The whole lungs cannot breathe a mouthful of fresh air. The whole head congested with blood. Dazed and confused feel to see their own 2 milk. Although Xia Shui was equally shocked with Lin Yun's power, she immediately patted Lin Yun when she saw that the situation was not right. Seeing this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and threw Chen Wanhao out like a rag. And with the sound of his head hitting the ground, Chen Wanhao took a breath of relief, huffing and puffing and breathing heavily like a broken smoker. The entire classroom was suddenly left with only the sound of his greedy breathing, while Wu Xinyue on the side was frozen as a whole, and didn't remember to give Chen Wanhao a hand. There was only a constant intertwining of irony and chagrin on his face. The only thing that wasn't there was any hint of shame. How could it be? How could Lin Yun have this kind of recording in his hands? Lin Yun naturally knew what Wu Xinyue was thinking. In his last life, in order to deal with the gods, with the help of the Daxia military, he had learned even more varied things. A simple cell phone virus implantation, for Lin Yun, was just a smooth matter. He was no great benefactor, and naturally reserved his hand for such disgusting women. Lin Yun's behavioral actions were too sudden, completely different from the usual rumors about him. At this moment, the classroom was silent, and Lin Yun's figure suddenly became mysteriously tall in the eyes of many students, reaching out and gently holding the still shocked Xia Shui's katkin. Xia Shui was instantly shocked. Her face instantly turned red, and she panicked, wanting to pull it out. But Lin Yun was skinny and weak, but his strength was immense, and for a while Xia Shui couldn't draw her hand. Lin Yun smiled slightly and continued to speak. I've given you guys multiple chances, and you still keep challenging my boundaries, even opening your mouth to insult my girlfriend. Seeing Lin Yun holding his hands tightly under the public eye to make a high-profile declaration, Xia Shui's small mouth slightly opened, her already red face bursting red again, but her heart suddenly rose a trace of sweetness. Moreover, I have never indicated that you are my girlfriend. I've known Snow for a much longer time. You're just taking advantage of the fact that Snow is busy with her studies and generous bosom, and constantly asking me to help with things for various reasons. When did you become my girlfriend? Said Lin Yun as he glanced at Xia Shui. Well, the chest was indeed generous. In a few words, Lin Yun directly switched the positions of Wu Xinyue and Xia Shui. The students with good memories thought at once that although Lin Yun had been a licking dog in every way possible for the past 2 years, it was true that there hadn't been any public acknowledgement between the two of them. For a moment, the students once again brainstormed, and with the remarks and the recording, Wu Xianyu instantly gained an additional identity as a green tea plus a prodigal. Seeing the surrounding students talking a lot, Wu Xinyue is unable to defend. The worst thing is, the content of the recording she cannot defend. This incident, on campus, will surely ferment quickly, and one's reputation will be unbearable, even attracting the attention of school leaders. For a moment, Wu Xianyu suddenly turned white, infinite remorse welling up in her heart, regretting why she had provoked Lin Yun in public. A different place might not have evolved into this. Chen Wanhao, who had slowed down at this time, could no longer endure the scrutinizing and mocking gazes of his classmates, and hurriedly went forward to pull Wu Xinyue, who was still trying to open her mouth, out of the classroom with a handful of rips. He's beginning to not be able to stand this brainless woman. Seeing the two men fleeing, Lin Yun spoke sincerely to the students around him. I'm sorry to make you all look at me funny. I hope you'll be merciful to my girlfriend's mouth. After all, she's the real victim. And, I'm sure everyone has seen my unicorn arms after 20 years of being single, he said and waved his right hand hilariously. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Thinking of Lin Yun lifting an adult male with one hand, some of those who didn't mind were silently deleting the messages in their hands that added fuel to the fire. After all, Lin Yun's identity had shifted too quickly, and no one knew what he really looked like, so if he offended someone he shouldn't, the consequences would be unimaginable. And looking at the scene where Lin Yun defended himself despite his own reputation and handled things in a more general and natural manner, Xia Shui's heart was also slightly rippled. Chapter 24 Come and Go. French class you teach. As the class bell rang, old curmudgeon walked into the classroom with his heavy black-rimmed eyes and unsmiling face. For a while, the entire classroom was silent, and no one dared to speak again. After all, the old curmudgeon will always look like others owe him money, but also the school's senior French department of the old professor, who do not give face to anyone. Angry with him, the principal came to be sprayed twice. The old curmudgeon, unaware of what had just happened, looked at the full classroom and nodded slightly. Lin Yun spoke softly to Xia Shui as he sat down. I'm sorry, Natsuki-san, for making you somehow have a boyfriend. Xia Shui's face turned red as she sniffed, her hands continuously clasping each other as she glutinously said, It's okay, said raising her head and quietly glancing at Lin Yun, but when she realized that Lin Yun was staring at her with a light smile, she suddenly laughed in anger. Humph, you have to compensate me for the loss of my reputation. What? Isn't having such a handsome boyfriend enough compensation? Lin Yun replied in an exaggerated manner, and touched his face with an aggrieved expression. You look mediocre. Where are you handsome? Xia Shui was instantly furious and pretended to be disgusted. The whispers of the two were like bright lights in the darkness in the extremely quiet classroom, and were instantly seen by the old curmudgeon. If you want to talk, go out and stand up. Don't disrupt your classmates' studies. Xia Shui panicked and opened her textbook, lowered her head and stopped talking, but reached out her small hand and angrily twisted Lin Yun's thigh. Hiss! Lin Yun's face instantly twisted, and this scene of Lin Yun making a face like a ghost was tantamount to a provocation in the old curmudgeon's eyes. The classmate. Yes, that's you. The old curmudgeon suppressed the anger in his voice and forced his fire to point at Lin Yun. Lin Yun pointed at himself, and when he saw that the old curmudgeon had indeed called for himself, he stood up with a depressed expression. You're a good conversationalist, classmate, so come on, put this description of the scene in French with me for the class. The old curmudgeon flipped open the textbook, intends to make an example of, or these students day by day, thought that the university can rest easy, not knowing that the outside world is more brutal. Do not whip a little, when there is a lot of bitterness to eat. Lin Yun turned over the textbook with an odd face. Xia Shui on the side saw this and hurriedly lowered her head to cover her mouth, especially happy to see Lin Yun eat his words, but afraid that her smile would attract the attention of the old curmudgeon. Didn't we just have a nice chat? If you don't do well in this French scene today, you'll be standing next to me in class from now on. I haven't seen a day that you weren't late. Today was a rare day when you weren't late, but you haven't stopped talking since I walked in the door, getting angrier and angrier. The old curmudgeon reached out and tapped his French textbook. Camarade de classe, comment est ton niveau de français? Classmate, how good is your French? The old curmudgeon didn't say much more to Lin Yun, and directly threw out a mouthful of old-fashioned French, and not many of the college students present were serious about learning, and at the moment they were all looking on in a daze. At the same time, he secretly laughed and quietly twisted his head to look at Lin Yun, wanting to see how this Lin Yun, who was lifting an adult male with one hand, should receive the old curmudgeon's cruel punishment. Even Xia Shui was holding her tongue, lowering her head and laughing so hard that her entire body was shaking. Lin Yun's face became even more odd as he looked at Xia Shui, who was laughing as if her entire body was on vibration mode, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I wouldn't know what to do if you tested me in math, but French. Lin Yun smiled, put down his French textbook, and spoke confidently and calmly. Professeur, mon niveau de français est loin d'être le vôtre, just un peu. Teacher, my French is nowhere near as good as yours, only a little. Similarly, French with a very accurate accent and diction came out of Lin Yun's mouth, and in some ways, it was even more standard than what the old curmudgeon had spoken. At this moment, the entire classroom fell silent once again, and then deafening cheers erupted. No dude, you're serious? You're really gonna do it? Moreover, no one had ever been able to get half an advantage in the hands of the old curmudgeon. But Lin Yun, however, had shocked the old curmudgeon, and at this moment, the students were all smiling, looking at the old curmudgeon with a magical face, their smiles even more undisguised. Xia Shui was shocked at the moment, her original smile frozen on her face as she looked at Lin Yun in astonishment. Listening to Lin Yun's French, her face suddenly lit up. Lin Yun's students completely changed like a person, from the beginning of the forest store to now, subverting Xia Shui's cognition time and time again, and now even know French, even feel better than the old curmudgeon speak. At this moment, Lin Yun, as if he was a treasure, shone in Xia Shui's eyes, particularly appealing to the eye. No one was more shocked than the old curmudgeon, who had been practicing for dozens of years, and this was the first time he had heard such authentic French. The Lin Yun in front of him was actually known to him, and he had heard the story of his dog licking many times, not to mention the fact that he was late for every class, sometimes coming over when the class was almost over, and had long been impressed with him. At this moment, however, it was indeed shocked by Lin Yun, stumbling and hesitant to open his mouth. The old curmudgeon could only ask one question: were you born in France? Only a Frenchman, indeed, could speak such authentic French. N'est-ce pas? Not. Lin Yun spoke again, but in his heart, he laughed, jokingly. After the gods descended in his previous life, he had teamed up with foreign players many times to fight against the gods, and had learned multiple languages for the sake of intuitive clarity of tactics. Forget about French, you just pull out any language from any country and I'll be able to get a few words in with you. Listen well in class, don't make extra small movements. The teacher knows that you young lovers talk a lot, so save your words for after class, don't affect your classmates' learning. The old curmudgeon was silent for a moment and opened his mouth. This time, the crowd could clearly feel that the old curmudgeon was in a good mood, and once again, the old curmudgeon's words caused the class to roar with laughter. Xia Shui sniffed, also dizzy in the head, but also as if an ostrich, hate to bury themselves into the classroom desk. What a shame. This was so good that even the teacher thought the two of them were a couple. Okay, teacher. Lin Yun nodded his head and sat down, looking at Xia Shui's little girl-like appearance. His mood was even more cheerful. He couldn't help but tease Xia Shui again. How's that? I can't believe brother is so powerful. Hearing this, Xia Shui was so angry that she twisted Lin Yun's thigh once again, and Lin Yun once again put on his pain mask. The old curmudgeon picked up his French textbook, feeling a bit confused in his head, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly turned to Lin Yun. Shall we? You come to French class. Lin Yun was dumbstruck. The bell finally rang. After the old curmudgeon a bitter education, Lin Yun and Xia Shui ran out of the classroom together as if they were escaping. In the ambiguous eyes of a group of classmates, Xia Shui kept her head down and did not dare to speak. What happened today was not only the disgraceful deeds of the two of them, Wu Xinyue and Chen Wanhao, being publicized greatly, but the matter of Lin Yun and Xia Shui, a pair of schoolgirls and schoolgirls recognized throughout the school being together, had also been placed on top of the campus network early on. In time, the two immediately became famous throughout the school. The two walked the long and short campus path together, just like a campus couple. Along the way many of the students who recognized them were whispering and discussing the two with surprised faces. Xia Shui's face, from the classroom until now, had been flushed without dropping, while Lin Yun was in a smiling mood. It had been a long time since I had been this relaxed, and it was always inexplicably relaxing to spend time with Xia Shui. Looking at Lin Yun's smile, the shy Xia Shui pinched Lin Yun from time to time, putting on a pain mask for him, and it was as if they were a couple between them. Accompanied by the two men's jostling, they soon arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, and when they were about to part ways, Xia Shui hesitated for a long time, blinking her big bright eyes, raising her head to look at Lin Yun, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to open her mouth. Lin Yun looked at Xia Shui and smiled. What's wrong with my girlfriend? I can't get into the girls' dormitory. If there's anything you need help with, just contact me directly by phone. Xia Shui's face flushed red and lightly poo-pooed. Who's your girlfriend? With that, he ran all the way back to the dormitory building as if fleeing, and as soon as he entered his room, he leaned against the corner breathing heavily, but with sweetness on his face. The housemates saw this and immediately gathered around. Xiao Shui, I heard that you're the one who's Lin Yun's girlfriend. It's all over the campus network. Good fellow, actually hiding it from us for so long, deserve to be punished. No, it's not what you think. Xia Shui panicked and tried to explain, but her roommate didn't give her a chance to explain. Don't deny it. He was seen driving you back to school a long time ago. You too. Ha, The roommate obscenely stretched out his hands and patted it, instantly shaming Xia Shui's face and hiding headfirst under the quilt. AI. I've heard that Lin Yun can lift a person with one hand, so lift you with one hand. Ahahahaha. Well, a school bully paired with a schoolgirl, they do match, and the kids will definitely be cute in the future. A few housemates completely ignored Xia Shui's blushing appearance and kept on opening their yellow mouths, making Xia Shui so angry that she picked up a pillow and chased after a few people. The whole dormitory is springtime and full of laughter. Outside the girls' dormitory building, Lin Yun shook his head, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile, which then turned into a bitter smile. There were only 2 years until the gods descended and the end of the world. Right now, all Lin Yun had to do was unceasingly improve himself, and all other feelings and thoughts could only be silently pressed in his heart. After all, there were some things that one needed to be powerful before one was capable enough to guard them. Thinking about everything that had happened in his previous life, Lin Yun's heart was once again heavy. A quick drive back to the house. When he was at school, he received the message that the Divine Revelation World Update was complete, and at this moment, Lin Yun couldn't wait to get online, only wanting to go as quickly as possible to complete the hidden profession transformation and quickly make himself more powerful. He was nowhere near enough, and there was never just one opponent for him. That is, Wandering Gods. Chapter 25 Passing the Hanging Tower. Dead end. A white light lit up, and Lin Yun once again returned to Novice Village 9. After the version update, the newbie village has been greatly changed. Almost all of the buildings and NPCs had changed in appearance, and the most striking thing was the light that rose up to the sky at the entrance of the village. Transmission channel. Once a player reaches level 10 of the Yellow Order, he can go to each town through the teleportation channel at the entrance of the Novice Village to receive a transfer quest that suits his needs. The transfer is successful in order to continue upgrading. At this time, in addition to the 9th Novice Village, the average level of the rest of the Novice Villages were all around level 6 and level 7, and the early opening of the teleportation channel allowed the 9th Novice Village to once again be at the forefront. Now the players in Novice Village 9 were frantically brushing their levels, hoping to reach level 10 as soon as possible to get out of the Novice Village and gain more opportunities quickly. Lin Yun checked the contents of the system update and found that the level rankings, weapon rankings, and prestige system had all been opened. Immediately checked the leaderboards at that moment. Unsurprisingly, the number 1 spot on the leaderboard was, indeed, his own. Ranking, Daxia Uniform, first place, Novice Village 9 Godslayer, 100% yellow rank 10. Second place, Nova Village number 1 War God Ling Tian, yellow rank 9 20%. Third place, Novice Village 9 Easy, yellow rank 9 18%. Fourth place, Novice Village 110 3. 141, 5926 foot, 10% of yellow rank 9. Fifth place, Novice Village 75. Stealing Saint, yellow rank 9, 6%. To Lin Yun's surprise, no one in the 9th Novice Village had actually made it to the top 10 except for himself and Easy. However, the second-ranked War God Ling Tian and the fifth-ranked Stealing Saint could be considered his old acquaintances. War God Ling Tian, in his previous life, he had been mysterious and unpredictable, sweeping everything out of the sky and dominating the top of the rankings all year round. And it wasn't until the gods had descended that everyone realized that he belonged to the god of war, who had been cultivated by the highest commanding layer of the Grand Xia to fend off the gods. The battalion of the war god under its command was forbidding and very strong in combat, and was also one of the main forces of Xia in the later national war with the gods. The Stealing Saint is just killed by the 9th Novice Village to level 1 of the general president of the Thieves Guild. Sinister, scheming, out of the more ruthless and incomparable. In his eyes only interests driven. The last life is when the gods of the traitors, but soon was the god of battle Ling Tian sacrificed the flag. As for 141, 5926 foot, rumor has it that because he couldn't think of what to name, he casually wrote one. Who knows that the name can't be changed anymore? Topping a string of numbers with the ridicule of many players hard to kill into the top 10 of the Daxia, and is also the stalwart of the last generation to resist the gods. It looked like the trajectory of this life hadn't changed due to Lin Yun's rebirth. The people who should be on the charts, they're all there. As for the weapon rankings and the prestige system, Lin Yun didn't continue to check. The former is because there are more avenues for acquiring weapons once you've succeeded in a transfer, and the weapon list is updated like a stock, going down and up at any time, so it's pointless to look at it. The latter is a mall where you can exchange your reputation for goods, and right now people don't have high reputation values for anything. After sending a few memorized hidden profession quests to Easy and the others, Lin Yun headed straight for the innermost part of the village. Although he had already met the requirements to enter the teleportation array to travel to the town to receive the transfer quest, Lin Yun didn't intend to go there, simply because of the Novice Village. A mysterious hidden profession transfer quest also existed. No one discovered it in the previous life, and it wasn't until the later stages that it was unearthed. But at that time, basically players had long since switched over for a long time. And even though some people had figured out that it was a godly profession, no one had been able to go through with it. With his forum memories from his previous life, Lin Yun quickly arrived at the high mountain behind the village. High mountains isolated behind the novice village. Less traveled. Far away, there is a dilapidated Taoist temple standing on the mountain. Although dilapidated, but a unique trace of charm, Lin Yun followed the winding path up the mountain, and along the way, the scenery was pleasant, with a feeling of being left out of the world. As he walked, Lin Yun realized that his heart was much calmer. The pain of his previous life and the irritation of his current life seemed to have been washed away, and his entire being inexplicably relaxed. When he came to the door of the Taoist temple, the dilapidated door was open. The Taoist temple was dilapidated but not dirty. Walking through the door, a grey-robed Taoist man was sitting cross-legged, with crane hair. His chest rose and fell between breaths, and as if sensing someone's arrival, the Taoist opened his eyes slightly. In an instant, Lin Yun felt like he was being seen through, and was instantly alert in his heart. Your guest has come to the small temple. The poor Taoist has missed out on welcoming you. The Taoist stood up and slightly saluted at Lin Yun, his eyes as bright as the sun, tightly topping Lin Yun, making him more and more uncomfortable. For some reason, it always felt as if the NPC in front of me seemed to be more animated than the others. The timing is off. Though, by definition, the divine apocalypse mirroring reality comes 2 years later, when players realize that the NPCs they've encountered are living, breathing people, indistinguishable from those in the real world. But at this point it hasn't been open long enough to make sense. If it wasn't for the fact that the great-robed Taoist still had his title and rank on his head, Lin Yun would really be skeptical. Lin Yun returned the salute and inquired, Taoist, I would like to receive a quest. The grey-robed Taoist smiled faintly. Your guest is related to my Taoist sect, and if you have a request, the poor Taoist is naturally willing to help. But the poor Taoist has a request. I don't know if your guest is willing to accept it. Here it comes, the hidden transfer quest. I am willing. Lin Yun hurriedly replied. The grey-robed Taoist walked towards Lin Yun. The equipment that your guest is equipped with does not belong to my ancient huaxia. If you wish to receive the mission, you need to hand it over to me for safekeeping first, and then come back to receive it after completing the mission. Lin Yun had known about this, so he simply unloaded all of his equipment and handed it directly to the grey-robed Taoist, but he didn't notice a hint of strangeness flashing through the grey-robed Taoist's eyes. Good. In that case, your guest will get ready, and the poor Taoist will help your guest. Ding! The head of the Idle Cloud Observatory has submitted a quest to you. Hidden transition quest, passing the Hanging Tower of Heaven. Please ask if you will accept it. Lin Yun accepted without hesitation. Grey-robed Taoist see the situation in the eyes of a flash of light. A grey-robe windlass automatic. The hands of the hidden purple light flashes. The sky is also a moment into the ink black. Shi Men Dun Jia. Xian character. Tian Xing Dao. With a furious shout, a purple talisman in the Taoist's hand turned into a circle that spread rapidly, directly enveloping Lin Yun, accompanied by deafening thunder. Between flashes of electricity, Lin Yun's figure suddenly disappeared. The Taoist temple returned to its former appearance, and looking at the place where Lin Yun had disappeared, the corners of the grey-robed Taoist's mouth tugged up into a smile, and then the light in his eyes disappeared. The Taoist became very dull, no different from the usual NPCs. Lin Yun, on the other hand, at this moment, suddenly appeared in a dark place amidst a blur of light. Lin Yun opened his hands, but found that there wasn't the slightest bit of light in this space. The entire space was shrouded in darkness, and the light seemed to have been swallowed up. Welcome to the Hanging Tower. Players are requested to dodge the monster's attacks and summit the Hanging Tower within 10 minutes. If they summit within the specified time, the mission will be completed. If they exceed the time limit or die, it will be reset and start over. There are 10 floors in the Hanging Sky Tower. Please prepare yourself. The mission will begin soon. The system's voice came in his ears. Lin Yun listened and pondered for a moment. 10 minutes to the top of the 10-story tower. It felt like this task wasn't that difficult, but it wouldn't be long before Lin Yun realized how desperate it was. In the darkness, there was a sudden low sound, as if someone was whispering, or like a wild animal. In the next moment, the originally dark space was suddenly lit up with densely packed bright green lights. Fixed his eyes, even if Lin Yun's skill is high, at this time is also suddenly goosebumps. Which is what the light? That is a pair of green eyes of the beasts. A fishy stench poured into Lin Yun's nostrils as the beast came crashing down on him, and a sharp claw arrived in front of Lin Yun's eyes in a matter of moments. Lin Yun subconsciously summoned Frost Fury under Doomsday, but immediately remembered that the grey-robed Taoist had already taken away all of his equipment when he came in. Having no choice but to unleash his skills with his bare hands, Lin Yun realized that his body was empty. and he couldn't even feel the slightest bit of mana strength. Open the panel and find it blank. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Lin Yun woefully dodged the attack of the beast that came at him, and at the moment, his mind urgently pondered the information about this quest from his previous life, but there was nothing to be gained. In the previous life, the Daxia Highlanders merely projected that there was a divine level transfer quest in the novice village, and only projected that it was related to ancient Huaxia, but there was no more information. Lin Yun didn't expect this quest to be so absolute. A mage couldn't use his skills, so what the hell was the point of playing? The beasts in front of him, densely packed, seemingly boundless, and I don't know how big the space of this first layer is. This is not to mention 10 minutes to reach the top. Even if you can release skills, Lin Yun 10 minutes to pass the first layer is barely enough. What's more, right now, Lin Yun, who couldn't even see the panels, only felt that any newbie that came along was stronger than himself. Minus 500. In the midst of his rambling thoughts, a sharp claw hooked Lin Yun, instantly taking away 500 blood. Luckily, the damage wasn't very high, and 2 million blood was enough to support himself for a long time. And then reality struck Lin Yun hard again. A vine suddenly yanked at Lin Yun's retreating footsteps, and in the next moment, an unknown number of sharp claws stabbed Lin Yun, bringing up a slice of numbers. In just a moment, Lin Yun's blood plummeted by tens of thousands. In the out-of-reach environment, surrounded by high-level wild monsters, although you can't see the panel, 500 damage should be around level 6 wild monsters. Without the staff and panel attributes, Lin Yun was like a phoenix with its feathers plucked, unable to fly even if he wanted to. It could only keep dodging and the blood level was dropping. It's simply a dead end. Chapter 26 Lin Yun breaks the game. Magnolia Pavilion hunted down. In the dark, hanging tower of the sky, Lin Yun's face was filled with exhaustion. From the time he had entered the hanging sky tower until now, Lin Yun had not known how many 10 minutes he had survived. Each time, they were left to languish under the beast's siege, and once the 10-minute mark was up, the space around them reset once again, back to where they started. Then once again, he faced a wild goose chase. Week after week, Lin Yun only felt physically and mentally exhausted, yet he was completely helpless. He also thought about going offline to rest and instantly inquire about the way to pass the hanging sky tower, but he realized, couldn't get off the line myself. This is a Jedi, a rare Jedi in the divine revelation, a Jedi where if you can't get through, you can't get out, or even back to the real world. In the last life, many players who were famous in the early stages suddenly disappeared, which was puzzling, and it wasn't until the divine apocalypse mirrored reality that anyone found the bodies of these players, who were apparently all caught in the middle of a Jedi. After the divine apocalypse mirrored reality, they were left without the ability to be resurrected and died in the middle of the Jedi. Lin Yun's scalp was numb. If he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't come to do this mission. It was simply a dead end. The wild monsters attacked again, and Lin Yun once again ran for his life. Half a day passed by quietly. Lin Yun's eyes were red and his head was fuzzy at this point, but apart from the endless pursuit, he had absolutely no clue. Unable to use skills and without a weapon, he could only be passively beaten, and if it wasn't for his blood being thick enough, Lin Yun was afraid that he wouldn't know how many times he would have died. This hanging tower was like hell, constantly reincarnating. Time reset once more, and Lin Yun sat in place. It's impossible. There's definitely a way to get through. What exactly is the key point to get through? Lin Yun muttered, his mind constantly pondering. Time? Space? Darkness? Wildlife? Weapons? It was also fortunate that Lin Yun's encounters in his previous life, the experience of fighting and being in desperate situations over and over again, allowed him to still be thinking at this moment. If he were any other player, he might have had a mental breakdown at this point. Darkness? A darkness? Lin Yun's mind suddenly flashed, but he couldn't figure out what the thought that had just flashed by was. Thinking while dodging wild monsters. The only thing around him was the hissing of the wild monsters and Lin Yun's breathing. In one continuous dodge and reset, Lin Yun slowly explored the space in front of him. It was a circular space with a diameter of 100 meters, but there wasn't a single passageway, and at the edge was a wall that encircled the entire space. Lin Yun attempted to escape upwards, only to despair and realize that the space above was also sealed. Lin Yun was right there in a jar-like environment, with absolutely no thoughts or methods other than dodging monsters and starting over. In the midst of the desperate situation, Lin Yun's mind became clearer and clearer, as if there was something he had overlooked. What's the key to breaking the mold? Time passed slowly like this, and Lin Yun was never able to find a way to break the game. And at this moment, Kirin Prefecture's Tianfa City, a group of women were currently hiding in an inn in the city. The woman at the head of the group had a huge sword with a shimmering purple light by her side, and at that moment, she had a worried look on her face. Still haven't gotten in touch? In front of them were none other than Magnolia Pavilion and the others who had come out of Novice Village number 9 and were doing the transfer quest. Kiki didn't expect to be hunted down by the Thieves Guild General Association on the way to receive the transfer quest. The opposite side had obviously come prepared, and under the effect of the Forbidden Stone, numerous members of the Magnolia Pavilion were killed to level 1, and were directly forced to be teleported back to the Novice Village. As for Kiki Fu and the other 10, they hid all the way to the east, but because of the all-female team, the target was too conspicuous to escape tracking. When they arrived at Tianfa City, there were already only 7 or 8 people left around them, and the Thieves Guild had already arranged for people to guard the teleportation channel of Tianfa City, blocking the few remaining people of Magnolia Pavilion to death in Tianfa City, and were conducting a carpet search. The Thieves Guild, on the other hand, stated in a high-profile manner that they were responsible for this matter and directly called out Deicide. However, a few days passed without any reply from Deicide. It was as if Kingslayer had disappeared. Not yet. The people from the Holy Church told us that the Holy Church President Easy is raiding the transfer quest with a large force, and the information about the quest location can't be passed in. Sanctuary Hall Beard brought people over to help, encountered an ambush on the way, and is now estimated to be in the Novice Village. Perdition has declared that it will not participate in this strife. Kiki Repeat was so angry that his teeth itched. This group of fellows from Perdition, they took Godslayer's favors and didn't do anything, and they shouldn't be able to get out of the way for us being attacked. Where's Brother Godslayer? It's not clear. Deicide's status shows that he's online, and he hasn't even gotten offline in the past 3 days, but his level hasn't changed at all, and he's already pulled down many levels, and he hasn't made any transfers either. Kiki opened the leaderboards with a look of despair and worry. At this point Lin Yun had fallen outside of the 50th place and was still yellow ranked level 10, while the top of the leaderboards, the god of war Ling Tian, was now almost level 15. The Thieves Guild's high profile and Deicide silence. In the eyes of Daxia's players, it was as if Deicide didn't dare to respond, and the forums were abuzz with discussion. I told you that Deicide is all about luck. Once the teleportation channel opens and the big guilds pool together, the power of the big guilds is simply not something that casual players can fight against. Now that the elite of the Thieves Guild have basically made a transfer, yet he's still at yellow rank 10, he's already wasted. Not necessarily. Big Brother Deicide is a fierce man. He can kill Shen rank wild monsters at the yellow rank, so I guess he's being held back by something. Bro, you know that's a wild monster too, don't you? Is it comparable to a player with intelligence? Ditto. Deicide has been obliterated. I'm betting that even if Deicide reappears, he'll only return to the Novice Village. In the Hanging Heavens Tower, Lin Yun was still dodging and contemplating a way out. 3 consecutive days of sleeplessness. Lin Yun was already about to get fed up. Although the Hanging Sky Tower would constantly reset, but human energy was limited. If it wasn't for the nutritional replenishment of the landing bay, Lin Yun was afraid that he would be directly over. Nope, this Hanging Sky Tower shouldn't be like this. What exactly is the problem? What exactly is the meaning of this mission? The scene reset again, and Lin Yun stared blankly at the dark space in front of him. Time, space, people, events, darkness, wildlife. Lin Yun had been constantly chanting these words for quite some time over the past few days, and at this moment, he was sitting on the ground, muttering to himself. Darkness, total darkness, a wild monster, a bunch of wild monsters. What to do to avoid the wildlife and find the passage? Suddenly, a light flashed in Lin Yun's mind. Darkness, not being able to see anything, then there had to be light. Darkness and light, both were an attribute. To change professions is to go from no attributes, to a profession with attributes. Dodge the wildlife and find the passage. Lin Yun immediately brightened up. From the very beginning, he was misled by the quest's prompts, which called for dodging wild monsters and finding a passageway. But there is no way to retreat, no way to avoid. Then, it's only by killing them all that the passage will appear. There were no weapons. When man first appeared, he was also unarmed, and it was only with intelligence that he turned the objects around him into weapons. Stones, wood. The first weapon was the fist. The monsters refreshed again, and Lin Yun no longer dodged them, but rushed forward to meet the monsters in front of him. In the darkness, Lin Yun no longer dwelled on the blank panels, the disappearing weapons, directly hands-on with the wildlife hard. With his experience from his last life, Lin Yun kept exchanging blood with the wild monster in front of him, and although the panel had disappeared, his blood, level, and base 15 points of attack power were all still there. Reaching out and pinching a wild monster, feeling by feel that it was a wolf with a steel head and iron bones and a tofu waist, Lin Yun was like a rogue fighting, grabbing a wolf in front of him and whacking it dead on regardless. Finally, the coyote in front of him gave a sad cry and disappeared, and in Lin Yun's ears, the system's voice came. Congratulations to player Godslayer for comprehending the dark attribute. Comprehension progress 0.001 inch. Lin Yun's face was ecstatic. After so many days, finally the plot had taken a different turn. Lin Yun was instantly energized, knowing that he had found the key to breaking the situation. Without thinking, he once again lunged at the next wild monster. A great man in the history of Daxia said, "As long as it is the enemy, what if the bullets are empty? Then bite with your teeth and gnaw off a piece of meat as well." The existence of the divine revelation had never been very well understood by Lin Yun, and now that he thought about it, it was as if it had appeared in order to fight against the gods, in order to train mankind and cultivate strong people. Then there will never be a desperate situation, so-called desperate situation. As long as you have a heart to go forward, then any hardship, you can get through. As the time came to 10 minutes, Lin Yun once again changed in front of his eyes and returned to the place where he started. But this time, Lin Yun found a different point. On the panel, Dark Attribute Comprehension Progress 0.03. Chapter 27 Transfer Success Xin Tian Mage. I don't know how much time had passed, but Lin Yun was already caught up in the constant fighting. As time passed, Lin Yun clearly felt that his strength was strengthening, and from the beginning, when he fought with wounds for wounds, to now, he was able to kill the wild wolves with ease. The process of comprehending the dark attribute was also slowly increasing. Finally, amidst the constant resets, Lin Yun's dark attribute finally reached 100% at this moment, and with the transformation of the scene in front of him, the space he was in again was a dazzling world. After experiencing darkness for a few days, and seeing light once again at this moment, Lin Yun's eyes were stimulated, and all of a sudden there was a white blur in front of his eyes. Closing his eyes tightly, it took a long time before Lin Yun could open his eyes and see what was in front of him. A one-horned creature with a bit of light swaying from its body was staring at Lin Yun with a deadly stare. Shaped like a horse with a one-horned head, Lin Yun realized that the first layer was the dark attribute, and this layer was the light attribute. There were a total of 10 levels and 10 attributes, and as long as one obtained 10 attributes, he or she would be able to complete this transfer quest. A smile appeared on his face as Lin Yun rushed forward once again. I don't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed like after comprehending the dark attribute, facing these light attribute creatures felt extra easy. Congratulations to player Godslayer for comprehending the light attribute. Comprehension progress 0.001. For every monster killed with the corresponding attribute, 0.001 points of attribute progress would be comprehended, which meant that for each attribute, 100,000 wild monsters had to be killed. And even though he couldn't see the panel, Lin Yun could clearly feel that the effects of the overgod talent were still going on. The longer it took, the less time Lin Yun had to kill the wild monsters. The space reset again, and Lin Yun realized that this time, it didn't go back to the layer of the dark attribute, but rather, it was on this layer of the light attribute. Discovering this, Lin Yun felt a little more certain about accomplishing his mission. Once you know how to get through the level, the next step is to brush up on the monsters week after week. Lin Yun no longer looked like a mage, but more like a fighter, and the feeling of his fists hitting the flesh made him forget himself. There is only constant hunting in front of us. Lin Yun's speed was getting faster and faster, from half an hour to clear a floor in the beginning, to 10 minutes to clear a floor, and the number of attributes he comprehended was also increasing. Darkness, light attribute, wind attribute, thunder attribute, metal attribute, wood attribute, water attribute, fire attribute, earth attribute. After experiencing 9 different attributes, Lin Yun's face choked as he suddenly thought of something. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Isn't this the traditional Chinese 5 elements? Light and darkness, or yin and yang, 5 elements, the 9 elements. The more Lin Yun thought about it, the more he thought about it. Divine Enlightenment World. All occupations are more similar to the Western occupation. Only very few Chinese occupation, Mage occupation, is not a little bit of Chinese elements. This was unscientific. Even in his previous life, Lin Yun only knew of one orthodox Chinese inheritance, and that was the Sacred Hall's prosperous Sword Immortal, the only player who had comprehended the Sword Immortal. Lin Yun's sword god was more inclined towards the sword god of the West. Instead, the hidden transfer quests in the novice village are exposed to the orthodox elements of Huaxia. There was some reason or hidden agenda that led to the disappearance of the Chinese elements in the world of God's apocalypse. Lin Yun discovered this with his keen intuition. When the earth attribute was comprehended to 100%, there was a sudden vibration in the entire space, followed by the sound of the system. Ding! Due to the occurrence of an unknown error, the 10th floor of the Hanging Sky Tower is unreachable. The mission has been changed. Please ask the player to summit the 9th floor of the Hanging Sky Tower within 10 minutes. If he summits the tower within the stipulated time, the mission will be completed. If he exceeds the time limit, the mission will be reset and restarted. Before Lin Yun could react, He arrived at the dark attribute space at the very beginning, and at this time, Lin Yun had already comprehended 9 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin and yang. After killing the dark attribute coyote again, Lin Yun realized that the dark attribute, which was the yin attribute in the Chinese yin yang, no longer showed any signs of increasing, and was instantly enlightened that the next step was to just clear the 9th floor in 10 minutes, and clearing 9 levels in 10 minutes was no longer a difficult task for Lin Yun, who had already comprehended 9 attributes and killed 1,000,000 plus wild monsters to obtain huge amounts of attributes. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for successfully completing the quest, Passing the Hanging Tower. Rewarded with a divine grade hidden profession transfer scroll, Lin Yun's entire body was on the verge of collapse, but his spirit was very exhilarated. This mission had consumed too much of Lin Yun's time and energy. Well, it was over. As the scene changed, Lin Yun once again returned to the dilapidated Taoist temple and once again met the great-robed Taoist. But this time, Lin Yun keenly sensed that something was wrong. This great-robed Taoist, his eyes were dull, completely different from the great-robed Taoist he had seen at the beginning, as if he had no soul. Congratulations to fellow Taoist for completing the mission, the grey-robed Taoist said, returning Lin Yun's weaponry, and then sat down cross-legged once more, no longer paying attention to Lin Yun. At the same time, a transfer scroll emitting a dark black glow appeared in Lin Yun's backpack. Lin Yun's face was delighted, and without thinking about anything else, he directly picked up the specialization scroll and opened it. Ding! Player Godslayer has opened a God-level hidden transfer scroll. Please choose. I. Transition profession, Great Elemental Envoy, only profession, Divine Mage profession, can switch to release skills of different attribute elements at will, gain skill elemental enhancement, skill damage increase by 200%, Great Elemental Envoy, known in the last life as the strongest transfer of the French system. A normal mage transfer could only choose one of the 4 attributes of wind, fire, water, and electricity, whereas a Great Elemental Envoy had no limitations and could learn skills of any attribute. According to the 9 major attributes that Lin Yun had comprehended, he was afraid that he would be able to switch between 9 attributes at will, and for a moment, Lin Yun's heart was moved, and he then looked at the second introduction. Second, transfer profession, Xin Tianshi, the only profession, God-level mage profession, a powerful existence in ancient Chinese civilization, passes through yin and yang, breaks down the past and present, uses talismans to obtain corresponding powerful attribute abilities, obtains the skill 10 heavenly stems, and reduces the time for drawing talismans by 50%. Xin Tianshi? Ancient China. Lin Yun immediately felt startled once again. A Chinese Orthodox profession. A profession that was almost invisible in the divine revelation world. The apocalyptic world is almost entirely Western professions, with various Chinese professions and legends as if they don't exist in the apocalypse. Lin Yun made an instant decision. As a citizen of the Great Xia, of course he chose the occupation of ancient Huaxia. What's more, Lin Yun's intuition told him that ancient Huaxia existed in the divine apocalypse. It was just that it was disconnected for whatever reason. As we all know, the crappy ones are worthless. The out-of-print ones are worth a fortune. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for successfully transferring to Xin Tianshi. When Lin Yun finished his selection, a metaphysical power suddenly filled his entire body, and he hurriedly opened the panel to take a look. Title, Godslayer. Profession, Xin Tianshi, Divine. Level, Xin Stage 1. Next upgrade requires 100,000 experience value. Ding! Due to the change in player Godslayer's profession, the corresponding skills and equipment have been synchronized and updated. For a time, Lin Yun's skills and equipment were updated, changed from Starry Fire to Legendary Character Yin Yang Lai. Grade S. Introduction. Spend 10 points of blue to draw an off character that contains a powerful fire attribute, forming an extremely hot blaze that deals 200% explosive damage and sustained burning damage for 10 seconds to the enemy in front of you. Proficiency 0. Changed from Flying Feathers in the Sky to Kanji Against the Flowing River. Grade S. Introduction. Spend 10 points of blue to draw a character that contains a powerful water attribute, forming an extremely cold glacier that deals 200% freezing damage and a freezing effect that lasts for 10 seconds to the enemy in front of you. Proficiency 0. Frost Fury Under Doom, changed to 5 elements. 5 elements Fire Staff, plus 400 mana strength. 5 elements Shockwood Chest Armor, plus 2000 blood. 5 elements Kenshui Armguard, plus 100 blue. 5 elements Koan Earth Girdle, plus 100 double resistance. 5 elements Qianjin Leg Wraps, plus 100 speed. Set attributes add 100%. Looking at the skills and equipment that had changed exaggeratedly due to the successful transfer, Lin Yun was unable to calm down for a long time. Then his face was ecstatic. It was too damned exaggerated. He didn't expect the orthodox ancient Huaxia profession to give Lin Yun such a great addition, not to mention the change in skills, the equipment attribute enhancement alone. The addition given to Lin Yun was simply baffling, together with the 900,000 level 6 wild monsters on level 9 that he had killed during the mission. Lin Yun's attributes, once again, came to a terrifying figure. The blood count came to 2 million from the original 81 million. The mana strength came to a horrifying 8,864 points from 3,474. The blue volume came to 948 points from 240 points. Sure enough, choosing Xian Tianxia was the right thing to do. Big Brother Godslayer. The Thieves Guild is chasing our Magnolia Pavilion for help. Godslayer. The Thieves Guild is massacring Magnolia Pavilion everywhere. Boss Easy can't receive information during his transfer mission. I was ambushed on my way to rescue me. If you see this, quickly head to Tianfa City in Qilin State. Brother Kingslayer, help me. The last message was from Kiki Repeat Kiki. Chapter 28. People and God are outraged. The world of Divine Revelation Daxia service is divided into 5 continents, with 10 cities under the continents and 50 towns and 100 villages under the cities. At this moment, outside the teleportation channel of Tianfa City in Kirin Prefecture, dozens of members of the Thieves Guild were constantly lining up players entering and exiting the teleportation channel. The inspection for female players is more careful, and you have to deliver a 1 silver coin usage fee for using the teleportation channel. The originally free teleportation channel had turned into a tool for the Thieves Guild to amass money. The players dared to be angry, but could only pay their money silently. Suddenly, the teleportation channel flashed with a blinding light, and in the next moment a dozen figures appeared in Tianfa City. At the head of the group was none other than the Thieves Guild chapter president, Sunshine Boy. At this time, his level had been restored and he had completed his transfer. With a grim, evil smile on his face, the Thieves Guild members lined up next to him immediately saluted him in unison when they saw this. Good day, Chairman. Sunny Boy nodded. Found them? A junior brother stepped forward with a fawning attitude. Yes, Chairman. Old Six and the others have already surrounded them and are just waiting for you to go over. The Sunshine Boy smiled coldly, finally getting his revenge. The encounter in the 9th Novice Village had long since become the laughingstock of the Daxia service players after tea. If it wasn't for the fact that his elder brother, Stealing Saint, who was the president of the General Association, had mobilized the entire guild to help him, I don't know when he would have been able to wash away this shame. Now, the whole service hunted down the players of Novice Village number 9, causing the Sunshine Boy to be in a good mood, and a smile to appear on his gloomy face. After resolving these people from the Magnolia Pavilion, the next one would be Godslayer. Unfortunately, the Big Brother has concerns about the Holy Church. If according to their own ideas, directly with the Holy Church to start a war is good, now can only temporarily let go of the free this bastard. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of his big brother, the Stealing Saint, even though it was his own big brother who loved him the most. Every time he faced that figure, there was only fear in the heart of the Sunshine Boy. In Tianfa City, Kikiru and the others were in despair. The members around him had been killed multiple times, and the weapons and equipment on his own body had already exploded on the way to being killed. During this period, there were also quite a few righteous Nova Village 9 casual players who came to help, but without exception, they were basically all killed by the Thieves Guild's forcefulness. A huge guild force was not something that small guilds and casual players like Magnolia Pavilion could resist. The only main force of the Holy Church that could resist could not be contacted for the time being due to carrying out the transfer quest, and Extinction came back with a hand to watch the fire from the other side of the river and hid the level of the Godslayer in the hearts of the players of the No. 9 Novice Village has also remained unchanged for many days, neither going offline nor upgrading, so I don't know if something has gone wrong. Kiki Repeat was very worried in his heart as he looked at the increasing number of Thieves Guild members that had come to Tianfa City. None of them were elites that had successfully switched jobs. If Godslayer really came over to help, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to curry favor or even fall into a crisis. Ha ha ha, President Magnolia Pavilion. It's been a long time. I didn't expect it to be this kind of meeting, right? The Sunshine Boy's rampant voice came out, bringing dozens of his minders to slowly arrive in front of Kiki Repeat Kiki, his face revealing a sinister and mocking look. Although Kikifu has a petite figure and a childish face, just like a loli with a broad bosom, but every time he makes a dirty mouth, he is a full 10 cultured person. So it's you little Yakuza? I said how come I smell the Thai smell all the way out? Did you not change your pants after coming out from the Novice Village? A lot of people let out a laugh, not knowing which player from Novice Village number 9 was the one who had ranted on the forums about the rumor that the Sunshine Boy had been chased down and scared to the point of peeing his pants. Even the Thieves Guild's own people were holding their faces red, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud. At those words, the Sunshine Boy's face turned pale with anger. and his eyes grew more and more vicious. All of you be quiet. The laughter came to an abrupt end. No one was willing to offend the flourishing Thieves Guild, and there were vague rumors that the real Thieves Guild was engaged in illegal business in the Triangle region, and everyone was afraid of being retaliated against if they accidentally exposed their real identities. Very arrogant, Magnolia Pavilion President. Before you were arrogant, it was because you had Deicide protecting you. Now that he himself has become a shrunken head turtle, you are still so unaware of death. Speaking of Godslayer, the Sunshine Boy was slightly terrified in his heart, but when he thought of his big brother, his heart instantly regained its confidence. Kiki was furious at her words. The position of Deicide in her heart could not be questioned by anyone. You're the one who shrunk in his head, hiding for so long before daring to come out. Without the Thieves Guild you're nothing but a man who can only be killed to level 1 and beg for forgiveness on your knees. Just you're also worthy of comparing yourself to Brother Godslayer. Brother Godslayer was able to kill a Xian-ranked Titan Ape when he was level 10. Do you think your blood is as thick as a Titan Ape's? Are you confident that you can block Brother Godslayer's attacks? Shut the up. Furious, the Sunshine Boy rushed forward and slapped Kiki right across his face. On the white faceplate of Kiki, a bright red slap mark was immediately added, and blood was even spilling out from the corner of his mouth, making him look very pitiful. The Sunshine Boy reached out and grabbed Kiki's neck with one hand, his scarlet eyes staring dead at her. If your Godslayer brother is so powerful, why didn't he come to save you? If he's so powerful, why was your Magnolia Pavilion killed like this? Ha, you come and tell me why. Ha, the Sunshine Boy's face was distorted. The whole person looked very crazy. His hands were even harder. Kiki compounded his eyes, unable to say a complete sentence. Only yellow rank 7, she simply couldn't resist the Xian rank 2 Sunshine Boy. The huge difference in attributes. The two were simply not of the same magnitude. The blood bar was disappearing bit by bit, and the extremely real feeling of suffocation caused a huge fear to well up in Kiki's heart. He will come. As the Sunshine Boy's 5 fingers exerted force, only a piece of fear remained in Kiki's heart. The loss of life force was felt so clearly for the first time. The Sunshine Boy's face was twisted as if he was a homicidal maniac, and the terrifying force pinched Kiki's face blue. In Kiki's horrified look, great pain and fear filled her body, but she was unable to fight back. She only felt a blackness before her eyes, and in the next moment, she was transformed into a ray of light. Devil! It's the devil! The surrounding players' faces showed horror. Although God's Apocalypse was just a game, it possessed a sense of realism and pain that was almost 100% reproduced, as well as a protection mechanism, hunting wild monsters or piking between players. Death was instantaneous, and although it was painful, it was only a momentary thing, over in a flash. But the sunny boy in front of him was strangling Kiki repeat in front of the crowd, almost leaving a terrible shadow in the hearts of everyone present, even the normally unrelenting members of the Thieves Guild. Many of them looked at the Sunshine Boy with eyes that revealed fear. In the purple aperture, the figure of Kikiru reappeared. She didn't think that she was just playing a game, so why would this happen to her? That suffocating fear, the feeling of life passing away little by little, had been completely imprinted in Kikiru's heart. Himself, killed once. At this point, because of the fear of death, Kiki could no longer tell if this was reality or a game. It was as if the drowning man, at the moment, was eager to grab a straw to save his life, but realized that there wasn't any straw except the water. President of Magnolia Pavilion? How does death feel? The Sunshine Boy looked at the Kiki replica in front of him with satisfaction, as if it was a masterpiece carved out by himself, and licked his lips, with nothing but excitement and perversion on his face. With a flash of light in his hand, a thief's short knife appeared in his hand and slowly walked towards Kiki once again. In fact, I know many other ways to kill people, and know which one is more desperate, so today, I'll let you try. Kiki saw the Sunshine Boy walking with a short knife in his hand and a lecherous smile on his face, staring the whole thing and moving backward helplessly. A casual player who had been watching from the side couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over with a lance in hand. Are you a human being? That loose player had already completed the transfer quest, and his level had come to Shin stage level 2, equal to the Sunshine Boy. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in this kind of dispute between the big guilds, but looking at the inhumane scene in front of me, my blood was hot. A long spear struck like a dragon, and the player charged forward with a quick step, pointing the gun at the Sunshine Boy. But in the next moment, a dozen figures surrounded it. Under the attack of countless short swords, the casual player directly disappeared in place. Sunny Boy spat disdainfully, "Idiot." With that, he walked towards Kiki once again. You tell me who else can save you. Kiki's eyes which had originally lit up with a hint of brightness, once again grayed out with the disappearance of the scattered players. None of the people around him dared to make a move, and his own guild members were even more terrified and lost their colors. Wherever Kikiru's eyes looked, the people there lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them, much less help. One's greatest fear is not despair along the way, but the despair that follows the realization that there is hope and then it is dashed again. Your brother Kingslayer? Why hasn't he come to save you? While saying that, the short knife in the Sunshine Boy's hand, in Kiki's horrified eyes, bit by bit, cut open her snowy neck, and a little bit of blood flowed out. Panic surged in Kiki's eyes once again, and in desperation, Kiki opened the name at the top of her palms and shakily sent out a message. Brother Godslayer, help me. Chapter 29 Raging Shin Tianshur. Before today, many people had heard of two people, but it wasn't until today that they met the real people. Whenever someone tried to save the poor girl in front of them, the Thieves Guild would deal the hardest blows. The casual players present were so enraged that their teeth were clenched in hatred. More people will be inhumane video put on the forum. A moment of the whole Daxia turbulence. Daxia official was crazy contact. There are high players to contact their friends ready to go online to rescue that girl. Some people are ready to flesh out the Sunshine Boy this real identity in reality. And at that moment, the Sunshine Boy carried his dagger upside down and slapped it one by one on Kikiru's face. 2. This is what happens when you offend the Thieves Guild. Magnolia Pavilion? Oh, a bunch of losers. Saying that, he turned around and swept a glance at the players at the side who were already furious. You're even more of a waste of a waste. The players' faces were embarrassed, but there was nothing they could do. The gap in strength was too great, and they really couldn't afford to offend the behemoth that was the Thieves Guild. That's when a message surfaced in front of the Sunshine Boy's eyes. What the hell are you doing? You've been giving me trouble all day long. It was a message from his own brother, Stealing Saint, and as soon as he opened his mouth with a curse, the Sunshine Boy blushed as the next message surfaced again. You hurry up and get offline for me now. You're as known all over the net. A whole bunch of people are looking for you right now. Remember to find a place to hide. I'm not just talking about the game. The Sunshine Boy blushed instantly, meaning that someone in the real world was looking for him as well. After thinking about it, the Sunshine Boy didn't dare to delay and signaled to his men. Kill all of Magnolia Pavilions back to the novice village. I'll go back first. You can't leave. An angry voice suddenly exploded in the Sunshine Boy's ears, as if the evil ghosts of hell had crawled out of the earth, and there was only infinite killing intent and anger in his voice. Upon hearing this voice, a light of hope once again erupted in the eyes of Kiki, who had been stagnant. A large hand grabbed the Sunshine Boy's neck and lifted it high before slamming the Sunshine Boy headfirst into the ground with a terrifying force. The Sunshine Boy's face changed drastically, and before he could react, he was smashed by this terrifying force and his eyes went black. Learning everything from the forums on the way here, and now looking at the miserable state of Kiki, Lin Yun only felt like his chest was about to explode, regretting that he had delayed so much time in the mission. With this thought, Lin Yun couldn't stand it any longer. His left hand pressed the Sunshine Boy's head to death. A strong flame flared up on his right hand, and he slammed the Sunshine Boy's head with fist after fist with a violent aura. As the rainstorm of fists fell, the body of the Sunshine Boy, who was still struggling, slowly stopped moving. I don't know how many times he hammered, but the Sunshine Boy in Lin Yun's hand had already turned into a piece. The entire body had been beaten alive by Lin Yun. As soon as Lin Yun crushed the purplish-red confinement stone in his hand, the white light that the Sunshine Boy's death had transformed into was confined in place, unable to escape, paralyzed on the ground. Kiki's pale face revealed a happy smile as he muttered, I knew you'd come. You're finally here. Before the words were finished, tears were spilling down like broken beads. Lin Yun got up and looked at the other members of the shocked Thieves Guild, his eyes scarlet, his mouth grinning a terrifying smile. You all must die for aiding and abetting the enemy. Lin Yun used his hand as a substitute for a pen and drew in the void, and as his fingers linked together, a mysterious line in the air coalesced to form a talisman that shimmered with red light. Li Zi Yin Yan Lai. In the eyes of a group of thieves who were unsure of what was going on, the disembodied character in Lin Yun's hand suddenly sped out, directly smashing between the group of thieves. The people from the Thieves Guild were startled, then realizing that they hadn't received any damage, they immediately had a fierce grin on their faces and were ready to come up and get this talisman drawing Mage. But in the next moment, the off character violently exploded, turning into a red ray of light, wrapping around all the thieves. The thieves' bodies could not move at once, while the ground began to slowly chafe, and a blazing fiery red line appeared in the chafe, and the whole earth seemed to crack open. The sky also suddenly lit up, and looking up, he was horrified to find that two suns had appeared in the air, and one of them was rapidly getting bigger and bigger, carrying a blazing flame and smashing downwards at a very terrifying speed, with a long fiery tail brought up by the end. The red lines on the ground suddenly widened, and a strand of magma suddenly surged up. In just a moment, the ground burst into lava spurts, and meteorites rained down in the air. In the middle of the two was the Thieves Guild's dozens of thieves, the Shin Rank 1 level thieves elites who had successfully switched jobs. In the next second, as if a destructive explosion occurred, the place where the Thieves Guild's elite was located was wrapped in a blood-red flame. Dozens of Shin Stage Level 1 elites disappeared into the flames without even uttering a scream, and a burning smell came from the entire air. All the players present felt that the air was very dry and hot, as if all the water vapor had been evaporated, and where the elite of the Thieves Guild had died, the flames were still blazing, reflecting the surrounding area in flaming red. Lin Yun, on the other hand, gently threw the dozen or so talismans he had just drawn into the blazing flames once again, drawing a talisman with an interval of only 2s. These dozen of talismans were enough to burn these so-called elites into ashes. In the flames, dozens of figures had just been revived, and before they could react, the terrifying heat came again, and in just an instant, dozens of people were once again turned into ashes, week after week, and at this moment, Lin Yun picked up the resurrected Sunshine Boy. The Sunshine Boy had been scared out of his wits. The scene that had just happened was similar to encountering the Grim Reaper, a scene he had never dreamed of. He himself had been beaten alive with his fists, and there was hardly a piece of him to be found that was slightly intact. The tragic situation of his own men even made his scalp numb. Deicide had changed jobs, and it was still an exceptionally powerful profession. Otherwise it would be impossible to have such a horrible skill. The scene, which was like destroying the sky and the earth, once again broke down the defenses in the heart of the Sunshine Boy. And looking at the death-like Lin Yun with scarlet eyes, the Sunshine Boy screamed out miserably, "Let me go! Please spare me! My brother is the Stealing Saint. You can't take a shot at me." Lin Yun's handsome face looked very strange at this moment. His scarlet eyes did not have a trace of emotion, only killing intent so cold that it had almost turned into substance. "Oh, yeah," Lin Yun said softly, but his voice sounded as if it came from hell, and his right hand reached out to gently grip the Sunshine Boy's shoulder as if he were greeting a friend. In the next second, a stream of blood splattered in mid-air, accompanied by the Sunshine Boy's heartbreaking screams, and a right hand fell to the ground. Blood spilled everywhere, and the Sunshine Boy's mouth opened wide, but no sound could come from his throat. Lin Yun smiled and held the Sunshine Boy's left hand again. "It's okay, it's normal to feel dizzy. It'll be okay in a little while." The Sunshine Boy's horrified eyes widened once more, the pain causing his eyeballs to fill with blood and look like a constantly inflating balloon. In extreme agony, the Sunshine Boy's face was as white as a corpse, his throat huffing and puffing as he wailed in agony. "My brother won't leave you alone. Surely not." The Sunshine Boy convulsed in pain, his bloodshot eyeballs staring at Lin Yun in death. "You're dead. I'm going to find you and I'm going to get you." Ah! Before the words were out of his mouth, his left foot was gone, leaving only a puddle of blood. It's true that he's a Shen rank expert. The blood bar hasn't cleared from such an injury. Lin Yun's voice was flat, as if he was discussing a problem with the person next to him. Even though the Sunshine Boy's screams were unending, holding the Sunshine Boy's right foot, he lifted it slightly, and the screaming Sunshine Boy suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared. The players present looked at the scene in front of them with frozen faces, not daring to make the slightest sound. Among them, there were also quite a few large guilds that had just rushed over, originally coming to settle Kiki repeat, only to run into the horrifying scene in front of them. In the shadows caused by a searing firelight, Lin Yun's side face looked gloomy and terrifying, like a demon from hell. Chapter 30: The Arrival of the Stealing Saint. Stubbornness, physical transcendence. Bustling crowds were watching the horrifying scene, and many of them recorded and posted Lin Yun's behavior on the forums. "Good killing. This kind of should be broken into pieces. This Godslayer is too violent, but I like it. I'd like to give that calf a go." What kind of transfer is Godslayer? It feels like his skills are so exaggerated. I feel like funds are burning. Come. Where is the brother who said before that Deicide was obliterated? In Tianfa City, there were two people in the crowd with bright eyes and a very outstanding temperament, and just standing there without moving attracted people's eyes in particular. The two men looked at each other at this moment, and one of them said, "Head, should we stop Deicide? Public opinion is already huge now." The other rolled his eyes and spoke lazily. "First, we're not in a position to stop it. Second, are you going to save that?" The first man thought about it, and really couldn't stop it, and hesitated. "But the War God's orders are." The man in the back interrupted. "Don't you forget what the War God Battalion exists because of. The War God's order is for us to save people. Remember, it's people to save, not." "Yes." Lin Yun dragged the reanimated Sunshine Boy, plowing a long trail on the ground, to Kiki repeat Kiki, tossing the half-dead Sunshine Boy aside. He held out his hand to Kiki repeat Kiki. "Come on, I'll avenge you." With tears in her eyes, Kiki looked at Lin Yun's hard side and stood up, breaking into tears. She revealed a cheerful smile and reached out to grab Lin Yun's broad palm as she stood up. Thank you, brother Kingslayer. Kiki nodded and took the longsword from Lin Yun's hand, looking at the Sunshine Boy once more, and with his heart in the right place. There was not the slightest bit of fear or dread, and all that was left was hatred. Taking a step towards the Sunshine Boy with his sword in hand, there was a sudden deafening cry in his ears. Kill him! Kill him! Seeing that everyone was shouting for him, Kiki tightened the longsword in his hand and a smile bloomed on his face once again. Between the flashes of the long sword, Sunny Boy had turned into countless Sunny Boy fragments XN. Kiki dropped the longsword in his hand and ran towards Lin Yun, hugging his shoulder and crying again. Lin Yun didn't say anything and gently patted Kiki's head. He knew that what Kiki needed the most at this moment was to have a good cry. The stress and fear suffered from being abused countless times needs to be released through crying. Otherwise the shadow will stay with her for the rest of her life. Unlike herself, she had been through countless killings, and for a world that had not yet mirrored reality. For the many players, it was just a game, an extremely real world. Countless times I've been killed in brutal ways, no less than dying in the real world. After a long time, Kikiru stopped crying. Her face flushed red as she moved away from Lin Yun's shoulder, looking at the pile of tears and snot on it, and feeling embarrassed. Better? Lin Yun laughed softly and rubbed Kiki's head. This little girl, who looked just like a loli, why would she like giant swords? Kiki nodded shyly. Much better, thank you. Lin Yun pointed at the Sunshine Boy who had already had a mental breakdown. Go on, kill him back to the novice village. Revenge, got to finish it on the spot. At this moment, the Sunshine Boy, after experiencing Lin Yun's tactics, his spirit was already in a state of collapse. The entire person was in a trance. His expression was numb, and his appearance was actually a bit demented. All of Lin Yun's techniques for dealing with the gods in his previous life came back to haunt the Sunshine Boys, and the bloody methods chilled the hearts of the players. Compared to a sunny boy, Lin Yun was more like a devil. Wait! As the long sword in Kiki's hand was once again aimed at the Sunshine Boy, a grim voice rang out. As soon as the words fell, hundreds or thousands of thieves suddenly manifested themselves and surrounded Lin Yun and the others. A figure slowly crossed over the thieves towards Lin Yun and the others, his feet landing without a sound, a powerful aura drumming around him. The visitor was dressed in black tights, with a mask on his face, leaving only a pair of eyes, which were like vipers, emitting a dangerous light. As if he didn't see the thousands of thieves, Lin Yun gave Kiki a reassuring look. When the man saw this, a murderous aura burst out of his eyes, looking for death. No one has ever dared to disregard my stealing saint. Very well. The person who came was none other than the Saint of Thieves, the Sunshine Boy's own brother and the General President of the Thieves Guild. Brother, help me, help me. As soon as the Sunshine Boy saw the stealing saint coming, a light of hope lit up in his eyes. Oh, yeah? Lin Yun took a few steps forward, just in time to step on the Sunshine Boy's head. Pust, as if stepping on a watermelon, it burst open and shattered all over the place. Ah, sorry, didn't notice. Lin Yun scratched his head and kept apologizing, while his feet scrubbed on the stone as if he had stepped on something dirty. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lin Yun was doing it on purpose. The Stealer Saint's eyes kept jumping. His eyes became more and more vicious. No one had ever dared to disobey the Thieves Guild, and no one had ever dared to molest and ridicule himself like this. Deicide, having killed you and tortured you, give me face and I'll take him away. I will not pursue this matter any further. Taking a deep breath and forcing down the killing intent in his heart, the Stealing Saint opened his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that his brother's position in reality had been exposed, he would never have been so nice. And now the most important thing was for his brother to hurry offline and run away. As for Deicide and the others, as soon as his brother was safe, none of them could escape. So, for the first time, the Saint of Thieves bowed down to someone else. What are you? You ate the fruit of face? Want me to give you face? However, he didn't want Lin Yun's voice to come out icily. At those words, the Stealing Saint stagnated. Then his eyes looked at Lin Yun as if he was looking at a dead person. Something that doesn't know the height of heaven when it comes to changing professions. Brothers, let the experts in front of you see your strength. Upon hearing this, the thousands of thieves around them simultaneously turned off their hidden messages. With a unified Xian rank 3, the assassin transformation appeared directly in front of the crowd. Holy, is this the strength of a great guild? 1000 unified transformation Xian rank 3 experts. Assassin transfer. A rank profession. It's too much. Now, are you going to sit around and watch? The Stealing Saint sneered, his own message opening similarly. Xian rank 5. SS rank profession, Shadowhunter. Even the two major experts of the War God camp had their eyes fixed on the Stealing Saint's message, and they glanced at each other. Now you. The Stealing Saint was just about to pretend. but Lin Yun suddenly appeared in front of him, eye to eye and nose to nose, and when he looked at it from a different angle, the two of them looked as if they were kissing, which scared the stealing saint to the point that he was shaking all over. The next moment, a slap was thrown directly onto the stealing saint's face. Bump! The stealing saint was completely unable to react in time. The whole person flipped several times in the air, and smashed heavily on the ground, his feet twitching a bit and no longer moving. The air was suddenly silent, and no one reacted to the scene that suddenly happened in front of them. What's going on? Wasn't the stealing saint powerful just now? How come he was on the ground all of a sudden? You don't know. He looks pretty good in the air with those heels, but how this arcane rank 1 mage managed to do it was unbelievable. At this moment, the stealing saint was lying on the ground, his face facing the ground, and he very much didn't want to get up to face the eyes of the crowd. It was too damn humiliating. Get him for me. The stealing saint's order came, and thousands of assassins struck out at once. The crowding mass of silhouettes suddenly disappeared into the air, and the entire space was instantly empty. In the next moment, countless daggers glistening with cold light stabbed at Lin Yun at various angles. An assassin who specialized in assassination against a mage with long-range output, not to mention thousands of assassins, was an almost certain death. Anyone could imagine Lin Yun's death, accompanied by miserable screams. Dozens of figures flew out backwards, directly turning into a white light in space. Lin Yun didn't die. A blinding golden light wrapped around his fists. His entire body transformed into a humanoid weapon. As long as the thieves that approached him, without exception, all of them received a vicious beating. My path is compassionate, so I will physically transcend your obstinacy. Lin Yun's voice sounded out in the crowd, and then he charged into the crowd like a tyrannical dragon. With each swing, a scream rang out. It's a laugh. 1,000 thieves? How do you think I got out of the hanging tower? I came out with one punch, okay? Little thief. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. With the addition of metal properties, Lin Yun's double fists were like sharp swords. His damage was explosive, and his 2 million points of blood was extremely terrifying. Even if Lin Yun stood and let them fight, he could wear them out alive. The air had been silent for countless times. The crowd looked at Lin Yun, who was like a god of war. It was hard to imagine that this was a mage. Don't mages stand at a distance and throw? What the hell is this in front of me? A player who had turned into a holy fighter looked at his fists with a face full of skepticism, before looking at the mage who kept swinging his fists in the crowd. There was a vague sense that something wasn't quite scientific. The two men from the War God Battalion looked at each other again and sent messages with trembling hands. Boss, it's a meat suit boxing mage. Chapter 31 Doubting Life's Shin Stage Level 5 Expert The Stealing Saint. Long Dragon Breaker. The god of war Ling Tian, who was practicing leveling, sent a long spear after him and directly killed the Shin Rank 5 boss in front of him. After picking up the fallen loot, he looked at the message sent by his men and was confused. What meat mage? These two little buggers are drunk again, aren't they? As for Lin Yun's side, he had already knocked all of these 1,000 mages aside, killing them to the point of bloodshed. The unprecedented scene of a whole 1,000 Xian Rank 3 transitional assassins being chased by a single mage deeply stimulated the eyeballs of the people present. Lin Yun reached out and pulled out a bunch of confinement stones, grinning fiercely as he crushed all of them, instantly enveloping the group of thieves in front of him, and then laughed at Kiki repeat Kiki repeat Kiki repeat Kiki repeat Kiki repeat Kiki repeat Kiki repeat. Start serving the main meal. Kiki repeat sniffed and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Okay. With that, she pulled out a few hundred red and blue talismans from her backpack, the very ones Lin Yun had secretly handed over to her earlier. With the appearance of the talisman, a similarly sardonic smile appeared on the face of Kikifu Kikifu Kikifu. Watch my move Ice and Fire. Off character, Inferno Sun Blaze. Can character, Counterflow Chuan. The discrete characters transformed into magma and meteorites, instantly engulfing the thieves in front of them. Hundreds of discrete characters, forming an extremely exaggerated range. The magma all over the ground continuously spewed up, and countless meteorites dragged their flames and smashed into the ground. In the endless sea of fire, there were constant screams, and the players who fled here to watch from afar only felt a fiery red in front of their eyes, a blazing wave of heat pounding on their faces, and a burst of meaty aroma coming from the hot air. The Kan character turned into an inverted and fierce river and a dense ice crystal soared in the sky, enveloping a group of thieves, and under the effect of the ice-cold and bone-piercing air, one by one, the thieves were frozen into an ice sculpture. The two very different effects acted together like a collision of sparks, and the damage inflicted was once again doubled and stacked. Everyone present looked at the scene that was like a miracle and couldn't help but swallow their mouths. What exactly had this Godslayer been transformed into? Was this something a human could do? What gives him the right to draw his skills into charms, save a bunch of them and take them out to use? Is this something people can do? Moreover, This damage was too exaggerated. A Xian-ranked thief, with even lower blood, would not be killed in seconds like this. The stealing saint stared stonily at his men who were in the midst of a watery grave, their screams filling his ears as his entire scalp went numb. At this point he wanted to take a knife and just stab the Sunshine Boy. What are you invoking here? I thought you said you were just a mage. You call this a mage? A mage who used his fists to blow up 1,000 assassins and used talismans to cause the post-apocalyptic-like scenario in front of him? Knowing that the momentum was gone, the stealing saint immediately blurred his figure and prepared to bolt, not waiting for him to escape. A hand pressed on his shoulder. Where do you want to go? Lin Yun's voice rang in his ears. The stealing saint's sweaty hairs stood on end, and without looking, the short knife in his hand slashed directly backward. Seeing this, Lin Yun directly kicked the stealing saint's waist, a powerful blow that directly caused the stealing saint to scurry forward, like a vicious dog pouncing on. The stealing saint propped up the ground with both hands and used the momentum to get up, not daring to engage in a battle. Mirrors! In an instant, the stealing saint split into two. The two stealing saints ran in different directions. Facing Lin Yun, he had completely lost all thoughts of fighting and only wanted to quickly escape. The exclusive assassination skill of the A-rank profession Shadowhunter was used by him to escape. Looking at the thieving saints fleeing in different directions, Lin Yun's mouth smiled faintly, and with hardly any consideration, he rushed after one of the figures. When the stealing saint saw how accurately Lin Yun had found his own body, he was dead in his tracks. This couldn't be possible. How did he find it? Without waiting for the stealer saint to think more, a large hand directly grabbed the back of his fateful neck. A terrifyingly huge force struck him, and the stealer saint's forward-facing figure violently flew backward. A fist then directly blasted onto the stealing saint's stomach, and the stealing saint immediately rolled up like a shrimp with his eyes wide open. The blood bar plummeted by a large margin. Why? A mage's fist did so much damage? Did he attribute point all of his attack power? What he didn't know was that Lin Yun had awakened 9 attributes in the Hanging Sky Tower. These 9 attributes could be attached to the fists, and after the stacking of Lin Yun's super god-level talent, the super strong mana strength was directly applied to the hands, which were already completely inferior to any warrior. The stealing saint knelt down and covered his stomach and trembled. His eyes flickered with viciousness as the short sword in his hand disappeared, appearing behind Lin Yun in the next moment. Shadow chop. A black blade cut out a bizarre angle and stabbed straight at Lin Yun's back. The sardonic smile on the stealing saint's face hadn't even appeared yet, and he was immediately dumbfounded. -200. The damage was dealt, but it was extra low, and Lin Yun's blood bar, in the eyes of the stealing saint's despair, didn't move at all. Lin Yun smiled faintly as he crushed the confinement stone before punching the thief saint straight in the face. -15. Attack damage. -8,874. Fire damage. Before the stealing saint could figure out why his damage was so low, he directly died in place in the next second. And every time the stealing saint resurrected, Lin Yun's large faceplate appeared in front of him before he was directly killed with another punch. In the midst of Lin Yun's punch after punch, the stealing saint had lost his confidence, and his entire person was as if his spine had been taken out, no longer as ambitious as he used to be. Finally, he asked the question that had been puzzling him. Why do you know which one is my real body? Lin Yun bristled and looked the stealing saint in the eye as he replied word for word. Can't you see a footprint that big on your back? Then a punch went over. In this way, the Thieves Guild's 1,000 or so Xian rank 2 transitional assassins, and 1 Xian rank 5 Shadowhunter, were knocked back to level 1 within a day's time, and forcibly teleported back to the novice village. This event was immediately publicized so much that the entire Dixia was shocked, and everyone knew that a Mitsude mage who liked to fight with his fists had appeared in Tianfa City on the Qilin continent. The blood quantity was ridiculously high, the damage was exaggerated and scary, and the means of attack was also very strange. He could draw talismans to attack, but he preferred to use his fists to solve problems. At this point it reached the outer service and drew a chorus of jeers, laughing to death. My great beautiful country Xian rank 7 paladin doesn't even dare to say that it hits 8,000 damage with one punch. You Dixia can really dare to blow it up. The photo P is quite similar. Let them delude themselves, and when they meet us, they'll be straight out of their element. A mage with a fist? That's a newbie messing with the points, right? At the War God camp, War God Ling Tian looked at the newly announced occupation level rankings, and his eyes lit up with a burning desire to fight. Occupational rankings. First place, God Slayer, Xin Tiancher, Mage Divine. Second place, Warlord Ling Tian, Dragon Knight, Warrior God Class. Third place, Hidden Nickname, Shadowhunter, Archer God Class. Fourth place, 3-141-5926, Guardian, Warrior God Class. Fifth place, Hidden Nickname, Matchless Swordswoman, Swordsman Divine. Sixth place, Hidden Nickname, Undead Butcher, Warrior SSS rank. I didn't expect that there would be so many god-tier transformation professions. It seems that there are quite a few capable people in Daxia. Next, it will be very interesting. War god Ling Tian is a battle maniac. At this time, when he found so many experts, his mood was suddenly excited. The release of the occupational charts has once again caused a furor. A full 5 god ranked transfers, and a bunch of SSS ranked transfers, became the talk of the town after dinner. And at this moment, Lin Yun had already arrived at the Sunset Deep Forest in Tianfa City on the Qilin continent, with a well-behaved lowly holding a giant sword following closely by his side. Thinking of Kiki repeating Kiki, Lin Yun's brain was also hurting a little bit. This little lowly, dying to follow Lin Yun, even directly announcing the dissolution of the Magnolia Pavilion. Thinking of the retaliation that Kiki had received because of himself, Lin Yun couldn't refuse, and just like that, Kiki became Lin Yun's first teammate after he was reborn. At this moment, Kiki, who had followed Lin Yun to the Sunset Deep Forest, was in a great mood and asked curiously, "Brother Kingslayer, what are we doing here?" Help you transfer. Chapter 32 Branch Quest: The reason for Kirin's disappearance. Secondly, it was because after transferring into the ancient Chinese profession of Xin Tianshi, the Taoist master immediately issued a quest, searching for lost ancient Chinese occupations. Quest description: in the divine enlightenment world, ancient Chinese occupations are extremely rare, so please head to the Sunset Deep Forest and you may be able to find traces of them. Quest reward: 1S rank skill book. Indeed, whether it was in his previous life or in this life, the only ancient Huaxia profession transfer player that Lin Yun knew of was Easy. The other players, the professions that were transferred were basically all Western professions, which seemed extremely weird for the divine apocalypse, a world that leaned more towards the Chinese style. Sunset Deep Forest, a stretch of endless deep forest. Trees cover the sky. The forest rarely see the sun. Within a large number of high-level wild monsters, the deepest part of the deep forest is said to be inhabited by the legendary immortal. Kiki only now realized what it meant to lay down and win, and what it meant to have a flying upgrade speed. Lin Yun submitted a group request to Kiki repeat before taking the yellow rank level 7 with her directly into the Sunset Deep Forest. In the shocked eyes of Kiki, God Slayer, who was only Xian rank 1, directly charged into a bunch of Xian rank 5 wild monsters. A talisman was thrown out, and a large group of Xian rank 5 wild monsters swallowing heavily Mang with their bloody mouths exposing their fangs were directly engulfed by flames or ice. A fist smashed out. The head of the heaven swallowing Mang was directly flattened, unable to move. What strikes a snake 7 inches? No thing. Kingslayer's attacks are full of violence and aesthetics. Amidst the onslaught of a talisman and fists, Kiki Repeat's experience bar was growing miserably fast like blood pressure. All you have to do is follow along and pick up the loot dropped by the wild monsters. And that led Kiki Repeat to discover one of Deicide's big secrets. All of the equipment dropped by Kingslayer is multiplied. Soon, Kiki's level was like a rocket, arriving at yellow rank 10. A Xin rank 1 wild monster had a blood volume as high as 5,000, doubling it at each level, and a Xin rank 5 wild monster had a blood volume of 120,000. But in Lin Yun's handful of talismans, this 120,000 blood was nothing more than a matter of throwing a few more. If he had known that mages were so perverse, Lin Yun wouldn't have practiced any swords in his previous life. As the two of them progressed through the deep forest of the setting sun, slowly, the level of the wild monsters they saw was getting higher and higher, and the horrifying blood bars and attack power was also seen to make Kiki's heart flutter with fear. If it wasn't for the fact that Deicide was with him, Kiki wouldn't have dared to take a single step into the Sunset Deep Forest to practice leveling. At this stage, there were also no players who dared to step into the inner circle of the Sunset Deep Forest and only dared to brush up on their levels in the outer circle. After all, in the introduction of the Divine Revelation world about Kirin Continent's Heavenly Lost City, the Sunset Deep Forest was an existence that was flagged as a forbidden land. At this moment, the two who were advancing suddenly heard a cry for help in their ears. The two of them looked at each other, feeling that the situation was bizarre. In the deep forest of the sunset where people were rare, there was a call for help from a person, and the scene in front of them made Kikiru's breath catch in his throat. Lin Yun frowned and led Kiki in the direction the sound came from. Unlike Kiki, Lin Yun knew that Divine Revelation wasn't a game. He was real, and before mirroring reality, the NPCs in the game basically had a fixed position to stay in and wait for the player. Few NPCs would enter a forbidden place like this general existence, and apparently, no player is able to traverse the heavy wildlife to get here at this stage. Soon, the two came to the place where the voice came from. In the gloomy deep forest, the two did not see the presence of any characters other than dried blood all over the ground and a broken longsword. The time it took Lin Yun and Kiki Repeat to arrive from the time they heard the sound was less than a minute. The blood on the ground, however, had long since dried up. The broken sword was also covered in moss. all of which told the two that a struggle had taken place here a long time ago. Instead, the cry for help that the two Lin Yuns had just heard was a minute ago. The bizarre scene caused Kiki to swallow, move her feet, and stand behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun crouched down and picked up the broken sword on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the quest clue. A headless sentence, completely different from the previous quests he had received. Looking at the broken remnants of the sword, on the blurred sword body, there were the words Tian Yang, the dried blood, the broken longsword. Everything looked so eerie in the deep forest of sunset that was always dark. And at that moment, a violent beating sound rang out again. This time Kiki panicked and tugged at Lin Yun. Brother Godslayer, why don't we forget about it? Let's transfer another time. It's too strange here. Lin Yun laughed, instilling the idea of a materialist in Kikifu, and pulled Kikifu towards the direction of the fight. And the scene that appeared before his eyes caused Lin Yun's scalp to tingle as well. Countless white bones, countless broken longswords, long dried blood. Obviously the voice had just come in, but everything in front of me was a sign of age. Lin Yun frowned tightly. In his last life, he hadn't heard of such a thing happening, much less anyone finding dead bones in the sunset deep forest. Amidst the piles of dead bones, Lin Yun's face kept changing. Is it because one's rebirth has led to a different situation? Or is it that no one in their previous life realized that these things existed? Brother Kingslayer, there are words here. Kiki opened his mouth to interrupt Lin Yun's thoughts. When he came to Kiki, he saw a sprawled dead bone with its right hand fallen on the ground, and in front of the hand bone was a line of small letters carved into the stone. When Lord Kirin disappeared, we were ordered to look for clues, and in the alternation of light and darkness, we found traces of Lord Kirin, but our opponent is not a human being, he's a god. Kirin Chao is hopeless. Hey, why doesn't this guy finish writing? Is Kirin Chao the current Kirin Chao? Kiki recited word for word, then scratched her head, feeling puzzled, but he didn't notice that Lin Yun's face beside him had changed drastically. The word God was something Lin Yun didn't dare to mention after being reborn, because he knows that God really exists. He kept improving himself in order to have a fighting chance after the gods descended. Divine revelation, reality in the last life, all shattered after the coming of the gods, which are not gods, which are devils. What the hell is going on here? Why did this dead bone write the word God? Did he see God? Did God kill these people? Lin Yun's head was about to explode, and his expression was tense as he kept searching for something. Lin Yun, however, did not turn around and spoke in a hoarse voice. Clues? Help find out if there are any more clues. Lin Yun's voice was close to a roar of rage, frightening Kiki to a halt and rushing to help search through the dead bones for the clues that Lin Yun was talking about. The coming of the gods shouldn't be at this time of year, and there was no such thing as a god at all at this time of year in a previous life. Finally, Lin Yun found a waistplate in the darkness. 9-star Grand Commander of the Kirin City Close Guard. Looking at the waistplate in front of him, Lin Yun's breath caught. Memories of Konoha surfaced in his mind. There are 5 continents in the divine revelation, with the green dragon suppressing the east, the white tiger sitting in the west, the vermilion bird controlling the south, the Xuanwu commanding the north, and the Kirin's main flag guarding the center. This is the 5 continents of divine enlightenment. The Kirin City Close Guard of the Kirin continent is one of the 4 powerful armies under the Kirin, and all of its members are peak heavenly stage experts. And the 9-star Grand Commander is an existence that has broken through the heavenly stage. After breaking through the heavenly order, it is divided into 10 stars. How could such a master die here? In the 5 continents of his previous life, only the Qilin continent was unoccupied, and the Qilin was nowhere to be found. But now, in the deep forest of the setting sun, the corpse of the 9-star Grand Commander of the Qilin City's Close Guards was found. What the hell is going on here? Lin Yun had a splitting headache, and for the first time, he felt that things were out of control, and his entire body was lost. Ding! Congratulations to the player who triggered the side quest to find the reason for the disappearance of the Kirin. Deliver the relics of the 9-star Chancellor to the Kirin City Lord. Chapter 33 Shen Class 7 Boss Heaven Swallowing Python. After receiving the quest, Lin Yun sat in the withered bones for a long time. Kiki didn't know what had happened. What exactly had happened to the God Slayer who had always been spirited and dared to face the Titan Giant Ape at yellow rank 10, and had helped up Novice Village No. 9 with one hand. At the moment, he was sitting on the ground with a disoriented and unimaginative look on his face. In the deep forest of the setting sun, apart from the hissing of wild monsters from time to time, there was only the sound of Lin Yun's heavy breathing. Kiki just waited by the side and didn't bother him. She was a bit dull but still had her wits about her. Ancient China. Kirin. Is there a connection between the existence of these 2 great Xia elements, both of which disappeared in the divine revelation world? Finding the disappearance of the ancient Chinese profession was the main quest. and the reason for the Kirin's disappearance was a side quest. What exactly was the connection between the two? Why did the 9-star Grand Commander tell others that his opponent was a god before he died? And was this god a god that he knew of or not? Or is it a god in ancient China? Why was it that after the gods had descended in the previous world, apart from the few low-level gods in the West who had struck out, there were no gods in the Great Summer to fight, where light and darkness alternate? Exactly. Do you have time for yourself? All of this caused Lin Yun to panic, suddenly feeling that time was getting shorter and shorter. In this life, is it hard to be the same as the last? There was nothing to be done in the face of the gods' offense. Divine revelation and reality. Is it going to be destroyed after all? After a long time, Lin Yun suddenly stood up, his originally furrowed brows dispersing as a smile appeared on his face. Are the gods powerful? Powerful. There's no doubt about it. Are you pressed for time? Very tight. There are only 2 short years until the divine revelation mirrors reality, and shortly after the mirroring of reality, the gods descend. Then what is he still entangled? The worst result has already been experienced. Rejoining the first life. He is more powerful than the previous life. Why should he waste time entangled? Just enhance himself is not on the line. In his previous life, an E-rank talent was able to face the gods straight on. So could an existence with a super god-level talent in this life be any worse than his previous life? With the knot in his heart untied, Lin Yun exhaled a deep breath. What the heck? In the face of the unknown, people will panic, but things are important to solve. The heavens have given himself the opportunity to be reborn. He should not waste it. Gods? I'll see how many I can kill in this life. Looking at the smile on Deicide's face, Kiki Repeater also smiled, although he didn't know what had happened. But looking at Deicide's face before, it shouldn't be anything trivial, and the easing and smile on Lin Yun's face was affecting Kiki's mood as well. Let's go for the transfer quest. Lin Yun smiled and stroked Kiki Repeat's head as he went forward to the place where the transfer book had appeared in his memories from his past life. Kiki then giggled and followed. She wouldn't understand how much pressure Lin Yun had endured in the time just now, not to mention that this wasn't a game. Everything, until the divine revelation mirrors reality, came to the edge of a water pool in the deep forest of the setting sun. The water pool is not big. The water quality is clear, as if you can see the fine sand under the water. Only the water surface is silent, like a pool of stagnant water. This is the place that I remember from my previous life. The location of the Xian rank 7 boss, and one of the rare bosses that could explode 100% of the warrior transformation book, the sky-swallowing python. Lin Yun pulled out the talisman he had drawn and signaled for Kikiru to walk a little farther away. Immediately afterward, countless discrete characters sizzled into the pool of water. As the off character exploded under the water, terrifying flames and meteorites continuously bombarded the water pool. The entire water pool seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, and a fiery breath brought up a large area of water vapor that stayed on the water pool for a long time. With a terrifying beastly sound, the pool of water that was still burning with a blazing fire suddenly tumbled violently. A huge figure violently leapt out of the water pool and appeared in front of Lin Yun and the two of them. The body that was dozens of meters long was covered with large ebony scales, and the coiled body stood upright, twisting as the thick tree trunks were constantly broken. A small horn protruded from a massive snake's head, and 2 pairs of huge eyes emitted an ethereal light, now staring intently at the 2 little imps in front of them with a furious expression. This, Kiki looked at such a terrifying heaven-swallowing python, and the powerful sense of oppression made her not dare to move. Was this an Xian rank boss? But why? It felt so much worse than the Xian rank 1 Titan Giant Ape. Swallowing Python. Level, Xian Stage 7. Attack power, 12,000. Blood, 15 million. Introduction, one of the overlords in the deep forest of the setting sun, perennially dormant in a silent pool of water, silently waiting for the time to transform into a scaly dragon, possessing horrifying strangulation ability. As long as it is entangled in it, it will be destined to become its food. Skills, 1. Bone-eating mist, spray a stream of poisonous mist that dissolves everything it touches. 2. Strangle, the body wraps around the enemy and can crush everything it wraps around. That's an average attribute too. Kiki muttered. For Kiki, who had seen the Xian rank 1 Titan Giant Ape, the Xian rank 7 heaven-swallowing python, with only a little more attack power and blood volume than the Titan Giant Ape, was indeed very average. It was as if he had understood what Kiki had said. The heaven-swallowing python spat out its serpentine letters, and its entire body suddenly twisted, rushing towards Kiki repeat with a fishy odor. Kanji, against the stream. A dozen or so characters came after and bombarded the body of the heaven-swallowing python, and in an instant the terrifying extreme cold imprisoned the heaven-swallowing python in place. Countless cold streams and ice crystal arrows acted on the huge body of the heaven-swallowing python at the same time, and the high amount of damage instantly exploded. -26,622. minus 26,622, minus 26,622. A constant explosion of output, a 200% skill damage bonus, and a sustained 10-second freezing effect. The heaven-swallowing python's entire body had been frozen in place except for its constant hissing, while the talismans in Lin Yun's hands continued to be thrown out. If an outsider saw Lin Yun hunting bosses with such ease, they would definitely be envious. It's okay for me to hit you, not if you want to do it. The heaven-swallowing python had a suffocating look on its face. Under the continuous freezing effect, the entire python had been turned into an ice sculpture, while the high amount of damage was constantly erupting, and the heaven-swallowing python's blood level was constantly dropping at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Lin Yun smiled slightly at the sight. The Xian Tianchu's power was undeniable, and the skills of the two attributes were even more powerful. For mages, except for the profession of Great Elemental Envoy, none of them can only choose one attribute, and advancement and development under the premise of the sole attribute. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was different. Now there were two distinct attributes in 3 skill frames, and the attributes that Lin Yun had comprehended were as high as 9. What was even more exaggerated was that Xian Tianshu's talismans, which could be stored away, and as the proficiency of the skill increased, the damage of the talisman would also increase. Gradually, the heaven-swallowing python's body once again swelled violently by a circle. The ice on its body shattered with a loud bang, and its scarlet eyes stared deathly at Lin Yun. In the snake's mouth, a green-colored gas was brewing, which was none other than the heaven-swallowing python's skill bone-eroding poison mist. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Yun's mouth lifted slightly and a handful of discrete characters appeared in his hand. Li Zi Yin Yan Lai. In the heaven-swallowing python's open maw, the talisman arrived instantly. A strand of terrifying flames suddenly exploded, and the green-colored bone-etching poisonous mist in the mouth of the heaven-swallowing python seemed to have a chemical reaction the moment the flames burst open. An even more terrifying explosion rang out once again, and all of a sudden, the heaven-swallowing python's blood level once again dropped by a large margin. Didn't your mom ever tell you? Talk less if you have bad breath. Lin Yun's words made Kiki laugh out loud. Looking at the sky-swallowing python's fishy red eyes looking at himself, Kiki repeater waved his hand. It wasn't me who said that. There's a right to be wronged and there's a wrong to be done. The heaven-swallowing python felt incomparably suffocated, with more and more ice on its body, as well as the terrifying flames constantly burning. It was as if it had drilled headfirst into the refrigerator and then directly into the oven. And the two little bitty ones in front of me couldn't even touch a bit themselves. The blood level continued to drop, and the damage of the talisman in Lin Yun's hand continued to increase over time. Off-character Yin Yang Lai, proficiency, 9%. Kanji, against the stream, proficiency, 7%. For every point of increased proficiency, the skill damage increased by 10%. At which point the skill damage of the two talismans came to 290% and 270% respectively, which meant that a single off-character went down, and with Lin Yun's 8874 points of mana strength, the damage from the instantaneous explosion alone had come to 25,734 points, and that damage lasted for 10 seconds, with 250,000 damage every 10 seconds. In just a matter of moments, the heaven-swallowing python's blood level had already arrived at the decimation line. As the heaven-swallowing python's blood level fell below 10%, a golden light suddenly lit up and the execution effect of the Hunter and Slayer title occurred. The last of the heaven-swallowing python's blood was suddenly emptied, and its huge body collapsed directly with extreme unwillingness, turning into a ray of light that disappeared in place. On the ground, a pile of loot fell out. Ding! Congratulations to players Godslayer and Kiki repeat for completing the first kill of the Xian rank 7 boss heaven-swallowing python. A service-wide announcement is about to be made. Is the name hidden? No. Ding! Dasha service players Godslayer and Kiki teamed up to complete the first kill of the Xian rank 7 boss heaven-swallowing python, rewarding them with a set of randomized A-ranked suits. An A-ranked set, that's a pretty average reward. At this point, the players in the entire service had already glanced at the announcement with numb faces, and then lowered their heads to brush the monsters again. No other. The players have been on the regicide this name immunity. The opening service more than a week. Every day look up to see the regicide's name. In exchange for you will only come to a sentence. Ah, and the first kill What's more, compared to the first kill of a Xian rank 7 boss, the news that Lin Yun had slaughtered the entire Thieves Guild by himself was even more explosive. However, for Lin Yun, the main task of this trip was to get the transfer book. If this doesn't pop, it's going to be a waste of time to do it again and hope that the hand pops and it works all at once. Kiki's face was ecstatic as she ran over to pick up the loot. Gold coins, weapons, and even 2 S-rank skill books. Not long after, Kiki lifted his hand to carry up 2 skill books, and a transfer book that shimmered with a platinum light. Busted out. Chapter 34 Sanctuary goes to war. Caught in ambush. Sunset in the deep forest. With 2 skill books in hand, Kiki Repeat was even more certain that he had discovered Deicide's shocking secret. Unbeknownst to him, this was just Lin Yun's title-gifted ability. Let's split the spoils. How about 1 skill book for you and 1 for me? All the gold from the transfer book goes to you, and all the equipment goes to me? Lin Yun divided up the loot, but Kiki was reluctant. After all, Lin Yun was the one who was making the entire trip, and the purpose of the trip was even more for his own transfer. To be able to get a SSS class transfer book, for Kiki, it was already a pie in the sky. How many SSS class transfers could there be in the entire service? Even though Lin Yun kept emphasizing that he didn't lack money, he couldn't help Kiki's insistence and could only stop. Only after grinding Lin Yun's consent did Kiki open the warrior transformation book. Hell's Blood Demon God. Grade, SSS. Introduction, Warrior Class Transfer. Wandering Demon God in Hell. Born Demonic Warrior. Blood level reduced by 10%. Attack power increased by 100%. Blood absorption increased by 100%. Blood level below 10%. Triggers Eeyore. Blood level locked for 5 minutes. Attack power increased by 200%. Blood absorption increased by 200%. A brief introduction. Crunching the numbers. This transfer of the Bloodbath Demon God was nothing short of an armed thug, and Lin Yun couldn't imagine what a Hellblood Demon God would be like after a lowly transfer. A big brother lowly, covered in blood, chasing people with a giant sword? Under Lin Yun's protection, Kiki Fu began to fuse the skill books, a black and red blood light spreading across Kiki Fu's body, causing his entire body to look like it possessed an evil feeling. Soon, Kiki Repeat finished fusing with a smile on his face, feeling the brand new power. His heart was even more grateful to Lin Yun. If not for Lin Yun, he should have only been able to transfer to become an ordinary warrior. The change in this life is probably not a bad thing. A powerful prison blood demon god is more valuable than a holy warrior, I guess. Lin Yun also used the skill book directly to obtain the new skill, Dungzi Watchman Chaos Gold, a metallic skill, and now the 3 skill compartments on Lin Yun's body were full, with metallic, water attribute, and fire attribute skills respectively. Lin Yun's face suddenly changed. The condensed as if substantial terrifying power also acted on himself, and Lin Yun, who had as much as 2 million blood, only lasted a second longer than Kiki. Then it too exploded. Deep in the sunset deep forest, a terrifying killing intent quietly disappeared, and vaguely, it seemed as if a hint of breathing sound came from it. Lin Yun resurrected in the spring and his level directly dropped by 1 level. However, at this moment, his face was heavy, and in that instant just now, that terrifying power gave Lin Yun the feeling of facing a 2-winged angel in his previous life. But the power between the two is very different. Although angels symbolize light, there was an evil nature in their power, and that power just now, however, had a kind of sameness with his own power. What was going on? Deep in the sunset deep forest, there is an existence on the same level as a 2-winged angel? But in a previous life, how come I didn't see it show up? For some reason, Lin Yun felt that things were developing more and more beyond his perception, and things that shouldn't have appeared in his previous life were appearing. As soon as Kiki resurrected, he immediately came to find Lin Yun. He had just succeeded in his transfer, and was directly struck down by a force, or a killing aura. Brother Godslayer, is that the immortal from the depths of the sunset deep forest? What a powerful setting. Lin Yun shook his head and looked away from the deep forest of the setting sun. Even if it's not an immortal, it's still an extremely terrifying existence. Everything in the deep forest of sunset was as if it was filled with mist. The gods spoken of in the last words of the 9-star Grand Commander before his death, were they those gods from his previous life? Or was it this existence that had instantly killed Lin Yun in seconds with his killing intent? Lin Yun no longer thought much about it. The most fundamental reason for wanting to know everything was to be strong himself. 2 million blood was almost instantly emptied. It was hard to imagine what level of existence the one in the depths of the sunset deep forest was. Why it didn't show up last time when the gods came down. Why is it that there are gods in the west who put up resistance, but there are no gods in Dacia to meet them? Just as Lin Yun was rambling, Kiki was the one who cried out in alarm. Brother Godslayer, Big Brother Easy is at war with the Thieves Guild. Lin Yun came back to his senses and hurriedly checked the forums. It turned out that it was Easy who knew what happened to Kiki and what the Thieves Guild had done after his successful transfer. He was so enraged that he directly summoned the entire guild to go to war with the Thieves Guild, vowing to seek justice for Kiki. In the beginning, with the strength of the new transfer professions and the overall power of the Holy Church, the Thieves Guild was beaten back. Even at one point, the members of the Thieves Guild were once again brushed to level 1, but unexpectedly, they were caught in the trap of the Thieves Saint, the Thieves Guild, the Extermination, and the Supreme Alliance. 3 major guilds united. and the situation was reversed, and the free and the sacred church had already been encircled to the valley of death, and were in critical condition. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, Big Brother Easy wouldn't be in danger. Realizing what had happened, Kikiru immediately blamed herself. Lin Yun, however, didn't say anything and quickly edited a message to send out, then quickly headed over to Prosperity with the self-condemning Kiki. In his heart, he was fiercely relieved. Although the Holy Church's reason for going to war with the Thieves Guild was different from his previous life, the ending was still the same. The sanctuary was ambushed and driven to the Valley of Death. As long as nothing went wrong with the general direction, it was the most celebratory thing for Lin Yun. If the entire world changed because of his rebirth, then Lin Yun didn't dare to imagine what the future would be like. Would the higher gods go straight down? Then the world is destroyed outright, and there is no more hope. Death Valley, Caring Continent. The presidents of the three major guilds, the Thieves Guild, the Extermination Guild, and the Supreme Alliance, stood in unison on Dekuro Mountain, looking away from the Valley of Death. Tens of thousands of combined forces from the three guilds surrounded Death Valley. Death Valley is a U-shaped valley. In addition to the opening position can go in the rest of the direction. All the 100-feet-high mountains, only in and out. There is no life, and the president of the Holy Church, Easy, and his remaining members were forced into such a desperate situation. Gentlemen, after this battle, the Holy Hall has fallen to the altar and is no longer capable of competing with us for resources. On Dekuzan Mountain, the Thieves Guild president, the thief Sate who had been forcefully killed by Lin Yun back in the novice village, smiled and said, looking at the figure in the Valley of Death that looked like an escaped immortal, a hint of sinister intent showing at the corner of his mouth. He's on the verge of death, but he's still holding his sword and pretending to be a pussy. I don't care if Easy dies or not. I only want his SSS rank skill book. The two of you shouldn't be fighting with me. The president of the Supreme Hall of Fame is dressed as a scholar, gentle and elegant, and anyone who sees it will sigh a sunny and handsome sentence. He spoke indifferently and directly booked the SSS rank skill book that Easy had unintentionally obtained. The remaining two glanced at each other, but they didn't dare to retort, simply because Supreme Hall President 11 was very terrifying in reality with his identity background. It's just a game. There's no need to offend people like that for a game. Young Lang, we'd better hurry up and do it to avoid a long night. After all, Godslayer could come over at any time. Mentioning Deicide, Extinction's heart was very torn. After all, Deicide's power he had seen. If it wasn't because of the Supreme Hall's request, he himself didn't want to trip this muddy water no matter what. Snap! Before the words even left his mouth, Perdition was directly slapped and fell to his knees. 11 Lang slowly retracted his right hand, his face as calm as ever, and spoke indifferently. No one has dared to look for trouble from the Supreme Hall yet, so what are you worrying about? Perishable dared to be angry, silently stood up. In his heart, he very much regretted that he didn't directly refuse at that time, and only after he got on the pirate ship did he realize that this 11 Lang was simply a madman. He treats people like himself like a dog because of his status in reality, and seems usually gentle, but in reality, he is very extreme in doing things without leaving any room for error. Easy, it's come to this. Do you want to continue? 11 Lang led the crowd to the entrance of the Valley of Death, looking at the figure within the Valley of Death from afar with admiration in his eyes. The three major guilds will be surrounded by tens of thousands of people in the Valley of Death, all the way to chase and kill over, but the person is not in danger. Every shot will break the deadlock, and the body posture is elegant, just like an immortal. It was a pity that such a character refused to join his own Supreme Hall. Chapter 35 Zuchiro, Ruto Heavenly Masters. Easy hand encircled the long sword. A trace of white hair on his forehead moved with the wind. The whole person was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. A dozen or so members of the Holy Church around him embraced him, blocking the entrance to the Valley of Death in a dead end. Upon hearing this, Easy slightly raised his head. His eyes were like torches, looking straight at the three people outside the Death Valley. His tone was gentle but like a sharp sword about to open. The only way is to die. Turning his head slightly as he finished speaking, in a voice that only he and his beard could hear. Does that make me sound very bossy? Beard's head was full of black lines. If it wasn't for the great enemy, he would definitely want to give this little cutie 2 big slaps. What time is it now? The brothers from the Holy Church are on their way here fast, as long as we can withstand this wave of attacks, Beard said sharply. This battle was supposed to be overwhelming, but unfortunately, he fell for the other side's trick, and he and the others were separated from the large army. Holding out this wave of offense is the most critical point until the big guns break through to save the day. A wave of offense. Ha! I'll do it. The corner of Easy's mouth raised a hint of a smile, and the long sword in his hand, as if sensing his master's battle intent, actually emitted a faint sword sound. Outside the Valley of Death, The Supreme Hall of 11 twisted his head to look at Perdition and the Stealing Saint, and reached out to point at Easy. Has he always been this pretentious? Without waiting for the two to reply, 11 Lang shook his fan and scrutinized Easy carefully. To be honest, it looks a bit silly, but handsome is really handsome. Half as good as my face. In that case, let's get started. I'm in a hurry. Perdition and the Stealing Saint heard the words. Their faces were happy. Both of them had seen the power of Godslayer. If they delayed any longer, and delayed until that person arrived, the ending would not be easy to end. Men, up. Attention all members of the Thieves Guild. Cooperate with Supreme Hall and Extermination and send the Holy Church back to the Novice Village. The moment the people from the three major guilds outside Death Valley moved, Easy immediately felt it. With a little bit of footwork, the figure arrived at the only entrance and exit point of Death Valley. One man, one sword, crosswise, the entrance to the Valley of Death. Extremely narrow, dozens of meters long pathway, a maximum of 3 people at a time to pass. So even if the number of people outside, but also cannot be a brain influx, the fastest running guild member had already seen Easy's figure, and with a hint of a sardonic smile, the leader slashed over with a giant axe in hand. Easy crossed his sword in front of him. His right hand gripped the hilt lightly and slowly drew his sword out of its sheath. The light on the sword flickered, and as soon as the player holding the giant axe in front of him felt a coldness in his neck, he disappeared into white light in the next moment. Minus 1,500. Easy held his sword in one hand. His eyes lit up with light. As one of the few possessors of the god-level talent sword heart understanding in the entire service, he never knew what it meant to back off. Swordsman, I would rather bend than bend. The figure of Easy was like an exiled immortal. The long sword in his hand cut out. There would be a member of the three major guilds who would disappear into white light. The passage was 10 meters long, and with one step and one sword, Easy directly stopped the members of the three major guilds dead in their tracks at the entrance of the passage. If it weren't for the fact that when you die you rejoin the spring and your body disappears, the body would probably be high up in the air by now, outside the Valley of Death. 11 Lang had a smile on his face as he watched an endless stream of guild members die like moths to a flame under the Easy sword, and the smile on his face grew even wider, while the Stealing Saint and Perdition were slightly changed in color. In their place, they would not be able to face tens of thousands of enemies so gently. Give him a little kick in the ass. The three vice-captains of the Supreme Hall of Fame. Zichiro gently shook the folding fan in his hand and whispered to his men, yes. Upon hearing this, the three members behind them nodded their heads at the sight, and then quickly headed towards Death Valley. The long sword flipped over in his hands, and with a rank of Shian Stage 5, he fought against the members of the three major guilds in front of him, whose ranks were no weaker than his own. But both sides of the battle is one-sided, obviously the same level, but no one can slightly stop the free half-step. Easy as an exiled immortal. One step kills one person. 10 meters does not leave a line. Suddenly, a long spear stabbed straight out from the center of the crowd, stabbing straight at Easy's face with a lingering killing intent. Easy's face remained unchanged, and his eyes took on more than a hint of playful amusement. Finally, a master is here, but that's about it. Sweeping the lance with the sword, a huge popping sound came from the middle of the two weapons. The long sword stood still while the lance was raised high. The person holding the lance was a bearded man, one of the three vice-captains of the Hall of Supreme Being, with an SS-grade talent, and his moves were wide open and courageous. Then a pair of them met Easy, and the lance was nearly shaken to the point of being unsteady. Easy to block away the long spear. The long sword in his hand pulled a sword flower, the tip of the sword lightly trembling straight to the beard, and at this moment, a giant axe, a giant hammer swept out from both sides of Easy, surrounded the Weiwei to save Zhao. If Easy continued to kill the bearded man, he himself would be hit by the two weapons to be seriously injured or even die. However, the long sword in Easy's hand did not block back, as if he did not see the two weapons. In the next moment, under the two people's delighted expressions, the two weapons struck Easy directly left and right, but they erupted in the air with a loud sound. Crap! The two men were secretly bad. In the middle of the two weapons, the figure of Easy slowly dissipated, and the two men chopped into just each other's weapons. Sword up, White Crane! The only thing that came through the air was Easy's faint voice. In the next moment, a crane sound vaguely dissipated. The sword light flashed. Easy had already held the sword with his back to the bearded man, and in front of him were the members of the three major guilds who were rushing to kill. The long sword in his hand vibrated slightly, and countless sword shadows pierced out from behind the bearded man, one by one attaching themselves to Easy's long sword. The bearded man had disappeared before he could react. One of the Supreme Hall's three vice squads, an elite of Xian rank 7, was not a single enemy of Easy. The two remaining vice squads were shocked in their hearts, but before they could react, Easy's figure disappeared into a pile of weapons and skills once again. Two cranes accompanied the disappearance of the two remaining lieutenants, the three vice captains of the Supreme Hall of Fame, who died in just an instant. Even if a stone was thrown into the river it could bring up a rattling sound. But the 3 Xian rank 7 elites didn't stir up any ripples. The members of the 3 major guilds who were charging forward instantly stopped in their tracks. But the people behind them were forward and unaware. There was a sudden rush forward of people who had stopped in front of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you guys crowd. Wait. I have a sword. It can protect against 10,000 enemies. Go on. Outside of Death Valley, 11 Lang's face remained unchanged as he watched the field where Easy kept nodding his head, appearing to be very appreciative. Except that if you looked closely, you would find that the frequency of the folding fan shaking in his hand had unconsciously accelerated. Time passed slowly, and the 3 guilds were never able to break through Easy to enter the valley. The road that could only be traveled by 3 people was simply Easy's home turf, with 1 person and 1 sword, killing the members of the 3 major guilds without any help. But Easy vaguely felt that something was wrong. If the other party was only at this level, he and the others would not have been forced to such a venue. What was in front of him was as if, on purpose, he had arranged for someone to kill him. So what's his follow-up? Exactly? The battle between the Holy Church and the Thieves Guild was only lost after the Supreme Hall of 11 joined in. A man whose every command had his deepest meaning. He and the others just kept falling into the other side's trap before being forced into the Valley of Death step by step. And he was completely unable to guess what the opposite side was thinking. 11 Lang's voice came, and as his footsteps approached, a channel slowly parted in the middle of the crowd, and 11 Lang, Perishable, and Stealing Saint appeared in front of Easy. Shilong lightly shook his folding fan, a smile on his harmless face, as if he had come to visit an old friend. Prosperity held his longsword, a slight frown on his face as he pondered the reason in his mind. I can give you another chance. Submit to me, and I don't want the SSS ranked skills. 11 Lang opened his mouth, his tone full of unquestioning, but it caused the faces of Perishable and Stealing Saint behind him to change drastically. Young Lang, this, with just a look from Shilong, the Stealing Saint stopped speaking, only to have anger in his eyes under his lowered head. Oh, where did you get that from? SSS level warrior skills, is their own inadvertently obtained? Only the Holy Church a few people know. Freeheart slightly sigh. It seems that the family appeared in the ghost, day and night defense, home thieves difficult to prevent. Submit to me and I'll help you kill him until he retreats from the tour. 11 spoke again, with nothing but confidence on his face. Anyone with any intelligence wouldn't deny themselves in this situation. But what he didn't know was that the people of the Holy Church understood that the only desirable thing about Easy was his face value. And as for intelligence, that stuff was a joke for Easy. What's more, those who use swords would rather bend than bend. I refuse. The longsword in Easy's hand emitted a sword sound and spoke directly. The longsword raised to point directly at 11. For the first time, the smile on 11's face disappeared. The folding fan in his hand was put away, and he spoke regretfully. That's too bad, but it's good. If you bow down, I'll look down on you instead and waste my deployment. The 11 Lang scholar was dressed in a gentle and elegant manner, but his tone slowly turned cold, and his entire aura changed radically. If he was a flamboyant gentleman just now, he was now more like a scolding warlord. Do you think that you're the only one who was divinely gifted? 11 Lang's left hand was gently raised, and a subtle aura surrounded his entire body. The aura filled with a vast and righteous aura. Draw the ground. As the words fell, countless purple-red rays of light lit up under the 10-meter channel where Easy was located. The rays of light intertwined and drew a complex pattern that enveloped Easy, and an inexplicable aura was directly locked onto Easy's body. Before Easy could react, he had already been hit, only feeling that his entire body's sword chi was firmly compressed within his body. In the next moment, 11 Lang gently crushed the confinement stone in his hand. Don't you realize that you've killed a lot of people? With a shock, Easy looked at the top of his head, and immediately his face was on one side. The word Easy, which was originally flickering with white light, had now turned into a reddish blood color. This game, God's Apocalypse, has a protection mechanism for the burst rate, which means that even if I kill you to level 1, there's a chance that I won't be able to burst the SSS rank skill book you're carrying. However, maliciously killing too many players will slowly accumulate your guilt, and when the guilt reaches an extreme, then you will become red. Explosive rate in a red namestate, with a great chance of exploding the top items on you. With every word 11 Lang said, Easy's face became a few points more gloomy. No wonder these people rushed to their deaths, so the original purpose was here. But at this moment, the unknown aura of painted earth is suppressing itself, so it can be said that the current Easy is a lamb to the slaughter. Don't bother in vain. My profession is Confucian Taoist Heavenly Master. Our unrighteousness is just enough to restrain your sword chi. After all, the sword master is ferocious. Just now obediently agree with me is not just good. Now the scene is how ugly. Shilong slowly walked towards Easy, the folding fan in his hand lightly shaking as he faintly recited the poem. The horse is as fast as the Lu. and the bow is like thunderbolt strings. As 11 Lang's words rang out, behind his back, a full meter-long arrow quietly appeared, overall snow-white and neat, carrying an arcane aura. The next moment, the bow rang out. The long arrow carried a cracking sound and shot directly at Easy. Chapter 36 General Characters, Watchman Gone Wild. The flying arrows condensed from Haoren Jingqi instantly arrived in front of Easy's eyes. As for Easy, at this moment, he was deadlocked in place by 11 Langs drawing for the ground, and his entire body's sword chi was locked up within his body. Next to him, Beard and the others were in a rage, but they could only watch. As soon as the red-named Easy died, the items in his backpack would definitely be exploded. Not to mention, the existence of the confinement stone made it impossible to escape, and he could only keep resurrecting and keep getting killed. Zichiro's face was victorious, and Perdition and Stealing Saint were even more excited, and the next moment they could watch this man who loved to act like a pimp suffer the worst blow of all. Just when the flying arrows were less than 10 centimeters away from one's eyes, the terrifying aura brought up by the flying arrows had already caused Easy's face to ache. Easy's face, however, was unruffled, and he only spoke softly. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. At this second, a sword chi that was severe to the extreme swept out from within him. Like a sword coming out of its sheath, a strand of invisible sword chi stirred around Easy, and 11 Lang's flying arrows were in front of Easy, starting from the arrowheads, breaking inch by inch and disappearing little by little in front of Easy's eyes, right in the eyes of 11 Lang and the others who were stunned. The long sword in Easy's right hand trembled, and the sword chi around his body swept up once again, and the invisible sword chi that was originally collected in front of Easy's body slowly condensed and molded in midair. Tens of thousands of transparent long swords surrounded Easy, like stars arching over the moon, continuously emitting sword sounds in front of Easy. Go! As Easy's voice landed, a transparent long sword instantly arrived in front of the crowd of the three great guilds. Densely packed long swords shot up, and 11 Lang shouted angrily, "Damn it!" Then a hexagram appeared in his hand. At this time, one of the corners of the hexagram was already broken. With the infusion of Haoren Jingqi in the hands of 11 Lang, the other corner in the hexagram initiated a bright light. The moment the countless transparent long swords passed through his body, 11 Lang's figure disappeared into thin air, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived on the solitary mountain outside Death Valley. Perdition, Stealing Saint, and a bunch of guild members weren't so lucky. The transparent longsword formed a transparent divine dragon, constantly penetrating through the bodies of the people, and as the high amount of damage surfaced, everything within the range of the sword chi was all turned into white light and dissipated. Easy slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but in his heart he sighed. What exactly is the Confucian Taoist Heavenly Master's transfer? How do you feel more handsome than your own sword immortal transfer? You still need to swing the sword. The other party only need to open their mouths and say 2 lines of poetry will have such power. Simply awesome. If it wasn't for the transfer information that God Slayer had informed him of, it would have been impossible for him to transfer into the ancient Chinese profession, Sword Immortal, much less survive this killing spree. The SSS-ranked warrior skill book reserved for Kiki Repeat will also be exploded. That's right. When God Slayer informed him of the existence of the ancient Sword Immortal's transfer, he led the sanctuary's crowd and pounded away for a few days without sleep before he managed to get the transfer. Kenshin. Introduction, Sword Immortal, only profession. Divine Swordsman profession. A powerful existence in the ancient Chinese civilization. One sword overrides the world. 10,000 swords exterminate the constant universe. Obtains the skill Green Lotus Sword Technique. Damage of all sword skills increases by 200%. Attack power increases by 100%. This is the Sword Immortal, the only Sword Immortal profession in ancient China. Exclusive skills after the transfer: Sword Up White Crane, 10,000 swords, one single skill, one group skill. At this moment, the 10,000 swords returned to the sword, and even more so, it extinguished all the creatures within the range of all the sword chi in front of it. Kind of. 11 Lang's voice sounded again. Easy stood with his sword and looked at the other party from afar. At this time, Easy was puzzled in his heart. How did 11 Lang get rid of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect? 11 Lang once again came outside the Valley of Death and stared at the prosperity therein. The color of appreciation in his eyes increased as he spoke. But how many times can you use this powerful skill? As the words disappeared, the group of members who had been decapitated by the 10,000 swords returning sect as well as the 2 exterminating pirate saints reappeared in front of them. It turned out that 11 Lang had long ago used the confinement stone on these people. Originally was to prevent the other side to escape the confinement stone, but became 11 Lang a dark trick. Free once again sighed that this person more wisdom close to the demon. Early to bury this ambush. However, the other party is not wrong. 10,000 swords return to this heavenly skill. The casting interval of 12 hours. Right now, the free has step by step fell into the other party set up a trap. Will be their own bottom card pulled out all clean. Although he admired it in his heart, Easy's mouth was unforgiving. and he didn't want to be a sitting duck. Although there is a limit to the return of all swords, it's enough to drain that hexagonal piece in your hand. Easy brushed a strand of white hair on his forehead and squinted at 11 Lang. The long sword in his hand slowly pulled a sword flower into its sheath. As expected, 11 Lang hesitated. The hexagram was an item he had acquired at great cost, with a total of 6 chances to escape, and now there were only 4 left, so he didn't want to gamble. However, when he saw that Easy's fingers were tightening unintentionally, he burst out laughing. Then let's touch it and see if you can use your 10,000 swords returning 4 times. At those words, Easy's eyes changed slightly, but his heart was very anxious. Why aren't the brothers from the Holy Church coming yet? Didn't they say that they would come after a wave of attacks? Moreover, why would I step into your attack range? My means of attack are not the same as yours. Are you still waiting for your men to come to the rescue? As if realizing Easy's thoughts, 11 spoke faintly. The words also made it clear to Easy that the traitor had delayed the rescue. 11 Lang lightly shook his folding fan. No more nonsense. If he couldn't get the SSS level skill of Easy, then the number of hexagrams, it would be in vain. Then recited the poem again. Rise up and look at the South Mountain. The mountain fire burns the mountain fields. Easy hastily dodged out of the way, and in just an instant, a wave of terrifying flames surged up in the place where Easy had originally gained a foothold. In the next moment, countless fiery flames ignited and surrounded Easy in a group. The terrifying flames gulped, and Easy could only keep dodging, but as time passed, Easy's figure was gradually surrounded by the flames to death, leaving only a narrow spot to stand, and in the distance, 11 laughed out loud. There's nowhere to run, is there? So this arrow, how should you dodge it? Seeing the scene in front of them, the Destroyer and the Stealer Saint finally let go of their hearts. Easy is surrounded by countless flames. Burning hot flames illuminate Easy's face red. In the fire, Easy's face is calm as always, only the eyes in the light of the fire, the brighter and brighter. 11, on the other hand, had already opened his mouth to chant a poem, and as he recited it word by word, a sharp arrow was taking shape. As long as this arrow was completed, Easy would definitely not be able to dodge it in a situation where he could not retreat. The horse is as fast as Dalu, and the bow is like thunderbolt strings. 11 Lang had already sensed victory, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Only that before he could finish his verse, a terrifying air-breaking sound suddenly appeared in his ears. Before the word shock could be pronounced, 11 Lang's face changed drastically, and his body quickly rolled forward in an attempt to dodge the impending attack. With the cessation of his voice, the sharp arrows condensed from the vast chi also dissipated in midair with a bang. But that terrifying air-breaking sound was locking him in a death grip. Gung Fu Watchman gone gold. Lin Yun and Kiki arrived just in time to see the sharp arrows about to take shape behind 11 Lang, and then saw Easy trapped in the flames. Lin Yun directly drew a talisman in the void, and a golden light formed a golden talisman under Lin Yun's drawing. The talisman shot out and transformed into a reddish-golden giant hammer 10 meters in size in the air, smashing down in the air at 11 Lang. Genism, its nature is rigid, its quality is strong, it is the most young thing, the giant hammer made up of metallic. It is even with a horrible armor-breaking property. The huge and incomparable hammer is what caused 11 Lang to be unable to dodge. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, 11 Lang had no choice but to pull out the hexagram again, and under the input of vast power, one of the horns lit up. The next moment, 11 disappeared from sight. The terrifying chaotic gold watchman descended from the sky and directly bombarded the place where 11 Lang had disappeared, and the terrifying attribute power shook away. The ground was instantly sunken in for several meters, and terrifying cracks continued to spread, and any crowd that the shockwave swept through instantly turned into white light and disappeared. The power of the metallic nature, to the point of rigidity and fierceness, could not be retreated from. Chapter 37 Help from all sides, and 11's flight. The terrifying shockwave stopped just in front of Easy and blew away the flames around him. Easy's face changed slightly. If the distance of the shockwave was a little longer, he himself would probably turn into white light and disappear. Kingslayer, stronger again. What is this skill that is so horrible? And at this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in the blackness around them, encircling the members of the 3 major guilds. For a time, the members of the 3 major unions that had originally surrounded the Holy Church in Death Valley had now become surrounded. The gathering of treasures was invited by the Godslayer to rescue the Holy Church. The Shades were invited by the Godslayer to come to the rescue of the sanctuary. 2 voices came from afar and rushed to the scene with a large number of people, and a large force from the Sacred Hall also arrived, directly surrounding the members of the 3 major guilds of the Supreme Hall. Extermination and thievery with members of the Gathering Pavilion and the Yin Yang Society. The freshly resurrected Perdition and Stealing Saints' faces changed drastically. The great names of the Treasure Pavilion and the Yin Yang Society have long been circulating in the major online games. and their strength can even be said to be steadily pressing against the World Extermination and the Thieves Guild. At this moment, the two major guilds had gathered to rescue the Holy Church, so it could be said that the conspiracy of the three major guilds had been broken, and the appearance of Godslayer had caused the two to despair even more. Soon, the wealthy and generous-led Jubilee Pavilion arrived in front of Lin Yun and the others, followed by a middle-aged man with a righteous face. This person was none other than the president of the Yin Yang Society, and was also recognized by Lin Yun and the others. The fourth God-tier profession guardian on the profession ranking list, 3-141-5926. Seeing the crowd looking strangely at the number above his head, 3-141-5926 was laughing brightly. Ha ha, when I took my name, I thought I could change it, so I just took a random name. Who knew I couldn't change it? The crowd laughed out loud. The wealthy man had a rounded body. Even his eyes looked round. He looked extremely blessed, and at this moment, he excitedly shook Lin Yun's hand. At last we meet, brother Godslayer. Lin Yun also smiled and nodded. The two hadn't met before due to being in different novice villages, and it was only at this time when the teleportation channel opened that the two had met for the first time. And with the Kiki on the way here, Lin Yun is to send a message to the rich and powerful. Received the message of the rich and powerful, immediately contacted the friend 3-141-5926. This was what led to the move of the two major guilds, the Gathering Pavilion and the Yin Yang Society, joining forces to come to the rescue of the Holy Church. Thanks for coming to the rescue. Lin Yun originally just wanted to keep a backhand. After all, in the previous life, the Holy Church was pitted to death in the Valley of Death by the three major guilds, and the entire body was exploded except for the newbie equipment, which almost led to the collapse of the Holy Church in the later life. Ha ha, brother, what are you polite? In the future there are any good equipment, good occupation, remember to think of me on the line, but I have been thinking about it for a long time. Ha ha, smiled 3-141-5926 also smiled. Deicide, little brother, you see if there is suitable for my paladin's suit. Remember to contact me directly. After all, we directly trade, can prevent the middleman to earn the difference in price. Saying that Nuzzle indicates that Zaibatsu is the middleman. When the crowd heard it, they all laughed out loud with understanding, and Kiki compounded. Kiki was even more ladylike, laughing so hard that her big teeth were exposed. This matter Easy and the others also came over. While seeing the ring around the long sword, all in white clothes, Easy, the wealth of the rich and powerful, immediately brightened up. This is Brother Easy, isn't it? Truly a dragon and phoenix among men, the great name of the Holy Hall of Prosperity. Fortune has also heard of it a long time ago, and in the rush to come, it is also through the videos released by the casual players to understand the power of prosperity. Plus, he was acquainted with Deicide, and his wealth was also smiling. Easy nodded and pulled the corners of his mouth in a rare and extremely ugly smile. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. Laughing is good. Next time don't laugh. As soon as Kiki replied, she bared her teeth and laughed again. I can't hold it in. The crowd couldn't help themselves. Only Easy scratched his head in embarrassment. Just as a few people were exchanging pleasantries, Perdition's voice came. Brother Godslayer, long time no see. The surrounded Perdition had long regretted in his heart, and after seeing Deicide's strength surge again, he was even more bitter in his heart. If he hadn't been involved in this matter, in the future, when he was in danger, Godslayer would have come to help. At this moment, when he saw Lin Yun and the others looking over, Perdition gritted his teeth and spoke again. Regarding the matter of besieging the sacred hall, we at Perdition can't make our own decisions, and I can't afford to offend the reality of the Supreme Hall President's identity. And Lin Yun spoke directly to interrupt him. First of all, we don't know each other well. Secondly, when Magnolia Pavilion was being abused, extermination wasn't there. The Holy Church was being besieged. Extermination was an accomplice. I'm only looking at the facts that I can see. Lin Yun's words were like iron, not giving the slightest bit of face, but the words he uttered caused the crowd's brows to furrow. And then looking at Kiki's complex eyes as she resumed, the crowd became enraged. People can do wrong things, but when they are wrong, they have to change, instead of continuing to make mistakes over and over again. When Magnolia Pavilion was pushed to the brink by the Thieves Guild, Extinction, made a big deal about not getting involved. And you were one of the accomplices when the sanctuary was blocked in the Valley of Death. And now you're telling me that you had no choice but to do it? At the sound of Perdition's tone, and then looked at the unkind eyes of Easy and the others, his heart already understood that he never belonged to the 9th Novice Village again. Looking at the people who were being free and wealthy, vaguely centered around Lin Yun as if they were all stars, Perdition's heart was even more bitter, and he could no longer find the words to say. Extermination. You're at least a grand guild leader, and yet you're here at this time to influence the heart of the army. Do you think that 11 will let you off the hook? The Stealing Saint's face was gloomy as he opened his mouth to scoff. and Perdition's face was also constantly changing. However, the stealing saint was puzzled in his heart and searched around. 11 Lang had never been seen since the appearance of the two major guilds, Godslayer and Gathering Treasures Pavilion. Are you looking for 11? 3-141-5926 slowly opened his mouth. His tone was strange. My members found him in Tianfa City just now, and he's already run away through the teleportation channel by now, right? And didn't you realize? Aside from your two guilds, how many more people are in the Hall of Supreme? With a shock, Perdition and Stealing Saint turned around and realized that the original team that was as large as 30,000 people was now only left with members of their own two guilds. Want to understand the Supreme Hall of Fame? A shock to abandon themselves to run away, but also the face of the face. If it is true that 11 Lang really ran away, then they and others are like a joke. It's like when there were a full 30,000 wolves, but the leader just ran away and instantly became 30,000 huskies. There is no wariness. Lin Yun thought back to that 11 Lang just now. Confucian Taoist Heavenly Master? Another ancient Chinese occupation? Another unheard of character from a previous life. However, according to this person's character, as soon as he smelled the wind is not right immediately far away. I think the previous life is either dead in which corner, or hiding in which corner. Let's get it settled. And when we're done I'll invite the guys to go to the Haitian house for dinner. Kai Chi-Chi faintly opened his mouth, but also let Lin Yun side eye. After all, Kai Chi-Chi has always given the performance. It is very much like a good old man. At this moment ordered, but the body is inexplicably more than a wave of majesty. The freedom of the divine revelation is extremely high. The Sea and Sky building is the Kirin continent slightly NPC-run restaurant. The ingredients used are all the mountain delicacies, although it cannot fill the reality of the stomach, but the enjoyment of the taste buds is not bad at all. But the prices are strangely high, and many players have been known to go in with their Ferraris and come out with a sellout. Only the rich and powerful could have such vigor and strength to invite everyone present to dinner. Hearing that the president of the Treasure Pavilion was going to treat everyone to a meal at the Sea and Sky building, the members below immediately cheered. With nothing but murderous intent in their eyes, they couldn't wait to finish off all the enemies in front of them, and then have a good meal. Yin Yang clubs give me a go. These huskies, let's eat a big meal. 3-141-5926 laughing extremely wildly, he waved his big hand. His body erupted with brilliant holy light, and he rushed up ahead of the others. One side is full of battle, the other is in a hurry. Not to mention that there were also high-level combatants like Deicide, Easy, and 3-141-5926. And for a while, all sorts of skills and moves were flying around. The video of the two sides engaging in battle was sent online, and it quickly exploded on all the major forums, with the Holy Church, Treasure Pavilion, Yin and Yang Association, Supreme Hall, World Extermination, and Thieves Guild, a total of 6 major unions, with the number of people out in full force, amounting to as many as 60,000 to 70,000 people. It's just like a war. Many players and anchors heard the information and rushed to the scene to broadcast up. Kirin continent instantly flooded with a large number of players, and this battle was soon a lopsided one because of the Supreme Hall president's escape. In addition to a handful of people fleeing, the 3 guilds were basically killed to only 1 level. After this battle, the strength of the Extermination and Thieves guilds fell dramatically, missing many opportunities and money-making opportunities. Soon, the entire service was discussing the battle, but a force of reality began to intervene. Posts were deleted from the major forums, and the major anchors were silenced. Obviously there is pressure from someone in the reality species to keep this down, but this battle had long been widely spread and could not be contained. What was even more unimaginable was that a virtual game had actually caused such a large public opinion, and for a time it was like an advertisement for the Divine Enlightenment, with more people flocking to the Divine Enlightenment world. Yen City, a villa, a handsome young man with a smile on his face. The cup in his hand was crushed alive, blood flowing in his hand, but as if he hadn't heard. This person was the Supreme Hall President, 11 Lang. After encountering Lin Yun's attack, he immediately knew that he was no match for Deicide, and in order to avoid being guarded, he immediately fled on the spur of the moment. At the same time, the members of the Supreme Hall were informed to retreat, which was why the Extermination and Thieves guilds were defeated so quickly. Deicide, prosperity. Very well, another wasted opportunity for me. We shall meet again soon. Chapter 38. The first master of the divine revelation who wants to take the exam. Godslayer, Hai Tian Lu, Tianfa City, Kirin Continent. The members of the 3 major guilds, the Sacred Hall, the Gathering Pavilion, and the Yin Yang Society, amounted to more than 30,000 people, and they were currently enjoying a large meal in the Sea and Sky building. It was also fortunate that God's Apocalypse was currently still a game world. and the sea and sky building was also extremely atmospheric and exaggerated, which was able to accommodate in so many players. The topmost floor of the Haitian building is not usually open to the public. However, under the power of the rich and powerful banknotes, the owner of Haitian House was beaming with joy, not only welcoming the crowd up to the top floor, but also personally acting as a junior, very enthusiastically in introducing Lin Yun and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, it's better to come early than coincidentally. Today the store just happened to have entered a new product that even the Lord of Kirin City's City Lord hasn't tasted yet, and it's none other than the 9 Sections Dragon, an earth-ranked creature from the depths of Doomsday's deep forests. Unlike the dullness of the other NPCs, the sea and sky building boss was no different from Lin Yun and the others in every word and action, and swallowed his saliva when he spoke of the 9 sections of the dragon. Wealthy, as the big boss of the day, is in the center seat, while the shrewd owner of the Haitian House stands behind Wealthy to introduce him. Lin Yun was sitting on the left-hand side of the fortune, and at this moment, he frowned slightly as he looked at the eloquent owner of Haitian House. Boss of Haitian House. Grade? Attack power? Blood? Introduction, Kirin Continent Tianfa City Hai Tian Lu Boss. In addition to the Kirin City Lord, no one knows his origin. Character is very smooth. Love of money. An NPC whose attribute panel was full of question marks represented that the strength of the owner of the sea and sky building far exceeded his own, and that the ingredients used by the sea and sky building were actually earth-ranked creatures from the depths of the deep forest of doom. From memory, the 9 Sections Dragon should be a ground rank 5 boss, and to be able to use a wild boss like ground rank 5 as an ingredient meant that Haitian House, or this boss in front of him, was unfathomable. Looking at the other party's behavioral actions that were no different from his own, Lin Yun's heart became more and more puzzled. In his previous life, NPCs only behaved like this after the divine revelation was reflected, and before the reflection, they were completely game characters. But in this life, including the Taoist priest, 2 NPCs have been found to have come to life in advance. This guest, is there something dirty on my face? Seeing that Lin Yun had been staring at him, the owner of Hai Tian Lu couldn't help but touch his face and ask in confusion. It's alright boss, I just wanted to ask about the creatures of the earth rank. How did you catch them? Smiling at the words, the owner of Haitian House smiled and arched his hand in the direction of the Kirin City Lord's mansion. That's thanks to our wise and mighty Lord City Lord. The Qilin rear guard under his banner would enter the deep forest of doom from time to time to hunt those creatures. If they were allowed to develop naturally, a wave of beasts would come from time to time and lead to the people's discontentment. And that's exactly why we have more high-grade ingredients available at Haitian House. At those words everyone nodded. Only Lin Yun felt something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. Boss, that 9-section dragon, give us a serving. All the dishes on this menu. And remember to keep the drinks on hand. Wealthy is obviously a glutton, handing the menu to the owner of Haitian House and opening his mouth in an atmospheric manner. Seeing this, the boss's face was overjoyed. He had really made a fortune today. Alright, let's wait a moment everyone. The food will be here soon. As Boss Haitian walked away, his fingers kept calculating, his eyes full of gold coins. Soon, a delicious dish filled the entire table as waiters came in and out, with waiters lined up behind them waiting to be served. Come on, brothers, I don't have any hobbies. I just like money and deliciousness, so I won't be polite with you. I'll have a drink first. Kai Daki opened his mouth cheerfully, and when the words fell, he drank the wine in the cup in one go, with a satisfied smile on his face. The crowd was also unceremonious. They all downed their chopsticks. Lin Yun was no exception. He had killed many 9-section dragons, but it was the first time he had eaten one. After all, except for NPCs who can hunt and kill, player kills will just make the wild monster disappear straight away, and there's no way to save the body of the wild monster. As the 9-section dragon meat entered his mouth, Lin Yun also felt the satisfaction of his taste buds, and a mouthful of wine made Lin Yun feel even more comfortable and relaxed. Although it is only a taste bud experience in the game and does not provide any nutritional supplement to the real body, it is only temporary, and when the divine revelation is reflected, you will be able to taste this deliciousness in the real sense. All the people in the audience were feasting and drinking, even if they were Kiki and Kiki again. They were holding their wine bowls in their hands and drinking with their faces flushed red, which was very cute. Easy is more of a wine monk. The food did not eat a few mouthfuls. The wine in his hand did not stop. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere of the scene is high. The beard and the rich and powerful assistants are mingling, drinking while laughing and cursing the Thieves Guild and others, calling this battle really enjoyable. And at that moment, Easy, who had obviously already drunk his head off, suddenly got up and walked towards Kiki Repeat, his face unusually red, not knowing if it was because of the alcohol or something else. Then he directly placed a skill book in the hands of Kiki Repo Kiki, who was carrying a bowl of wine, and froze for a moment at this. Before she could inquire, Easy opened his mouth expectantly. That, I didn't go forward in time to save you that day because of the transfer quest. It just so happens that I got a skill book some time ago, and it just so happens that you're the only one who can use it, so I'll give it to you." Stumbling to finish his words, Easy twisted his head and went straight back to his own position. Pretending to drink also sneaked a glance at Kiki. Kiki, being discovered, immediately pretended to lower his head to clip the food. Seeing that Easy changed his usual appearance, Kiki also gently laughed and opened the skill book, and then froze, only to cover his mouth with his hand in shock in the middle of the day. SSS grade skill book. At those words, people other than the bearded Lin Yun were shocked, and people such as Wealthy and 3-141-5926 were even more incredulous as they looked at Easy. SSS grade skill books, given away just like that? I can't have it. This is too expensive. Kiki spoke up in a hurry, wanting to return it to Easy. At this stage, Lin Yun's skills were nothing more than S rank, not to mention everyone else. I don't ask for back what I give away. Once again, Easy raised his head slightly, looking very arrogant. Look, he didn't even take a few bites of the food. He obviously cares, so you shouldn't waste his thoughts. Ha ha. Or you can just give it back to him when you explode the right skill book for his sword immortal. Only after hearing this did Kiki accept the skill book. Her heart was very grateful and her eyes were slightly moist. Seeing Kiki accept the skill book, Easy then revealed a smile and once again picked up his wine bowl to drink while giving Lin Yun a grateful look. My goodness, SSS grade skill books, brother Easy, your handwriting is also too big. Wealthy is very shocked. Now the SS level skill books are priceless, let alone SSS level skill books. At that moment the heart of the more and more admiring to the free and clear. That's it, and what just so happens that only she can use it. I think you're looking at someone else's little girl. Right, the wife's book has been pulled out, and that math is even louder than the boss of Haitian House. At this moment, the head of the owner of the Sea and Sky building stretched in from outside the door with a winking smile. Do you gentlemen have any orders? Haha no, boss, you're busy with you. The crowd laughed, and when the boss left, 3-141-5926 spoke again. Brother Easy, brother, I'm also a warrior profession. Do you still have any SSS rank skill books in your hand? I also happen to be able to use them. Listening to 3-141-5926 words filled with snark, the crowd present once again erupted in laughter, while Kiki and Easy blushed in shame. The crowd raised their glasses once again. The dishes at the banquet were changed one after another. Everyone present ate to their heart's content, and it had been a long time since Lin Yun had been so relaxed. He didn't have a chance in his previous life and didn't dare to relax in this life. And 3-141-5926, after tilting his head back and finishing his bowl of wine, he exchanged a glance with Wealthy, watched the other party nod, and after a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth to the crowd, his eyes falling mainly on Lin Yun. Truth be told, I actually have something I want a few of you to help me with, and of course, I'll pay accordingly. Wealthy also helped. Brother Godslayer, brother Easy, he really needs your help in this matter, so why don't you listen to his needs, and if you don't think it's appropriate, just reject it directly. Ha ha. Easy nodded. You name it, and if it helps, we at the Holy Church are obligated to help, just for the fact that they could lead an entire guild over to rescue them because of a single word. Easy would not refuse. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't say anything, 3-141-5926 said again, the matter is like this. I unintentionally received a mission from the Kirin City Lord, but the difficulty of the mission was extremely high and there was a limit to the number of people who could complete the mission, so I didn't have a clue in my heart and never went ahead with the mission. Of course, his reward is also very enticing, the territory token of Kirin City. While everyone else didn't have much of a reaction, Lin Yun's eyes were glazed over. Territory token. The person who gets it can get to manage a piece of territory of the Dew City, can carry out the taxation of the territory, managed by the player independently, and only under the jurisdiction of the city lord of the city. There are 5 continents in the Divine Enlightenment, and each continent only has 3 territory tokens. The rewards were actually so generous, so one could imagine the difficulty of the quest. Lin Yun thought for a moment and spoke. Brother 6, did you pick up this mission directly from the city lord's mansion? Although he was helpless with the way Lin Yun addressed himself. 3-141-5926 he still opened his mouth. No, the Qilin city can only be entered by those above the earth rank. I received it by accident on the quest list outside the city, but you can directly enter Kirin City to deliver the quest after it's completed. Lin Yun's heart rejoiced after hearing this. His own task also required him to hand over the waistplate of the 9-star Chancellor to the Kirin City Lord. He had originally wanted to wait until after the earth rank, but now it seemed he could do it earlier. Okay, I'll help, but I'll need a couple days to do it. After hearing this, 3 141-5926 instantly smiled with a smile on his face. With the help of this kind of character, his chances of accomplishing this mission were greatly strengthened. Alright, we'll wait 2 days before we go, and after it's done, I'll pay each of you 100 gold coins. Prolonged sniffing is also pupil dilation. The beard is more do not know where to pull out a computer calculating. Half of the time issued a miserable scream. 10 million. Ha ha, Brother Six is a tycoon in real life. This amount of money is nothing to him. This payment is underpaid. Wealthy and Bold laughed out loud, but he knew Deicide's strength. 100 gold coins to Deicide's temptation is not big. 141-5926 sniffing is also clear in his mind. Ha ha, of course, 100 gold coins is too little. If the brothers here come across a suitable skill book can tell me. I'm responsible for all of you to buy skill books. The crowd was once again shocked at the ability of 141-5926 banknotes. A skill book for one person. No restriction on the level. If it is S or even SS level is also included? Boy, how rich it must be. By the way, Brother Godslayer, are you busy with something in the past 2 days? Do you need your buddy's help? Wealthy asked suspiciously. What kind of big thing would it have to be to require 2 days to accomplish? With Godslayer's strength, it should be very tricky. Lin Yan shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Not so much in the game as in reality. 141-5926 sniffed and asked, is it something troublesome in reality? Deicide brother, which city are you in? I still have some ability in Dasha. If there is something directly with me, I will help you to smooth him out. Easy and the others were also quietly waiting for Lin Yan to speak. After this battle, the people present could basically be said to be screwed together, not to mention Lin Yan's matter, and associating it with the words of 141-5926. The atmosphere of the scene was suddenly slightly condensed. Lin Yan instantly knew that they had gotten off on the wrong foot and hurriedly opened his mouth. It's not what you guys think. I was needing to go to exams for the past 2 days, so I couldn't get online. That's all. The scene was silent at his words, and it took half a second for Beard to speak. Deicide, you're still a student. Yeah. Wealthy in 141-5926 looked at each other, and their hearts breathed a sigh of relief, and then their faces became very funny, and Prosperity also groggily picked up the bowl of wine and drank. No one could have imagined that the Godslayer who was so famous in the Divine Enlightenment world that he was bound to be on the system bulletin every day, and who had killed the entire Thieves Guild with his own strength, had lost a level. I can't believe I'm still just a student. In their minds, Deicide was an expert trained by some big company even if he wasn't a professional. Now learned that Deicide actually still a school student. The heart felt very contrast, the heart of the high and mighty, the hands of the talisman flying between devouring thousands of soldiers and horses. Deicide. The next second into a backpack in the class bell rang. Panic rushed into the classroom students. Wealthy with 141-5926 couldn't control his laughter at once. Turning his head and seeing Lin Yan's murderous gaze, he hurriedly explained. Sorry, we're professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, we won't laugh. The two looked at each other, their hands covering each other's mouths in death. Unless it can't be helped. Ah. After saying that, the two burst out laughing, completely ignoring Lin Yan's already darkened face. This matter, it was just too funny, mainly because the image of Deicide's transformation was too sudden. Both of them were bigwigs on one side in the real world, and originally thought that Lin Yan was pretty much the same. Results, as Lin Yan's fists were already clenched, Fortune hastily stopped his laughter while patting 141-5926, who was still laughing, and after receiving a prompt from Fortune, 141-5926 had no choice but to turn his back. The image of the tiger's body trembling one by one immediately drew laughter from the crowd, and the entire banquet site was filled with laughter. Lin Yan was helpless but clueless. After all, Deicide still needed to go to school to take the exams. Who on the other hand could accept such a contrast? I have exams in the next 2 days too. 2. Chapter 39. What? Chen Wanhao and Deicide know each other? A banquet that lasted most of the day, during which people sang and danced. No one thought that Easy was actually a master dancer, and drunkenly he showed a section on the spot, winning the applause of the audience. I have to say that the world of God's apocalypse is a bit of a thing, almost 100% replica of reality, until after Easy was forced to go offline because of excessive drinking. The crowd then left. Back in reality, Lin Yan only felt dizzy in his brain. The game could still more or less affect reality, but it was manifested through the form of a swollen brain. Lin Yan's intuition was aching, one caused by the banquet and the other by the length of the game being too long. In order to improve himself faster, Lin Yan didn't dare to slack off, and this time at the Haitian building, he was considered to have completely loosened up. The consequence was that the head buzzed as if it had been held down and hammered a dozen times. Lin Yan ate something, washed up, and directly collapsed on the bed to rest. He still had to take the exam tomorrow. On the other hand, after being forced offline, Easy recalled the scene of the social death at the banquet, and recited that drinking is a mistake. Drinking is a mistake. While falling into a deep sleep. After a sleepless night, Lin Yun slept especially soundly tonight. Lin Yun woke up early the next morning, probably because the relaxation after being suppressed for too long made his entire body especially comfortable. Packing up his things, Lin Yun went out and drove back to school. The scenery on the way is pleasant, almost winter. The road in addition to the busy commuters, only the fading leaves are still waving their own last youth. Soon, Lin Yun arrived at the school. As always, there was a peaceful atmosphere. Perhaps because of the exams, the students' faces were more or less tense. Everyone is through the thousands of troops to this world, and kill the army of college entrance exams to the school. Will soon have to leave the school and life on the line. Many times, time is a white horse, without realizing that the student era will quietly pass away. Lin Yun walked through the campus corridors, which were both familiar and unfamiliar, and arrived at the classroom to wait for the exam. Soon the exam will start. The hall is only left with the brush of light sound from the friction between the pen and paper. Until the first exam is halfway through, Xia Shui only hurriedly ran into the classroom. When he passed by Lin Yun, he made a face at Lin Yun, as youthful as ever, and then sat on the empty seat not far in front of Lin Yun. And every time he saw Xia Shui, Lin Yun's mood would inexplicably change for the better. It was just that for some reason. After not seeing him for a few days, Lin Yun felt that there was something more different about Xia Shui. There was a strange familiarity. This time the exam is a continuous classroom exam, a total of 3. Only 5 minutes break in the middle cannot leave the seat. In his last life, every time this kind of continuous classroom examination, Lin Yun would doubt that the person who set up this kind of examination is not more or less a little bit of a problem in the head. A half day passed quickly and the morning exam was declared over. Lin Yun also exhaled deeply. This test made his back hurt. Compared to the test, Lin Yun might as well go back to the hanging sky tower to go against the monsters. Student Lin Yun, how do you feel about the exam? A smiling face into the eyes. Xia Shui gives people the feeling of always like a spring breeze. Smile bloom between the teeth like snow is very striking. Hey, I can read every word on the paper, but when it's connected, it's like a foreign language, so I can't understand it at all. Lin Yun snickered. Ha, me too. It's different from what I usually learn. Do you think the teacher is hiding a hand? Xia Shui had a lively and cheerful personality, and her brain circuits were also different. Come on, I'm going to the dining hall for dinner. Do you want to join me? I'll buy you. Oh, Lin Yun-san, is this a date? In the face of Lin Yun's invitation, remembering that some time ago in the open class Lin Yun had loudly proclaimed in front of the class that the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend, Xia Shui's face flushed a slight red. No, Lin Yun said as he walked, and Xia Shui instantly felt unhappy. Then why did you invite me to dinner? Because it goes down better. *******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈ She jumped up and placed a hit Lin Yun's knee. The two talked and laughed and joked around and soon arrived at the dining hall. There were times when Lin Yun really marveled at the wisdom of the ancients, and the wording soul was really very appropriate to describe the two Wuxinu. Lin Yun and Xia Shui beat the meal, just ate a few mouthfuls. Not far away Wuxinu two people appeared in front of the eyes again. For a moment Lin Yun only felt that the meal did not have much flavor. However, after the last incident, the two of them, Wu Xinyu, didn't dare to provoke Lin Yun in public. Seeing that the two of them were so sensible, Lin Yun once again talked and laughed with Xia Shui. Sometimes Lin Yun really wanted to just kill the two of them off and forget about it. It was a pity that he was a law-abiding person. It's not too late to come back after the divine apocalypse is reflected. Lin Yun is not a good person. A person who kills out in the end of the world on top of the blood. Is a good person died a long time ago? Seeing Lin Yun and the two of them talking and laughing in a good mood, Wuxinu only felt like her lungs were going to explode. Once was just a licking dog beside himself, called to come and go. I did not expect to suddenly with a change of person. Now there is even a school girlfriend. Face value and body is far from their own cannot compare. And then think Lin Yun now economic ability also suddenly become very strong. To say that do not regret is false, but more is hate. Thinking about the recent Hot Gods Apocalypse online game, Wu Xinyue's heart moved and pretended to say loudly to Chen Wanhao beside her, Brother Hao, is it true that God's Apocalypse is a game to make money? Chen Wanhao was burying his head in his food. The sudden topic caused him to freeze for a moment, then seeing the expression on Wu Xinyue's face, he also instantly understood. Straightening his chest, he spoke in a very high-pitched manner. This game, God's Apocalypse, does make money, but there's a prerequisite. To say what people are the most gossip, that must be the school college students. And the biggest audience group of the Divine Revelation game is also the school college students. When many students in the dining hall heard the words divine enlightenment, they couldn't help but look at Chen Wanhao. Seeing quite a few people looking at themselves, waiting for their own speeches, this undoubtedly greatly satisfied Chen Wanhao's vanity. Coughing, Chen Wanhao spoke again. First of all, this game, God's Apocalypse, is different from previous online games. His degree of freedom is too high. It can be said that playing well or badly all depends on personal talent and strength. Saying this, he also glanced at Lin Yun. If you're very strong, then the divine enlightenment world is littered with gold waiting to be picked up by you. And those who rely on their personal strength to hang on to those rich second-generation people abound. If you make it to the top of the charts, then congratulations, soon you will be the rich generation. Chen Wanhao's words alluded to the fact that Lin Yun relied on his family to get his money. But many students were nodding their heads in agreement with Chen Wanhao's words. Only Lin Yun buried his head and dried his rice. This person pulled half a day. All he said was nonsense. Xia Shui also looked at Chen Wanhao eloquently with a strange face. Seeing the schoolgirl's eyes on him, Chen Wanhao once again felt great satisfaction. Just as Wu Xinyue handed the topic out again. Howie, I remember you saying last night that you seem to be on some kind of list. So that doesn't mean. Wu Xinu pretended to exclaim in shock. And the surrounding students were also instantly attracted to the school. There was still such a great god in existence? Ahem. I'm not talented. And it's just luck. Barely squeezing into the top 100,000 of the equipment rankings. At the sound of the words many students exclaimed out in shock. Knowing that the population of Daxia was counted in billions, to be able to enter the top 100,000 of the equipment ranking showed that Chen Wanhao did indeed have a certain level of ability. Only Lin Yun and Xia Shui's faces grew weirder and weirder. Wow, brother Hao, then you're considered to be the group that can actually make money in the divine apocalypse world, aren't you? Wu Xinu looked towards Lin Yun's table as she spoke, an inexplicable condescension on her face. Ha ha, barely, but I should be able to buy a house of my own in Yangcheng before I graduate. With a very humble mouth, the smile at the corner of his mouth was very smug. Upon hearing this, Wu Xinu also brightened up, and there was a trace of emotion that was not present in the past in her eyes when she looked at Chen Wanhao. By the way, Hao, I heard you chanting a name a lot before. What was it called? I think. Godslayer? Is this person strong? When he suddenly heard his name, Lin Yun couldn't help but stop his hand from clamping the food. I don't think anyone here is unfamiliar with regicide. That's the current #1 expert in terms of our Daxia or even the entire service. There are countless battle records about him. Leading the 9th novice village to complete the hidden quest, Daxia service thus gained a huge reward, with his own strength to regimentally destroy the entire Thieves' Union. Do you know about yesterday's great battle between the Sacred Hall, Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yang Society and the Supreme Hall, Extermination, and the Thieves' Guild? He alone killed until the opposite side was emboldened. It can be said that Godslayer is the #1 expert of the divine enlightenment, without a doubt. While the surrounding students listened with fervor, Lin Yun had a strange look on his face, not knowing why, even though they were words of praise for himself. But from Chen Wanhao's mouth, Lin Yun still felt very awkward. If he knew that deicide was himself, would he be sad? Brother Hao, why are you so familiar with deicide? Many of the people present were playing the divine enlightenment game, and were naturally familiar with the daily screen-swiped deicide. But these deeds came out of Chen Wanhao's mouth, and there was an appearance that Chen Wanhao was very familiar with deicide. Seeing Wu Xinu ask a question, everyone immediately pricked up their ears, and Lin Yun and Xia Shui were no exception. That said, deicide actually does have that much to do with me. Chen Wanhao's words were not surprising, and the dining hall burst into a chorus of gasps. Lin Yun was staggered, but thinking about it, he was right. The two did have a bit of a grudge on them, and it was a bit of a relationship. Everyone knows the relationship between the Holy Church Easy and Godslayer, right? In order to rescue Easy, Godslayer directly led 2 major guilds to help, and my cousin, he holds an important position in the Dinobot Guild, the Sanctuary. Chen Wanhao was full of pride. While hearing that Chen Wanhao still had this relationship in place, many students were brightening up, and in their hearts, they secretly said that they wanted to have a good relationship with Chen Wanhao. Brother Chen, don't mind if I sit next to you and listen. The students with eyesight had already come to Chen Wanhao's side with their meals, and a packet of huazi in their pockets was quietly handed over. Many people saw this and hurriedly followed suit, and for a time, Chen Wanhao's side was overcrowded, for no other reason than the fact that deicide as well as the sanctuary's reputation was too loud, and with the emergence of the game God's Apocalypse, it has spurred a lot of industry, with most people thinking of making a killing off of God's Apocalypse. For students, this is more comfortable than going out to work. You can make money just by playing games, and when you hear that Chen Wanhao has this kind of relationship, you'll have to rush to hug your thighs. Wu Xianyu looked at her classmates who were circling around her boyfriend and looked at Lin Yun with a smug expression of condescension. A bumpkin. It's okay to have no skills. It's hard to get a foothold in this society at all. And just then, a soft laugh rang out, very harsh in the dining hall. Chapter 40 The Dogs and Men Whose Lies Have Been Busted. As the crowd complimented Chen Wanhao, wanting to use this to climb up the ladder, Xia Shui's laughter seemed very harsh. Not only Chen Wanhao as well as Wu Xinyue were offended, but the students around Chen Wanhao also stared angrily. The sharp-eyed student from earlier knew that the chance to perform had come and immediately stood up. What are you laughing at? Do you know what this game, God's Apocalypse, means? It means wider employment opportunities. And do you know what the Holy Church and Godslayer mean? It means that they are the gods in the Divine Enlightenment game. And in the later stage of the national war, it's even more important to rely on them to fight for the country. What are you laughing at this heroic figure who went to war for his country? Are you good enough? Chen is even an expert in the top 100,000 of the equipment rankings, and his cousin is one of the administrators of the Sanctuary Guild. Do you know how big the gap will be between you guys later on? A man who feeds himself is not the same as a man who reaches out for food, and you have to remember that. Speaking curtly glanced at Chen Wanhao. Two people are very satisfied. This student is also grinning. This is stable. Climbed the high branch. Just a light chuckle was rewarded with a frantic questioning from him. Xia Shui looked up and smiled. For a moment it was as if 100 flowers bloomed. Many people looked dumbfounded. Chen Wanhao was also staring straight. I'm sorry, it's nothing personal. I just have a doubt. If your cousin holds an important position in the Holy Church, then why are you just in the top 100,000 of the equipment list? But I have heard that Sanctuary Prosperity just gave the former Magnolia Pavilion president an SSS rank skill. So generous to outsiders. How could he be stingy to his own people? And, why haven't you joined the Sanctuary? Lin Yun looked up at Xia Shui's generous and natural talk. He couldn't help but smile. It had indeed changed a lot. Some time ago in the open class, he was forced to almost get off the stage by Wu Xianyu. Now it's a spot-on point of contradiction. And it's very surprising that a good girl like Xia Shui, a goddess, actually plays this game of God's Apocalypse as well? Xia Shui pointed out the contradictory points in Chen Wanhao's words in a few words, which could not help but make Chen Wanhao freeze, not knowing how to answer. Hearing Xia Shui's words, many students also began to think carefully. The more they thought about it, the more wrong they felt. Your cousin holds an important position in the Holy Church, and then your own cousin doesn't enter the Holy Church? That really doesn't make sense. Wu Xianyu immediately became anxious and jumped out to point at Xia Shui. What do you know about you? Do you think that a big guild like the Sacred Church would let people join it casually? They're such a big guild that even applying would take days. So don't pretend to understand. Oh, so that's it. Xia Shui just nodded her head obediently, indicating that she understood. When Wu Xianyu saw Xia Shui's light-hearted appearance, a mouthful of anger in her heart suddenly went up and down, and she once again exported taunts. Humph, real funny. Some people can't eat grapes, so they say grapes are sour. It's a disgrace. Seeing this, Chen Wanhao also added, that's right, and SSS grade skill books? Even the Godslayer Big Brother only has S-rank skill books, so Easy can give out SSS rank skill books with his hands? You don't even know how to draft when you're talking big. My cousin works in the Holy Hall. If there really is an SSS rank skill book, would I not know about it? Chen Wanhao said, his eyes once again confident. The students next to him felt that it made sense, and immediately, like wallflowers, they also followed to taunt Xia Shui. This couldn't help but remind Lin Yun of an online joke. Someone swiped the video to see a tall man flying with a sword. Elementary school students will say, false. It's not realistic. High school students would say, fake, but it's just PS. And college students will just say, Zundiv fake doo-doo. That's awesome. Although it is just a paragraph, it is enough to show that many people are not without their own thoughts and understanding. They are just easily led astray. Just like these students in front of us. Lin Yun took out his cell phone and quickly found a hot post and showed it to the crowd, only to see the content of the post in the cell phone. It was the scene of their group's feast at Haitian House yesterday. A detailed explanation of how Easy gave the only SSS-ranked warrior currently available directly to the former Magnolia Pavilion president. Kiki repeat Kiki. The post was debated, with some convinced and others citing evidence to counter it. However, upon seeing a message underneath that the wealthy real name authentication, the ensuing comments are all about discussing topics such as prolific dominance and people being stupid and having a lot of money. Seeing Lin Yun take out substantial evidence, the faces of Chen Wanhao and Wu Xinyue were once again very ugly. Many students followed to look up that thread, and after reading it, they then looked at the two with eyes that became very mocking. It was basically already certain that the authenticity of Chen Wanhao's words, broken, said that his cousin held an important position in the Holy Church, but did not join the Holy Church. and yesterday the three major guilds of the Holy Church, the Gathering Pavilion, and the Yin and Yang Association held a feast at the Haitian building, during which he did not know what happened. It was certain that this Chen Wanhao was nothing more than self-imagination, and even many students questioned the authenticity of the news that he was talking about the top 100,000 in the equipment list. The classmate who helped Chen Wanhao to speak for the two of them was even more pale, walked to Chen Wanhao's side, took out his own packet of huazi directly from his pocket and lightly spat on it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? I thought I had met my chance, but I didn't realize it was a wire fraud, said directly. Rice also do not eat, twisted his head and left, making a scene, face or lost, passed by the side of Xia Shui, but also whispered a sorry, in the gaze of the surrounding students who were constantly moving away and mocking. Chen Wanhao, Wu Xinyue and the two of them were in the mood to take a jumper, suddenly slamming into the ground from the heights of being held up by people. The two people whose lies had been broken up were now very ugly and ashamed, and held a grudge against Xia Shui and Lin Yun for what had happened. If it wasn't for the meddling of the two of them wouldn't be so humiliated at this moment. The comments of their classmates were like a thorn in their hearts, constantly breaking down the psychological defenses of the two. No longer able to endure the strange eyes of the classmates, directly fled. Lin Yun and the two of them couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this, and they burst out laughing in unison. Natsuyuki-san, you've changed a lot lately. Lin Yun looked at Xia Shui and said with a smile, compared to the previous Xia Shui, the current one had more composure and confidence, as well as a bit more brains. That's for sure. I'm impressed when I'm not a scholar. Ha ha, thank you for the proof of Lin Yun's post. Xia Shui smiled very happily at the words, her beautiful big eyes smiling and squinting slightly, looking very flattered. I'm curious though, do goddesses play games too? Lin Yun took a big bite of his meal. Just now he had only focused on watching the movie. He hadn't even eaten much. What the heck? Goddesses can have their own hobbies too, alright. I'm a bone-crushing player, an expert in the God's Apocalypse game. Xia Shui's eyes were glowing when she talked about games, and it was obvious that she really liked playing games. However, God's Apocalypse isn't as simple as a game, so if you have time, you'll have to help her out more, so that when God's Apocalypse is reflected, you'll be able to have some standing as well. Oh, how high? It's 3 or 4 stories high. Oh, so awesome, so awesome. Listening to Lin Yun's compliments without any real emotion, Xia Shui immediately knew that he was teasing her, and she was so angry that she waved her small fists and hammered at Lin Yun. Seeing that the little girl was upset, Lin Yun hastily rubbed his face and squeezed out a very fake expression of adoration. Wow, female god, what's your game name? Take me sometime. Not telling you, not taking you. Xia Shui's head was full of black lines and she grunted and twisted her head to sulk. Humph, I won't tell you. I'll make you eat a lot of pounds when the time comes. Imagining Lin Yun's shocked expression when the time comes, Xia Shui laughed out loud once again. 2 days passed quickly, and after finishing the 2-day exam, Lin Yun dragged his heavy body onto the bed. Damn exams, it's almost like it's harder to deal with than the gods. Thinking of the gods, Lin Yun immediately rolled over and got up. No matter when, the gods would always be a thorn in Lin Yun's heart, and the thought of them would remind him of the end of his previous life. 2 quests were accepted in divine enlightenment. One was the reason for the scarcity of ancient Chinese professions, and the other was the secret of the Qilin's disappearance, and when the quests were completed with 3,141,5926 them, they would be able to enter the main city to submit this quest. Lin Yun couldn't figure out what the god in the last words of the 9-star chancellor who had died in the deep forest of doom was, and what the breath in the deep forest of doom that had killed him in seconds was. Why did the hanging sky tower suddenly go from 10 floors to 9? What are the properties of that missing floor? And why did the unicorn disappear? All of this caused Lin Yun to have a headache. It always felt that after he was reborn, there were a lot of extra inexplicable things, just like the 11 Langs of the Supreme Hall of Fame, and the transfer of the Ru Dao Celestial Masters, which he had never even heard of in his previous life. In his previous life, only easy, the Sword Fairy's transfer was an ancient Chinese occupation. In this life, his own Xin Tian Shi, 11 Langs Ru Dao Tian Shi, an easy Sword Fairy. There were already 3 ancient Chinese occupations. Does this have anything to do with being born again? After thinking about it for half a day and not coming up with a solution, Lin Yun also stopped dwelling on it and directly laid into the Divine Enlightenment World landing pod and entered the game. It's better to finish 3,141,5926 as soon as possible and meet the Lord of the City, so perhaps the answer will come to fruition. Chapter 41 Secret Realm related to the gods. Desperate mission. In a flash of light, Lin Yun had already returned to Tianfa City on the Qilin continent. A few people arranged to meet outside the city gates. The wealthy and powerful of the Jubilee Pavilion and Brother 6 of the Yin Yang Society had waited outside the city gates early on, and when he saw Lin Yun arrive, Brother 6's face instantly lit up with joy. It wasn't true that the others were top-tier fighters, but with Deicide joining them, this mission could be considered a nail in the coffin. Brother Godslayer, you're done with your exams? Wealthy words immediately caused Lin Yun's head to float up 3 black lines. This cannot be passed right. When Brother 6 heard this, he also smiled and tried to open his mouth. Lin Yun knew at a glance that this person opened his mouth and wanted to go up big and small, and decisively stopped it. Stop. Say it again and I'll roll my eyes. As expected, Brother 6 immediately shut up. After all, with Deicide missing, he really didn't dare to open this quest. Not long after, in the dense crowd, a giant sword was very conspicuous, hopping and weaving its way through the crowd as it quickly made its way towards Lin Yun and the others. The surrounding players were startled. The giant sword was swinging around your head, fearing that if you weren't careful, your head would fall to the ground. As soon as they saw that the one carrying the huge sword was a little lowly, many players who wanted to break into curses immediately shut up. Now who doesn't know is that there is a big ferocious lowly who likes to carry a huge sword beside Deicide, and this little lowly is also sheltered by several big brothers from the Holy Hall, Jubilee Pavilion, and Inyang Society. Only cuties. It's only the Thieves Guild that would offend her as much as the Thieves Guild. Within a short while, Kiki arrived in front of Lin Yun and the others carrying a large sword. Many players observed a few people and were very excited when they realized that it was a few bigwigs from the teleportation. The current Lin Yun and the others were no less than international superstars in the eyes of the Divine Enlightenment gamers, and a few of them had inexplicably gained many more fans. And among them, Lin Yun's fans are the most numerous. After all, the current Dasha service explicitly the first person. A number of list units listed first. The battle record is even more exceptionally prominent. At this time, many players were surprised as to what was going on that could make them form such a team, all ceiling level experts. The perceptive felt that something big was supposed to be going on, and couldn't help but be more curious. Hey, why isn't Easy here yet? Perhaps the wine is still fresh. Wealthy laughed out loud, and his eyes, which were already round, squinted directly into a slit. Lin Yun also couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the usually arrogant and cool pretending sword Immortal Prosperity would actually still be able to dance? And the key to dancing was pretty good. Shut up. A cold snort came from behind a few people, and Easy, who was dressed in white and encircled with a long sword, had come behind the crowd at some point. Seeing Easy arrive, 6 also burst out laughing. Here, Easy, do you have a cold? What's with the mask? Those who know you're going on a mission. Those who don't think we're going to be thieves. He must have felt embarrassed by the dance the other day, so he wore a mask to hide his ears. Wealthy didn't give the slightest bit of face, and opened his mouth with a blistering blow. Easy's eyebrows danced madly under a strand of white hair, tempted to draw his sword and cut down the few people in front of him. Thinking of his drunken misdeeds and public dancing, he regretted it even more and pulled the mask over his face a little tighter again, leaving only a pair of eyes that wanted to kill. Looking at Easy, whose hand was about to touch the hilt of his sword, Lin Yun opened his mouth to interrupt. Easy, this dilettante, if he pissed him off, there was a real possibility that he would strike out and cut someone. After all, for someone who wanted to save face, the last dance had made him lose face. Alright, jokes aside, Brother 6, the people have arrived. Tell us about the mission. Upon hearing this 3-141-5926 also put away his jokes. His face instantly calmed down, and after pulling a few people all into the team, he directly threw out a quest prompt in the chat channel. The Lord of the City's Mandate. Introduction. The Lord of Kirin City inadvertently appeared in the north of the city teleportation channel bizarre atmosphere, constantly infesting the surrounding space. The team went to investigate. No survivors. Due to the need for the Lord to sit on the town of Kirin City cannot go in person, and therefore request for those who have the will to find out the truth. Number of people, 5. Remarks, this mission is extremely dangerous, and the bizarre aura obviously has an inexplicable effect on humans, so we hope you will act according to your ability. Once a player accepts the mission, he can only return to Kirin Island if he completes the mission. Mission completion reward, obtain a territory token in Tianfa City, Kirin Continent, which allows you to manage all matters within the territory on your own and gain 50,000 reputation value. It's this mission. I've learned that the team sent over by the city lord had no shortage of experts, but none of them survived, and if the mission can't be completed, they'll be trapped inside, so I've never dared to open the mission before. Brother 6 opened his mouth, his face very heavy. If it wasn't for the huge reward, he wasn't very eager to do this quest. Jedi? Easy opened his mouth. His eyes were also tinged with gravity. He had thought that the mission was difficult, but he hadn't expected it to actually be desperate. Once you enter the desperate realm, you can't come out without clearing it, and even if you go offline and come back, you'll still only revert back to the quest location. Lin Yun's mind was pondering. How did this mission sound so familiar? The memories of his previous life were too refreshing. For a moment Lin Yun didn't recall. Brother 6 saw that everyone's faces were grave inside. Everyone has seen the mission. If you feel that it's not right, you can quit and I'll think of another way. Or just give up on this mission. Easy shook his head and spoke back in an affirmative tone. Since I promised, I will fulfill it as promised, and I choose to continue. Lin Yun nodded. This Easy was still as rash as in his previous life, but he was indeed very righteous and very committed. Thinking about that side quest where the Qilin disappeared, wanting to complete it ahead of time could only be done by accepting this quest, and generally there would always be unexpected rewards from quests issued by the city lord. Thinking of this, Lin Yun no longer hesitated and nodded his head in agreement. I'll continue as well. Kiki and Wealthy also didn't make any comments when they saw this. After all, there was a Godslayer present on this trip, so the two of them didn't worry too much. When the sky collapses, a tall one holds it up. Not to mention that in the divine apocalypse, deicide size is almost to the ceiling. Seeing that the crowd all agreed, Brother Sax's face relaxed. The reward for this quest was too generous. He did want it. In that case, I'll open the mission. Everyone nodded, and Brother 6 no longer hesitated, tapping the mission confirmation button in his hand, and in the next second, all 5 people present disappeared in white light. Wow! What kind of quest did this ceiling quintet do? It feels awesome. It seems like the quests that Kingslayer does are never easy. Many players were talking as they witnessed Lin Yun and the others disappear. As for Lin Yun and the others, after the white light of the mission dissipated, they appeared in a bizarre place. The dark sky was constantly flickering with thunder, and a thunderclap resounded through this heaven and earth. The chapped ground seems to have suffered a great war. All ash and scorched earth. The trees are all dead. The entire space, in addition to the sound of the wind and thunder, there is no breath of any living creature, only a bizarre aura in the diffusion. Deadly space, with only a glimmer of light when lightning flashes. The group of 5 frowned as they looked at everything in the space in front of them. What is this place? The divine enlightenment world was almost indistinguishable from the real world, but in this space, there was only a void, as if it was an abandoned world. While the crowd was exploring their surroundings, Lin Yun's mind was remembering where this place was. The secret realm of the undead. The place where countless experts were trapped to death in their previous lives. A killing intent suddenly lit up in Lin Yun's eyes. The killing intent instantly penetrated his body like a substance, and several people around him felt their breath catch at the same time, and the long sword in Easy's hand continuously trembled. Easy looked at Lin Yun with a surprised expression. Brother 6 and Wealthy were even more pale. How could it be? This kind of killing aura. If one hadn't experienced a war, it was impossible to have this kind of killing aura. Moreover, this killing aura was extremely terrifying, almost substantial, and Lin Yun's eyes had slowly become red, his entire body filled with hostility, his mind filled with only one name: Death, the god of the past life, the being who caused the divine apocalypse and the end of reality, the Grim Reaper, the secret realm of the dead, one of the masterpieces of the Grim Reaper. This space, associated with the gods. Chapter 42 Desperation. Giant Sword Lowly, Prison Blood Demon God, facing the deicide, whose entire person was in a state of demonic bewilderment and whose body was filled with a murderous aura. Several people realized how big the gap between themselves and him was. Easy eyes leaping, the long sword in his hand constantly trembling, covered with sword chi all around his body. If not, the timing is not right. Easy at this moment has been out of the sword, even if he knows he is not the opponent. Wealthy in 3, 141, 5926. The two of them realized at this moment that they had underestimated Lin Yun too much. Just because of this murderous aura alone, Lin Yun could not just be as simple as a school-college student, and in his body, there was a great secret. The two looked at each other, both immediately understanding that the other's thoughts were in line with their own. Kiki's face was white at this moment. She was the only one present who was a student in the true sense of the word, and at this moment, under Lin Yun's unconscious murderous aura, she only felt icy cold and found it difficult to breathe. Godslayer, brother Godslayer. At those words, Lin Yun, who was caught up in the terrible memories, suddenly came back to his senses. As Lin Yun came to his senses, the terrifying killing aura suddenly dissipated. The crowd immediately felt relaxed all over. Like a spring breeze, Lin Yun's murderous aura was more suffocating than this dead space. For a moment, Kikiru felt like she was going to die. Unlike the previous abuse of the Sunshine Boys, this time it felt as if they would actually die. Just like that, in this game. Sorry. Lin Yun looked at the eyes of the crowd and remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking in a very low tone. Easy hurriedly helped Kiki repeat up. Feeling that Lin Yun's state was very wrong, he couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Did something happen? Lin Yun shook his head and didn't tell them that this out of space was related to death. Because the divine apocalypse hasn't mirrored reality yet. Tell them now that there is a god, and the next moment it's expected that they as a group will just disband and think they're just nuts. Moreover, the gods possess terrifying and bizarre powers, and it was very likely that what one said would be perceived by that inexplicable existence. Then the consequences are even worse. I know what this place is. When the crowd heard this, they immediately looked straight at Lin Yun. Lin Yun suppressed the anger and fear in his heart and said slowly, "This space is called the Secret Realm of the Undead, formerly known as the Peach Blossom Secret Realm, independent of the Kirin continent, and in reference to the game, it is an independent space with treasures. 3 top clans in the Qilin continent discovered this secret realm, and all of them entered it to seize it, and all of them died in battle, and afterward, after years of evolution, the dead transformed into undead spirits and were trapped here forever." Lin Yun's words were like telling a story, and even Kikiru was no exception. Forgetting about the horrifying murderous aura he had just experienced, and listening to it with great fascination, Lin Yun paused and then said, "That's why this mission of ours is very difficult, because the undead, they don't die." The crowd frowned at what they heard. If what Lin Yun said was true, then wouldn't this quest be in a dead end? How were people like themselves supposed to deal with monsters that didn't die or perish? Lin Yun shook his head imperceptibly when he saw the people's faces. This task wasn't really that difficult because he knew how to get through it. What Lin Yun cared about, and hadn't told them, was that the world of the divine apocalypse was real, and that after the undead mystic realm had been born, it had been sensed by the divine god of death due to its strong aura of death, and for that reason had gone to the trouble of injecting a hint of the power of the god of death. It was the same bizarre aura that the city lord had sensed. This force of death constantly infested the undead of the 3 great sects, transforming them completely. A vain attempt to invade this world that made him feel the scent of many living beings through the secret realm of the undead. The secret realm of the undead trapped many players in the previous life. Without exception, all of them turned into the ministry of the god of death. The secret realm of the undead is also one of the several key locations of the descent of the gods in the previous life. As for the god of death, Lin Yun was even more forgettable. In his previous life, the senior management of Daxia organized experts to hold on to the secret realm of the undead, and Lin Yun was also one of them. The battle was a total loss. Lin Yun was seriously injured and dying, and it was the death of the entire 3rd Brigade of Daxia's Battle Spirit Battalion that exchanged for Lin Yun's life. What made it difficult for Lin Yun to accept was that it turned out that the god of death had invaded the undead mystic realm at such an early point in his previous life. So was it the same situation at the locations where the other gods had descended? But this time it's different. I've been reborn, and, well, I've found you. You want to transform this space? Use it as your springboard to the apocalypse or even reality? Delusional. Since we've bumped into each other, I'll collect a little bit of interest first for the 3rd Brigade of the Battle God Battalion and the countless anti-god warriors who sacrificed their lives because of you in the previous life. Ruin your descent site. If we don't die or perish, then won't we be stuck here? Brother 6 was in a very difficult mood, because his mission caused the remaining 4 to accompany him to be trapped in this desperate situation. Brother 6 only felt that he had become a sinner. God's Apocalypse was a game where a person could only have one account in their lifetime, and if they were stuck here, the 5 people present would be wasted. Had to leave this golden egg of a game in tears. Several people's faces changed slightly when they heard this. Just as Lin Yun was about to explain, countless creepy shadows suddenly appeared around the crowd. Soundless and dense, the creepy shadows appeared to be non-human. The entire body seemed to be transparent. It looked like a green shadow, and the body was filled with a bizarre aura. Undead. Level, Xian Stage 8. Attack power, 5000. Blood, 0. Introducing, Immortality and Immortality. Seeing the introduction of the undead, the crowd realized that what Lin Yun had said was true. It was truly an immortal undead. Instantly the hearts of the crowd hit rock bottom. Just as the undead swarmed, Easy made a decisive move. 10,000 swords return. The long sword in his hand was unsheathed. Tens of thousands of transparent longswords surrounded Easy, like the stars arching over the moon. In front of Easy constantly issued a sword sound. The long sword shot out. The air turned into a transparent dragon. Brought up a piece of light. The undead in front of him instantly disappeared as a large area of the snowflake melting general. Before the crowd could be surprised, the undead that had disappeared reappeared in front of Easy's eyes, intact. At the same time, several lines of damage suddenly surfaced on Easy's body, and his blood level plummeted straight down. Terrific damage. Undead and undead status. The Xian rank 7 prowler could do nothing with these undead. When Wealthy saw that Easy was in a critical situation, a colorful crystal ball appeared in his hand. Holy word redemption. A ray of light shot out, enveloping Easy's entire body and lifting Easy's blood directly up. Lin Yun didn't expect that the big and bold wealthy man's occupation would actually be that of a milkmaid. Or perhaps he should call it a milkman. Brother 6 took a step forward. His body was flooded with a holy aura, covering himself with layer upon layer of radiant ground, while a metaphysical aura spread out, instantly attracting the weird shadows that were pouncing on the crowd, and countless attacks intensely attacked the holy radiance on Brother 6's body. Miss. Miss. Absolute guardianship. Hurricane was a god-level transfer. Guardian. Powerfully taunting all enemies in front of him and entering 10s of absolute invincibility. The originally well-behaved and cute little loli was instantly transformed into a demon god crawling out of hell. The whole body's demonic chi rolled over, and several unusually demonic lines surfaced on his face, just like a witch, demonic and seductive, holding a huge sword and swinging it out, and a piece of bizarre shadow in front of him instantly dissipated into thin air. Avalanche mountain slash. The delicate voice came icily from Lori's mouth. Immediately after that, Kikifu leaped up with her hand dragging a huge sword, and in mid-air, a huge demonic shadow quietly appeared behind her, also holding a huge sword. As Kiki slashed down with his sword, the demonic shadow behind him followed in synchronization, and the giant sword erupted with a brilliant red light. In the next moment, the giant sword chopped down. The earth in front of him cracked inch by inch, a range of hundreds of meters, and within the cracked range, a black and red magma rushed up to the sky. The ranged creepy shadows were in the lava and disappeared in just an instant, and Kikiru landed on the ground, dragging his giant sword in his hand with a very bright smile on his face. SSS Great Warrior Skill, Avalanche Mountain Slash, scary as hell. The crowd was shocked, not realizing that Kikifu actually had such strength. If the previous her was so powerful, the Thieves Guild all had to take a big fight from one person and leave crying in pain. Lin Yun nodded with satisfaction. The Prison Blood Demon God Transmutation plus the SSS ranked Battering Mountain Earth Slash was indeed very terrifying. The crowd showed their skills and quickly cleared a large open space. However, the bizarre shadow, which had originally dissipated, reappeared in front of the crowd, undead and undying. Moreover, there is no experience value gained from killing them. The crowd was in a desperate situation. Chapter 43 Deadly Battle. The three great trickster shadows appear. Inside the undead space, the group of five stood in a 1-3-1 formation, fighting to the death against the endless, immortal undead. Divine Warrior Transmutation Guardian Brother 6 stood at the forefront, Holy Light stacking to taunt all the undead in front of him. Divine Swordsman Transmutation Sword Immortal Easy is ranked on the left side, and the Transparent Dragon sweeps across what it sees. SSS. Divine Mage Transition Holy Word Priest Wealthy and Generous in the middle position. Whoever has a low blood level immediately a Holy Word Healing. Super God Level Mage Transmutation Xian Tiancher Godslayer Incarnation Infinite Firepower Master of the Law died in the rear. Countless talismans with the same as spreading money, blowing up the entire dead space a fiery red. The five of them cooperated very well, and for a while they were actually in a stalemate with the endless undead. The one who took the credit was still Lin Yun. After many days of pre-production, the three talismans were distributed to the remaining four. A moment as unlimited fire mode. The entire space is full of magma and meteorites of the Li character, glaciers and sword rain of the Ken character, and the giant hammer of the Gung character is even more scattered in the sky, except for the wealthy man in the center, who was only responsible for rescuing. The rest of the people were all fighting to kill the enemy with their own skills. Kiki was even dragging a huge sword in one hand and carrying a huge hammer in the other, a well-behaved loli. At this moment the image is unusually bizarre, engraved with mysterious magical patterns of the small face with a satisfied smile. Left and right under the bow is very violent. A small child. The crowd took the time to look over their shoulders. What the hell had a nice cute little loli been groomed into by Lin Yun? Will such a violent loli be able to marry in the future? Thinking again, he twisted his head to look at Easy. Easy's face was normal, but the corners of his mouth were also twitching slightly. The crowd was frozen in place with the undead, but as time went on, it was slowly getting out of hand. Firstly, the amount of blue was not that much, and secondly, the undead that came back from the dead were too dense. Wealthy's rounded body had long been drenched in sweat, and at this time, one hand released the holy words, and the other hand carried a bottle that replenished the amount of blue that kept pouring into his mouth. A small mountain of empty bottles had long been piled up on the ground. Ra was rich and powerful financial strength. At this time the face is also showing a heartbreaking expression. This drink where is the blue amount of supplements? This drink is a sheet of money But the crowd didn't dare to slack off because Lin Yun had told them that there was only one way to break the situation. That was to keep killing the undead. The main reason why these undead did not die was because of the three patriarchs of their clan in their lifetime. As long as they killed a certain amount or time, those three patriarchs would appear. By killing or rather relieving those three patriarchs, this mission would be accomplished. This was a solution found by the War God Battalion under the leadership of the War God Ling Tian after the Divine Enlightenment reflections appeared in the previous world, but at that time, the gods were already about to descend, and Daxia, who discovered the problem, immediately contacted the Lord of Kirin City, but it was already too late, and the Lord of Kirin City no longer had any way to stop the God of Death from descending. Having paid for the lives of all the warriors of the 3rd Brigade of the War God Battalion, he had only managed to save Lin Yun. However, in this life, knowing what the problem was, as long as the mission was completed to inform the Kirin City Lord in advance, there might be a way to solve the problem in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Yun's talismans continued to spill out like no money. The others saw this and gritted their teeth. Wealthy and not enough to make ends meet. The whole face is pale, the body is even more shaky. He regretted. So old but also to run to play this damn broken game. It's an unavoidable and protracted battle, and we'll just have to see who falls first. Under the explosion of the off-character, the entire space was a blinding fire. The crowd didn't know how long they had been holding out, but Lin Yun squandered the talismans he had accumulated for a long time and began to draw talismans with both hands at the same time. Easy held the long sword and hacked with shaking hands, never wanting to hold this broken sword again in his life. Kiki went from holding the sword in one hand to holding it in both hands. Both of his legs were trembling, and there was no longer a smile on his face, only a look of despair. Brother 6 dropped straight to his knees to release his skills, one from exhaustion, the other from being kicked by a pissed-off Fortune, and the big 44-yard footprint was right on his back. The worst still belongs to the rich and powerful. The whole thing is like being emptied out, can't squeeze it out at all. There really isn't any more. Just when the crowd was about to give up, finally, 3 incomparably angry voices came from the distance. At the same time, the undead in front of them stopped almost at the same time, turning into a green light that flew and merged onto the 3 huge creepy shadows that were coming at breakneck speed. Seeing this, all the people were paralyzed with exhaustion. Lin Yun's fingers that were drawing talismans were numb and couldn't even retract them. Extremely impolite and erect against several people, Kiki flattened himself directly onto the giant sword, and in a rare moment of disregard, Easy sat down on the ground and pressed on his already cramped hand. 6 brother is still kneeling on the ground, this time including the head. The wealth of a face was hollowed out, the face of the blue, the corner of the mouth twitching, foaming at the mouth. It's so damn torturous. 3 ancient costumes with greenish light had already coalesced successfully and stood in front of the 5 people in 3 directions. Master of Tianyang Sect, Master of 10,000 Flowers, Master of Desperate Valley. Introduction. 10,000 years ago, after the death of the 3 great clans of the Kirin continent could not be relieved of the mutation of the 3 ghostly shadows, after the transformation of the bizarre breath of the ferocious nature, dominated the secret realm of the undead for 10,000 years. Grade? Attack power? Blood? Looking at the 3 miserable green ghostly shadows that covered the sky, the crowd once again fell into despair. It's all about the presence of question marks, and that's a hell of a shot. What a quest. Fortune just wants to go out and uninstall the game now. Lin Yun took a deep breath and pointed at the forehead of one of the patriarchs. Break that god stone and you'll be able to kill them. At those words, Easy immediately stood up, rubbed his sore and inflamed arms, and stood with Lin Yun. Kiki hurriedly shouldering his giant sword to follow. The 3 of them were the only ones still standing now. Brother 6, who had suffered the most attacks, was no longer able to get up, and was only able to squeeze out the last few drops to put a shield on each of the several people, which was nearly transparent, and might as well not have been. And the most crowded Fortune was still foaming at the mouth at this point. You guys hold off until I take care of one first. Lin Yun shoved the freshly baked talisman into the hands of the 2 men and rushed to meet a creepy shadow in the center. The 2 men saw this and approached their respective targets. At this moment, the wealthy man lying on the ground suddenly reached out and grabbed Brother 6's thigh, rolled his eyes, pointed at the small mountain of empty blue quantity bottles on the ground, and spoke in a single word, reimbursement, reimbursement, and then fell to the ground again. The battle begins again. The 2 sides but just made contact. A petite figure flew out backwards, smashing down next to the foaming at the mouth Fortune, bringing up dust all over the ground. A small hand raised its hand from the dust and shook it. Me, did my best. It was also fortunate that there was a demon god's shadow blocking it, or else Kikiru was afraid that he would have to lie flat in place. Lin Yun could only fight 1 against 2, and the pressure immediately soared. Easy figure floating, long sword in his hand constantly waving, transparent giant dragon rampage, but only 1 miss floating up. However, he also discovered that although the creepy shadow was powerful, it moved very slowly because it was an oversized body. Since it's slow, here's the opportunity. Prosperity's eyes stared. His speed instantly exploded, quickly approaching the divine stone on creepy shadow's forehead as he pranced around. Smashing it would be a win. Sword up white crane. The figure in the air suddenly disappeared with a crane sound. Not only did he dodge the attack of the guile shadow's giant hand, but in the next moment, he even appeared in the vicinity of the divine stone, the long sword in his hand directly stabbing at the divine stone that Lin Yun was talking about. However, a terrifying air-breaking sound came from behind, and Easy's entire body tightened. Do not even think about it. The long sword in his hand, the transparent giant dragon appeared behind him. People in midair body weird twist. Get rid of that pressure. The free figure quickly fled, looking back, only to see Guile's left hand twisted over at an extremely bizarre angle, grabbing the transparent giant dragon. With a gentle pinch, the dragon instantly shattered and dissipated in midair. If there was no giant dragon to block this blow for Easy, Easy would have had to kill Green. Easy came back from the dead, his eyes full of disbelief. As long as someone was close to the divine stone, the speed of the creepy shadow would accelerate. How else to fight? Chapter 44 Spooky Shadow regained consciousness. Try hitting me with a hammer again? Facing a sovereign-level Guile shadow, an invincible existence with full question marks, Easy was in a desperate situation. Positively hardcore, not a match. Flanking roundabouts are no match for speed. Opposite and not entity, but high blood defense thick. A set of skills down all miss. The most terrible thing is, because not entity, so his body parts can be twisted at will. Simply 360 degrees no dead angle. Easy could only give up trying to attack the divine stone on the Guile Shadow's forehead, and continuously perform stances to dodge the Guile Shadow's attacks. This would have killed itself in place if it had been touched. Dodging yet another attack, Easy looked over to Lin Yun's side, wanting to see how Lin Yun was facing the attacks of the two Guile Shadows. Do not look okay. This look free immediately wide-eyed. Two eyeballs directly popped out. Probably like this, /degree/degree. What the hell? In Easy's shocked expression, Lin Yun's hands were glowing with golden light, as if he was possessed by the god of war at the moment, and without looking back, he swung away a giant hand of the creepy shadow that had sneaked up from behind with a single punch, and then struck out with a heavy punch at the brain of another creepy shadow in front of him, his golden fists pounding madly and violently as if they were raining down, and the golden fists turning into a golden light fist shadow. Not only was Prosperity's face shocked, but the two creepy shadows' hollow, whitened eyes also seemed to be filled with doubt. That's not the right picture. Shouldn't Kingslayer be chased around by two trickster shadows? How is it that these two creepy shadows are taking a beating? Easy dodged the attack of this weird shadow in front of himself while blinking and rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Under Lin Yun's frantic attack, the creepy shadow's gigantic head folded and fell backwards, and from a distance the body and the head became a 90 degrees angle altogether. Gung-Zi, Watchman Chaos Gold. Lin Yun once again kicked away the hand of another creepy shadow, and in his hand, a huge hammer dozens of meters long was raised high and slammed down hard on the divine stone in the middle of the creepy shadow's forehead. In Easy's view, something a little bigger than a beanpole, carrying a reddish golden hammer dozens of times its size in both hands, swung wildly at creepy shadow's forehead, so fast that it brought up a cloud of hammer shadows. How can I put that feeling? Lin Yun was like the yodels were pumping iron. Bang, 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 bang. Only the pounding of the hammer sounded. Brother Six, who was resting on his knees, barely raised his head at the sound, and then it's /degree/degree. What the hell? Is this something a human being could do? Lin Yun was also constantly dodging the creepy shadows at first, throwing talismans to attack from a distance. It wasn't until he inadvertently noticed that the damage of the talisman seemed a bit strange and checked the panel that he realized that the panel's data had changed. Mana, 32,924 points. Blood, 32. 2 million points. Blue quantity, 3,280 points. Lin Yun instantly stayed in place. What was going on with this attribute? Where did these 24,000 mana strength points come from? And because of staying in place, creepy shadow's giant hand slapped Lin Yun into the ground. A wooden character immediately appeared on the ground. -1 million. A full million terrifying damage. Yet Lin Yun's blood level had only decreased by a small, imperceptible amount. Look at a few more skill proficiencies. Departure character Yin Yang Lai, proficiency, 20%. Kanji Counterflow River, proficiency, 19%. Gung-Zi Watchman Von Gold, proficiency, 10%. Thinking carefully, Lin Yun immediately understood. This was contributed by those undead that had fought to the death to fend off the kills earlier. Slaying undying spirits couldn't gain experience points, but Lin Yun's super god tier talent, strongest meat technique counted as it should. And in Xian rank 8 undying undead spirit provided Lin Yun with 8 points of life value once it died. And the deaths caused by the large number of talismans provided by Lin Yun were also counted. When converted, that meant that Lin Yun's group of 5 had killed the undying undead a full 3 million times, which had resulted in the horrifying figures before them. The instant he figured it out, Lin Yun immediately brought a maniacal smile on his face, and with a metallic glow in his hands, he directly went hard against the oncoming creepy shadow. And then there's the look on Easy's face with Brother Six, /degree/degree. As Lin Yun's constant heavy hammer attacked down, a crisp ringing sound suddenly rang out, like the sound of glass breaking. The sound was small, but it was as if it had shattered in everyone's ears. Lin Yun froze, glanced at the seemingly intact divine stone, and continued to swing his sledgehammer and hammer frantically. I said enough. A voice filled with majesty rang in Lin Yun's ears, frightening Lin Yun's scalp, and the thunderous, flooding voice shook Lin Yun's ears. Lin Yun shook his head and hesitated for a moment, then once again swung the giant hammer and struck frantically. This clan is called, ouch, die for me. The voice was just about to speak, then it became annoyed. A terrifying aura shook out, and Lin Yun's entire body catapulted out like an angry bird, planting his head downwards into the ground. The giant hammer in his hand shook twice and smashed into the ground. In the air, the head of the creepy shadow whose head was folded over slowly lifted up, and a terrifying aura shook that ancient costume without wind. After creepy shadow's head fell back into place, a cracking sound rang out as the divine stone right in the middle of creepy shadow's forehead slowly shattered, falling away as it turned into powder. On creepy shadow's forehead, a brilliant light slowly landed on creepy shadow's giant hand, and then creepy shadow's originally hollow and whitish eyes gradually recovered their divine light and turned into normal human eyes. As soon as the divine stone shattered and the eyes were restored, the bizarre aura on creepy shadow's entire body was instantly swept away by a great force, and creepy shadow instantly transformed into an immortal old man. Lin Yun pressed his hands to the ground and pulled his head out hard, his brain buzzing, and glanced in a daze at the bizarre shadow that had swung him away, the giant hammer in his hand manifesting once more. His body crouched slightly, and in the next moment, Lin Yun catapulted once again, carrying the giant hammer and hammering it towards the creepy shadow elder's head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come back. The Heavenly Sun sect patriarch was muddled for tens of thousands of years after his death, knowing only to continuously kill immortal and indestructible 10,000 spirits. It wasn't until just now that Lin Yun had cracked the divine stone on his head that, as soon as he regained consciousness, he saw a shadow of hammers constantly smashing down in front of him. He had just opened his mouth to try to stop the little imp on his face, but he didn't expect to be rewarded with a more intensive blow. It was so hard to shake him out, and now he was charging over with a giant hammer. Hearing the creepy figure in front of him speak, Lin Yun didn't have time to react before the hammer had already reached his opponent's face. As if in slow motion, a hint of mockery spread across the face of the Heavenly Sun sect's patriarch as he looked at the huge hammer that was being wielded. This clan has regained consciousness. Do you think you can still hurt me? Ah! A miserable scream rang out as the head of the Heavenly Sun sect's patriarch, who had originally stood on the ground covering the sky, was hammered back, and his entire person was hammered uprooted from the ground. Lin Yun was dumbfounded as he watched the body of the screaming creepy figure in front of him slowly take off. As if in slow motion, a pair of such eyes, Comet Omega, Comet slowly drifting past the huge head before slowly flying up higher and higher under the power of the hammer, landing heavily on the ground. The terrifying tremor shook the few people who fell to the ground with great wealth more than 2 meters off the ground. Lin Yun landed scratching the back of his head. That's the wrong kind of eyes. Gleaming. The sacred stone has been shattered? This is awkward. The Heavenly Sun sect patriarch climbed up from the ground, so angry that his beard flew up, reaching out to pat the dust on his body, and cursing without regard for his image. You don't know what you're talking about, do you? Ha! I'm asking you if you understand. Tian Yangzong playing small to large has never suffered this kind of aggression. Did not expect to become undead after the encounter with the elderly Waterloo. Spit straight at Lin Yun cursed. The more he said, the more aggrieved he was. Here. Only then did Lin Yun realize that the creepy shadow in front of him had regained his sanity, and he immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. At that moment, Easy's miserable scream rang out in the distance. Still chatting. I'm going to die if we keep talking. Lin Yun's face changed and he turned his head to see that Easy had been surrounded by giant hands that were slowly closing in. Just as he was about to go forward to rescue him, a shadow enveloped Lin Yun's entire body, and the big foot of another trickster's shadow was stomping down towards him. It's too late. Looking at the prosperous guile shadow that he was about to grip with slowly closing his fingers, Lin Yun's eyes were wide with rage. Set. A soft cry came from behind him, and then the shadow on Lin Yun's head suddenly stopped moving. In the distance, when Easy was about to be pinched to death, Trickster's fingers stopped moving, and Easy rushed out from the crack of Trickster's fingers with hindsight on his face, hoofing it towards Lin Yun's side. Little guy, say thank you. Chapter 45 Morong Feng, Master of the Tian Yang sect, the old man whose mouth is too straight. Looking at the two guile shadows that were fixed in place, Lin Yun scratched his brain. What kind of skill was this that was so powerful? Little guy, say thank you. Lin Yun turned his head when he heard it, and immediately his pupils quaked. A very terrifyingly huge head was mortared on the ground. Two huge eyes were staring at him smugly, and his eyebrows, which were the size of large trucks, were still raised. OMG. Ghosts. Lin Yun was momentarily frightened to the point of screaming in misery, and the giant hammer in his hand was directly raised and smashed down on this huge head in front of him. Bang! A huge body lay on the ground. Its head plunged into the ground straight from the neck, revealing a deep pit. Crap! Lin Yun came back to his senses and slapped his head, forgetting again. This creepy shadow had regained his sanity and had saved Easy's doggy life. on the edge of a very huge and coolly shaped pit that resembled a head. Lin Yun was seated, well behaved like a student. Next to them, Kiki Fu and the others were also sitting upright. An old man dressed in ancient clothes was sitting across from them, and at that moment, he was staring angrily at the group of 5, or to be precise, at Lin Yun. I said you're hammering me once or twice. Are you deaf? Believe it or not, I'll slap you into the ground, and you won't even be able to snap out of it. The old man was none other than the Guile Shadow who had regained his sanity, the Heavenly Sun sect patriarch Morong Fong. Thinking of the way this asshole in front of him leaped with his hammer when he returned to normal size just now, Morong Fong felt a toothache. Lin Yun snapped his fingers in embarrassment. That Morong patriarch, you see, such a scary and gloomy place, and we're so weak. It's understandable to overreact, right? You're weak, a hammer, you're weak. If it wasn't for the old man waking up early, I'm afraid I'd be hammered to death alive by you. Looking at Lin Yun as if he were a well-behaved student receiving a lesson from his teacher, the already recovered wealthy and the others bit their lower lips dead center and really didn't dare to laugh out loud. Morong Fong, although the words with anger, but looked at Lin Yun. The heart is very satisfied. If you change in 10,000 years ago, the old man high and low have to tie this asshole back as a young patriarch. But 10,000 years of time has passed. He is now this bird, inhuman ghost. I am afraid to leave the Peach Blossom Mystery Realm directly fell. Besides, the entire Tianyang sect was on its own, and there was a F***King sect. At that moment Kiki timidly opened her mouth and pointed behind her at the giant foot that was resting in midair with no idea what size shoe it was wearing. Old uncle, those 2 monsters, what about those 2 old men? Will they move suddenly? Looking at the well-behaved, understanding and polite Kiki, Morong Fong smiled and reached out to stroke his beard. Little girl, don't be afraid. Those 2 old things, let them stand as punishment for a while first. As long as this space is not destroyed and I don't unravel it, they will never be able to move, he said and turned his head to angrily look at Lin Yun on the side. This asshole, no quality at all. I did him a favor and he didn't say thank you and hit me with a hammer. Lin Yun shrunk his head at the sight, and after seeing Morong Fang's expression ease a bit, he rubbed his hands together and smiled as he opened his mouth to ask, Patriarch Morong, you just said that your 3 great clans came in here to snatch the divine object. So, where is that divine object now? Morong Fong also laughed, his long white eyebrows twitching. What? You want it? Lin Yun sniffed and nodded, moving his body in front of Morong Fong. Unexpectedly, Morong Fong directly slapped him on the door of his head. Get the hell away from me. What's the matter? You still want to use a hammer to backstab me? I won't eat your ass. Morong Fong had already cast a shadow over Lin Yun. This asshole. Looking at his eyebrows and smiling, the next second he took out a giant hammer filled with gung-ho power to hammer you in the head. Lin Yun received a headbutt and silently moved back. Heaven and earth conscience. I really don't have this idea. Lin Yun shouted in his heart. The crowd couldn't help themselves, but they all clenched their mouths in death. Except for Kiki, who grinned happily with a resurgent Kiki grin. Speaking of which, 10,000 years ago, our 3 clans were in the same shape as water and fire, and each other's cultivation levels were about the same. Or in your words, they were about the same level. Therefore, when we heard that the Peach Blossom Mystic Realm contained divine objects that could allow one to go further, our 3 clans raised their clans to enter this realm, not expecting this battle to directly bury our 3 clans. Regretting it, as Morong Fong spoke, a trace of grief grew in his eyes. Then he unfolded his palm and a brilliant golden light appeared in his hand. The divine artifact was broken by us, and 1 piece was taken. Only when the 3 pieces are united can it regain its usefulness. Unfortunately, it can never be used again. Saying that, Morong Fong directly threw the golden light in his hand to Lin Yun, who was surprised to catch it and realized that under the golden light was a broken crystal. Take it. Later remember to use your Gungeon hammer to ruthlessly smash those 2 old things' brains for me. If you smash them less often than me, or less vigorously than me, old me will get you killed today. Lin Yun joyful smile, nodded repeatedly. Under the hard hand, this thing I am familiar with, the life of the work to come, and then again, the funds are in place. The old man dry waste. A smile flickered on Morong Feng's face as he looked at the bizarre aura that surrounded the other 2 old rivals and spoke in a heavy tone. This world is not as simple as you think. That bizarre aura lurked in this space a long time ago, attaching itself to the divine objects, which led to all of us, the lords of the 3 clans, being struck, and even the clans were destroyed. That aura, it's terrifying. It's not the power of this world. Lin Yun nodded slightly at his words. Indeed it wasn't. It was a trace of the power of the god of death. And gods like the god of death were countless and would, soon, descend upon this world. In these 10,000 years, I have continuously resisted this power, and vaguely sensed that there are 9 other places with the same power as this level. After you guys leave, as soon as possible, go and notify old man Sima of Kirin City. This old guy is still alive. Thinking about it makes me angry. And he even made some kind of city lord. Morong Fong may not have spoken for too long, and he couldn't stop himself from talking once the box was opened. 9 places in all? Lin Yun froze at his words. In his last life, there were more than 9 divine descent points after the divine revelation mirrored reality. Maybe it's more than that. I sensed it in a vague way too. Morong Fong opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. By the way, something like this you give to Lord Qinglong for me. Morong Fong directly threw a purple and green colored bamboo to Lin Yun. Lin Yun accepted it and felt a warmth in his hand. The bamboo was leafless and had a total of 3 sections. Ding! The Heavenly Sun Sect Patriarch has commissioned a quest to deliver the 3-hearted bamboo to the Green Dragon continent Lord Green Dragon. Completing the quest will earn you an SSS-ranked Mage skill book. Hiss! Lin Yun sucked in a mouthful of cold air. SSS-grade Mage skill book. Sure enough, an old man in the family is like a treasure. Is there anything else good on this old man? Looking at Lin Yun's constantly rolling eyes, Morong Fong knew at a glance that this asshole didn't have a good fart in his heart. You kid had better not store any bad intentions. The old man's fist of tens of thousands of years of power. I do not know if your kid can block it. Lin Yun immediately sat upright and accepted the mission. Little girl, the aura on your body is both good and evil. It's not good in the end. I also accidentally cracked your weapon just now. Seeing as you like giant swords, then old me will give you a sword. Morong Fong looked at the well-behaved Kiki. Repeat Kiki. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Between the words he reached out his hand. A bright light suddenly flew out from the distant creepy shadow whose palm was in the shape of a grip, instantly coming to Morong Fang's hand. When the light dispersed, it was a huge sword flashing with purple electricity, and the huge sword was very huge, estimating that it should be as high as 3 Kikis. The giant sword quickly became smaller in Morong Fang's hands, turning into a delicate dagger, and then handed it directly to Kiki. Repeat Kiki. This weapon is the weapon of the Jade Valley's master, the Born Thunder Sword, which can perfectly resolve that aura of also ran on you. SSS class, platinum weapon. The crowd was shocked when they heard that. At this time Lin Yun also envied this set of equipment on their own body, but also S-class red color suit. Compared to Kiki replica Kiki get, the middle is still a class difference. Thank you old uncle. Morong Fong smiled and nodded his head, his face full of kindness, before turning his head to look at Lin Yun again. The little girl is so polite, unlike this asshole, who has no quality at all. It's true that you have to have a daughter to have a child. Morong Fong then reached out again, and on the creepy shadow that was carrying the giant foot, a light appeared, and casually threw the light to Easy directly with the throwing rags style. The sword of the master of the 10,000 flowers building. Hurry up and throw away the rags in your arms. It's embarrassing to look at. For Easy, Morong Fong was not as kind as he was to Kiki. Repeat Kiki. With a face of impatience. What good could anyone be who hangs out with that little asshole? Easy took it in a panic. It was an 8-sided Han sword that glowed with a white gold color, slightly pulling back the scabbard. A dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. Good sword. A radiant light erupted in Easy's eyes. For a sword nerd, having a divine weapon was something that every person with a sword could only dream of. However, looking at the white golden longsword in his hand, and then looking at the longsword in his arms that had accompanied him since his first level until now, a thick tangle appeared on Easy's face. After a long silence, he reluctantly sheathed the platinum longsword and then threw it back to Morong Fong without a word. Good boy. Sure enough, the idiom of things being like things still can't be trusted. Appreciation appeared on Morong Fang's face as he twisted his head to look at Lin Yun. Clearly the object in question was him. Unbeknownst to him, Easy's heart dripped with blood and regret. Are you stupid? Wouldn't you take 2 swords? Morong Fong reached out his hand and the longsword in Easy's arms directly appeared in his hand. Your brat is very much in the old man's mind. In that case, the old man will help you out. A blinding light lit up in his hand, only to see the 2 long swords that were constantly trembling in mid-air, gradually fusing together. After the light disappeared, a white 8-sided Han sword appeared in Easy's hand. A swimming dragon on the scabbard spread to the sword lattice, just docking with the hilt of the dragon's mouth, and holding it in his hand was like holding a body white divine dragon. Hiss. SSS plus. Prosperity looked at Lin Yun stonily, and Lin Yun instantly had the jealousy in his heart overturned, and immediately turned his head to look at Morong Fong with hope in his eyes. Where are your weapons, old man? Looking at Lin Yun, whose saliva was staying at the corners of his mouth, Morong Fong replied cheaply, old me never used weapons in my life, like to convince people with reason. Physical reason. Well, a poor man. I knew that I would first hammer away 10,000 flowers or the 2 old men in the Valley of Absolute Love. You too. I'll send you a guard. Looking at Fortune and Brother Six who were drooling, Morong Fong pondered for a moment and casually waved out 2 rays of light that rushed into the 2 of them. The 2 of them felt uncomfortable. Why is it that everyone else is a divine weapon? Oh, deicide is not there either. But why is it a ray of light when it comes to us? This shield, it can withstand. Morong Fong scratched his head and spoke only after a long time. Your ranks are so troublesome. I don't even know how to explain it. Equivalent to being able to withstand the heavenly rank? An all-out strike from one level higher in the heavenly rank. Upon hearing this, the two didn't take it seriously. Old me playing a game would still put my life in danger? Old me will be resurrected. It was very difficult in their hearts, but they didn't dare to open their mouths in the face of the grumpy old man with the top of the force value. Only Lin Yun moved to Morong Fang's side with a longing look on his face, learning the tone of a chirping compound. Old uncle. Me. You don't need to. Morong Fong directly interrupted Lin Yun's words while directly slapping Lin Yun on the head. You're harder to die than even old me. You need to stop making that face. Looking at old me makes me want to vomit, and I'm tempted to just punch you in the face. Retaliation. Definitely retaliation. Just because I hammered him a few times. That's too much. Lin Yun despised it in his heart and moved back again, wanting to cry. A full force strike above the heavenly ranks. Wasn't that equivalent to being able to withstand one full force attack from a low-level god? Lin Yun still wanted to say something, but Morong Fang's tone was suddenly low, and his entire body was devoid of any semblance of godliness. At this point our destiny is over, and we won't be able to see each other again in the future. Go on, wake up those two old guys, then leave. Morong Fong turned his back, and before his words fell, his person had already disappeared. Chapter 46 The Secret World disappears. The descent point of the gods disappears. Lin Yun stared blankly at the old man who had disappeared, and he couldn't help but let out a light sigh in his heart. Only he knew in his own heart that the old man in front of him, the 10,000-year-old heavenly sun sect patriarch, with a mouth that was too straight for his body, already had a death wish in his heart, though he was already undead. To send off the future of an entire sect because of one's own thoughts, this was a sin that no one could afford. His own constant gags were nothing more than an attempt to provoke him, and so far, they were ineffective. Turning back, looking at the very happy Kiki Repeat and Easy, and then at the cursing Wealthy, Brother Six and the others, Lin Yun smiled bitterly. Let's hope that time slows down a little bit more to give these uninformed people a little more time. Spend more time with your family and enjoy the freedom of a future that is just an apocalyptic world of pain and despair. Lin Yun dragged his heavy steps to the side of the Guile Shadow who was carrying his feet. Gung Zi, Watchman Chaos Gold. With a slight tap of his foot, Lin Yun had arrived in front of the creepy Shadow's forehead, and the Gung character transformed into Watchman Chaos Gold, quickly slamming against the Divine Stone right in the middle of the creepy Shadow's brain in front of him. Soon, the Divine Stone then resounded with a crisp glass shattering sound, but Lin Yun didn't stop. Not knowing when, Lin Yun's eyes were covered in tears, trying hard to hold back his hot tears as he continued to frantically hammer down as per Morong Fang's request. A kindly old man with one last request in his life, even if it was a playful, well-intentioned one. What reason would one have not to help him fulfill it? The three of them were deadly rivals, muddling along for 10,000 years, and they were still in love with each other even today. 10,000 years later, what would be the point if it weren't for death? For the gods. Lin Yun followed Morong Fang's request and hammered two more hammers at the creepy shadow in front of him. Looking at the Divine Stone fragile in front of him, the Guile Shadow who had long since regained consciousness but had a smiling face, the owner of the 10,000 flowers building 10,000 years ago, Lin Yun had an indescribably difficult feeling in his heart. Weren't the three eerie shadows in front of him, the three old men, the epitome of himself and the others who had been resisting and presuming to save the world after the gods had descended? Or was it a predecessor? Lin Yun knew that they had been fighting against the power of the gods. It was obvious that they had listened to the jokes that old man Morong Fong had said. They had been awake from the beginning to the end. It was hard to imagine what kind of torment they had all suffered to get through these 10,000 years, without stopping. Under the astonished gazes of Kiki Repeat Kiki, Easy and the others, Lin Yun's hot tears fell from his eyes and shattered all over the place. But he was resolute in his goal, and without looking back, he headed towards the creepy shadow that was closing its palms. The giant Ganjin hammer appeared again, and along with the thumping sound, the mood of the four people also suddenly became very heavy. But they did not know because of what. Because of some words from an NPC? Or because of Lin Yun's slightly insane behavior at the moment. Watching the hammer after hammer continue to hammer down. Watching the hot tears in the eyes of the Godslayer fall drop by drop and shatter on the ground. Whether it is free or not. Chi or not. Rich and powerful. 3-141-59264 people. At the moment feel that the heart is blocked with something in general. The feeling came inexplicably, with absolutely no idea what caused it. In the entire secret realm of the undead, only the sound of Lin Yun's giant gung-ho hammer, which he constantly wielded, remained, as well as what seemed to be Lin Yun's very muffled cries, which came from afar. Lin Yun knew that none of them would understand at this moment. This so-called game in front of them wasn't really a game. Everyone in it had flesh and blood, and were all real humans just like them. And soon, The divine revelation mirrors reality, and it is the doom brought about by the god's descent into both worlds that is the most frightening and overwhelming. At that time, they'll understand everything too. Soon, a glass-shattering sound came from the center of the last trickster's shadow's forehead, and Lin Yun gritted his teeth as he continued to smash down hammer after hammer. Perhaps it was to fulfill Morong Fang's last wish, or perhaps it was to vent his anger towards the gods in it. Finally, the smiling Jade Valley Master looked at Lin Yun in front of him and opened his mouth slightly. Little fellow, your mission is complete. Be more and more careful on the road ahead, because the power you face is not of this world. We three old men can only play our remaining role in grief and anger to reduce even that much of your burden. The words of the desperate Love Valley Master were understood by Lin Yun, but the other four felt inexplicable palpitations, but were completely unable to comprehend them. They didn't know until the future, after the divine revelation had been reflected and the gods had descended. These heartfelt words are the advice as well as the last words of an old man to a new generation. Lin Yun nodded with tears in his eyes, sitting helplessly on the ground with the Gengjin hammer in his hand, watching the 10,000-year-old desperate Love Valley Lord slowly disappear before his eyes, whispered in an imperceptible voice, "In this life, I will avenge you and us, rest assured." Before the absolute Love Valley Master completely disappeared, there was a flash of light in his eyes, followed by a ray of light that instantly cut through space and entered Lin Yun's body. Immediately afterward, the other two rays of light also appeared in front of Lin Yun's eyes out of nowhere, entering Lin Yun's body together. 3 rays of light, as if they were the last instructions of the 3 old men. Lin Yun smiled and closed his eyes, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, but the smile was so bitter. Ding! Congratulations on comprehending the unknown attribute. Comprehension progress, 0.0003%. Congratulations to all of you for completing the Quest City Lord's Commission, obtaining a token for a piece of the territory and a prestige value of $50,000. The mission has been completed. Now for the return teleportation. The blinding light enveloped the 5 people's bodies, and without knowing whether it was due to Lin Yun's influence or something else, the 4 people's hearts sank, and as if they sensed something, they suddenly turned back. In the distance, on the chapped earth, 3 old men with kind smiles on their faces were watching quietly as if they were looking at their own children and grandchildren, with smiles and relaxation at the corners of their mouths. At this moment, even the wealthy and generous with Brother Six, a very sour feeling suddenly rose in their hearts. For some reason, water began to mist the eyes of both men as well. In the light of tears, Lin Yun saw Morongfang's lips gently touch, and Lin Yun's tears once again came to his eyes. He could see that this old man with a mouth that was too straight for his body, the 10,000 years ago Heavenly Sun sect leader Morongfang, was saying with his mouth, "Live well and cheer up, little asshole." Lin Yun reached out and pressed his eyes dead center, barely pulling out an extremely ugly smile. "Don't worry, old man, leave it to me from now on." At this moment Morongfang also seemed to see the same thing, and for the first time, he unfolded a smile at Lin Yun, the little asshole, while Lin Yun, who was covering his eyes and whose tears continued to fall, as if he had seen it, the smile at the corners of his mouth became more and more unsightly. With a flash of light, the group of 5 rejoined outside the city gates, looking at the players who were coming and going, constantly walking. All 5 of them felt as if the undead mystery realm was just a dream of nothingness, but the hearts of all 5 were heavy with an unknown feeling rising in their hearts. Kiki repeat gently wiped the tears from his eyes and suddenly turned his head towards Lin Yun. "Brother Godslayer, I don't know why, but I feel, old uncle and the others are alive." Lin Yun didn't reply, closing his eyes tightly, raising his head in the middle of the day. He touched Kikiru's head and said softly, Let's go meet the city lord." It was as if he was afraid of waking up the crowd's dreams, or his own. There are some things that no one will believe now, no matter how much you say them, and no matter how much you explain them. Some people will treat you like a psychopath. Well, one can only work hard and keep improving oneself, and everything, just wait for that day to come and then talk about it in detail. In the secret realm of the undead, also known as the Peach Blossom Secret Realm, the 3 old men saw the 5 people standing on their horses, instantly and immediately twisting and fighting in one piece. To be precise, it was the owner of the 10,000 Flowers building and the owner of the Valley of Absolute Love that combined their efforts to besiege Morongfang. "Damn old thing, don't you know how ruthless that little guy's hands are? Obviously you could have helped us unseal ourselves, but you had to let that little guy break our confinement with a hammerhead. Didn't you see that hammerhead that was bigger than my head? Tramp, damned old Morong. If it wasn't for the fact that you gave away my weapon, I would have to send you to death by 1,000 cuts today." With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Morongfang kept fending off the raining fists, laughing and cursing. "I know better than you guys how much that little bastard's hammer hurts. After all these years of old acquaintances, I had to let you guys have a taste of it in your last moments. Do you think you guys will still be able to feel this kind of pain in the future? It's a beautiful thought. The two men sniffed with indignation, and the force of their hands grew stronger. I don't know how long it took, but three cranky old men lay unimaginatively on the chafed earth, looking around at the deserted place and laughing. Okay, finished whining and out of anger? Oh Yang Ming, Yuchi Yu, are you two old guys ready yet? Morong Fong smiled and opened his mouth. Obviously there was no sun in the undead space, but he slightly narrowed his eyes and stared dead at the bizarre aura that was constantly streaking about in the undead space. Similarly, both of them, Oh Yang Ming Yuchi Yu, had a murderous intent in their eyes at this time. Old man Morong is waiting for you, after a lifetime of gaming you though. Oh, no, tens of thousands of years. But how about today, in your last moments, letting you be the boss? Morong Fong smiled and cursed, I've always been the boss. You two losers. Cut. The two men spoke in unison, and then the three of them stopped talking in unison, as if in his last moments recalling his life before, when he was spirited, when it was controlled by a weird aura. There was no doubt that the fall of the entire clan, the tens of thousands of years of torture and confrontation, was all because of that strange foreign aura, a higher power that did not belong to this world. Having survived here in an undead state for tens of thousands of years, the three had the same power within them that had long been sublimated. Begin! Morong Fong opened his mouth and laughed lightly. The other two also laughed slightly and lightly. The three of them seemed to have returned to the time when they were so spirited. A bright light erupted in vain from the chests of the three men, and soon, the three crane-haired, kindly old men were as if they had 1,000 holes in their bodies, and a bright light suddenly lit up, with a terrifying aura sweeping across the entire undead mystic realm. The next moment, this terrifying breath suddenly burst open. The explosion swept through the entire secret realm of the undead. That bizarre breath, under the power of death of the three, inch by inch disintegration. Accordingly, the entire secret realm of the undead suddenly swelled to the extreme. The next moment, quickly shrinking into a point of light, followed by disappeared forever. A faint voice rang out before the point of light completely disappeared. I don't know if the little bastard, who was born in this era, will survive to the end. It's too hard. Ugh, you stepped on a horse and died, and we did our best, so what's the point of thinking about it? Yuchi Yu, do you believe that I will get you killed once more? Cut. Accompanied by a few people's final whispers. In the next moment, all the voices all disappeared into thin air, along with the entire secret realm of the undead, the future landing place of the god of death, completely vanishing, somewhere in the unknown. An unknown being suddenly erupted with a furious cry, and as the sound spread, countless lives disappeared into thin air in an instant. That unnameable location existence cursed angrily, with endless anger in its voice. Damn bugs. On the other side, the five people who had already passed through the layers of verification and arrived at the city lord's entrance suddenly turned back in unison and looked at a bright sky behind them, as if they felt something. Their hearts ached, but apart from Lin Yun, the others were feeling puzzled and didn't know why they had such a feeling appear. Kiki repeat held Lin Yun's hand tightly and said tremblingly, Brother Godslayer, I feel so much pain in my heart. Before the words left his mouth, bean-sized tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. Easy and the others were also feeling very hard, but they didn't know why it was hard, as if something precious had disappeared forever. Lin Yun once again gently patted Kiki Repeat's head, deeply swallowed back the tears in his eyes, and spoke with a smile. There's no such thing as a good time, just someone carrying our weight for us. After saying that, he directly walked towards the city lord's mansion. There was one more thing left unsaid in the back of his mind. Whether it was or is or will be, there is always someone tough at the top. I just hope that the years are still. Chapter 47 Entering Qilin City, Thunderous City Lord. In the Kirin city of the Kirin continent. Kirin city was the main city of the Kirin continent, one of the 5 continents of the divine revelation. The group of 5 entered Kirin city under the leadership of the Kirin army, and along the way, Kikiru looked left and right as if they were curious babies, because players had to reach the Earth rank before they could enter Kirin city. The current Kirin city was full of NPCs except for Lin Yun and 5 other Xian rank players who had entered early. To the surprise of a few people, the NPCs in Kirin city were currently talking, and many of them were staring at the quintet, their eyes also revealing surprise and strangeness. These people who are discussing look and move like the Kirin army officer who is leading the way in front of them. The vast majority of the NPCs in the city, and their demeanor and behavior is no different from that of normal people. Brother Kingslayer, why do they call us the heavenly visitors? Lin Yun smiled, because we don't belong to this world. Oh, also, we're gamers, they're NPCs, and the setting of the title of heavenly visitor is quite new. A few people kept discussing how everything was amazing in the main city that only the Earth rank could enter. The Kirin City Lord's mansion was located in the center of Kirin City. A lofty alabaster tower towered over the clouds, and 4 white-clouded staircases in 4 directions extended down from the high-altitude City Lord's mansion, near vertical and boundless. Looking at the ghostly City Lord's mansion, Easy and the others' eyes lit up. After walking half a day down the alabaster stairs, he passed through a Chilan army stationed on the alabaster stairs before entering the hall of the City Lord's residence. There were 5 chairs on the left and right sides of the hall, and right in the center, above a huge chair, was a unicorn statue that was so lifelike that it gave the illusion that it was going to move in the next second. The entire City Lord's mansion, all is composed of white jade, even the ground is no exception. The entire City Lord's mansion, only a holy and calm feeling. You guys sit down for a while. Lord City Lord is out on patrol and will be here soon. The Kirin army officer leading the way nodded his head in greeting, and then left with a big stride. Where is this a staircase? This is simply a heavenly ladder. My legs are numb from climbing. Wealthy found a chair and sat down, pounding his legs. All of them were exhausted from the 2 days of high-intensity battles, thinking about getting offline to have a good sleep after completing the mission as soon as possible, especially emptied of wealth. The whole face of exhaustion, lying in the chair breathing began to calm down, eyes about to fall asleep. Seeing this, the crowd also took their seats and waited for the City Lord to arrive. During this time, the Chilan army brought in fruits and snacks, and the people ate while chatting about the magnificent scenery that they couldn't see in the real world. Only Lin Yun was checking the attribute panel. Unknown attribute, progress of realization, 0.0003%. This was something given by the 3 patriarchs before they left the undead mysteries, and Lin Yun didn't know what this unknown attribute was, and the progress of comprehension was too exaggerated. When would it be before he could have this attribute? It feels so chicken. However, the 3 old men's expressions and movements that were no different from those of normal people made Lin Yun guess something in his heart. Perhaps, it wasn't the NPCs that changed after the divine revelation was mirrored. When he met the City Lord, he would be able to verify the speculation in Lin Yun's mind. After waiting for most of the day, a sound of footsteps came from far and near, with rapid footsteps, and soon came to the door of the hall. A tall, sturdy figure strides in, dressed in a Kirin army outfit, a white cape draped behind him, and a helmet ringed in his hand. Eyes like those of an eagle scanned the crowd, and an extremely ugly smile was pulled from his bearded face. Striding over to the chair in the center, he sat down directly, surveying the few people in front of him, not saying a word in the meantime, and under the majesty, Kikyo resumed standing up nervously. You are the celestial outsiders who have completed the mission, right? I think only you celestial outsiders can accomplish this mission at this stage. Sit down and tell me more about it. Kirin City's lord looked like a person in the military acting in his own way. Seeing that Kiki was still standing, he waved his hand to indicate that he should sit down, and then reclined his torso, his right foot curled up on the chair, casually picking up the cup in front of him, sipping the hot tea with a big mouthful of it. Sure enough, one's suspicions were correct. Lin Yun looked at the City Lord, who was no different from himself and the others, and verified his suspicions in his heart. The NPCs in this world of the Divine Apocalypse did not have to wait until the Divine Apocalypse mirrored reality before they would awaken. As long as their cultivation reached a realm, they were no different from themselves and others, and were living and existing in the Divine Apocalypse. I just don't know what level is needed before the NPCs of the Divine Enlightenment can be like the City Lord and others. The City Lord's panel, not only was it full of question marks, but it was also flashing red, signaling that this person was extremely dangerous, although he didn't know why they called themselves and others heavenly visitors. 3-141-5926 sniffed and opened his mouth to truthfully inform the City Lord of everything that had happened in the secret realm of the undead, which was one of the requirements of the mission. After listening to Brother Sax's detailed description, the Kirin City Lord did not speak for a long time, his eagle eyes staring at the cup in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Brother Six didn't open his mouth again, and the few people waited quietly. In that case, those 3 old things have been suffering from the control of the bizarre aura for these tens of thousands of years, and are considered to be living in the undead mysteries? But it looks like they've been completely relieved now, and that bizarre aura has completely disappeared. It's a shame about these 3 old guys. The Kirin City Lord sighed, his tone slightly lowered. Obviously, the 3 old men and the Chilan City Lord were old acquaintances, meaning that the Chilan City Lord in front of them had lived for tens of thousands of years. Only Lin Yun knew the meaning of the Chilan City Lord's words, that those 3 old men had combined their efforts to resolve the Death God's descent point and completely cleared the Death God's power. But the 3 also died completely, after tens of thousands of muddy years, burying the 3 clans, including themselves, with their own hands. There are as many as 9 other places that possess such a bizarre aura. I will contact the other 4 continents to jointly search for this matter. This weird aura is a great hidden danger. The Qilin City Lord stood up, pulled out a token from his pocket, and threw it directly to Brother 6, followed by putting on his helmet and striding towards the door with thunderous strides. This is the reward for the quest. You can choose any territory in the Qilin continent besides the City Lord's mansion and accept my jurisdiction only. Brother 6 hastily reached out and caught it. The smile on his face could not be contained. After 1,000 years of hard work, he finally got the territory token, and he could finally get off the line and take a good rest. I need to head to the 4 continents now to discuss those 9 weird places, so I won't keep you guys. You guys have a good time in Qilin City. I don't know when you'll come in next time. Rarely revealing an ugly smile, after saying that the Kirin City Lord was about to leave, acting decisively and directly, worthy of being the Kirin City Lord in charge of the 4 Kirin armies. Just a moment, Lord Citadel. Lin Yun's voice came, and the City Lord's footsteps as he stepped out of the doorway lurched as he looked back in confusion. What he saw was Lin Yun, who had not said a word just now and had only been staring at himself. What else is going on? Speak up. The City Lord's tone was slightly sharp, with a hint of impatience. These heavenly visitors have been so insatiable, not knowing their priorities. Lin Yun stood up and took a waist plate out of his backpack, casually tossing it directly to the Kirin City Lord as it arced through the air. The Lord of Qilin City reached out and took it, fixed his eyes on it, and instantly his face changed drastically as he looked up at Lin Yun once again, with nothing but eagerness and grief in his eyes. Why don't you guys go outside and we'll have a little chat? The City Lord who opened his mouth this time. His tone was full of solemn intent, coupled with the slightly shaking beard on his face. Several people at large felt that things were a bit off. What had happened all of a sudden? Although the previous City Lord had spoken in a sharp tone, there was no killing intent. There was even an occasional ugly smile. Why was it that after looking at the token given by Lin Yun, his attitude had shifted so quickly? Easy looked at Lin Yun, who nodded slightly in greeting. Seeing this, Easy didn't hesitate and took a few people with him to leave the City Lord's mansion. Seeing that the crowd had left, the Qilin City Lord waved his big hand, and a force came out through his body and blasted at the gate, which closed in response. Walking towards Lin Yun in large strides, he shook the waist plate in his hand in front of Lin Yun and said in an urgent tone, "Why is this waist plate in your hand? Where did it come from?" Sunset Deep Forest, Kirin Konoha's 9-star Grand Commander, next to the bones. Chapter 48 The Divine Enlightenment of the 5 Continents. The truth of the disappearance of the Kirin, Lord of the Kirin Continent. In the white jade composition of the Qilin City Lord's mansion, the Qilin City Lord clutched a waist plate in his hand, his face frozen in grief as he sat in his chair, listening to Lin Yun's narration. When the waist plate was found, apart from the bones of the entire Kirin Konoha army, there was only this one waist plate left, as well as a passage carved into the stone by the 9-star Grand Commander. At those words, the Qilin City Lord immediately raised his head, his eyes filled with anxiety as he waited for Lin Yun to continue. When Lord Kirin disappeared, we were ordered to look for clues, and in the alternation of light and darkness, we found traces of Lord Kirin, but our opponent is not a human being, he's a god. Kirin Chao is hopeless. These, then, were his last words. Lin Yun slowly opened his mouth, saying the last words of the 9-star Grand Commander from his memory word for word, carefully observing the City Lord's expression. He had a premonition that he would be able to learn a lot of truths about his doubts from the City Lord today. For example, the reason why the Kirin disappeared, whether this god is a Shinigami kind of god or not, and also, the reason for the scarcity of professions in ancient China. As expected, when he heard about the Qilin trace, a radiant color of joy erupted in his eyes, but when he heard the word God, a hint of fear suddenly flowed through his eyes. Lin Yun's face was ecstatic. He really did know. Lord of the city, do you know what a god is? Hearing Lin Yun's words, the eyes of the Kirin City Lord became very sharp, like a hunting eagle, choosing someone to devour. From the time you entered the City Lord's mansion until now, you've always had a lot of doubts that you wanted to ask me, right? You seem to know a lot of things that other people don't. The Qilin City Lord stood up and stared at Lin Yun dead in the face, a cruel smile dripping from the corner of his mouth. What are your intentions? The last sentence, in a tone that was almost a low growl. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Lin Yun, and the air around him became directly icy cold in an instant. A light in the hands of the Kirin City Lord lit up slightly, his eyes staring at Lin Yun. As long as Lin Yun made any moves, he would die today in the City Lord's mansion. Yet, although he knew in his heart that these heavenly visitors could not be killed at all, Lin Yun raised his head slightly, as if he couldn't feel the Kirin City Lord's killing intent at all. His expression was very relaxed as he met the City Lord's eyes and spoke faintly, word for word, for the protection of all that is seen. After Lin Yun finished speaking, the killing intent that had enveloped his entire body instantly disappeared, and the air returned to mildness. The Qilin City Lords laughed out loud. Good boy. Doesn't seem to be a traitor to those so-called gods. Protect everything in sight. What ambition. I love it. Lin Yun smiled. The Qilin City Lord. He hadn't had a lot of dealings in his last life, and to describe him in one sentence, he was a tiger with a heart of gold and a fine nose for roses. Prudence being what it is, he won't suddenly do it to himself. The Qilin City Lord sat directly on the chair beside Lin Yun and looked at him with a slanted head. Kid, I can answer your doubts, but you have to listen to me tell a story first. May I hear it? The Qilin City Lord pulled out a pipe, lit it and inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke slowly in satisfaction. Tens of thousands of years ago, the 5 continent masters of the 5 continents of the divine enlightenment, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, and including Lord Kirin, discovered that the divine enlightenment world once again had a bizarre aura. Again? Lin Yun acutely sensed that something was wrong. You kids listen to me first. The Qilin City Lord revealed his anger. This has just started and you interrupted me. Where was I talking about? Never mind. Tens of thousands of years ago, Lin Yun spoke helplessly. You were talking about the reappearance of the weird aura. Oh, because of the appearance of the bizarre aura, the 5 continent masters came together in a rare gathering, and after deliberation, Lord Qinglong, who has the strongest cultivation, will sit at the helm of the 5 continents, while the remaining 4 continent masters will go to explore the reason for the bizarre reappearance. Speaking here, the Qilin City Lord sat up straight, a hint of adoration erupting in his eyes, as well as endless grief. A few days after the 4 continental lords left, something did go wrong. On that day, the sky of the divine enlightenment world cracked. A terrifying figure appeared outside the divine enlightenment world, presuming to descend while the continent master was away, with just a pair of eyes. I couldn't even blink at that time, and the entire world stood still. The Qilin City Lord swallowed and continued. That figure didn't know that Lord Qinglong, the one with the highest level of cultivation, had long sensed that something was wrong, so he stayed alone to sit on the 5 continents. That day, Lord Green Dragon revealed his true form and fought with that figure. The sky was filled with dragon's blood and that person's golden blood spilling down to the earth. Each drop of blood weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds, and the divine apocalypse world was full of dead places because of the battle between the two. No one has been able to enter so far. Soon, Lord Qinglong was unable to defeat the extra-dimensional figure and was about to be defeated when 5 rays of light descended from the extra-dimensional area onto Lord Qinglong. That is, after those 5 rays of light appeared, the cultivation of divine enlightenment also became what it is now, and a hierarchical division appeared. Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang. In that battle, Lord Qinglong managed to repel the extraterrestrial figure. The god you want to know about. The Qilin repeatedly still recalled that battle back then. Only the worship of the green dragon remained in his eyes. Then his eyes immediately filled with grief. His voice trembled as he spoke again. When Lord Qinglong returned, he informed us that something had happened, and arranged for the 4 armies of each continent to be mobilized to search the world for the bizarre aura, while he himself went to the aid of the remaining 4 continent lords. The Qilin City Lord gripped the cup and slowly took a sip of water, and Lin Yun realized that his hands had been shaking. Not long afterward, Lord Qinglong brought back an egg burning with flames and told us that Lord Zhuke died in battle in Nirvana. Lord White Tiger and Lord Xuanwu were seriously injured and dying. And Lord Kirin, there was no news at all. The Kirin City Lord leaned back in his chair and stared at Lin Yun. On that day, no one knew exactly what had happened. Lord Qinglong only had one order, to find Lord Kirin's trail and control the place where the bizarre aura appeared. So far, Lord Qinglong has been alone on the Qinglong continent, setting up 5 city lords to sit on the 5 continents. Lord White Tiger and Lord Xuanwu have taken refuge in the world to heal their wounds, and Lord Vermilion Bird has not been revived so far, and for tens of thousands of years, we have never given up our search for Lord Kirin, so far without success. During this period, the 4 armies of Kirin City's close guards, rear guards, left guards, and right guards have been constantly searching for weird scents in Kirin continent, and I have been surrounding the location of the discovery with death as requested by Lord Qinglong, and there is no difference for the time being. After the entire Kirin City Konoha army disappeared into thin air until the appearance of this belt tag of yours, the Kirin City Lord pulled out his waistplate, and there was nothing but grief in his eyes. Lin Yun listened and kept analyzing in his mind. Obviously, that extraterrestrial figure should be the gods. It turned out that they had attempted to descend 10,000 years ago in the divine enlightenment world. What are those 5 rays of light? In the past life, when the divine revelation mirrored reality, after the gods descended, Xuanwu and Baihu died in battle one after another. Why didn't Qinglong appear? The hierarchical planning that had only appeared tens of thousands of years ago. Then those 5 rays of light were definitely the cause of all of this, and might even be the key reason that led to the divine revelation mirroring reality. What the hell is that? The blood dripping from the battle between the two caused the Deadlands. The Deadlands in the divine revelation. And a god that could cause the Deadlands was not a lowly god. What happened to the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu and Kirin? Lin Yun had originally come to clear up the confusion, and his head was even more messed up after hearing it. Feeling that the reason why the divine revelation was mirroring reality was that there was a huge hand behind it that was pushing everything forward. You said that for tens of thousands of years, the bizarre auras that have appeared on the Kirin continent have all been controlled by you. So why did you set up this task of exploring the secret realm of the undead? Lin Yun felt more and more out of place. If the bizarre aura, or the power of the gods Qinglong had only asked for control, then he wouldn't have sent someone into it against Qinglong's orders. The Qilin city lord laughed out loud, sniffing and asking Lin Yun rhetorically, "You don't think that Lord Qinglong said that the weird aura was that small trace of energy you saw in the secret realm of the undead, do you?" Lin Yun's heart kept rolling over after hearing this. The bizarre aura that Lord Qinglong wanted us to control is 100 times 1,000 times, if not hundreds of thousands of times, the one you saw in the undead mystic realm, and the places where this kind of aura exists. We found a total of 10 places, not including the 9 small ones that Old Man Morong said. Lin Yun froze on the spot. The one descending in the undead mysteries was the god of death, so the 10 places that were probably hundreds of thousands of times more powerful than the power of the god of death. The ones descending, what level of existence would they be? The 2-winged angels of the previous life did not even have a place to descend to, but were just one of the tens of thousands of gods' congregations that followed death's descent. In an instant, Lin Yun's heart was like ashes. In this situation, in such a short period of time, was he capable of dealing with a god even more powerful than the god of death? The time for the divine revelation to be reflected is getting closer and closer, and after reflecting reality, the gods will soon descend, and the world, as usual, will come to an end? So what exactly is the point of my rebirth? As if he was drowning, Lin Yun gasped for air sharply as his entire body fell into a deep nightmare. Right at this moment, the Kirin city lord saw that Lin Yun was not in the right state and let out a cry of luck and fury. "Wake up!" Lin Yun's consciousness once again regained clarity. "What are you kid afraid of? There's still Lord Qinglong here, and aren't you heavenly outcasts immortal?" "Kid's guts are even smaller than his strength," Kirin said in a nonchalant voice. "And you said yourself that you want to protect everything you see get. Then you should try to become stronger, and a bit more." The Qilin looked Lin Yun's body up and down and couldn't help but skim his lips. "A good man, looks good, figure good, like a girl, the real man should be to my general, big and thick." Lin Yun nodded at his words. That was right. What was he afraid of? The end of days had already been experienced. All one had to do now was to keep getting stronger. It's not too late for everything. There's still a chance. I have a super god level talent. I'll definitely be able to change all of this. Lin Yun then inquired once more. "Lord City Lord, I have another question. Why are ancient Huaxia professions so rare in this world? What ancient Chinese occupation? Never even heard of it," the Kirin city lord said suspiciously. "What? Chapter 49 Ancient Chinese Occupations doesn't exist in the Divine Revelation? The Divine Enlightenment world is not to mention anything else, just your 5 continents lords alone. Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Kirin, all divine beasts of ancient Chinese legend. Even your hierarchical classification, Heaven and Earth, Basilisk and Yellow, the Taoist priests that appear in the novice village, and the elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth that appear in the Hanging Tower. It's full of ancient Chinese style, and then you tell me that you've never heard of an ancient Chinese career? Are you kidding me? What the hell is going on here?" Lin Yun was dumbfounded, looking at the Qilin city lord in front of him with a dumbfounded look on his face and blinking his eyes at himself. Lin Yun believed that he wasn't lying to himself. "You're looking at me with a cute little face. What do you mean you're looking at me with a look like that?" The Qilin city lord jarred his mouth, his expression very irritated. "Impolite brat. City lord, think again. Have you ever seen anyone like me?" Lin Yun had to ask in a different way. Upon hearing this, the Qilin city lord touched his chin. His beard was obviously thick and hard. Just as soon as he touched it, he immediately bounced off and gently shook it off, staring tightly at Lin Yun as he watched and watched. "There really is." Lin Yun was overjoyed. Something was up. Out of Kirin City is full of heavenly visitors like you. Come on, this guy is the same as easy. He can piss himself off with one more word. I mean, has anyone ever met anyone in my profession? Seeing Lin Yun keep asking this strange question, the Qilin city lord was more or less impatient. What's so surprising about a mage? The Vermilion Bird city lord next door is still a top-tier archmage, and she's still pretty. Why don't we go over for a meeting this time and bring her some gifts, then ask her to count the stars together? Hey, why do you have a lecherous look on your face? Lin Yun hurriedly tightened his clothes and silently moved his chair slightly farther away. A big, burly man with a lecherous grin on his face at you is scary to anyone else. How come I didn't know he had this fetish in his last life? What nonsense are you talking about? The Qilin city lord was just about to get angry when his eyes suddenly glazed over, and after a moment's recollection, he spoke again. The word Xian for this Xian master of yours. I seem to have heard Lord Qilin speak of it before. It seems to say something about the Xian sect? Or was it the Xian heavenly sect? It's been too long, I kind of can't remember. Lin Yun's mood was like riding a roller coaster. Ah, the darkness of a village. Xian sect? Xian sect? This sounds like it has something to do with ancient China, but only the Kirin knows what to do about it. And this Kirin has been gone for tens of thousands of years. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest, the reason for the Kirin's disappearance, earning a cultivation reward as well as 100,000 reputation points, triggering the follow-up quest, the reason for the Kirin's disappearance. To find the location spoken of by the Kirin Kanoa's 9-star Grand Commander in his last words, the place where the light and the darkness alternates, whether or not to accept the quest. The system voice rang out. Lin Yun directly accepted. With a follow-up mission, there was a high chance that he would be able to find the Qilin. Then there would be a chance to understand the great secrets hidden in this world. Under the Kirin City Lord's shocked gaze, 3 consecutive rays of light rang out from Lin Yun's body, and his Xian rank 5 cultivation level strung together 3 levels in a row at once. My goodness, do you people outside the heavens rely on epiphanies to cultivate? Or did you take some kind of elixir? The Qilin City Lord was very curious, then took the fruit plate that Lin Yun had placed in front of him and examined it for a moment before directly pouring a brain into his mouth and swallowing it directly without chewing. He closed his eyes and felt it for half a moment, then dropped the fruit plate with an exasperated huff. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the main quest, Disappearing Ancient Huaxia Occupation. Quest reward, 1 S-rank skill book, 100,000 reputation points. Trigger the follow-up mission. Ask Kirin about the reason for the disappearance of the ancient Huaxia occupation. Accept the mission or not. Yes. Looking at my backpack, I realized how much I'd gained during this time. Backpack, 1,585 gold coins, 8 silver coins, 783 copper coins. Reputation points times 200, 1000. Godstone fragments times 3, S-class skill book times 2, A-class purple set times 1, B-class orange set times 2, C-class blue set times 5. The rest of the equipment times 26, 1000 copper is equal to 1 silver, 10 silver is equal to 1 gold. The title drop is doubled. The extra 1000 reputation values were the rewards from the monster siege a long time ago. The A-rank suit and a skill book were obtained when killing the Xian python for Kiki's transfer, and the Godstone was obtained from the secret realm of the undead. It's time to find the financial strength to clear out your inventory. Watching the Qilin City Lord throw away the fruit plate in anger, Lin Yun fumbled. The Qilin City Lord had no choice but to give up on this unrealistic idea of ascending a few levels in a row, and once again picked up his helmet, stood up, and patted Lin Yun's shoulder. Kid, even though I think this idea of mine is ridiculous, and we've been searching for Lord Kirin for tens of thousands of years with no results, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that your appearance might change everything. Help me inspect the Sea of Nothingness. There is a weird aura present there as well. Perhaps we can find clues to Lord Kirin. I have to head to get help from the rest of the 4-continent city lords to settle those 9 small places where weird auras appeared. Keeping them is ultimately a hidden danger. Ding! The City Lord commissions a quest to you. Kirin City Lord's commission. Travel to the Sea of Nothingness. Solve the weird aura. Find the Kirin clues. And obtain the Kirin City Lord's full power strike X2. Do you accept the quest? Yes. Lin Yun nodded solemnly. Seeing Lin Yun accept the commission, the Qilin City Lord once again pulled out an extremely ugly smile. Has anyone ever told you that you have a terrible smile? Although Lin Yun didn't feel right about it, he couldn't help but open his mouth to remind the City Lord to tighten his grip. Bang! Several people who were anxiously waiting outside the door of Easy suddenly heard a horrible explosion sound inside the city hall. Then the door opened. A thick smoke. The Qilin City Lord holding the helmet cursed in came out, looked at a few people, a little bit of foot, disappeared in front of the eyes of the crowd, and in the thick smoke, Lin Yun rubbed his head and walked out. It's really hard to tell the truth and get punched in the face with that smile. Seeing Lin Yun come out, Kikiru hurriedly trotted over. How's that? That City Lord didn't give you a hard time, did he? Seeing the concerned faces of the crowd, Lin Yun smiled. It's fine, I just chatted for a while and took on a mission. Seeing Lin Yun say so, a few people put their hearts down. After all, the killing intent of the Qilin City Lord just now was felt by the few people outside, and they wanted to go in to help, but they realized that the strength of the Qilin army guarding the door was extremely terrifying. It only took a split second to control a few people, unable to move. By the way, you guys see if you can use these equipment skill books. Lin Yun posted the items in his backpack within the chat channel of several people. *********. 2S rank skill books. Several people were dumbfounded, knowing that Lin Yun was bullish, but not expecting so many fine products. Too bad. 1 archer skill and 1 boxer skill. Wealthy shook his head sadly. He himself now had 3 skill grids and only 2 skill books that he had purchased with heavy money. One of the grids was still empty. I'll take the grade A set. Name your price. 3,141,5926. A glance at the A-class purple suit. There is no way to spend their own money cannot buy a complete set of suit. The body is full of Poundland equipment. Traded the grade A purple set to Brother 6 for 200 gold coins. And now that a large group of players had leveled up, the price drop was too fast. Previously, a set of blue suits sold to the rich and powerful are sufficient 100 gold coins. Now 2 more levels of purple but only 200 gold coins. Together with Brother SAXS honorarium, another 300 gold coins came in. 1885 gold coins and no idea what to spend them on. After the S-class skill books and a bunch of equipment were packed and handed over directly to Wealthy, Lin Yun once again sent the same items to the group chat. Occupational level advancement stone. Introduction, synthesized from fragments of unknown divine stones. The user can advance his or her occupation level once, invalid for god level and above. There was no doubt that although a few people were very keen on it, several people were already god-level professions, and this advancement stone would not be effective for them. And the only person who can use it is just Kiki, since she's the only one with an SSS rank transfer. Seeing the crowd looking at her, Kiki spoke up very embarrassed. I don't have that much money. It is a person who knows that if this piece of advancement stone is sold, the value is incalculable. Not only the big summer service, the whole service does not know how many people bidding. It's okay, you take it first. Just now I took on a quest that has the same eerie aura as the undead mysteries. You can only help me if you take your profession a step further. Lin Yun opened his mouth and directly handed the dark black advancement stone to Kiki, and the wealthy few swallowed their mouths. However, this advancement stone was also obtained by Lin Yun alone, and a few people hadn't contributed much, so it wasn't good to talk. On this trip to the undead mysteries, the harvest gained by Kiki was undoubtedly the most. Not only did he obtain the SSS grade platinum weapon from the Jedi Valley Master, but his profession was about to be transformed into a divine grade. However, Easy wasn't far behind, and the SSS plus 8-faced Han sword made even Lin Yun's eyes red. Bitter trio, the remaining 2 people to obtain the life-saving skills above the heavenly order once. Only Lin Yun is the most miserable. In addition to an unknown attribute nothing, and that comprehension progress also do not know have to monkey years and months to be able to use. After seeing Kiki apprehensively receive the advancement stone, Lin Yun spoke again. The City Lord's mission is for us to head to the Sea of Nothingness to solve the weird aura and scout for the Qilin in the process, but the Sea of Nothingness must be level 30, or Earth rank 1, before we can head there. So what's next for you guys? When the crowd heard the bizarre atmosphere were scalp tightening. The journey to the secret realm of the undead was fresh in their minds, and it was estimated that this Sea of Nothingness was more or less the same. I'll finish establishing the territory first, and contact you once I've leveled up. Brother 6 pulled out the territory token and thought about it. He wasn't at a disadvantage. At least he got the most important and the token he wanted the most. Wealthy then remembered, and furiously grabbed Brother 6 directly by the collar. Dog thing, reimbursement, 1 bottle of blue amount supplement 1 gold coin. Round up and count you 10,000 bottles. Hurry up and reimburse me. I need to go offline and take a good nap before I can do that. It's too tiring. Hello? 110? There's been a robbery. Seeing the 2 of them scuffling, the Easy, whose hand encircled the 8-sided Han sword, turned around, raised his head at a 45 degrees angle to look at Lin Yun and coolly opened his mouth. I'm going to go upgrade after dealing with the traitors. Level up to contact. After saying that, he took the lead and left. The people made an appointment to meet up again after the Earth stage, so they each went offline and left. Lin Yun looked back in the direction that the Kirin City Lord had left and remembered what he had said, feeling more and more that time was running out in his heart. It seems like it's time to go looking for something like that, and I wonder if I can succeed with my current strength. Time is running out. Tens of thousands of years ago the gods tried to descend into the divine apocalypse, so is there a presence of eerie vibes in the real world as well? Chapter 50 Apocalypse City, Earth Rank 5 Boatman. After the group of 5 separated, Lin Yun went through the teleportation channel alone and arrived at another city in the Qilin continent. Outside of the Qilin continent's heavenly Apocalypse City. Apocalypse City, one of the 10 cities of the Kirin continent. It is also the most distinctive of the 10 cities, the only city on the inland sea. In the setting of the divine revelation, the appearance of Apocalypse City was completely accidental, an inner sea created by unknown external forces. The sea has countless islands. The largest one is Apocalypse City, a city that has appeared for less than 10,000 years. And after the Qilin City Lord's explanation, Lin Yun understood that the inner sea that the heavenly Apocalypse City in front of him was located in was created after that battle between the Green Dragon and the extraterrestrial gods. Looking at the endless inner sea in front of him, In the end, what kind of great power is it, to be able to make a sea out of thin air on a continent hard? Qinglong's strength, in the end, which level has reached? Along the shimmering coast, many NPCs made their living by the sea, transporting players in and out of Apocalypse City by boat to earn money. Seeing Lin Yun arrive, a dark-skinned old man wearing a straw hat hurriedly greeted him with great enthusiasm. Young man, are you traveling to Apocalypse City? My side starts at 10 people. The price is the lowest in the entire harbor. Just 10 copper coins per person. But you'll have to wait a while for 9 more people and I'll send the ship right away. Lin Yun looked at the old man in front of him, who only had white teeth and a kind smile, and noticed that he had a scar on his cheek, but it wasn't hideous under the kind smile. How much to charter a boat? Hearing this, the boatman NPC's face showed shock, then laughed. Young man, there is no need to charter a boat. This people come and go, and we'll soon be able to gather 10 people. Lin Yun shook his head. I don't want to wait. Chartering a boat, is it? The boatman hesitated for a moment and looked Lin Yun up and down, then nodded. In that case, since you're so insistent on chartering a boat, I'll just charge you 90 copper coins. Lin Yun cheerfully took out 90 copper coins and handed them over to the fisherman, who received the money and his eyes lit up for a moment, wiping his hands and welcoming Lin Yun with a smile all the way onto a small boat. Soon, the boat set off slowly with the fisherman's cultivation infused into it. As he set off, Lin Yun glanced at the other ships, and many players directly paid money to board the ship without much interaction with the NPCs. Seeing this, Lin Yun turned back and continued to enjoy the scenery in front of him, smelling a familiar odor, and an imperceptible smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. While the ship was traveling, the originally sunny weather suddenly changed drastically, and the wind and waves got bigger and bigger under the darkening sky, and the ship staggered in the wind and waves like a falling leaf. Young man, it seems that today's bad luck encountered a weekday difficult to encounter extreme weather. We are afraid that if we continue to drive in a straight line easily accident. The boatman turned around and shouted at Lin Yun at this moment. The fisherman's voice was clearly audible in the huge wind and waves. We'll travel that way, around this area. It won't be much time difference. Before Lin Yun could reply, the boatman had already controlled the boat to turn and travel, gradually moving away from Tianqi City. Seeing this, Lin Yun ignored it and closed his eyes, enjoying a rare moment of comfort. The boatman turned around and saw that Lin Yun had already closed his eyes for a nap and smiled joyfully, revealing his white teeth. After the ship traveled past a deserted island, Apocalypse City was completely out of sight. The ship stopped moving forward and Lin Yun opened his eyes. A brightly shining trident then appeared in front of Lin Yun's eyes, the tip of the halberd less than half an inch from Lin Yun's eyes. And still the boatman grinned, his teeth white as ever, but his eyes had become very sinister, and his expression was unusually fierce. Young man, hand over your money. You're unlucky to have run into me. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth as he slowly spoke. Is this all there is to it? No more walking on? Upon hearing this, the boatman's eyes changed slightly. Looking at Lin Yun's breezy expression, he opened his mouth and asked, when did you discover this? Lin Yun's fingers glowed metallically as he gently flicked away the trident that was close at hand, slowly rising to his feet and answering with a smile on his face. On the first side, feeling the power coming back from the trident, the boatman's eyes changed once again. Then he spoke mockingly, since that's the case, you still dare to board the boat? A kid with only Xian rank cultivation, where did he get the guts? Taking a look at the panel of the boatman in front of him, Lin Yun was certain of one thing. NPCs above the earth rank were then gradually becoming like normal people. The first time he saw this boatman at the coast, Lin Yun felt something was wrong. The NPCs around him were all dull, collecting money to drive the boat, and even some of them didn't open their mouths. The boatman in front of me is not ordinary. The look is very amiable. The words also seem very pristine. The general NPC which will be so, once on board, filled with a pungent smell of blood. As the end of the day declined back to Lin Yun, the smell of blood is naturally not unfamiliar. This also recalled the rumors about Apocalypse City in his previous life, that there was a boatman with a scarred face who specialized in robbing players and the rest of the NPCs, and it was no surprise that it was the one in front of him. Boatman. Level, Earth Class 5. Attack Power, 50,000. Blood Volume, 30,000,000. Introduction. Former Vice Lord of Tianqi City, hunted by Tianqi City for committing a murder. Escaped from Tianqi City but hid himself and mingled among the boatmen looking for a chance to take revenge. This person is extremely good at disguising himself and committing many evil deeds. Killing him will earn him 50,000 reputation points. However, Lin Yun found it strange that although the boatman in front of him had begun to regain his sanity, he still didn't feel the same towards compared to the owner of the Haitian building as well as the Lord of Qilin City. There was a feeling of being half NPC and half human, an indescribable sense of dissonance, and it seemed that one should have to reach a certain level to be able to be shaped like a normal human. For the boatman's taunt, Lin Yun did not reply, clenched his palm and made a fist. In the air, the golden light spread to the entire fist. It looked golden. Up to 934 points of mana strength. With Watchman Chaos Gold's 300% damage boost, the damage of this punch was close to 100,000 points. Facing Lin Yun, who suddenly struck out, the boatman felt a moment of consternation. When did the Xian rank dare to strike at the Earth rank? Has this kid always been this brave? However, when he felt the wind of the whistling fist, his face suddenly changed drastically. The punch didn't feel right. In a panic, the trident in his hand stabbed straight out, touching Lin Yun's fist in the air. The terrifying power shook directly through the trident, and for a moment, the boatman only felt his hands go numb. What a terrifying power! This is the power that the Xian rank can possess? For a while, the boatman was very shocked. As for Lin Yun, he was unforgiving, dodging the trident with a single sway of his figure, and his left fist smashed down directly onto the boatman's face. Under the heavy punch, the boatman's entire face was instantly deformed and twisted, and blood flowed out, followed by a bright red number floating above his head. Minus 98,802. The right-hand chaotic gold watchman transformed into a shrunken version of the hammer. Flashing golden light smashed into the boatman's head. The boatman could not dodge. Not like the Xian rank can send out the power swept through the whole body. The whole person in the roll of the huge force flew backward and fell into the sea. A terrifying force shook up, and tens of meters of waves rolled up from the location where the boatman landed in the water. Fell in the water? Wouldn't that be fun? Kanji, reverse flow river. The dark blue talisman was drawn in the void, flashing with an icy breath as it shot into the boatman's position in the water. The boatman in the water had his head spinning. He couldn't have imagined that the harmless-looking Lin Yun's strength was actually no less than his own. No, even more powerful than himself. How could it be? A punk who was merely at the 7th level of the Xian rank, crossing the ranks to beat himself to such a sorry state. Before he had time to think more, a piercing cold current surrounded his entire body. The boatman only felt his entire body tingling, and his entire movement became sluggish, and in the next moment, countless ice cones silently appeared in front of his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Countless ice cones exploded away, causing horrific damage while more cold gradually solidified. And under the horrifying extreme cold, the seawater was avoided, and layers of ice condensed on the boatman's body. Triggers a freeze effect that lasts 10s. Within 10 seconds, under the countless bursts of ice picks, the boatman's blood bar dropped rapidly, and a terrifyingly high amount of damage surfaced. Since the boatman was under the seawater, Lin Yun couldn't find his position, so he stopped his attack. All that remained of the calm sea were slowly floating fragments of ice cones, and the boatman seemed to have disappeared into the water. Turn the river. In the next second, a trident quietly appeared behind Lin Yun's head. The boatman was covered in blood and ice slag. Blue currents surrounded the trident in his hand, and at that moment, he erupted with unprecedented speed and power. The moment the sound of breaking wind rang out, the trident had already arrived behind Lin Yun, and just when the boatman thought he had gotten his way, his pupils, which were originally tinged with cruelty, shook tremendously. Lin Yun, at the moment when the trident was about to stab, his body slightly sidestepped to the left, and without looking back, he stretched out his left hand, which was glowing with a golden color, and held the trident in a death grip, and then slowly twisted his head to look at the boatman. His face was without any ripples, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was even more chilling to the boatman. Until this moment, the boatman realized that something big had happened. The kid in front of him was too weird, but by the time he figured it out, it was too late. Lin Yun's left hand yanked back with force, and the boatman's entire body flew uncontrollably towards Lin Yun under the huge force. Loosening his left hand that was holding the trident, he deadlocked the boatman's neck in the next second, and the metallic nature that was the most rigid and the most masculine erupted and swept over the boatman's whole body, and under the suppression of the metallic nature, the boatman could not move in an instant. Deputy City Lord of Apocalypse City? That's all the strength? At those words the boatman's pupils dilated as he looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. How did you know? You'll know when you get to hell. Lin Yun stopped talking nonsense. For his current self, the Earth Rank 5 boatman was already a grasshopper after the fall. He couldn't bounce around for long. What's more, there's a constant battle to be fought here. With his left hand choking the boatman to death, his right hand brought Watchman Chaos Gold to slam down frantically, the horrific damage causing the boatman's blood level to drop rapidly, and under the stormy shadow of the hammer, the boatman was completely unable to get rid of Lin Yun's metallic control. What was this? At this moment, all that was left in his heart was boundless fear and remorse. One's revenge has yet to be avenged. Why did he meet this bogeyman? Why did he provoke him? And as if Lin Yun was venting the boredom in his heart, his hands were completely unrelenting, and soon, the blood level of the immobile boatman decreased rapidly, and was already close to 10%. Lin Yun threw the bloodied boatman out. the boatman felt the overbearing metallic nature of his body disappear. His body was lightened, and his face showed the elation of surviving a robbery. But before he could laugh, an icy voice accompanied by a crimson talisman struck his body. Li Zi Yin Yan Lai. Terrifying magma surged up from the surface of the sea. Huge meteorites smashed down from the air, and the entire surface of the sea was left with nothing but a blazing flame blazing, accompanied by the screams of the boatman, the former deputy lord of the Apocalypse City, with the passive trigger of the Hunter-Slayer title. The boatman, with a face of fearful resignation as well as dismay, directly exploded in place. Congratulations on killing the escaped Vice Lord of Apocalypse City and gaining 50,000 reputation points. Lin Yun listened to the system's reminder without any waves in his heart. After all, that island in his memory was right in front of him. Staring intently at a slightly shadowy island not far away, Lin Yun stood on the boat and muttered to himself into the sea. Shadow Island. This is it. And thank you for giving me a ride in being a good person in my next life. Chapter 51 Existence on the same level as the Titanic Great Ape Ancient Blade-Toothed Tiger. Following the example of the boatman, he input his own mana strength into a crystal in front of the bow. The crystals lit up, and the ship sailed slowly towards Shadow Island. Shadow Island was different from the other islands. There was not an inch of grass on the island, and there was only a vast expanse of solitude and gloom. Climbing onto Shadow Island, all you see are weathered boulders and gravel. Not a single living thing to be seen. On the whole island, there was only a black hole that appeared very abruptly in the middle. Other than that, there was no other color. A harsh environment simply couldn't allow any plant or animal to survive on this island, because this Shadow Island was simply a forbidden area, or rather, a cage. Stepping over the sharp gravel, Lin Yun slowly walked into the cave entrance. The cave entrance was extremely narrow at the beginning before it was open to people, and it was smooth and wet, with drops of water dripping down from time to time, but there was not a trace of moss to be seen. In the memories of his previous life, Shadow Island was a prison that held creatures of the same level as the Titan Giant Ape. In his previous life, someone had killed this creature and obtained a special item, and Lin Yun had come over to take such an item first in advance, an item that would enhance his strength like never before. The cave was low and long, and Lin Yun's height only allowed him to slightly lower his head as the passage dug downwards, becoming more and more humid the further down he went, slowly moving forward. I do not know how many times. The original silence is abnormal, but at this time, there is a burst of beasts from time to time. The sound is very small, still in a very long distance, as slowly forward, which contains the fury is more and more dense. Walk out of the passage, into the eyes, is a piece of the underground cave filled with a rich fury, said that the cave, in fact, is very wide, like a plane. Lin Yun's eyes stared, and the first thing he saw was a huge creature lying right in the middle. How to describe the enormity of this creature? Lin Yun wasn't even a heel of hair taller in front of him. The limbs were like giant pillars in the sky, and the amazing thing was that the overhanging fingers on his hind limbs were exceptionally long, echoing the other 4 claws, and the 5 sharp claws between the beast's palms were hidden, and the claws were as if they were forged out of steel, for chains glowing with red light deadlocked its limbs, and a body of black and white hair stood up at the roots, flashing with a cold light. This creature seems like a tiger, not a tiger. Tiger mouth. The proportion of extremely exaggerated saber teeth even longer than its head, said saber teeth, teeth but full of inverted edge, more like saw teeth. This was the target of Lin Yun's trip, a creature that was on par with the Titanic apes, the ancient bladed tooth tiger. Ancient bladed tiger, grade, attack power, 1,000,000, blood, 100 million. Introduction, ancient bladed tooth tiger raised by unknown existence. Ancient bladed tooth tiger clan, juvenile bladed tooth tiger. Owns 50% reduction of physical and legal double defense. High attack and blood-thick extreme combat race. Once unlocked in the body's shackles, will provide 50 times the value. Was raised for countless years. Twisted personality. Extremely dangerous. Skills, 1. Tiger Fury Shockwave. Draws Tiger Fury from his body and condenses it into a shockwave in his mouth, impacting the enemy in front of him and destroying everything in sight. 2. Break gas into rain. Blade-toothed tiger perennial gulping break gas. Break gas cohesion in the neck of each mane above. Mane into sharp arrows shot out, resulting in a covering blow. 1 million attacks, 100 million blood. This was the power of the ancient blade-toothed tiger that had not yet reached full adulthood. When Shadow Island was discovered in the previous life, the Divine Enlightenment players were already at a very high level, and even then, it was only at great cost and with the help of the Kirin Continent NPCs that they were able to solve this creature. The bladed tooth tiger breathes in and out of the fury gas. The rich fury gas surrounds the bladed tooth tiger like a giant mountain, and does not disperse for a long time, which makes it even more mysterious and majestic. Looking at the ancient bladed tooth tiger that was sleeping with its eyes tightly closed, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb as well. but with his own blood count of 30 million and a bunch of talismans saved up, it was worth giving it a try. Lin Yun surveyed the bladed-toothed tiger in front of him, and for a moment, he didn't know where to start, simply because its body was too large. Between thoughts, Lin Yun's sweaty hairs suddenly stood up, and his entire body felt like it was naked and exposed to the cold winter months. An aura of death enveloped the entire body. Lin Yun stiffened and raised his head. Two ghostly green suns in the air were staring at him, and from those eyes, Lin Yun sensed a teasing look. The black and white fur was staggered, the head covered with black mane was very powerful and domineering, and the pupils emitted a weird ghostly green light, adding a bit of mystery. Ancient blade-toothed tiger, already awake. Lin Yun was instantly emboldened, his body subconsciously rushing forward regardless, and a prime pillar instantly smashed into the place where Lin Yun had just stood. A cloud of smoke and dust spread out from the ground that was as hard as gold and stone. As the smoke cleared, a plum-shaped deep pit nearly 100 meters wide appeared where Lin Yun had originally stood, with 5 sharp claws forming a dark, narrow space at the bottom of the pit. -1 million. A full million damage rose on Lin Yun's head, and even though he hadn't been hit by the giant claws of the ancient blade-toothed tiger, the force of the sharp claws vibrating across Lin Yun's body felt like being hit by a speeding train. Lin Yun's entire body flew backwards, intuiting that all the bones in his entire body were loosened in this instant, and there was a piercing pain in his chest where he was swept by the strong wind. Li Zi Yin Yan Lai. Countless crimson fire attribute talismans flew up densely. The violent explosions sounded hollow in this wide environment, and countless magma and meteorites densely covered the huge body of the ancient blade-toothed tiger. The entire space was shaking with fire, and it was only then that Lin Yun sensed that this space under the ground was wide, with the boundless land spreading out for who knows how many times. This was underneath a small island wrapped in the ocean, and Lin Yun couldn't help but marvel at the ingenious work of nature. The huge ancient blade-toothed tiger was already covered in flames, and the searing heat all over its body caused the blade-toothed tiger to stand up, and with its mouth open, it erupted into a terrifying tiger roar. The ancient blade-toothed tiger that stood up was even more massive, its head towering into the clouds, and a cloud of baneful chi transformed into a cloud encircling its circumference. The boulders struck by the terrifying tiger's roar shattered into powder, and the tiger's roar turned into sound waves that kept spreading. The flames caused by the off-character on the ancient blade-toothed tiger were instantly dispersed by the tiger's whistling, revealing black and white fur. But at this time, there were more scorching marks on the fur. The sound waves of the tiger's roar bombarded Lin Yun's body, directly surfacing a high amount of terrifying damage. -3 million. 3 million damage. Just 2 attacks that hadn't directly acted on Lin Yun had caused a full 4 million high damage. Lin Yun's blood level, all of a sudden, dropped by a tenth. The blood quantity advantage that he had always been proud of was wiped out in front of the ancient blade-toothed tiger, and with a blood quantity of more than 30 million, it was just as fragile as papier-mâché for the blade-toothed tiger, and the bonus damage that Lin Yun's off-character had erupted had a negligible effect on the ancient blade-toothed tiger's full 100 million blood. Even in the sound of the tiger's roar, the fiery flames transformed by the departing character were directly cleared away. If it wasn't for the 50% penetration effect of the S-ranked red 5 elements set, the damage inflicted on the blade-toothed tiger would only have been lower. However, due to another skill effect of the 5 elemental suit, 50% spell absorption, Lin Yun's blood level lifted a bit, an imperceptible sliver. The ancient bladed-toothed tiger hadn't been injured in an unknown amount of time, and the barely visible little pea in front of him was actually setting fire directly towards himself. The ancient blade-toothed tiger, who was enraged, once again raised its forepaw, including its hanging fingers, and 5 sharp blades were ejected from its palm, once again pouncing and sweeping towards Lin Yun. However, being hit by the damage of Lin Yun's leading character talisman also triggered the 20% slowdown effect of the 5 elements suit, and this time, it slowed down a lot, but that was only relative to the ancient bladed-toothed tiger's usual speed. For Lin Yun, it was no less than a huge mountain crashing over at the speed of a high-speed train. Lin Yun had absolutely no time to reflect, and directly took a full 10 attack from the bladed-toothed tiger head-on. Bang! Under the giant pillar in the sky, dust once again filled the air in mid-air, and the scattered smoke almost came to the distance of the blade-toothed tiger's chest, showing how terrifying the power of this attack was. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was unresistingly, directly pressed into the ground by the claws of the bladed-toothed tiger. On the huge palm of the edged-toothed tiger that opened its sharp edge, there was a trace of the same metallic aura as Lin Yun's, and with the addition of the power of supreme rigidity and yang, the damage inflicted on Lin Yun was exceptionally terrifying. -5 million. The super high damage of 5 million in one hit caused the entire space to go silent. The ancient blade-toothed tiger felt that something was not quite right under its paw and slowly raised its giant paw, its ghostly green pupils staring at the smoke, its mouth outlining a hint of an anthropomorphic smile at a strange angle. In the midst of the smoke, a bean-sized golden light broke through the smoke, and Lin Yun's entire body slumped to the ground in a sorry state as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. This was still because Lin Yun had resisted some of the damage by covering his entire body in metallicity. Even so, Lin Yun's blood bar had once again been lowered by nearly a third. Since entering the divine enlightenment world, this was the first existence that made him feel despair. Ancient blade-toothed tiger, a creature on the same level as the titan giant ape, terrifying as it was. Chapter 52. Lin Yun's blood level bottomed out. In crisis, hinged on staying under this dark island for too long, Lin Yun's appearance had just solved the lonely void of the ancient bladed-toothed tiger that couldn't escape out. The bladed-toothed tiger stared at Lin Yun, who was lying on the ground unable to move, but his body slowly crouched down. As the bladed-toothed tiger moved, the smoke in the sky once again flew. It was really because the bladed-toothed tiger's body was too huge. Lin Yun stood up and looked up at the bladed-toothed tiger in front of him, whose pupils were flickering with a ghostly green light, and for some reason, Lin Yun had the illusion of a mouse meeting a cat. Yes, this treats itself like a toy. Without waiting for Lin Yun to catch his breath, the cat and mouse game officially began. The giant palm swept across towards Lin Yun once again, but this time it didn't extend its sharp edge. Thinking that the edge-toothed tiger was afraid of accidentally killing the toy in front of him, Lin Yun hurriedly leapt out of the deep pit, reached out and threw out all the characters in his backpack in one fell swoop, and fled frantically without looking back. Kanji, against the stream. Tens of thousands of characters would bring up ice cones and cold streams in the sky every time they erupted, and the ice cones kept smashing down on the blade-toothed tiger, bursting and causing damage while also inspiring a cold stream. Countless cold streams converged together, turning into a roiling ice fog. Like a smoke bomb, it instantly shrouded all the scenes in front of blade-toothed tiger. Lin Yun's figure, too, was hidden in the cold stream. Ancient bladed-toothed tiger was furious. Looking at the white blanket in front of him, the figure of the toy could no longer be found. The prey that came to hand just ran away? Moreover, these densely packed but very tiny ice cones were continuously lowering the blood level of the ancient blade-toothed tiger. The furious edge of the tiger's green pupils are full of anger. Once again opened the mouth of the tiger with two huge serrated teeth hanging upside down, and the horrible tiger's roar once again erupted, wanting to blow away the cold mist in front of him. But I did not expect the ice mist made of cold ice and the continuous outbreak of characters, but also more and more thick. A shock in front of the scattered immediately appeared in new ice mist. Vision in the ice mist under the completely shrouded, almost the entire space is all. Lin Yun was hit by the tiger's whistle and once again dropped over 1,000,000 blood. However, with the damage from the character and the spell absorb replies, Lin Yun's nearly half of his blood level slowly recovered once again. The ancient blade-toothed tiger realized that the ice fog in front of him could not be blown away, so he was so angry that he kept roaring, and his huge palms slapped randomly everywhere, smashing out one plum blossom mark after another. It also induced the chains that locked it to rattle madly. Gung character, Watchman gone gold. Off character, Inferno sun blaze. For crimson chains as well as a ghostly green glow were faintly visible in a white haze. Lin Yun added the power of the Gung character and the leading character to his hand, desperately suppressing the light in his hand as he quietly circled around the dead center of the blade-toothed tiger's field of vision, then grabbed a thick tiger hair and frantically slammed it down hard with a fist. At the same time the air handled dozens of meters large Genjin hammer at the same time crazy smash to the ancient bladed-toothed tiger, to attract the attention of the bladed-toothed tiger at the same time to cause a channel of damage. Lin Yun, on the other hand, continued to painfully strike the ancient blade-toothed tiger under the cover of the ice mist and the Genjin hammer. The ancient blade-toothed tiger was furious and wanted to move away from the area, but it was firmly trapped in place by the four chains, and could only continue to receive the talisman's flushing. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant. Under Lin Yun's money-spinning maneuvers and persistent punches, the ancient bladed-toothed tiger's blood level continued to decrease. It was fortunate that Lin Yun was well prepared, as a large number of red gold and ice blue talismans continued to be consumed in large quantities, and the damage inflicted continued to stack up continuously and gradually. Just as the blood level of the ancient blade-toothed tiger was reduced to 70%, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying light was expanding in the mouth of the ancient blade-toothed tiger, and it was constantly sucking in the fury chi around the blade-toothed tiger. Terrifying and violent power gradually molded the entire space, a majestic pressure quietly born, whether it is the Genjin hammer or the ice fog caused by the reverse flow of Sichuan, at this time as if man-made, was ruthlessly pressed down, only able to with the ancient bladed-toothed tiger's chest position. The upper part of the world was clear, and the fury gradually coalesced in the mouth of the ancient blade-toothed tiger, converging into something like a small sun of darkness and light. Lin Yun's face turned white as the terrifying downward pressure deadened Lin Yun, and in this instant, Lin Yun's entire body was actually unable to move. The raised fist was slow to fall. In the next second, the ancient blade-toothed tiger's big move was finished storing up its power. the dark sun condensed into the baneful chi in its mouth transformed into a terrifying dark black laser, and as the blade-toothed tiger's head turned, the terrifying light instantly pierced through everything in front of it. It exploded out extremely far across the boundless plains, plowing a circular abyss up to 100 meters wide in the ground. As the tiger's head turned, the nearly 360 degrees deathless black light swept the stiff and motionless Lin Yun. In just an instant, Lin Yun's blood level dropped crazily. -10 million, -10 million, -10 million. In a flash, $30 million of blood instantly disappeared. And if it wasn't for the fact that the dark lasers were just a sweep, Lin Yun would have just disappeared on the spot in an instant. Lin Yun, who had only 2 million or so blood left, had his bloodstain directly bottomed out. This was one of the ancient blade-toothed tiger's skills, Tiger Fury Shockwave. With just a single sweep, Lin Yun was nearly accounted for. The aftermath of the battle within Shadow Island had also affected the countless player NPCs who were traveling in and out of Apocalypse City by boat in the inland sea that surrounded the city, originally traveling slowly in a shimmering, very pleasant. The next second a horrible tremor came. Suddenly the entire inner sea waves, countless players who were enjoying the scenery along with the boat flipping over, all fell into the water and then disappeared into a white light amidst the raging waves, and there were even countless NPCs who fell into the water and died as a result. After the black laser swept through, the ice fog that filled the sky evaporated as a result, and the space suddenly became clear, and Lin Yun's figure, once again, appeared in the vision of the ancient blade-toothed tiger. To be honest, this moment was particularly awkward. Lin Yun was hanging onto the bladed-toothed tiger like a flea with a death grip on one of its tiger hairs, the fist in his hand making a swinging motion. Seeing the bladed-toothed tiger's ghostly green pupils staring intently at him, Lin Yun revealed an awkward smile and giggled hee-hawed at the bladed-toothed tiger. Before the bladed-toothed tiger could react, Lin Yun made a bye-bye gesture at it before letting go of his left hand, which was tightly gripping the tiger's fur, and free-falling. When the blade-toothed tiger saw the hair-pulling Lin Yun trying to escape again, a tiger's roar met his face. Lin Yun's blood level was once again reduced by 1 million. In mid-air, Lin Yun urgently threw out all of the Kan characters in a single stream. The talisman explosion once again flooded the sky with white mist, obscuring the blade-toothed tiger's field of vision and buying a chance to escape. What the bladed-toothed tiger didn't expect was that Lin Yun once again picked up a tiger's hair the moment the ice mist filled the air, and repeated his previous action. This time, Lin Yun threw out all the pre-made talismans. At one time the entire space was all gold, red and ice blue. The endless explosions caused the location of the ancient blade-toothed tiger to rise up with a stream of flames and cold, and once the two came into contact with each other, they immediately produced even more violent explosions. At the bottom of the entire island, a plume of smoke rose, and the blood level of the bladed-toothed tiger was decreasing. Above the inner sea, some powerful NPCs had just climbed up from the seawater and were celebrating the aftermath of the festival when an even more terrifying tremor came. The NPC looked at the monstrous wave nearly 100 meters high and screamed miserably, "My life is over." It then disappeared above the sea. Inside Shadow Island, Lin Yun had already found the trick to clearing the level, constantly dodging the blade-toothed tiger's field of vision, and just kept hanging on to a single tiger hair to launch his attacks. Along with all the talismanic explosion damage, all sorts of slowing down penetrating freezing effects came together. The ancient bladed-toothed tiger was unable to dodge the talisman's attacks due to being chained by the 4 chains, and its blood level was dropping gently but steadily under the continuous explosion damage. Everything was moving up in a good direction, and Lin Yun's blood level was slowly returning up as the spells drew blood. However, when the bladed-toothed tiger's blood level was reduced to 50%, the accident occurred again. Chapter 53 Caught in a protracted battle. Depleted stockpiles. As the blade-toothed tiger's blood level continued to decrease to 50%, the unexpected came once again. The pupils of Lin Yun, who was catching the tiger's hair scraping, widened violently, and a cold aura locked onto Lin Yun's body like a sniper's rifle. The blade-toothed tiger in front of him had a black mane on its neck that stood up like a steel needle emitting a cold aura. After years and years of being moisturized by the blade-toothed tiger's fury, the black mane was filled with fury. With the low roar of the blade-toothed tiger, the mane filled with fury on its neck continued to detach out, and the densely packed mane hung in mid-air, locking onto Lin Yun. Looking at the densely packed mane floating in mid-air, Lin Yun's eyes couldn't help but look towards the neck of the bladed-toothed tiger. Seeing that his neck mane was lush and still there, Lin Yun was very puzzled. "You lose so much hair at once. 1T you go bald. What brand of shampoo do you use that works so well? I have a friend who wants to know." The bristles floated in mid-air, their roots aimed at Lin Yun, and what were said to be bristles were roiling lances to Lin Yun. Looking at the blood that was slowly sucked up with great difficulty, Lin Yun patted his head. Come on, he had to suck it up from the beginning again, and with such a thick mane, who could stand it? Shoo, shoo. Intense air-breaking sounds rang out as the manies floating in mid-air rushed towards Lin Yun in unison. Ancient Blade-Toothed Tiger's second skill, Fury into Rain. Lin Yun scattered his legs and rushed into the ice fog, trying to use the effect of the ice fog to avoid the thick black mane. However, these manies were like they were equipped with a navigation system, locking onto Lin Yun with a deadly grip, and no matter how Lin Yun changed lanes to avoid them, these manies were able to turn around and follow him. It's like a dog's plaster. You can't shake it off. Utilizing the explosive effects of the off-character and can-character for cover didn't have the desired effect either. Countless black manies followed closely behind Lin Yun, looking like a giant black dragon was teasing him. The black as a lance mane in the air suddenly accelerated for a second time, its speed surging a notch higher. Bang, bang, bang. 3 manies in a row stabbed Lin Yun, and Lin Yun stumbled as 2 more manies followed. -3 million, -2 million. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yun's blood level had already recovered from the spells, this would have been a direct woohoo. 5 bristling lances pierced through Lin Yun's body, taking away 5 million blood, while severely affecting Lin Yun's escape speed, because the 5 bristled lances were just stuck on Lin Yun's body, and when he ran with them, the lances on his body swayed, like a hedgehog that runs away from an injury. Lin Yun reached out and held the main lance. The mane infused with rich fury was very cold. After violently pulling out the penetrating bristled lance, he realized that the wounds on his body had not recovered under the infestation of the fury. Blinking for a moment, Lin Yun dully put his hands into the 5 bowl-sized rounded wounds on his body with a dumbfounded look on his face. Firelight flickered through the 5 holes in Lin Yun's body, and behind them, more lances were following close behind, vowing to leave more bowl-sized wounds on Lin Yun's body. If this was such an exaggerated wound after divine enlightenment reflections, Lin Yun would only have been karma on the spot. As the fury disappeared, the wound was getting smaller. Behind him, a bristling lance suddenly pierced through Lin Yun's face, straight into the ground. This turn of events caused Lin Yun to narrow his eyes slightly, taking the time to look at the ancient blade-toothed tiger as he fled. At this moment, around the blade-toothed tiger, countless talismans were still exploding, with fiery flames and cold streams exploding on top of each other. In the explosion created by this lethal amount of talisman, the blood level on the bladed-toothed tiger had been decreasing continuously. 49%, 47%, 42%. The lower the blood level got, the more furious the ancient blade-toothed tiger became, constantly waving its huge paws in an attempt to stop a sheet of glowing gadgets in front of it. However, the ancient bladed-toothed tiger now looked more like a pissed-off house cat, perhaps because of the self-care, but control of the mane becomes less precise. The fact that Lin Yun had gone from being unable to dodge in the beginning to taking the occasional hit now spoke volumes. Looking at the ancient bladed-toothed tiger, who was trapped in place by chains glowing red with impotent fury, Lin Yun had a plan in mind. Twisting his head towards the body of the ancient bladed-toothed tiger, the dense black bristled lance twisted its head like a living thing to follow. Without the control of the ancient blade-toothed tiger, however, the black mane had stiffened slightly. Grabbing the tiger's fur, he kept climbing upwards while constantly dodging the black mane behind him. Along the way, quite a few black bristled lances were dodged by Lin Yun and deeply embedded into the body of the ancient blade-toothed tiger. It's still hair all the same, but it just continues to grow in a different place. As the dense mane was rooted into the ancient blade-toothed tiger, the drain on the blade-toothed tiger's blood was getting faster and faster. Lin Yun's blood level was also rapidly decreasing under the occasional dodging. But let's not forget that the 3 talismans that Lin Yun had drawn up night and day were still exploding, dealing damage while also bleeding yourself back. As for the ancient blade-toothed tiger, the area of white fur on his back was densely laced with a mane that belonged to him, and it looked just as if it had originally grown there. Use your own spear, break your own shield. With each black mane lance, up to 1 million damage densely surfaced on the ancient blade-toothed tiger, was using the tiger's roar to shake the piece of ice and fire in front of him apart. The ghostly green pupils revealed a hint of eagerness and anxiety. The little djinn in front of him was like an undead little powerhouse, and he also had a terrifying long-range attack. Under the intensive strikes, the ancient bladed-toothed tiger no longer had the playful expression of a cat catching a mouse before, because without realizing it, the roles of cats and mice have long been interchanged. The blood level had slowly worn down by 3/5 under Lin Yun's damage. 38%, 36%, 34%. Looking at the battle in front of him, Lin Yun revealed a smile as he looked at the ancient bladed-toothed tiger that kept struggling but couldn't escape. Lin Yun was curious as to who had bred this ancient bladed-toothed tiger, which was an ancient race on the same level as the titanic great apes. Those who knew the other side's details didn't dare to mess with it, and those who didn't know the details didn't have the ability to mess with it. But the unknown being kept the ancient bladed-toothed tiger, not fully grown, and locked it up securely. If the bladed-toothed tiger hadn't been firmly chained down, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin Yun's talisman to consistently deplete the bladed-toothed tiger's blood like it was now. What's more, the ancient bladed-toothed tiger that had been imprisoned for countless years was also weak. This day, Lin Yun was basically in a constant state of dodging and attacking, and his innate dual resistance to object and law greatly weakened Lin Yun's mana output, but everything was already in victory. As long as he killed the bladed-toothed tiger in front of him, by obtaining something like that, his strength would be greatly strengthened, and Lin Yun was more confident in his next plan. 31%, 30%. The ancient blade-toothed tiger, whose blood level had reached 30%, suddenly stopped struggling and let the flames and cold continue to devour its blood level. Kaboom! A very soft unlocking sound came from inside the ancient bladed-toothed tiger. The voice was not loud, but it resounded through the heavens and the earth. At the end of the sky, a place that seems not to exist in this world, there was a youth sitting on the throne, and underneath his black and white hair, a pair of ghostly green eyes seemed to have traveled through the turbulence of time and space and landed on Lin Yun. Two white, pointed teeth glistened at the corners of each mouth, slightly leaking a teasing smile, and Lin Yun's pupils quaked as he stared stonily at the ancient bladed-toothed tiger in front of him. Underneath the ancient blade-toothed tiger's originally ghostly green pupils, a hint of golden light slowly lit up. Unchained? Damn! Forgot about this most crucial thing. Chapter 54 Semi-complete Ancient Blade-Toothed Tiger, Kirin City Lord's True Power. Inside the underground space of Shadow Island, the ancient blade-toothed tiger, whose entire body was originally covered in ice slag frostbite and flaming burn marks, was trembling in its huge body at this moment. At the bottom of the ghostly green pupils, a hint of gold began to glow, with a crisp unlocking sound. What to do? Looking at the ancient bladed-toothed tiger that had opened its shackles and was undergoing changes, Lin Yun's mind frantically pondered a countermeasure. One did not have any means of interrupting the evolving ancient bladed-toothed tiger. The countless talismans that had been accumulated had long since been consumed. Attribute penetration of the 5 elements set? Freeze? Spells that draw blood? It was useless in the face of such a scene. The execution effect of the hunter-killer title must have the target's blood level below 10%. It was obvious that the evolution of the ancient bladed-toothed tiger with 30% of its blood remaining after opening the shackles in its body was no longer reversible. After thinking for a long time, Lin Yun was helpless, facing a dead end with no way out. Ancient bladed-toothed tiger eyes of the golden light slowly spread to cover the original pupil. Everything seems to be very slow. In fact, but just an instant, the golden pupil replaced the original green. As the color of the ancient bladed-toothed tiger's pupils shifted, a power that seemed to come from eternity gradually revived slowly in the bladed-toothed tiger's body. The blade-toothed tiger's body trembled continuously, as if it was suffering from unbearable pain. A low tiger whistle burst out of the tiger's mouth, and slowly, the entire tiger body underwent a shocking change. The body that was already very large was slowly expanding, and the entire tiger body was like an inflatable balloon that began to grow larger. Under Lin Yun's shocked gaze, the bladed-toothed tiger's body had swelled by a full 50 times, and while the bladed-toothed tiger's neck could originally be seen when he raised his head, he could now only see the thick to the extreme limbs, and all of the limbs and above were covered by the clouds that were transformed into baneful chi. On the 4 tiger claws, the original sharp blades were also slowly covered with a layer of golden light, and a stern chill instantly filled the air. The original black and white hairs all turned into a snow white at the first time, and the serrated teeth at the tiger's beak on the snow white mane that had also grown countless times also turned into a golden color. On the original forehead, there was an extra bit of golden aura, and a golden crystal stone was set on it, making it look majestic and mysterious. The blood bar that had already disappeared 3/5 of the way up, surged at this moment, reaching an astonishing level. Although the bloodstain was not yet full, the whole quality had been completely different. The 4 chains that were originally firmly locking the blade-toothed tiger began to slowly chafe, and within a moment's time, with a few crunching sounds of breakage, the original crimson chains broke by inches, losing their original light and falling to the ground. High in the sky, 2 enormous eyes lit up, and a golden light as blinding as the sun pierced right through the breaking clouds, landing directly on Lin Yun's body. Bang! The terrifying pressure directly acted on Lin Yun. Lin Yun's entire body was directly smashed into the ground by this pressure. Lin Yun's blood bar directly bottomed out. The power of a single glance was as terrifying as it was. Ancient blade-toothed tiger, semi-complete. Grade? Attack power, 50 million. Blood, 493,000,000. Introduction, unlocking the shackles of the body of the ancient bladed-toothed tiger. Ancient bladed-toothed tiger clan. Juvenile bladed-toothed tiger. Itself has 100% physical and legal double defense reduction. High attack and blood-thick extreme combat race. Skills, 1. Tiger Fury Shockwave, draws Tiger Fury from his body and condenses it into a shockwave in his mouth, impacting the enemy in front of him and destroying everything in sight. 2. Fury Rain 10,000 Ren, the blade-toothed tiger gulps down fury all year round, and the fury coalesces on top of each mane on its neck, which turns into arrows and shoots out, causing a covering blow. Looking at the ancient bladed tooth tiger's refreshed attributes, Lin Yun fell into despair. How can this be fun? On the verge of success, the bladed tooth tiger unlocked the shackles within its body, increasing all values by 50 times, with an attack power of 50 million. Not to mention Lin Yun, who was already bloodied. Even in his full-blooded state, he wouldn't be able to carry the ancient blade-toothed tiger for one flat A. The 930 million blood volume, the color of the blood bar that had turned from red to purple. Even more so, Lin Yun could not raise the thought of confrontation at all in his heart. Fight? Take what hit? All the talismans had been completely consumed. A semi-complete ancient blade-toothed tiger, as powerful a fighting race as the Titan apes, born to fight. In desperate times, he will trigger his talent, unlocking his body's shackles and completing the evolution of his race. The ancient bladed tooth tiger, whose body was as snowy white as jade, stared down at Lin Yun, a mocking expression once again appearing in its golden pupils. It was as if it was mocking Lin Yun's lack of self-importance, or perhaps it was mocking the 4 reddish golden chains that had trapped it for countless years. With just one look, Lin Yun's blood bar instantly dropped to the bottom. The blood is empty and the battle is not enough. The roles of offense and defense switched once again in this already unfair battle. Lin Yun, once again, was the object of teasing. Now we can only drop one level back to the spring and think of another way. But the ancient blade-toothed tiger in its half-complete form, unless a titan giant ape of the same level appears, no one in Apocalypse City is its opponent. And Lin Yun, where was he going to find the titanic great ape? And what ways did he have of getting it to help him with the ancient blade-toothed tiger? At this moment, the scenario was completely out of Lin Yun's control. Defeat was assured, and there was no more chance of turning the tide. Lin Yun grasped the gravel on the ground with both hands in a death grip. He didn't want to give up. After holding on for so long and spending so much time, Lin Yun couldn't make the decision to give up. If he couldn't kill the half-complete ancient blade-toothed tiger, get something like that from it, and improve himself more quickly, then how would he deal with the arrival of the gods? Perhaps it was because of what information it had acquired after evolving. The ancient bladed tooth tiger also completely lost any sense of teasing Lin Yun at this point. The current one felt the call of the pack, and even more so, it smelled the enemy that had held it captive for countless years. For teasing the little ding-dong in front of him, the ancient bladed tooth tiger could not raise the slightest interest, only wanting to tear the throat of his enemy as soon as possible, take revenge, and then return to his own tribe. Accidentally falling out of the world where the pack was located and being kept in captivity as a pet. Now that the whereabouts of the pack is finally known, the ancient blade-toothed tiger can't wait to return to the pack. Ancient bladed tiger slowly raised its forepaw. 5 golden blades ejected. The tips of the blades even appeared a trace of black cracks, terrifying to the extreme sharpness easily tore through the space. In the cracks, a trace of chaotic aura permeated out. The tiger's palm opened up and slapped down hard towards Lin Yun with an irresistible pressure. Endless baleful chi instantly surrounded the tiger's paw, nearly condensing into substance in this instant. And when the tiger's paw pressed down, it was as if the sky had collapsed, and the entire space of the Shadow Island shook. Lin Yun's entire body was covered by the shadows of the tiger paws that covered the sky, and he stared blankly at the 5 golden blades that fell from the sky, closing his eyes helplessly. Forget it, think of something else. There was absolutely no chance of winning at all with this level of opponent. It's just too bad that it almost worked, and now that the bladed tooth tiger has evolved, there's no telling how long it will take to kill it and get something like that, and the time might be too late. Lin Yun's heart was filled with chagrin. Just give up? A jarring voice resounded within Lin Yun. Just before that terrifying force acted on Lin Yun, a light shot out of Lin Yun's backpack and instantly appeared above Lin Yun Dao's head, transforming into an earth-colored glow. The tiger's palm smashed on top of the earth-colored light with the power of the heavenly tilt. Rumble! For a moment, endless thunder resounded over the entire Shadow Island. Lin Yun opened his eyes and looked at the incredible scene in front of him. The 5 golden blades that could easily slice through spatial cracks just stood still on Lin Yun's head, easily blocked by an earth-colored light as thin as a cicada's wing, unable to advance an inch. Ancient blade-toothed tiger's golden pupil glowed greatly. An angry tiger roar resounded through heaven and earth, but found that no matter how hard he exerted himself, the huge palm was never able to move forward by half an inch, and was unable to break through the thin earth yellow light. And you've been driven to such desperation by such goods? A voice rang out from the earthy glow, but with a tone of hatred. Lord of the city? Lin Yun heard the owner of the voice and knew what the light was, and his eyes immediately erupted with joy. Lord of Kirin City, Kirin Continent. The earth-colored glow was one of the 2 all-out strikes he had given himself. Power, given you have to use it. What could have been solved easily is made so troublesome by you. Between the flashes of earthy yellow light, the voice of the Kirin City Lord came once again. The ancient blade-toothed tiger was enraged. Its newly evolved self actually couldn't do anything about this small earth-colored light in front of it, which undoubtedly made it lose face. feeling that it had lost the face of its race. On his forehead, the golden crystal stone suddenly lit up, and the blade-toothed tiger let out a deafening tiger roar, and the other tiger's palm was raised high, driving the golden color with the silk space crack to ruthlessly smash down again. Oomph! The Kirin City Lord snorted coldly. The tiger roar of the ancient blade-toothed tiger came to an abrupt end, and the tiger's palm that smashed down fiercely also stayed in the air against the laws of physics, and the entire tiger's body was imprisoned by an inexplicable force, leaving only the golden pupils to flow out in a look of horror. Not even Harry, but 1 star of the heavenly rank. And it drove you to this? Watch well, as the use of attribute power spoils the several attribute powers in your body for nothing. As soon as the words fell, the earth-colored light instantly contracted and coalesced into a point. This is radiant to the core, without any sound or visible trajectory. That bit of light compressed to the extreme appeared in front of the chest of the ancient blade-toothed tiger and quietly penetrated. From the outside, there wasn't the slightest wound on the ancient bladed-toothed tiger, but the next second, a ray of light lit up in the body of the blade-toothed tiger. And under the radiance that was so bright that it was extreme, the entire body of the ancient blade-toothed tiger was nearly transformed into a transparent earth-yellow light. Then, in the eyes of the bladed-toothed tiger's terrified eyes, a huge earth-colored light burst out. The light completely covered the entire body of the massive ancient blade-toothed tiger and rose up into the sky, striking through Shadow Island and piercing through the heavens. Everyone in the entire Chilan continent saw that pillar of earth-colored light that rose up to penetrate the sky at the same time. Heavy, majestic, as if it was a tremor from the heavens, terrifying power coalesced in this pillar of light. But the power didn't leak out in the slightest. There were 3 great city lords in the 5 continents who looked up at the sky and sighed. Ouyang's power has gotten stronger again. The Kirin City Lord, who was far away in the Vermilion Bird continent, looked at the earth-colored light in the distant sky and spoke softly with his hands behind his back. This is the correct way to use attributes. Have you realized it? Instead, a fiery red figure appeared behind the Kirin City Lord and roared with suppressed anger. Damn Ouyang Jinxiu, where's the firewood that my mother asked you to gather? You're still pretending to be here after all the wild game has been killed. At the words of the Kirin City Lord, Ouyang Jinxiu's face changed dramatically, and quickly replaced with a playful smile on the face, panicked and picked up the firewood thrown on the ground, then ran towards the fiery red figure and then opened his mouth. Here it comes, here it is, over here. Chapter 55 Ancient Remnant, Bloodline Crystals. The pillar of earth-colored light disappeared, leaving only a circular pillar hole that ran through Shadow Island and broke straight into the sky, sinking into contemplation. In this instant, his mind kept replaying the scene that had just happened, and he had a vague idea in his heart. As for the half-complete ancient blade-toothed tiger, as early as when it was enveloped by the earth-colored light pillar, it had already completely dissolved in the light pillar in an instant. The pillar of light disappeared, leaving only a golden crystal stone that had shrunk to half the size of a palm floating in midair. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha Service Player Godslayer for killing the heavenly rank 1-star hidden boss ancient blade-toothed tiger, obtaining the unique title Absolute Defense, rewarding 20 million experience value, and about to make a service-wide announcement, whether or not to hide your name. The sound of a system voice interrupted Lin Yun's musings. Returning to his senses, Lin Yun had some insights in his heart. It seemed that he had to find time to ask the Kirin City Lord for advice. No, Lin Yun directly chose to negate. In memory, soon the Dasha commanding higher levels will have a big action, but also will introduce various policy benefits given to the game high players, intending to quickly increase the Dasha whole service war power. It was thought that by this time, Dasha should have already known the fact that the divine apocalypse would be mirrored from one side or another. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha Clothing Kirin Continent Player Godslayer for his first kill of the heavily rank 1-star hidden boss ancient blade-toothed tiger, earning the unique title Absolute Defense and rewarding him with 20 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha Clothing Kirin Continent Player Godslayer for his first kill of the heavily rank 1-star hidden boss ancient blade-toothed tiger, earning the unique title Absolute Defense and rewarding him with 20 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha Clothing Kirin Continent Player Godslayer for his first kill of the heavily rank 1-star hidden boss ancient blade-toothed tiger, earning the unique title Absolute Defense and rewarding him with 20 million experience points. The consecutive swipes made Lin Yun famous once again. Wow! What's the first star of the heavenly rank? It sounds like it's pretty darned impressive. I know about the heavenly rank. After we ascend to the earth rank, the next rank is the heavenly rank. A knowledgeable person skimmed and typed an explanation. Don't pretend to understand upstairs, okay? Celestial rank and celestial rank 1-star are 2 different levels. A full level of heavenly rank is followed by a promotion to heavenly rank 1-star. Did you guys read the several hours of publicity announcements for nothing? Asterisk 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 asterisk. So by that reckoning, Deicide is now a heavenly rank 1-star? there's really no cure for people's stupidity. Right now the highest ranked god of war, Ling Tian, is only Xian rank 9, and Godslayer is only Xian rank 7. Somewhere in the Qilin continent, the Easy who was brushing monsters and upgrading saw the public screen. The corner of his mouth quietly crossed a trace of a smile, and then shook his head, and the 8-faced Han sword in his hand blossomed with an alabaster-colored light. Boss. Inside the Sea and Sky building, Wealthy in 3-141-5926 were enjoying a delicious meal when they saw the announcement and looked at each other. That one. Should we go leveling soon as well? Where exactly are the limits of the Godslayer brothers? Now the heaven-ranked bosses are getting killed? Don't say that. Go practice leveling. We're at our lowest level now already. With the rewards in place, a light flashed across Lin Yun's body once again. Xian rank 8 now. Absolute defense. Introduction, a unique title that gains physical defense and spell defense equal to mana strength. Extremely simple one-sentence introduction to dual resistance to material and law equal to mana. Given to anyone else, it's one of the more trashy titles out there. But for Lin Yun, it was simply a tailor-made title for the strongest. Knowing that Lin Yun's mana strength was all derived from killing monsters with his super god-level talent, the stacking of mana strength was just godlike speed compared to other players. And now physical resistance spell resistance was equal to mana strength. What happens? There will be a strongest meat tank with a devastating output. No, the strongest fatten. Take the current players, except for some players with powerful special words. Otherwise all the other players were only a few thousand or hundreds of attack power. Hitting on Lin Yun's 32924 points of resistance was a joke. What's the point of playing when you can't even break the defense? Only a bunch of misses? You'll only get your ass kicked. How's that? Lin Yun put on his title and glanced at the panel. Having obtained 3 titles so far, possesses the giftedness of doubling attribute points after upgrading, has the hunter-killer that executes directly below 10% blood. Now, under absolute defense, Lin Yun had become the strongest meat method in the real world. However, for this trip, the absolute defense could only be considered as an unexpected pleasure. The biggest harvest was still the golden crystal stone that fell after the death of the ancient bladed tooth tiger. That was the only reason Lin Yun had chosen to cross the border to kill the ancient bladed tooth tiger. Looking at the golden crystal stone floating in the air, even Lin Yun swallowed hard. Unable to suppress the smile on his face, Lin Yun quickly trotted to the front of the golden crystal stone and tremblingly stretched out his right hand to grip the golden crystal stone. Got it! Bloodline crystals! Holding tightly to this golden crystal stone that he had only ever heard of in his previous life. Ancient bloodline crystals. Level, Divine. Bloodline, Ancient Blade-Toothed Tiger. Introduction, the bloodline crystal of the Ancient Blade-Toothed Tiger clan. One of the ancient remnant clans. After using it, there is a 1% chance of obtaining the ancient blade-toothed tiger's inheritance. Looking at the panel's introduction, Lin Yun couldn't contain his surprise in his heart. The ancient remnant race, a race of people who lived in the Divine Revelation world in the olden times of the Divine Revelation legends, a race that was born with great power, and disappeared for some reason during the change of the years, with only a very few individuals living in certain corners of the Divine Revelation world, like the titanic great apes. The ancient bladed tooth tigers were one of the clans, but Lin Yun, who had been reborn and returned, probably knew some of the insider secrets, and also knew where the ancient remnants of the clan were living now. After all, after the gods had descended in the previous world, the Titan giant ape branch of the ancient remnant clan had fought side by side with Lin Yun, holding the golden crystal in his hand. The crystal glow was very dazzling, in which the figure of an ancient bladed toothed tiger was vaguely roaming in the crystal stone. Bloodline crystals. Even the Lin Yun of his previous life had never really seen one, and in his previous life, only one person had gotten a bloodline crystal, and also managed to obtain the talent inheritance in it. The one who got the bloodline crystals in his last life was none other than the war god Ling Tian, who was currently number 1 on the rankings list, subordinate to the president of the war god battalion of the highest command tier of the Great Xia, and the number 1 expert in the real world, war god Ling Tian. And the bloodline crystals he obtained belonged to one of the ancient relic clans, the Phantom Ants. Looking at the bloodline crystal in his hand that glowed with a golden color, Lin Yun hesitated. A 1% chance is just too low. Before the divine enlightenment reflection, if one could not successfully obtain the inheritance of the ancient blade-toothed tiger, after the divine enlightenment reflection, there would be no more divine objects such as bloodline crystals, and the ancient remnants that died would simply die. And now the ancient remnant also hides its tracks and is nowhere to be found. Even if Lin Yun knew where they lived, he couldn't reach where they were at this stage. So Lin Yun hesitated, standing still and constantly torn. Whether or not he could obtain the inheritance of the ancient remnant clan was too important to Lin Yun, who was about to face the descent of the gods. After a long time, Lin Yun put away the bloodline crystal with a self-deprecating expression and finally decided to give up and wait until he found another bloodline crystal before opening it. This also allows for a bit of tolerance for error and not bloodshed. However, after Lin Yun had put the bloodline crystals into his backpack, the words spoken by the Kirin City Lord came clearly to mind. Power, given to you to use? Something that could have been easily solved is made so troublesome by you. That's right, power should be used in a timely manner when it's available. And the worst that can happen is that a bloodline crystal is wasted. But if one really succeeded in obtaining the ancient blade-toothed tiger's inheritance, one gained greater growth as well as more opportunities. Didn't one? What's the point of looking over your shoulder all the time? Isn't the end result to face the gods? So isn't gaining power faster the most important thing you can do for yourself in the moment? Lin Yun's eyes were clear, and there was no longer a tangled look on his face. Taking the bloodline crystals out of his backpack once more, he watched the figure of the ancient blade-toothed tiger roam in the flickering golden light as Lin Yun muttered, "Eat meat or drink soup. It's up to you." After saying that, Lin Yun directly crushed the bloodline crystal in his hand. A blazing bloodline power instantly enveloped his entire body. In the next second, the only thing left on Shadow Island was Lin Yun's constant screams. Chapter 56 Lin Yun obtains inheritance. The god of war opens the 5 continents. The continental wars will begin. Inside the dark Shadow Island of the heavenly apocalypse city on the Qilin continent, Lin Yun's eyes widened in pain as he fell to his knees, his hands grasping the ground in front of him with a death grip, the hard and unparalleled ground having already been scratched out by his fingers with a trail of traces. As the bloodline crystals entered his body, dense blood filaments surfaced on the whites of his eyes due to the pain, and along with a miserable scream, Lin Yun's vestments were already thoroughly soaked with sweat. Searing, agonizing, the extreme burning sensation crawls all over every corner of your body, as if there are thousands of ants constantly gnawing away inside you at all times. The intense pain did not come in flashes, but like waves after waves, one more powerful and more painful than the other. The golden bloodline crystals turned into liquid and surged into Lin Yun's body, as if they were fighting for turf with Lin Yun's own blood, and a hidden tiger's roar came out through his body. Lin Yun's body was flickering with gold and white light. His entire body was covered in green veins and blood red. It was skin chafing as if Lin Yun would explode in the next second. Thanks to the protection mechanism of the divine revelation world, Lin Yun wouldn't blow up on the spot. But it was also because of the protection mechanism of divine enlightenment that Lin Yun's near comatose state maintained a measure of lucidity. And it was also because of this lucidity that led to Lin Yun's feeling of pain becoming more pronounced. At the moment, Lin Yun wanted someone to suddenly appear and come straight over to get himself killed. It's not a pain that people can handle. Under the extreme pain, Lin Yun's throat could no longer make any sound, just painfully opened his mouth wide and greedily breathed in the air, as if doing so would reduce the pain. Within the Shadow Island, only the constantly flickering light remained as well as the low cries of pain that Lin Yun let out from time to time. As if transforming his body, the liquid that the bloodline crystals had transformed into had filled any location of Lin Yun's body, searing every part of it as the organs of his body continued to shatter and reorganize. Lin Yun was in agony, and the delightful thing about divine enlightenment was its sense of realism, almost 100% restoration of the pain of a real injury. This also led to Lin Yun's miserable state, and the most absolute thing was that because of the effects of its protective mechanism, normal people would have long passed out under such extreme pain, whereas Lin Yun couldn't do it because of this, and could even clearly feel the traces of that bloodline crystal flowing. It certainly magnifies the pain 1,000 times over. Finally, without knowing how much time had passed, with Lin Yun twitching and rolling his white eyes, the white golden light suddenly disappeared, completely hiding with Lin Yun's body. In a trance, Lin Yun seemed to hear the ancient bladed-toothed tiger's unwilling cry of grief. Immediately afterward, a wave of refreshing coolness spread all over his body, washing away that remaining trace of burning heat, like a ray of sunshine under the cold winter of the waxing moon. Cozy and warm, Lin Yun couldn't help but let out a groan. The feeling was like the comfort of lying in bed after a shower after an exhausting long-distance run, or the relief of a mouthful of cold soda in 40 degrees heat. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for successfully fusing the bloodline power of the ancient legacy clan Ancient Bladed Tiger, obtaining the Ancient Bladed Tiger clan bloodline inheritance legacy seal, and obtaining the Ancient Bladed Tiger talent skill Tiger Blast Wave. The system's beep came from his ears, and Lin Yun laughed, but because he had just suffered extreme pain, his mouth failed to close at the moment, and he laughed like a retard. It worked! It actually worked! 1% chance to gain the heritage of the ancient remnant, and it comes with a skill. Sure enough, you'll never know the outcome until you give it a try. The cool breath swam all over his body, like an embroidery needle targeting Lin Yun's broken body to mend it. But this was only Lin Yun's illusion. In actuality, the bloodline crystals were continuously strengthening every part of his body, and as the bloodline power was depleted, a white golden light faintly appeared on the surface of Lin Yun's body before disappearing completely. Only then did Lin Yun come back to his senses and stood up slightly, and as his body moved, The bones in his entire body splintered and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. Comfortable. Lin Yun couldn't help but think, what's the harm in doing it again? When see in front of their own fingers to scratch out a trace. Recalling the pain just now, Lin Yun still cannot help but hit a cold war. Forget about it. Old age cannot be. It was obvious that Lin Yun felt like he was filled with power. It was an illusion after his physique had been enhanced. Lin Yun, however, thought of something in general and opened his attribute panel. And sure enough, mana, 42,924 points, blood, 33, 2 million points, blue amount, 4,280 points. As expected, after obtaining the bloodline power of the ancient blade-toothed tiger, Lin Yun's blood quantity had increased by a full 1,000,000 points, and his corresponding mana strength and blue quantity had also been strengthened. Unexpected joy. It's not worth all the pain I've endured. Lin Yun looked further and realized that there was a brand new phrase on the panel. Inheritance, Ancient Legacy, Ancient Bladed Tiger. Introduction. The power of the inheritance crystals of the ancient blade-toothed tiger clan flows within his body, gaining the ancient legacy clan inheritance shackles, and in the event that his blood level falls below 20%, he will unlock the sealed shackles within his body and gain a 50-fold numerical increase of his own value. It's done. It's really done. This was exactly the only kind of inheritance that one wanted to obtain, not just the ancient blade-toothed tiger's inheritance. This was one of the most important abilities that belonged to all the ancient remnants, and it was also the root of what made the ancient remnants so powerful. Ancient Legacy's unique internal shackle seal. It is only unlocked under extreme danger, and when unlocked, it gains 50 times the value of its own stats, which meant that if Lin Yun's blood was currently below 20%, with just over 6 million points remaining, then after opening the shackles within his body, Lin Yun would instantly have 300 million blood as well as 2 million mana strength. Physical resistance, and mana resistance. Instant full-blooded resurrection, transformed into an undefeatable mobile tank. This was the terrifying aspect of the ancient remnants, and why Lin Yun was so persistent and entangled. With this ancient remnant yoke, there was an additional chance of success in the face of the gods. Then look to the extra ancient blade-toothed tiger skill. Talent skill, Tiger Shockwave. Introduction. One of the original ancient blade-toothed tiger clan's natural skills, Tiger Fury Shockwave, was acquired by Godslayer and changed to Tiger Tsunami Shockwave, which uses its own mana to coalesce a shockwave that deals 500% of mana skill damage, proficiency, 0. My goodness, just now when he learned that he had obtained the skill, Lin Yun was still wondering where he would have to go to get the Tiger Fury that was unique to the ancient blade-toothed tiger, and now it seemed that the divine enlightenment was indeed becoming more and more mysterious and powerful. Surprisingly, the skills were directly modified, so it seemed that behind the divine revelation world, there was indeed a big hand manipulating everything. Combined with the past life and present life, it seemed that this pushing hand was a friend and not a foe. 500% skill damage. This was really developed. It was still a skill that could be continuously enhanced, just like the other 3 talisman skills in general. For every 1% increase in proficiency, the damage of the skill increased by 10%. Lin Yun sighed. This was really a bird's eye view. All the effort was worth it. In one day's time, not only did he obtain the ancient legacy shackles, the ancient bladed tooth tiger's natural skill, but he also obtained the title of absolute defense. All at once, it was fully strengthened, and it also made up for the previous shortcomings of low defense. For a moment, Lin Yun was full of confidence. All he needed to do next was to continuously enhance his blood and mana strength. Then there would eventually be a glimmer of victory in the face of the gods. At that moment, the voice of the divine enlightenment system resounded through the heavens and earth. Ding! Congratulations to Daxia Service Qinglong Continent player God of War Ling Tian for becoming the first player to reach Earth Rank 1, successfully opening the connection channel between the 5 continents, and obtaining the reward of a SS rank skill book. Ding! Due to the opening of the channel linking the 5 continents of the divine revelation, after leveling up to the Earth rank, you can use the channel to travel to the rest of the states, and the experience value of killing wild monsters has increased by 100% for all players of the Daxia service. Green Dragon Continent players' experience value for killing wild monsters will increase by 200%. Ding! Due to plot advancement, the system will be updated in 2 days. After the update is completed, the Daxia service will start the Continental War. The rest of the services will have to wait for the connectivity to open in their region to also open the Continental War. Please keep up the good work. Lin Yun listened to the system's announcement and his eyes glazed over. Here it comes. Sure enough, it's still the war god Ling Tian of the War God Battalion who was the first to reach the Earth rank and open the Continental War. That proved that the development of everything was still consistent with the pre-rebirth period and hadn't changed much. So the next thing that the Daxia General Commanding General's senior management should immediately implement a series of policy benefits to attract Daxia nationals to join the Divine Enlightenment. Counterpart. Time. It's getting shorter and shorter. Continent Battle. The 5 continents of the Divine Enlightenment Great Summer Suit. Battles between the 5 continents of the Green Dragon Continent, the White Tiger Continent, the Vermilion Bird Continent, the Xuanwu Continent, and the Kirin Continent. Only one of the 5 continents wins, and the rewards of the winning continent are extremely rich to an exaggerated degree. And the player who ranks first in that state gets one reward alone. The top 5 players in the 5 continents after the continental battle will also receive special rewards. Lin Yun smiled as he looked at the first on the leaderboard. War God Ling Tian, the number 1 in the 5 continents and the strongest player in the Green Dragon Continent in his previous life. In this life, I'll take this reward. Chapter 57 The Appearance of the 3 Continents City Lord and the Difficulties of the Green Dragon City Lord. After seeing the service-wide announcement from the Great Summer's Green Dragon Continent's God of War, Ling Tian, the entire Divine Enlightenment world was abuzz. The top 10 ranked players in a large guild in the beautiful country were all gathered together. One face was heavy and the atmosphere was very low. They couldn't believe that the number 1 player in the entire service actually came from Dasha. Some people turned their heads to look at the blonde President Mike who was sitting on the main seat. The existence of Xian rank 9, the number 1 expert of their great beautiful country. They were about to reach the Earth rank, but they didn't expect to be preempted by someone else. Mike's eyes were filled with murderous anger, and his heart was very unwilling. Just one step away. Just one step away. Go on the darknet and post a bounty. Notify the assassination team to take action. After so many years of lurking, it's time for them to get hot. The same scene was up in multiple locations in the outer service, and unlike the misery of the foreign service, the Dasha service players were all ecstatic. Due to the different educational environment, the parents of the Dasha suit are very resistant to the game, which has led to the Dasha talent but not able to develop their own skills. Dasha's achievements in online gaming are far less than those of foreign services. After so many years, finally taking the lead in Divine Enlightenment again and again undoubtedly made many Dasha suit players raise their heads. First, there was Deicide's Strong Brush, and now there's a War God Ling Tian who's number 1 in the entire service. The only reason for this situation is that the game of God's Apocalypse can bring tangible benefits and employment opportunities, and it has taught more parents the meaning of the phrase walk the walk. If you make money, it's a proper job. If you don't, it's a bad job, but it's something that's inevitable. Hey, how come it's the War God Ling Tian who is the number 1 in the whole service? Shouldn't it be the Godslayer big brother? Godslayer is only staying in the Kirin continent to show off his power, but after leaving the Kirin continent, he's nothing, and he still wants to compare himself to my great blue dragon continent? You don't know what you're doing. That's right, the so-called Godslayer is nothing more than an S-rank set, and the God of War is already an SS rank set, okay? The gap between the two is vastly different. That's no fun for you guys. You're all in the Dasha suit. You have to be united. While the players over here were discussing everything, Lin Yun was receiving a message from the Kirin City Lord. Come over here. With a bewildered mind as well as wanting the Kirin City Lord to teach him a bit, Lin Yun once again returned to Kirin City. But in just a few days, Lin Yun came here twice. Since it was an invitation from the Kirin City Lord, Lin Yun quickly walked through the white jade ladder that led to the sky and entered the hall of the Kirin City Lord's mansion under the guidance of an officer. The hall of the City Lord's mansion hadn't changed much from before they left, but the people who were inside the City Lord's mansion at this time were completely different. The Kirin City Lord hadn't seen him for a few days, and his beard looked thicker and thicker, and he was still sitting on the center chair without any regard for his image. But to his left and right, there were 2 more chairs of the same size. One was wearing a red vestment robe and the other was clad in green armor, and the 2 were climbing into conversation with the Qilin City Lord. To Lin Yun's surprise, there was also a young man in white battle robes sitting at the bottom of the field. The young man has thick eyebrows and big eyes. His body back is straight sitting on the chair. His spirit is very energetic, and his eyes are like a torch looking at the 3 city lords speaking in front of him. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth curved up slightly, not expecting to meet this person so soon after just getting news of him. Seeing Lin Yun walk in, several people looked over in unison. 2 gazes with scrutinizing gazes came from the main seat and landed on Lin Yun with endless pressure. Lin Yun's originally relaxed pace was suddenly heavy. The pressure was so great that Lin Yun had to bring up the power in his body to walk properly. Soon, one of the gazes left with disbelief and questioning, but the other did not withdraw, instead increasing that pressure once again. A foot went down, and the white jade floor of the City Lord's mansion, which was as hard as iron, hardened with an extra footprint, and the terrifying downward pressure caused Lin Yun to involuntarily lift his entire body, and his feet hardened and embedded themselves in the floor. Lin Yun looked ahead in disbelief, right into the eyes of the middle-aged man in green armor, indifference and disdain filling those eyes as if they were as cold as armor. Lin Yun was very puzzled. This person had a grudge against himself? Who else could be the one who could sit alongside the Qilin City Lord? A and B Oriental wood is the main green. E and H. Southern Fire is the main red, except for the Kirin City Lord, who is not tuned in and likes to wear an incongruous white cloak. The rest of the states basically follow the 5 elements of the main color tone's dress. Then these two people in front of me. Think only the rest of the states of the main city of the City Master. Qinglong City Master and Vermilion Bird City Master. But the Qinglong City Master, this hostility from where it comes from? Lin Yun stared straight at the Green Dragon City Lord in front of him, his eyes not shifting halfway. The Lord of Qinglong City snorted angrily at the sight. A terrifying murderous aura instantly enveloped Lin Yun's entire body under the terrifying power. The veins on Lin Yun's body rippled out. His eyes were like fire as he stared dead at the Green Dragon City Lord in front of him. The terrifying power caused a trace of blood to seep out of the corner of Lin Yun's mouth, but the corner of his mouth was slightly curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. Against a force that he was completely unable to fight against, Lin Yun lifted his left foot with difficulty and took a heavy step forward, the added pressure directly stepping out a deep pit in the ground. However, Lin Yun was calm and disdainful, and other than the veins on his neck that were unusually visible, the rest of him could not be seen at all to be suffering from the pressure as well as the dissimilarities. This kind of monstrous pressure, if he hadn't gotten the bloodline crystals before, Lin Yun would probably have had to be directly crushed to the ground in a single glance. And at this moment, Lin Yun, under the cold look and slightly uncomfortable surprise of the Green Dragon City Lord, hardened himself against this pressure and walked forward one step at a time. How dare you? Seeing Lin Yun walk straight in front of the several city lords, a smile appeared on the exquisite face of the Vermilion Bird City Lord and she spoke softly, her eyes even more filled with appreciation and a hint of tenderness. Humph. When the Lord of Qinglong City saw how forceful Lin Yun was, his icy eyes grew more than a hint of anger, and his intimidating pressure strengthened by 1 point once more. Lin Yun felt that the bones in his body creaked, as if they were going to break by inches in the next second, and in his heart, his anger attacked his heart, and he ran his whole body's strength to desperately resist, and he didn't let his knees bend slightly by half. Bold, why don't you kneel when you see the city lord? Qinglong eyes more and more cold, have the intention to give in front of this but the Xian stage of the boy a downward spiral, but did not expect him to actually so tough. The heart is even more displeased, angrily shouted, the breath of the body more and more strong. However, he did not realize that the Kirin City Lord, who was sitting firmly in the main seat, appeared to be drinking tea carelessly, but the corner of his eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. Lin Yun's entire body was ice cold. His blood stagnated. The terrifying power caused the pores of his entire body to rise unnaturally. A tiny bead of blood seeped out, and at his knees, an ear-piercing friction sound was emitted. The white-clothed battle-robed young man sitting upright on one side had his eyebrows furrowed, but his eyes were very bright as he looked at Lin Yun with slight admiration in his heart. Lin Yun's knees resounded with a burst of crunching, and despite this, his knees didn't bend by half. A tiger's roar faintly resounded within his body, and a golden light lit up in his hands. Vermilion Bird's eyes lit up once again. Not bad. The first time at such a juncture was not to retreat, but also to think of a battle with the Green Dragon City Lord. Ouyang's vision was indeed good. Lin Yun looked at ease, as if he hadn't felt the monstrous pressure at all, and opened his mouth in a slightly mocking manner. The people of Qilin, kneeling to meet the officials of Qinglong, Lord of Green Dragon City. This is Kirin Continent's Kirin City. It's not your place to speak your mind. As soon as Lin Yun's words came out, the Vermilion Bird City Lord's fondness for Lin Yun became more and more obvious, while the Kirin City Lord's mouth lifted slightly, in a very happy mood, and the Green Dragon City Lord immediately changed his face. His eyes raised in murderous intent, his fingers trembled slightly, obviously infuriated. No one has ever dared to be so disobedient to me, even if it's a guest from the heavens. A wave of murderous intent immediately came out through his body and went straight to Lin Yun. Enough! Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinxiu opened his mouth blandly. His eyes lit up with an earth-colored light, and the Green Dragon City Lord stifled a grunt as the murderous aura and pressure that acted on Lin Yun's body suddenly disappeared. Originally fighting hard against the pressure of the Green Dragon City Lord, the sudden disappearance of his power caused Lin Yun's blood to tumble, and his entire body nearly fell to his knees. A crimson flame arrived instantly from the front and merged into Lin Yun's body, instantly repairing the injuries Lin Yun had sustained from fighting the Green Dragon City Lord. Lin Yun looked up, but found the Vermilion Bird City Lord looking at himself with a face of admiration plus doting, and his heart realized that it was just like in his previous life. The old rascal that was the Kirin City Lord had spoiled the flower that was the Vermilion Bird City Lord after all. The ancients were true to their word. It's really a flower on a cow's dung. The Green Dragon City Lord slightly glanced at the Kirin City Lord. His face was calm, but he was shocked in his heart. This Ouyang old thing. His strength was getting more and more unfathomable. With that, he could only suppress the displeasure in his heart, coldly sweeping a glance at Lin Yun and slowly speaking, Humph, not only is his strength not up to par, but he's also a person who has no one in his sight. Ouyang Jinxiu, you're just going to let this useless brat travel to the Church of Light? Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinxiu gnawed on the melon and fruit in his hands full of concern and spoke carelessly, but his eyes were staring straight at the Green Dragon City Lord. You have an opinion? Then you, Qinglong Continent, arrange for one more person to participate in this matter. I, Kirin Continent, will withdraw, and I will personally meet Lord Qinglong in person to explain if there are any problems. Heard the Green Dragon City Master, but his face changed slightly. This matter task is the oracle issued by the Green Dragon adults. If it is because of their own cause Ouyang Jinxiu really determined not to go out of the people, out of the problem, they certainly can't eat and go. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu like this, even though the Green Dragon City Lord was upset, he no longer said anything more but just snorted coldly. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinxiu disdainfully skimmed his mouth, then looked at Lin Yun, his eyes full of complacency. Kid is not bad. In a short period of time, his strength has increased quite a bit. Lin Yun rolled his eyes. Come on you Lu, can you strike a year and a half later? That way you'll be able to see my bones. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were even more filled with laughter when he heard this. Good boy. Looks like he is blaming me for not stepping in time. But in fact, he is mocking the Green Dragon City Lord's strength is not working, and it takes a year and a half to kill a Xian rank. The anger in the eyes of the Green Dragon City Lord erupted once again, but the Vermilion Bird City Lord opened his mouth to speak, with a tone so soft that Ouyang Jinxiu rubbed his eyes in surprise. You're the Godslayer that Ouyang was talking about, aren't you? Sure enough, the behavior is as domineering as the name. Very good. The Vermilion Bird City Lord held her hair in a bun, her peach blossom-like eyes looking at Lin Yun as if she were looking at her own child, her eyes full of doting. If it wasn't for the trace of doting like looking at a child in the eyes of the Vermilion Bird City Lord, the appearance of the sultry demeanor, Lin Yun was afraid that he would have thought about it. No wonder the Kirin City Lord, Ouyang Jinxiu, faced her with a look of a soft bone, a serious lack of calcium. Humph. The Green Dragon City Lord couldn't speak well at the situation and could only coldly grunt in displeasure. Lin Yun was like looking at a little cutie. He's looking at Qinglong City Lord as if he's a cutie. Is there something wrong with this guy? He's been humming all day. If he's got a nose problem, why don't you go see a doctor? This time, I asked you to come here so that you can carry out a mission with the #1 person of the younger generation in the Green Dragon Continent. Ouyang Jinxiu swallowed the fruit in his hand in one gulp, wiped his hands, and hung back to look at Lin Yun. Travel to Tianyuan City, the Church of Light. Chapter 58 Betting on the Continent Lord's Blood. Rampant Green Dragon City Lord Ao Tianxiang. I disagree. Just as Lin Yun was still searching his memory for information about the Church of Light, the Green Dragon City Lord flatly objected. It wasn't really Lin Yun's fault. In his previous life, with only an E-rank talent, not only did he have to take care of his own upgrading and development, but he also had to spend his time helping Wu Xinyue and the two of them, the White-Eyed Wolves, grow up. Missed a lot of opportunities, many key messages, but also can only be known through the back to understand. Regarding the Church of Light, it was one of the Jedi places similar to the secret realm of the undead in the previous world, and many great guilds had folded up and gone silent. It was thought that it should be the same place as the secret realm of the undead, where there existed the weird aura that the gods had infiltrated long ago, that is, their divine power. Hearing the Green Dragon City Lord's words, before Ouyang Jinxiu could react, the Vermilion Bird City Lord frowned first. Ao Tianxiang, this is a task given by Lord Qinglong. What do you mean by saying this now? The Vermilion Bird's beautiful eyes condensed, fire flickering in her eyes as she stared at the Green Dragon City Lord and spoke in a cold voice. Green Dragon City Lord Ao Tianxiang's face did not change color as he slowly spoke. What Lord Green Dragon means is for us to find celestial outsiders of sufficient ability from each state to travel to resolve the bizarre aura of the Church of Light. After a pause, Ao Tianxiang continued with a disdainful face. This kid in front of me, but with Xian rank 8 cultivation, not to mention going to solve the weird aura. It's a blessing if he doesn't wait for someone to save him. Do you think I would agree to this sightless brat to drag my feet? Or do you, the city lords of the two continents, not take Lord Qinglong's oracle seriously? A big hat directly covered the two men's heads. Ouyang Jinxiu's face remained unchanged, but the Vermilion Bird City Lord's face showed embarrassment and stopped speaking. In the case of the Vermilion Bird's nirvana, the Kirin does not know where it is. The Green Dragon has become the center point of the entire Divine Enlightenment continent, which is also the reason why Ao Tianxiang, the Lord of the City of the Green Dragon, has no vision at all. Oh, in that case, Qinglong City Lord, you are very optimistic about the young talents you have elected? Ouyang Jinxiu spoke in a jarred voice, taking a sip of hot tea in the process. For some reason, Ao Tianxiang always felt that Ouyang Jinxiu was digging a pit for himself, and every time he wanted to pit someone, he was all jarred up with a beaten face. But as soon as he saw the white-clothed battle-robed teenager under his eyes, a hint of cunning appeared in Ao Tianxiang's eyes with a fake smile. That's not true, but the rank gap is here. and to be honest, there are very few young talents in the 5 continents of the divine enlightenment who can win against him, and even more so, it's not something this kid in front of him can compare to. Yang, you'd better change someone else, or else if something goes wrong, you can't escape the blame. Ao Tianxiang, the lord of Qinglong City, opened his mouth with a bitter face, but his words were stained with self-congratulation and disdain. So what if I can't beat you? I've picked out a random person from the Green Dragon continent, and it's more than enough for me to fight against your Kirin continent's people. Ouyang Xiu was indifferent to Ao Tianxiang's mockery in his words, but the Vermilion Bird City Lord had an ugly face. That's right, nowadays, Lord Qinglong has sent down an oracle requesting each continent to send out a young talent to settle the Church of Light. But other than the Qinglong continent, the other 4 continents can't even find a single Earth rank. Just as Vermilion Bird City Lord Shangguanyan's face turned ugly, Lin Yun was smiling faintly and took a step forward. Dare I ask the Lord of Qinglong City why he judges what constitutes a young talent? When Shangguanyan saw Lin Yun stand up and speak, her heart was delighted. Then thinking that Lin Yun was only Xin rank 8, her heart was also slightly anxious, and she winked towards Ouyang Jinxiu, the Kirin City Lord. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu only focusing on drinking tea and eating fruits, Shangguanyan instantly had cold eyes. Ouyang Jinxiu winced, but did not speak. But the Xian rank cultivation, but the whole day to show themselves, as if the frog in the bottom of the well Guagua screaming, why don't you think about what you should do to increase your cultivation, so as not to disgrace people the whole day? Ao Tianxiang's face was cold and he didn't even look at Lin Yun. This is not true. Low cultivation is a fact, but those who are sitting on the well are indeed in the unknown are making a big fuss. Lin Yun laughed, naturally hearing Ao Tianxiang's mocking intent. Asshole. Ao Tianxiang's face was ugly. He understood the meaning of Lin Yun's words, and he couldn't wait to slap the bastard in front of him. But Qilin City Lord Ouyang Xiu's cultivation was unfathomable, so he had to hold back the anger in his heart. When Qilin City Lord Ouyang Xiu saw Vermilion Bird City Lord Shangguanyan with a cannibalistic look on his face, he finally raised his head and looked towards Ao Tianxiang, who was so infuriated that his face turned red. Since that's the case, why don't we set a lottery and have your young talent from the Green Dragon continent compete against this insignificant asshole from my Qilin continent, and whoever wins will take the reward? Seeing Ouyang Xiu talking like this, Ao Tianxiang and Shangguanyan both looked at him in surprise, and without waiting for Shangguanyan to object, Ao Tianxiang immediately agreed. Good, then let's have a match. If you lose you'll directly replace them. Don't tell me that in the hall of the Qilin continent, there's only such a crooked person left? Ao Tianxiang laughed out loud, but he didn't see Ouyang Jinxiu quietly make a gesture at Lin Yun. 2 8s, I'm 8 and you're 2. Lin Yun shook his head slightly and made the 3-7 gesture. 7 for me and 3 for you. Ouyang Jinxiu's face was displeased, but looking at Lin Yun's glowing and insistent eyes, he knew that this asshole was a stubborn bastard and had no choice but to nod slightly. Others do not know. This asshole Ouyang Jinxiu is very familiar with. The early stage of the Xian rank will pass the secret realm of the dead, beat the 3 Zongzong masters, a so-called Qinglong city, the first level of the Earth Order talent with hair. Seeing that Ouyang didn't say anything, Ao Tianxiang opened his mouth again and said with a slight smile, City Lord Ouyang, I don't know what you'd like to add as a prize instead? Oh, then place a little less. My side is only a Xian rank 8. It's not cost effective for me to place more. Ouyang Jinxiu drank a mouthful of hot tea and once again spoke carelessly. Just 3 drops of Kirin-sama's blood. Before the words fell, Ao Tianxiang stood up and angrily rebuked. You're crazy, aren't you? Lord Qilin's blood. 3 drops? Don't you know what that means? Qinglong City Lord Ao Tianxiang's face was very ugly as he looked at Ouyang Jinxiu angrily, and Shangguanyan was also shocked as she covered her small mouth, not understanding what was the reason for Ouyang Jinxiu's move to be so bold. Ouyang Jinxiu waved his hand unhurriedly, signaling Shangguanyan. Then facing Ao Tianxiang, he spoke. What? You don't dare? Ao Tianxiang was originally furious, but on second thought, thinking of that white-clothed young man, his heart secretly said, with this sun in hand, these 3 drops of Lord Qilin's blood is not within reach. So he slowly nodded his head and said in an appraising tone, all right, I'll offer 3 drops of blood rewarded by Lord Qinglong. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinxiu revealed an intriguing look under his bushy beard, sweeping past Lin Yun without a care in the world. Godslayer, are you willing to fight for the Kirin continent? Lin Yun smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he was shocked. The legendary continent master bloodline of the 5 continents. Others didn't know, but he knew what that meant. Who is to say no to such a good thing? At this moment, a magnetic voice rang out. I am willing to do my part for the Green Dragon continent. 10,000 deaths. It was the young man in the white battle robe who stood up and petitioned Ao Tianxiang. One is that he is in the Green Dragon continent. The idea of defending the country is the first creed in his heart. But but the Kirin continent regicide name has long been heard. The hands of the lance leapt to try. Ao Tianxiang's face showed joy and nodded with satisfaction. Ouyang Jinxiu is really old and confused. 3 drops of blood of the Kirin Lord who disappeared for 10,000 years can be quite scarce than the blood of the Qinglong Lord who is still in the divine enlightenment and is sitting on the 5 continents. Seeing the white-clothed battle-robed teenager petitioning, Ao Tianxiang slowly nodded his head. Good. War God Ling Tian. You'll teach this boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and has no respect for me a lesson. Chapter 59 Space Competition. Green Dragon Power. Inside the Kirin City Lord's mansion, seeing Ao Tianxiang and War God Ling Tian agreeing, a hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinxiu, and as he and Lin Yun exchanged glances, both the old and the young revealed wry smiles. The god of war, Ling Tian, had been an undefeated myth in his last life, and a leader among the top players of Dixia, with the support of Dixia's general command behind him. As for Lin Yun's previous life, he was merely an E-ranked talent possessor, relying solely on his own strong abilities to squeeze his way into the top players, and it was only when the gods were about to descend that he was given a little bit of resources. Between the two, the gap is as insurmountable as that between the richest and the poor. However, this life was all different, and Lin Yun, who had returned from rebirth, had not only gained super god-level talent, but was also ahead of others step by step, and now had a strength that he himself didn't know how he should file it. Moreover, the god of war Ling Tian was full of wariness, and why wouldn't he himself want to compare the gap between himself and these top players in this life, so that he could assess his current strength? The god of war Ling Tian's gaze was like a torch at this time, looking at Lin Yun with slight curiosity. After all, an expert who swiped the screen all day long, thought that it must be different, and it was only interesting to battle. He is an uncompromising combat maniac, not only backed by the Daxia command, itself is also a rare martial arts wizard. Imagine a huge country. Why he can be the first to be focused on training. Iron sharpens iron. Seeing the fire flare up between the two staring at each other, the 3 in the main seat all smiled knowingly. Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinxiu in his hands an earth yellow light coalesced and threw towards the two. The light air was divided into 4 pillars to surround the two. Next you will enter the space I have constructed. The strength of the space is nothing to worry about at all, so you can attack without fear. As the two were about to disappear, Lin Yun spoke. What if you accidentally break it? Oh, if you guys can break it, I don't want a penny of your winning reward this time. Oh, a deal? Before Lin Yun finished speaking, the 4 pillars shot out light connecting them into a square, and the 2 people in the field instantly disappeared, and a crystal-like object appeared in the air, completely displaying the scenery within the space in front of the 3 city lords. The space shimmered with a mysterious light, like standing in the middle of the starry sky. The 2 men faced each other. The war god Ling Tian's hands flashed with light. A carved dragon lance materialized. The overpowering battle intent instantly erupted. The white battle robe flickered with a faint golden light. Windless, hunting and sounding. God Slayer, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, and today I finally get my wish. War god Ling Tian's eyes are only full of battle intent. Military origin. He usually orders and prohibits. Only fighting is his only hobby. After the Earth stage, he could cross the passage between continents, and he didn't expect to be the first to encounter the heartfelt Lin Yun, which couldn't help but make his blood roll, and he couldn't wait. Lin Yun's ruddy-colored Dharma robe stood casually, and his eyes were also filled with light. It was indeed a long-awaited battle to be able to fight with Ling Tian, the famous god of war from his previous life. I've been admiring the same for a long time. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, but they didn't make the slightest movement. Only their battle intent was continuously condensing. The god of war Ling Tian looked at Lin Yun, who was broken all over his body, but he felt that there was no way to start. It felt like everywhere was broken and everywhere was a trap. But against the mage, must be the first time close to engage, not to mention the lance an inch long and strong, as long as the close, then this battle can be won. Long Dragon Breaker. With a flash of light in his eyes, war god Ling Tian stepped out. The lance in his hand instantly came to life. A dragon's roar resonated through heaven and earth as the lance struck out, a swimming dragon entering the sea. In just an instant, the lance locked onto Lin Yun's neck and drove in. Lin Yun couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the top of Daxia, the lance was like a living thing, aiming to kill with a single blow. Anyone else might not have been able to react at all. The combination of speed and power, instantly arriving. Seeing the god of war Ling Tian approaching with his powerful lance, Lin Yun was not avoiding or retreating. It's done? A trace of doubt flashed in war god Ling Tian's eyes. This was how the infamous god slayer was? As a mage yet he was easily approached. Outside the arena, in addition to the Qilin city lord still wearing a smile on his face, Shangguan Yan has already frowned, thinking that if this is the only way, it is indeed time to change people. Ao Tianxiang, the lord of Qinglong city, even slightly revealed a disdainful color. originally thought it was a tough guy, but it turned out to be a limp-wrist shrimp. A mage was close by the warrior. What other end can there be? Ha 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 ha, willing to gamble. Old man Ouyang. Ao Tianxian laughed and looked at Ouyang Jinsho, but he saw Shang Wanyan covering her mouth in shock and staring straight at the image in front of her. Turning his head to look, Ao Tianxian's mouth opened wide, staring dumbfounded at the scene in the screen. It turned out that after the god of war Ling Tian had gotten close, his lance locked straight onto Lin Yun's neck, and he was still lamenting that Lin Yun's strength was less than his fame. But he felt a flash of golden light, and an overwhelming force came back from his lance. Before the residual force disappeared, a giant hammer blasted down, and the war god Ling Tian's eyes rekindled their battle intent as he stretched his lance across his body to block the strike. However, his face suddenly changed as the terrifying power poured down, directly smashing the war god Ling Tian's feet into the ground, sinking deep into it. What a powerful outburst! Lin Yun held the Gangjin hammer, and under the eruption of the power of supreme yang and rigidity, he suppressed the war god Ling Tian for the first time and swung the hammer again. However, he did not expect the war god Ling Tian to keep his palm close to the hilt of the gun, his fingers located on top of the spear, his arm perpendicular to the body of the gun, stabbing straight at Lin Yun. The lance was twisted in the air. The lance flipped outward. The body of the lance struck the giant hammer horizontally, and actually blocked Lin Yun's Gangjin hammer, and then gained the momentum, taking advantage of Lin Yun's open door. The lance spun around under the driving force of the god of battle Ling Tian, attacking at a much more ferocious speed. It was clearly the two styles of the collapsing gun and strangling gun from the great Xia ancient martial arts. The first move is used to break the opponent's weapon, and the second move is used to increase attack speed and attack by rotating the gun. In the air, the god of war Ling Tian leapt up, the long spear in his hand stirring, stabbing straight at Lin Yun's empty door. It was indeed the war god Ling Tian. The ferocity of the attack was worthy of being the first person in the great Xiao war god battalion. But unfortunately, you met me. After this engagement, Lin Yun also roughly felt his own strength. With a flash of golden light in both hands, Gengzi Watchman Chaos Gold attached to his hands, Lin Yun struck out with 3 punches one after the other. One fist and the lance against the bombardment, hard to interrupt the stranded gun to build up strength. The second fist struck horizontally. The lance issued a gunshot was hard to bounce away. The third fist was as strong as a bamboo, straight to the war god Ling Tian's chest. Boom! As if the heavenly thunder bombarded the body, the god of war Ling Tian was like being hit by a meteorite. A crunching sound in his chest. Apparently the bones had been broken. The whole person's eyes went black and flew backwards. Holy! Outside the field, Vermilion Bird City Lord Shang Wanyan let out a strange cry, paying no attention to her image, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Yun with a deadly glare. What the hell? Isn't he a mage? Shang Wanyan's fingers trembled in shock as she pointed at Lin Yun in the picture and turned back to Qilin City Lord Ouyang Jinsho, and Ao Tianxian, the lord of Qinglong City, was as if he had lost his life, staring at the screen with dull eyes. With 924 points of mana strength, coupled with Watchman Chaos Gold's 200% damage bonus and 10% proficiency, the power of this punch had broken 100,000 points. Lin Yun was certain that the current stage of the war god Ling Tian hadn't yet obtained the inheritance of the ancient relics of the spectral lance, and that it would be impossible for him to block this strike. Then, just as the war god Ling Tian was flying backwards and the 3 great city lords outside had already judged the winner, a sudden change occurred. Breaking army rising dragon strike. Almost lax in consciousness, the war god Ling Tian's voice full of killing intent spilled out from between his teeth. Suddenly, space suddenly resounded with a trace of cracking sound. Apparently the space constructed by the Qilin City Lord was not enough to support such great power. A deafening dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. In Lin Yun's field of vision, the war god Ling Tian, who was flying upside down in the air, gripped his lance tightly. The lance vibrated, and the war god Ling Tian's man and lance united, transforming into a green light in the air. The light heading straight for Lin Yun, halfway into a green dragon, horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, eagle claws, horse hooves, tiger paws, ox ears, is clearly the Dasha totem divine dragon. The green divine dragon carried the power of thunder straight towards Lin Yun, and only the dragon's roar remained in the entire space. Bad! The power of the green dragon. Ao Tianxian fiercely got up, and the remaining 3 city lords also reacted. The 3 colors of light merged into the space, crazily reinforcing Ouyang Jinsho's spatial power. They knew that the power of the green dragon was unrivaled. A space could not resist it, and if the power leaked out, they were afraid that the city lord's mansion would be destroyed. Ao Tianxiang did not expect that the war god Ling Tian, who was only at the earth rank, could actually possess a divine power that was just like that of Lord Qinglong, and even more so, He did not expect that the war god Ling Tian would use this power in the competition. The Qilin City Lord's face even changed drastically. It's over. Space is breaking up. I'm gonna lose all my money this time. Chapter 60. Hey, you know what? The Vermilion Bird City Lord is my own sister. In the Qilin City Lord's mansion, the three great city lords were reinforcing the space with all their might. However, it was already too late. As the green divine dragon swung its tail and swayed, a burst of rupture sounds occurred in the space, and on a crack, the light lit up, ready to shatter. And as Lin Yun's face tightened and his hair flew, terrifying power poured over Lin Yun. The power of the green dragon had not yet arrived. The pressure had already arrived. The god of war Ling Tian fought hard, something Lin Yun hadn't expected. This was almost unconscious and still able to unleash such a powerful skill. It did make Lin Yun feel threatened, but the gap between the two was here. So Lin Yun wasn't panicking. Unexpectedly, the strongest skill of the god of war Ling Tian in his previous life-breaking army Rising Dragon Strike turned out to be possessed when he was at the Earth rank or even earlier. However, the difference between the breaking army Rising Dragon Strike in front of him and the later stages of his previous life was too exaggerated. The breaking army Rising Dragon Strike in his previous life, a move that struck a 10,000 foot dragon rising up into the air. However, it was normal. The god of battle Ling Tian was only at the Earth rank now, and had yet to obtain the inheritance of the underworld ants as well. Intent on trying out his own defense as well as the power of the ancient remnant's innate skills, Lin Yun half squinted his eyes and waited to face the green divine dragon head on. The green-colored dragon head instantly arrived in front of Lin Yun's eyes, and the dragon opened its mouth, its whiskers flying, and ruthlessly slammed into Lin Yun's body. A terrifying force exploded from behind Lin Yun, and under this force, a glass-shattering sound resounded from Lin Yun's body. -42,924. -457,076. A double resist equal to mana strength and the same crushing sound from earlier, and another for solid damage. In other words, the current god of war Ling Tian's strongest strike was a full 500,000 damage. But this was just scratching an itch for the open-ended Lin Yun. In the war god Ling Tian consciousness dying, see Lin Yun body floating damage. Face for a while strange. In the see Lin Yun's blood bar does not move. The war god Ling Tian eyes is a burst of speechless. In the end, who is the Great Summer full support of the divine enlightenment of the Great Summer service first person? After feeling the power of the war god Ling Tian, Lin Yun smiled at the corner of his mouth before opening his mouth at the green dragon silhouette in front of him. A dark black ball of light that was entirely condensed from Faqian took shape in his mouth, and in the next second, dark black light poured out, forming a dark black laser that directly blasted onto the breaking army Rising Dragon Strike. Rumble. Space suddenly exploded. The dragon's shadow directly bursting inch by inch in this instant. The entire space suddenly darkened, and then the light was so bright that it instantly exploded. Tiger Shockwave. One of the ancient legacy clans, ancient blade-toothed tiger talent skill. Scary as hell. At the moment of the explosion in space, a phoenix sound rang out, and a fire covered it, wrapping the explosion in space to death. With a muffled sound, the explosion disappeared along with the fire, and the two of them appeared in the Qilin City Lord's mansion, but only Lin Yun was standing. And the god of war, Ling Tian, was holding the lance resident, holding on to keep from collapsing, his body shaking, but still standing upright. The force. Ouyang Jinxiu glanced at Lin Yun and seemed to remember something. Ao Tianxiang immediately came to the side of the war god Ling Tian. A force surged into its body. The power into the body found that the war god Ling Tian is only exhausted. In fact, the injury is not serious. Ha ha, old Ao. Bring it. Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinxiu came to Ao Tianxiang's side in a manner, stretched out his hand, and poked Ao Tianxiang directly in the face. Ao Tianxiang's face was ugly. He glanced hatefully at Lin Yun, and was tempted to fling his sleeves and leave. But when he thought of the cultivation of this old thing, Ouyang Jinxiu, he had no choice but to pull out a jade bottle. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were glowing, and he was about to reach out, when next to him Lin Yun rushed over in a 100-meter sprint, snatched the jade bottle and stuffed it into his backpack, and the whole person couldn't brake due to sprinting too fast, and hit hard on top of the pillars of the Kirin City's Lord's mansion, and bared his teeth in pain. Give it back, little asshole. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were lifeless, staring dully at Lin Yun, who was rubbing his face, and in the middle of the day, he let out a miserable scream and made a move to seize it. Lin Yun hurriedly hid behind Vermilion Bird City Lord Shangguanyan. Beautiful sister, save me. Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird City Lord revealed a sweet smile, protecting Lin Yun like a chicken with one hand, and looking at the charging Ouyang Jinxiu with a warning look in her eyes. Get thee outta here. Overwhelming. Ouyang Jinxiu immediately stopped in his tracks when he saw this, his face full of aggression. You this, me here. Lin Yun poked his head out from behind, relying on the Vermilion Bird City Lord's protection, and raised an eyebrow at Ouyang Jinxiu. You were the one who said just now that you wouldn't take a penny for breaking the space. So what? Being so devoid of integrity, how can you be worthy of my beautiful sister? Shang Wanyan once again laughed out softly, sweet and moving, but her face brought a trace of shyness, and her eyes towards Ouyang Jinxiu were even more full of killing intent. That's right, I heard it all. What? Are you going to rob my brother again? Women are to be coaxed, not to mention the Vermilion Bird City Lord who has lived for an unknown number of years, although she still looks as beautiful as a flower, but her age is here, and after many years of being in a high position, no one dares to call her sister except Lin Yun. No, a few sisterly voices down the line. Lin Yun became the younger brother of Shang Wanyan, the lord of the Vermilion Bird Continent's main city. Ouyang Jinxiu's brain was fuzzy, and when he looked at the Lin Yun, a mouthful of old blood almost sprayed out. It's not a good idea to be a son, but in the way of the Vermilion Bird City Lord's calf-protecting behavior, he had no choice but to give up and stomped his foot fiercely. And this time, the entire Qilin city was as if an earthquake had occurred. All the inhabitants look horrified. What? Is it possible there's an invasion? Look, sister. He's still not convinced. Oh, to be cleaned up. Lin Yun added fuel to the fire, then took out a jade bottle and poured out a drop of the 3 green rays from it and stuffed it into the Vermilion Bird City Lord's hands. Feeling the power in her hand that belonged to Lord Qinglong, Shang Wanyan didn't react for a moment, and when she did, the smile on her face was even more undisguised as she silently put away the Qinglong's blood and gently touched Lin Yun's head. That's a good kid. He knows people and he's sweet-talking. Then he turned his head and snapped at Ouyang Jinxiu. What for? You have a big temper, don't you? Almost scared my own brother. Come on, do you two think I'm blind? I can't see that blinding green light. Can you guys cover up a little bit? One offers a bribe in public. The other accepts a bribe in public, and the glow of that Lord Qinglong's blood is blinding me. Okay, now the brother has become a real brother. Ouyang Jinxiu had no choice but to turn back resentfully, only hating himself for not doing it fast enough. Ao Tianxiong looked at Lin Yun's behavior, and immediately looked contemptuous. Manly man, which can be so spineless, and on second thought this bastard took his own things to bribe, but also 2 eyes black. How could one not know at this point that he was being punked by the old thing Ouyang with this little thing? What kind of mage fights with a giant hammer? Isn't that bull ***** this is? However, the victory has been decided, plus Lin Yun newly recognized as sister. This is even more helpless. This dainty beauty like Vermilion Bird City Lord Shang Wanyan, but an unabashedly violent. A word directly hit. On the contrary, the strength is not weak. So many years they have not been less cleaned up. Thinking about Ao Tianxiong wanna cry. As the only continental lord sitting in the town of Qinglong City, the strength of the Ouyang Jinxiu pressure ahead, not to mention, Shang Wanyan can also ride on their own head fan mouth. Thinking this way, Ao Tianxiong raised his head with a pretense of pride and spoke faintly. The matter has come to a head. Let the two of them go to the Church of Light to dispel that weird aura. I still have some things to do in Qinglong Continent, so I won't stay for a long time. During the speech, Ao Tianxiong stubbornly raised his head without looking at the road and took a step out of the Kirin City Lord's mansion, tripping as he passed the threshold. Steady! You can't bow your head. The crown will fall off. Can't cry. The enemy will laugh. In the eyes of the 4 people who were stunned, Ao Tianxiong almost stuck his head on the ground and left the city lord's mansion with a bump. After Ao Tianxiong left, Shang Wanyan affectionately took Lin Yun's hand and brought it to the seat that belonged to her, asking Lin Yun about his birth and family with concern. Lin Yun was also accompanied by a sweet smile, and the two of them were like close siblings. If Easy and the others had seen Lin Yun's fawning expression, I'm afraid they would have vomited on the spot. Ouyang Jinxiu heart suddenly alert. This little calf, quietly will be so close to the relationship between himself and Shang Wanyan. This later wanna be good with Shang Wanyan, but also have to play good relations with him not? In an instant, Ouyang Jinxiu stroked his beard, his eyes rolled back, and he revealed an ugly smile. This, 3 drops of Lord Green Dragon's blood is nothing. This is not a little calf. This is my brother-in-law. War God Ling Tian was sitting on a chair at this time and closed his eyes to recall the previous battle. His heart felt quite deep. Inadvertently raised his head to look. His face stiffened, just now so a trace of feelings instantly disappeared. What the hell? How did this deicide become the Vermilion Bird City Lord's own brother? Could it be that the battle just now has affected my brain? Alright, then Godslayer has also proved his strength. God of War Ling Tian, this time you'll head to the Church of Light together to remove that weird aura. Ouyang Jinxiu looked at Shang Wanyan's intimacy with deicide, and immediately, like smothering 3 bottles of old vinegar, his teeth soured, coughed twice, and opened his mouth. At those words, Lin Yun and the God of War nodded. As for Shang Wanyan, her hand that was pulling Lin Yun paused, her eyes full of worry and concern. and then suddenly her slender hand pointed, flashing with red light surging into Lin Yun's body. Brother, this Church of Light is treacherous. This light contains my full strength strike. Remember, once there is any danger use it directly. Shang Guanyin frowned as she looked at Lin Yun, then felt unsafe and shoved another token into Lin Yun's hand. This is my Vermilion Bird City Master's order. When you are in danger, you only need to inject a single power, and no matter where you are, my doppelganger will immediately appear to save you. This time, not only Ouyang Jinxiu looked strange, the god of war Ling Tian was even more envious and looked at the two city lords with bated breath. This is too biased. A trace of warmth rose in Lin Yun's heart. Although it was only to discuss Ouyang Jinxiu's practice, he didn't expect that he, who had been alone in his 2 lives, would be taken care of by the Vermilion Bird City Lord in such a great way. Lin Yun this moment, really mood is very relaxed, full of warmth. Vermilion Bird City Lord Shang Guanyin, face and body are outstanding. A word indeed is to meet Lin Yun's previous life of the sister of all the fantasies. The heart is suddenly very moved. Don't worry, sis, I'm very strong. In a few years, I'll give Ouyang the hammer to hold down. Don't worry, if he bullies you in the future, just tell me and I'll hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Ouyang Jinxiu was dumbfounded, looking at the convinced Lin Yun, wondering why things had developed like this, that he had inexplicably gained a brother-in-law? And, with your Xian rank 8 cultivation, I could drown you little asshole with a mouthful of spit, and chasing me, and off the field. The god of war Ling Tian scratched his head, took out the communication order given to him by the Lord of Green Dragon City, thought for a moment, and spoke. That's City Lord. The Vermilion Bird City Lord gave Godslayer a lot of life-preserving contraptions. How about giving me 1 or 2 all-out strikes from your side? There was no reply for a long time. Then a foul mouth suddenly broke through the air, deafening, with a hint of aggression in its anger. Get thee outta here. Chapter 61 Going to the Church of Light. Meeting Shadowhunters for the first time. After Ouyang Jinxiu gave the 2 of them a quest, Lin Yun and the god of war, Ling Tian, followed the quest prompts and headed to the Church of Light in Heavenly Wasteland City. On the air-building ship, Lin Yun was lying on the deck snoring, and the god of war Ling Tian appeared to be standing on the deck looking at the air scenery. In fact, in his heart, he was doubting his life, thinking about the scene he had seen before the trip and was furious. The Vermilion Bird City Lord reluctantly watched the 2 leave with tearful eyes, and before he left, not only did he hand Lin Yun another unknown item, he also beat up the Kirin City Lord Ouyang Xiu in front of the 2. Only when he was forced to do so did Ouyang Xiu, who had a swollen nose, hand Lin Yun a token. War God Ling Tian cannot understand. Are the same players, are elected by the City Lord, why they exchanged for just a bad language, while this guy is earning a lot of money. Hey, do you think there's something different about this game of God's Apocalypse? While the war god Ling Tian was brainstorming, a hand was very skillfully set on his shoulder, and Lin Yun's head was revealed, pointing at the blue sky and white clouds in front of him and opening his mouth. Do I know you well? The war god Ling Tian twisted away unnaturally, but in his heart he was shocked and looked at Lin Yun and asked rhetorically, what do you think is different about the divine enlightenment? Lin Yun's heart was clear when he heard this. It seemed that Xia had already found out the end of the story, and the god of war, Ling Tian, should have known about it as well. Lin Yun didn't reveal it, but replied seriously, don't you think that a few city lords seem like they actually exist? The god of war Ling Tian was shocked. He himself only realized the differences in the divine enlightenment world through Xia. This god slayer actually discovered the differences so quickly, but he didn't know that Lin Yun had returned from rebirth. And in terms of divine revelation, no one in the current world was more familiar with it than he was, but because of an incident in his previous life, Lin Yun didn't dare to contact the Dasha General Command in a hasty manner. There are struggles and betrayals everywhere, and the death of Ling Tian, the god of war in his previous life, had something to do with one of the higher-ups in the command. It was similar to his own death, so Lin Yun chose to sulk and develop. Lin Yun didn't want to go to the report as soon as he was reborn stupidly. Then there would only be one ending, either being imprisoned as a psychopath or being framed for death. Water until it's clear has no fish, and at this stage individual power is nowhere near the power of a kingdom, let alone a mixed bag of fish and dragons of that sort. As war god Ling Tian watched Lin Yun fall into deep thought, he pondered slightly in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, God Slayer, you're from Great Xia, aren't you? Lin Yun grinned. Of course, not only am I a Dasha man, but in my previous life I was a Dasha gatekeeper. Want to join the war god battalion? Put, cough cough. Lin Yun, who was drinking water, was shocked by war god Ling Tian's sudden sentence and choked on a mouthful of water until he directly rolled his eyes. After coughing for half a day, Lin Yun then raised his head to look at the war god Ling Tian. Why was this a sudden request for him to join the war god battalion? The war god battalion could be more than just a guild in the game God's Apocalypse. He was subordinate to the official Dasha in the real world, and strictly speaking, it was the strongest team in Dacia, the absolute force defending Dacia. Just what he said about joining. Was he joining the game? Or the real-life warlord battalion? Looking towards the war god Ling Tian, seeing the other party looking at him with an expectant expression, Lin Yun couldn't pinpoint it in his heart, but he still shook his head slightly. I like being alone. Hearing this, the war god Ling Tian was slightly stunned. His eyes were very complicated. He had the intention to say everything he knew, but after opening his mouth, he closed it. Out of loyalty to the Grand Xia, he could not take the liberty to say what he knew about the inner workings of the situation. Lin Yun saw the situation and patted his shoulder. Don't think about it, I'll join in when I have the chance. Look, it's in place. The airship landed, and Lin Yun was the first to walk out. War god Ling Tian's eyes were complicated, and his resolute face was filled with entanglement. Going back must be reported to the commanding officer. Such an expert was born in Dacia. If he can be recruited, then this crisis can be overcome. Heavenly Wasteland City No. 286 Novice Village. War god Ling Tian didn't expect that the place where the bizarre aura existed would actually appear in the Novice Village. At this time, the newbie village players are inundated. Many of them have heard that the game of God's Apocalypse can earn money and follow the masses into the game. That's why the Novice Village is more lively than other towns. Lin Yun looked at the layout that was nearly identical to that of Novice Village 9, but his brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't heard of the Church of Light as a place in his previous life. There were only two possibilities. Either the Church of Light had been exterminated by the Kirin City Lord a long time ago, or it had been hidden until the end and Lin Yun hadn't realized it. But in any case, when it is a matter of where the gods come down, then they must be uprooted and not tolerated. The two of them entered the Novice Village and followed the guide all the way through the Novice Village where people came and went to a silent and empty location. This place was empty in all directions except for the sound of the river's flowing water. In the distance was a jungle, and around Lin Yun and the two of them, there was nothing else but a river. The location indicated by the mission, however, was directly ahead, in a lush meadow. What's going on? War god Ling Tian realized after many comparisons that the grass in front of him was the Church of Light in the quest, but the church was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yun was also feeling weird. It was clearly shown to be right here. Why was it empty in front of him? Could it be that old thing Ouyang Jinqiu was molesting the two of them? But that was impossible. Plus the Vermilion Bird City Lord and the Green Dragon City Lord wouldn't cooperate. And just as the two of them were puzzled, Lin Yun was suddenly squatting down and staring at a dogwood plant in front of him, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, the god of war, Ling Yun, followed suit and squatted down. Seeing how seriously Lin Yun was staring, he also stared dead at the dogwood in front of him. It was not until both eyes were sore that he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with this grass?" Lin Yun looked at war god Ling Tian with a surprised expression. "No problem. You don't think this grass is an organ to open the Church of Light, do you?" Looking at Lin Yun's expression of looking at a retard, the god of war Ling Tian was more uncomfortable than eating a caddy. "No problem? No problem. You're staring at it for so long. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Yun stood up, opened his address book to find Fortune's name, edited a text message and sent it over. Then he pulled the dogwood out, held it to his mouth, and spoke faintly into the air. "Come out. How much longer do you have to hide?" War god Ling Tian's eyes tightened as the carved dragon lance manifested in his hand. Looking warily at the empty grass in front of him, Lin Yun slapped his forehead breathlessly and walked forward, twisting the war god Ling Tian's head a bit to face another angle. "You're staring at the wrong place. I didn't think you'd be able to spot me." A figure appeared from the direction that war god Ling Tian was looking at, dressed in black, wearing red glasses, and carrying a huge crossbow on his back. War god Ling Tian's face changed, and in his heart, he said that his strength was indeed insufficient, and that he had no idea that there was a person lurking in less than 3 meters. That's for sure. The famous Shadow Hunter, ranked 3rd in career rank, one of the few godly professional archers. As Lin Yun spoke, the dog's tail wagged and swept around in front of the war god Ling Tian's eyes, watching him burst into flames. The Shadow Hunter, a young man with a fair complexion and eagle-like eyes, as if he was always looking for prey, couldn't help but applaud at his words. "It's a bit interesting, but I'm curious as to how you found me." Lin Yun spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth with a yuck. "Treading on the horse. How does it feel different from the TV? What is this bitter flavor?" Then he stared at the Shadow Hunter in front of him, laughed softly, and said to himself, "The position of Shadow Hunter. Apart from being able to strengthen the power of crossbows and arrows, one of the biggest features is that it can be hidden in the darkness of the night at any time, so it can be said that there is no drawback." The Shadow Hunter nodded his head as he sniffed, the corners of his mouth curving up into a confident smile, and the god of war, Ling Tian, who was hearing about the characteristics of the profession of the Shadow Hunter for the first time, was also listening very attentively. "But as for man, no matter how much he hides, he will not disappear in his own body. so I saw the dogwood slightly folded. The shadow hunter's heart was immediately impressed to the extreme. Being able to deduce everything from the clues was indeed an expert. So you then guessed my existence through the dogwood I accidentally stepped on? Lin Yun shook his head at his words and revealed a speechless smile. Actually, I was just trying to trick the Church of Light into hiding here, and I didn't expect you to pop up. Winky face, Shadow Hunter and War God Ling Tian froze at the same time. Are you kidding me? Chapter 62 Broken Eyes. The Eerie Church of Light. Lin Yun's words caused the entire scene to be extremely awkward, and the Shadow Hunter's face, which was originally wearing a smile, suddenly turned cloudy as his eyes became lifeless. The God of War Ling Tian is even more confused. Feelings you completely rely on blindfolded? Looking at the innocent-looking Lin Yun, the Shadow Hunter's face was ugly, not realizing that he had stepped out of the way, and had wanted to hide in the shadows to see how tough the so-called great summer suit experts were. I didn't expect to go out on a limb and be swindled out just like that. What made it hardest for him was that the other party really just had no intention of wreaking havoc on himself, and people were truly blinded. It was a moment where the Shadow Hunter was questioning his own intelligence. He was like a cutie pie. He just jumped out like a little cutie? Forget it, count me out. The Shadow Hunter's face returned to normal, helplessly laughing to himself. Then what is the purpose of your coming here? Lin Yun asked, blinking his big, innocent eyes as he saw the other party's face change constantly. Unbeknownst to him, this behavior once again touched the Shadow Hunter's newly regulated mood. Looking at his opponent with a look on his face, the Shadow Hunter's huge crossbow behind his back was twitching, just as his eyebrows were now throbbing at the same frequency. Feeling the Shadow Hunter's killing intent, War God Ling Tian's eyes lit up, his heart raised with battle intent, and he couldn't help but take a step forward. As a wave of battle intent rose out of thin air, just as the Shadow Hunter's eyes lit up, the giant crossbow behind him rattled faintly. The War God Ling Tian's eyes went black and his battle spirit instantly disappeared, but he was pushed backward by Lin Yun holding down his eyes. I see you're here for the Church of Light mission as well? Are you from the Xuanwu continent? Or the White Tiger continent? The God of War, Ling Tian, was just about to speak, but when he heard Lin Yun's words, he immediately dismissed the idea of competing with the other party. The Shadow Hunter's eyes changed slightly, and before he could speak, Lin Yun said again, the Shadow Hunter profession is good at killing despite its stance. And the White Tiger is also a master of killing. Are you sent by the White Tiger City Lord to settle the Church of Light? At these words, although the Shadow Hunter's face did not change, his eyes were full of surprise that he could guess his origin based on a single profession, and to pinpoint which continent you're from, so that means that what he was blackmailing just now was himself. Lin Yun was also very emotional. The War God Ling Tian was fine. Behind him stood the entire kingdom of Dixia. And what did this Shadow Hunter do to advance to the Earth rank at such a fast pace? It's a bit interesting. Rumor has it that Deicide has always liked to reason and use force to tell others the truth. But I didn't expect it to be a person with a delicate mind. Only then did the Shadow Hunter walk towards the 200 steps through Yang. This is my name in the divine revelation. After saying that, he flashed the White Tiger City Lord's token, indicating his identity. Lin Yun nodded slightly, but in his heart, he pondered the origin of the Shadow Hunters. War God Ling Tian stared stonily at the 100 steps White Tiger token and slowly turned around, covering his heart. Why? Who can tell me? Why do they have a life preservation token in their hands and why don't I have anything? Didn't we agree that the Green Dragon was the strongest in the 5 continents of divine revelation? Liars, all of them. After roaring a few times in his heart, War God Ling Tian then turned around, looked at the grass in front of him with a proper expression, and opened his mouth. Since it's all about the mission for the Church of Light, I'm sure you've noticed that the mission site is right here, but it's empty in front of you. So I wonder if you have any insights. 100 steps through Yang glanced at the God of War Ling Tian and did not say anything, walking at a leisurely pace to the 2 men and looking at the empty grass, his face carrying full confidence. Hunt the moment. The Shadow Hunter's words had not yet fallen. A shadow overlapped with his body, and 100 steps through Yang drew the giant crossbow behind him, overlapping layers of shadows on his entire body as he moved. The giant crossbow in his hand lit up, slowly pointing at the grass in front of him as he moved. The Eye of the Breaker. Buzz. At the same time that 100 steps through Yang's eyes lit up with a blue glow, a sound of an arrow leaving the string sounded. A huge and lance-like arrow suddenly appeared and shot out, bringing up a terrifying sonic boom. With a muffled sound, the long arrow was strangely nailed to the air in front of him, and the arrow's feather trembled continuously, as if it had hit some object. The War God Ling Tian's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked at the arrow, 100 steps through Yang, and his heart's battle intent was once again ignited. Right at this moment, the space was swirling in front of the long arrow that was strangely staying in the air in front of the 3 people's eyes. The ordinary curtain then dispersed, and a dilapidated church emanating an aura of holiness appeared in front of the 3, and the long arrow, nailed just in the center of the church's door. The Eye of Delusion? Kind of interesting. Lin Yun stroked his chin as he looked at 100 steps through Yang's back, and then twisted his head to look at the god of war Ling Tian, his eyes as if he was waiting for a good show to start. Lin Yun already knew who 100 steps through Yang was, and he and the god of war, Ling Tian, because of their identities, the two would face each other sooner or later. Lin Yun was already a bit impatient. As the dilapidated church appeared in front of the three of them, a sense of strangeness immediately overflowed all around, and a few people's hearts were filled with strange feelings. Without waiting for a few people to think about it more, the wooden door of the church's dilapidated wooden house, as if it had been closed for 1,000 years, resounded with a piercing sound, as if someone were rubbing wire against glass. With the toothsome sound, the wooden door quietly opened. The door inside the black, particularly bizarre, a musty smell flowed into the nose of several people. An unpleasant stench filled the nostrils of several people, causing a slight frown. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes heavy, but without the slightest hesitation, they stepped straight into the darkness. As several people entered the church, the wooden door suddenly closed once again, and the church outside the door, in the spatial change, was once again hidden and disappeared. After entering the church, he realized that the scene inside the church was not as dark and gloomy as he had imagined, but instead was bright and holy. The church was small and the rows of seats were filled to overflowing, with only the last row empty. At the very front of the church, a cross flashed with holy light, and the holy light enveloped a white-bearded priest at the very front, who was currently leading the congregation in prayer and chanting. Lin Yun and the three of them glanced at each other with a puzzled look on their faces. This scene, it was different from what they had imagined. A few people then waited and watched. Finding a seat, the priest's whole body was filled with holy light. His expression was very serious, and his eyes were flooded with divine colors. It just seems like a fanatical God's messenger. Lin Yun frowned as he looked at the sacred scene inside the church, but felt that it was filled with strangeness everywhere. There was always a hint of dissonance in the holy scene before us. All the believers were staring at the pastor in front of them, chanting scriptures in unison, and even a few people entered and took their seats without realizing it. There was nothing but frenzy on his face. The god of war Ling Tian also surveyed everything around him, but he didn't see anything, only that his head felt drowsy amidst the chanting. At this moment, Lin Yun's head was also spinning, but he realized that a glimmer of light lit up on 100 steps through Yang's eyes, and the corners of his mouth were also rising. What was discovered? Lin Yun asked in a low voice as he thought of the Eye of Delusion. 100 steps through Yang gave Lin Yun a strange look and lowered his voice. In the church, there was really only one person. At those words, Lin Yun and war god Ling Tian were instantly creeped out. How could there be only one person? Then what the hell was this room full of people? Looking up, the two men had a pupil earthquake. I only saw that at some point. The originally neat and loud chanting came to an abrupt end. Everyone mechanically twisted their heads around, their heads twisting 360 degrees as they stared at the trio with whitened, dead eyes. The two men were startled. The atmosphere of the entire church is very strange. The original holy atmosphere instantly transformed. The entire church is no longer bright and holy. All that was left was an eerie horror. Chapter 63: A Sudden Change of Heart. In the face of the sudden change in the church, Lin Yun and the war god Ling Tian were both shocked. Think about it. Dozens of fervent believers who were chanting our Lord's holy message suddenly have their necks twisted 360 degrees to stare straight at you. The scene is no less terrifying than when your parents suddenly push the door in while you're secretly watching a movie. Oh, the latter is probably even scarier. But the scene in front of them, which was just like a horror movie, just suddenly appeared in front of a few people, and it was chilling. What are we going to do now? Just sit here. The god of war Ling Tian looked at the face in front of him that was glowing with white eyes, pale and with a foul odor, and quietly put up the Bible in front of him to block the horrifying ghostly face, and turned his head to ask Lin Yun in a low voice. Lin Yun, on the other hand, pinched his nose and likewise whispered back, I think, but just as he opened his mouth, a foul odor hit his nose, making his eyes roll back in his head, and he barely got his breath back. Lin Yun was instantly furious, not caring whether this thing in front of him was a person or a ghost. Watchman Chaos Gold directly covered his hand, and his fist with golden light oncoming fist directly blasted at the face of this ghost that was getting closer and closer. Tap horse S. It stinks. Did you not brush your teeth? Bang! This 360 twisted head in front of him was blasted by Lin Yun's fist and spun around dozens of times in a row on his shoulders before falling onto the table. Lin Yun took a step back after a punch, bounced in place a few times, and swung his fist a few more times in a boxing motion. Labor is a staunch atheist with 9 years of compulsory education. What class dare to scare Labor here? War god Ling Tian looked at this bizarre scene and his eyebrows jumped. Good guy, ghosts dare to fight. However, this was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the person who was just craning his head to stare at them just straightened up. Seeing this, Lin Yun hurriedly stepped forward, picked up that head and pressed it back, smiling fawningly at the bizarre being that stood up in front of him. That one accidentally struck out too hard. This is going to press it back for you. Look, it's intact. After that, he even patted the head that had been put back on, and then a snap was heard as the head rolled to the ground once again. Lin Yun was immediately embarrassed, grinning face with sweat. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Obviously they didn't believe it. The head facing backward, chest facing forward, bizarrely rushed directly towards several people, with a weird laugh in his mouth, and although he was walking backwards, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of several people. Asterisk. Lin Yun and war god Ling Tian were startled as the church's weirdness swarmed around them, directly surrounding them. As for 100 steps through Yang, he had long since become invisible, revealing his figure far away from the two Lin Yuns. Looking at the two who were ghostly screaming while striking out with extreme violence, he silently shook his head. He then turned his gaze to the white-bearded priest at the very front of the church, who was unresponsive in the face of what was happening in front of him, with his giant crossbow already cocked, just as Lin Yun and the others were fighting with Creepy in the Church of Light. 3-141-5926, who was far away in Tianfa City, was also in crisis. Brother 6, who had obtained a territory token with Lin Yun's help, immediately constructed the territory after choosing it, gathering all the congregations of his yin-yang society and preparing to use the territory as a starting point for rapid development. At first things were going as he thought they would, and everything was going in the best direction, but starting a few days ago, there was a steady stream of club members being killed. Whether he was practicing alone or developing in a small group, he was always surrounded and killed somehow. After Brother 6 hastily organized his members for a fruitless counter-pursuit, the follow-up didn't bother him too much. After all, the god's apocalypse is such a big piece of cake that it's not uncommon for struggles to arise over wilds or equipment. It wasn't until the black-packed crowd surrounded the territory that Brother 6 realized something was wrong. In just a few days' time, the average level of the members had dropped by 2 levels, and as the Vice Society and a bunch of high-ranking members exited the Yin-Yang Society one after another, Brother 6 knew that something big had happened. The Thieves Guild, World Destruction, and several guilds around Tianfa City had joined together, aiming for the big cake that was Brother 6's territory, and all of them reached out to get a piece of the pie. In less than a day's time, because after the Vice Guild brought quite a few experts to quit the guild and join the opposing camp, the Yin-Yang Guild was powerless in front of the united several guilds, continuously losing territory. The original territory that covered a huge area had been swallowed up by Su, and the remaining guild members, including Brother 6, all retreated into the last small city, focusing on their death defenses. If the last small piece of territory was overrun, then Brother 6 would no longer be the lord of the territory. However, in the face of such a desperate situation, many members of the Yin-Yang Guild felt that the momentum had gone and withdrew, and for a time, the large guild nearly died out. Brother 6 sat alone on top of the city wall, looking at the former vice president who had fought side by side was now standing behind the Thieves Guild president, Thief Saint, in the image of a dog's leg. Such a scene caused Brother 6's face to become more and more ugly. I wanted to ask for help, but except for Kiki's reply to Kiki's reply, the other messages were like a stone dropped into the sea, and it was normal for Easy and Godslayer to be out of contact. After all, the two of them were either in the secret realm or on their way to it. But the wealthy and generous with 6 brother real-world acquaintance, but as evaporated, has been offline for many days. The real world cannot be contacted. Cannot contact people? This is for the rich and powerful is impossible things. A businessman, no matter when, you can contact him, otherwise how to do business? This situation makes 6 brothers' heart an extra layer of haze. The heart is more anxious. Always feel that the wealth of the real world should be out of something big. At this moment, the several major guild presidents who were looking at Brother 6 from afar were sitting together, with the Saint of Thieves firmly in front of the stage, his face rampant with smugness, looking at Brother 6 in front of him, who had been forced into a desperate situation by himself. The Stealing Saint couldn't help but recall the humiliation he had suffered in Death Valley before. As the famous Thieves Guild, you were the one who brought someone to save the day when it was crucial to surround and kill Easy. Now I'm curious to see who can come to your rescue. Prosperity? Kingslayer? I'm afraid I'm dead under the hunt of those characters. Thinking of this, the Stealing Saint was full of confidence as he stood up and shouted across the dark crowd. 3-141-5926. Be a good boy and hand over the territory. Or are you waiting for rescue? Getting away with it? Wealthy? Or maybe it's deicide. Hearing the name of Godslayer, on one side of the exterminator had a complicated expression. Because of him, his own reputation was far and wide. Also because of him, his own gray head was infamous. But the Stealing Saint told himself a secret, and it was because of this that he dared to follow again. but now it was in the capacity of a junior brother of the Stealing Saint. All of this, thanks to the Godslayer. Even if you're not dead, you'll still be in endless trouble. Then sooner or later I'll take revenge with my own hands. On the city wall, as Brother Six listened to the words of the Stealing Saint, the anxiety in his heart deepened one more point. What did he mean by this? Did something happen to a few of them? It shouldn't be. A few people are too strong for all to see to have anything happen. Unless, as if he could see through what was going on in Brother Six's mind, the Stealing Saint opened his mouth with a cold smile. Maybe at this point, in reality, some of them are already in the ground, especially the ones outside of Daxia. Chapter 64 Suspected Treasonous Stolen Saints. Strange events at the Church of Light. Into the ground? Hearing the words of the Stealing Saint, 1415926 immediately had a bad guess in his heart and immediately thought of someone wealthy. Currently, among the several people, only Wealthy is outside the country, and with the fact that he has not been able to be contacted in the past few days, it is certain that something has happened to Wealthy. When something might have happened to his longtime friend, Brother Six's eyes instantly reddened and an icy tone burst from his throat. What did you say? Impossible. Wealthy's own identity was not simple. It could not be so easy to get into trouble. Thinking of this, Brother Six stabilized his mind, but he didn't expect the Stealing Saint's next words to make his scalp go numb. Qin Liwei, you know him, don't you? Brother Six's face paled again. Qin Liwei, the very real name of the wealthy and powerful. The name was known, and it was also known that he was in an offshore location. So what good end could there be? The last glimmer of hope in Brother Six's heart was dashed. Snapping to his feet, he stared dead at the villainous face of the Stealing Saint and said word for word, "It's just a game. Why would you do that?" "Oh, is that so?" The corners of the Stealer Saint's mouth curved up, mockery in his eyes as he reached out and pointed at Brother Six from afar. "It's nothing more than a game to you guys, so you can screw me to death. Now that the offense and defense have switched, not only Qin Liwei, but you, Easy and Deicide, none of you can escape. All of you must die." 1415926 eyes dulled, immersed in the immense pain of losing his best friend. At this moment, the message rang out, and after Brother Six swept a glance at the message he had just received with a face full of grief, his eyes suddenly changed slightly, and he raised his head once again, with nothing but murderous intent in his eyes as he stared fiercely at the Stealing Saint. To be able to settle Qin Liwei outside of the country, aside from the forces outside of the country, you're not qualified enough. What? You don't get enough of being a traitor? You've become a traitor? Seeing that Brother Six had revealed the truth in a single word, the Stealing Saint's face visibly changed for a moment, then returned to normal. It's true that he provided information to outside forces, but so what? What can you do without proof? Even you don't know where my people are? You don't think people won't know who you are if you change your name, do you? Matsu Kakuzu? Or perhaps, Lu Tao? The Stealing Saint's face changed drastically. How was this possible? It had only been 2 days since he had changed his name, and how his identity had been revealed. You fart. At this moment, the Thief Saint's face was very ugly, and the several guilds around him obviously didn't know exactly what was happening, but once they heard Brother Six's words, this Thief Saint's real name was Lu Tao? Then he betrayed Daxia and turned to the enemy? He even changed his name? In an instant, the faces of the surrounding people were all very ugly. No matter what time, Daxia people will never forget the incident of being bullied and humiliated by an enemy country many years ago when Daxia was weak, which is an eternal painful memory engraved in the blood of Daxia people. If the Stealing Saint was truly treasonous, then the behavior of himself and the others at this moment was tantamount to complicity, and how could they stand up to the present that their ancestors had exchanged their lives for? Seeing the expressions of the crowd, the Stealing Saint immediately understood what they were thinking and explained in a panic. "Don't listen to him, he's just trying to divide us to protect his territory. Don't fall for it." Seeing that the crowd was still skeptical, the Stealing Saint quickly turned his head towards Extinction to make a wink, and Extinction was very entangled in the situation, but forced by the warning in the eyes of the Stealing Saint, he began to explain as well. "Everyone listen to me? The Thieves Guild has always been active in the major online games of Daxia. If he really betrayed Daxia, he would have long been detained by the Daxia command headquarters. How could he be allowed to get away with it? So please don't be alienated by the Yin Yang Society's people. As long as we knock down the last piece of territory and get the territory token, our several major guilds will divide the cake, and it's too late to make a difference. Everyone is an understandable person. They should know this, right?" After hearing Extinction's words, several people nodded their heads, choosing to believe in Mistress. After all, Mistress had a point. If the Stealing Saint was really a rebel, it was impossible for him to be active in the major online games of Daxia for so long. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the Stealing Saint had betrayed the Grand Xiao only a short while ago and had nothing to do with the former Thieves Guild. Perdition turned around, but his face was unusually ugly. He was aware of the matter of the stealing saint, but he had already gotten on board. He could only be forced to be complicit. The stealing saint was also slightly relieved to see this, but his heart was all alert, looking at Brother Six on the city wall and pondering, how did he know about this news? Which part of the process went wrong? No, we need to get this over with and then get offline to deal with the hand ends and evacuate in a hurry. For some reason, the stealing saint's eyelids fluttered wildly, and he always felt as if something bad was about to happen. Brothers, don't wait any longer. Directly crush over with the greatest strength, even if we pay a terrible price. We must forcefully take the territory. Otherwise, if the guilds from the other continents find out about this, I'm afraid that the cake won't belong to us anymore. The stealing saint waved his hand, and the rest of the major guilds nodded their heads slightly. Originally they intended to settle this matter with the smallest possible cost. After all, as the Lord's sixth brother, the weapons on the city walls were his privilege. Strong attack, too much loss. But the stealing saint was right. If time dragged on, with the current speed of information circulating, he was afraid that it would attract more people to covet it. On the city wall, Brother Six looked at the surging crowd, but the corner of his mouth carried a hint of a playful smile as he turned back to the remaining members of the Yin Yang Society. Brothers, no matter what the outcome is, as long as one breath is present, we'll defend the city gates to the death, and when it's over, 100 gold coins per person. Kill the stealing saint once, I'll directly offer 500 gold coins as a reward. The members of the Yin Yang Society were encouraged by what they heard. 500 gold coins. Even if they didn't play this game anymore, they could still live an exceptionally comfortable life in reality. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. And with just one word, everyone was instantly demoralized. 3-141-5926 eyes full of killing intent, staring at the stealing saint to death. Just be in the game, stall him, and when he reacts, he's done. The regimental battle was imminent. Both sides of the manpower wore into a peace. Six brothers sighed. Because of the advantage of the Lord, there are defensive weapons ranked on top of the wall. Every time an attack was launched, the allied forces of several major guilds would not fail to suffer heavy losses. However, the guild's allied forces were superior in terms of the number of people. A black mass of people who came forward and followed. And at this rate, they would soon be able to break through the city walls and occupy the territory. Inside the Church of Light, Lin Yun blasted away the creepy that was just like a zombie with one punch, kicked over another pile that was pouncing on him, and then quickly ducked behind the god of war, Ling Tian, and quickly sent two messages out. War god Ling Tian was instantly pressurized. This zombie-like looking thing was extremely disgusting. His head had fallen off and he could still rush up and grab you. Running up and arching you even when your hands are gone doesn't do much damage. But it's so disgusting. As soon as Lin Yun stepped back, War God Ling Tian was immediately surrounded by bizarre death. The 100 steps through Yang also encountered a problem. The first time the Eye of Delusion failed, the movements of the priest in front of him were erratic, and his own attacks failed to lock on at all. And the weird thing was, with that priest's eerie cry, he actually couldn't find the two of them, Godslayer and War God Ling Tian. The Church of Light was left with just himself, the priest, and a room full of creeps. Lin Yun looked up after sending the message, and it was the same scenario. The original god of war Ling Tian who had been in front of him disappeared, and a headless, two-handed creepy arched towards him. All you up. Lin Yun pumped a powerful Vajra kick. The god of war Ling Tian swept his lance across the room, sending a group of bizarre flying, and turned back to call on Godslayer to help, but his eyes stared, his back was empty, and Lin Yun's figure had disappeared, and he was suddenly like a spurned, disgruntled woman. Asshole, I can't believe you left me alone. Chapter 65 Church of Light. It's alive. In the Church of Light, the situation gets weirder and weirder. All three were within the church at the same time, but could not see each other. A group of creeps were kicked and scattered in all directions, and Lin Yun retrieved his big foot and looked at the creeps that were charging up again once more. This group of bizarre shaped like zombies, senseless in general, broken hands and feet can still twist over like a maggot. See Lin Yun or almost spit out their lunch. The worst part is that the creeps regrow limbs and heads on their bodies over time. The white-bearded priest, on the other hand, stood on the stage and recited something he didn't know what he was reciting. As the white-bearded priest's voice stopped, all the weirdness before him all stopped in its tracks before a disgusting scene unfolded in front of Lin Yun. All of Creepy's already twisted body was writhing and expanding like a viscous liquid. In just a blink of an eye, all of them turned into muscle zombies full of full-body lumps. Roar! With a beast-like roar, all the muscle zombies sped towards Lin Yun like crazy, their speed already far exceeding that of before. Bang! Lin Yun kicked over and hit one of them squarely in the head. The head shattered in response, spilling out a bunch of green slime, and Lin Yun immediately flipped and retreated. the green slime just spilling out not far in front of him. With a piercing sound, the floor of the Church of Light, which was splattered by the green slime, immediately sunk in and a thick green smoke rose. It's actually poisoned. As Lin Yun was thinking about it, several pimple-covered fists blasted over, and Lin Yun's feet glowed blue. The very attribute power of the King character, reverse streaming river. The foot collided with the fist, and 3 popping sounds rang out directly as the fist exploded in response, the green slime erupting once again. And Lin Yun's feet were not damaged because of the protection of the water attribute, but the muscle walkers without their fists charged again, unaware of the pain. Gung Zi, Watchman Chaos Gold. The Gangjin hammer that shone with metallic light appeared in Lin Yun's hand, and the hammer grew larger in response as Lin Yun swept across the room with the hammer. There was an endless stream of explosions as if poking a balloon. The bizarre zombie in front of me, directly by the giant hammer, hard hammer burst, leaving a hammer of green mucus. The whole gung-ho hammer came from the piercing corrosion sound. A strand of green smoke rose up. Lin Yun frowned slightly. The metallic nature that was so rigid and strong actually couldn't resist the green venom in front of him? On the contrary, the most een and soft water attribute can instead? Soon enough, the Gangjin hammer was corroded, and Lin Yun hurriedly dropped the handle. The white-bearded priest on the stage raised his eyes at this moment, and his golden eyes showed a hint of scheming. Without waiting for Lin Yun to think carefully, the white-bearded priest suddenly opened his mouth. A terrifying suction force appeared, and all of the weirdness that had been transformed into green slime in front of him was sucked into his mouth. As the green slime was absorbed, the white-bearded priest's body thudded. His body bulged in large chunks, and his white priestly garb shredded inch by inch. Lin Yun but blinked his eyes. The priest across the street had already turned into a monster with green muscle bumps all over its body, except for its head, which remained unchanged, and the whole thing directly rose up from the ground. And if it wasn't for the fact that the roof of the church was pointy, its head would have almost touched the ceiling of the church. I'll go. Lin Yun stared dumbfounded at the unclothed monster priest in front of him, his eyes deadpan on its lower half, slightly comparing a small tail finger before covering off half of it with his other hand. As the monster priest watched Lin Yun's movements, his originally stiff golden pupils contracted, and he saw that Lin Yun had covered off half of his little tail finger after half of it had been covered off. Roar! The monster priest was enraged, and his palm as big as a table slapped directly at Lin Yun. Monsters have dignity too. What's wrong with smaller? With a sneer on his face, Lin Yun shook his head slightly at the monster priest and stomped his feet, directly avoiding the table-sized palm. The palm landed and the whole church shook as dust clattered and fell along with the broken bricks. By the time the monster priest retracted his palm, the Lin Yun in front of him had already disappeared. The monster priest's head turned suddenly, directly over his shoulder in a 360 degrees turn. Still no sign of Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun's voice came from above the church. Here it is, Tinkerbell. As the voice fell, it was a huge Gangjin hammer. The metallic light on the Gangjin hammer flickered, and upon closer inspection, there was also a layer of ice blue water attribute covering it. The monster priest lifted his head at the sound. Then, as if the entire face had been run over by a road roller, the features instantly became two-dimensional and flattened, followed by the monster priest bursting apart, inch by inch, from top to bottom. As the hammer descended, Lin Yun landed, and all that was left on the ground was a puddle of green slime. Monster priests, hardened by the gung hammer, were hammered from 3 dimensions into 2 dimensions and then into liquid. That's it? Lin Yun scratched his head as he looked at the puddle of green slime that was standing still on the ground. This shouldn't be happening, since it was a church of light that the gods had remodeled in advance with the power of the gods to be used as a subsequent point of descent for the true body. This was it? It was settled so simply. Lin Yun squatted down and looked at the puddle of green slime on the ground, always feeling that something was wrong. The green slime slowly disappeared, revealing the light white floor, and the eerie aura slowly faded away. Really settled? Lin Yun stood up and looked at the empty church. I haven't even contributed yet, and it's settled? But what about the other 2? Why haven't they shown up yet? On the other hand, war god Ling Tian was on the verge of going crazy, and he, who had always loved cleanliness, was constantly splattered by drop after drop of green slime, and his entire face turned white with anger. His body's chi energy swept away the green slime, and the carved dragon lance in his hand once again stabbed at the monster priest in front of him, and as the muscles were torn apart by the lance, the green slime once again splattered out. War god Ling Tian twisted his feet, his eyes filled with fire. Battle dragon in the wild. It was as if the lance had come to life, transforming into 1,000 gun shadows in the hands of the war god Ling Tian. The body of the lance was like a dragon, instantly passing through the body of the monster priest. War god Ling Tian withdrew his gun back and twisted his head to stop looking at the monster priest. Only 1,000 gun holes appeared on the monster priest's huge body, which was covered with green-colored power chi. As the war god Ling Tian turned back, A dragon's roar resounded from the countless green rays of light, and then the monster priest's entire body turned into a disco-like ball of light at this moment, overflowing with light. As an explosion rang out, the monster priest directly turned into a puddle of green slime that spilled onto the ground. With a flash of space, war god Ling Tian felt a change in his surroundings and twisted his head just in time to see Lin Yun. Lin Yun was currently stepping on a chair, frowning at the cross inside the church, poking it twice every now and then. Deicide, I didn't realize you were such a person. The god of war, Ling Tian, was in a state of disbelief, carrying his lance and striding towards Lin Yun's side. And just in time, the space between him and Lin Yun twisted, and the 100 steps through Yang suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. War god Ling Tian instantly understood and directly put away his long spear. What am I? Lin Yun looked at war god Ling Tian with a confused expression and asked. War god Ling Tian's mouth twitched unnaturally. I didn't expect it. I didn't realize that you actually like crosses. Lin Yun was even more confused. I like a hammer cross. And at that moment, after looking around, 100 steps through Yang frowned and said, a little too easy, don't you think? Seeing that Lin Yun was still scrutinizing the cross, war god Ling Tian nodded. It's indeed a bit simple, not as terrifying as what the Green Dragon City Lord said. Lin Yun suddenly rubbed his eyes at this time, followed by a change in demeanor, directly jumping down from the chair, walking towards the two, frantically scowling at the two. Seeing the two cuties, didn't react, and directly walked towards the church's main door. What are you ing at me for? You look disgusting like that. War god Ling Tian scratched his head with his spear, unsure, and 100 steps through Yang also looked at Lin Yun strangely as he walked towards the gate. Run, two cuties, this church is alive. Lin Yun reached out and gripped the doorknob, twisting his head and cursing. At that instant just now, the cross was like a heart, beating twice in succession, and Lin Yun had thought it was an illusion. I didn't expect the cross to jump again, which is when I gave the two men a wink and told them to retreat. As it turns out, these two, they don't have any eyesight at all. The two men's faces changed slightly as they sniffed and rushed towards Lin Yun, while Lin Yun, who was holding the doorknob, had a look of horror in his eyes. The church door, it's gone. Chapter 66 Angels transformed by holy light. Angry Deicide. When the god of war, Ling Tian, as well as 100 steps through Yang rushed to Lin Yun's side, they simultaneously watched in horror as the doorknob Lin Yun was holding suddenly disappeared. Along with it, the doors of the Church of Light disappeared. At the original gate, there was no trace of the gate, only darkness, and at that moment, a heartbeat sounded and reached the ears of several people. The three of them looked back, only to see that the originally holy cross had turned a blood-red color, and a trace of veins appeared on the cross. Bang! The cross expanded and contracted like a heart, and once again a heartbeat rang in the ears of the three men. Looking at the bizarre scene in front of them, the three of them exchanged glances, and at that moment, the Church of Light once again turned a blood-black color, making several people feel as if they had entered the stomach of a certain being. A vein appeared from the wall, and inside it flowed that green slime from earlier. No wonder the eye of delusion doesn't work. 100 steps murmured, a light once again shining in his eyes as he observed the entire church in front of him straight on. The building is alive? It's a long time to live. War god Ling Tian opened his mouth wide. No, I wasn't taught this in the military. Thinking of the secret order from the Grand Xiao General Command, War god Ling Tian's eyes gradually sharpened, and a dragon's roar resounded from the long spear in his hand. 100 steps crossing looked at War god Ling Tian in astonishment. Under this bizarre scene, he was actually able to raise such a strong battle intent. Lin Yun, on the other hand, directly opened the quest panel, and sure enough, the information changed. Church of the Light. Grade, attack power, blood. Introduction, a church tainted by a bizarre aura, often tempting others into its body by various means, possessing the power to digest and absorb others, and transforming any and all creatures that enter its body. Well, another question mark monster. And the introductions are just as useless as talking crap. No one had expected that the Church of Light that the Kirin City Lord and the others were talking about was really a church. This who brain can be so big. What kind of a Sandman could come up with this plot? For a moment, Lin Yun didn't know how to solve this Church of Light in front of him. Suddenly, that heartbeat became faster and faster, and the blood-red cross was rapidly undergoing expansion and contraction. As the cross throbbed faster, an eerie aura quietly appeared before everyone's eyes. Evil and holy, two contradictory feelings appearing on top of one breath. The eerie aura flickered and went nowhere. Is that the creepy vibe? Of the three, other than Lin Yun who had seen this bizarre aura, the remaining two had seen it for the first time. Looking at this bizarre aura floating in the air just now, the two did feel something was wrong, but they did not feel any threat. Lin Yun, on the other hand, had a hard look on his face. This bizarre aura in front of him was quite a bit stronger than that of the undead mysteries. In other words, if this bizarre aura wasn't resolved today, when the god descended, this god would be even more powerful than the god of death. Then this church of light in front of me, how should I defeat it? Before the undead mystic realm, several patriarchs had a divine stone on their foreheads, but this church, where would the divine stone be hidden? Just as Lin Yun was thinking about countermeasures, 100 Steps Through Yang suddenly spoke, panic in his eyes. It's not right. The heartbeat doesn't sound right. The war god Ling Tian smiled, who didn't know that the sound of his heartbeat was off, and then his face changed as he reached out and pressed his hand to his chest, looking at Lin Yun with a pale face. Lin Yun had also noticed that, without knowing when, the heartbeats of several people had coincided with the beating frequency of the cross. The three of them had ugly faces. How should they solve this kind of untouchable and unseen opponent? The frequency of the cross's beating increased, and several people's heartbeats increased, and their blood flow accelerated correspondingly. Several people's faces instantly turned red, and they were sweating profusely. No, something will happen at this rate. War god Ling Tian immediately sat down and summoned up his entire body's strength to suppress the speed of his heartbeat. But it didn't work. A few people's faces turned pale as they saw that the cross was beating so fast that it was already appearing as a stump. Kanji against the stream. Lin Yun's voice suddenly rang out, and his icy aura suddenly appeared behind war god Ling Tian and 100 Steps Through Yang. The two men had their backs to Lin Yun. Neither of them had expected Lin Yun to suddenly strike at them, and before they had time to react, the two Kan characters struck the two men. But oddly enough, there were only ice streams and no ice picks. The two were instantly frozen on the spot, leaving only their heads unfrozen. Kingslayer, what are you doing? The war god Ling Tian's eyes were wide with rage. He had never dreamed that Lin Yun would actually make a move against himself. Don't move, Lin Yun said indifferently. Then in the eyes of the two shocked people, he threw the Kan character himself onto himself, and the ice and cold flow spread instantly, freezing everything below Lin Yun's head. This time, war god Ling Tian discovered the problem. Under the effect of Lin Yun's talisman, the blood flowed as if it had been frozen. The heartbeat quickly slowed down to a beating rhythm as the blood was slowed down countless times, and the crisis of a few people was temporarily lifted. Awesome! 100 Steps Through Yan wanted to give Lin Yun a thumbs up, but realized that his hands were frozen. So he opened his mouth and asked, what to do next? The war god Ling Tian also looked at Lin Yun. The three men froze in place like mummies, staring blankly at the cross that had turned into a stump. Holy, if my heart beats like this, it shall not explode on the spot, Lin Yun said as he looked at the cross that was almost to the point of blurring. He then began to look around, searching for places that might be hiding divine stones. War god Ling Tian twisted his head around with difficulty and asked, are we just going to wait? I always feel that there will be a change. Before the words fell, the sound of chanting scriptures began to appear throughout the Church of Light, and the sound poured into several people's ears from all directions. At the same time, a bit of holy light appeared in the church, which landed like drifting snow and looked very mysterious and holy. Crow's mouth, Lin Yun said without a trace of anger. War god Ling Tian was embarrassed. Is it so evil? As the chanting got louder, several people began to realize something was wrong. The head was groggy, as if it had been anesthetized, and there was a great affinity for the holy light before me, and in a trance an angel descended from the sky. Just as war god Ling Tian and 100 Steps Crossing closed their eyes, a comfortable smile appearing at the corners of their mouths, Lin Yun's furious roar brought up a monstrous murderous intent, directly awakening the two of them from their daze. Gods be damned. The two opened their eyes to look at Lin Yun, only to find that the ice on Lin Yun's body had shattered and his eyes were red and frightening. An enormous gung hammer appeared in Lin Yun's hand. Die for me! The giant hammer in Lin Yun's hand swept directly out horizontally, and in the eyes of the two men who were terrified, the giant hammer was only 0.1 millimeters away from sweeping into the heads of the two men. Both men's hairstyles were swept straight across the room by the hammer wind. Standing straight up in one direction, war god Ling Tian and 100 Steps Through Yang glanced at each other, both seeing the afterthought in their eyes. Death, then, is less than 0.1 millimeter away. As for Lin Yun, his giant hammer directly swept across the angel in front of him that was composed of holy light, and as it swept across, the holy light was directly dispersed. The angel disappeared into thin air, but Lin Yun's demeanor was maniacal, and the giant hammer in his hand kept slamming towards the surroundings, nearly hitting the two men several times. The two hurriedly shattered the ice on their bodies and quickly dodged. Don't even care that the Church of Light can control their heartbeats, because they knew that they might die if their hearts were controlled by the cross, but if they were swept by one of Lin Yun's hammers, then they would definitely die. As Lin Yun frantically bombarded the various parts of the Church of Light, which was already looking dilapidated, was riddled with cracks and debris, broken everywhere. He can't be controlled by the cross. 100 Steps Through Yan looked at Lin Yun who was destroying everywhere in front of him with a pale face. He didn't expect that a mage would actually possess such a terrifying close combat ability. You're silly. If deicide was controlled, then the two of us would have been hammered into meatloaf a long time ago. War God Ling Tian looked at 100 Steps Through Yan like a retard. Also, but how does he look? Before 100 Steps Through Yan could finish his words, the giant hammer of Gungold passed through his pen. 6 relatives. 100 Steps Through Yan uttered the unfinished words with a palpitating heart, a drop of sweat slowly sliding down on his head. Say, is this really a mage? 100 Steps looked at the deicide, who was wielding a huge hammer with a tiger-like appearance, with a look of horror on his face. What the hell is this? Looking at Lin Yun in front of him, an image suddenly appeared in 100 Steps Through Yang's mind. Kingslayer was wearing a mage's robe against the warrior, who made his best effort to get in close, then looked in despair at Kingslayer, who had pulled out a sledgehammer. 100 paces through Yang mixed with trembling. This is too terrible. And at this moment, Lin Yun, who was constantly destroying, suddenly stopped and slammed the gigantic Gengjin hammer on his shoulder. Turning to look into the shadows above the cross, a sly grin appeared on his face. Found you. Chapter 67. Lin Yun who lost his humanity. On the platform of the Church of Light, the blood-red cross covered with blood pulsed madly, but after Lin Yun put away his gung hammer, when he looked directly at the shadow over the cross actually paused for a moment. It's like the panic that comes from being caught in a lie. War God Ling Tian and 100 Steps Through Yang hurriedly came behind Lin Yun and looked at the shadow warily. Lin Yun twisted his head and glanced at the two men, a glance that frightened them into taking half a step back. This was because Lin Yun's eyes were blood red at the moment, and with his seemingly bizarre smile, they looked terrifyingly hideous. Lin Yun turned around and saw that the shadows didn't make any movements, so he raised the Gengjin hammer in his hand once again and remotely pointed it at the mass of shadows. You are indeed powerful, synchronizing someone's heart with the beating frequency of the cross, and then secretly releasing a bizarre aura to amplify the desires or fears in someone's heart. But it's also a pity that you amplified my desires. Lin Yun's eyes were bloodshot as if he were a devil. Lin Yun was indeed trapped. It was just a pity that Lin Yun had never had only one desire, and that was to behead gods. Therefore, the infestation of the bizarre aura only strengthened and amplified Lin Yun's hatred, which was why Lin Yun was still able to remain conscious. Li Zi Yin Yan Lai. A dozen crimson talismans appeared in front of Lin Yun, and the crimson flames on the talismans reflected on Lin Yun's face, making him appear very evil and even bizarre. A dozen or so discreet characters shot towards the shadows at a rapid pace, yet just as they approached the shadows, they suddenly shifted direction and spread out to stick directly around the church. The two War God Ling Tian were dumbfounded. Wasn't the opponent that mass of shadows? Blast! Lin Yun lightly drank, and the talisman's fire light flowed and exploded on the spot. Magma flames spread throughout the entire church at once as meteorites appeared out of nowhere, turning the church into a flaming inferno. Ah! A scream rang out in the church, sounding as creepy as a ghost's chorus. As the screams rang out, the church in front of the trio's eyes continued to twist and distort, and a stream of green slime was forced out, quickly merging with the shadows in the air before flying sharply towards the blood-red cross. As soon as the green slime entered the cross, the three of them simultaneously felt a pain in their hearts, and cold sweat broke out directly on their faces. What's going on? 100 paces through the yang in the hands of the giant crossbow because of heart pain powerless to hold fell to the ground. Kneeling on the ground to cover the heart, the god of war Ling Tian holding a long gun barely stabilized his body. However, Lin Yun seemed to be unaffected as a giant Gengjin hammer trailed behind the green slime as it entered the cross and slammed down on it. Bang! The giant hammer bounced up under the deafening collision. Lin Yun's hands went numb and a hint of pain flashed across his face, and the two War God Ling Tian's hearts were like being hit by a giant hammer, rolling on the ground, covering their hearts in death and screaming miserably. Seeing Lin Yun raise the Gengjin hammer again, 100 Steps Through Yang hurriedly spoke out. Don't do it. That cross has a commonality with our hearts. You're attacking our hearts if you attack it. At those words Lin Yun slightly turned his head to look at the two people, scarlet eyes and human. The corner of his mouth cracked open a bizarre smile, looking at the two people's scalp numb, while Lin Yun turned back and directly swung his gung-ho hammer against the cross and blasted down again. 100 Steps Through Yang's heart felt as if it had cracked, and his face was pale as he opened his mouth, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't make any sound. He was controlled by a bizarre aura of desire. Not a true godslayer. War God Ling Tian spoke in a trembling tone, sucking in cold air as he explained. I'm only afraid that the two of us will have to explain ourselves here. It's only a drop of one level. Understanding the reason. 100 Steps Through Yang's hands trembled as he picked up the fallen giant crossbow, his eyes glowing as he aimed at the cross. Tiger shockwave. Instead, Lin Yun suddenly approached the cross and opened his mouth. A bit of dark black light coalesced and took shape in Lin Yun's mouth. Terrifying power converging into a bit of light, just like the cohesive photoelectricity of the Kirin City Lord before. In the next second, the bit of light in Lin Yun's mouth suddenly grew larger, and a pillar of dark black light that was large enough to cover the cross violently exploded out, directly blasting onto the cross. The war god Ling Tian and the two of them immediately went black. The intense pain caused the two of them to almost pass out, and they couldn't feel the existence of their bodies at all. And under the shockwave of the mutated version of the tiger's roar, a horrific scream emanated from the cross, and a blurry mass of shadow was swept away from the cross, as if it had been ripped out with a hard hand. As the shadow detached, the cross couldn't withstand the force of the tiger's shockwave, and it directly burst apart. The disengagement of the shadow and the shattering of the cross was met with a crunching sound at the hearts of all three and a wave of relief throughout their bodies. As the pillar of light disappeared, Lin Yun's scarlet eyes stared intently at the shadows in front of him, a cruel smile flowing from the corners of his mouth as he spoke coldly. Now, where else can you hide? 100 steps through Yang and war god Ling Tian covered their hearts with palpitations as they looked at Lin Yun's terrifying smile as well as the bizarre mass of constantly twisting and trembling aura in front of him. For a moment it was impossible to tell which was the creepy scent. When viewed this way, the deicide, who has lost his humanity through amplified desire, is more like the embodiment of a bizarre aura. The two swallowed and moved back without a trace. This was so scary it felt like they almost got cold just now. This godslayer had obviously been controlled by desire for his body, only thinking of getting that weird mass of breath killed, knowing that something would happen to the two of them if he made a move on the cross. But he didn't even blink an eye. It's better to stay away just to be safe. You can't kill me if I'm this far away. The two men's backs were directly pressed against the church wall, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw densely packed talismans floating all around them, encircling them along with the two men. The three colors of talismans, ice blue, crimson, and bright gold, were densely packed, almost crowding the entire church, and the three colors appeared to make the church beautiful. War god Ling Tian plucked away the talisman in front of him and watched as Lin Yun swallowed a drop of blood glowing with a greenish light, exchanged a glance with 100 steps through Yang and spoke helplessly. Oh ho, now that's a barbecue. Kingslayer went crazy and ate the blood of the green dragon. 100 steps through Yang was breaking his fingers to calculate the number of talismans in front of him, and after looking at the talisman in front of him with an extra trace of the power of the green dragon, he nodded, found a comfortable position to lie down, and closed his eyes with his limbs straight. In the next second, a violent explosion directly submerged the entire church in a colorful glow, like a continuous thunderstorm raging, and a dark mushroom cloud rose up. The crowd in the novice village watched the apocalyptic-like scene with horror on their faces, scrambling to avoid the chafing ground as a huge mushroom cloud in the air shocked them. In the next moment, all the players in the novice village went black before their eyes. The entire world of the novice village was in darkness, and countless wild monsters were rushed by the shockwave and directly turned into experience on the spot. As for the two war god Ling Tian, before the panic in their eyes could surface, the two of them turned into two masses of white light, and were blown around like balloons by the terrifying explosion. The weird mass of breath was also directly dispersed in the terrifying explosion, and a mass of blue-white mucus was directly vaporized by the terrifying force in the air and disappeared. After a long time, war god Ling Tian and 100 steps through Yang were resurrected in place. Their eyes were filled with panic. This was the real power of Godslayer? The power of an atomic bomb? In that instant just now, the bloodstains that the two were so proud of almost instantly cleared to zero. This was something that a Xian rank 8 could do? Oh, Xian rank 9 now. The terrifying explosion just now had swept through nearly the entire novice village's wild monsters, and the massive experience value caused Lin Yun, who was already almost level 9, to rise one level. One could imagine how large the explosion range of those tens or millions of talismans was. The springs in the novice village were densely packed with players, and there was silence. Dude, squeeze to the side. You're rubbing my head. Someone opened their mouth to inquire with a confused look on their face. Who brought the atomic bomb into the game? Chapter 68. The bizarre aura has been extinguished. 100 steps through Yang reveals his own identity. The original, though seemingly dilapidated, church is now a pile of rubble. Resurrected god of war Ling Tian. Two people looked at the original lush green. Everywhere a green novice village, now is also full of devastation. A dead silence, once again swallowed his mouth. However, Lin Yun was turning his back on the two without making a sound. When the two of them followed Lin Yun's gaze, they saw that in front of Lin Yun, a cloud of bizarre aura was slowly recovering. Only, it was too much smaller than before. Accordingly, the original ruins of the Church of Light, brick by brick, is slowly being restored. Soon, the dilapidated Church of Light reappeared before the trio's eyes. That didn't kill you? Lin Yun sighed and spoke slowly. Enough millions of talismans in containing the blood of the green dragon to strike with all their might, but actually failed to resolve this bizarre aura. Lin Yun was caught up in layers of doubt. The power of the gods, so terrible? No, there should be some reason for this. After all, the three great patriarchs had not become gods, and the bizarre aura was not truly the power of a god. Thinking of this, Lin Yun raised his hand slightly. The bizarre aura suddenly trembled and retreated. Wait! The two War Godling Tian pieces of Lin Yun raised their palms, and immediately their souls were in a state of shock as they opened their mouths in horror. Lin Yun put his hand on his head and scratched it. Sniffing, he turned back to look at these two and said, "Wait for what?" Seeing that Lin Yun was only scratching his head, the two of them immediately felt a sense of celebration after the robbery, and seeing that Lin Yun's eyes had regained their clarity, the two of them immediately hugged and cried bitterly together in joy. Lin Yun's head was covered in black lines, two big men hugging and crying. It was a disgrace. "It's fine, it's just so scary." 100 paces through Yang wiped a handful of tears and said, War Godling Tian's head nodded madly, looking at the Church of Light, which had been restored to its original state, as well as the cloud of bizarre aura that had shrunk quite a bit. Lin Yun stroked his chin. "Want to do it again?" At the words of the god of War Ling Tian, two people once again eyes showed horror. 100 steps through Yang even swoosh rushed in front of Lin Yun. Wait. With a trembling voice, 100 steps through Yang pressed Lin Yun's hand with a very sincere attitude. "Big brother, take a break, just leave the next one to me." Seeing Lin Yun looking at himself with a look of distrust, fearing that something would change, 100 steps through Yang immediately pulled out a white gold-colored light from his backpack. "Look, this was handed to me by the White Tiger City Lord before I left, saying that it contains his full strength strike, which can definitely kill this bizarre aura." 100 steps through Yang spoke rapidly, fearing that if he said one word slower he would see that terrifying mushroom cloud again. Lin Yun nodded at the sight. The full force of the White Tiger City Lord's strike should be able to resolve the bizarre aura in front of him as well. What the two of them didn't see was that the War God Ling Tian had a face that looked like he had suffered a blow at the moment. Why? They had the token and the full force of the City Lord. Why I have nothing? Ah, that's not fair. The moment he saw the white golden light in 100 steps through Yang's hand, the bizarre aura fled with a swoosh. However, Lin Yun was one step ahead of it in terms of arriving at the location, and 5 characters appeared behind the flickering of the bizarre aura. Kanji, reverse flow river. The severe cold instantly enveloped the bizarre breath, and although it couldn't freeze it, it did affect its movement speed. And when 100 steps through Yang saw this, the giant crossbow behind him instantly appeared in his hand, and the white golden light of his left hand slapped on top of the giant arrow. With the sound of a string, long arrows covered in white golden light bounced out. A tiger's roar in the air of flight reached the ears of several people. The long arrow arrived in an instant, directly hitting that weird mass of breath. In the next second, a bright white golden light illuminated the entire church, and a white golden ball of light formed where the weird aura was. A circle of black lines appeared around the ball of light. The White Tiger City Lord's full force strike caused the surrounding space to vaguely shatter, and around the ball of light, there were clearly black spatial cracks. As the ball of light died out along with the bizarre aura, the Church of Light slowly shattered like porcelain. Within moments, the bright church in front of him had disappeared. The three of them appeared in an empty place at once, and as far as the eye could see, it was all bare, and the river not far away next to it was only a piece of dry and cracked yellow soil. The entire novice village seemed as if it had suffered a nuclear strike, full of devastation and nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to players Godslayer, God of War Ling Tian, and 100 steps through Yang for completing the quest Strange Breath of the Church of Light, and obtaining an S-ranked skill book and 50 million experience. The system's prompt rang in the ears of the three at the same time. Lin Yun's body flickered with light, and he had already reached Xian rank 10. The other two were careful to look at Lin Yun with a sultry look, their hearts indignant. Damn, doing a quest and dropping a level is a blood loss. What Kingslayer? It's like a plague, can't stay with him from now on, too damn scary. Who would have thought that the bizarre aura didn't kill him, but was instead killed by the Godslayer in front of him? Lin Yun turned around to see two eyes full of murderous intent from a ghostly starting point and slightly squeezed the fist of his left hand, asking with an innocent expression, "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Yun's clenched fists, the two of them immediately shook their heads frantically. It's fine, it's fine." Seeing this, Lin Yun put down a handful of talismans in his other hand. The two of them breathed a small sigh of relief. At this time, God of War Ling Tian spoke. "Godslayer, I have to rush back to hand over the mission. Someone contacted me in reality." Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he glanced playfully at War God Ling Tian. He naturally knew what the matter was that was frantically contacting War God Ling Tian at this moment. Seeing Lin Yun nod, War God Ling Tian prepared to go offline, as the Great Xia General Command and War God Battalion were constantly urging him to return to reality. Wait! 100 steps through Yang opened his mouth, his eyes a little hesitant, looking at the War God Ling Tian with a blank face but stopped in his tracks. His heart was hateful and he opened his mouth. "There's one thing I have to tell you guys. Be careful these days." The 100 Steps Pathfinder paused and spoke again. "I belong to the expatriate assassin organization Paradise in the real world, and a few days ago I received a message to assassinate the top 100 players in the Dasha service ranking in reality. Anyway, Watch yourselves. Before the words fell, a long spear accompanied by a dragon's roar stabbed 100 steps through Yang's throat. What did you say? Foreign killers? The terrifying killing intent was monstrous, and the appearance of the power of the green dragon also caused 100 steps through Yang to be shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. And the tip of the gun stopped as it was pressed against 100 steps' throat, a trace of blood oozing from the tip. War God Ling Tian's icy voice rang out. I'll let you live this time, but next time I see you, we'll no longer be partners, and I'll kill you. War God Ling Tian put away his lance, only monstrous killing intent remaining in his eyes, nodded at Lin Yun, no longer glancing at 100 steps through Yang, and directly went offline in place. 100 steps through Yang bitterly smiled as he watched the god of war Ling Tian disappear, turning his head to look at Lin Yun. I can't make the call, and that's the only thing I can say. At the moment they're targeting players who are outside of the country. After all, no one has the ability to enter the territory of Daxia to do whatever they want, but you still have to be careful. After all, there are times when the ones who do it are not necessarily expatriates. 100 paces through Yang finished in one breath. Saw Lin Yun nodded, turned back with a bitter smile and left. His heart was bitter. If I could, I would like to stay in Daxia just like you guys, instead of drifting around outside and thinking about home alone. You all don't understand. I was forced to do what I had to do. As 100 steps through Yang stumbled along, Lin Yun's voice suddenly came from the distance. Thanks. Also, Daxia will always protect its own, no matter where you are. Remember that. 100 steps through Yang's eyes rippled for a moment, and he paused, but did not turn around or speak, only raised his hand and waved it towards the back. Lin Yun sighed in his heart as he looked at the 100 steps through Yang who had walked away. 100 steps through the Yang, formerly known as Li Chengfeng. Both parents are not in. Hold the breath of the heart of the young to become famous. Famous, but was framed by the crowd. Forced to fight back to cause the consequences cannot be borne. Forced to stay away from home. In his previous life, he had participated in the hunt for the great summer ranking players, and then he encountered the war god Ling Tian who hunted him down and disappeared. However, when the gods descended and there was a crisis in Daxia, he returned and faced the gods, striking a stone with an egg and dying. There are some people who never forget their country, even when they suffer injustice and blows. Ding! At this moment, Lin Yun's address book vibrated crazily, and day after day of information surfaced. God Slayer. This is easy. I'm on my way there. Brother 6 is surrounded by a group of guild allies. The situation is critical. Come to the rescue. Brother God Slayer. I'll go over to help Brother 6 first. God Slayer. I've stalled the Stealing Saint. Chapter 69 Easy Help. Stealing Saint Escape. Lin Yun was in the Church of Light when he fell into a frenzy. The territory of Tenfa City. 3-141-5926 is under attack. The Thieves Guild and Extermination. Led by the Thieves Guild, united with the other guilds to lay siege to Brother Sayx's territory. The battle was lopsided at the moment, and as the members of the Yin Yang Society continued to die in battle, it had become more and more overwhelming. The Saint of Thieves had gathered no less than 5 guilds, and the crowds of people defiantly stormed the territories, constantly consuming the members of Brother Sayx's Yin Yang Society in a life-for-life manner. As the level of the Yin Yang Society members decreased, the defeat was just a matter of time. The Stealing Saint commanded the players to release their skills to attack the city gates. Once the gates were broken, then the territory would be given away. What Brother 6 cares about is not the territory, but the fear of not being able to delay the Stealing Saint, giving him a chance to get out of the game. The tide had turned, and the Yin Yang Guild had such a large number of people that it was far from being able to compete with the United Guilds. Each death would cause the members of the Yin Yang Guild to be lowered in rank, while on the side of the United Guild, the people who came up on top each time were all members who had never died. Exchanging numbers for differences in levels was the ploy of the United Guild led by the Stealing Saint. There was nothing 6 could do about it. He could only try his best to fend off the enemy in front of him. It didn't matter if his own level was lowered, as long as he was retained. Brothers, we've already seen the dawn of hope. One more wave and the opposite territory is in the bag. The Stealing Saint had a smile on his face as he watched the Yin Yang Society's people continue to die and rush out again, over and over again, getting lower and lower in rank. The lower the level, the weaker the battle power, and the opponent was already caught in a deadly cycle. Rumble. As the tall gates fell to the ground with a loud clang, the gates broke under the constant attacks of the United Guild. The members of the Yin Yang Association could not stop showing a sad expression on their faces. The destruction of the city gates meant that all the territories were lost. After this battle, the Yin Yang Association had already existed in name only. Why? Couldn't last longer. Brother Sayx's face was anxious, constantly looking at the messages in his address book, his eyes distantly in place, waiting for the person to arrive. I need a little more time. Once the Stealing Saint gets the territory, the absolute first thing he does is go offline and run away. Give me a little more time to stall him. Follow me. Stall them. Brother Six stood outside the breached city gates in the lead, and behind him were the only remaining members of the Yin Yang Society, less than 100 of them, and under the constant deaths, some of their levels were even less than 10. However, they did not leave from the beginning to the end and stood firmly behind Brother Six. They knew in their hearts that whether they won or lost today, this battle would be the Yin Yang Society's last show of grace. The United Guild was surprised that the Yin Yang Society was so formidable that even though the city gates were lost, they still defended like an undefeatable force. 3-141-5926. Someone else is besieged. You lead a rescue. You are besieged. Can anyone back you up? The stealing saint killed, and his words were filled with mockery. Who told you there was no backup? A voice came from far and near. A long sword crossed the sky. Easy stomped on the long sword and stood in the air, instantly coming above the crowd. A strand of white hair swaying slightly in the wind. Sword chi and demonic chi crossed the sky, vaguely affecting the weather. Killing intent flowed on the battlefield, and the crowd felt a burst of coolness. The Holy Church of Prowl is here, and those who do not retreat, die. Easy stood in the air, standing in front of Brother Six and the others, facing the densely packed United Guild members, and coldly shouted out. Along with the sound, there were also countless transparent long swords rising up in the air, standing behind Easy like stars arching over the moon. The crowd of the United Guild stopped in their tracks, looking at the two people in front of them who had both reached the Earth rank, not daring to act rashly for a moment. What are you guys afraid of? It's only two people. Looking at the shocked crowd in front of him, the stealing saint opened his mouth in annoyance. Easy to hear. Also no nonsense. Hand gently lifted. Tens of thousands of transparent long swords shot out the air into a transparent dragon. The dragon is obviously much stronger than before. The dragon swaying vaguely appear a hint of dragon roar. The transparent dragon flipped and rushed towards the United Guild members in front of it, its huge body crushing all the way from the center. And any player that touched the dragon was strangled and disappeared by the sword chi in just an instant. A road that was only 10 meters wide appeared in front of the crowd, and from high above, the United Guild's crowd was split in two. With just one strike, no less than thousands and thousands of people were killed. Behind her back, Kiki saw this and leapt up carrying the giant sword, the airborne shadow immediately attaching itself behind her, changing along with her movements. The air giant sword gas black and red flames, behind the devil god in the hands of the giant sword like rising up straight to the black pressurized crowd in front of the split down. The players within nearly 500 meters in front of them were shaken by the terrifying aura, and in the next second, the demon god Shadow's giant sword slashed the crowd, and Kikiru also fell into the crowd, and a wave of destructive magma rushed to the sky. Players within the entire 500-meter range were instantly engulfed by the lava, unable to even send out a scream. The magma rose up in the air and didn't fall for a long time. In the middle of the magma, Kikiru slowly stepped out carrying a huge sword, and the magic pattern looked particularly evil on his delicate face. This time, several major guild presidents all sucked in a breath of cool air. These two people's fights were worlds apart from their own and others, just like cold weapons touching hot weapons, not a level at all. Brother Six also opened his mouth slightly. Easy, even if this little girl who follows God Slayer every day like a follower and sweetly calls her brother, is she also so powerful now? Brother Six, has Brother Kingslayer come yet? The magic lines on Kiki's face disappeared and returned to the appearance of a sweet little loli, twisting her head to look at 3-141-5926 inquiringly. However, the huge sword on her shoulder swung along with her body, and the huge sword fiercely slapped the Easy, who was tilting his head at a 45 degrees angle and pretending to be a pussy, and directly gave him a stagger, and his temperament was completely lost. Ah, I'm sorry, 90 degree. Easy's brain was spinning, and when he saw Kiki repeat running over with a worried look on his face, he was so scared that he stopped it in a hurry. Stop, stop, stop. At this time, Brother Six walked over and opened his mouth to laugh. Kingslayer hasn't come through yet, but his message came through that it's time to close the net. For the first time since the siege began so far, Brother Six smiled and explained towards the two. Seeing the three of them chatting feverishly in the distance, the stealing saint's teeth were on the verge of breaking, and when he turned around to look at the demoralized team, his face became even more ugly. At this time, Brother Six suddenly smiled faintly at the stealing saint, his eyes filled with a scheming smile. Seeing this, the thief saint's brow furrowed, a trace of bad premonition rising in his heart. Then he realized that in the team, quite a few members of his thieves guild suddenly disappeared, forcibly going offline. And just at that moment, a message from his brother, Sonny Boy, was sent. Brother, run, something's happened. The Dacia General Command has sent people to take over the house, and Mom and Dad have been arrested. Seeing the message, The Stealing Saint's eyes went black and his body shook. Son, don't ever return to your country. Don't think about avenging us. Your identity has been exposed. It was a message from his dad. The Stealing Saint was weak. His legs trembled, and he made to swallow his dry throat. What's going on? Why would the good old Dasha go after himself? Despite the fact that the family operates a gray industry, it has always been careful not to leave any handles. Now that they are all caught in the net, there is no need to think about what will happen to them. Isn't that a surprise? Brother Six suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes filled with the pleasure of a great revenge. The Stealing Saint's eyes glowed fiercely as he stared straight at Brother Six, gritting his teeth. Did you set this up? Someone has released all of your information to the Dasha General Command. Your family members, your name, your address, and you. None of the evidence of Matsu Kakuzu's treason is missing. You're dead. Brother Six laughed out loud, but his words rang like thunder in the ears of those guild presidents, and their eyes changed as they looked at Stealing Saint. Damn traitors! Traitor! A furious guild leader slashed directly towards the Stealing Saint with a longsword in his hand. The Stealing Saint dodged it in a mess and tried to explain, but he realized that perdition had also suddenly forced his way offline, and as if it was a chain reaction, the members of the thieves' public house kept flashing up and forcing their way offline, and there was no need to think about it to know that they had been captured one by one in the real world. Less than 10% of the remaining thieves' guild members were left. It's over. It's all over. He knew that Dasha had always treated people like himself with zero tolerance, and he was only afraid that nowhere was safe now, so he had to run away. The Saint of Thieves hurriedly took a step back, and his body began to flash up, ready to directly go offline and run away. What territory and what thieves' guild? All don't want it. Stop him. He's a traitor to the demons. Dasha is arresting him. Seeing this, Brother Six directly roared out in anger. The several guild leaders with sharp eyes next to them struck out at the same time, their colorful skills directly bombarding the Stealing Saint, interrupting it directly. The Stealing Saint's face was anxious, and with a flash of black shadows on his body, 3 identical Stealing Saints directly appeared, blasting away the siege of several presidents with all their might and scattering to escape. Several people were at a loss for words, and for a moment they didn't know which one to go after. And Easy didn't know when he had already appeared beside one of the Stealing Saints, and the confinement stone was directly crushed, and a purple-red color enveloped the Stealing Saints. The figure then flickered, and the Stealing Saint's neck was directly broken, but with a smile on his face, his entire body disappeared into white light without reappearing. Fake? Easy looked towards the other 2 Stealing Saints, his eyes narrowing slightly. However, he saw the other 2 Stealing Saints with mockery on their faces, and the short swords in their hands directly wiped at their necks, turning into a white light and disappearing. Kikiru was late to the party, and her lack of speed caused her to stomp her foot in anger as she viciously draped her giant sword over the spot where the white light had disappeared. He got away. Chapter 70 Dasha releases policies. Easy moves against Lin Yun. A few people really didn't expect that the Stealing Saint's ability had been strengthened again, and now he could manifest 3 doppelgangers, and a moment's inattention allowed him to return to the spring by suicide. It's too late to go back to the springs and hunt him down. This made Kiki repeat very chagrined and stomped his foot in anger. Had he known that he would have added some attribute points to his speed? Forget it, the monk can't run away from the temple. Deicide has already made his identity public. Even if he returns to reality, he won't be able to escape for long. As for divine enlightenment, I'm afraid that as soon as he shows up in the game now, a large number of people will chase after him. 3-141-5926 said so, which made Kiki feel better in his heart. By the way, are you guys also arranged by Godslayer to come here? Brother Six asked suspiciously. No, I've been unable to contact him as well as Fortune. I'm sorry I can't help you regarding Fortune, Easy said in a slightly lower tone, in a rare moment when he wasn't clutching his sword. Ever since he received Brother Six's distress message and realized the danger of the wealthy and powerful situation, he hadn't stopped contacting the 2 of them, but so far, there was no news. It is thought that Wealthy in reality may have actually been killed. Hearing this, Brother Six's eyes reddened as he forced himself to hold back his sadness. Let's go. Godslayer asked us to meet outside of Kirin City. After saying that, they walked ahead, and the 2 of them clearly saw Brother Six quietly wiping his eyes in front of them, both with heavy hearts. Think of that round fat guy, drinking potions to regain his blue while forcing his way through the damage to save everyone. Kiki's eyes were also red as she resumed Kiki's, and by now the real world was in an uproar. Someone had sent all the information about everyone in the Thieves Guild and the facts of their crimes anonymously to the Dasha General Command. The Dasha Supreme Command Center was enraged after checking the facts of the contents and directly dispatched the War God Battalion to the Triangle to arrest the Thieves Guild gang led by the Thief Saint. The Stealing Saint family in addition to the Stealing Saint all fell. The Stealing Saint is not in the Delta. Wait to find out where he is in the country. rushed over to the building has been empty. In the understanding that the foreign power is ready to hunt down the top 100 players of the Divine Revelation Dasha service, the Dasha commander-in-chief could not sit still at once, and a dozen or so expedited letters in a row called the God of War, Ling Tian, out of the game, and led a team to the foreign country to pick up the Dasha players as well as the people who were abroad overnight. And under the strong attitude of Dasha, the foreign countries didn't dare to obstruct too much, especially with the coming of the God of War, Ling Tian, as well as the battalion of the God of War. For a while, many of the foreign travelers had safely returned to Dasha's embrace. The war god Ling Tianifu and Dasha's strong strikes immediately caused Dasha to boil over, and they were all proud of Dasha. It also made the foreigners' ambition to hunt the top 100 players of the Great Summer Service put away, not daring to face a furious lion directly. Apart from the few unlucky ones who were assassinated early, basically the top 100 players of the Dasha service were as safe as they could be, and that letter was submitted by Lin Yun. Just as Dasha was cheering, the Dasha General Command suddenly promulgated various policies to inspire the masses to join the Divine Enlightenment online game. For example, the top 10,000 of the Dasha clothing rankings can participate in the interview for the position of the Dasha General Command, which is a proper iron rice bowl. Another example is that the top 50,000 on the list get a state award for a 3-bedroom apartment in a first-tier city. The first 100,000 children attend school free of charge. The three most important things in life, position, family and children, are all covered, which shows the determination of Dasha. The policy is very eye-catching, but it also makes people wonder why a big country would encourage the masses to play the game, which is strange no matter how you think about it. And those who are interested in understanding the policy feel the wind in their sails and immediately plunge into the world of divine revelation. In this way, whether it was with foresight or for the sake of policy benefits, Dasha set off this wave of universal divine revelation, which grew stronger and stronger. And at that moment, Lin Yun and a chubby figure were hiding under a tree by the river, chatting. It turns out that long before the foreigners were ready to hunt down the Dasha players, Lin Yun remembered the matter before entering the secret realm, and sent a message early on to inform Saichi to return to his country as soon as possible. 3-141-5926. The reason why he couldn't contact the wealthy and powerful was just to stall the setup set up by the Thieves Guild and the Stealing Saint, so that Dasha could arrange for manpower to pursue them. Wealthy had returned home long ago, and had now stealthily logged into the game to meet up with Lin Yun. God Slayer, even though I want to fix old six, I'm afraid of dying. That simpleton will have to cut me with a knife when he realizes he's been tricked by us. The fat figure was none other than the wealthy and generous man who hadn't seen him for days. At this time, his face was excited and anxious, and he was probing and looking around in anticipation of the appearance of those three people. Lin Yun spoke disdainfully with a grass root in his mouth. I'm not scared. What are you scared of? Wealthy's round little eyes rolled. Of course you're not afraid, and he wouldn't dare make a move on you or find you. Not me. He knows where I live and he's really dark when he gets down to it. This is going to be bad. Lin Yun shook his head, the grass roots shaking and shaking as he spoke. That said, why don't we all get together offline sometime? It just so happens I have some things to talk to you guys about. Lin Yun thought about it and decided to wait offline to talk to them about the matter of the divine apocalypse mirroring reality. That said, a series of weird phenomena would appear before the divine apocalypse mirroring, and then he would have a good chat with them at that time. The credibility would be very high, right? Zundu fake doo-doo. Lin Yun almost punched Lin Yun in the past just as the rich and powerful words were finished. Playing college student here at such an advanced age is definitely mocking me as a proper college student. Except for college students, where anyone would use that word. Then I'll find a time to form a game. Brother Godslayer, what city are you in Disya? I'm in Goat Town. Wealthy was about to reply, but Lin Yun held his head down. Lin Yun whispered, they're coming. I'll go out first. You find a good opportunity to come out and scare them. Both of them have a wry expression on their faces, and the wealthy and powerful mouth is not happy, but their actions are very consistent. With heavy faces, the three of them arrived outside of Kirin City. Among them, 3-141-5926 as well as Kiki repeat Kiki were even more red-eyed, while Easy had a furious look on his face, and Lin Yun just happened to walk out from the small forest next to him. As soon as he saw Lin Yun, Easy couldn't suppress his fire, and sheathed the eight-faced Han sword in his hand, directly stabbing at Lin Yun with his sword. Asterisk. Golden light flashed in Lin Yun's hand, and two fingers directly clamped onto Easy's longsword. What the hell is wrong with you? Easy's eyes stared, shocked at Lin Yun's strength. He was already at Earth Stage Level 1, but he didn't expect Lin Yun to clip his sword so easily. Easy retrieved his longsword directly, and his tone was icy cold. Since you knew that the Stealing Sage would unite with foreign enemies to assassinate great Xia players, why didn't you tell Kai Chi? It was rare for Easy to say so much, but when he thought about how Deicide knew about the situation but only told Brother Six to try to stall the stealing saint by all means at the last minute, but why didn't he tell Fortune sooner that his life would be in danger? Easy, this is not to blame for Deicide. After all, Fortune is outside the country this matter. Except me you all do not know. 3-141-5926 blocked between Easy and Godslayer and opened the way for Lin Yun. Hearing this Easy snorted coldly and withdrew his long sword. Then he could have said it earlier. What's the point of talking only after things have happened? After saying that, he directly encircled his dual swords, his eyes carrying disbelief and anger. Looking at Easy, Lin Yun had been able to hold back his laughter a bit, so the arrogant sword immortal had such a side. The hiding Fortune was touched. Who would have thought that the face-paralyzed man who looked cold and couldn't say a few words to anyone would rush at Deicide because of his own fake death? Kiki repeat Kiki, on the other hand, rushed up and hugged Lin Yun, her head buried in his chest as she cried, "Brother Godslayer, Fortune is dead. He's really dead." Lin Yun's body stiffened as he felt the tightly pressed males, but looking at the crying to the point of convulsions of Kiki replica Kiki, his heart instantly softened and he could only reach out and gently pat her head. At this point, Lin Yun was a bit embarrassed. Was this overplaying his hand? However, the performance of the two also made Lin Yun make a decision in his heart that the matter of the divine revelation reflection should only be told to them as soon as possible. The reason why he hadn't told the crowd for so long was really because the betrayal he had received in his previous life was so biting that Lin Yun didn't dare to trust anyone so easily. However, the behavior of these few people gave Lin Yun a renewed sense of trust. 3-141-5926 strongly holding back his sadness, he spoke to Lin Yun. Godslayer, Wealthy's real name is Qin Liwei. He has no relatives in reality. And now something has happened. I have to take a trip offline to deal with it. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't say anything and had a weird expression on his face, Brother Six sighed and said again, "The matter of going to the Sea of Void will be discussed when I return." And at that moment a thieving voice sounded behind a few people. "Old Six, what are you going to do offline again?" Chapter 71 Kingslayer, you backslider. Hearing a familiar voice, 3-141-5926 head stiffened and slowly turned around. At the sight of that round body as always, the small round eyes that could never be opened, Brother Six froze, that familiar timelessly hanging on his face all the time thieving smile. Brother Six stared hard, not daring to blink, as if he was afraid that if he blinked, the wealth in front of him would disappear. "I know brother is handsome, but I'm a little scared of you staring at me, a yellow man, with that sexually unbalanced look on your face." Kaidaki greeted towards the two of Easy Kiki repeat Kiki, came to Brother Six's side, and put an arm around his shoulder and said. Easy was even more embarrassed, so the one who did nothing was himself. Brother Six felt the weight coming from his shoulders and couldn't help but smile, a smile full of relief and gratitude that Zaibatsu was still alive. Wealthy's apprehensive heart relaxed at the sight. Laugh it up and laugh it up, laugh it up, laugh and be safe. The next moment, a fist slammed hard directly into Zaibatsu's eye socket. Ouch! Wealthy one eye instantly turned into a panda eye. Looking at 3-141-5926 full of murderous face will be the casserole big fist once again aimed at his other eye. Wealth scared the hell out of him, panicked and ran towards Lin Yun, while running a face loud miserable screams. Kingslayer, quickly save me, someone's killing people. Seeing that Kai Chiqiao sought his help, Lin Yun hurriedly stepped forward, and this scene of righteousness instantly moved Kai Chiqiao's heart and gave him hope. Saved. However, he didn't want to, but Lin Yun directly reached out and took dead control of Wealthy, while shouting towards 3-141-5926. Come on, I've helped you control him. Seeing that Lin Yun had transformed into a traitor, the wealthy man's eyes glazed over, his soul bubbling, his voice trembling as he stared angrily at Lin Yun. Anti-bone boy. Lin Yun smiled and opened his mouth, his hands deadening his control over his wealth. Old roughneck, you're not doing the right thing with this. How can you hurt your brother's heart so much? Hearing this, Brother Six became even more enraged, and even snatched the huge sword in Kiki Repeat's hand as he rushed over like a madman. Kaidaki immediately used all the strength of his body with the intention of getting rid of Lin Yun's control, making efforts until his face was suffocated red could not get rid of Lin Yun's clutches. I'm going to denounce you. Kaidaki's small eyes rounded with anger, twisting his head and about to open his mouth to explain, but Lin Yun was pulling out a rag from somewhere and shoving it directly into his mouth. The wealthy man instantly exploded with anger and looked at Lin Yun's cold and icy eyes with an instant look of horror. Not good. This Kingslayer wants to kill and kill. And Sax's fist was already aimed squarely at Fortune's intact other eye. With a mutated scream, both eyes of the rich and powerful turned into panda eyes, coupled with the rounded body, living a big summer national treasure. And Brother Six doesn't care if you're a first-class protected animal now. Holding the huge sword that Kikiru grabbed from him horizontally, he pressed Saichi to the ground in a deadly manner. picking up the huge sword and slapping Saichi with the sword body fiercely. Miserable screams rose and fell. How could a support system mage with great wealth escape the poisonous hands of a meat titan? Easy. A few people look at the mood of comfort. Told you idle nothing to play this kind of bad routine in the TV series, causing others to worry about you. Only Kikiru looked at Lin Yun, who was smiling like a flower. Brother Godslayer, this matter wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? How can it be? I never do this kind of thing, and you can't learn to be rich and powerful, you know? This kind of person deserves a beating. Seeing that Lin Yun's expression didn't seem to be fake, Kiki replied with a sweet smile. The rich and powerful man who was being beaten up looked at Lin Yun incredulously, with nothing but miserable screams and whimpers coming out of his mouth. But unfortunately, the rag directly blocked his channel to expose Lin Yun. Sorry, Easy's voice came from the side, and Lin Yun twisted his head to look, but he saw Easy ringing his Han sword, and was fully concentrating on Chang Wei as he struck Fu. Only his complexion was extremely unnatural, and Lin Yun smiled without responding, once again enjoying Brother Sayx's violent aesthetics. When Prosperity saw this, the corners of his mouth also showed a smile if anything. After a long time, Six finally got out of breath. Several people then sat by the stream and began to camp, grilled meat and drank wine and chatted. Only the wealthy and powerful were 3-141-5926 tied to a tree, with a very constant expression of sadness on their faces, intent on informing the crowd of the truth. A few people completely ignored him and chatted to themselves. Only Lin Yun took advantage of the crowd's inattention and quietly turned around, making an evil expression at the wealthy man while tracing his fingers across his neck. Wealthy immediately didn't dare to whimper anymore and lowered his head in resignation. That is, you informed Zaibatsu from the beginning to let him return? As he spoke, Brother Six once again turned back to look at Fortune while clenching his fists. Lin Yun nodded and took a bite of the kikireki roasted beast's leg, revealing a smile of satisfaction. A hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes when he learned that the stealing saint had escaped. This stealing saint is the same as the previous life. Once again treason, but no one knew about it in the previous life, which led to the late national war. Dacia was very passive, and even more betrayal of mankind after the gods descended. It could be said that this person, the stealing saint, was a complete anti-human being, and if there was a chance, he must be directly exterminated. However, now that the Thieves' Guild had been overthrown, the stealing saint, by himself, thought that he wouldn't be able to turn over the sky, much less affect the national war. Right, deicide? Brother Six suddenly spoke up with an unnatural look on his face. The Sea of Void secret realm you mentioned before, you'll have to give me some time to upgrade. In the previous period of time, during the time when a few people were frantically upgrading, because of the construction of the territory as well as the same wealth to eat and drink, the level of the eye had been pulled apart by a few people. In the world of God's Apocalypse, you can make a transfer every 10 levels. Yellow rank 10 level for the first time corresponding to the occupation transfer promotion. Xian rank 10 level after the occupation can be strengthened, referred to as the second turn. Because we're God level professions, we only need to complete one quest to complete the second turn, and Brother Easy helped me do it. Kiki proudly raised her face, looking at Brother Sax's cultivation level of but Xian rank 8, for the first time she felt out of her league, smiling so much that her mouth couldn't even close. There's no rush on this. You and Wealthy will wait for the game update to upgrade first. Complete turn 2 and we'll head to the Sea of Nothingness together. Lin Yun paused. And I also have to complete turn 2 first before I can do that. Lin Yun thought about his second turn quest, but he had a big head. Transition tasks. Defeat Ouyang Jinxiu, Lord of Kirin City, alone to complete the transfer. What the hell is this? Defeating that old man Ouyang Jinxiu all by himself? Are you targeting me? A small mage of Xian rank 10. Going to defeat an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. Is this called a quest? Isn't this going to send death? What's more, ever since the Vermilion Bird City Lord recognized himself as his younger brother, this old thing looked at himself in the wrong way every time. Really tell him to talk to himself and have to beat him? I'm afraid the end is worse than being tied to a tree with a fortune. Thinking about it, Lin Yun's scalp numbness. Do not know Ouyang Jinxiu, this old thing in the mind, and what? Their own so a brother-in-law do not know to please it? Ding! The game is about to undergo an update due to plot advancement, so please prepare yourselves. The Continental War will soon begin after the game update is complete. I wish all players a happy game. 3 consecutive announcements appeared before the crowd. The game will be updated soon. Chapter 72 Forgotten Fortune. Beauty with a date. Since the game was about to be updated, a few people made a good deal and left one after another. Lin Yun scratched his head before going offline, always feeling as if there was something he had forgotten. And after thinking for a moment he really didn't think of it, so he just went offline, completely oblivious to the fact that the wealthy man they had tied to the tree was frantically writhing his body in an attempt to alert Lin Yun, who had not yet gotten offline. Big brothers, Why don't you guys let me go before you leave? How am I supposed to get off the line like this? God knows if the game update will have any effect before it goes offline. I'm not going to be the first player in history to go gaga over a game update. As the light flickered, Lin Yun also went offline, leaving only Wealthy blinking with a face of despair. Back in the real world, Lin Yun washed up and then went to the balcony to leisurely drink afternoon tea, running through the threads of thought in the divine revelation in the process. At this stage, he was already Xian stage level 10. The next step was to defeat Ouyang Jinxiu, the Lord of Kirin City, to complete the second turn, and once he completed the second turn, Lin Yun's strength would be radicalized once again. Through the match with the war god Ling Tian, Lin Yun already knew how strong he was. In his previous life at this time period, Lin Yun was still hovering around the yellow rank, but now, he was able to go straight to the ground rank wild monster. According to his current strength, no player at the second turn of the earth rank was his opponent, not even close for the gods, though. Lin Yun thought carefully about the quests he had taken on, and now there were 4 unfinished quests. Lord Kirin's commission, travel to the Sea of Nothingness to find clues to the Kirin. 2. Reason for Kirin's disappearance, to find the place where the light alternates. 3. Scarcity of ancient Chinese occupations, ask Kirin for specifics. 4. Commission from the Patriarch of the Tianyang sect, hand over the Wenxinju to the Lord of the Green Dragon Continent. Aside from the first mission, which all members of the team would be able to go and complete after their second turn, the remaining 3 missions Lin Yun was currently clueless about. Where to find a place where light and darkness alternated? The Qilin continent alone was huge. Who knew where this place was? Finding the Kirin is even more of a headache. Having disappeared for tens of thousands of years as the Lord of the Kirin continent, only the task of handing Wenxinju over to Qinglong had the slightest possibility. Lin Yun also had a lot of questions in his mind that could perhaps only be answered when he met the Green Dragon. For now, we can only take one step at a time. At this moment, the cell phone rang, interrupting Lin Yun's thoughts. The display showed an unfamiliar number, and Lin Yun pressed the answer button in confusion. Guess who I am? Delicate and lovely. With a hint of laughter in her voice, one could tell it was Xia Shue's voice. Where did this little ninny get her phone number from? No guessing. Hearing Lin Yun's reply, there was silence on the other side of the phone for a long time. The sound of teeth rubbing could be faintly heard. Lin Yun imagined that at this time, Xia Shui was so furious that she was gritting her teeth. Xia Shui's slender hand tightly squeezed the cell phone, her chest constantly rising and falling, so angry that she wanted to directly hang up the phone. Yo, little girlfriend pissed off? Just kidding, how could I not hear your voice? Looking for me for what? Lin Yun's voice came again, and Xia Shui's face immediately turned red, but her mouth was unforgiving, and she spoke with a light hum of arrogance. Humph, men are trustworthy and sows will get into trees. I'm here to inform you that you're ready for your graduation photos, and that, no surprise, you've 100% forgotten about graduation time. Only after hearing this did Lin Yun remember that it wasn't much longer until graduation, and that the graduation photo on the eve of graduation was indeed the final curtain call to say goodbye to the student years in life. Seeing that Lin Yun had yet to reply, Xia Shui gently bit her lip and slowly opened her mouth. I'd like to ask you to go with me to see the graduation costumes. Are you free today? Xia Shui's voice was very soft. You could tell that she was being careful. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity to spend time with a beautiful woman, not for any other reason than to put himself in a pleasant mood, but for some reason, every time he encountered Xia Shui, the idea of teasing her would rise in his heart. Not today. Hearing Lin Yun's reply, a hint of despair flashed in Xia Shui's eyes, and before she could respond, Lin Yun's voice came again. But as long as it's you, I'm free anytime. Xia Shui's heart was immediately like eating honey. The corner of her mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Then I'll see you in front of the school? Lin Yun nodded, thinking that Xia Shui on the opposite side of the phone couldn't see it, and opened his mouth to reply. Then wait for me by that tree in front of the school. I'll be there in a minute. Before Xia Shui could reply, Lin Yun's face was shaken, followed by a cold sweat. Oops, forgot to put the fortune down. Lin Yun slapped his head, finally remembering what he had forgotten when he was preparing to go offline. This, Wealthy is still tied to the tree. No one untied him. Lin Yun hurriedly determined the time with Xia Shui, so he was ready to enter the game to rescue Fortune, but he realized that Divine Enlightenment was already updating, and Lin Yun was dumbfounded. Oh, this, what can be done about this? Wealthy should be fine. After all, I haven't heard of anyone who didn't have time to quit and then hung up because of a game update in the last life. What's more, this update wasn't very long, it was done in an afternoon. Besides, if something really happens, I think the wealthy and powerful will not find their own trouble. After all, it is 3-141-5926 that will tie him to the tree. There's always a way out for the wrongdoer. I'm just a spectator, right? He should have nothing to do with himself. Ba. Lin Yun folded his hands and silently closed his eyes, his face heavy with prayer for fortune. The people hadn't even gotten into trouble yet, but Lin Yun had already practiced in advance. A second later, Lin Yun opened his eyes, took the car keys, and without looking back, pulled the car door, got in the car, and closed the door, all in one go, and with the roar of the car, the matter of the wealth still tied to the tree was thrown out of his mind with the exhaust fumes. Soon Lin Yun arrived at the entrance of the school, and at a glance he saw Xia Shui, who was standing playfully under a tree. But at this moment there was another person beside her who was constantly talking by her side. Xia Shui's face was ugly as she kept evading. The other party was still persistent and kept following Xia Shui around in circles. The vehicle braked to a stop and stopped in front of Xia Shui, who was being asked for contact information. Immediately saw Lin Yun in the car window, and her originally very ugly face couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. "I'm sorry, but this flower already has an owner, so please behave yourself." Lin Yun pulled open the car door and walked towards the two as he opened his mouth, coming to Xia Shui's side, casually picking up the backpack in her hand and gently stroking her hair, which had been messed up by the cold wind, from just now all the way to drive over. It was found in front of the eyes of this kinda good-looking male college students or Xia Shui's side constantly hovering, cell phone from time to time and Xia Shui's eyes waving. "Looks like want to contact information, so get out of the car and speak directly," hoping he knows what he's doing. Xia Shui, however, because of Lin Yun's action, a blush on her face, delicate and moving figure face value, immediately looked at that college student's eyes are straight. Seeing the intimate movements of the two and Xia Shui's unresisting expression, Cheng Dong immediately became enraged. "Cheng Dong is just transferred to the school today." A glance at the waiting at the door Xia Shui, ask friends only to learn that this girl is actually the school flower. Schoolgirl, that one must have a taste of it. Subsequently, the use of previous means of dealing with girls constantly accosted the girl in front of them, but time and time again was rejected. Looking at can be imperial sweet body proud of Xia Shui, the heart is more persistent. But what is the situation now? Lousy here to half a day to WeChat you do not give. And now this driving a luxury car as soon as he came to change this dainty expression. This is simply bullying too much. Women are really snobbish nowadays. But don't you know that the manager of this school is also named Ching? Snobbery or not, women like that are the easiest to get at. Thinking of this, Mileage Tong immediately stepped forward and tugged on Xia Shui's bag. "It's none of your business here, so get the hell away from me." Lin Yun looked at the torn backpack in his hand with a dumbfounded expression, then looked at Cheng Dong, whose face was furious, and turned his head to ask Xia Shui, "This person, do you recognize him?" Xia Shui gently shook his head. Lin Yun suddenly gasped and laughed, thought that there was an old acquaintance with Xia Shui, but it turned out that it was really just a campus hooligan who wanted contact information. What's the difference between asking for contact information like this and being a hooligan? With a force in his hand, he directly ripped that Cheng Dong over, and then he even stomped his foot out. Where's the stupidity? Cheng Dong floated over like paper when Lin Yun pulled him, and before a person could react, his chest felt as if he had been hit by a train. The entire person's eyes went black and he directly collapsed to the ground. His heart was very indignant. After so many years, no one had dared to make a move against him. "Do you know who I am? You wait for me." Lin Yun, however, didn't even look at him as he brought Xia Shui into the car and thoughtfully fastened his seatbelt. Because of the small space, when Lin Yun finished fastening his seatbelt, he could only arch his body back to the driver's seat, and directly kicked the gas to leave while Cheng Dong was still shaking people on the phone. Cheng Dong's eyes became even more hazy as he was sprayed with car exhaust. "Hey, brother Locke, someone is messing with me. Help me find out who that guy is that often appears beside the school flower Xia Shui. I want to get him killed." Chapter 73 Kiki Repeat. Kiki is actually Xia Shui's sister? As the vehicle traveled, Xia Shui, the co-pilot, slightly sidestepped her head from time to time to look at Lin Yun, who was driving seriously. The blush on her face hadn't stopped since she got in the car. Every time she remembered Lin Yun's action of arching his body to leave after helping her fasten her seatbelt, Xia Shui's heart was shy and proud. "Seen enough, handsome?" Lin Yun laughed as he drove. This way Xia Shui's little head was spinning madly. Those who didn't know thought she was driving and was looking at the rearview mirror frequently. "Cool," Xia Shui blurted out, and when she reacted to it, she immediately covered her small mouth. Instantly blushing, and seeing her small action being discovered, she immediately covered her eyes with her hands, feeling that it was not enough, and buried her head into her legs. Lin Yun smiled at the sight. Girls really are the most adorable creatures in this world. Thinking away and continuing to drive seriously, Xia Shui secretly raised her head to look at Lin Yun and buried her head once again. Thinking about my subconscious answer is really embarrassing. Following the address given by Xia Shui, Lin Yun drove to the entrance of another university. "Is this the school your sister goes to?" Arriving at the designated location, Lin Yun asked Xia Shui, It was unimaginable that Xia Shui's sister was actually studying at a top 10 ranked academy in the entire Great Xia. Xia Shui nodded and spoke proudly, "My sister is awesome. Not only is she great at studying, she's also exceptionally good at playing games. That game, God's Apocalypse. She plays it so well and often tells me about things that happen in the game." Lin Yun laughed, looking at the way Xia Shui's eyes were glowing after talking about his sister. He only felt that it was very cute. He also remembered what Xia Shui had said earlier about bringing himself to practice leveling. "Right, so which continent of the Divine Enlightenment are you playing on? I'm in Jubilee Continent. What about you?" Perhaps because she hadn't seen her sister for a long time, Xia Shui looked at the school entrance from time to time. "I'm in the Qilin Continent." At those words Xia Shui turned her head and looked at Lin Yun in surprise. "My sister is also in the Qilin Continent, yeah." Xia Shui spoke excitedly as if she had discovered a new continent. "Then you must know about Deicide." Lin Yun smiled. "That's definitely known." When it came to the game, Xia Shui's eyes instantly glowed and she spoke eloquently. After telling the Deicide's deeds from beginning to end, there were many things that Lin Yun himself had forgotten. Lin Yun was shocked. He didn't realize that this silly girl was still an avid fan of his. It was almost as if he had followed him all the way to witness everything. And just as Xia Shui was speaking energetically, a figure bounced to the front of the two men's car and gently knocked on the window. Lin Yun twisted his head to look. Just one glance instantly froze, and his face instantly became strange. "No, is the world that small?" Xia Shui, who was excitedly popularizing the information about Deicide to Lin Yun, immediately screamed out in surprise when she saw the visitor outside the car window, immediately pulling open the door to get out of the car and spinning around in circles with the visitor happily embracing them. Lin Yun's expression grew weirder and weirder as he looked at the little loli who was hugging and screaming excitedly with Xia Shui, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "It's a really small world. Friends from the game. So soon after meeting? Kiki, that little loli who likes to carry a giant sword? It's actually going to be Natsuyuki's sister. What's more, I didn't expect the two sisters to be even remotely similar in either personality or height, except for their chests." Lin Yun got out of the car and looked at the delighted two, and a playful smile appeared on his face. After Xia Shui had hugged her sister, she saw Lin Yun staring at her closely, and a hint of peach blush instantly rose on her face as she pulled her sister over and introduced her. "Let me introduce you. This is my sister Xia Yu." Xia Shui patted Xia Yu's head and said gently. Xia Yu felt a completely different intensity on his head than before. Shocked at the change in his sister's personality, eyes rolled back and an I know what expression appeared on his delicate face. Looking at Xia Yu's strange eyes staring at her, Xia Shui was so angry that she came at her head twice. "Ah, sis, I won't grow taller if you hit me like that. That's how strong my sister usually gets. You weren't going to get any taller." "Okay." Xia Yu rubbed her brain, then looked at Lin Yun. Just one glance instantly her eyes went straight, staring at Lin Yun with a deadly stare. "No, this future brother-in-law of mine. Why does he look so much like Brother Godslayer? This is Lin Yun." Xia Shui instantly became uncomfortable when she looked at Xia Yu's flamboyant face and directly blocked between the two of them to introduce herself. Only then did Xia Yu come back to her senses and smiled in embarrassment. "Brother Lin Yun, I'm sorry, you look a bit like a friend of mine." Xia Yu is alive with the appearance of a little loli. The appearance is extremely delicate. The two sisters stand together very eye-catching. Lin Yun nodded slightly and spoke cheerfully, "Then introduce your friend to me sometime. I'll see how much of a resemblance there is." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sounds like it too. The little loli ran directly to Lin Yun's side, reached out to compare heights, circled around Lin Yun a few more times, and sucked in a breath of cool air. "This figure also seems like Lin Yun looked to laugh. The heart is speechless. Really is that what big brainless? This is more than like, simply exactly the same good. You have no way to recognize this?" Xia Shui said with great embarrassment as she pulled over Xia Yu and directly covered her mouth with her hand. "My sister has been like that since she was a kid." Staggering. However, Xia Yu directly ripped away Xia Shui's hand and retorted at Lin Yun, "No, it's my sister who's staggering. Don't look at her as such a lady now. She's actually, future brother-in-law save me." Before Xia Yu could finish her sentence, the annoyed Xia Shui directly slapped her on her butt. Hearing Xia Yu's words, Xia Shui's face turned even redder, and the two sisters playfully joked around like this. After such an interruption, Xia Yu forgot to compare the difference between Lin Yun and Deicide. After a few people fooled around and got on the car Xia Yu is also chirping back, chirping all the way chirping. Lin Yun is kind of understand why a petite and cute little loli would take such a game name, but the real world Kikiru has a more prominent likeness and figure than in the game. And of course that mouth is much more shredded. Along the way brother-in-law and sister-in-law asked questions, from the time they met to the present. During the period is all kinds of mouth. Shy Xia Shui all the way to the face is like painted blush general. Face that red has not come down. Let me tell you, future brother-in-law, I have a friend who really looks like you, and he's very powerful. He's the #1 ranked expert in Xia. Oh, so great? That's for sure. Xiaoyu completely ignored Xia Shui's expression and spoke to herself. Brother-in-law, do you play with divine enlightenment? The smile on Lin Yun's mouth didn't stop. Just how lacking in heart could one not recognize himself for so long? By all accounts, the modeling of the divine apocalypse world wouldn't differ too much from the real likeness. Lin Yun twisted his head and glanced at Xiaoyu. This little girl, she didn't even recognize her? She's not face-blind, is she? Seeing Xiaoyu blinking her big eyes and waiting for her response, Lin Yun smiled and nodded. I love playing games. At those words, Xiaoyu immediately looked like she had discovered a new continent. Then what is your game name? I'll bring you around when I have time. God. Ha! What's with the disgusting name? Chapter 74 Meeting Zhang Ximing by chance while shopping. While Xiaoyu was still obsessing over the fact that Lin Yun's game name was God, several people had already arrived at their destination, a shopping plaza in the central area of Goat City, with all the food specialties and of course the graduation clothes that several people were planning to buy. Entering the mall, under the dazzling array of products, Xiaoyu also forgot all about Lin Yun's game name and tugged her sister, Xia Shui, to shop around. Seeing the right one and immediately buying it, Lin Yun completely transformed into a mobile suitcase. Big bags and small bags were all stuffed into Lin Yun's hands. It was also thanks to the fact that because of the divine revelation, Lin Yun's physical qualities had strengthened by leaps and bounds, or else he really couldn't carry on understanding so many things. Also because of the appearance of divine enlightenment, Xiaoyu was just chirping back and forth, and she was a rich woman in size, so she didn't give Lin Yun a chance to pay the bill at all. On the contrary, it was Xia Shui who looked at Lin Yun, who was almost hung up with shopping bags, and her eyes were full of embarrassment. After seeing a men's suit store, he immediately led Lin Yun into it. Here, try this one. Lin Yun's hands had just put down the large bag when the two sisters shoved a suit into Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun sighed deeply. Just a short while later, he felt exhausted all over. It is true that the only people who can go shopping with women are really good men, except for children. Forced into the fitting room by the two sisters, Lin Yun was forced to change his clothes one at a time, like a model being constantly critiqued by the two. As the saying goes, a man depends on his clothes and a Buddha depends on his gold. And Lin Yun, who already had a good image, brightened up the eyes of the two sisters when he changed into his penny dreadfuls. Wow, brother-in-law has a great body, especially suited for suits. Try this one again. Kiki kept on taking the new outfits for Lin Yun to try on, and after trying them on and realizing that every piece fit, he let the clerk pack them up no matter what. Xia Shui was also looking at him with glowing eyes, constantly looking for new outfits for Lin Yun to match. As for Lin Yun's personal opinion, that didn't matter. The clerk is also a face of joy. Long time not seen out of such a generous big customers. This handsome white boy body appearance is really good. No wonder can win the heart of the two rich women. Lin Yun had unconsciously turned into a gigolo in the eyes of the shopkeepers, something a few people hadn't expected. However, just as Lin Yun was changing his clothes again, Xiaoyu's angry curses rang out from outside the door. Are you sick? My sister has a date already. Oh, so what? A white boy is just a little white boy. Give some money is just, but it is you all little sister. Do you have a date Lin Yun was in the middle of changing his clothes, and as soon as he heard this male voice appear, his eyes immediately narrowed slightly, revealing a murderous intent. This voice, Lin Yun couldn't forget it until he died. Zhang Ximing. In his previous life, he collaborated with Wu Xinu, defected to the gods, betrayed the human race, and was also one of the murderers who let himself die. In the suit store, Zhang Ximing is buying clothes with his female companion, when he suddenly hears the clerk discussing a white boy with two pretty little rich girls coming to make a big purchase of clothes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ximing turned his head to look, and immediately his eyes glazed over, filled with evil thoughts as he looked the two sisters up and down. Stunning, and sexy and cute. It was simply a perfect work of God. Two superb attributes all perfectly presented in one person. What's more, each of the two women had their own characteristics, and both were the best on earth. With just a glance, Zhang Ximing's heart instantly made up his mind that he had to get his hands on these two sisters. Sisterhood. It's exciting to think about. Thinking of this, Zhang Ximing straightened his clothes and walked forward with an evil smile on his face. Compared to a little lowly like Xiaoyu, Zhang Ximing was more fond of Xia Shui. After all, Xia Shui's face and body were also better. Beauty, you have a good eye. The clothes you picked out fit me quite well. Zhang Ximing was handsome, but the evil in his face spoiled the looks, and his opening was full of frivolity and arrogance. Xia Shui had been happily counting the loot with her sister when a voice whose words were uncomfortable reached her ears. Raising his head, a gorgeously dressed nobleman came into view. Only the man's face appeared unhealthily pale, and the undisguised lust in his eyes was even more nauseating to the two of them. Seeing that the two did not reply, Zhang Shiming brought an evil smile to the corner of his mouth. It is good to have a strong temperament, and those women who fall back have seen a lot. These two sisters made Zhang Shiming have a desire to conquer. Two beauties. Do you have time to have dinner together in the evening, and enjoy a peaceful and beautiful night together? Xia Shui directly shook her head, not even lifting her head a bit. Sorry, I have someone. Feeling ignored, Zhang Shiming's words became a few points harsher. I said to have dinner together tonight. The two men were puzzled. They don't know you. Isn't it normal to refuse? Like you're the biggest in the world? Is it a crime to refuse you? The short-tempered Xia Yu choked right back. Are you sick? My sister has a date already. Oh, so what? A white boy is just a little white boy. Give some money is just, but it is you all little sister. Do you have a date Zhang Shiming, however, didn't care at all. His eyes felt like they were glued to the two for a moment, opening his mouth with a face full of indifference, and even wanting to directly go up and caress Xia Shui's face. However, just as he reached out his hand, Xia Yu was about to counterattack when a casserole-sized fist smashed right into his pale face. One punch sent Zhang Shiming flying out, rumbling down a patch of coat racks. Zhang Shiming's eyes were glazed over, his nose bleeding uncontrollably, and he couldn't get up for a long time, his blood staining a pile of expensive suits. Lin Yun's face was grim as he stepped forward and ripped the tie off his chest. The clerk saw this and ran up with an anxious face, pulling Lin Yun's hand tightly. Sir, you can't do this. We're just sales clerks. Can you please not give us a hard time? The clerk's tone of anxiety, but with a hint of contempt in his eyes. A little white boy who does not know the sky in the sky, and so on. The clothes are ruined but also cannot afford to pay for it. They can suffer. Lin Yun sniffed and frowned, directly pulling out a bank card and throwing it over. The damage is on me. Panicked to receive the bank card. The clerk's face showed a trace of disdain. Who does not know that you are the adopted white boy? You can have a few money in this bank card? The clerk turned his gaze to the two Xia Shui sisters, but to his surprise, all of the two sisters' eyes were on Lin Yun. The clerk wanted to say something else, but directly met Lin Yun's cold and murderous gaze, instantly not daring to speak again, silently taking his bank card to swipe it. The heart cursed a barbarian. Lin Yun took a big step forward, but saw that Zhang Shiming had just trembled and climbed up, and kept screaming under his breath. Tap horse of which bastard hit laborers, looking for death. Before the words left his mouth, a strong and large hand directly pinched his neck, and a feeling of suffocation directly greeted him. Lin Yun had a murderous aura on his face, and his hands exerted force without the slightest reservation at all, the force so great that it caused Zhang Shiming's throat to emit a grotesque sound. Zhang Shiming felt death so close to him for the first time, his whole body chilled and cold. Looking at the handsome man in front of him with a murderous face, he had no doubt that he would die here. Let go of me. Zhang Shiming opened his mouth trembling, his voice breaking, unable to speak a complete sentence at all. Xia Yu looked at Lin Yun with a face of adoration, as Lin Yun's figure slowly blended with Deicide's appearance, and Xia Yu felt more and more that Lin Yun was particularly similar to Deicide. Just as Zhang Shiming was about to break, Lin Yun's face struggled as he let go of his hand. The divine apocalypse had not yet been mirrored, and it would not be long before his dog's life was allowed to remain a little longer. Zhang Shiming suddenly gasped for air, and there was a vague fishy odor underneath his body, and at this moment, he was actually scared to the point of peeing his pants. Death is so close, but in the next second, a terrifyingly huge force attacked, and Zhang Shiming only heard a few crunching and stabbing pains in his chest. It was evident that Lin Yun had broken his ribs with a kick. Between unconsciousness, he only heard Lin Yun's voice calling the police. Yes, someone is carrying prohibited items. Lin Yun finished making the call and looked at the unconscious Zhang Shiming, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he left with the two sisters. Xia Shui. To the horrified eyes of the store clerk, Zhang Shiming's female companion saw a few people walking away and looked at Zhang Shiming who had fainted and died, and hurriedly screamed out, "Murder!" Chapter 75 Zhang Shiming arrested. Divine Revelation update completed. Zhang Shiming's female companion's scream immediately attracted the attention of a bunch of people, and a few shopkeepers panicked and hurriedly picked up the phone to call the police. However, in the next moment, Lin Yun once again walked in with a gloomy face, glancing at the woman who had stopped screaming before walking straight towards the store clerk who had called the police. The clerk was instantly scared out of his wits, holding the phone and looking at Lin Yun in horror, his mouth wide open and trembling as he said, I, half unable to say a word. His fingers nervously squeezed the phone, neither to put it nor not to put it, and for a moment his face was very pale. Lin Yun didn't even look at her, he just casually snatched his bank card and left straight away. After making sure that Lin Yun, the god of fury, had really left, the clerk rushed to call the police. Uncle policeman, someone is committing murder. Come quickly. Just after hanging up the phone, a group of armed police forces with loaded guns rushed in. The clerk looked at the hand that had just lowered the microphone before removing it, and a thought rose in his mind. Is it so efficient? As soon as the armed police came in, they immediately took control of all the people, including the clerk who had just called the police. The few people who were pressed to the ground by death were confused. This wasn't right. Is this the way the story is going? Zhang Shiming's female companion was pressed to the ground and was now frantically abusing her. Are you guys blind? The murderer just ran out and you didn't catch him. Let go of your dirty hands. Do you know who the man in your hands is? That's the Zhang family's Grand Duke. Blind your dog's eyes. What are you doing? The clerk followed suit and helped. Right. The killer just ran out. You've got the wrong guy. The armed police in the lead ignored the insults and explanations of the two of them, but directly put all of them under deadly control, and searched Zhang Shiming, who was unconscious and under control. In no time, a small bag of medicines was pulled out from Zhang Shiming's body, and even more so, a pressed and loaded weapon was found from the backpack Zhang Shiming was carrying. A hint of killing intent instantly flashed in the eyes of the armed police officer in the lead, and the eyes that looked at the several people were filled with ice coldness. Take them all. The female companion obviously didn't know the seriousness of the matter and arrogantly shouted angrily at the armed police. Are you guys sick? Don't you know who to arrest? Haven't you heard of the Zhang family of Yang Chang? If you offend Mr. Zhang, all of you will die. The female companion only dared to be so arrogant towards the sons and daughters of the people of Daxia, and didn't even dare to let out a single fart when facing Lin Yun. However, the head armed police officer just waved his hand lightly, and all the people in the store were all taken away, and at this time, Lin Yun had already brought the two Xia Shui sisters back to school. As soon as he got into the car, Lin Yun couldn't help but grin. Out of his previous life's understanding of Zhang Shiming as a drug addict, Lin Yun knew that he was suspicious by nature and extremely life-loving, so these two items, which were strictly forbidden in Daxia, would definitely be on his hands. Then this one will be enough for you. The rest of the score will be settled soon. Lin Yun, won't anything happen if you do this? Xia Shui's face was a bit tense as she looked at Lin Yun, who had a smile on his face, and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Xia Yu, who was baring his big teeth and giggling at the sight, also instantly changed his face. Lin Yun smiled and said, trust me, it'll be fine. Upon hearing this, the two sisters nodded, while Xia Yu was not much in mind and quickly chatted with Lin Yun about the game, and had to introduce Lin Yun to Deicide. Lin Yun wasn't the least bit worried about what would happen after beating Zhang Shiming, firstly because of the two contraband items on Zhang Shiming's body, and secondly because soon the real world would be filled with all sorts of bizarre events from the pre-godly apocalypse reflection period. At this juncture, Lin Yun's brawl was obviously a very minor matter, and he could even receive a reporting commendation. After sending Xia Yu and Xia Shui back to school respectively, Lin Yun looked at a trunk full of clothes, his face very helpless. The clothes bought in one day today are more than the clothes bought by Lin Yun in 1 year, which has to be worn until when Thinking back to Xia Yu's lack of heart, he had to introduce himself to Deicide's dorky look. Lin Yun laughed. If it wasn't for the fact that the Divine Enlightenment update was almost complete and this little ninny was in a hurry to get online and play the game, I'm afraid that I would have been able to chat for a whole day today. And when he was about to get out of the car, he was still chattering, and in the end, it was Xia Shui who gave a direct kick to get out of the car. After agreeing on the next meeting time with Xia Shui, Lin Yun returned directly to his home. The Divine Enlightenment has been updated and completed, so this will have to be a quick trip to see if the fortune is safe and sound. Returning home, Lin Yun directly sat in the login pod. As the light flickered, Lin Yun once again returned to the Divine Revelation World Kirin continent. Before Lin Yun could go to the tree to look for fortune, a bunch of messages flashed madly. Once opened, all the letters from the rich and powerful. This is also the first time Lin Yun found that the rich and powerful's literary talent is so good. Sentence after sentence is dirty, and the content of the mother is extremely high. After Lin Yun calmly replied with a smiley face, the wealthy message immediately stopped vibrating. Since it's fine, you can do your own thing in peace. Lin Yun directly passed through the teleportation channel and arrived at the Qilin City Lord's mansion. This time, he didn't have to wait long at the City Lord's mansion. The Kirin City Lord, Ouyang Jinxiu, soon arrived in front of Lin Yun's eyes, but the Vermilion Bird City Lord wasn't with him, so it was thought that he had returned to the Vermilion Bird continent. What are you looking at? It's just me. Seeing Lin Yun, Ouyang Jinxiu's face immediately turned black, really not wanting to speak more than a single word to this bastard. Lin Yun smiled and walked forward, patting Ouyang Jinxiu's shoulder and said thievishly, my sister went back to her mother's house? My brother-in-law. Originally, he had wanted to slap away Lin Yun's dirty hands, but he was made to smile by Lin Yun's words, and although it was very hard to smile because of his looks, Lin Yun instantly felt that there was something in it. Ha ha, she had to go back first. You kid is so sweet-mouthed today. Is there something you want me to help you with? Ouyang Jinsho directly leaned back in his chair and squinted at Lin Yun. This little bastard has more hearts than sesame seeds all day long. Usually calling old things old things. Today's mouth is so sweet. It seems that there is a big trouble waiting for himself. Thinking of this, Ouyang Jinsho looked at Lin Yun's smiling face again and felt more and more hypocritical. He. See what you said, brother-in-law. We came as a family. There is no such thing as helping or not helping, Lin Yun said as he broke the orange for Ouyang Jinsho, and smoothly shoved the orange directly into Ouyang Jinsho's hand. Stop. Who is family with you? Ouyang Jinsho sniffed and directly put the orange given by Lin Yun right back into the basin, opening his mouth in a jarring voice to taunt. I haven't settled the score with you from last time. The asshole directly swallowed the spoils of labor. You kid still dares to come over to me today. Lin Yun's cheeks were cast like bronze, completely unaffected, and he got up and stood behind Ouyang Jinsho, helping him to press up the mojo. Brother-in-law, you've wronged me. Think about it. If I don't do this, what if that old thing, the Qinglong City Lord, regrets and doesn't give it? Lin Yun observed Ouyang Jinsho's face while massaging. Seeing Lin Yun talk about the Green Dragon City Lord, Ouyang Jinsho nodded in great agreement. That old thing really did do such shameless things. Besides, I also gave the thing to my sister. My sister and you are originally family, so what does it matter who has it right? At those words Ouyang Jinsho raised his head and looked at Lin Yun. It seemed a bit reasonable to say so, but it always felt like something wasn't right. What's more, if you show such generosity in front of my sister, it's not deepening her impression of you, is it? This can't be considered a favor to you. It's a favor to you. Lin Yun said this sentence to Ouyang Jinsho's heart, stroked his solid beard and slowly asked, alright, count on your kid to talk. Say it, what is it that you need my brother-in-law's help with? Lin Yun gave himself a thumbs up in his heart and leaned over to whisper in Ouyang Jinsho's ear. That brother-in-law, it's actually quite simple. Just let me kill it once. Ouyang Jinsho didn't even blink his eyelids as he stuffed the orange Lin Yun handed up into his mouth as soon as he could, and returned indifferently. Oh, that's it. What's this? However, in the next second, Ouyang Jinsho's eyes glazed over, and a mouthful of orange almost sent him away on the spot. Cough cough. Get me killed? Chapter 76 The Unsolvable Second Turn Quest. Kirin City Lord's Mansion. Ouyang Jinsho annoyingly slapped Lin Yun into the floor made of hard white jade, sinking deep into it. Ignorant brat. Ouyang Jinsho was so angry that his eyebrows went straight up. Having lived for so many years, it was the first time he heard such an excessive request. A small favor for you to kill me once? Listen to this. Is this human talk? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yun was the younger brother that Shang Guanyan had just recognized, Ouyang Jinsho would definitely want to let him know why the flowers were so red this day. Lin Yun pressed his hands against the ground and pulled his entire body out with all his might, looking dizzily at the furious Ouyang Jinsho. No, it's just to kill you once. Why are you so angry? I guess I'll have to snitch on my sister sometime. The old thing still needs to be coached. What kind of badass are you holding back, little thing, with your eyes rolling? Ouyang Jinsho looked at Lin Yun, who was still dizzy, with an old-fashioned look and laughed and cursed. Lin Yun only felt his entire body fall apart in general pain, slowly came to Ouyang Jinsho's side, pulled over the chair on the side and directly lay down on it. This old thing hits hard. Complaints must be made. No, that's too much fire for you to be so angry. Seeing Lin Yun's unhappy face, Ouyang Jinsho spoke suspiciously. Which one of your tendons is twitching to want to kill the laborer? Not that I'm talking about you. You can't kill me even if I stand and don't fight back. Lin Yun sighed and replied very nonchalantly. My transfer mission is to defeat you. Although Ouyang Jinsho was unable to comprehend what a transfer mission was, after hearing Lin Yun's words, he opened his mouth angrily with fire. If you just beat me, then why do you want my life? Lin Yun instantly froze at the words. It seems to be true. The mission was just for me to defeat the old thing, not to kill him. Figuring out that he had made a mistake, he immediately looked at Ouyang Jinsho with an embarrassed face, and the two of them stared at each other wide-eyed. As soon as Ouyang Jinsho took a look at Lin Yun's appearance, he knew that this kid hadn't even looked at the mission clearly before thinking of coming to get himself killed, and immediately laughed in anger. Your kid's idea is counterintuitive. Are you thinking of going after me while on a mission? Ouyang Jinsho laughed out loud as he spoke. Not that I'm talking about you. With this ability of yours, you think you can kill me? Ouyang Jinsho's constant sneering and cynicism caused Lin Yun to burst into flames, and immediately became defiant, pulling out the life-preserving token given to him by Vermilion Bird City Lord Shang Guanyan from his backpack. As soon as he saw the Vermilion Bird City Lord's token, Ouyang Jinsho immediately straightened up, his attitude no longer arrogant, and reluctantly squeezed out a smile at Lin Yun. Lin Yun pretended not to see it and breathed into the token in his hand, pulling over Ouyang Jinsho's sleeve to carefully wipe the token. Ouyang Jinsho directly had a black line on his face and his eyebrows kept jumping. You don't have sleeves yourself or something? Seeing this, Lin Yun spoke in a tangled manner. This task up also did not say can only be completed alone, or I invited a foreign aid it. Brother-in-law, you think how? Lin Yun's ghostly appearance of being a fox and a tiger by virtue of being the lord of Vermilion Bird City made Ouyang Jinxiu look very unhappy, but thinking of Shangguan Yan's violent temper, he could only forcefully swallow this bad breath. If this kid really summoned her over, his own old bones would have to be torn apart by her. Thinking of this, Ouyang Jinxiu couldn't help but shiver, immediately getting up and pressing the token in Lin Yun's hand, rubbing his face vigorously and barely squeezing out a very ugly smile. Look at you. I'm joking with you. Ha ha ha, do you still need to hire outside help for such a small matter? Not so much, not so much. Lin Yun pushed Ouyang Jinxiu's hand away and said in a conspiratorial manner, this is not a small matter. After all, I can't fight without fighting back. I still have to let outside help come. No need, no need. I'm easy to beat. Come on, you try. Ouyang Jinxiu walked directly in front of Lin Yun, lifted his hand, and lightly patted it directly towards himself. Then in Lin Yun's shocked and even horrified eyes, Ouyang Jinxiu was as if he had been struck by heavenly lightning. The whole person screamed miserably and flew backwards. The air continuously rolled a few circles and smashed on the ground. The mouth even sprayed a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, life and death unknown. Lin Yun was startled and nervously looked from side to side. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. There's an enemy attack. However, the air was silent. The entire city lord's mansion did not look like it had suffered an enemy attack at all, and the Qilin army outside the door was even more uncharacteristic. But Ouyang Jinxiu did suffer an extremely heavy injury. Look at that blood on the floor, sprayed hard to a meter away. Lin Yun came to Ouyang Jinxiu's side in a panic, observing the surroundings vigilantly. The person who could silently and seriously injure the Kirin city lord was extremely terrifying. Who the hell is it? Just as Lin Yun was rambling, Ouyang Jinxiu, who was already breathless, suddenly raised his head quietly and asked Lin Yun softly, well, has the mission been completed yet? When Lin Yun saw this, his head was immediately filled with black lines. This Qilin city lord, he's a ING talent. The acting was so realistic that Lin Yun thought that he had really been attacked and suffered serious injuries. No. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and opened his mouth to reply without any good humor. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jinxiu immediately stood up with a glare, patted the ash on his body, and helplessly said, it seems that this method of cheating won't work. I've tried my best, so give up the mission. Lin Yun was speechless. How could this world of the divine apocalypse give you this way to pass the mission? Not to mention that you're still a member of the world of the divine apocalypse, alright. You think you can escape the eyes of divine revelation? In my dreams, I never thought that the hallowed Kirin city lord would be so jumpy in his thinking. However, facing an old monster like the Qilin city lord who had lived for an unknown number of years, Lin Yun didn't know for a moment how he could defeat him and complete the second turn quest. He couldn't wear off a layer of his skin even if he went all out. Could he? This quest, it's just a big pit. It's hard to believe that in this lifetime, one can't even complete the second transfer. Seeing Lin Yun frowning tightly, Ouyang Jinxiu sighed helplessly. These celestial outsiders were really strange, always having some inexplicable tasks and actions, but there really wasn't anything that could be done. Want to defeat yourself? Cultivate for another tens of thousands of years. Do you really think that I am invincible below the continental lord, and above the city lord one for one, the first master of the Kirin state? Ouyang Jinxiu, I am the one who is not worthy of the name? Ouyang Jinxiu took a sip of hot tea with a proud face and looked at Lin Yun with emotion. Don't think about it. You won't be able to accomplish this task at the moment. Practice and cultivate again, and come back to me when the time comes. Ouyang Jinxiu patted Lin Yun's shoulder and uttered words that made Lin Yun also shake his head helplessly. If he couldn't complete the second turn quest, then he would be wasted, much less think about dealing with the gods. Then what is the point of all that one has envisioned? Having worked so hard for so long, when suddenly everything is going to disappear like a bubble. Anxiety immediately filled Lin Yun's eyes. Ouyang Jinxiu, who completely didn't understand the reason for Lin Yun's anxiety, was still bragging to himself, but you kid is indeed extremely talented. If I were at your age and level, you kid might still have that 1 in a few 100,000 chance of defeating me. Listening to Ouyang Jinxiu's complacent tone, Lin Yun's mind suddenly flashed and he hurriedly grabbed Ouyang Jinxiu's hand and asked eagerly, what did you just say? Ouyang Jinxiu was dumbfounded, rolling his eyes back to the thought there's a 1 in hundreds of thousands chance of defeating me? Previous sentence. Your boy is extremely talented? Lin Yun rolled his eyes. Next sentence. Ouyang Jinxiu scratched his head and spoke hesitantly. I'm the same age as you? A level? Before the words fell, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes lit up as he looked at Lin Yundao who was nodding rapidly. You mean, I'm suppressing my strength to your level, and then you beat me? Chapter 77 Xian Rank 10 Ouyang Jinxiu is still powerful. Ouyang Jinxiu looked at Lin Yun's eagerness to try, but he still couldn't hold back from breaking his fantasy. Although your idea has a certain degree of feasibility, to be honest, there's not much hope. I'm more powerful than you can imagine. Lin Yun's eyes gleamed as he stared at Ouyang Jinxiu, his body filled with wariness. And you have no idea how powerful I am at this stage. Looking at Lin Yun, who had a face of wariness, Ouyang Jinxiu couldn't help but smile. This little guy, although his strength isn't great, but this unconquerable energy, it's really like me. Just as well, I'll help you once, but I'll use all my strength. Lin Yun nodded, pawing at the quite a few talismanic records stored up in his backpack, his face showing complete confidence. Ouyang Jinxiu's face became very serious, only to see his entire body's earthy yellow light skyrocket, as he pressed his fingers against his body's acupoints. The power that was originally like an ocean in Lin Yun's eyes dissipated extremely quickly and soon came to Xian rank 10. Feeling the decrease in Ouyang Jinxiu's strength, Lin Yun was frowning slightly. Something was wrong, very wrong. Lin Yun immediately opened Ouyang Jinxiu's character panel. Ouyang Jinxiu, Lord of Kirin City. Level, Xian rank 10, self-sealing. Attack power. Blood. Introduction, the Lord of Kirin City who has sealed 99% of his rank and power. His strength is unknown and he is extremely dangerous. Even if it was the Qilin City Lord who had sealed the vast majority of his power, Ouyang Jinxiu, who was only Xian rank 10, was still a full 10 question mark monster. Well, are you ready? Ouyang Jinxiu also had the intention to test this kid's strength. After all, solving 2 secret realms that possessed bizarre auras in a row proved that he wasn't just as simple as he appeared to be. Genius is something that needs to be validated. Seeing Lin Yun nodding with a grave expression, a cruel smile tugged at the corner of Ouyang Jinxiu's mouth. The swoosh disappeared in place. In the next second, a large hand had appeared in front of Lin Yun's eyes. So fast, can't react at all. Lin Yun only felt his scalp go numb, and his shoulders were instantly clasped by Ouyang Jinxiu. It's over. Ouyang Jinxiu's voice disappeared, and a thick and grandiose earth attribute power surged into Lin Yun's body as if it had broken through a bamboo tube. At the same time, Lin Yun only felt a shattering rattle coming from his shoulder. And in just an instant, Lin Yun's shoulder directly shattered and his arm hung limply. And that terrifying power was still advancing towards Lin Yun's body once more. On the spur of the moment, the metallic power within Lin Yun's body instantly surfaced within his body, quickly encircling towards Ouyang Jinxiu's earth attribute. At the same time, Watchman Gungjin kicked backward on his right foot, instantly striking Ouyang Jinxiu's arm like a whip. The two touched and erupted into an ear-splitting sound. Ouyang Jinxiu's originally relaxed eyes stared, and were actually shaken apart by this interacting force. Lin Yun took the opportunity to perform a stance and retreat, and countless characters surfaced in front of Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes. Good boy. Something. Ouyang Jinxiu felt that the earth attribute he had input into Lin Yun's body instantly disappear, and couldn't help but realize that he had underestimated Lin Yun. This little guy, who used his metallicity very well, first relied on the explosive effect between the two attributes to force his way out of his control. Then the metallic nature was used to surround the isolated earth attribute, and it was thought that the metallic nature was also utilized to replace the bone at the shoulder that had been shattered. Finally, use this magical ice blue talisman to seal your path forward. I have to say that this kid is a natural combat wizard, with attributes as well as steps out of the ring. The water attribute talismans dealt a lot of damage as well as obscured vision and had a slowing effect. Dual attributes of gold and water? A little something. Pity. What you don't know is that even though I've downgraded myself, there's a qualitative improvement between the original massive power and the power that's now compressed and condensed. If your power is like cotton, then my power has condensed as if it were diamond. With a casual clap of his hand, the cold currents and ice mist formed by Lin Yunsan's characters instantly disappeared, completely unable to resist Ouyang Jinxiu's attack, unable to even delay him for even a second. Lin Yun, who was in the midst of a rapid retreat, saw Ouyang Jinxiu approaching him again, and immediately stepped on the soles of his feet, his entire body advancing instead of retreating. Gungzi Watchman Chaos Gold. The hand of the golden Gangjin hammered directly from the sky when Ouyang Jinxiu had smashed down hard. The momentum of the blow brought up the sound of breaking air. Seeing Lin Yun's Gungjin hammer so powerful, Ouyang Jinxiu was expressionless as he extended his left hand. Pop! The terrifying Gangjin hammer was instantly gently caught by Ouyang Jinxiu, and the terrifying power directly disappeared, just like a stone sinking into the sea. A flash of dismay immediately flashed across Lin Yun's eyes. The power is good. The strength is too weak. Ouyang Jinxiu's left hand gently exerted a force, and the Gangjin hammer immediately made a sound. A crack densely crawled all over the entire gun hammer. In the next second, with a soft sound, the entire Gangjin hammer, which was made from the illusion of metallicity, shattered apart. This power, horrible as it is. Lin Yun said something bad in his heart, and Ouyang Jinxiu had already reached Lin Yun's side. Li Zi Yin Yan Lai. The hot flames and meteorites instantly enveloped Ouyang Jinxiu. However, The always unbeatable Liqian character met its Waterloo in general with the other two types of runic records. On Ouyang Jinxiu's body, a thin layer of earth-colored light appeared at some point, easily blocking Lin Yun's attack. 3 attributes. Ouyang Jinxiu shook his head with amazement on his face, but with great pity. 3 attributes showed that Lin Yun had a strong base, but it also slowed down his progressive growth because of it. No one could have that much energy to cultivate 3 attributes at the same time. Give up. I'm just using the most basic use of the earth attribute, and it's clear that you're not strong enough to defeat me. Before the words fell, a deafening tiger roar exploded in Ouyang Jinxiu's ears. A ray of dark black mixed with a faint golden glow blasted straight at Ouyang Jinxiu's chest, but it was blocked to death by the thin layer of earth-colored light. The tiger shockwave was like the sharpest sword, deadlocked with Ouyang Jinxiu's earth-colored light. Looking at the strand of metallicity in the dark black light, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were filled with appreciation. The eyes that looked at Lin Yun were even more satisfied. Not bad, but having demonstrated the application of the attribute once, he was actually able to comprehend a little bit of the skin from it. Ouyang Jinxiu tried to give some guidance, but suddenly his face changed and he looked at the point of contact between the dark black laser and the earth-colored protection at his chest in shock. No way! Ouyang Jinxiu muttered, and as his voice came out, a crunching sound rang out and a tiny crack appeared in the earth-colored light. Although it was only a small point as fine as a hair, it was something that caused Ouyang Jinxiu's face to be shocked. This dark black ray was sucking in his earth attribute to strengthen himself. How was this possible? Perhaps sensing Ouyang Jinxiu's shock, Lin Yun's voice came out in the flames. Earth overcomes water and fire, but earth begets gold. Chapter 78. Gold depends on the earth, and the earth buries more gold. Earth-born gold? Earth-born gold? Ouyang Jinxiu stared blankly at the crack in his chest that was as thin as a hair but was constantly growing longer. His eyes instantly filled with confusion. Lin Yun looked at Ouyang Jinxiu's puzzled eyes and instantly smiled proudly. The great summer culture had been passed down from generation to generation, in which the various inheritances comprehended by the forefathers were countless, and Lin Yun had merely taken a bit from the countless treasures of his forefathers, which was enough to cause a great impact on Ouyang Jinxiu. After all, although the 5 elements attribute power existed in the divine revelation world, everyone only knew how to use it, and had absolutely no understanding of the reason why this power originated. That was why Ouyang Jinxiu was puzzled as to why such a weak piece of metallicity from this kid was able to break through his own earth attribute defense. And what does earthborn gold really mean? It means that my earth attribute nourishes his weak and pathetic metallic nature, and then in turn breaks through my earth attribute. That's what this is about. In an instant, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were as vast as the starry sky, as he continued to project this never-before-heard statement, and as Lin Yun's tiger whistle shockwave came to an end, the cracks at Ouyang Jinxiu's thick earth attribute protection had turned to be as thick as half a finger. A light of hope flashed up in Lin Yun's eyes, and while Ouyang Jinxiu was still pondering, Lin Yun had already dashed to Ouyang Jinxiu's body. Putting the countless talismans surrounded with light golden light in his hands, he directly stuffed the broken places of Ouyang Jinxiu's protection with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Bang! 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 Countless sounds of explosions came. Before the Gangjin talisman could materialize, the metallic power exploded, and the most rigid and intense Gangjin power continued to wreak havoc on the surface of Ouyang Jinxiu's body. Finally, for the first time so far in the battle, Lin Yun had inflicted damage on Ouyang Jinxiu. -80, 000, -85, 000, -90, 000. Countless bright red numbers continued to surface on Ouyang Jinxiu's body surface as the explosion of Gangjin force. Asterisk. This one's double resistance is too high. With Lin Yun up to more than 40,000 mana strength, plus the skill damage bonus of the Gangjin talisman, at least also have to hit 100,000 plus damage. However, the reality draws the corner of Lin Yun's face raw pain. There was only a mere 80,000 damage, although the Gangjin power kept absorbing Ouyang Jinxiu's earth attribute to strengthen his body, and the damage gradually deepened. Lin Yun looked at Ouyang Jinxiu's revealed blood bar with a shocked expression of incredulity. What a monster! Ouyang Jinxiu's bloodstains caused Lin Yun to have a despair that he could not do anything about. Ouyang Jinxiu, Lord of Kirin City. Level, Xian rank 10, self-sealing. Attack power, 10 million. Blood, 1,000,000. Ouyang Jinxiu, who had already self-sealed down to Xian rank 10, had an attack power of up to 10 million and an exaggerated blood volume of 1 billion. Lin Yun's attacks were just like scratching an itch through a boot, and they had absolutely no effect on Ouyang Jinxiu, and that terribly thick blood bar didn't even move a single bit. However, something that made Lin Yun even more desperate came. Ha ha ha! Ouyang Jinxiu's laughter suddenly rang out, and when he looked at him again, he found that his eyes were full of suppressed surprise. and the corners of his bearded mouth couldn't stop rising. The next scene that appeared before his eyes was one that caused Lin Yun's eyeballs to quake, only to see the originally thick earth yellow light on Ouyang Jinsho's body suddenly light up, the light directly covering the Gungjin power flowing on his body surface, and effortlessly directly absorbing Lin Yun's Gungjin power in Lin Yun's despairing eyes. The originally broken earth attribute protection was instantly repaired and was as good as new. I understand. Earth begets gold. It's a mutual restraining relationship between attributes. The stronger the earth attribute is, the stronger the metallic absorption grows as well. Awesome. So there's this kind of argument between attributes. Ouyang Jinsho looked at Lin Yun with a radiant expression, his eyes full of admiration, before his words changed. But your metallicity is too weak. Just like a small bottle. How can it hold my earth attribute impact? It can't even be absorbed. So it's not absolute that earth begets gold. Lin Yun stared stonily at the eloquent Ouyang Jinsho with great bitterness in his heart. Gold relies on earth to be born, and earth buries more gold. The 5 elements are mutually exclusive, but there are many variations in the relationship between them. Lin Yun hadn't expected that Ouyang Jinsho's enlightenment was so powerful, but in the blink of an eye, he had realized so much. Watching his aura grow thicker and thicker, and the essence in his eyes overflowing, it could be imagined that Ouyang Jinsho, who was already powerful, was only going to be 100 feet further. What can be done about this? Originally, he had planned to apply the principle of earth-generating gold to slowly wear down Ouyang Jinsho's billions of blood, but now this path was completely blocked by himself. The earth-yellow light on Ouyang Jinsho's body became denser and denser, vaguely vibrating, obviously caused by Ouyang Jinsho's greater strength. Looking at Lin Yun's lifeless expression, Ouyang Jinsho shook his head helplessly. Give it up. We can't cheat our way through the mission. The same way you can't beat me who's the same level as you. Ouyang Jinsho looked a little embarrassed. He had originally stepped in to help Lin Yun complete his mission, but now not only did he get the other party's guidance even further, he also made Lin Yun's mission even more impossible to complete. This kind of behavior of lifting the table after eating all the food made by the other party, even the old face of Ouyang Jinsho, who had lived for countless years, was directly unable to hang on. Lin Yun looked up at his words, and although his expression was frustrated, the light of hope in his eyes was unbroken. Go on. Lin Yun didn't have a way back. If he couldn't complete the second turn, it would undoubtedly be like bowing down to the gods in advance. Then the gods come down. The people he knows and recognizes and intends. Things, all of it will disappear into thin air, and divine revelation and reality will be destroyed once again, regardless of whether it was Xia Shui, Easy and the others, or Ouyang Jinsho and Shang Guanyan, the divine enlightenment aborigines. None of them were able to survive after the gods descended. Lin Yun had seen their deaths in his last life. That desperate suffocation was something he didn't want to experience all over again. So what's the reason not to continue? As Ouyang Jinsho looked at the determination in Lin Yun's eyes, he immediately felt great admiration in his heart, but he still shook his head and sighed slightly. You know, as long as I am attacked, the earth attribute in my body will automatically form a protective shield, which is completely impossible to break through with the current you. Lin Yun smiled faintly, and the talismans in his backpack floated into the air one by one, densely surrounding Ouyang Jinsho's eyes. I know, but even the hardest protection must have a tipping point, and under the sky, there is no absolute defense. As Lin Yun's words fell, the Gung character, which shimmered with metallic light, opened the way, followed by the Li character and the Ken character, one by one, never ceasing to bombard the earth attribute shield on Ouyang Jinsho's body. Countless talismans lined up one after another in a long line, exploding on Ouyang Jinsho's body as if they were moths to a flame. Countless talismans waited in the entire air, while in front of Ouyang Jinsho's eyes, golden, blue and red rays constantly echoed each other. A stream of terrifying bursts of sound unceasingly, but it was unable to break through the earth-colored protective shield on Ouyang Jinsho's body. All the damage from the explosion was completely blocked by the earth attribute shield. Lin Yun, however, was as if he hadn't heard. The talismans in his backpack kept flying out, filling the sky with 3 colored talismans, while his 2 hands drew 2 kinds of talismans respectively. Ouyang Jinsho narrowed his eyes slightly, even more amazed at Lin Yun's so-called Xian Tian master profession, actually can draw their own attributes into a talisman stored, reserved for future use. If he grows to his own point, then imagine, will be like Locust's general number of talisman directly to their face a smash. Their own have a few lives to be able to play with him, but it was too bad that the current one was too weak as he had not grown up yet, but he must be very powerful in the future. And this Xian Tian sure of his is truly bizarre. Is this the ancient Chinese occupation he once talked about? And right at this moment, the face of Ouyang Jinsho, who was still pondering, suddenly changed. Chapter 79 Key Points in Completing the Mission. Countless talismans exploded on Ouyang Jinsho's body one after another, and although they hadn't breached his earth attribute shield yet, Ouyang Jinxiu keenly sensed a hint of something wrong. When he carefully felt the power of the talisman's attack, his face changed. Good fellow, the power of this talisman is slowly strengthening. Ouyang Jinxiu reached out to hold a Gengjin talisman that had not yet exploded, clutched it in his hand and observed it faintly. The talisman trembled crazily, but it was suppressed by Ouyang Jinxiu in a hard way, and after waiting for a few minutes, he once again went out to hold the other, and put the two in front of his eyes to compare them carefully. After half a day of scrutinizing, Ouyang Jinxiu still didn't find the problem. His eyes were full of doubts. His left hand gently pinched one of the talismans. After waiting for a moment, he crushed another one in his hand again. This time Ouyang Jinxiu raised his eyebrows and finally found the problem. Two identical talismans. The power should have been the same, but the latter's power was greater than the former's, indicating that the power of this talisman would indeed grow slowly. But Ouyang Jinxiu was puzzled. These two talismans almost appeared without passing through Lin Yun's hands again. So how did he manage to make these talismans slowly strengthen their power? Ouyang Jinxiu didn't believe in evil, and after many constant attempts, he finally found something. The feeling that after each of the countless talismans attacked oneself, the talismans behind them would increase in power by a fraction of a second. Perhaps the increase in the power of Lin Yun's talismans might have something to do with his densely packed talismans that were constantly attacking him. Could it be that this strengthening of his power was related to the consumption of talismans? Or perhaps it was related to the number of times it was used? Ouyang Jinxiu wiped his beard and thought as he looked remotely at Lin Yun, who was constantly drawing talismans. If Lin Yun knew that in just a moment's time, Ouyang Jinxiu had discovered that the power of talismans was related to proficiency, he was afraid that his jaw would directly drop in shock. Is this the enlightenment of an invincible existence under the continent lord? Lin Yun was still drawing talismans, and with the uninterrupted explosion of the massive amount of talismans, the proficiency of the three talismans was in the midst of a frenzied rise, and relatively speaking, the damage of the talisman's skills was also rising. The countless explosions had completely covered Ouyang Jinxiu's body, but such a large number of talismans still couldn't break through Ouyang Jinxiu's earth attribute shield. With the passage of time, I don't know how much time has passed, Lin Yun was already completely relying on muscle memory to draw talismans, and the amount of blue that was upwards of 4,000 points was nearly depleted. Lin Yun's expression was exhausted and he looked as if he was having a seizure. Only his eyes remained bright. Looking at the body from the continuous explosions at the beginning to the current talisman appearing at intervals of a moment, Ouyang Jinxiu didn't say anything and just quietly looked at Lin Yun. A hint of respect rose in his heart. From the beginning to the end, facing the defense could not even break himself. He did not say a single word more, but just kept on holding on. Although in Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes this behavior was stupid. No matter how much you insist, the gap in strength is completely insurmountable at this stage, but Lin Yun's strength to not give in makes Ouyang Jinxiu's heart very admirable. Such a talent, in time will certainly make a name for himself in the divine enlightenment. Give it up, you, Ouyang Jinxiu realized that Lin Yun's attacks had stopped. At this moment, Lin Yun's face was filled with excitement, and was carefully making comparisons between the two talismans in his hands constantly making attempts. With a flash of his figure coming to Lin Yun's side, he saw Lin Yun put down the two talismans in his hands and began to attempt to draw them, metallic and water attributes appearing above Lin Yun's hands, flashing with two dazzling lights. Only force-suppressed excitement remained in Lin Yun's eyes. The two attributes of gold and water slowly formed two runes in the void with the slight shift of Lin Yun's fingertips, slowly mingling together with Lin Yun's fingers. Lights converged and mingled. Slowly, a trace of a mysterious aura quietly rose from the brand new talisman that had yet to be formed, and Ouyang Jinxiu, who had witnessed everything from the side, instantly lit up his eyes and stared at Lin Yun in shock. Is this a tribute fusion? Just now a moment of mysterious breath. Ouyang Jinxiu heart 10,000 shocked. The two attributes have absolutely no commonality, but by the little guy in front of the eyes slowly fused together. It can be imagined that, if it is really by the little guy drawing success, then it would create a brand new attribute utilization skill, solving the problem of attribute fusion that no one had been able to do in so many years of divine revelation. At this moment, Ouyang Jinxiu's face was filled with excitement, his eyes directly following Lin Yun's fingers as they moved, not daring to take a breath for fear of accidentally affecting Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked tense, slowly adjusting his breathing, but his fingers were like cast iron, not seeing the slightest tremor, steadily drawing the thoughts that had just appeared in his mind in a flash of light. When the talismans he had accumulated were consumed, when the amount of blue he possessed was about to be depleted, Lin Yun didn't even report any hope in his own heart, and just drew talismans week after week like a machine. Only his eyes remained always fixed on the location of the talisman bombardment, hoping for the scene where the water drips through the stone. Also because Lin Yun had been staring intently, he had seen a magical scene in a trance. as the talismans overlapped from time to time due to the intense attacks of the talismans, and the gun character and the can character from time to time together with the explosion. After the explosion of the two attributes actually have a tendency to mingle together, and that vaguely actually produce a very strange energy. That kind of energy to Lin Yun's feeling, then there are only two words to describe: sharp. Vaguely, Lin Yun sensed that the key point to breaking through Ouyang Jinxiu's earth attribute shield was the fusion of this water attribute and metallic nature. At that thought, Lin Yun immediately attempted to draw a talisman, a brand new talisman. Unlike the talisman converted by the Xian Tian master, it belonged to a brand new skill that Lin Yun had created alone. Lin Yun, who had risen to the top of the world in his previous life with only an E-rank talent, was himself an extremely gifted genius. Otherwise it would have been very difficult to stand out amongst billions of players with two vampires, not to mention that he could not have angrily cut down a god with a mortal's body at the time of the world's demise. The word Ji, chaotic gold watchman, kanji, against the flow of the river. Two different talismans wanted to fuse together, two different attributes wanted to fuse together, causing Lin Yun's pressure to increase. His attention was fully focused on the drawing of the runes, and he hadn't even noticed Ouyang Jinxiu coming in front of him. However, fortunately, although the two attribute powers did not merge, they were slowly drawn according to Lin Yun's thought process, and gradually, a brand new talisman with two types of glowing light slowly appeared in front of Lin Yun's and Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes. Half gold, half blue, the two rays of light echoed each other in a mysterious way. The light of hope rose in Lin Yun's eyes, and Ouyang Jinxiu was similarly exuberant, pinching his thighs to death and staring at his bull's eyes, afraid to miss this miraculous scene. However, just as Lin Yun finished drawing the last rune, the entire talisman linked into a whole. The two attributes that were not compatible suddenly flickered madly. Terrifying but chaotic energies constantly agitated on the talisman. The entire talisman suddenly dimmed, and in the next second, the terrifying power exploded directly in front of the two men's eyes. Lin Yun directly flew his entire body backwards and landed heavily on the ground. Ouyang Jinxiu secretly said that it was not good, but he heard Lin Yun let out a puzzling laughter. Ouyang Jinxiu hurriedly rushed to Lin Yun's side and looked at him worriedly. Unsurprisingly, it failed. The fusion of the two attributes, not to mention that he couldn't do it himself. The Lord of the Five Continents wouldn't necessarily be able to accomplish it either. This kind of thing was unheard of in the divine apocalypse. However, Lin Yun, who laughed up to the sky, did not have a trace of frustration in his eyes, but instead had more of a sense of hope after confirming his suspicions. In that moment when the brand new talisman exploded, Lin Yun, in the moment he flew out backwards, clearly saw that dense cracks appeared on Ouyang Jinxiu's earth attribute shield, and although it flickered, it verified his own thoughts. That energy generated by the fusion of water attribute and metallicity could definitely break through Ouyang Jinxiu's thick earth attribute shield. Completion of the secondary transfer. There's a chance. Chapter 80 Attribute Fusion. Brand new talisman appears. Under Ouyang Jinxiu's gaze, Lin Yun once again began to draw brand new talismans, all the while muttering phrases that Ouyang Jinxiu couldn't understand at all from time to time. Gung Xin Western Gold. Non-deck Northern Water. These two attributes refer to the five elements orientation. Then this talisman head will have to be drawn in a different way, Lin Yun whispered as he redrew, stopping his fingers every now and then to make modifying changes. For some reason, Ouyang Jinxiu only felt that Lin Yun's newly drawn talisman was very different from the previous one, and that there was barely a single similarity with the previous drawn talisman. Is that such a big difference? But looking at this, it feels like it's in play. According to the heavenly stem conjunction, Bigung conjoins gold and Sisin conjoins water. Then the direction of the drawing of the talisman here should be changed in such a way as to make it work. As Lin Yun continued to make corrections, a brand new talisman once again appeared before the eyes of the two. This time on the talisman, the metallic and water attributes intertwined with each other and spread out, forming an even more mysterious talisman. With a vaguely esoteric feeling rising up, Ouyang Jinxiu was once again excited. Looking at Lin Yun's previous drawing, he also understood that as long as the last stroke was connected, the talisman would be considered drawn. Right now, it's down to the last one, and by the looks of this feeling, this one is going to be a success. I'm afraid, is one really going to witness a miracle? Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes opened wide in excitement, his eyes sliding with Lin Yun's fingers. Finally, the talisman was completed. A bright light flickered up, and a mysterious aura rose up on the tiny talisman. The gold and blue colors flickered with each other, appearing and disappearing like a person's breath. However, before the smile at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth could fully unfold, the talisman shook violently once again. In the next second, in Ouyang Jinxiu's regretful eyes, an explosion even more terrifying than the previous talisman rang out, and the talisman once again exploded in front of the two men's eyes. This explosion caused Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes to stare and his heart to move slightly. The moment the explosion appeared, Ouyang Jinxiu's body earth attribute shield automatically rose. but it was in an instant. The shield was directly spread all over a crack. The entire shield as if it was about to break the glass in general. The crisp sound rang out everywhere. A new kind of energy appeared on this talisman. One that was able to break through one's shield. There's drama. Ouyang Jinxiu looked at the earth attribute shield that had been repaired as if it was the first time with an exuberant expression, and looked excitedly at Lin Yun. Realizing that Lin Yun had already resumed drawing talismans once again, Ouyang Jinxiu instantly shut his mouth. Looking at Ouyang Jinxiu faintly noticed that something was wrong. What? If the two attributes could really be fused together, then it would mean that one's proud absolute defense could be broken through. Someone who can break through their own defenses? Then what am I getting all worked up about here? For a moment Ouyang Jinxiu felt like a retard, twisting his head to look around and realizing that no one was there before he looked at Lin Yun again. Lin Yun reworked the drawing of talismans, drawing them faster and faster. However, every time a talisman appeared, it existed for no more than 3 seconds before exploding on its own. Although the power was more powerful than once, there was still a slight gap between it and Lin Yun's expected value, and most of all, the talisman was not considered to be drawn when it could not be kept for a long period of time. In the midst of one explosion after another, Lin Yun tirelessly started over, each time as if he had just begun to draw, completely missing any look of disappointment, only determination remaining. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinxiu also didn't say the give-up bar that had been on his lips before. With his sturdy body, he just stood beside Lin Yun, staring intently at Lin Yun's drawing, even realizing that the earth attribute in his body was undergoing some sort of change in the process of watching. Gradually, time passed quietly. The talisman drawn by Lin Yun existed for a longer and longer period of time, and the power generated by the explosion became more and more powerful, and one explosion even directly blew away the corner of Ouyang Jinxiu's earth attribute shield. After an unknown number of failures, Lin Yun's hand, which was about to finish drawing, suddenly stopped in mid-air, and an ineffable and mysterious feeling rose in his heart. Gung Jin with fury, rigidity at its best, clear when it gets water, sharp when it gets fire. As the words fell from his mouth, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up and he directly raised his hand to wave away the talisman that was already almost finished and redrew it. This time, the fingers are light and dashing, and a stroke has not been broken, as if the talisman has been drawn 10 million times in general, but the talisman drawn at this time, and the previous countless attempts to draw the talisman, is completely different. One step at a time, the metal and water attributes were completely fused together, and the two colors of attribute light rose and fell, completely different from before. The entire space suddenly resounded with a clear sound, and brand new talismans appeared before the eyes of the two. Strong gold gets water. Fong thwarted his front. Kenjin Z Gung Jie thwarting strike. Lin Yun had a feeling and blurted it out, and as the naming of the brand new talisman was completed, the talisman in front of him suddenly rose with an arcane aura, and with a flash of light from the two attributes, the brand new talisman was completely finished. A sharp energy was almost ready to break through the talisman. On one side, Ouyang Jinxiu was pulled by this terrifying energy, and couldn't help but rub his eyes to look at Lin Yun, and was dumbfounded when he discovered the talismans that were constantly floating around Lin Yun's body. What happened? After half a day's unsuccessful staring on his own, he mapped it out in an accidental nap? Immediately, Ouyang Jinxiu's face shook as he instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun, staring intently at the two-colored glowing talisman with an incredulous expression on his face. Two attributes that really blend together perfectly. On this brand new talisman, not only were there two attribute powers of gold and water, but there was also a feeling as sharp as a sharp blade. A third power? Just as Ouyang Jinxiu stared stonily at the talisman that looked like it had come to life in front of him, two different attributes of light once again appeared in Lin Yun's hand. This time, it's the hot fire attribute as well as the most rigid metallic. As Lin Yun's fingers moved slightly, the two attributes began to intermingle and draw, a brand new kind of power rising up once again. Ouyang Jinxiu hurriedly stopped his fingers that were poking at the talisman, his eyes condensing on Lin Yun's hands. It's not another one? However, in the next second, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly changed. That mysterious feeling in his heart suddenly disappeared. The two attributes that had already begun to mingle exploded, and a trace of blood directly spilled from the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Failed? Lin Yun gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't see a trace of discouragement. Failing? It seemed that some things really did require chance, but he had already succeeded in taking the first step. Would the second step still be far away? Seeing Lin Yun fail, Ouyang Jinxiu's heart slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it didn't work, otherwise his own little heart wouldn't be able to take it. And at that moment, the system's voice rang in Lin Yun's ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for creating an original feat and pioneering a brand new fusion skill that is unprecedented. Receive a reward. The feats owned are upgraded by 1 level. The original set is upgraded by 1 level. A service-wide announcement will be made soon. whether to hide the name. No, Lin Yun looked ecstatic, not expecting to be rewarded for creating his own talisman. The 3 talismans that were originally only S-ranked were directly upgraded to become SS-ranked platinum skills, and the skill damage was increased from 200% to 300%. The 5-element suit had been with Lin Yun for a long time, and had always been a red-colored suit, but now it had also been directly upgraded to become a gold-colored suit. You could say it was a complete surprise. The biggest gain was still the brand new talisman made from the fusion. Kenjin Zi Gungji Fu Fei Zhang, Grade, SSS. Introduction, comprehended by Godslayer alone. Made from the fusion of metallic and water attributes. Possessing unmatched armor-piercing attributes. Consuming 1000 points of blue to draw into a Kanjin talisman. Forming a sharp blade for chopping. Inflicting 500% of skill damage and armor-piercing effect on the enemy in front of you. Ignoring all defenses. Proficiency, 0. To Lin Yun's surprise, this new talisman, probably due to the fact that it was his own original creation, did not occupy the skill grid. This new talisman was the key to whether or not he could break through Ouyang Jinxiu's defenses, whether or not he could defeat Ouyang Jinxiu to complete his second turn. Chapter 81 Ignoring Defense, Battling the Qilin City Lord. Lin Yun's screen full of announcements, on the other hand, had once again refreshed the player's perceptions. Create your own skills? Is this game that free? No, this Godslayer is an NPC, right? I haven't even gotten these 2 skills together yet, and he's creating his own skills? Complain quickly. Someone is hanging. The forums were once again ablaze, and many players began to attempt to create their own skills, all failing without exception. All those who knew Deicide, regardless of friend or foe, were filled with shock. On Lin Yun's side, under Ouyang Jinxiu's helpless eyes, he kept drawing new talismans. 1000 blue points to draw one. Lin Yun immediately drank a blue amount supplement after drawing it and sat down cross-legged to continue recovering his blue amount. Week after week, although it took a bit longer, Lin Yun was not tired of drawing talismans. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes froze as he watched. Could this kind of cheating really accomplish the task? At this moment, Ouyang Jinxiu wanted to call the police, if he knew the police number. After a long time, Lin Yun weighed the thick stack of Gungjie thwarting blade choppers in his hand and felt very at ease. It was just a pity that it was too blue consuming. 1000 points of blue for one talisman, and only 4 can be drawn in a full blue state. Otherwise, directly get a small mountain of talismans and directly smash him unconscious here. Looking at the brand new talisman that flashed with a blue golden light, Ouyang Jinxiu blinked his eyes. Ready? Ouyang Jinxiu tried to control his dismayed expression as much as he could, twisting his head away and assuming the appearance of a superior man as he spoke blandly. Lin Yun put the first base talisman into his backpack, checked the amount of blue restored on his body, and gently nodded. Next, it was time to grind through this turtle shell of Ouyang Jinxiu. Seeing Lin Yun nod his head, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes lit up and the earth attribute shield appeared around him once again, protecting him firmly. Try it? Lin Yun's hand gently lifted up and quickly drew a talisman in the void. The attribute power of the 2 colors of gold and blue sliding quickly with his fingertips to form a brand new talisman in the air. Kenjin Zi Gungjie thwarting strike. As the talisman in Lin Yun's hand slowly dissipated in the air, a blue-gold colored intermingled light suddenly lit up, and a terrifying pressure appeared out of thin air. In the air, a long sword slowly appeared in front of the 2 of them. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Ouyang Jinxiu, while the entire space shook slightly. Only the blade is missing the whole trail. Behind this blade, as if the heavens are holding the sword, mysterious and unpredictable, the protective shield on Ouyang Jinxiu's body was shaken by an invisible force that continuously deformed it, just like waves rising from a calm sea. In the next second, the giant blade suddenly disappeared before the eyes of the 2. Bang! Ouyang Jinxiu only felt a huge impact slamming into him, and his entire body involuntarily retreated 3 steps in a row, and every step he took was deeply plunged into the alabaster floor. The strong earth attribute power of his entire body couldn't help but surge madly into the protective shield, and at the highest point of the shield, a concave shape visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, and a crack densely spread all over the shield. The huge blade that had disappeared, reappeared and slashed straight at Ouyang Jinxiu's shield. The giant blade was surrounded by a blue and white attribute power winding. Just one look would shock the soul. This giant blade, as if it was the weapon of the heavens, mortals could not touch it. Strong gold gets water, and only then is it thwarted. Lin Yun spoke indifferently, his eyes changing color at the same time as different attribute colors appeared in his 2 pupils. The left eye was radiant like gold and the right eye was icy blue like water. As Lin Yun's words fell, the giant blade lashed out. Put! Ouyang Jinxiu instantly froze, and the earth attribute shield directly cracked from it like brocade. The giant blade came with unabated momentum, directly chopping down on the spot at Ouyang Jinxiu. Caught off guard, Ouyang Jinxiu's right hand rendered a layer of earthy yellow color, using his hand as a blade, and violently slashed upwards. Boo! a loud sound resounded through the sky, smoke rose between the two touches, and the power of the three attributes instantly entangled together. In the next second, the attribute power completely exploded, and a circle of terrifying fluctuations scattered out in all directions, shaking up the dust in the sky. Lin Yun was shaken back a dozen steps by this force. His entire chest continued to rise and fall. His body's strength was shaken to the point where he couldn't stop, and when he fixed his eyes, he couldn't see the scene in the field clearly in the slightest. But Lin Yun laughed out softly, his tone filled with delight. It's broken open. Minus 214,620. A bright red 6-digit number rose up as the smoke rolled in. Although the blood level still hadn't decreased by much, the Earth attribute shield, which was claimed to be an absolute defense, had already been broken through by Lin Yun. Finally, it was able to attack Ouyang Jinxiu's main body. The smoke in the arena cleared, and dismay lingered on Ouyang Jinxiu's face, which had always been ancient and unperturbed. On the right hand that was used to ward off the giant blade, blood was pouring out, and his feet were deeply sunk into the white jade stone, with nothing but horror in his heart. Ouyang Jinxiu knew that the fusion of dual attributes was very strong, but he didn't expect that the talisman transformed into a giant blade that was exactly like destroying the Earth attribute shield, directly obliterating it. One must know that he had only suppressed his strength to the Xian rank, but the attribute power in his body was still at the original level of strength and had not been weakened by the slightest bit. However, when faced with this giant blade, it was completely unable to resist it. A horrifying thought rose in Ouyang Jinxiu's mind, thinking of a speculation that he himself did not dare to believe. Ignore the defense. This new talisman, with an attack that ignored defense, was the only way to cut through his right hand infused with the Earth attribute. Looking at Lin Yun again, there was no longer any contempt in Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes. However, when Ouyang Jinxiu saw just a hint of a weird smile on Lin Yun's face, the alarm bells went off in his heart. In the next moment, countless talismans covered his body. All three colors of talismans, densely packed, tens of thousands of them. This bastard kid, when did he secretly draw so many talismans? Li Zi Yin Yan Lai, Kanji Reverse Flow River, Gung Zi Watchman Chaos Gold, Kenjin Zi Gung Jie Thwarting Strike. The three types of talismans exploded at the same time, and just in case Ouyang Jinxiu opened the shield again, Lin Yun threw out dozens of new talismans at the same time, with both the skill and the set promoted by one level. Lin Yun rune records skill damage had come to a terrifying 300%. These tens of thousands of rune records erupted at the same time, and in just an instant, a terrifying big explosion occurred on Ouyang Jinxiu's body. It was as if someone had stuffed dozens of atomic bombs into the Qilin City Lord's mansion at once. In an instant, under the loud ringing sound, Lin Yun directly went deaf in both ears. The entire world was suddenly silent, leaving only countless white jade rubble and flying soil rising up to the sky, instantly enveloping the entire City Lord's mansion. All the doors and windows of the City Lord's mansion instantly exploded, and a terrifying crack spread rapidly throughout the walls of the City Lord's mansion, which was cast from white jade. The Qilin army outside the door realized that something was wrong at the first time. The left and right near the back of the four armies all converged their own power into the City Lord's mansion, which managed to save the City Lord's mansion. Sparingly, the originally opulent Kirin City Lord's mansion was at this moment like a building after a war, nearly becoming a pile of ruins. As the smoke rolled out, Lin Yun watched as countless 5-digit numbers rose up densely. Ouyang Jinxiu's horrifying blood bar was also dropping crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. During this time there would be a sudden pause and then another rapid descent. It was thought that when the blood bar stopped falling, it was when Ouyang Jinxiu turned on the shield, but under the shattering effect of the thwarted blade slash that ignored defense, the shield disappeared almost instantly. Just as Ouyang Jinxiu's blood level dropped to 2/3, the entire space suddenly stood still, and Lin Yun watched in horror as a bit of extreme earth-colored light quietly appeared in the middle of the field, piercing through the smoke that covered the sky. An extreme terror instantly enveloped Lin Yun's entire body, as if a god had swept over him without a second thought. At this second, Lin Yun felt like death was only one step away. In just a split second of effort, Lin Yun's entire body's blood flowed directly through his body, staining the golden Dharma robe. Chapter 82 Second Turning Successful. Affiliated Profession Formation Artist. At that moment, an earth attribute power that was thick to the extreme swept out from the roiling smoke. The earth attribute instantly enveloped the entire Kirin City Lord's mansion, and the vastness of the attribute's power like a sea arrived instantly. The horror is like falling into an abyss and not being able to breathe. The talismans in the backpack in Lin Yun's hand all surfaced in front of his eyes, and those that were about to detonate were instantly restored to their original state by the earth attribute sweeping over them, their power being deadened in the talismans. The thick earth attribute power flickered away, While the entire city lord's mansion originally had hideous cracks in all directions instantly recovered as if a large invisible hand had gently caressed it. The cracks were instantly smoothed out and everything was back to normal. Lin Yun's entire body was wrapped in the earth attribute. A burst of coolness covered his entire body, and all of the original blood traces disappeared, and his body returned to its original state. Everything in front of him, so that Lin Yun felt 10,000 shocked. Originally like a battlefield like the city lord's mansion. Everything flew backward. Rubble smoke all as if replayed. Everything back to the initial starting point. In the center of the white jade-like city lord's mansion, a magnificent figure stood proudly on the spot, with a terrifying aura churning over its body. Ouyang Jinxiu's entire body exuded a vast aura. His eyes flickered with earth attribute light, and his body was clean and tidy as ever, with no traces of battle. With a glance, Lin Yun could no longer see through Ouyang Jinxiu's attribute panel. The talismans in his hands and backpack suddenly flew towards Ouyang Jinxiu and surrounded him. The Kanjin talismans lined up one by one and fell into Ouyang Jinxiu's hands. Ouyang Jinxiu unobtrusively secretly put away all of the Ken characters, and with a wave of his big hand, the rest of the talismans returned to Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun was dumbfounded, watching the great figure do such a rogue thing, and didn't dare to say anything. Now that Ouyang Jinxiu has regained his normal strength, he is afraid that he will receive a severe beating if he talks tough again. Ding! Congratulations to player Godslayer for completing the second transfer quest. Shen Tianshi, secondary transfer. Level, Divine Mage Transition. Introduction, a powerful existence in the ancient Chinese civilization, who can understand yin and yang, break the past and present, and use talismans to obtain corresponding powerful attribute abilities, obtaining the skills 10 heavenly stems and 9 stars, which reduces the time for drawing talismans by 80%, and increases the damage of the skills by 100%. Second transfer, activate the subordinate profession formation master. Secondary transfer skills, empty. Empty. The transfer was successful. Lin Yun was filled with joy. The second transfer would result in an additional subsidiary profession, which was a great enhancement for Lin Yun. Lin Yun couldn't wait to open the S-rank skill book in his backpack. Ding! Open the S-rank skill book. Due to the revision of Shen Tianshi's occupation, please choose to open the corresponding occupation. Open the Array Master profession. Lin Yun decisively chose the Formation Master profession skill. Lin Yun had already reached Earth Stage Level 1 and had a total of 4 skill compartments. Now Shen Tianshi had a total of 3 skills. Among them, the Li character, the Ken character, and the Gung character each occupied 1 skill compartment, as the Kanjin Charm was his own original skill, and the Tiger Shockwave was an ancient remnant talent skill. The two did not occupy skill grids, and there were currently 2 remaining skill grids empty. 1 skill compartment per 5 levels, and this extra 1 Lin Yun had gotten by using a skill stone. However, the Array Master you get in turn 2 has all 4 of its squares empty, so be the first to fill one and maximize your power as well. Ding! Congratulations to Godslayer for obtaining the Formation Master Profession skill, Chimen Dun Jia Big Dipper North Dipper Formation. Sure enough, it was still the ancient Chinese occupation, and even more so, the very famous Big Dipper and North Dipper in the historical records of Daxia. Chimen Dun Jia Big Dipper and Big Dipper Formation. Grade, S. Introduction, with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Gui, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kaiyang, and Shaking Light, as the eyes of the formation. The formation can be attacked or defended, and when you strike the head, the tail responds, when you strike the tail, the head responds, and when you strike the waist, the head and the tail respond, trapping the enemy firmly in it. The 7 people in the formation skill damage increased by 200%, attack and defense transition. The formation head skill damage increased by 500%. 7 people together can burst the formation head corresponding star hit. Lin Yun sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This Big Dipper North Dipper formation was too perverse. It was also a group formation that could hold up to 7 people, and the skill damage boost was even more terrifying. The blow that corresponds to the Starry Night sounds awesome. Just don't know, can one person open the formation? If it can, with the various superimpositions of their own damage, the strength that instantly bursts out, that is simply incalculable. Ouyang Jinxian was beautifully viewing the talismans he had surrendered from Lin Yun when he suddenly felt a hint of something wrong. Wisps of mysterious lines suddenly spread to his feet, instantly converging into a very arcane formation. The formation flickered with blue light. The 7 starlight was hidden. At this time a starlight suddenly burst out with a bright purple light. The power that flowed out of the hidden made Ouyang Jinxiu feel inexplicable palpitations. But in the next second, with a soft chirp, the lines of the formation instantly disappeared into thin air. Ouyang Jinxiu turned his head to look at Lin Yun, but he saw him shaking his head regretfully with a sorry expression. No, this bastard kid a mage doesn't practice properly. All day long he is working on some kind of weird stuff. However, that strange formation just now was actually able to cause inexplicable palpitations in his heart. To know that the difference in strength between himself and this bastard was so great that it could cause his heart to palpitate. What had this kid drummed up? At this moment, Lin Yun walked over and felt the other party's aura. Ouyang Jinxiu nodded slightly. Mission accomplished? Lin Yun grinned directly, his white teeth flashing, then very solemnly bowed 90 degrees towards Ouyang Jinxiu. Thank you. Only Lin Yun knew that he hadn't relied on himself to be able to complete the second turn quest. All of the skills and techniques simply couldn't shake the Kirin City Lord in front of him, who had a bearded face and an unusually ugly smile. The first person under the continent lord who had been able to harden against the gods in his previous life and suffered a siege before dying of exhaustion. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, how could it be that Lin Yun was able to fight against him right now? In this battle, Ouyang Jinxiu directly released an entire Pacific Ocean. Seeing the always well-behaved deicide suddenly bowing so solemnly, Ouyang Jinxiu froze for a moment. Then a pleased smile appeared on his face. The smile flickered away, and when Lin Yun raised his head, he had already resumed his usual appearance and spoke faintly. There's no need to thank me. I merely promised Yenner to look after you. Being able to defeat me at the Xian rank shows that you kid still has some desirable ways. Before the words fell, a green-colored light appeared in front of Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes stared, reached out to hold it, and immediately felt incomparable heat in his hand. And there was a faint gust of dragon's roar coming from it. Feeling the power of the green dragon in his hand, Ouyang Jinxiu looked at Lin Yun in slight astonishment. The blood of Lord Qinglong? Lin Yun nodded solemnly and spoke in a very sincere manner. This is the one that would have belonged to you before, and it is the last one. Ouyang Jinxiu dropped the green dragon blood in his hand after continuously throwing it up, seriously scrutinized Lin Yun for half a day, and slowly spoke. Let's be honest, this green dragon blood doesn't enhance me much anymore. If you really want to thank me, give me a few more copies of that new rune book of yours. As Ouyang Jinxiu spoke, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Lin Yun, speaking again with a face full of distrust. And I've always felt that you boys must be up to something with this sudden ghostly look. Lin Yun cried out that he was wronged. You've wronged me. I really don't think this thing is of much use, and seeing as you cared so much about it before, I thought of borrowing it. Ouyang Jinxiu laughed outright. You're the only one in the whole world who dares to say that Lord Qinglong's blood is of little use, and I don't know how many people have begged for it. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu reveal a smile, Lin Yun immediately opened his mouth with a shy and fawning smile. That brother-in-law, I would like to ask if you have that kind of unused divine level technique on hand. There's no need to give too much. A dozen or 20 books will be enough. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jinxiu revealed a wry smile and waved at Lin Yun. Come over a bit. Lin Yun was overjoyed and immediately walked forward, but he saw Ouyang Jinxiu make a home run move, extend both hands back in fists and bend one knee slightly. Just as Lin Yun was puzzled, Ouyang Jinxiu lashed out with his waist, and the green dragon blood in his hand swung out violently towards Lin Yun. The terrifying power directly bombarded Lin Yun's body. A figure directly broke through the gate of the city lord's mansion and flew out backwards, while Ouyang Jinxiu's roar resounded through the city lord's mansion. The entire city lord's mansion even shook a little. Asterisk off. I knew you boys weren't holding back any good farts. Chapter 83 Strength Leap Upgrade. Kirin Continent No. 1 Seed. In front of the eyes of the Qilin army, Lin Yun, who had flown backwards out of the city lord's mansion, ruthlessly embedded himself into the white jade stone. The surrounding Qilin army gave a thumbs up to the human-sized crater on the ground, their faces full of admiration. Good guts. Awesome. To actually dare to mess with the Kirin City Lord, and to be able to live after such a death-defying act. There was something about this celestial outsider. Lin Yun felt like he'd been hit by an elephant, his head full of stars circling around him as he dizzily picked himself out of the floor tiles. This old thing, his temper is really stinky. No, I have to complain. It's better to find some time to ask my own sister and see if she has any god-tier skill books. Lin Yun got up and patted the dust on his vestments. Muttering and opening his mouth, he erected a friendly greeting gesture towards the city lord's residence. He got up and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped his steps and collapsed to the ground, covering his chest. A pain that was hot to the core came from his chest, and that pain instantly swept through his entire body as Lin Yun almost fainted. A force emerged from within the city lord's mansion and directly sucked in Lin Yun's body, and Lin Yun was pulled back into the city lord's mansion by the force. Suffering from great pain, Lin Yun's eyes blackened, vaguely hearing only Ouyang Jinxiu's voice, and then he directly fainted. I almost forgot about this. Lord Qinglong's blood is not something this kid can easily absorb. Ouyang Jinxiu controlled Lin Yun to lie down flat, and the strong earth attribute power surged directly into Lin Yun's body. At this moment, Lin Yun had already fallen into a coma, and his entire body was constantly surging with greenish-colored light. And between the flashes of light, Lin Yun's entire body swelled up and his blood pulsed. Like an ever-expanding balloon, it could burst and die at any time. Fortunately, Ouyang Jinxiu's earth attribute was injected into his body in time, constantly repairing Lin Yun's body while helping his body to rapidly absorb the green dragon blood. In less than an hour, as the greenish light on Lin Yun's body faded, Ouyang Jinxiu was so shocked that he raised his eyebrows slightly. Something's wrong. Rao himself, when he first absorbed the Continent Lord's blood, it took a full day and night to complete the absorption. How come this kid absorbed most of the green dragon's power in such a short time? Although Ouyang Jinxiu was puzzled, he didn't stop moving his hands. With the power of the green dragon completely disappearing from Lin Yun's body, it also meant that the green dragon's blood had been completely absorbed by Lin Yun. Ouyang Jinxiu had a very rich expression on his face as his earth attribute power continuously probed Lin Yun's body. Good boy. Some potential. More than a bit of potential. The blood of Lord Qinglong. A drop can make a person transcendent. His own year when the first time to absorb. Enough to use a day and night, but also a direct rise in a level. However, Lin Yun's absorption time was less than an hour, and there were even no other magical changes after absorption. Either the green dragon blood was useless to him, or this kid's strength power was otherworldly. Yet there was no such thing as the blood of Lord Qinglong being useless. For a while, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were very complicated. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yun woke up leisurely, and the moment he woke up, the bones in his entire body crackled. Stretching comfortably, he felt as if he had taken a nap, and his spirit was greatly satisfied. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Yun was however startled. The bearded Ouyang Jinxiu was just staring straight at himself. That face was close to his own, and his eyes were leaking a complicated look. Lin Yun imperceptibly took a slight step back, looking at Ouyang Jinxiu with a guarded expression. Seeing Lin Yun's movement of demeanor, the corners of Ouyang Jinxiu's mouth twitched as he slowly stood up and spoke. Feel the power change. Lin Yun sniffed and immediately checked his panel, his pupils instantly dilating. Legal strength, 142,924 points. Blood, 133. 2 million points. ********. Lin Yun was instantly confused, staring blankly at the panel in front of him, unable to comprehend where this sudden extra 10,000 mana 100 million blood came from. Ouyang Jinxiu spoke faintly. You can only absorb so much of Lord Qinglong's blood. Your qualifications are really too poor. Lin Yun instantly recalled the scene before he fell unconscious. That unbearable sizzling sensation. Was it due to the blood of the green dragon? Does the mana and blood gained by yourself also have something to do with it? A drop of green dragon blood that directly elevated itself to such a degree? This was too perverse. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun remembered the drop of green dragon power that he had consumed when he was controlled by his desires earlier, and immediately felt 1,000 regrets. Otherwise, one would have an extra 100 million blood in 10,000 mana. Thinking of this, Lin Yun couldn't wait to go back to the Church of Light and slap the person he was at that time. While Lin Yun was feeling remorseful, Ouyang Jinxiu suddenly threw a token over. Lin Yun panicked and caught the sign that Ouyang Jinxiu threw at him. The token was earth yellow in color, exuding heavy earth attribute power, and there was nothing else on both sides of the token except for the engraved word 1. The 5 continents of the divine enlightenment. Every 100 years, there will be a continental war, in which both the native subjects and the continental stations and you celestial outsiders can participate. Firstly, to cultivate the backbone of the 4 armies of each continent, and secondly, to re-rank the continents. The resources received by the top-ranked continents will be skewed. Ouyang Jinxiu fiddled with Lin Yun's talisman in his hand and leaned back in his chair and said in a deep voice. Lin Yun sniffed. Wasn't this the continent war after the Divine Revelation update? In the past, it was always the Green Dragon continent that came out on top, but this continent battle has a good chance. Ouyang Jinxiu spared a glance at Lin Yun, not to mention other continents, even the Green Dragon continent. I'm afraid that we can't find a heavenly guest who can have a fight with this bastard, right? This continental battle might be able to move the Kirin continent ranking forward a bit. After Lord Kirin disappeared, the Kirin continent had been at a low ebb, and every time it was ranked, it was the one at the bottom. Participating in the continental battle cultivation shall not exceed the Earth rank. You kid will represent the Kirin continent in the battle. What you have in your hand is the No. 1 seed token. You don't need to participate in the Kirin continent's sea election. After Lin Yun heard Ouyang Jinxiu's words, he hurriedly put away the number 1 seed token in his hand. According to the memory of his previous life, the number 1 seed of the 5 continents would be given a title after the continental battle. Titles mean little, but mobilize 4 armies on every continent. A player mobilizing an army of NPC masters. Imagine the gold content of the number 1 seed. Every time you kid shows that smile, labor will have bad luck. So hurry up and shut your mouth. Ouyang Jinxiu looked at Lin Yun with a cheap smile and immediately got goosebumps all over his body. Lin Yun's smile didn't diminish as he walked directly in front of Ouyang Jinxiu and extended his hand. Brother-in-law, for such an important continental battle, how can I help you win the championship if you don't give some strong support here? Ouyang Jinxiu cast an oblique glance at Lin Yun, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You think you can win the championship? Did you not hear what I just said clearly? The Continental War, not only you heavenly outsiders, but also the native experts of all ranks from all continents. Many of them are even veterans who have participated in the Continental War many times, and many of them are just one step away from breaking through the existence of the heavenly ranks. Now, do you still have the confidence to take the championship? Chapter 84. The point of hard work is to act like a fool. Outside the Kirin City Lord's mansion, Lin Yun greeted the stationed Kirin army warmly with a delighted expression on his face. In the midst of these solemn Qilin army's eyebrows furiously jumping, Lin Yun shook hands one after another, very much at ease with himself. When he reached the white jade heavenly stairs, Lin Yun turned back, waved his hand towards the empty gate of the city lord's mansion, and left without looking back. As Lin Yun walked down the heavenly ladder, Ouyang Jinxiu's figure with his hands behind his back quietly appeared in front of the Qilin army, his eyes watching Lin Yun leave with a smirk. The Qilin army all half-kneeled and saluted at once, and Ouyang Jinxiu waved his hand before the Qilin army stood up and continued to stand on guard. Recalling Lin Yun's reply within the city lord's mansion, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes showed undisguised admiration. Do you, now, still have the confidence to take the title? I can tolerate my own failure, but I cannot accept that I do not go after success. The champion, I will personally place it in the hall of the Kirin Continent City Lord's Mansion. At that moment, Ouyang Jinxiu looked at the determination in Lin Yun's eyes, and in a trance, he saw himself, step by step, sitting in the position of the Kirin City Lord. Kid is a lot like himself, and Raoul likes it. But when he remembered what Lin Yun had taken from him on his way out, Ouyang Jinxiu was instantly heartbroken. This kid, he's like a vampire. Ouyang Jinxiu's figure disappeared into thin air, leaving only a stinking curse in the air. The Qilin army and the others looked at the city lord's residence with disbelief. The city lord, who had always been a titan without changing his color, would actually show an expression of admiration for a celestial outsider with no more than an earth rank cultivation? In the Sea and Sky building, the table was full of appetizing delicacies. Lin Yun and Kiki replica Kiki were each holding a beast leg and gnawing on it, completely missing what 3-141-5926 said. After Lin Yun left the city lord's mansion, he received an invitation from Brother Six and immediately hoofed it over, only to realize that he was the only one missing from the group of 5 when he arrived. Are you saying that your second turn quest is to kill 10,000 iron-armored dragon turtles? After listening to Brother Six's narration, Wealthy asked doubtfully as he listened to the unfamiliar name of the wild monster. This iron-armored dragon turtle is unheard of. Is it hard, this quest? Smiling at the words, Brother Six let out a bitter laugh. The iron-armored dragon turtle is located in the Sunset Deep Forest, one of the Kirin continent's forbidden lands, and isn't difficult to deal with on its own. But according to the quest guidelines, there's a hidden boss blocking the path that must be traveled, and with my strength, I can't get through, which is why I want to ask for your help. Upon hearing the Sunset Deep Forest, Lin Yun and Kiki stopped eating at the same time and looked at each other, both remembering the scene of being killed in seconds earlier. Eat and lead the way. Easy directly picked up his chopsticks to clip the food and spoke in a domineering manner. Brother Six immediately revealed a smile. Among the several people, even Wealthy, the weakest auxiliary mage, had completed his second turn. Instead, he himself was blocked to death by a boss, severely slowing down the large group. The Divine Enlightenment update will open the Continental Station auditions in 2 days, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to make a difference with one Xian rank 10 cultivation level. By the way, I just looked at the Continent Battle Sea election registration form. Do you guys know how many people from the Qilin continent have signed up? Kiki Repeat's mouth was stuffed and he slurred his words. 700,000. Easy replied as he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Wealthy and Powerful heard, instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. I drop, good boy. 700,000 people elected 100 people. This is not my year of college entrance examination is still horrible. And that's just for now. Registration closes half an hour before kickoff, so I don't know how many more people will be able to attend. And it's not just the players, it's the locals who can sign up as well. Brother Six laughed and looked at Lin Yun. I just pray that the sea election doesn't run into deicide. Everyone nodded in unison, and Easy was no exception. Regicide strength, a few people are well aware of. This thing is like a hangman, whoever touches him can directly surrender. Lin Yun revealed a meaningful smile and threw out the number 1 seed token directly. Don't worry, you won't be able to meet me. A few people were puzzled as they received the flickering earth-colored token. Feeling the thick power on the token, a few people were a bit unsure. What is it? Easy played with the token and spoke in confusion. Lin Yun gently wiped his mouth with a tissue and spoke very unconcernedly. Hey, it's nothing, but it's just a District 1 seed token. A few people understood what seed number 1 meant, but their minds didn't turn around at once, not understanding why Lin Yun would say that they couldn't meet him. The sign doesn't do much, but it's just a bailout. No auditions. Lin Yun calmly rushed to take the sign from Easy and carefully stuffed it into his backpack like a treasure, but his tone was very disdainful. Oh, so it's just a bailout. What? Bailing out? Bailed out to where? Wealthy nodded slightly, and when he reacted, he stood up in shock, unable to complete his words, his tiny round eyes glaring. Several people opened their mouths in surprise and reaction. Doesn't this mean that Deity doesn't need to participate in the auditions and directly advances to the top 100 with the first place? Looking at Lin Yun's calm and slightly disgusted face, the crowd wanted to curse at the moment. It's called Zone 1 seed. Nothing big? Easy looked at Lin Yun, who was calmly drinking tea, and gave a dumbfounded thumbs up. The corners of his mouth twitched, and a word popped out. Bull. This forced him to pretend like a fire. Their own level of pretending to be a force is still to be improved. To regicide to learn well. Look at this face of the appearance of a beating. Looking at Lin Yun with a face that was nothing more than that, a few people felt worse than killing themselves. You this, me this. Hey! Lin Yun looked at the unhappy plus lifeless expressions of several people and put down his water cup with satisfaction. Cool. Cultivation would be meaningless if the effort wasn't to pretend. The only thing this token did was to make Lin Yun feel good. Oh, and it serves another purpose, not having to squeeze in with dozens or millions of other people. Sure enough, that's how the top students are treated. By the way, brother Godslayer, I met a new friend a while ago. It looks like you owe. Kiki replica Kiki, who was burying his head in dry rice, suddenly remembered something and looked Lin Yun up and down and said, oh, how similar. Lin Yun smiled and opened his mouth to ask. Kiki repeat wiped his hands and seriously scrutinized Lin Yun, and after looking at him for half a day, he said in a very serious manner, other than not looking very much alike, it really seems like the same person. Lin Yun's eyes twinkled as he pointed at Easy and himself and inquired, do I look like Easy? Easy looked inexplicably at Lin Yun who had mentioned himself. Kiki looked left and right, then scratched his head in great confusion. It's a bit like that. Brother Kingslayer is a bit more handsome. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth twitched and he was speechless for a while. This little Nini was definitely faceblind. Easy was immediately struck by lightning and looked at Kiki with an incredulous expression. What? He's a little better looking than me? Do you want to wipe your eyes and take a better look? You look perfunctory. Like what? Obviously I'm more handsome. In terms of face value, Easy has never lost since he was a kid. Today is to suffer a fatal blow. For a time, the Free directly lost his appetite. His mind is full of chi a sentence. A little more handsome. A little more handsome. What's more handsome than me? Chapter 85 Bloodthirsty Demon Sealing Chop. Sunset Deep Forest. One of the most horrifying death-forbidden places in the Kirin continent. The origin of the name of the Sunset Deep Forest is due to the fact that it does not see light all day long. No matter day or night, once you enter it, you will be in complete darkness. The mountains are continuous and I don't know how vast they really are. And this deep sunset forest, which was forever shrouded in darkness, was the most bizarre forbidden area of the divine enlightenment, and it was rumored that there were great terrors within the forbidden area. A group of 5 people entered it, with Lin Yun alone walking at the very front, a dozen or so Gungjin talismans around him flickering with golden light, illuminating a bright light in front of him. Easy and the other 4 hung far behind them, all looking around warily. 3-141-5926 looking at Lin Yun, who was alone and bright in front of him. He hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, no, is it okay for him to do that? Illuminating himself like a light bulb isn't telling the wild monsters that I'm here. Come and get me? Several people looked at Lin Yun, who was as bright as a light bulb, and were all speechless. When other people entered the Sunset Deep Forest, they were all carefully groping their way forward for fear of accidentally inviting a bunch of wild monsters to surround them. This deicide, however, was as bright as a lack of heart, wandering in this darkness, and it's beckoning. Break away. His hand had been lightly resting on top of the hilt of his sword to prevent accidents from occurring, and at this time he spoke without turning his head back. He does things reliably. A few people sniffed and nodded, although Deicide sometimes acted and behaved like a 205, but every time he had his own ideas. There were scares along the way, and with Lin Yun's light bulb-like attraction of wild monsters, Brother Six didn't encounter the kind of situation where he encountered a group of wild monsters when he walked a few steps before when he was alone, following behind Deicide. One could only see wild monster corpses all over the ground. The journey was unhindered, and all the wild monsters that were encountered were easily resolved by Deicide. Several people couldn't help but let their guard down. Careful. A sword light flashed out, splitting one of the giant spiders on top of Kiki's head directly in two before Easy's voice came out. Seeing this, the few people focused their attention once again. There were too many dangers lurking in the Sunset Deep Forest. If they didn't pay attention a little, they would have to drop a level. With that, several people followed the quest guidelines of 3-141-5926 and moved slowly in the direction of the iron-armored dragon turtle. During this period, even though Lin Yun was in the front to open the way, there were still quite a few hidden leaks, thanks to Easy's multiple discoveries, avoiding several casualties. After advancing for an unknown amount of time, after passing through a goat path, Brother Six pointed out at a small valley ahead. This is it. The quest instructs to pass through this valley in front of us to the gathering place of the iron-armored dragon turtle, and in the center of the valley there is a hidden boss, Earth Rank 5. The crowd stopped and looked at the valley in front of them. On the left and right sides were two continuous mountain ranges. If they wanted to move forward, they could only enter the valley. As you enter the valley, there are towering cliffs on two sides and an overgrown trail in the center for walking. During the walk, from time to time there are wild monsters suddenly attacked. Fortunately, the free eyes and hands quickly, repeatedly out to save. No, where did Kingslayer go? Only then did several people realize that the deicide, who had originally walked in the forefront with the light bulb, had long since disappeared, and there was darkness in front of them. As Easy was about to contact Godslayer, an ear-piercing beast sound suddenly rang out. The surrounding space suddenly trembled. The ground in front of the four people moved violently, and in a moment's time, the ground chafed. A crack spread rapidly, and in the middle of the area, a deep pit instantly appeared. Several people retreated in a panic, dodging a crack that collapsed deep into them. Here it comes, that Earth Rank 5 boss is coming out. Before 3-141-5926 words fell, the entire surface of the ground exploded, and a greenish-purple boss suddenly broke out of the ground. Roar! A deafening beast roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and as the sound rang out, a huge figure whose entire body was draped in purple and green light appeared in front of the eyes of several people. Purple aura surrounded the Earth Rank 5 hidden boss, revealing its true form. Surrounded by purple and green light, it was very weird. A huge wild monster head protruded from the ground, its head resembling a dragon, its torso like a maggot, its mouth full of fangs, and an intimidating pressure erupted from the boss, suffocating people. Shadow Marsh Serpent, Level, Earth Class 5, Attack Power, 2,000,000, Blood, 100 million. Introduction, a Level 5 hidden boss in the outskirts of the Sunset Deep Forest, who hides underground for years and likes to sneak up on all the creatures that pass by. Battle intent rose in Easy's eyes, and when he was about to draw his sword and strike, a petite body leapt out. It's exactly Kiki and Kiki again. Facing a hidden boss with a very huge body size, Kikiru was completely unconcerned. The person was in the air, and the small short sword in his hand that was flashing with a purple electric aura rose up against the wind. Black and red rays of light spread unchecked on Kikiru's body, and with the appearance of demonic and bizarre demonic stripes on his lovely face, a horrifying demonic shadow that covered the sky quietly appeared behind him, following him like a shadow. The terrifying pressure shook the hearts of both Wealthy and Brother Six. The two of them looked at each other and both laughed bitterly. The strength of this little lowly was much stronger than both of them, who were already at the bottom of the group of five. The same black and red glow rendered on the giant sword in Kiki Repeater's hand. In mid-air, an evil smile appeared on the face of Kikifu, his right hand resting on his sword and his left hand reaching out towards the shadow swamp serpent from a distance. A strange scarlet power quietly appeared in his left hand, directly sucking in the shadow swamp serpent. Under a terrifying gravitational force, the shadow swamp serpent's entire body's purple-black blood came out through its body, all of which converged on top of Kikiru's left hand. The shadow swamp serpent instantly went into rigor mortis, and could only watch as his blood, as well as his power, drained away. With the absorption of the terrifying blood, Kiki's aura soared, instantly breaking through from Earth Rank 1 to Earth Rank 3. Both of them immediately looked dumbfounded, looking at the godlike Kiki repeat and muttered, "What the hell?" The eyes of the two looking at Easy suddenly took on a bit of pity. With the end of drawing power, Kikiru's eyes appeared a demonic scarlet red color that was very creepy. Bloodthirsty demon ceiling slash. Kiki replied with a chirpy cry, and her entire body disappeared in mid-air, appearing above the shadow swamp serpent's gigantic head in a matter of moments. The demon god behind him took a step forward and turned into a piece of blood that surged into the giant sword, which instantly turned into countless residual shadows, and with a frequency of basically 2 slashes a second, it chopped on top of the shadow swamp serpent's head like a raging wind and rain. -200,000, -200,000, a full 30 seconds of gusty, dense, 6-digit numbers surfaced. minus 12 million. 2 slashes a second, each slash bringing up 200,000 damage. In just 30 seconds, a terrifying to the point of bursting damage directly appeared. 12 million total damage. Bloodthirsty Demon Chopper, Grade, SS. Introduction, at the cost of lowering one's own level by 1 level, cause the opponent to fall into a frozen state for 3 seconds. Suck 10% of the opponent's blood and power to forcefully raise himself. After the completion of the sucking, he will swing out 2 slashes per second for 30 seconds. After the completion of the casting of the spell, he will enter into a weakened state. The CD of the skill is 24 hours. The Shadow Swamp Serpent's attack power was a full 2 million, and the bloodthirsty ceiling slash had sucked up nearly 200,000 of the opponent's attack power, hence the exaggerated output in front of him. Looking at the Shadow Swamp Serpent's blood bar again, it was instantly lowered by a tenth. This time not only the wealthy and generous two people were dumbfounded, but Easy was even more straight-eyed and swallowed hard. At that moment, however, a sudden change occurred. One hit straight off the bat. Easy scrambled forward with his sword and caught the dislocated Kiki repeat, and the wealthy two instantly moved forward to continue attracting hidden boss hatred. Minus 2,000. Minus 6,000. The two looked at the damage they had dealt and their faces instantly turned red. Chapter 86 Magic Girl Ugarte? Kiki repeat's face was so pale that he couldn't even hold the short sword that had shrunk in his hand, and his entire body was weak to the extreme. Lying in Easy's arms, a smug smile appeared on Kiki repeat's frail face. The first time he had exploded with such high damage. 12 million. Playing the game for so long, he had always been protected by others. Now, one is capable of protecting others. The color of heartache appeared in Easy's eyes. After one blow, not only was he weakened to this state, his level was also directly reduced by 1 level. His original Earth rank 1 cultivation had fallen to Xian rank 10. Why do you have to do this? After resting, Kiki's face was no longer so pale, and she smiled sweetly at his words. How can I let you guys keep carrying your weight? Easy was still about to speak when the screams and cries for help from the two men of fortune and 3-141-5926 rang out. Help! Don't fall in love! Save me! Easy frowned and turned his head to look, only to see the Shadow Swamp Serpent spewing out a mouthful of dark green energy, directly dispersing the white shield on Brother 6's body, and with a miserable scream, Brother 6 directly flew out backwards, and Fortune has long since been slapped into the dirt and is struggling to climb out, and the Shadow Swamp Serpent's blood level didn't see a decrease and was even slowly recovering. Easy is directly speechless. These two buddies, playing with snakes. However, it was normal to think about it. How could a meat tank and a support deal with an Earth rank 5 boss? After seeing that Kiki repeat was not much of a problem, Easy's figure flickered and took on the Shadow Swamp Serpent. Sword up white crane. A crane sounded in the air, and in a flash of sword light, Easy had appeared behind the Shadow Marsh Serpent. Minus 80,000. Seeing the damage is extremely low, Free frowned in the hand of the long sword but did not stop. Sword light flashes. Shadow Swamp Serpent's blood level is slowly declining. Fortune, who had just climbed up, hadn't had time to catch his breath, and when he saw that Easy was fighting against the Shadow Swamp Serpent, he immediately threw 3 consecutive skills over. Star Guardian, Star Prayer, Star Infusion. A green, a blue and a white skill landed on Easy successively. In an instant, a faint protective shield appeared around Easy, flowing with starlight. Another light entered his body. Easy immediately felt as light as a swallow. His speed doubled, the last light went down, and the same light flooded on the long sword. 1 increases guard, 1 increases speed, and 1 increases strength. Striking again, the speed of Easy's sword was already much faster. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. With the addition of speed and strength, Easy was like the reincarnation of the sword immortal. His figure was ethereal, and between the swings of his long sword, the Shadow Swamp Serpent's blood level slowly and evenly decreased. Aura of Despair. The 3-141-5926 figure that was sent flying an unknown distance like a meteorite smashed down in front of the Shadow Marsh Serpent's eyes. The Paladin's professional skill was activated, and a ray of light instantly covered himself and the Shadow Marsh Serpent. The energy that the Shadow Swamp Serpent had originally sprayed towards Easy suddenly turned around in midair and made a U-turn to directly slam into Brother 6. Immovable King. Brother 6 once again shouted angrily, a ring of light suddenly spreading beneath his feet, and his entire body suddenly swelled by a circle. Wealthy also threw 3 skills directly at Brother 6. Bang! Minus 500,000. Terrifying numbers rose as 6's blood level directly dropped by as much as half. But between the flashes of starlight, the blood level slowly rose again. Kiki repeat lay under the tree, looking at Fortune, who was releasing skills with dots of starlight in various strange gestures, and spoke with a strange expression. Magical girl Urgot? In this way, Brother 6 in the guise of a meat titan firmly attracted the Shadow Swamp Serpent's attacks. Wealthy was responsible for stacking attacks and replies for the two of them, and Easy as the main output. His longsword was transformed into a sky full of swordlight, and he was able to bring up a high amount of damage every time he struck out. With the three of them working in unison, the Shadow Swamp Serpent's blood level slowly dropped by as much as half. Roar! Suddenly, countless purple-black spikes violently stabbed out from the ground, directly sweeping towards the three with terrifying speed. Easy's feet flickered up, easily dodging the spike's attack, while his eyes condensed, and the eight-faced Han sword in his hand suddenly became ethereal. Back to Windfall. The eight-sided Han sword suddenly erupted into a loud dragon roar, and between the swaying of the prolonged longsword, a falling leaf composed of sword chi densely appeared in front of everyone's eyes. As the longsword swept, like the wind rolling down leaves, the spikes that stabbed out from the ground instantly turned into countless fragments in the air and slowly fell down. Minus 200,000. Minus 200,000. Several sword lights appeared on the Shadow Marsh Serpent's body, bringing up damage while disappearing. In the next moment, the longsword in Easy's hand lightly danced, and a huge sword light penetrated out from the Shadow Marsh Serpent's body. Minus 1 million. A return Windfall's leaves directly dealt close to 2 million damage. Those who use swords just look more powerful. Reciting sword moves are more handsome than others. I'm so envious. Wealthy casually threw out a few skills and opened his mouth with great envy. Brother 6 nodded, then looked at Wealthy with a disgusted expression. Just like your moves. It sounds like you think they're used by pussies. Will you be unusually shy when you recite them? Get thee out of here. The Shadow Swamp Serpent, whose blood level was as high as 100 million, had been reduced to about 1/5 of its blood level under the three people's constant attacks, and a few people's blue levels had seen the light of day, and several times 3,141,5926 almost couldn't get a mouthful of blood back. The situation was slowly changing, already extremely unfavorable for the trio, and Wealthy drank up his blue replenishment and raised his hand to unleash another Starlight Salvation on the two. Ding! Congratulations to Dasha Clothing Care Incontinent player Godslayer for his first kill of the Earth Rank 10 hidden boss Shadow Swamp Dragon, rewarding him with a set of S-rank corresponding profession sets. Right at this moment, the system's announcement directly brushed the screen. Several people were suddenly surprised. When did this Godslayer run off to kill an Earth Rank 10 boss? And Lin Yun's voice sounded behind a few people at that moment. Ha, that skill. Isn't that magical girl Ugarte? Before the words fell, a dozen or so talismans flashing with crimson light appeared in front of the Shadow Swamp Serpent, leaving the word Yin Yang Lai. Bang! Countless firelight meteorites instantly covered the massive Shadow Swamp Serpent, bringing up a large swath of 6-digit bright red numbers. Minus 571,696. Minus 571,696. Accompanied by the Shadow Swamp Serpent's mournful roar. The blood level, which was only less than 20 million, suddenly dropped by half. A few people suddenly had their scalps tingling, and Easy was even more dumbfounded. What kind of damage was in this stomping ground? Lin Yun appeared behind the wealthy man with a smile on his face, staring at him very magically. I say Ruffy, what is this second turn profession of yours? Why do the skills sound all girly? A few people hadn't yet recovered from Lin Yun's horrifying damage when they suddenly saw a spike suddenly appear behind Lin Yun, stabbing down violently straight towards him. Look out! Easy's face changed as he held his longsword, his figure rushing towards Lin Yun, and Lin Yun naturally found the sharp stabbing spikes, but did not care, not to mention that you Shadow Swamp Serpent but a million attack power, their own more than 100 million blood, standing let you have to stab half a day. What's more, you don't have a chance anymore. With the scorching effect of Yin Yang Lai, the Shadow Swamp Serpent's blood level was reduced to 1/10 of its total blood level. The execution effect of the Huntress title triggers directly. The Shadow Swamp Serpent, along with the spikes that had already arrived behind Lin Yun's head, were instantly transformed into a white light that directly disappeared. When Easy arrived with his sword, the Shadow Swamp Serpent directly disappeared on the spot and was already dead, exploding a field of equipment. In Lin Yun's strange eyes, Easy put away his longsword with a calm face and directly turned his head towards Kiki. Repeat Kiki. It really is. It's so humiliating. Chapter 87. What? A six-figure base mana strength. A group of 5 people were lying on their backs on the valley, observing the group of wild monsters below the valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a head of iron-armored dragon turtles walking densely, some of them frolicking and playing around, while some of them were lying comfortably sleeping. To be honest, it's not easy to deal with so many iron-armored dragon turtles, or groups of them. Wealthy and generous mouth-eating dry food. Looking at the dense iron-armored dragon turtle scalp below, Kiki nodded in agreement. This one dragon turtle was as big as an elephant, and it was still living in a group, and the key skill was also focusing on one defense. To be honest, Lin Yun didn't expect the 1,415,926 second turn quest to be so disgusting. high strength, high defense and also swarming. This goes down a careless by this group of iron armored dragon turtle run over. Crumbs are not left. Several people were discussing and considering how to kill 10,000 iron armored dragon turtles. Only Easy looked at Lin Yun hesitantly. What do you keep staring at me for? Lin Yun, who was observing the dragon turtle, suddenly sensed the look in Easy's eyes and couldn't help but speak suspiciously. Seeing a few people looking at him, Easy no longer hesitated and directly inquired out loud. I'd like to know what your base mana strength is right now. This is a question that Easy has wanted to ask for a long time. Many times in concert, each of Deicide's strikes can hit an extremely exaggerated output. That kind of feeling makes the free feeling very difficult to express. If several people are a grade, the Deicide gives a person the feeling is like far ahead of several people several grades in general. Seeing Easy inquire, several people also looked at Lin Yun, and it still depends on the opponent. If you absorb an opponent like Zaibatsu, the top day is just a few thousand or 10,000 output. There are too many limitations, and Regicide's damage, which has never been lowered from the beginning, is solid base damage, and every time we meet, it's an extremely exaggerated leap up. One could only imagine how terrifying Deicide's base mana strength was. Lin Yun sniffed and laughed out cheaply, looking at the inquisitive few. I'm afraid of hitting your self-esteem. Cut. 3-141-5926 snorted disdainfully. Not that I'm bragging, my heart is like a rock, my will is firm, and I can still be struck by this point? Laughing dead. Oh, well then, my base mana strength is about 6 digits. Lin Yun's light sentence instantly caused several people to be dumbstruck, only feeling their scalps tingle. Only 6 brother math is not good. Did not react, but the district 6 digits. This can strike a what? I am almost 3,000 attack power. You this 6,000. What do you say? Brother 6 had a mocking look on his face, but the next second he froze. 6 digits. 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000. Seeing Lin Yun nodding with a light smile, Brother 6 hurriedly broke his hands and counted the meaning of 6 digits. After counting all of a sudden, his eyes were dull and numb, and he repeated the finger wrestling. The remaining 3 were also looking at Lin Yun as if he were a monster. At this moment, Easy had the feeling of being abandoned by the times. Comparing each other's basic attacks, Easy fell silent, not knowing what to think. Wealthy than the 6th brother cannot get where. Backward breath of cool air. You this. A fist can kill me. Should we not let Brother Godslayer give it a try? Kiki Repeat opened his mouth with a smile, watching the fun and completely disregarding the death of the wealthy and powerful. Forget it, let's just see how we can help Brother 6 kill 10,000 iron armored dragon turtles. Wealthy wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. At this several people nodded and began to confer. Only the rock-solid, strong-willed 3-141-5926 is still staring blankly at his fingers. 6 figures, this is a person? It wasn't difficult to kill the iron-armored dragon turtle. What was difficult was that it could only be killed by Brother 6 himself, and how to retreat in one piece amongst these densely packed iron-armored dragon turtles. And at that moment, Lin Yun stared at the dragon turtle below as if his eyes lit up at the thought. For now, it seems that only one person can attract the attention of the large echelon of ironclad dragon turtles, while the remaining 3 help Brother 6 slowly kill the ironclad dragon turtles at the back to complete the mission. The prerequisite is that the one drawing fire has to hold out until Brother 6 finishes killing 10,000 iron armored dragon turtles. A few people thought about it, and the only way that worked was to be rich and powerful. The one who draws the fire seems to be the only one that Kingslayer can act as at the moment. Wealthy turned his head to ask for Lin Yun's opinion, but he realized that the place where Lin Yun had originally been had long been empty. Several people didn't know when Lin Yun had quietly left, and at that moment, a terrifying explosion and the restless roar of the iron-armored dragon turtle resounded from the valley below, and several people looked at each other, carefully leaning over the mouth of the valley to look down. Several people's eyeballs popped out. It was nothing like the imagined scorching. Lin Yun in the valley was surrounded by countless talismans, and was riding on a large-sized, iron-armored dragon turtle, laughing wildly and driving the densely packed dragon turtles to gather in one direction. What are we doing? What is he doing? A few people instantly felt like cuties. Just like that, here they were discussing for half a day, making a bunch of plans, and as a result, Deicide directly gathered the dragon turtle together. After a few people descended into the valley, they were dumbfounded as they watched the huge group of iron-armored dragon turtles densely cowering in a corner like sheep, and countless talismans were just connected into a circle that encircled the huge group of iron-armored dragon turtles. Instead, Deicide sat on one of the largest iron-armored dragon turtles and admired his masterpiece with satisfaction. Good lord! A few people had the feeling of seeing a sheepdog herding sheep. I really don't blame others for thinking too much. The majestic Lin Yun was indeed very similar to a sheepdog. Several people rushed behind Lin Yun, and it was only when they got closer that they realized how huge the iron-armored dragon turtle that Lin Yun was riding was. Like two mammoth elephants, the iron-armored dragon turtle was very domineering and majestic. However, at this moment, it appeared to be very docile, from time to time raising its head to look pleasingly at Lin Yun, meekly like the little turtle it had raised. Only the battle-damaged version of the scales on its body told a few people about the painful aggravation it had just suffered. It had been a happy day when he was playing with the little female ironclad dragon turtle and was in a great mood when the man on his back suddenly fell from the sky. Scared, their own little dragon turtles shrunk back, leaving a horrible shadow in their hearts, and in the future, they might never be able to play happily with their little female dragon turtles again. Originally thought that this man cultivation is very weak, then thought to drop him down a bite to eat, but did not expect bang bang a few punches poisonous beatings, almost sent himself away on the spot. There was no way she would have let this man ride her if she hadn't been afraid that the tortoise would be left without a leader when she returned to the west. I'm a responsible dragon turtle, not afraid of death. Yo, coming? Lin Yun realized that the dragon turtle at his feet was stirring, and immediately went straight down with 2 slaps, smashing the dragon turtle's head, only to turn around and realize that it was a few people who had already come behind him. Brother Six, take a look. This is the kingdom I've built for you. Lin Yun waved his hand in an airy manner, signaling 3-141-5926 to pick the iron-armored dragon turtle on his own. A few people looked at the playwright-possessed Lin Yun with black lines on their faces. Then he saw a wave of Lin Yun's hand, and a few of the talismans surrounding the dragon turtle flew back to Lin Yun, and a gap opened up at the originally dense talisman. As soon as the iron-armored dragon turtles inside saw the talisman disappear, they scrambled to squeeze out, but only the talisman gap was extremely small and could only accommodate 1 dragon turtle out at a time. After releasing 100 iron-armored dragon turtles, Fu Lu once again plugged the gap. A few people at large lit up at the unimaginable operation. Does this Kingslayer's head look different from others? But one has to admit that operating this way makes it easier to accomplish the task. 3-141-5926 No longer dwelling on Lin Yun's 6-digit base mana strength, he rushed forward with a wail and rained death on a dragon turtle. Chapter 88 The Harbinger of the Divine Apocalypse arrives. The 5 whose lives hang in the balance. The Valley, the leader of the iron-armored dragon turtles, the one that was being ridden by Lin Yun, was currently tearfully looking at the group of 5 that had drifted away. God damn it, the plague is finally gone. These 5 people, hardened like sheep, released the dragon turtles to kill a batch, directly decimating tens of thousands of their own people. You can't resist yet, and if you move, you'll get a severe beating. The point is, if you kill, why do you pick the little female dragon turtle to kill? Fortunately, the opposite side left when they were satisfied with the kill. It wasn't until the silhouette of the group of 5 had completely disappeared into thin air that the iron-armored dragon turtle leader dared to let out an angry roar. After growling, he flung his head towards the little female dragon turtle at the side, who hurriedly followed him into a small cave to the side. Not a moment's effort later, a mournful scream resounded throughout the entire valley. The few people who were wobbling away from the sunset deep forest heard this distant scream. Is he unable to spare you? 3-141-5962 Full of joy, he was in a good mood after completing the second turn task, and he said without turning back, wealthy and generous with a helpless face, come on, such a miserable cry has half a cent to do with shedding. Lin Yun smiled and didn't say anything, looking at the front where Easy and Kiki Repeat walked side by side and were whispering. At that moment, a soft sound suddenly came from the deepest part of the sunset deep forest. The voice was very soft, but it was as if it had exploded in the ears of the crowd. Together with the sound, the entire sunset deep forest boiled up in an instant, and everywhere was filled with the mournful cries of wild monsters and the sounds of running attacks. Before the eyes of a few people, group after group of wild monsters were running around in panic, and it could be noticed that these wild monsters had panic dripping from their pupils. The group of wild monsters ran past, raising smoke and dust in the sky. And right at this moment, several people were shocked to discover that the deep forest of the setting sun, which was originally supposed to be shrouded in perpetual darkness, was actually brightening up little by little. It was as if the dark night had suddenly enlightened and the sky was about to brighten. But after a long time, the entire sunset deep forest clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, with the lushness of the area and not a hint of darkness in front of them anymore. Several people could see the dismay on each other's faces. Days, brighten up, the deep forests of sunset, which are said to be forever shrouded in darkness, see light again. But a few people were scared at the bottom of their hearts, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. Gungzi, Watchman Chaos Gold. And at the same time, Lin Yun sensed that something was wrong and immediately attached a metallic glow to both of his fists, blasting wildly towards the small hill next to him. Easy froze for a moment, also sensing the problem. His long sword shot out and helped Lin Yun dig up the cave. Instantly a huge cavern appeared before the eyes of several people. Come on in. before a few people could react. They were pulled directly into the cave by Lin Yun. Kanji, against the stream. Countless icy blue talismans instantly filled the entire small cave. The icy cold current instantly turned the entire cave into an ice cellar, and the ice condensed layer by layer, gradually shrinking the originally very spacious cave, narrowing it down to a space where only 5 people could barely crouch down. Only at this point did Lin Yun let out a slight sigh of relief, but his eyes were still filled with tension. The 3 of them, Kikifu, were all baffled at this point, and were shocked by the actions of the 2 Lin Yuns, and only then did they come back to their senses. "What's wrong, brother Kingslayer?" Lin Yun didn't say anything, just handed over the characters in his backpack to several people one by one. Easy glanced at Lin Yun and spoke in a grave tone. "The temperature isn't right." A few people didn't understand the meaning of Easy's words, and Fortune winced out loud. "It's so cold. The temperature must be off." Before the words left his mouth, he saw that the cold stream of ice that Lin Yun had set down was actually dripping water. The thickness of the ice was dissipating at a rate visible to the naked eye. "What's going on here?" Wealthy exclaimed, while Lin Yun's brows furrowed. The characters around him once again exploded one after another, turning into a stream of cold to solidify the melting ice. A suffocating heat flow instantly enveloped several people's entire body, and the terrifying temperature directly caused everyone's body to sweat profusely, but it was instantly condensed by the extreme cold flow. The 3 of them, who were covered in ice slag, realized at this moment what was going on with the temperature that Easy had said was wrong. What's with this horrible heat? In the ice-covered in Chile cave, several people could feel the terrifying temperature. If it wasn't for Deicide and Easy's quick reaction, the current crowd would definitely be instantly melted by this terrifying high temperature in an instant. Spara thought. A few people were in pain at the moment. Between the alternation of hot and cold, several people almost fainted, and the horrible high temperature made several people's bodies red, and even vaguely smelled the aroma of meat. The next second Lin Yun's character erupted with a cold current that directly solidified the crowd again. The 2 worlds of ice and fire were very difficult for a few people to feel. Lin Yun's role was very ugly as he looked at the ice that was constantly melting and solidifying in front of him. The memories of his previous life reappeared. Sunset Deepwood's deaths. This incident set off the entire real world in a previous life. On this day, all the wild monsters in the Sunset Deep Forest, nearly 9 tiers died, and all the players located in the Sunset Deep Forest were all dead at the same time. Not death in a game, but death in reality. All the players who died, all the fluids in their body disappeared, as if they were roasted by high temperatures, leaving only a dried-up corpse. This incident shocked all the countries in reality, and the Daxia command hierarchy even directly created a special case command to investigate. It was never clear what the cause of this was. Lin Yun was still studying at the time and wasn't concentrating on the game, so he only heard about it. It was only later that I realized that it was a precursor to the coming of the divine apocalypse. In other words, if the 5 of them couldn't carry this high temperature today, then all 5 of them themselves would die. All of them will turn into dry corpses and die in their respective homes. But it's not right. The time is way ahead of schedule. Lin Yun's eyes tightened, feeling the alternating heat and icy cold as he drew the character with both hands at the same time. As time passes, the ice is not solidifying fast enough to keep up with the melting. Several people were all near comatose, and in their confusion, they only heard Lin Yun's hoarse low roar. "Open up all the blue supplements for me. Hurry!" Several people hurriedly handed supplements to Lin Yun, who directly poured all the supplements he could get his hands on into his mouth with one hand, while not stopping to draw talismans with the other. At this moment, Lin Yun hated that he hadn't absorbed the green dragon blood before, or else with the green dragon blood's boost, the power of the character would be able to be maximized. Lin Yun hesitated as he looked at the 2 city lord tokens in his backpack. This was the summoning tokens of the 2 city lords, which could directly summon them over. But Lin Yun didn't dare to bet that if the 2 came over and couldn't leave, then both would die here. "Take these talismans and crush them. Don't stop for a moment." Lin Yun handed over all the talismans to the crowd, and sensing Lin Yun's frantic appearance, a few people sniffed and didn't dare to stay for even a moment. Lin Yun took a deep breath, and 2 attribute rays, one blue and one red, appeared on the fingertips of his hands, slowly carving a brand new talisman. However, the 2 attributes exploded every time they fused, and one explosion at a time caused Lin Yun to want to go crazy, and his eyes were even covered in dense blood. I won't die. Chapter 89. Us are all going to die. Dying in reality. The deep forest of the setting sun, which was often dark and sunless, had suddenly come down with daylight. The descent of daylight made the entire Sunset Deep Forest a hell on earth. Terrifyingly high temperatures enveloped the entire Sunset Deep Forest. Countless vegetation directly withered in an instant, followed by burning up. The entire continuous Sunset Deep Forest instantly turned into a sea of fire. Half of the sky of the Kirin continent was rendered red by flames, countless wild monsters were reduced to ashes and miserable screams, and the strong ones were directly turned into a dry corpse. Purgatory on Earth. In the deep forest at sunset. In the 5 city lords' mansions of the 5 continents of the divine enlightenment, several city lords were standing up and looking in the direction of the sunset deep forest from afar. What's going on in Kirin Chao? Ouyang Jinxiu, who was faking sleep, suddenly raised his head. The expression on his face changed slightly, and with a flash of his body, he was located in the sky outside the city lord's mansion, standing in the air, looking at the deep forest of the setting sun that dyed half of the Chilan continent red. His expression was very grave. This power is that being awakened? Ouyang Jinxiu, who was guessing the situation, was suddenly chilled. Goosebumps instantly covered the whole body, as if someone had looked at himself in the deep forest of the setting sun in the underworld. Pass the order. The entire Kirin left guard and right guard will be mobilized. Set up defenses along the sunset deep forest. Strictly forbid anyone from entering, and report immediately if there is any abnormality in the sunset deep forest. The Kirin rear guards patrol the entire city to prevent any trouble. Yes. After Ouyang Jinxiu enacted the order, he stared intently at the sunset deep forest, his eyes covered in gloom. Hopefully, that one is just waking up for a small moment, or else the Chilan continent will be in danger. In the cave carved out by Lin Yun in the sunset deep forest, Easy and the other 4 didn't stop for a moment, constantly crushing Lin Yun's talismans like machinery. The cold currents from the shattering of the Kan characters quickly replenished the melting ice, but over time the talismans had gone from being crushed 10 by 10 to now being crushed 50 to 100 together. The speed at which the ice was condensing was becoming less and less able to keep up with the rate at which it was melting. What a few people were more worried about was not the ice layer being dissolved by the high temperature, but the Godslayer who was constantly trying to draw talismans with his red eyes on the side. After countless failures, Godslayer had already fallen into madness. It can't. It's bound to work. It won't die. It won't. The power of the 2 attributes of red and blue coalesced at Lin Yun's fingertips and was constantly drawn into talismans under Lin Yun's control. But every time he reached the halfway point of the drawing, it quietly dissipated. Lin Yun looked unsightly, but didn't stop, just kept trying and failing. Something must be wrong somewhere. Why would the reflection precursor be ahead of schedule? Listening to the words that appeared to be very bizarre from Lin Yun's mouth, several people looked at each other with great concern. Prosperity frowned. In his heart, no matter at any time, Deicide will always be a smiling image to show people. Like this broke the defense of the appearance, or the first time he saw Godslayer. Calm down. A few people also found out that Lin Yun was not right. At this moment, his mental state was very wrong, and his pupils showed a look of panic, as if he was afraid of something, and the wealthy and powerful rushed to open his mouth. Brother Godslayer. Kiki repeat. Kiki's voice took on a slight sobbing tone. This was the second time Lin Yun had seen this appearance himself, but both times, it had happened in the sunset deep forest. Looking at the Deicide who had fallen into madness, a thought rose involuntarily in Kiki repeat. Kiki's mind. The Deicide had always looked like he was carrying something on his back. Lin Yun, however, was oblivious to the several people's questions and just kept trying and failing. 3-141-5926 Look in the heart is not a taste. Their own few people are like waste. No matter what the situation department, Deicide has been at the forefront, has always been Deicide in the protection of a few people, just like now is also so. All cowering in the cave created by Deicide, can only watch Deicide a person in the effort. Perhaps the Deicide, who has always been cheeky, is just an illusion created to keep the crowd from worrying, and the real him has long been suppressed by the endless pressure to the point of collapse. Godslayer, forget it, it's only a 1 level lower. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. A few people nodded. Yes, a re-upgrade would be nice. At those words Lin Yun stopped drawing in his hands and froze on the spot. Just when a few people thought that Brother Sax's persuasion had taken effect, Lin Yun's head stiffened and he twisted his head around. His entire body was as if he had aged a few years. The depths of his blood-red eyes hid extreme fear. His voice was very hoarse. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure he was under. We, all of us, will die. In reality, a sentence that made several people's scalps go numb. After Lin Yun said those words, several people felt a sense of inexplicable fear, and the inexplicable feeling in their hearts deepened once again. For a while, only the heavy breathing of a few people remained in the alternating hot and cold cave. A few people instantly didn't know how to interpret Lin Yun's words, and apart from Easy, who was staring intently at Lin Yun in a way that didn't seem like a joke, the rest of them thought that Lin Yun was overstressed and had begun to babble. Lin Yun looked deeply at a few people and stopped talking. Indeed, nowadays, except for the top brass of various countries, no one would believe that a game would kill people, much less believe that one day the game would mirror reality, the gods would descend, and the world would come to an end. Trying to make a few of them believe was impractical at the moment, and more importantly, if a few of them couldn't get past the hurdle in front of them today, then it was useless to say anything. Feeling the ice melting faster and faster in front of him, Lin Yun no longer considered anything else and once again condensed his dual attributes for the drawing of a brand new talisman. And at that moment, Easy's voice rang out, "The ice won't melt until you succeed." Lin Yun's eyes lit up and he turned his head to look at Easy. Only then did he realize that Easy, who had always loved the sword as if his life depended on it, and who had always encircled his long sword no matter when, had for the first time put his sword away, and in his hand, in its place, was a pile of icy blue kanji characters. Seeing Lin Yun turn his head, Easy gave him a deep-eyed look and nodded slightly. Lin Yun would smile and draw the talisman again. Sure enough, no matter if it was a past life or present life, Easy would always be the one who trusted himself unconditionally and stood with him, even if it was a god that he was facing. Well, hang on, then. You can't die here so unexplained after living a new life. As the ice within the cave became thinner and thinner, and the heat became more and more pronounced, a few people remembered in a daze what Lin Yun had said, and their hearts couldn't help but beat a drum. As for Lin Yun's talisman drawing, he had been spending his time in constant failure. Lin Yun didn't know what caused this high temperature or how long it would last, and he didn't even know if the talisman he tried to draw would achieve the desired effect and escape this life and death crisis. However, Lin Yun didn't give up. He was going to try something, and just as suddenly, the temperature inside the cave rose abruptly. Bang! A slight crunching sound reached the ears of several people. A few people suddenly changed their faces. The ice shattered and melted right on the spot in the heat. The terrifying heat instantly enveloped the 5 people in the cave. Lin Yun's eyes were wide with anger. His nearly completed talisman directly dissipated in this unexpected situation, and his unwilling and desperate voice resounded through the cave. It's over. Chapter 90 Edge of Death. Morong Feng's residual shadow reappears. The burning flames of the deep forest of the setting sun surged up a few meters high, and the temperature suddenly rose again. In the cave that Lin Yun had chiseled, countless cracks instantly spread out from the originally extremely thick layer of ice. As the ice cracked, Lin Yun's desperate voice sounded at the same time. Done. The original nearly completed brand new talisman instantly dissipated, and the terrifying temperature directly enveloped the entire cave. Lin Yun closed his eyes in despair, and the 2 tokens he held tightly in his hands quietly let go. The various signs before the divine apocalypse descended in his previous life had exterminated many of the natives of the divine apocalypse world. Lin Yun couldn't do it, pulling the 2 city lords over in an uncertain situation. If one must die, then someone has to stand up for both worlds against the gods. The terrifying high temperature had just covered, and everyone's bodies were suddenly covered with dense blisters, which were made from being scorched by the high temperature. Just as Lin Yun was preparing to face death openly, 2 rays of light suddenly rose from 3,141,5926 as well as from the 2 men of fortune. The light directly transformed into 2 barriers enveloping the 5 people. In an instant, the high temperature inside the shield directly dissipated. This is Patriarch Morong Feng's shield. Lin Yun's face was delighted, and the figure of that old man immediately appeared in his mind. Morong Feng, sect leader of the Tianyang sect, the old man in the secret realm of the undead who had his divine sense restored by Lin Yun. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, several people instantly recalled the grumpy old man. At the cost of his own demise, he exterminated the one who killed the god's weird aura. At that moment, a virtual figure unfolded before the eyes of a few people, dressed in an ancient robe of majesty, and was currently looking at Lin Yun with a smile on his face. Little one, crybaby. Lin Yun froze on the spot, looking at Morong Feng, who was completely coalesced by blue light in front of him, and felt a slight sourness in his nose. Old uncle, you. Kiki repeats face paled as if he understood something. Looking back at the illusory Morong Feng, bean-sized tears rushed out. Morong Feng smiled and nodded. It's all right, little wench. Us 3 old men just did what we thought was right. Saying that, he directly turned his head to look at Lin Yun and shouted angrily with hatred. You stupid kid, don't keep hiding anything. When it's time to use it, take it out. Otherwise you won't even know how to die if you die. Lin Yun, however, was slightly hesitant, and a moment later laughed out softly, his voice tinged with a bit of anticipation. You? Still alive? Morong Feng rolled his eyes and slapped his hand towards Lin Yun's head, but he pounced and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Looking at the little cutie with a face, he retracted his hand in embarrassment and looked at Lin Yun with a face like a little cutie. Little fellow, the old man is showing up with his residual energy. The old man is running out of time, and the old man's shield can't carry the power of the one in the sunset deep forest. I can only save you one last time. Remember what the old man explained to you at that time then? As he spoke, Morong Feng's tone gradually became milder, slowly reaching out his hand to gently rest it on Lin Yun's head. Little fellow, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Trust the friends around you. Haven't seen you for a while. you've already grown to this point. It's a pity that there's no way to witness you at your peak now. At that time, you must have been even more domineering and mighty than the old man when he was at his strongest. After saying this, Morongfeng's entire figure turned into light and dissipated in the cave, leaving behind only one sentence. How about it? You two boys? Still mind if I don't give you weapons? The words, obviously addressed to Wealthy in 3-141-5926, had nothing left on them to give to them both at that point, so they each sent 2 protective energies to the two. In this regard, the generation of heavenly pride that had been controlled by the power of death for tens of thousands of years, the heavenly sun sect master Morongfeng, completely dissipated in this world. The two of them, who were very heavy in their hearts, stared blankly at the place where Morongfeng had disappeared. Old uncle, Kiki repeat cried out in grief, finally realizing why Kingslayer had left so decisively that time. It turned out that he knew that the 3 amiable old men had been sacrificed a long time ago. Tears dripped from Lin Yunhu's eyes, biting his lips to death. He froze and didn't make a single sound. Instead, he hid this pain deep in his heart and quickly rummaged around in his backpack. Easy hugged the crying near fainting Kiki tightly and lowered his head in the direction where Morongfeng disappeared. And as Morongfeng disappeared, a burst of shattering sounds instantly sounded on the outermost layer of the protective shield. Dense cracks climbed on the shield, looking like broken glass, and outside the shield, a thick smoke formed by the high temperature filled the air. Several people instantly watched in horror as the shield burst right through in the next second. As the first layer of the shield shattered, the temperature inside the cave once again climbed up crazily, and the second layer of the shield, too, began to show dense cracks. Lin Yun was a mess of thoughts at the moment, constantly rummaging through his backpack. What was all the old man gave himself at that time? That unavailable unknown attribute? Nope, not that one. But there's no more. The old man at the time gave the easy weapon, the Kiki repeat weapon, and a protective energy to each of the wealthy two. He himself had nothing but the 3 unknown attribute energies given by the 3 old men. No, I must have forgotten something. Lin Yun looked at the shield that was about to shatter and began to recall the old man's words. Account for me? Account for me? Lin Yun looked at the backpack that had been tossed around by himself and couldn't recall what it was at all. Suddenly, Lin Yun's mind flashed. Account for me? A mission? Lin Yun hurriedly opened the compartment where the quest items were stored, and an item appeared before his eyes. At that moment, the second layer of the shield couldn't withstand the high temperature and instantly burst open. In the nick of time, Lin Yun took out the items from his backpack. As if sensing the terrifying heat, a purple and green light erupted from the item in Lin Yun's hand, instantly dispelling the temperature that was about to melt several people. A purple and green colored light shield enveloped the several people, directly isolating the temperature, and in an instant, the entire cave was very cool and comfortable. A faint bamboo scent drilled into the nostrils of several people. Lin Yun let out a vicious sigh of relief and looked at the item in his hand. A total of only 3 sections of purple and green colored bamboo, leafless and branchless, warm and moist like jade, was currently lying in the palm of Lin Yun's hand, emitting a purple and green light. Bunshin bamboo. Patriarch Morongfeng had explained that Lin Yun's task had to be handed over to the Wenxianju of Qinglong, the lord of Qinglong continent. Outside the cave, the intense heat set the stones on fire, but as soon as the heat touched the light emanating from Wenxianju, it dissipated and could not break through the light. Seeing that the difficult moment had passed, Lin Yun instantly became paralyzed and directly lay down on the ground, staring blankly at the top of the cave as tears continued to flow from his eyes. At the most fatal juncture, it was the same amiable old man who had sacrificed himself. Once again, he saved the lives of himself and others. Always carry the weight for the generations to come. The remaining few people were also leaning against the cave, with both the joy of having survived the robbery and the sadness of not knowing what to do. Through the Wenshin bamboo, you can find that the boulders outside are turned into powder under the high temperature, while the Wenshin bamboo within the light is like being in nature, with only the fragrance and coolness of the bamboo. I don't know how long it's been. Deep in the deep forest of the setting sun, there was once again a soft sound. The sound was not loud, but it was as if it had exploded in the ears of several people. The several people who were originally muddled suddenly changed their faces drastically. This is the voice that was heard before the high temperature. It was shortly after the sound that the sky brightened in the deep forest of sunset and the heat followed. At that moment, the voice sounded again, and several people were scared at the bottom of their hearts. However, in the next second, several people saw that the originally bright sky was darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Darkness, once again, enveloped the entire sunset deep forest. The original terrifyingly high temperatures also disappeared in an instant. Only the unburned out flames were still tossing around, but in the middle of the morning, those many flames dissipated as well. The sun sets over the deep forest, covered once again by the darkness of the night. Lin Yun, who saw this scene, Unlike others who cheered, his pupils dilated and lost his voice. Where light alternates with darkness. Chapter 91. Lin Yun traveled to the Sea of Nothingness to verify his conjecture. The deep forest of sunset under the shroud of darkness had completely changed. At this moment, the sunset deep forest was as if it had suffered a nuclear strike. Looking around at the devastation, there is no longer any trace of vegetation. The bare ground, countless charred black powder, with the night wind blowing gently, filling the sky. The entire sunset deep forest looks very silent and horrible. From lush and flourishing deep forests to the present-day barrenness in just a small half-day's time. What kind of greatness could have created the scene before us? The few people who came out of the cave looked at what was in front of them with fear in their hearts. And coupled with the words that Lin Yun had said earlier, the few people were feeling creeped out, while a few people were having second thoughts. Lin Yun was looking straight at the deepest mountain range that fell into the deep forest, the place where light alternates with darkness. Is that where the unicorn disappeared? Unsurprisingly, then it was the key point of the mission. Only when he thought of the one Morong Fong had mentioned, Lin Yun resisted the urge to go and find out more. That person's face didn't even miss a beat, and the terrifying heat almost destroyed the entire sunset deep forest, and even more so, almost killed himself and the others. If you wanted to go there, you had to wait until you were strong enough, otherwise you were just looking for death. God Slayer, tomorrow is the continent war. Unlike you, we have the seed token and have to go offline and rest first. Perhaps affected by the scene in front of him, Fortune wanted to regulate the atmosphere, but realized that the crowd was silent, so he sighed slightly and stopped talking. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Kikiru should be thinking of his real-life grandfather because of Morong Fong. A few people soon turned into a white light and left the game. Lin Yun shook his head slightly after a few people left. Turning around, he realized that Prosperity had not left, wringing his twin swords and just looking at himself silently. You were saying, what's going on? Hearing Easy's words, Lin Yun didn't respond and straight away found a scorched empty space to sit down before speaking slowly with a heavy tone. Do you think the world of the divine apocalypse is real? Seeing that Easy frowned, Lin Yun spoke again. If I tell you that one day, the eight-faced Han sword in your hand will appear beside your bed, do you believe me? Reason. Although Easy felt it was absurd, he looked into Lin Yun's eyes and nodded slightly. Lin Yun laughed out loud at the sight. There are some things that don't have a reason, and no one will tell you the reason. Lin Yun pointed deep into the sunset deep forest and spoke again after a pause. There have been times when I've been tempted to dream something up and expect someone to tell me why, but it hasn't. Easy just looked straight at Lin Yun. Obviously Lin Yun's words didn't convince him completely. Lin Yun stood up, patted the dirt on his body, stopped talking, and slowly walked towards the outskirts of the deep forest, and after walking out for some distance, he suddenly turned back and said with a deep look at Easy, right Yen Shireen, the Intercontinental Tournament must push through to the top 5. The rewards are something that will have a great effect on future crises. With that, he stopped looking back, turned around, and left. Easy stared intently at Lin Yun's disappearing figure and shook his head mockingly. It seems that I still think too much. Regicide should be too much pressure nonsense. I actually took it seriously. Tightening the eight-faced Han sword in his hand, Easy couldn't help but think of what Lin Yun had said earlier, that it would be great if one day, this divine blade could really appear by his side. Suddenly, Easy's face changed drastically and a cold sweat broke out on his body as he jerked his head back to look in the direction Lin Yun had left. How did he know my name? He had never told anyone his name. How did Kingslayer know? In this instant, many possibilities came to mind in Easy's mind, including the suspected nonsense words spoken by Deicide. Lin Yun, on the other hand, quickly crossed the teleportation channel and hurried forward in the direction of the Sea of Nothingness. He's going to verify something. In the previous life, the time when the Divine Enlightenment Reflections precursor appeared was almost the time when the National War was about to end. But in this life, it appeared before the Continental War opened. The time span is too great. It was so big that it sent chills down Lin Yun's spine and he didn't dare to think about it half as much. If the divine revelation is reflected in advance, then the divine descent will also be advanced, and it will already be too late for everything. Not daring to stop for a moment along the way, Lin Yun crossed the Chilan continent as fast as he could to the Sea of Nothingness. The Sea of Nothingness, located to the east of the Kirin continent, was adjacent to the Green Dragon continent. The Sea of Nothingness was called a sea, but the entrance actually lay on a rocky mountain, to be precise. The Sea of Nothingness was a secret realm. Lin Yun arrived at the small stone mountain and found the entrance to the secret realm within a few moments. Looking at the secret realm teleportation port located in the middle of the huge stone block, Lin Yun took a deep breath, stabilized himself, and directly stepped in. Between the dizzying flashes of light, Lin Yun was already on top of a lonely island, surrounded by an endless ocean, but the surface of the sea was as calm as stagnant water, without a single ripple at all. Lin Yun didn't hesitate, and with the Ken character covering his entire body, He directly plunged into the sea with a jerk and quickly swam towards the bottom of the sea. As he dived deeper, the visibility in the sea became lower and lower, and several golden light talismans appeared around Lin Yun, illuminating the scene in front of him. The empty sea, not even a small fish could be seen. It was as clean as a crystal ball. Lin Yun didn't care to dive downward frantically. I don't know how long it took, but a dilapidated building appeared in front of him. Beneath the bottom of the sea of nothingness was a huge underwater world. Lin Yun stopped to look carefully, and after seeing a trident carved out of a huge stone, Lin Yun swam directly towards it. Soon, Lin Yun arrived under the trident, and under his feet was a patch of fine sand, and a trident carved from a huge stone, more than 100 meters tall, appeared in front of Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Yun immediately surrounded the boulder trident and kept observing it. In the previous life, after the precursor to the divine apocalypse world reflection, the Sunset Deep Forest death incident, someone accidentally fell into a cave in the deep forests of the real world, and then came straight to the trident crack in the sea of nothingness, drowning in the sea of nothingness. In the pre-apocalypse reflection period, multiple connecting pathways emerged between the real world and the apocalypse world. Some were located in deep mountains and old forests, some were located in underground parking lots of busy cities, and the crack on the trident of the sea of nothingness was the first connecting channel entrance that appeared. The densely packed gung characters in Lin Yun's backpack shrouded and illuminated this trident made of boulders, and inch by inch, he carefully observed it without missing a beat. After a long time, Lin Yun's hanging heart relaxed. No cracks, not a single one. It seems that the sudden change in the deep forest of the setting sun may have been just an accident, and the divine revelation didn't mirror reality that quickly. Lin Yun smiled as if he was relieved, but the smile instantly disappeared in the next second. Vigilantly observing the movements around him, there was a moment just now. The originally ancient waters around himself suddenly surged strangely. There's dirt. Chapter 92. The projection of the god's original weapon appears, deep in the silent sea of nothingness, where the sunlight never reaches the abyss. Sensing the abnormality, Lin Yun put away the Gangjin talisman that was glowing with golden light for illumination purposes, and his entire body just stood straight at the bottom of the sea, not moving at all. At this moment, Lin Yun was as lifeless as a stubborn stone that had been sleeping in the sea for years. Wrapped in seawater, Lin Yun felt the strange changes in the seawater around him, and Lin Yun knew that there were unknown creatures in the vicinity that were rapidly approaching him, and judging from the magnitude of the fluctuation of the seawater in front of him, this was undoubtedly a big guy. At this moment, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up as he sensed a familiar bizarre aura, the presence of the god's bizarre power in the body of this unknown being, Poseidon's power. The eerie aura in the sea of nothingness originated from the sea god. However, after sensing the quality of the bizarre aura, Lin Yun's eyes revealed doubt. It's not right. The eerie aura had a very faint quality, not to mention comparing it to the eerie aura of the Church of Light. The quality of this aura wasn't even a tenth of the death aura in the Undead Mysteries. It's unusual and wrong. Lin Yun until, even though there was a gap between the god of death and the god of the sea, the gap could be described as minimal. The strength of the two was almost a ladder. It was impossible to have a situation like the one in front of him where the gap was so large. Lin Yun frowned slightly, carefully feeling the faintly eerie aura. As one of the first few descending points of the former gods, there was no way that Poseidon could have infiltrated with just a sliver of power. Lin Yun guessed that there were only two possibilities for this situation to occur. 1. Poseidon didn't care, or didn't realize that the divine enlightenment world could connect to another great world, so it didn't put too much divine power into it. 2. Poseidon's power was spread out, and the unknown creatures controlled by the weird aura were definitely not just the one in front of us, but whichever it was, it made no difference to Lin Yun. This bizarre aura of the sea god, Lin Yun had to exterminate it, had to destroy another descent point of the gods in advance. Originally, Lin Yun's intention was to directly use the full force of Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinsho's strike the moment the bizarre aura appeared, directly destroying it and resolving it. But right now, Lin Yun didn't dare to do so. If the sea god's weird aura was spread out, then a single strike could only extinguish a small strand of weird aura, and that look didn't do anything. That was why Lin Yun chose to stay put and probe before acting. After all, other than the full force of the city lords of the various states being able to extinguish the bizarre auras, there was currently no effective force that could take care of them. Lin Yun, who had once swallowed the blood of a green dragon, had failed to extinguish the bizarre aura of the Church of Light even after nearly destroying the novice village. Therefore, Lin Yun couldn't gamble, nor did he dare to. As the seawater fluctuated more and more, Lin Yun could already vaguely see the unknown creatures in front of him, and because the depths of the seabed were devoid of any light, Lin Yun could only see a mass of figures that were even more shadowy than the seawater. A very bizarre and extremely large creature Black Shadow was rushing towards Lin Yun's direction. At first glance, it was a creature like an orb, with countless striped black shadows floating around it, Every time those striped black shadows squirmed in unison between them, the circular black shadows quickly advanced one body position forward, while at the same time a fluctuation appeared in the seawater around Lin Yun. It wasn't until the black shadow wormed its way to the top of Lin Yun's head that Lin Yun got a good look at what the hell it was. A large octopus with weird stripes all over its body. That shaped black shadow was none other than its tentacles. The large octopus didn't notice Lin Yun. Relying on the writhing of its tentacles, the large octopus directly floated past Lin Yun, its countless tentacles directly attached to the trident that was cast from a huge stone. This octopus was of a very exaggerated size. A single sucker was as big as a few of Lin Yun's men, and at this moment, it had sorbed onto the trident and directly wrapped around it. Lin Yun looked at the strange behavior of the octopus in front of him with suspicion, feeling deeply puzzled. But the next second, Lin Yun noticed something strange. With the constant sucking of the large octopus tentacle suckers, the trident that was originally like a stubborn stone actually slowly appeared to change. A faint blue light lit up in the center of the 100-meter-high boulder trident, showing through the boulder. A Poseidon trident glowing with blue light. The moment the trident was revealed, Lin Yun's face changed drastically in vain. It also finally understood why the sea god's weird aura was so weak on this large octopus. It turned out that the true power of the sea god was latent in the giant stone trident, and this octopus could only rely on repeated sucking in order to draw a trace of the power of the sea god. But what made Lin Yun's face turn pale wasn't this reason. Rather, the power of the sea god contained in this trident that glowed with blue light was just too huge. Lin Yun knew that this wasn't just a projection of Poseidon's power. It was a projection of Poseidon's original artifact, the Poseidon Trident. A divine artifact of a deity was directly projected into the sea of nothingness, lurking in the most barren secret realm of the 5 continents of divine enlightenment, and could suddenly erupt at any time. Lin Yun's expression was very ugly, and he had figured out a lot of things in an instant. No wonder in the previous life of the Divine Apocalypse Reflections precursor, the passageway connecting the real world to the Divine Apocalypse world was in the Sea of Nothingness. It turned out that at this stage, the sea god was already able to project the virtual shadow of his own divine artifact directly into the Divine Enlightenment world. At this instant, Lin Yun hesitantly looked at the glow in his backpack. The full force of Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinsho's strike. With this strike, could it directly extinguish the sea god's original divine artifact void? If a single strike failed to kill, and was sensed by an existence such as the sea god, there was no telling what kind of changes would occur, and such changes were not something Lin Yun could afford. Even more so, it's not something the current stage of the divinely inspired world or even the real world can afford. For a time, Lin Yun could only watch as the gigantic octopus, whose body was filled with bizarre stripes, continuously sucked on the boulder trident. As the sucking proceeded, a trace of bizarre aura quietly floated out from the silhouette of Poseidon's trident, which was glowing with blue light in the middle of the boulder, and entered the body of the giant octopus along with the suction cups. The bizarre breath entered the body, and a trace of black aura rose from the 2 very exaggerated eyeballs of the giant octopus. Although the black aura flowed directly into bizarre patterns appearing on the body of the giant octopus. However, Lin Yun had discovered an extremely bizarre point in the process. There were quite a few weird auras emanating from the Poseidon trident, but the amount that was actually absorbed by the giant octopus was very sparse. The unabsorbed bizarre breath kept rushing between the trident shadows, but it was never able to leave the boulder, and in the end, it could only greatly rejoin the trident shadows. Lin Yun realized something was wrong. This huge rock in front of him didn't look like a manifestation of the Poseidon trident shadow. In Lin Yun's opinion, the boulder was more like a seal, deadlocking the deity's original divine artifact shadow in front of him. Lin Yun realized that whenever the bizarre aura tried to come out, a light appeared to block the bizarre aura so that it couldn't be directly absorbed by the large octopus, and could only be absorbed up to the sliver that leaked out. Lin Yun stared intently at the boulder trident and couldn't help but take a step forward. Taking one step, Lin Yun immediately felt that something was wrong and cried out for the worse, and at the same time, a cold killing intent instantly enveloped Lin Yun. The large octopus that was originally struggling to absorb the bizarre aura did not know when to twist its head. 2 pairs of huge and concave-out eyeballs were staring straight at Lin Yun. Chapter 93 The Power Left by the Kirin. Poseidon's Artifact Projection. Bad. As soon as Lin Yun took a step, he immediately exclaimed something terrible while quickly dodging back. Several huge tentacles violently appeared where Lin Yun was originally located, stabbing straight down. The dark bottom of the sea was suddenly sandy, and the mud and sand that had been dormant for an unknown number of years suddenly filled the air and covered the sky. And in this situation of restricted vision, the giant octopus acted as if it was unaffected, its countless tentacles pinpointing Lin Yun in a pile of mud and sand. In the nick of time, the talisman in Lin Yun's hand directly exploded, transforming into a gung-ho hammer that directly smashed towards one of the tentacles. In the next second, the Gangjin hammer in his hand was torn by a terrifying force, and Lin Yun did not hold it, and the Gangjin hammer directly came out of his hand. Looking again, it has been sucked by the suction cups on the tentacles. And the horrible suction force directly crushed the gunghammer and turned into a golden light that was absorbed by the suction cups, and it directly surged into the big octopus. And seeing this, Lin Yun directly let out a cold laugh. Eating everything will only hurt you. Blast! Lin Yun lightly drank, and the metallic gangjin power suddenly detonated, the blinding golden light instantly illuminating the tentacles of the large octopus, and the tentacles instantly exploded violently. A tentacle fell straight to the bottom of the sea. The octopus ate the pain, and its huge body twisted wildly in the deep sea, and the seawater then violently churned up. The giant octopus was completely enraged by Lin Yun. Countless tentacles sizzled towards Lin Yun, wanting to slap him directly to death. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was observing the boulder trident between dodges, and after determining that the Neptune trident void was not going to appear abnormal due to the battle between the two, he put his heart down. In an instant 3 attribute-colored talismans appeared before his eyes. The giant octopus that came through the mud and sand was also stunned when it saw the densely packed talisman records, and before the giant octopus could understand what these talismans were, Lin Yun directly snapped his fingers. Bang! 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 The endless talismans instantly clung to all the tentacles of the giant octopus, and the next moment a terrifying explosion directly drowned the giant octopus. The 3 attribute forces of water, fire and gold exploded in unison, and the dark underwater world saw light for the first time. After the horrifying explosion, all the tentacles of the giant octopus teeth and claws were broken, the wounds were scorched and black, and only a round and scarred head was left floating in the seawater. At this moment, Lin Yun could see the dumbfoundedness in the eyes of the round octopus. No! Where are my feet? Their octopus is like a carved lines of standing damage like a tumbler. Originally fierce appearance instantly become cute and full. Seemingly sensing the smirk on Lin Yun's face, the angry octopus turned upside down to aim at Lin Yun. A dense black mist directly wrapped Lin Yun's location, and a bizarre aura flowed through the black mist. The instant the black mist enveloped him, Lin Yun reacted extremely quickly, and countless gangjin talismans directly exploded in place. The supremely masculine and rigid gangjin power directly dispersed the black mist that filled the sky, along with the bizarre aura. The bizarre aura that was dispersed by the blow flowed directly back into the giant octopus. The giant octopus was using its bizarre power to recover from its broken wounds, and it had planned to use the black house to hold Lin Yun back. But before the giant octopus could even begin to recover, it realized that the black mist had been straight up lost to Lin Yun. The giant octopus raised its eyes and looked up, and the pupils of its 2 huge eyeballs, which were already hanging out, directly dilated, just saw Lin Yun with a look, directly carrying a 100-meter gangjin hammer that became bigger, and sped towards the giant octopus. The giant octopus that couldn't move without tentacles was so anxious in this moment that it was about to learn to speak. Lin Yun directly slapped the bare octopus into the seabed with a hammer. The octopus that couldn't escape was like a leather ball, whacked around by Lin Yun, pitch-black blood constantly spilling onto the seabed as the giant hammer swung. Lin Yun had never tried any weird secret realm that had such a comforting opponent. Compare the undead spirits as well as the monsters of the Church of Light. The octopus in front of him without its tentacles was simply a meat target that couldn't move, and it was simply too good to hammer. Lin Yun's current mana strength of over 100,000, coupled with the skill bonus of Watchman Chaos Gold, was close to 1,000,000 damage in any random strike. Even though the giant octopus infested with the bizarre aura had an extremely thick blood bar, it was still rapidly decreasing under Lin Yun's attacks. With the last hammer down, the originally vibrant octopus undefeated had turned into a puddle of mud. Looking at the disgusting scene in front of him, Lin Yun had no choice but to throw out the off-character for an extremely spectacular octopus roast. The flames of the off-character boiled in the seawater and burned the giant octopus right through, leaving only the unresolvable and bizarre aura drifting in the seawater. However, the too smooth scene in front of him made Lin Yun's heart jittery. The bizarre breath drawn from the octopus body was extremely scarce, and after the death of its host, the bizarre breath was confused in the seawater for a while before it flew in the direction of the monolithic trident. Just as the bizarre aura was affixed to the boulder, an earth-colored light lit up, directly shocking the bizarre aura away. Lin Yun's eyes stared. This? An earth attribute power unique to the Chilan continent. Lin Yun was very shocked as to why there was such a thick earth attribute energy on this giant stone trident. Without the interference of the octopus, Lin Yun was able to carefully observe it from a close distance. On the giant stone trident, a trace of earth attribute power flowed, and whenever the weird aura tried to rush in, the earth attribute power would appear to shock it away. This thread of earth attribute power was extremely weak, as if it would disappear at any time, but its quality was unusually high. The divine artifact shadow projected over by the god of the sea was not the kind of rootless bizarre breath of the Church of Light. As long as the trident shadow existed, the power of the god of the sea, that is, the bizarre breath would be constantly channeled over. At this moment, the blue light of the trident shadow within the boulder suddenly pierced the eyes, and the rich bizarre atmosphere continuously surged away from the trident shadow, and then directly impacted towards the outside of the boulder. In the next moment, the earth attribute light lit up again, directly appearing in front of the bizarre breath, and in the next moment, like an old father pumping his son, he directly pumped back this huge bizarre breath. At this time, Lin Yun realized why the bizarre aura on the giant octopus was so rare. All of this was because of the existence of this trace of earth attribute power. This earth attribute power that was so weak yet so strong was even purer than the power of Ouyang Jinshou, the number one person under the continent lord. And Lin Yun didn't need to use his brain to know who had left it behind. One of the 5 continents of the divine revelation. The Kirin continent lord, Kirin. The Kirin really did come here before he disappeared, leaving behind a trace of his power to restrict the trident shadow of the artifact that Poseidon had projected over for tens of thousands of years. It was hard to imagine what class of existence the unicorn actually was, but Lin Yun was very puzzled in his mind. Why didn't the Qilin just exterminate this divine artifact shadow? Can't be killed? Or was the situation so urgent that the Kirin couldn't destroy it in time? Did he leave a force behind and leave in a hurry? What Lin Yun knew was that the Qilin hadn't appeared even in his previous life until his death. The truth of it all is baffling. What is the ultimate situation of the matter? Just as Lin Yun's thoughts were racing, the bizarre aura that appeared after the death of the giant octopus was as if it had found a breakthrough, and right before Lin Yun's eyes, it directly merged into the giant stone trident. At the same time, the Poseidon trident shadow suddenly erupted with a blinding blue light, and more bizarre auras surged out crazily, constantly impacting that trace of earth attribute light. Chapter 94 Unchained Lin Yun, White Hair Golden Tea. Looking at the Neptune's trident silhouette that suddenly blazed with light, Lin Yun vaguely felt that something was not good. Although each impact of the bizarre aura was blocked back by the earth-colored earth attribute light, Lin Yun inexplicably felt his eyelids constantly fluttering. After the bizarre aura from outside merged into the boulder, the two bizarre auras formed a two-sided crosspinch, constantly trying to break through the trace of earth attribute power for fusion. Lin Yun could only watch from outside the boulder as the bizarre aura released by the trident silhouette inside clashed with the earth attribute power left behind by the Qilin. At the moment he hated to be on the field, but he could only watch. After an unknown amount of time, the increasingly large and bizarre breath reduced by half and then, as if tired, stopped its onslaught, and Lin Yun didn't have the slightest bit of surprise in his heart, because he keenly sensed that the trace of the Qilin's earth attribute radiance had become more and more subtle. Could it be that every time after stopping the bizarre aura, this trace of the Qilin's earth attribute light would be dissipated, and only after accumulating over time did it become such a small trace in front of him? Before Lin Yun could figure it out, the sea god trident shadow once again erupted with a brilliant blue light, this time a light that nearly illuminated the entire ocean floor. The momentary glow, the intense sting caused tears to flow involuntarily from Lin Yun's eyes. More and more bizarre auras surged out from the Neptune trident shadow, and this time the bizarre auras were so numerous that they directly covered up the entire Neptune trident shadow. With that, the bizarre aura continued to spreading throughout the entire trident made of giant stones, looking very evil and terrifying. And in the midst of an eerie aura, the flash of earth-colored light was very bright. The bizarre aura was never able to break through the boulder to the sea of nothingness, but Lin Yun's heart was tightened because the trace of earth attribute power left behind by the Qilin was diminishing at an extremely fast rate under the constant onslaught of the bizarre aura. No good. This time the bizarre breath in the end the power was very concentrated, as if it was going to stand out directly with a single blow. Lin Yun knew that the power left behind by the Qilin would soon disappear without supplies. If this trace of power disappeared, then the Poseidon trident shadow that existed in the sea of nothingness would continuously output a bizarre aura to infest the entire secret realm. It might even directly flow out of the secret realm to invade the 5 continents of divine enlightenment. Once the divine apocalypse falls, the end of the world will come early. Could it be that in his previous life? It was also because the power of the Qilin had been worn away over tens of thousands of years that a rift to the real world appeared in the sea of nothingness? That trace of earth attribute light, wrapped in countless bizarre auras, was like a general that had fallen into the hands of the enemy army. Not timid, but it was only a matter of time before it perished. The earth-colored light suddenly disappeared once again by a hair. Lin Yun immediately panicked. At this rate, soon the power left behind by the Qilin would disappear. Lin Yun panically reached out and took out Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinshou's summoning token from his backpack, directly preparing to crush it on the spot. However, the summoning token could not be made to shatter apart no matter how much force Lin Yun used. Ding! No contact with the outside world is possible in the secret realm. The divine enlightenment system's beep caused Lin Yun's scalp to instantly tingle. Grass! It was impossible to contact Ouyang Jinshou in the secret realm. Then it will not be possible to summon it to your side through a summoning token. And now, it was definitely too late to go out and find Ouyang Jinshou. The Qilin's earth attribute glow was only a small last bit left, and it was only feared that this bit of power would be wiped out before Lin Yun could swim out to sea. Lin Yun hurriedly released Ouyang Jinxiu's full power strike directly. It was just that Lin Yun didn't have a bottom in his heart. Even the power left behind by the Qilin couldn't destroy the Poseidon Trident shadow. So how could Ouyang Jinxiu's power solve the crisis at hand? With the release of Ouyang Jinxiu's all-out strike, a bit of earth-colored light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yun's eyes, instantly illuminating the entire underwater world. As soon as the light appeared, it was aimed directly at the Neptune Trident shadow. Just as the light was about to erupt, a crazy idea suddenly appeared in Lin Yun's mind. As soon as the idea appeared, Lin Yun immediately made his move. Lin Yun opened his mouth and directly swallowed the full force of the Kirin City Lord strike, and the earth-colored light was directly swallowed into Lin Yun's stomach. The moment the light entered his body, bright earth attribute light lit up within him, illuminating Lin Yun's entire being directly transparent. A blood filament appeared directly and densely on Lin Yun's skin, and a terrifying force was brewing in Lin Yun's body that could explode at any moment. At this moment, the blood bar above Lin Yun's head plummeted like a roller coaster, directly to the extreme. Just as Lin Yun was about to die, a soft sound suddenly resounded through Lin Yun's body, and a crisp unlocking sound resounded directly throughout the sea of nothingness. In the next moment, a hint of golden light slowly rose from the depths of Lin Yun's pupils, and in a split second, it directly covered Lin Yun's original brownish-black eyeballs, and Lin Yun's pupils instantly turned golden. Lin Yun's eyes directly turned out to be a piercing golden color, and his head of black hair slowly climbed up to a strand of white silk. In just an instant, Lin Yun's hair directly turned into a snowy white. The white-haired, golden-tipped Lin Yun was like a god or devil, exuding a terrifying aura, and countless densely packed black cracks appeared in the air between the vibrations of his breath. At this moment, Lin Yun, pain and contempt dripping from the corners of his mouth, slightly opened his mouth. A tiger's roar resounded from deep within Lin Yun's body, resounding throughout the sea of nothingness. A bit of black light slowly coalesced in Lin Yun's mouth, and a shockwave full of destructive aura instantly coalesced, and in the center of the dark black shockwave, a bit of earth yellow light was very bright, and at that moment, Lin Yun's blood bar, which had already skyrocketed by 50 times, directly dropped to its lowest point in a matter of moments. Tiger shockwave. The moment Lin Yun's blood level bottomed out, the shockwave wave from Lin Yun's mouth exploded out directly, interspersed with terrifying power that went straight for the Poseidon Trident. A laser that was dark black mixed with an earthy yellow glow directly shattered the entire 100-meter-high boulder and shot straight into the Poseidon Trident's silhouette. The bizarre aura in the sky was instantly and directly dissolved away, and the dark black laser directly impacted on top of the Neptune Trident's silhouette. The Poseidon Trident's shadow erupted with an extremely terrifying blue light in an instant and collided with the tiger shockwave fired by the white-haired golden tear Lin Yun. Between the two stalemates, the terrifying power directly exploded, and the countless rubble that had originally been shattered by Lin Yun's whistling shockwaves instantly dissolved into nothingness. However, the tiger shockwave did not produce the crushing scene that Lin Yun had imagined, and the black laser impact on top of the Poseidon Trident's silhouette did not produce a devastating effect. The Poseidon Trident shadow as a whole was constantly showing cracks though, as if it was going to shatter in the next moment, but it still exudes countless bizarre auras to continuously repair itself. And at this moment, Lin Yun's face changed greatly. The blood on top of his head directly emptied in this instant, and for a moment, Lin Yun's golden pupils were filled with despair. Done. In the next moment, Lin Yun's consciousness directly disappeared, and his entire body, as it began to glow with a hint of white light, was about to disappear into the sea of nothingness in the next second, returning to the spring. And just the moment Lin Yun's consciousness disappeared, a sword roar resounded from Lin Yun's body as a terrifying killing intent suddenly rose. The vast and endless sea of nothingness. In the midst of this sword roar, the boundless entire ocean directly parted from it, from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea, bizarrely splitting a 10-feet gap from it. Countless seawater just flowed on both sides, but it was as if it was resisted by an invisible force, not leaking a single bit. In the middle of the sea of nothingness, Poseidon's trident was alone and exposed in the air, with the appearance of an invisible sword chi. The projection of Neptune's trident directly chafed in the air by inches. In the next second, the shadow of Poseidon's trident, which originally bloomed with blue light, directly turned into nothingness. It was as if, not having appeared in the sea of nothingness. Chapter 95 Lin Yun's sword intent in his previous life. At the spring of Kirin City, Kirin Chao, Lin Yun, who had regained consciousness and resurrected, had his pupils and hair color restored. As soon as he was resurrected, the metallic glow pooled directly above his legs, and the next second he rushed directly out of the spring. At this moment, because of the opening of the Continent Battle Sea Selection Tournament, the current Kirin City was densely filled with players of the Earth rank and above. In the midst of countless shocked gazes, Lin Yun directly transformed into a ray of light and rushed towards the Qilin City Lord's mansion. A certain player who had pinched his time to sign up was grazed by a black shadow that quickly ran by and stumbled straight away. Hiss! What the hell rushed through? His accomplice sniffed and immediately whipped his head around to ask, "What? We're going to have chicken on call for lunch? Holy, all you've got in your head is food." Running furiously all the way to the city lord's mansion, Lin Yun had nothing but anxiety in his eyes. The sudden thought just now did work wonders, exterminating all the weird auras, but it didn't solve the divine weapon Trident's shadow. As long as the Poseidon Trident shadow was still there, it would be able to send a constant stream of bizarre aura over. Lin Yun swallowed Ouyang Jinxiu's full force strike, and the horrifying damage directly triggered the ancient legacy's talent shackle in his body, increasing its own damage by 50 times, along with Ouyang Jinxiu's full power strike by 50 times. Even so, it failed to completely crush the shadow of the Neptune's trident. It looked like the trident shadow was already dense and about to break, but Lin Yun died first. It was only because the duration of the tiger shockwave was too short and he was too weak. At this moment, he could only pray that Ouyang Jinxiu would be able to resolve the divine artifact void, otherwise the 5 continents of divine enlightenment would be in danger. After all, the power left behind by the Qilin had nearly dissipated at the time of Lin Yun's death. At the thought of this, Lin Yun's heart was burning with anxiety, and when he saw the city lord's mansion located in midair from afar, Lin Yun couldn't wait to grow a pair of wings and fly up directly. Ouyang Jinxiu. Just after stepping onto the white jade steps, Lin Yun shouted frantically. In the next moment, an earth-colored force suddenly appeared, directly blocking Lin Yun's shouting voice and incidentally dragging him into the city lord's mansion. What's the point of yelling? Ouyang Jinxiu's voice containing anger had just appeared when Lin Yun's voice sounded at the same time. The Kirin has been to the sea of nothingness, the power left behind has disappeared, and the bizarre aura is about to break out of the secret realm. Lin Yun didn't have time to observe the situation inside the city lord's mansion, and only vaguely saw a few unfamiliar figures. What? Ouyang Jinxiu had originally wanted to chide Lin Yun for calling him by his name in public, but at this moment, he stood up directly upon hearing his words. The tiger's eyes were filled with excitement, and the few people beside him also exclaimed out in shock at once. Lin Yun was about to say something when Ouyang Jinxiu waved his big hand. An endless earth-colored light directly enveloped the 3 people in the arena. The light flashed, and the city lord's mansion was empty. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Yun realized that he had returned to the island above the sea of nothingness, and without waiting for Lin Yun to show him the way, Ouyang Jinxiu once again led the crowd in blinking. This time, it came directly to the bottom of the sea, where Lin Yun's blood bar was emptied. The massive earth attribute directly illuminated the entire bottom of the sea. However, when he came here, Lin Yun was dumbfounded. When the light shone, where was the silhouette of Poseidon's trident? Not to mention the bizarre aura of the unicorn's power. There wasn't even a trace of Lin Yun having fought. The seabed was as calm and clean as a crystal ball. The few people behind Ouyang Jinxiu instantly looked at Lin Yun with angry faces, and Lin Yun himself was dumbfounded, staring dumbfounded at the bottom of the sea in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that his level had dropped by 1 level, Lin Yun would even wonder if he hadn't woken up from his sleep, and that everything he had just encountered was just a dream. But what's going on in front of us? What about the artifact vapors? What about the power of the unicorn? Humph, the heavenly visitor is really not to be trusted. Full of lies. Several people were dressed in earth-colored robes, with crowns on their heads, and a word embroidered on their chests in gold silk, and the word law embroidered on the one who opened his mouth. Lord Ouyang. This son has gone to great lengths to introduce us here under the pretext of Lord Kirin. I'm afraid there is a plot. A middle-aged man with an embroidered Kai's face contained anger as he arched his hand towards Ouyang Jinxiu. The remaining few were all looking at Lin Yun with eyes filled with rage. The Kirin had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, and the entire Kirin continent was searching for the Kirin's whereabouts, and Lin Yun's behavior, which was akin to a joke, deeply angered the people present. And Ouyang Jinxiu just closed his eyes, his body flickering with light as he explored everywhere, and did not open his mouth. Lin Yun didn't know where to explain what was in front of him. He himself hadn't reacted until now. Boy, what do you intend? The sword intent on the man with the word sword embroidered on his body rose up to the sky, pointing straight at Lin Yun. If Lin Yun couldn't give a reasonable statement, this person would definitely strike out with his sword and behead him. Among the Qilin cities, the Heavenly Sword City Master was the most hot-tempered, and was one of the most diligent people in the search for the Qilin. However, something unexpected came up. The moment this person's sword intent appeared, an even more terrifying sword intent rose up at the bottom of the sea, but in an instant, it directly disappeared. Although it was only a flash of light, the Heavenly Sword City Lord's face was pale and his feet weakly fell back a few steps. Fixed eyes again. This person's hands rooted and broken arm directly by that sword intent crushed into powder. Blood gushing out, body sword intent is directly on the spot broken. This time, even Ouyang Jinxiu revealed a look of astonishment as the earth attribute power directly enveloped everyone present. This power directly abolished the Heavenly Sword City Lord, an existence that surpassed the heavenly rank. Lin Yun. on the other hand, was frozen on the spot at the moment, his eyes filled with suppressed surprise. This extremely familiar yet unfamiliar sword intent. This is the sword intent of my former life. But why is it here? Lin Yun suddenly thought of something and directly opened his panel. Kenshin, Super God Tier Talent, unlocked. Sure enough, it's changed. This super godly talent that had been unavailable, the waste talent that had been following him since the had changed from unavailable to unlocked. It was never clear to myself why this gift appeared, until that flash of sword intent appeared just now. In that case, the abilities from my previous life were transformed into the super god level talent that I've been unable to use as I was reborn. If this talent was unlocked, did it mean that the abilities from his previous life would be able to be restored? Lin Yun's eyes were filled with incredible delight. He's not a cutie. Figured it all out in an instant. The moment he died just now, the sword intent from his previous life appeared to sweep away everything, including that Poseidon Trident shadow. That's what led to the scene before us. Thinking of it another way, it was his former self, crushing away the machinations of the Poseidon in this life. While Lin Yun kept guessing, Ouyang Jinxiu had already swept the entire seabed and didn't find any clues, nor did he discover the terrifying sword intent. Suddenly, the Heavenly Sword City Lord, who had been nullified by Lin Yun's sword intent in his previous life, walked directly in front of Ouyang Jinxiu, thumped right down to his knees. Both arms were lost, his eyes dripping blood. He looked at Lin Yun with hatred, his tone filled with endless hatred and unwillingness to open his mouth to speak out. Lord Ouyang, this son has evil intentions, using Lord Kirin as bait to assassinate me. Please kill this bureaucrat for me, my lord. Lin Yun froze. You are not reversing right and wrong. I'm standing right here. I haven't even moved my feet. How can I harm you? No, this sword intent does belong to me, and it doesn't seem to be a problem for you to say so. It always felt like something was wrong though. At this moment, the remaining few people also knelt down. Please, my lord, kill this bureaucrat. Chapter 96. I told you to read and you want to feed the pigs. The Kirin continent's Heavenly Sword City's lord directly turned into a wasted man, and the remaining 3 cities all knelt down and requested Ouyang Jinxiu to behead Lin Yun. When Ouyang Jinxiu saw this, his brows tightened. After glancing at the smiling Lin Yun, his old face was suddenly unable to hang on. Asshole, what a disgrace. An earth rank, Xian rank 10 can backstab you, a supreme being? Have you lived all these years to the dogs? I'm ashamed of you. Ouyang Jinxiu was originally a violent temper, directly to the kneeling several people directly a spray. Also Lord Ouyang, please execute this bureaucrat. You guys think you're children playing a game? If you can't beat him, ask the old man to come out and take the lead? You guys have read too many novels. I couldn't even carry that sword intent. If this little thing can use it, then now I'm kneeling and shouting his lordship just like you guys. You bunch of fools. The more Ouyang Jinxiu said, the more angry he became, directly walked up and kicked one to the ground. When it was the turn of the Heavenly Sword City Lord, Ouyang Jinxiu paused, looking at the other party's pale face as well as his disappearing arms. Then a powerful kick came straight out, a kick that was heavier than several others combined. The pale-faced Heavenly Sword City Lord had thought that Ouyang Jinxiu would be on his feet, but he didn't expect to receive the heaviest kick. The pain was so severe that the corners of his mouth twitched, and without his hands, he couldn't even crawl up when he was lying on the ground. But despite this, his eyes were still very stubbornly staring at Ouyang Jinxiu. Looking at the appearance of the Heavenly Sword City Lord, the trace of intolerance that had flashed in Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes directly disappeared, and he opened his mouth with a cold smile. What? Not convinced? No. Now Lin Yun was admiring this Heavenly Sword City Lord. Big brother, you only have 2 legs left, and you're still playing dead. It was clearly this kid who lured us here. Now look, where is Lord Kirin's power? Where is the weird aura? The more the Heavenly Sword City Lord spoke, the more aggrieved he became. I lost my hand. If it wasn't him who backstabbed me, could it still be you? Ouyang Jinxiu looked at his old subordinate who had followed him in battle for many years and also shook his head slightly. Labor told you to read and you had to feed the pigs, making you look like a nerd now. Haven't you sensed it by now? The Heavenly Sword City Lord froze at his words, and then immediately closed his eyes to feel it carefully. When the remaining few people heard this, they also sensed something and followed by closing their eyes to feel it carefully. In less than half a moment, the Heavenly Sword City Lord opened his eyes full of surprise, and his body without hands arched madly and stiffly. Lin Yun's eyes went straight as he watched. Were all the people of the Divine Revelation world so strong-willed? The Heavenly Sword City Lord opened his eyes and his voice trembled with excitement. Kir. Lord Kirin's breath. The remaining few people also raised their heads, looking excited, and a few of them even looked at the calm-faced Lin Yun with a slight apology in their eyes. Aside from the Heavenly Lost City Lord, the eyes that looked at Lin Yun at this moment appeared very strange. Oh, sensed it? Ouyang Jinxiu said in a conspiratorial manner. The Heavenly Sword City Lord immediately showed shame on his face, only for the delight in his eyes to call out, "Lord Ouyang, may I ask where Lord Kirin is now?" Ouyang Jinshou couldn't wait to give this idiot a big mouth on the spot, and said without a good mood, "I don't know, please holy words." After Ouyang Jinshou finished speaking, he directly pulled out a piece of ink jade from his pocket. Ink jade should actually be called Xian jade, Xian color, seemingly black, seemingly only a single black, but in fact, black and red, ink with red. The color is very beautiful. The moment MOU appeared, the entire world was silent. A bit of light so faint that it nearly dissipated suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The light was weak, but the thickness of it felt very safe. It was as if a warm gaze was watching the crowd. As soon as Ouyang Jinshou saw the light appear, he immediately knelt down on both knees and bowed down, and the few people behind him acted the same way. Only the armless Heavenly Sword City Lord, after looking left and right, directly hit his head against the ground to complete the maneuver. This scene caused Lin Yun to widen his eyes once again. Has this guy always been this fierce? Ouyang Jinshou of the Kirin continent, Heavenly Sword City, Heavenly Law City, pay respects to Lord Kirin. After a few people had finished their acts of worship, even that bit of faint light went directly into the ink jade. As the faint light entered, the ink jade burst into a bright, metaphysical glow. The light came together, and several people looked up in excitement. But the next moment, the light disappeared, and the ink jade floating in the air flew directly towards Lin Yun. And after spinning around Lin Yun a few times, as if its energy was exhausted, it fell straight into Lin Yun's hands. The moment the light disappeared, a few people suddenly changed their faces. Then seeing the scene before them, even Ouyang Jinshou was looking at Lin Yun with envious faces. Ouyang Jinshou stood up and spoke in a heavy tone. The power left behind by Lord Kirin is not enough to leave behind the holy words. However, Lord Kirin has made his choice. Ouyang Jinshou's eyes were filled with envy, and his tone was slightly sour as he opened his mouth. The remaining few people also had faces filled with jealousy as they eyed the ink jade that was right in Lin Yun's hands. This kid is so lucky. Lin Yun held the warm ink jade in his hand and felt a few envious and jealous gazes, and then cheaply raised the ink jade in his hand towards a few people. In the next second, a sound of gnashing of teeth was heard, and everyone was suddenly furious. This time even Ouyang Jinshou couldn't collapse. Black lines floated on his brain. His eyebrows danced furiously. A mouthful of white teeth were about to be clenched, and his fists were clenched tightly, turning back to stare at a few people with icy eyes. As soon as Heavenly Sword City and a few others saw Ouyang Jinshou's appearance, they immediately turned around very silently. Then, behind a few people, the miserable screams of Lin Yun suddenly resounded. "I told you to act like a, I told you to be a, asterisk 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 asterisk." A gentleman moves his hand. "Ouch, don't hit the face." "And a gentleman? I'm your laborer. If you keep that up, I'm going to fight back." "Yo, you've got one more." "Big brother, I was wrong." "Sister-in-law, brother-in-law, I was wrong." A few people felt a burst of dark pleasure at the sound, and were tempted to turn their heads over to take a look, but they were afraid of being dragged by Ouyang Jinshou to beat them up together. By the time a few people Ouyang Jinshou stopped, Lin Yun already had a head full of bruises and his entire face swollen into a pig's head. This old thing is so inappropriate. Punches to the head, to the face. Lin Yun silently pulled Ouyang Jinshou back into the small book in his heart. "You kid, go find the boss of Hai Tianlu and Tianfa City. He will tell you the usage of the ink jade. Well, hurry up and roll for the laborer. Seeing you makes me angry." Ouyang Jinshou had a soothing expression on his face. "From the last time I robbed the green dragon's blood, I've been wanting to beat up the bastard for a long time, and this time it's finally given me a chance." High posting. Lin Yun's entire mouth was swollen, and the words he uttered were indeed completely incomprehensible. "You boys hold your tongues straight and talk." Ouyang Jinshou opened his mouth in disgust, repeating the words again. Seeing that Lin Yun was still not leaving, he once again raised his fist. "What? You don't want to leave and still want to stay here for the auditions, do you?" Lin Yun was so scared that he hurriedly ran away, and after running far away, he gave Ouyang Jinshou a middle finger from afar. Then an earth-colored glow was seen zooming by at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smile on Lin Yun's face froze before it could unfold. Ouyang Jinshou brought his casserole-sized fist and hammered over again. "Ah, Hitchhiker's Nest has fallen. Big brother, I'm wrong." Chapter 97, Usage of Ink Jade. Continent Battle C election begins. The topmost floor of Hai Tian Building in Tianfa City, Qilin Continent. At this moment, Lin Yun sat at the dining table and ate and drank a lot of food. On the side, the owner of Haitian House was holding the ink jade with both hands and was carefully observing it, every now and then raising his head to look at Lin Yun, who was burying his head in his rice. The owner of Haitian House had always been smiling until Lin Yun ordered a table of food and then brought out the ink jade. Only then did his ever-smiling eyes suddenly widen and he scrambled to take it with both hands to study it. So far, unsurprisingly, Lin Yun still hadn't been able to get a clear look at the strength of the owner of Hai Tianlu, and the panel remained a question mark, which meant that his strength was absolutely unfathomable, and an existence that surpassed the heavenly ranks as well. Guest is really lucky. This thing, Ink Jade, the Qilin City Lord actually spared to give it to you. The eyes of the owner of the Sea and Sky building were filled with envy and amazement, holding the Ink Jade in his hands as if he was holding a rare treasure. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Yun comfortably burped and lay down on his seat very comfortably. The wounds on his face had been restored as good as new, and at this moment, he was preparing to use the skill book directly after the completion of the quest. After the Kirin's last glimmer of power radiated into this piece of ink jade in the Sea of Nothingness, the Kirin City Lord's commission task was completed. The quest proceeds were this SS grade designated profession quest book in the backpack. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun immediately asked the owner of the Sea and Sky building, "Boss, according to the Kirin City Lord, you are the only one who knows the actual use of this piece of ink jade. Can you tell us the exact function of this ink jade?" The owner of Haitian House smiled as he stroked his beard and got up, first arching his hand in the direction of Qilin City before turning back to proudly explain to Lin Yun, not afraid of guest joke. This ink jade, indeed in addition to the little old man slightly know one or two, the entire divine enlightenment continent, literate not more than the number of hands. This ink jade, it only serves one purpose, and that is to open up the native spirit body. The boss didn't beat around the bush with Lin Yun either, but told it straight out, while constantly observing Lin Yun. According to his understanding of the Kirin City Lord, something like this shouldn't have appeared on this little guy in front of him who was no more than Xian rank 10, but it was for this reason that the owner of Hai Tianlu didn't hide anything from Lin Yun. He knew that people like the Qilin City Lord and the like must have their own reasons for doing things. Lin Yun froze directly on the spot at the words, his eyes revealing a huge surprise. Native spirit. After the heavenly order opened the spirit body can be obtained by killing the boss. After absorbing the boss spirit body, the spirit body can have the body of 50% of the combat power to assist in combat. But this native spirit body Lin Yun has never heard of. Seeing Lin Yun's appearance, the boss of Hai Tianlu smiled and nodded, and continued, after the heavenly stage, one can open a spirit body, which is an instinctive spirit body, which can obtain 100% of the body's full strength and work in concert. And if the body dies, it will be directly regained by the instinctive spirit body again. What? Lin Yun stood up excitedly. This time he really felt the surprise land on him. The native spirit body is actually so strong. Isn't this equivalent to doubling one's own combat power? At any time one can have an extra helper with the same ability as oneself, and also an extra life, isn't it? Lin Yun was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and after imagining it, his scalp was even more numb. If an identical Lin Yun suddenly appeared behind him when he was fighting against a god in the future, and the two of them surrounded the god, 1 + 1 wasn't as simple as equaling 2. Moreover, after the divine enlightenment reflection, once you die directly, and there will be no such thing as resurrecting back to the spring, so in this way, you are equivalent to having one more life. Lin Yun immediately couldn't wait to look at the Sea and Sky building boss. Seeing the look of longing in Lin Yun's eyes, the owner of Haitian House understood what Lin Yun was thinking and handed the ink jade in his hand back to Lin Yun with a slight smile. Guest, the native spirit body has most of the uses, but you have to reach the heavenly rank first before you can fuse it. Right now it's better to cultivate more. Come back to the Haitian building when you advance to the heavenly rank. I will help you fuse the ink jade. Lin Yun froze. He had forgotten about this. He was only at the earth rank. He couldn't fuse the ink jade at the moment, but it was only a matter of time before he reached the heaven rank. Putting the ink jade away, Lin Yun looked at the Sea and Sky building boss with doubt in his eyes. In front of him, the boss of Haitian House, always with a smiling look, with shrewdness lurking in his eyes at all times, and with an enigmatic love for money. Strength is unfathomable, not to mention, Ouyang Jinxiu is even more directly let himself come to find it's asked the use of ink jade. Think must be a master. However, after the divine revelation reflection in his previous life, he was never heard of again. What's going on here? Seeing Lin Yun staring intently at him, the owner of Hai Tianlu subconsciously touched his face and spoke suspiciously. Guest, could it be that I have something dirty on my face? Lin Yun smiled and shook his head, pulling out gold coins to settle the bill for the meal. The owner of the Haitian building instantly had his eyes glowing, and he hurriedly got up and took the gold coins in Lin Yun's hands, blowing on them and placing them to his ears, listening to them as if they were mesmerized. Thank you, sir. Sir, take care and come back next time. While thanking him, he would personally send Lin Yun out of the Sea and Sky building. It wasn't until Lin Yun had walked away that a hint of deep meaning appeared in the eyes of the Sea and Sky building boss, who had a smile on his face and his eyes slightly narrowed. Kind of. Then he happily kissed the gold coins in his hand, smiled and put them into his pocket, and returned to the Haitian building with his hands behind his back. Lin Yun, on the other hand, traveled directly to Qilin City through the teleportation channel. The Continent Battle Sea Election Tournament has already opened. Right now, let's go and take a look at the sea election of Easy and the others. Then advance to the heavenly rank as soon as possible and fuse the ink jade. After all, who wouldn't want an extra life for those under the doomsday? Lin Yun had experienced traffic jams and traffic jams. He just hadn't experienced blocking a teleportation channel. Looking at the black-packed field of players in front of the teleportation channel, Lin Yun had the feeling of being stuck on the highway going home for New Year's Eve. I can't help but sigh a sigh of relief that the population base of Dacia is really huge. Someone had asked before why Dacia didn't have universal service like other countries. Someone replied with a smile, if the entire population of Dacia serves, then the scene will be extremely spectacular. On the eve of the Great War, sending a company of scouts to scout the road. The enemy country may think that we have launched a general attack. These segments are certainly a humorous way of explaining why Dacia does not have universal military service. And even more so, they reflect the sheer size of Dacia's population base. After the gods descended in the previous life, the rest of the countries died out quickly one after another. And only the Great Xia was nearly universal, raising the country to face the gods head-on. I don't know how long I waited, but I finally stepped onto the teleportation channel to Qilin City. Compared to the player base outside the passageway, Kirin City was empty, and other than the players that kept teleporting in, the entire city seemed to be empty. Lin Yun followed the crowd of players to Kirin City's main mansion, and saw 10 teleportation portals erected outside the main mansion, and the 4 Kirin armies were strictly defending it, guiding the new players to enter the teleportation portals in an orderly manner. When he passed through the portal, Lin Yun saw a very exaggerated scene. Everything within the portal was exactly the same as the Qilin City. The only difference was that this Qilin City had been enlarged countless times. Countless rings were just spread out among them, and at this moment, they were already fighting feverishly, with countless players sitting down on the preparation seats with exuberant expressions, waiting for their own rounds. It turned out to be Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinsho, directly opened up a ring battlefield. Its internal party can accommodate the Kirin continent this dozens of millions of players for the ring election. Lin Yun began to look for the figure of Easy and the others, but since this place was really too big, and the crowds of players converged on it, although the distribution was very reasonable and not cluttered, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Yun immediately placed his gaze on top of a floating grandstand in the air. Chapter 98 Sea Selection Ring Battle, Easy's Opponent. In the boundless virtual Qilin City, 100 rings were just spread out among them, and around each ring, they were filled with contestants, and the Qilin 4 armies were even laying down defense patrols in each ring, and in the air, a 1 million number was rapidly decreasing as time moved on. That was the number of players that had not yet been eliminated. As of the start of the audition, there were a total of 1 million or so contestants from the 10 cities of Kirin Island. At this time, there were basically 10,000 participants in each ring, and 2 names would randomly appear in the ring each time, and the 2 people with the corresponding names would then go directly to the stage to compete. Winners advance and losers are out until each ring is contested until only the last person is left. 100 rings, only 100 advance. This is truly a 1 in a million election, where millions of people participate in the audition and only 100 advance in the end. That's the gold of the Kirin Chao auditions. It could be described as the high school entrance exam of the divinely inspired world. Only, it was even more brutal. All the contestants were riveted, because this continental battle was to represent the Qilin continent, and the rewards for winning were just too rich. People die for money and birds die for food. Under the attraction of great benefits, the battle was a gruesome one, and the entire virtual Qilin city was filled with colorful light. Countless anchor players each broadcast live events, the entire Dacia everywhere in the discussion of the Continental War, the 5 continents of the audition tournament directly facing the entire population of Dacia. The Dacia General Command, in particular, was directly broadcasting live for the entire population through its own channel. The heat of the continent battle was very exaggerated for a while, and everyone was cheering for their favorite continent. Above the 100 rings, a huge grandstand floated in midair, a total of 10 chairs side by side, the city lords of the 10 continents of the Qilin, all sitting on them. The Heavenly Sword City Lord and the others that Lin Yun had met in the Sea of Nothingness were also among them, and the Heavenly Sword City Lord's arms were even restored to their original state. The stout, bearded Ouyang Jinsho sat in the center, and his chair, which was still very huge, allowed several people to sit together. At this moment, he was munching on a fruit plate, watching the matches in the 100 rings under the field as if he was watching a play, nodding his head from time to time and commenting with the rest of the city lords around him. Tianfa, look at this ring 99, this one is good. This ring 5, these 2 are a bit weaker. Just like a child playing house. Ouyang Jinsho patted the Tianfa city lord beside him as he looked at him. When the Heavenly Law City Lord was slapped by Ouyang Jinsho's large hand, he immediately bared his teeth in pain and could only nod his head continuously. Honestly, I'd like to change positions. Moreover, you don't have to be so excited. As the number one person under the continent master, watching this bunch of earth ranks fight in the ring, what's the difference between watching small children poking each other with small sticks? The remaining few city lords were silently moving their chairs quietly away from Ouyang Jinsho, but to be honest, there are quite a few good seedlings among these little ones, but there are no existences that particularly surprise me. Ouyang Jinsho finished eating the fruits and sipped the hot tea, shaking his head somewhat boredly. It looks like this. Currently there is still no one who can compare to that little punk, although that brat is not big and small all day long, but his overall strength is good. The several people of Tianfa City Lord immediately remembered the kid who was pressed and hammered by Ouyang Jinsho not long ago, and all of them nodded their heads. Indeed, after so many years, the first one to survive under the furious Lord Ouyang was only that little guy, and his strength couldn't be described as not strong, and only the Heavenly Sword City Lord couldn't help but touch his recovered arm. Ha ha, thanks for the compliment, brother-in-law. At this moment, a figure reached out and picked up the fruit plate in front of Ouyang Jinsho's eyes, then directly sat his butt into Ouyang Jinsho's chair. Very familiarly, he greeted the few city lords he had met. Ouyang Jinsho looked at Lin Yun, who was sitting next to him with a big grin on his face like he had seen a ghost, and twisted his head to look at the bleachers floating in the air, which were not surrounded by stairs. How did you kid get up here? Ouyang Jinsho's eyebrows danced wildly as he watched Lin Yun recline in his own chair with a face of enjoyment, eating his own fruits and drinking his own hot tea. For a moment Ouyang Jinsho thought that this position belonged to Lin Yun, and that he himself was the one hogging someone else's position. The rest of the city lords who hadn't seen Lin Yun looked at the scene in front of them with shocked faces one by one, and Lin Yun's sentence of brother-in-law even made a few of them close their mouths in fear. Sister? Sister? Hey, are you kid deaf? When Ouyang Jinsho saw Lin Yun earnestly scanning the ring below the arena, completely unconcerned about the emotions of himself, the original owner of the seat, he was so furious that he immediately slapped Lin Yun on the side of his head. Lin Yun was immediately slapped in the eye and muttered, then directly pointed at ring number 98. Give face in public. Don't move your hands, brother-in-law, look there. Ouyang Jinsho looked along with the location of Lin Yun's finger and immediately saw a bright light. Yo, I remember this kid is your friend, right? He looks pretty good. With a few moments of Raoul's good looks. You've got to be kidding me. Just this honorable appearance of yours. Really, how can he possibly compare to you? He. Seeing Ouyang Jinsho's fist raised, Lin Yun immediately changed his words, his expression unchanged, which caused Ouyang Jinsho to nod in satisfaction. The remaining few people looked at Ouyang Jinsho's familiarity with Lin Yun, and each of them glanced at each other with confused eyes. What is this world coming to? When did Lord Ouyang become so nice? Doesn't this kid know he's dancing on a tightrope? Has he always been this brave? Looking at the old man, I was afraid that he would be slapped to death by Lord Ouyang. And, who is this kid's sister that actually took Lord Ouyang down? And on the 98th ring, two silhouettes stood opposite each other. One of them was fully clothed in white, his face indifferent as he encircled his white jade longsword, a strand of white hair hanging down from his full head of green silk, just enough to cover half of his eyes. Lin Yun was at a high altitude, and the first thing he noticed was Easy's figure. The appearance of the free and Easy is really no words. To stand there is the focus of the whole scene. As for the words of Ouyang Jinsho, Lin Yun directly as he was farting. With your big, burly look, you look like a horseman standing next to Easy, and you're more of a piker when it comes to hitting people at the drop of a hat. Easy's opponent, a fighter with gloves on his hands, was a burly fighter with a full beard. If it wasn't for the fact that Ouyang Jinsho was sitting right next to him and kept shredding, Lin Yun would have thought that the old man had personally taken the field. This can't be one of his children or grandchildren, can it? Lin Yun kept scrutinizing Ouyang Jinsho and the fighters in the arena with a skeptical eye. This scene was discovered by Ouyang Jinsho, who was instantly infuriated and directly rewarded Lin Yun with another big, food-loving slap. You admit defeat. When I, Huang, make a move, it's either death or mutilation. Your little arms and legs, it's not good if I accidentally break them later. The fighter spoke in a jarring voice, his words dripping with contempt. In his opinion, a man should look like himself. Domineering. This kid across the street, fine skin and a face better than a woman's, which made the fighter very uncomfortable. The audience underneath the arena heard this and immediately watched to see the uproar. And for a time, ring 98 was very lively. Beat this little white boy to death. Shut up. My husband absolutely killed this gorilla across the street. For a while the crowd split into two groups, some in favor of Easy and some in favor of the fighters. Seeing the audience's uproar, the fighter raised his hands high, enjoying the crowd's cheers, and then his eyes revealed ferocity as a brilliant white light erupted above his fists. A hiss like that of a wild beast rang out, and the fighter's entire body muscles rapidly expanded, and in just an instant, his top directly burst open, revealing his lean upper body. Then with a twist of his foot, his right fist struck out, directly toward Easy's handsome face violently, and while Easy just raised his eyes slightly, his body was motionless. The crowd in the arena gasped. It's an embroidered pillow. All of a sudden it goes soft with fear. Your whole family is embroidered. A hint of cruelty and contempt flashed in the eyes of the fighters in the arena. It was really a useless thing. Scared soft in a moment, a fist burst out, seemingly slow, but in reality, it instantly came to the face of Easy. If the other party cannot avoid, directly on the spot will be hammered into pulp. In the next second, a sword roar resounded through the 98th ring. Chapter 99. The wind is like uprooting a mountain, and the rain is like pouring down a river. A sword sound rang out. A little sword aura burst out from the white jade long sword, directly illuminating the entire grandstand. Easy's left hand gripped the sword lightly, his thumb lightly pressed against the lattice of the sword, and with a slight force, the sword, which had nevertheless been drawn out a little, went straight back into its sheath. The fighter's fist swung straight forward, resting less than an inch from the tip of Easy's nose, but Easy didn't even blink, turning his head and walking straight out of the ring. As soon as Easy turned around, a sword light penetrated out from the fighter's body, and in the next second the fighter was directly split into two, disappearing into white light directly back to the stands. As soon as the fighter whose name had turned gray was revived, he looked at Easy in the ring with terror in both eyes, his face white. The number of airmen was again reduced by one. Wow, my husband is so handsome. Asterisk 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 off. You dead sissy. That's my husband. The arena cheered and the atmosphere was once again high. There were only a few people with heavy faces, staring deathly at Easy's back. As if sensing something, Easy turned back abruptly as he walked down the ring, directly meeting those gazes. With that, he turned back again with a blank face and came to sit down in his place, closing his eyes and waiting for the next battle. On the high-altitude stands, Ouyang Jinxiu looked at Easy's performance and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, this kid. Not only does he have a few moments of my handsomeness, but this behavior has a similar dominance to mine. Lin Yun rolled his eyes, and if he hadn't been unable to beat him, he would have absolutely had to hold his head down and show him the fighter who had been cut in half by Easy. You wake up. This is more like you. What's wrong with you, kid? Disagree? Ouyang Jinxiu looked at Lin Yun's constipated face and asked indifferently, casually taking back the fruit plate Lin Yun was holding in his arms. Tolerant. Lin Yun squinted at Ouyang Jinxiu, then took out the Vermilion Bird City Lord token from his backpack and tossed it up gently in his hand. Ouyang Jinxiu's pupils tightened when he saw this, and he awkwardly touched his nose, shoving the fruit plate back into Lin Yun's hands. Seeing this, Lin Yun was satisfied and put away the token. Looking for the rest of the few people once again, Easy was in the 98th ring, and the remaining few were not in this ring, but due to the sheer number of people, Lin Yun hadn't found the rest of them yet. As for the Heavenly Lost City Lord and the others, they all looked at Lin Yun dumbfounded at this moment. This kid is something. Isn't that the token of the Lord of Vermilion Bird City? Then, when they associated it with Lin Yun's sibling calling Lord Ouyang, several people were instantly satisfied as if they had eaten some big melon. Hiss! No wonder this kid dared to provoke the fierce tiger that was Lord Ouyang. In an instant, all of the several people understood in their hearts that a heavenly guest who had befriended the Kirin City Lord and the Vermilion Bird City Lord must be treated politely. As for Lin Yun at this moment, he didn't find Kikifu in the others, but instead, he saw an unexpected person, 11 Lang. Unheard of in his last life, he suddenly met the Confucian Taoist Heavenly Master 11 in this life, rarely owned by the Chinese professional Confucian Taoist Celestial Masters. Since rescuing Easy from the predicament of being surrounded earlier, Lin Yun had never seen this person again, but he didn't expect to see him here. Lin Yun instantly grinned, and then carefully watched the Ru Dao Heavenly Master 11 Lang, who had just entered the arena. Lin Yun remembered that this person's abilities were very odd, using the way of reciting a poem and illuminating the poem's meaning to form an attack. How would the Ru Dao Celestial Master, who was also an ancient Chinese profession, behave after the Earth stage? Seeing that Lin Yun had been staring at ring 61, Ouyang Jinxiu couldn't help but look over as well, and this time he felt something was wrong and turned his head to look at Lin Yun and said, "This person has an occupational aura somewhat similar to yours. Is that the so-called ancient Chinese occupation you mentioned before?" While Lin Yun nodded without looking away, Ouyang Jinxiu stroked the beard on his mouth as if he had discovered something and fell into deep thought. On the 61st ring, 11 Lang was dressed as a scholar, holding a folding fan and lightly shaking it, with a harmless smile on his face as he slowly stood in the center of the ring. Across from him, a petite and cute female mage followed suit. As soon as the female mage came on the stage, she was deeply attracted by the 11 Lang in front of her, and between her beautiful eyes, she stayed on 11 Lang's body, her face flushed with color. and she opened her mouth in a period of time. Handsome, can I add your contact info later? 11 Lang was plump and handsome, with eyes as warm as jade, and at this moment, he smiled slightly. For a beautiful girl, I really can't lay my hands on her, but to add contact information, then you have to beat me. The female mage's eyes glowed as she sniffed, her battle spirit rising up as the staff in her hand glowed slightly red. Let's get started then. 11 Lang still lightly shook his folding fan with a smile on his face, reaching out to signal his opponent to make a move. Seeing this, the female mage's figure quickly retreated, blazing flames rising from the staff in her hand. Explosive fireball. A fireball the size of a human head slowly coalesced around the female mage, hot flames flowing from the black and red, and a full 10 fireballs converged. The blazing heat caused the air to fluctuate, and even the spectators in the stands felt their mouths dry. Zichiro saw this but smiled slightly and spoke with an apologetic face as he saw that the opposite skill was about to coalesce. The wind is like the plucking of a mountain, and the rain is like the pouring of a river. The moment he opened his mouth to recite the poem, a vast Confucian aura appeared around him, and as he finished his verse, the entire ring was bright and white. This sudden brightness illuminated several nearby rings. Above the stands, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were even more astonished, quietly squinting his eyes, while Lin Yun nodded slightly, so that it looked like his own was the most plain and unassuming of the three only ancient huaxia professions in this life. Other people sword fairy out of the sword will be sword sound dragon. Could not dashing handsome, this Confucian Taoist Tianshi more pretentious, standing there to read a poem on the line, but also comes with a background. You see the sky full of Confucian Taoist light. In the ring, as 11 finished reading, a fierce wind suddenly rose up, and cold, bone-piercing rain poured out from the wind, instantly covering the entire ring. In the midst of the storm, a murderous aura rose up. The female mage's face changed, and before she had time to react, a violent gust of wind blew her up high into the air, completely unable to move in mid-air. On the 10 fireballs that had coalesced, before the flames could burst, they were directly doused by the heavy rain and turned into a pile of powder that fell. The entire ring, shrouded in wind and rain, the spectators under the stands watched in disbelief. Asterisk. So handsome. This is the elegance of the ancient Confucianism of my daxia. Is this what he is professionally transferring to? Bullying. Loved and loved, talked and laughed, and the strong captive went up in smoke. Just as the crowd was appreciating, 11 Lang lightly shook the folding fan in his hand, looked up at the blushing female mage high in the air, and softly said, the winner is already decided, so you don't have to worry too much. I'll send you back to the stands. The female mage high in the air sniffed, and her face, which was originally shocked and unsettled, took on a trace of tenderness. Not only was this man handsome, but he was also particularly gentle. The corner of 11 Lang's mouth revealed a trace of intriguing smile. The folding fan in his hand swung. The sky rain instantly shot towards the female mage. The original bean-sized rain. The flight slowly transformed into a handle of steel needles. Before the tenderness on the female mage's face could dissipate, she watched in disbelief as countless steel needles transformed into rainwater continued to penetrate her own body, and then let out a miserable scream of pain. Chapter 100 Grumpy Lolita Chopper Online. The violent wind and rain directly enveloped the petite body in mid-air. Countless steel needles transformed into rainwater continuously penetrated the female mage's body, bringing up strands of blood foam. The density of the countless steel needles was terrifying. The female mage was fixed high in the air by the gusts of wind, completely unable to dodge, and could only let out a loud scream. In just an instant, the entire person had become inhuman, with not a single piece of good flesh on his entire body. The stands were silent as they watched the inhumane scene. Asterisk. Give her a hard time. Mud, you're insulting your own profession. You disgusting thing. For a while, the stands were filled with curses, and after hearing the crowd's tirades, an almost perverted gleam of satisfaction appeared in 11 Lang's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, countless steel needles once again exploded out. Within a few moments, the screams came to an abrupt end, and the female mage high in the air was directly struck by the steel needle into a piece of meat foam, disappearing into white light and returning to her seat. Returning to her seat in the stands, the female mage's eyes were filled with terror. Her entire body curled up in her seat like a weak animal, completely lacking her previous lively and cheerful appearance. Zichiro gathered up the roiling wind and rain, completely ignoring the crowd's tirade, and spoke softly towards the female mage in the stands. It's okay, you've returned to your seat. Oh, you're welcome. At those words, the female mage's pupils dilated as if she had seen a demon, and with a miserable scream, she directly disappeared above the stands. A smile appeared on 11's face as he slowly walked down the bleachers, and there are spectators in the stands who can't help it anymore, directly rushing up and preparing to get this death, but they are blocked by the unicorn army. Go back. The man was very unconvinced. pointing at 11 Lang and cursing angrily, "This is a why did you let him on the field?" The scolded Qilin army's eyes narrowed slightly but didn't flare up, only slightly reaching out. The man flew straight back to his seat. Seeing this, the corner of 11 Lang's mouth lifted, gently shook his folding fan and nodded very kindly at the Kirin army. "Thank you." When the Qilin army sniffed, a killing intent directly enveloped 11 Lang, and in an instant, as if 11 Lang had been struck by a sledgehammer, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of blood. "Thank you? Off." After saying this, the Qilin army went back to continue their mission without looking back, and this scene was watched by the crowd on the 61st stand. 11 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of gloom flashing in his eyes, but he didn't dare to speak and went straight back to his seat where he belonged. On the high-altitude stands, Lin Yun's mouth revealed a cruel smile, and his eyes were ice-cold. Ouyang Jinxiu was remembering something at this moment, turning his head to look at Lin Yun. "It's not what you'd call an ancient Chinese occupation." Ouyang Jinxiu's words caused Lin Yun's heart to flutter, and he hurriedly asked, "You see where he came from?" Ouyang Jinxiu nodded and smiled slightly. "One could say yes, more like learn or copy." Lin Yun was confused by what he heard. "Is this or isn't this? Can you make it clear?" Ignoring Lin Yun's nonchalant words, Ouyang Jinxiu simply sipped his tea and pointed at 11 Lang, who was sitting on the bleachers. "Look closely at his pupils. Is there a faint vertical mark?" Seeing this, Lin Yun observed carefully, but he realized that a faint vertical mark would occasionally appear in the depths of 11 Lang's pupils. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinxiu slowly explained, "He's a mage profession fantasist, who can unrealize his own profession and abilities, but he's nothing more than a jumper." At the sound of Lin Yun's words, his brain directly went down. "What kind of is this? Isn't it the Confucian heavenly master? What the hell is a fantasy master? Fantasizing about being a Confucian celestial master and fantasizing about your attacks? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? The fantasy master has a piece of hexagram magic that has 6 chances to escape. Have you seen it?" Ouyang Jinxiu's words reminded Lin Yun of something. At that time, when Watchman Chaos Gold was about to kill 11, he was indeed seen to take out a hexagram and then disappeared. Is this guy really a fantasist? Not an ancient Chinese occupation? For a moment, Lin Yun's mind was like a mess, and at that moment, the cacophony of noise from the other ring immediately caught the attention of everyone in the stands. Lin Yun turned his head to look, but he saw a little loli holding a short sword. Kiki and Kiki again. In ring number 17, Kiki repeat playfully makes his way to the ring. As soon as he made his entrance, he caused the stage to erupt in cheers. "Wow, what a beautiful girl doll. It's too delicate looking." It was her first time to participate in this kind of large-scale competition, and the tens of thousands of people sitting in the stands watching her uproar suddenly made Kiki's face hard to bear. Her opponent was a giant sword warrior, holding a giant sword on stage. As soon as he saw the giant sword, the light in the eyes of Kikiru suddenly blazed out. The giant sword warrior saw that his opponent was a petite little girl, and the guard in his eyes instantly relaxed, and said softly towards Kiki, "Repeat Kiki, why don't you surrender and forget about it? I'm afraid of hurting you." The little loli in front of him was about the same age as his own sister, so he couldn't help but make the giant sword warrior's heart tender. "It's fine, let's fight." "Good." The giant sword warrior smiled dotingly and raised the giant sword in his hand slightly, receiving an affirmative answer. Kiki Repeat gave a sweet smile, a smile that instantly brought smiles to the faces of everyone in the entire ring along with it. The giant sword warrior's heart instantly softened, and the giant sword in his hand couldn't help but lower down a hair, thinking that he would try to be a little gentler with his hands later on. Kiki Repeat laughed a little, softly flinging the short blade in his hand back, and his whole body leapt high into the air. The stance was very cute, and the air slashed down towards the giant sword warrior. Seeing this, the corners of the giant sword warrior's mouth smiled even more as he drowningly roared, "Good." However, the next second the giant sword warrior's eyes were rounded with the look of having seen a ghost. "Comet Omega, Comet. It's huge." In the air, the short sword in the hands of Kiki Repeat Kiki erupted with blue-purple electric light, and in the next moment a huge sword as big as her 2 men appeared in the air, slashing straight down with terrifying power against the giant sword warrior. The giant sword flashed with a blue-purple light and instantly came to the giant sword warrior's eyes. Seeing that the giant sword warrior was too late to react, he changed the vertical chop to a horizontal chop. The giant sword warrior panicked and raised his sword across the room. In the next second, just like being hit by a high-speed train, the giant sword rebounded and smashed into his own body, and the whole person flew backwards horizontally, directly flying out of the ring and ruthlessly embedded in another ring. At this moment, all of the spectators in the entire ring 17 stared blankly at the little loli carrying a 2-man-tall giant sword in the ring with an anxious face, and couldn't help but swallow their mouths in unison. What a big sword! Chapter 101 The 10 Cities of Kirin Island City Sun. In ring 62, Fortune and his opponent, who have just entered the ring, are getting ready to start fighting. A dark shadow suddenly came across the ring and slammed his opponent straight inside the ring right in front of Zazen. In that instant, it was like a movie in slow motion, and Fortune could even see the twisted and distorted face of his opponent. When the smoke and dust disappeared, all Lin Yun could see was a burly man standing up, rubbing his fuzzy head with an unresponsive look on his face, staring dully at the strangely faced wealthy man. Dude, you're running to the wrong ring. Wealthy just felt soothed. The game was over before it even started, and today was my lucky day. No less. The giant sword warrior only felt that he was as if he was falling apart. His whole body's bones were soft and painful, and when he remembered the little lowly that was as small as his own sister, he couldn't help but shiver. Where is this a little lowly? Isn't this just a humanoid dinosaur? Hearing the words of the wealthy man, the giant sword warrior scratched his head and said an apology in a very awkward manner. Does apologizing help? Look at my opponent. The giant sword warrior looked in the direction of Fortune's finger, only to see a tiger-backed knight lying in a deep pit, was full of eyes rolling over and twitching constantly. His own giant sword just stuck straight into the other party's chest. Seeing the giant sword warrior look over, he pointed at him with both hands outstretched as far as he could. You're sick. After saying that, he turned into a white light and disappeared. Seeing that he had advanced, Fortune pressed the corners of his mouth hard and patted the giant sword warrior's shoulder with a feigned sadness and spoke. It's alright. It's not your fault. I'm sad too. I'm also saddened that a good fight ended so suddenly before it even started. Wealthy's eyes were bent up, and he really couldn't say any more. You wait for me, aha. Wealthy twisted finished his head, his whole body twitching, unable to hold back his laughter. Ah ha ha ha, so cool. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth in the stands also revealed a smile. This rich and powerful luck as always. Before it even starts, the opponent is gone. Chi, but it makes Lin Yun nod his head with satisfaction. Girls should be like this, forceful and powerful. But 3-141-5926 is also hiding in some ring corner and hasn't been seen so far. The matches in the arena went on one after another, with many of the high-level players that he had heard of in his previous life converging on them as well, and it was a joy to watch Lin Yun. The 10 city lords on the stands were also starting to discuss, originally giving each other's opinions in a good voice. The next second they were directly arguing with red faces. No way. That one called easy can only be my heavenly sword city son. What's a fighter like you doing grabbing from me? Go back to playing with your fists you. The heavenly sword city lord's face turned red as he pointed at the heavenly dipper city lord and cursed him. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were people next to him stopping them, the two city lords would definitely want to fight on the spot. I cannot want easy, but that little girl must be my apocalypse city son. Otherwise, don't blame the laborer for flipping out. The heavenly apocalypse city lord opened his mouth in a domineering manner, but unexpectedly a showy fist hammered directly from the side. Try flipping one for me instead. Tianqiu city lord was the only female city lord in the room, and from the gloating behavior of the rest of the people, it was not hard to tell that she was a pair with Tianqi city lord. Can I not give it to you if you say it properly? Moving your hands all day long. Under Tianqiu city lord's near murderous gaze, Tianqi city lord had the sense to hold back the word feet and shut his mouth. The city lords of Heavenly Jie City, Heavenly Diffraction City, and the others had opened their mouths to pick the people they saw to be their city sons. Lin Yun smiled at his words. Having relived his life, he naturally knew what Chang Zi meant. The 10 cities of the Kirin continent would pick one of the 100 winners chosen at the end of the audition to be their city son. The so-called city children can enjoy the various benefits and materials provided by the city, and obtain the inclination of resources. Firstly, to prepare for the Continental War, and secondly, to prepare for the high and low rankings between the 10 cities. The 10 city sons would have an additional competition after the Continental War, which would be used to determine the distribution of resources from the Kirin continent to the 10 cities. In addition, the city son may enjoy the power of one man over all without touching the interests of that city. In his previous life, apart from Easy, Lin Yun had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. It can be said that which player is chosen as the city son directly enjoy massive resources to cultivate, a flight to heaven. However, among the rest of the city lords except for Ouyang Jinxiu, he did not hear the names of himself. Wealthy in 3-141-5926. Thinking of this, Lin Yun immediately picked up his teacup and walked towards the city lords, and in Ouyang Jinxiu's puzzled gaze, he very respectfully filled the tea for each of them. Having seen the Vermilion Bird City Lord's order in Lin Yun's hands, and being the only one who kept making a fool of himself in front of Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes but was still alive and kicking, how could a few people dare to allow Lin Yun to make a toast to the tea? And they immediately stood up one after another. Come, Heavenly Sword City Lord, in the future, I'll trouble you to take more care of Easy. Lin Yun was very familiar, but the Heavenly Sword City Lord was looking at Lin Yun with palpitations in his heart and scrambled to pick up his teacup. Somehow, although the Heavenly Sword City Lord felt it was absurd, he always felt that the one who had laid hands on him in the Sea of Void was the kid in front of him. Tianqiu City Lord, Kikiru is a good seedling. You really have an eye for it. Heavenly Enlightenment City Lord, you are truly blessed to have found such a beautiful person like Heavenly Show City Lord, so I guess you are usually a person of great fortune. A few words from Lin Yun caused the two Tianqiu City Lords to smile very happily. Seeing this, Lin Yun spoke again. Apocalypse City Lord, look at that fat man. He always wins inexplicably every time he goes on stage. He's a blessed man just like you. What do you think of him? The Apocalypse City Lord followed Lin Yun's direction and saw the round fat man who was walking down the ring covering his mouth and shaking all over with laughter, and also nodded in a slightly odd way. Seeing this, Lin Yun immediately picked up the teacup in his hand and handed it over. Why don't you let him be your city son? Tianqi City Lord froze at his words and just wanted to refuse, but he saw Lin Yun immediately turn his head and hand the teacup to Tianqiu City Lord on the side. Tianqiu City Lord, you're a bellwether. Surely you can tell at a glance that this fatty is also a blessed man, and he's also a close friend of Kiki and I. Do you think he's fit to be the city son of Sky Kaiju? As soon as the Tianqiu City Lord heard that there was a relationship with the Lin Yun in front of her, a glint flashed in her beautiful eyes and she immediately smiled and nodded, looking very satisfied. The Tianqi City Lord on the side wanted to say something, but he was glared back by a look from the Tianqiu City Lord and could only helplessly drink the tea Lin Yun handed over. Lin Yun nodded his head in satisfaction and continued towards the remaining few city lords, speaking all sorts of nice things. Ouyang Jinxiu had a very humiliating look on his face and silently drank his tea, looking at Lin Yun's attitude towards the rest of the few people, old and mature, eloquent, just like a fluttering male model, not at all like facing himself in general, no big or small. Thinking of this, Ouyang Jinxiu only felt that the tea was tasteless, so he immediately coughed twice. This time, all the city lords were immediately sitting upright, and Lin Yun also finalized the position of city son of Brother 6. When he saw Ouyang Jinxiu coughing, he immediately walked over with a teapot. Seeing this, Ouyang Jinxiu glanced at the rest of the city lords with great satisfaction, his face full of smugness, slightly passing the teacup forward a fraction of a second, waiting for Lin Yun to pour the tea. You see, when the laborer coughs, this kid has to come over and offer tea. However, Lin Yun walked straight past Ouyang Jinxiu, ignored the teacup he handed out, and directly poured the tea into the Tianfa City Lord's teacup. This time, the Heavenly Law City Lord panicked and glanced at Ouyang Jinxiu, having a hard time saying anything. While Ouyang Jinxiu's raised hand was very piercing and his face was unsightly, the rest of the city lords were red in the face. It was very painful to see Ouyang Jinxiu defeated, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. Hey, Tianfa City Lord, how about you look at me? Have you Tianfa City son chosen well? How about letting me try? Tianfa City Lord where dare to let him try. Ouyang Jinxiu that killing intent has long been covered in his own body. If you agree, today Tianfa City Lord will have to change someone when. Ahem, young warrior Godslayer is however very suitable, but my Heavenly Law City son has already been set, so I'm really sorry. At those words, Lin Yun turned his head and walked away, and the Heavenly Law City Lord was stunned. No, this brat really had no respect and no honor. Lin Yun was laughing coldly in his heart. Tianfa City Lord? The people who have known you for countless years together don't know you, but I know what you are. Lin Yun came behind Ouyang Jinxiu with a cheeky look on his face, rubbing Ouyang Jinxiu's shoulders while fawning. Brother-in-law, you this Qilin City Qingzi? Ouyang Jinxiu raised his head, his bearded mouth with a smile, and directly said a word. Get out. Chapter 102. If you knew you were going to die, would you still make a move? 98 ring stands. Lin Yun gave a middle finger to Ouyang Jinxiu in the overhead stands with a displeased look on his face. Also Qilin City Lord, as the lord of a city, this heart is not even there. Not just a little bit of small things. Directly threw himself down from high in the air. This is thanks to their own thick skin and flesh with a high blood bar. If it were any other mage, they would have to hiccup on the spot. Lin Yun immediately jotted down another entry in his little notebook. Above the high altitude stands, Ouyang Jinxiu stroked his beard and sneezed violently, a chill rising in his heart for no reason. Mard, is this little godslayer cursing me behind my back again? Above the stands of the 98th contestant, Easy was resting his eyes and adjusting his state to prepare for the next battle, and at that moment a large hand suddenly clapped onto his shoulder. A dragon's roar suddenly resounded from the white jade 8-sided Han sword in Easy's arms, and a sword intent suddenly appeared around the stands. Countless players were startled by the sword intent and turned their heads to look over, and Lin Yun's voice sounded beside Easy. Easy, a person without boredom, I come to accompany you. Hearing Lin Yun's voice and feeling the familiar person sitting down beside him, Easy's longsword immediately stopped keening, and Easy's eyes, which had been closed, opened. Looking at Lin Yun, who was watching the match with a relaxed and easygoing face. How could Easy not see the shadow of that day? As if they were two completely different people. With a complex expression, he stared at Lin Yun for a long time and slowly opened his mouth. How do you know my name? And is what you say true? In the past few days there has been a deep doubt in Easy's heart, and after constant probing, he vaguely guessed something, and at this moment he wanted to ask for an understanding. Lin Yun didn't answer his question directly, but instead pointed to the two players who were battling each other on the stage. Do you think they would have continued to fight if they had known that people would die in this battle? Easy glanced at the two people in the ring who were excitedly battling each other, and after a long time, he slowly shook his head. Lin Yun looked back at Easy's eyes, which had a kind of clear stupidity in them. If there was a day when you knew you were going to die, but there were two worlds that needed your protection, would you step up? Before Prosperity could speak, Lin Yun opened his mouth to reply decisively. You will, because that's what you did in your last life. Despite being mentally prepared, when he heard Lin Yun's words, his heart still couldn't help but feel a wave of vertigo, and deep within his pupils, he was filled with panic, swallowing hard. Easy said bitterly, it seems to be true. Haven't you already looked into it, and have learned that Daxia knows about it as well? Easy didn't reply. Indeed, Daxia went out of its way to enact various measures to encourage divine enlightenment for all, arranging for the War God Battalion to travel to rescue overseas players. It's enough to say a lot. At this moment, Lin Yun pointed at the ring. Your turn. It was then that Easy realized that there was already someone waiting in the ring, and one of the two names on it was himself. Rising to the stage, Lin Yun's voice rang out. Perhaps you'll hear about the deep forest of doom before the auditions are over. Easy nodded slightly and stepped into the ring match. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth rose slightly as the two people on the ring field were reflected in his pupils. In this life, even if you will die, it is not your turn to be in the front of the line. Above the 98th ring, Easy's opponent was a thief pro, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink when he was matched to Easy. Previously, Easy had made several strikes, all of which had directly killed his opponents in seconds, making it completely impossible to see his true strength. The thief's greatest fear was not knowing his opponent's information. If you run into a tough guy, you'll just turn around and shoot yourself in the face, and then you'll have no one to talk to. And thieves against the swordsman is a natural disadvantage, can only be secretly to kill in one blow. Now face to face in the ring, the thief knew that he only had one chance. As soon as Easy debuted, the entire 98th stand was filled with cheers, and at first it was all about face value to attract a bunch of female players. In the back, as long as the stage is a hit, not even draw the sword, directly conquered the majority of male compatriots. When the opposite thief saw Prosperity make his entrance, he immediately disappeared, his breath completely gone, blending into the air and hiding. All of a sudden Easy was standing alone in the ring, and Easy wasn't in a hurry, so he just stood there leisurely on top of the ring. After waiting for a long time, the thief was still nowhere to be seen. This angered the crowd, and the entire ring stands were once again abuzz with curses. Damn thieves, really nasty, stealthy at the start, can't afford to play? Just go down. Brother, you seem to be a thief too. Amidst the curses, Easy's opponent's face was ugly, and the psychological pressure rose to the highest level at once. The thief had been waiting for so long, and had been circling around Easy looking for a break. However, it was completely impossible to find, and no matter which direction one tried, one was faced with an overwhelming amount of sword intent. Lin Yun, who was standing very casually, was like a hedgehog with absolutely nowhere to go. Because of the nerves that had been strained as well as the rapidly depleting amount of blue, it made the thief's face pale beyond recognition, his expression growing more and more anxious as sweat slowly surfaced on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still fighting or not? This thief is really a bit obscene, but if you consume blue like this, you'll have to just admit defeat without a fight later. Brother is wrong. Thieves are generally concerned with one-hit kills, so I guess I'm waiting for Easy to break. While Easy was in no hurry, the stands were already clamoring, and just then, as the thief looked for an opportunity, a drop of sweat slipped quietly off his forehead. The thief's pupils dilated, and he cried out in dismay, and the eyes of Easy, who had been searching for the thief, narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth lifted. The thief knew something was wrong the moment the sweat fell, and couldn't care less about finding a break. The dagger in his hand stabbed straight out, ready to pour the skill right out. However, the moment he had just taken a step, a sword blade appeared out of nowhere in front of the thief's eyes. A red line appeared at the neck, and in the next second, the thief's body and head fell apart, and the short sword in his hand lost its light and fell directly to the ground, to his death. He didn't know where that sword on had appeared from when it was clear that Easy didn't have any striking movements. Seeing that Easy didn't even move his hand, he decapitated this thief who had been hiding for most of the day. A loud cheer erupted from the stands, calling his name loudly. Easy nodded slightly in greeting and immediately walked down the ring, wanting to find Lin Yun to inquire further. However, at this time, the position Lin Yun was originally in was already empty. On the high-altitude stands, the Heavenly Sword City Lord looked at Easy in the 98th ring with great satisfaction, smiling so much that his mouth couldn't close. Ouyang Jinxia was also comfortably sipping his tea, enjoying the time to clear his ears. It's just blah without that little asshole hanging around. But the next second, a head crept up. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? Following Ouyang Jinxia's eyes, at the 37th ring, a youth stood proudly on the stage, and his opponent, covered in blood, lay on the ground. Professional Coyote, job your sister. Why are you climbing up again? Chapter 103 Kingslayer is a shrinking violet? Worthy of being the star player of Skywolf Club, no matter which game he plays, he's a top expert. Yeah, having led the team to multiple league championships, the Coyotes are YYDS. What are you guys so happy about? Only one person is chosen for one ring. How can you play? Surrender and forget about it. Many people recognized the Green Wolf in ring 37, and for a moment some people in the stands were happy and some were sad. Joy for those who met their idols, and sadness for those who had the idea to fight for the top spot in the ring. Green Wolf, who had already won, was slow to step out of the ring, but after enjoying the cheers of the spectators in the stands, he slowly opened his mouth. Is Kingslayer among you? Seeing that the stage was quiet, the corners of King Wolf's mouth suddenly widened into a confident smile, followed by a voice that resounded through the entire virtual Qilin city. God Slayer, I hope you can successfully break through the C election. I, Green Wolf, look forward to fighting you. I'll show you what it means to be a true expert. Upon hearing Green Wolf's bravado, the entire arena was silent, and within a moment, all the rings suddenly erupted with loud cheers. Wow! Pro player Green Wolf has declared war on vegetarian player Deicide. Vegetarian? Have you misunderstood the meaning of these two words? Can you believe that a big god who dominates the charts every day doesn't have a big team behind him? I don't know why my blood is boiling right now. I want to see a battle between two great gods. Don't rub it in Deicide's face. How does he deserve to be compared to the full-body champion, Coyote? On the high-altitude stands, not only was Lin Yun's expression stunned, but the rest of the city lords all had strange faces. Those who were familiar with Deicide, such as Easy, even more heartily admired Green Wolf's courage. But it's a pity that people don't even need to participate in the auditions. Deicide is directly internalized. How can I compete with you? What are you comparing yourself to? Match after match in the ring, the number of people, which had been a full million, was dropping. During this time many of the masters that I had heard of in my previous life lost their battles, but the general trend was, Lin Yun had been paying attention to the results of this audition, and so far it seemed like it shouldn't be too far off from his previous life, and many players didn't leave after their defeat, but continued to watch the rest of the players compete from the stands. A few of the hottest guys in the eye immediately drew the rest of the ring audience to watch. For this reason some avid viewers have ranked the top heaters, the ones who might make it to the auditions, in the forum. Among them, Easy, Green Wolf, I'm the Villain, Kiki Repeat Kiki and Snow Lotus are the most vocal. The first three are all pros except for Easy, and the last two are each stunningly beautiful. To Lin Yun's surprise, Fortune was also within the rankings, once leading the wind. Simply because his luck is too good, the opponents he meets are either all kinds of accidents or absent, wealthy all the way basically on the field to stand for a while to win. This dramatic scene was a laugh riot. Some say he's open, some think he's the chosen one, so he's being pushed up the rankings by good people. But the one that was the hottest on the forums, the one that had everyone buzzing was only one named Godslayer. The Kirin Continent audition tournament was halfway through the event, but so far no one had seen Deicide make an appearance. For a while, the forums were full of opinions and created a furor. I've long said that Deicide was able to make all sorts of first kills all thanks to the team behind him, and now that he's encountered a big tournament, one-on-one encounters will directly wither. Someone disdainfully vocalized, how dare he make an appearance? It's just team packing. The great god of the Green Wolf doesn't need to wait. Even if Godslayer is present, he wouldn't dare to go on. He's just a shrunken head turtle. The sharp and insulting remarks instantly caused countless people to mob the forums and fiercely raise objections. Are you afraid that this group upstairs is not a bunch of dogs? Have you forgotten who gave you the extra wild monster kill experience you have over the other states? That's right. Kingslayer however likes to be late, but never absent. At this point, a message with a byline instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. Skywolf Pro Battle Team Green Wolf, Deicide disappointed me. I didn't expect that to be the case. Wow. Coyote came down to speak, pretending to be a ninja, but a professional player. Haven't seen you bring much benefit to Kirin Continent. Your extra experience from kills is still rubbing off on others. Eating someone else's food and throwing away someone else's bowl. That's the quality of a pro? For a while the forum was like a second ring, with the Pro Green Wolf and Pro Godslayer fighting it out. Green Wolf looked at quite a few messages that slammed him, and his eyebrows jumped in anger, and when he saw the ones that insulted deicide, he was filled with ridicule, which was very relieving. Suddenly, Green Wolf's sliding fingers stopped directly, his pupils trembled slightly, and several messages with signed certifications came into his eyes. Easy, I'll fight you. 3-141-5926, laughing my ass off. Someone with so much guts, who's not a good person to look for deicide. The last one even made Green Wolf's face turn white. War God Ling Tian, you break out of the sea election. I'll fight you. Easy and 3-141-5926 are both renowned and far-reaching big guild president, has long been famous in the major games, widely known. And what was War God Ling Tian? That was the head of the War God Battalion, the strongest war force in the Great Xia. Now when it came to which guild attracted the most attention from Dasha players, it was definitely the War God Battalion. The Dasha commanding level had already released the news that those who passed the examination to join the War God Battalion in the Divine Revelation might be absorbed by the Dasha War God Battalion in reality at a later stage. And with such a big shot like War God Ling Tian standing out and happening to be on this forum, it couldn't help but make people think about it. It was just that he didn't know whether the War God Ling Tian at this moment was representing himself or the attitude of the Grand Xia. In an instant, Green Wolf had panicked, swallowing hard and feeling the crowd that was watching from the stands around him. He deleted the message he had already edited and slowly typed in a good word. Cheers erupted in the forums as well as in the stands when they saw Green Wolf's reply, and the Green Wolf's back, all of a sudden, straightened up. What the heck? If you're offended, you're offended. If he or she can rely on this wave of popularity to enter the public eye, his or her annual salary will be raised by another notch. Hey, don't be a pussy. You look like a rooster ready to crow. If you don't fight, I'll win. A voice came from the ring, interrupting Green Wolf, who was holding his head up and enjoying the cheers. And in the ring, a burly middle-aged man was standing on top, looking at himself with a disgusted expression. It was only then that Green Wolf realized that on the 37th ring, his name had already surfaced, and against it, a string of numbers. 3-141-5926. Isn't this the same guy who just mocked himself by his real name? Who's the nice guy with that name? It's not a word count, is it? Seeing Brother Six mocking himself, Green Wolf became furious and directly leapt into the ring. Green Wolf, who had become famous at a young age and had won countless championships, hadn't been afraid of anyone except for the god of war, Ling Tian. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Qingwu didn't even speak. He directly struck out. He wanted to defeat the middle-aged man in front of him with thunderous means. Let those who mock themselves and look down on them know that labor is not something to be messed with. Ouch, I'm going. Looking at Six, who was covered in green light as soon as he got into the ring and rushed at him, his mouth dropped to the floor in shock. What a big green kingbird. Chapter 104. Is this a pro? Losing both arms and still attacking with his head. Ring 37. As soon as the Green Wolf stepped onto the field, his entire body erupted with a green glow, and his entire body slowly morphed as he ran. The whole person suddenly swelled several times. A piece of turtle armor quietly appeared on his body, and his originally white face slowly turned sharp and green. The whole thing looks like a giant turtle. As 3-141-5926 suggests, looking for death. At such an old age, you still learn others to visit forums and make nonsense comments. I'll beat you into a wheelchair today. Basilisk form. The Green Wolf shouted the basilisk form from his head to tail appearance, which instantly caused everyone to look dismayed. Even those who supported him lowered their heads at the first opportunity and could not raise their heads. Xuanwu, you're a green bastard. Okay. Ha 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 ha. Brother Six laughed with tears streaming out of his eyes. Seeing that the Green Wolf was coming on strong, Brother Six's face instantly became very serious. Holy Light Stack. Immovable King. Counter Storm. 3 consecutive skills stacked on top of each other. As a god-tier profession, Brother Six was the strongest tank in his own right. After the second turn of the Earth rank, there was an additional skill called Counterstorm, which could absorb the enemy's attacks to bounce back at 200% damage. The Green Wolf charged up with his Green King's 8 form, and just when the crowd thought that he was going to fight hard, a hint of mockery appeared on the Green Wolf's face. White Tiger form. Fusion. The green light on the Green Wolf's body suddenly tightened, and then white hairs emerged from the depths of his body, and his originally lime green face was also covered by long white hairs. Looks abnormal. Exceptionally ugly. It's like going from a green kingbird to a green kingbird that looks like a mop, with a scowl on his face. The mop flung himself directly at Brother Six with a slap, a silky green light bubbling from his long white-haired palm. Dang! A loud bang came from a shield cast in holy light. The Green Wolf's face instantly turned from green to red, with a strong sense of disbelief in his eyes. Ah! A scream erupted from his white-haired green mouth. The Green Wolf screamed miserably while lifting his other limp arm with his hand. The bones inside the entire arm nearly shattered into powder. Six Brother face with ridicule. After the second turn of the counterattack storm, 200% counterattack each other's damage. You hit me a slap, the equivalent of shaking yourself 2 slaps. What's more, this green wolf was inappropriate and wanted to directly kill himself the moment he struck. What's the matter? Don't you touch the porcelain, you bastard who looks like a mop. I haven't moved since I stood here. Brother Six was in a state of shock, as if he was afraid of being touched by a green wolf, and he spoke in a panic. The spectators in the stands couldn't hold back their laughter as they listened to Brother Six's words and watched this image of what the green wolf had become. The green wolf, who was originally in pain, was annoyed as his face turned green and white after hearing a burst of laughter that filled the room. Without thinking about it, the 2 skills that were used as a base card and prepared to be used to sprint to first place were used directly. Vermilion bird form, green dragon form, fuse me. The 4 rays of light once again enveloped the entire body of the green wolf, and for a moment it was like a ball of light on a discotheque. Very blinding, but it made people unable to resist looking over. Asterisk 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 is so familiar. It instantly became a place I loved to visit when I was younger. For some reason, at this moment, I want to show a passionate dance. Brother Six also looked at the green wolf, which was like a ball of lights, with interest. This lighting atmosphere is so suitable for easy. I wonder when I can watch him dance a bit more. Ha ha, the green wolf, at this time, had already changed greatly. The left hand was covered in green scales, and on all 5 fingers, sharp nails reflected a cold light, while the right hand, also covered in scales, hung down softly and snapped. Its nails retracted. The still green face still had mop-like white hair, but the eyelashes had turned crimson, and the whole thing looked worse than any of the villains in the movie. Wow, awesome. Brother Six directly shivered, thanks to his own mental capacity. Otherwise, seeing such a pile of poop in front of his eyes, I'm afraid that lunch will be vomited out. Green Wolf's entire body now was like a monster that had been sewn up and put together, which had the appearance of being white and clean before. The audience under the stage, especially the fans of Green Wolf, were all skeptical at the moment. Is this the handsome Sky Wolves professional player with the nickname Swift as the Wind? The Green Wolf who has won countless laurels? This BU is an imposter, right? This green bastard that looks like a mop? A pro? Instead, with a look of bewildered confidence, Green Wolf raised his intact left hand and gently jerked back a handful of white mop hair. You're the first person to force me to fuse my 4 forms and make me use my full power. You do have some strength, but it ends here. Brother Six was flabbergasted. I forced out your full strength without even moving? The opponents you've met before were too weak, weren't they? Isn't that a pro? Die. The power of the 4 elephants. Like a walking lantern, several colors converged together on top of Green Wolf's left hand. Terrifying power spread out in all directions, and when they felt this power, the spectators in the stands were immediately shocked. Is this the power that comes with trading in your face value? No wonder he could tolerate such an ugly look after his transformation. Green Wolf's left hand carried a raging force and slammed down directly into Brother Six's chest. Don't you have thick skin? This time I'll fight in a different place. I don't believe you don't have a hole in your body. Dang. The Green Wolf's fist rested directly on Brother Six's chest, and with the concussion the scales on the entire left hand shattered, and a trace of blood seeped out from the arm. The cruel look on the Green Wolf's face had become numb and dismayed the moment he struck Brother Six. Had ha. Brother Six smiled wistfully and snapped his fingers lightly. Counter storm. With a flash of holy light on Brother Six, blood mist exploded before the Green Wolf's eyes. The left hand that had originally struck Brother Six directly burst apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody froth. Ah! Miserable screams came out from the Green Wolf's mouth. Now he was like a mop of the bereaved. His face was pale and bloodless, and with a stomp of his feet, he was ready to flee from Brother Six's side. This is a psycho, right? What kind of tank has such high defense and damage? And I'm going to take first place. I can't lose. Seeing that the Green Wolf was preparing to escape, Brother Six but his face darkened and he said in a deep voice, I haven't had enough fun. Where are you going? As he spoke, Brother Six's body flashed with holy light once again and a gravitational force appeared from him. Green Wolf, who had already almost run to the edge of the ring, however, found his body suddenly and involuntarily turning back to rush towards Brother Six. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Taunt skills. The Green Wolf was instantly scared and bloodless, but his head slammed straight into Brother Six. The spectators in the stands were dumbfounded at the sight. Is this a pro? Both hands are gone, and you're still thinking of attacking directly with your head. You have to run a distance before attacking? Afraid you won't do enough damage? If the Green Wolf knew what they were thinking, absolutely one person would have a big fight. God tap horse S boosted attack. Are you guys blind? Can't you see the look of horror on your face? In the next moment, a mass of flesh and blood exploded directly on Brother Six's shield. There was silence in the stands for a moment. Then someone spoke softly. Even though his looks make me cringe, he's really brave. Yes, with all your life you're going to dirty the 3. 141-5926 Shield. Chapter 105. The top 100 of the audition is out, and Kiki is once again in crisis. Compared to the joyful scene in the 37th ring, the high-altitude stands at this moment were as heavy as if they were shrouded in dark clouds. The 10 city lords of the Divine Enlightenment Chilan continent all had grim faces as they looked at the scene on the stage, the abhorrence in their eyes very obvious. This mop-like looking green bastard actually dared to impersonate the 4 continent lords of the Divine Revelation world just by using the unorthodox 4 unlike attributes on his body. Who gave him the guts? He dared to insult the 4 lords of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu in such a way. This was simply a heavenly insult to all the aborigines of the Divine Enlightenment world's Chilan continent. There were a total of 5 continent masters in the Divine Enlightenment, and insulting any one of them was equivalent to insulting the 5 continent masters. The Heavenly Diffusion City Lord, who had originally agreed to accept 141-5926 as a city son because of Lin Yun's background as well as his eloquence, was looking at Brother 6 with great satisfaction. This kid is good. He's a Shiroko candidate. Communicate with the rest of the 4 continents. The entire Divine Revelation put up notices of this person for me, and the Avatar remembered to draw a better picture. Ouyang Jinxiu was so angry at the moment that his beard was shaking. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heavens Outsider couldn't be killed, he would definitely want to hammer this kid into the ground. After thinking about it, Ouyang Jinxiu added another one. Also, all the premises are plastered with banners saying that dogs and coyotes are not allowed. The rest of them nodded their heads, and only the Heavenly Sword City Lord looked at Ouyang Jinxiu with a difficult face, wanting to speak. Ouyang Jinxiu sought his hesitation and spoke with a very cold expression. What? You have an opinion? The rest of the city lords all turned their heads to angrily look at the Heavenly Sword City Lord at his words. The honor of the continent's masters was at stake, and anyone who objected was their enemy. As the Heavenly Sword City Lord, who was a big dog breeder, he hesitated for a moment and finally opened his mouth softly. It's not like the dog did anything wrong. This is so unfair to the dog. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun, who had been watching Ring 37 from a high-altitude stand, looked at the several bigwigs at the side whose temples were throbbing and whose faces were grim, and burst out laughing at his words. The reason why I remembered this person, Green Wolf, before was really because he was already so famous in his previous life. In his previous life, the entire world of the Divine Apocalypse was all plastered with his portraits, listing all of his unfounded crimes, and once he appeared in this world of the Divine Apocalypse, he would often be subjected to being fed with the Aborigines. What happened to the Green Wolf has caused his Skywolf Club to suffer just as much. In the back cannot stand. The Green Wolf directly quit the Divine Enlightenment and retired in place, but a long time later, the Divine Enlightenment still have his legend. At this moment, the election did not end because of the farce made by the Green Wolf. The same forum is full of curses for the Green Wolf. Even his owner Tian Lang Club also be sprayed, and the Kirin Chao auditions were in full swing as usual. A wonderful battle had allowed Lin Yun to feast his eyes, and through the various resources fed to Lin Yun after he had prophetically completed the mission in front of him, the Chilan continent at the moment, without having to think about it too much, knew that it was ahead of the other continents by an unknown number of grades. If it wasn't for the fact that each continent could only send 100 people to the second game of the continental battle, I'm afraid that Kirin continent would have to jump to the top of the list, because there are still quite a number of players who could have stood out, but went out due to early encounters with strong opponents, just forcing their way into the 98th ring. At least 3 players of the 7th level of the Earth rank withdrew from the match with a grudge because they met easy. If they were in other rings or on other continents, then they would be proper top 100 players, and they would 100% enter the second round. As time went on, the rings were slowly divided into winners and losers. In ring number 98, Easy took an absolute lead, defeating the last opponent and directly becoming the second place in the top 100. Surprisingly, everyone in the ring where Easy was located was wishing Easy well from the bottom of their hearts. Go Easy God! You're the hope of ring 98, and now you're only number 1 in the additions, so make sure you take the number 1 spot in the continental battle. That's right, the Sword Immortal is invincible. Easy didn't say anything, but only revealed a bitter smile. With an open guy like Deicide around, who could achieve first place in the Continental War? But, I'll give it a try. With a cool smile towards the crowd of 98, Easy went straight down to the ring, and at that moment, a succession of tirades with an extremely high level of moments came from ring 61. 11 Lang beat everyone in 61 to finish third. For a time, ring 61 was cursing, and some of the players who had been eliminated early were very dissatisfied, believing that they could only beat this person if they went up themselves, simply because the human-looking 11 Lang, every time he makes a move, he tortures his opponent as well as he can. As for 11 Lang, who heard the uproar around him, he just lightly shook his folding fan, revealing a harmless smile, completely unconcerned about the tirades of the others, and then looked up at the leaderboards, but he directly froze. Third place? How can that be? Second place is easy? That's impossible. Who's in first place? And it was only then that the audience, hearing 11's exclamation of surprise, suddenly realized, being the first easy to win from the audition ring, it was surprising that he was only second. No way. Easy God is definitely number one. There's a bug in this damn game. That's right, I've been watching and Easy is definitely number one. For a while, unfairness resounded throughout the entire 98th ring. As time went on, one ring winner after another appeared. The brand new top 100 list has Easy in second place, with 11 and I'm a Villain in third or fourth place, unsurprisingly drawing a torrent of abuse. On the high altitude stand, Ouyang Jinsho seemed happy to see this scene and did not open his mouth to stop it, allowing the rings to abuse the no. One seed. Lin Yun smiled helplessly. What an old codger. So old and still such a childish personality. Really not worthy of my sister. Soon, the auditions were basically nearing the end, and countless rings had already decided the winners. 3-141-5926 also won outright, making the top 100. On the other hand, Lin Yun, who had been focusing on Kiki and Wealthy, suddenly had his pupils shrink and his eyes erupted with endless killing intent. The 10 city lords on the high altitude stands all noticed Lin Yun's killing intent and couldn't help but turn with their gazes to the battle above the 17th ring. Ring 17. The person across from her was the stunning beauty that was tied with her on the forum ranking Snow Lotus. Snow Lotus was a melee mage with enough candor to be completely unafraid of Kikiruiki's high burst. Moreover, from the very beginning of her appearance, Xuelian deliberately acted very weakly, and Kiki, who was also a woman, rose up in pity. As a result, a melee mage with high spells and thick blood, utilizing Kiki's compassion for Kiki directly beat him to the point where he was spitting blood and almost fainted. Xuelian had contempt on her face. Her near-perfect face was very attractive, like a ripe apple, and her beautiful figure was displayed unstintingly in front of everyone's eyes. Little sister, it's true that you're all boobs and no brains. Chapter 106 Continental Battle of the Seas Top 100. As soon as Snow Lotus's toe-curling mocking voice fell, Kiki suddenly let out a laugh. Willow brows slightly wrinkled. Xuelian slowly approached Kiki with her long white legs and spoke with disdain. What are you laughing at? She was very sure that her sudden strike just now had definitely hit the little lowly in front of her hard. What's more, this is a stupid. She believed in her own admission of defeat. It's really incorrigible. Kikiru raised his head, blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth, and an unhealthy pallor on his still baby-fat face, looking very fragile and pitiful. Stupid. The words that came out of Kiki's compounded mouth seemed very dainty. What? Sheridan didn't know if she hadn't heard him clearly for a moment, or if she hadn't reacted. I laughed at my stupidity for not trusting others, and I laughed at your stupidity. If you had just killed me straight away, you might have won. Words to the end. Has been a piece of icy cold killing intent. Cold icy killing intent makes Xuelian cannot help but shiver, and then raised his head. In front of him there is no longer the figure of Kiki. Snow Lotus instantly felt that something big was wrong. I mean, just now was the only chance you had to kill me. Chirping and re-chirping came from all sides of the Snow Lotus, but the sound was so ethereal that it was completely impossible to recognize where the people were. Cascade of moonlight. Snow Lotus, who had been in a good mood, instantly panicked and kept releasing skills into the air around her. However, with all the skills falling away, Kakiru was still nowhere to be found. Hey, I told you, you've missed your only chance. It was only at this moment that Snow Lotus realized that the sound of chirping and re-chirping was coming from high up in the sky. Along with the voice, there was also a gigantic demon god figure, which was currently holding a huge blade that was also transformed from black and red light, slashing straight at his head. The killing intent was like cold ice, deadening Xuelian's body, and a bizarre aura fixed himself firmly in place, as if he had become a meat target. Mountain-breaking and earth-splitting slash. The first thing Sheridan decided was the result, that he would die. No, little sister, my sister was just bluffing you. I won't kill you. Snow Lotus flower face lost color, eyes full of regret and dark hatred. Just now should directly get this small wave hoof dead. Really villain died in words. Yukarin hastily resorts to her old tricks in an attempt to gain Kiki's sympathy for Kiki's return. Oh, yeah? Kiki appeared high in the sky with a puzzled voice, holding a giant sword taller than his own person in both hands and guiding the black and red light that filled the sky. However, it did not stop as Xuelian had hoped, but was instead slashing down viciously, with absolutely no thought of staying. Kiki the giant sword and the demon god's silhouette split to the ground at the same time. With the Snow Lotus as the center point of the 100-meter range, the ground was cracked inch by inch. Cracked ground. A terrifying dark red lava rushed up from the ground, The terrifying lava instantly enveloped the 100-meter area, bringing up terrifyingly high temperatures that directly surrounded the entire ring. From a distance, the entire ring of lava rose up to the sky like a bright fire, illuminating the entire dark virtual Qilin city. Ah, no! Snow Lotus's terrified screams emanated from the 100 meters of magma, but in an instant it was like a rooster that had been strangled, and the screams came to an abrupt end. Above the 17th ring, Snow Lotus's name slowly dissipated, leaving only the name of Kiki Repeat Kiki in the 97th position of the top 100 of the C selection. It was obvious that the Snow Lotus, which was trying to sell itself again, had directly melted in the terrifying heat. This was the only SSS rank skill of the current Divine Enlightenment Avalanche Mountain Earth/. Kikifu slowly walked out from the lava, carrying a huge sword, with a few more demonic magic lines on his face. And at this time, although his face was still pale, he carried a hint of a smile, making it even more demonic and moving. 97 of the top 100 in the Kirin Chao auditions have been released, and at this moment, the scene in the 60-second ring caused everyone to cry out for a long time. Wealthy relied on dog luck all the way to the end, and a number of strong opponents self-digested along the way. The only people left in ring 62 now are Wealthy and a Shooter. Once on stage, Shooter pulls off a superplex, ready to eliminate Wealthy into the top 100. However, the rich and powerful who had prepared for this, was directly launching his strongest means of attack, money capacity. With the arrival of a sum of gold coins, the Shooter on the opposite side was directly conquered by the wealth in a matter of moments. In full view of the public, Fortune perfectly explains the use of his name as well as its meaning. Shooter also gives a deep bow to Fortune before jumping out of the ring. This dramatic scene immediately triggered the rest of the players to rage and declare injustice. Wealthy's round little eyes rolled around and opened his mouth to laugh. The rule of the C election is to use all means belonging to oneself to win the competition without the help of external forces. The ability to banknote. 2. In a word, the invective was all but silent. On the high-altitude platform, Lin Yun also smiled faintly as the auditions were nearly over and all 5 groups entered the second round. The performance of the rest of these people could basically be said to have crushed everyone except for Kikiru, whose sense of precaution was a bit poor. And at this point, with the last 2 rings deciding the winners, the top 100 of the auditions have all been released. High above the stands, Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinshou's voice reached everyone's ears. I announce that the top 100 of the Kirin Continent auditions are out, and the auditions are over. As Ouyang Jinshou's voice fell, above each ring, an earth-colored glow appeared on the winner. As the light disappeared, the 99 winners similarly disappeared into the various rings. In its place, it appeared underneath the high-altitude bleachers. The 99 people stood in ranked order, and a number representing the ranking appeared above their heads. 99 rays of light descended from the stands and fell directly into the hands of the crowd. Here are your participation tokens. Easy picked up the token in his hand and took a look at it. Extremely simple piece of token. In addition to a 2-word, nothing, the quality with a piece of plastic in general. Easy to be afraid of a force will be directly crushed. And at that moment, someone shouted out from the stage, Lord City Lord, I'm not convinced. Who's in first place and why didn't they show up? Are you stupid? This looks like an inside job. What's there to shout about? On the stands, as if he was waiting for this moment, Ouyang Jinshou glanced obliquely at Lin Yun and spoke in a very cold tone. Ranking number 1 is our number 1 seed, and the strongest existence amongst you, rightfully exempt from the C election. A light directly enveloped Lin Yun. In the next second, in front of millions of players, Lin Yun directly appeared at the top of the rankings. The 2 words, God Slayer, also appeared in the first of the top 100 in the audition. Chapter 107 Ouyang Jinshou's Prank. The man who challenged Lin Yun. Lin Yun was placed directly on the stage by Ouyang Jinshou, and instantly faced directly with a huge piece of players. Lin Yun felt very helpless. This Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinshou was just like a little kid when his playfulness came together. Thinking of the look he had when he teleported himself down, Lin Yun directly compared a middle finger to Ouyang Jinshou on the high-altitude stands in full view of everyone. And at this moment, seeing Deicide's appearance, the players immediately erupted into enthusiastic shouts, and the entire virtual Qilin city, the atmosphere instantly soared. Deicide, Deicide, Deicide showed up. Holy, Rao told me that Deicide just likes to be late, but he's never absent. Among the nearly 1 million audition participants, countless players instantly boiled up, and for a moment the scene was like a frenzied stargazing scene. Only the number of players chasing after the star was very exaggerated, and a very ear-piercing noise directly resounded through the entire Qilin city. For those who don't know, they think something's wrong and there's an alien invasion. Sparing the 10 city lords on the high-altitude stands, at this moment, they were also baffled, looking at the players who were excited and frenzied because of Lin Yun's appearance, and for a moment they looked strange, rushing busy with envy and jealousy. The plot isn't right. is it? As the lords of a city, the few times they had traveled had not resulted in such an exaggerated scene. And the one who caused this scene was actually this little bastard who had been playing tricks and liked to make a fool of himself. This left and right is not as attractive as himself, and his strength is so weak. So what is the problem? The smile on Ouyang Jinxiu's face ended hastily before it could fully bloom. This was meant to create some trouble for the little bastard. How did it turn into a fan meeting for him? What they didn't know was that in the Qilin continent, because of Lin Yun's multiple quests, it had caused the wild monster drop experience of players across the continent to increase to an exaggerated level. Plus from the opening of the game will brush the screen brush to today. Deicide, 2 words in their hearts have long been deified. At this time the principal appeared, so that has been supporting Deicide players into a frenzy. See, Kingslayer is ranked number 1. What do you mean by gold? The number 1 seed chosen by the 10 city lords of the Kirin continent. Blackie speaks. Does it hurt the faces of those who say that Deicide is a team packed out? Laughing to death. What so many professional battle teams and even Mr. Wang couldn't do, you guys dare to take it out as a reason. For a moment, the players who supported Lin Yun felt a raised eyebrow. Previously, Deicide had never appeared, and had been caught in a foul scolding with no way to retort, and now that Lin Yun had appeared, each one of them directly transformed into jet fighters, spraying the opposite side of the room so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. But it's possible that Deicide got the privilege because of what quests he completed and colluded with the NPCs. Someone weakly retorted, but was rewarded with more angry curses. Are you stupid? Have you ever seen any privileged mission so dangling? Directly selecting the first in the sea? And collusion? Do you guys think the BPC is stupid? Green Wolf, it's not you. Get on the big one and talk. Kiki repeat. Kiki and the others were surprised by Lin Yun's charisma, but at the moment, they all straightened their chests. You guys didn't expect it. God Slayer meets with us every day. Wow. God Slayer can buy a few sets of artifacts right off the bat if he has a concert or meet and greet here. In the eyes of the rich and powerful, a piece of players below in the dark, directly into a pile of humanoid gold. Developed. Wealthy wiped a handful of saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his throat swallowed hard. On the high altitude stands, Ouyang Jinxiu frowned. What is this situation? As the regicide call is getting higher and higher, the voice against his no. 1 seed has long been drowned out. Then how else can he teach this little brat a lesson? Looking at Ouyang Jinxiu, who had a discouraged face after being defeated, the rest of the city lords were holding their red faces. As strong as Lord Ouyang, the number 1 person under the continental lord, but he repeatedly met his Waterloo here in Deicide. It really made people want to laugh out loud. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he opened his mouth again, his voice spreading throughout the entire virtual Qilin city. In light of the fact that many contestants hold opposing views, believing that Deicide is not worthy of being the number 1 seed, after the 10 cities of the Kirin continent have discussed the matter, it has been decided that the C election will add a challenge match. All players who think they can beat Deicide for the no. 1 seed can directly challenge Deicide, and the winner becomes the new no. 1 seed, and the top 100 players can also challenge for the no. 1 seed position. By the way, the number 1 seed has a lot of privileges and can grow in strength quickly. So now, the challenge begins. Finished Ouyang Jinxiu, face full of complacency. The mood is very comfortable. Anyway, has been that little bastard in the small book on the many pens, sooner or later to be subject to Shangguanyin cleanup. Might as well take advantage of the current cleanup to clean up his. The remaining 9 city lords were all confused. Who's against it? When did you negotiate? That's fine with us. We think Deicide is a good match. Lord Ouyang, you are not afraid of your thick skin, but we can't withstand a severe beating from Lord Shangguan. A few people wanted to cry, but there was nothing they could do. Ouyang Jinxiu's voice resounded throughout the entire virtual Qilin city, clearly reaching everyone's ears. At once, all the players went straight to silence. For a while, apart from Easy and the others, no matter if they were the top 100 contestants or those who had been eliminated, their eyes were glowing at this moment. Even those who had supported Lin Yun before now had a look of eagerness on their faces. The chance to re-enter the top 100 is right around the corner, and no one is unmoved. There are interests at stake, and everyone has an axe to grind. The entire field of nearly 1 million players suddenly fell into a silence. All of them were like looking at the meat and potatoes, like looking at Deicide. Lin Yun turned his head and smiled helplessly at Easy, teasing, "Why don't you come and challenge me too?" Easy didn't even return his head and came in faintly. Boring. There was a rustling and crunching in the arena. The sound of someone whispering something. Slowly someone stood up and declared that they wanted to participate in the challenge. As someone stepped forward, a dense field of contestants stood up hoping to enter the top 100 by defeating Lin Yun. At that moment, a painful voice rang out. Are you still human beings? You can think of hurting people who have invariably helped you so many times? Besides, it's not that I'm looking down on you guys. with a strength like yours, who are you to challenge Godslayer? People of the 9th Novice Village, are you all dead? The moment they heard these words, many of the faces of those who had originally come out of the 9th Novice Village clouded over, and then quite a few of them stood up and agreed, and many of those who stood up had a struggling look on their faces, and after considering it for a long time, some of them sat down silently and gave up the challenge, while some of them, on the other hand, continued to hold on to their ideas. Lin Yun fixed his eyes on him, but realized that the person speaking was an old acquaintance. Professional with a girl? The player from Novice Village 9 who was a pro in his previous life? Ha ha ha. Lin Yun instantly smiled, not expecting to see this kid after such a long time. This player called Pro Bandwagon is the same fighter who bandwagoned a girl in the Novice Village Hare Hunt under the gimmick of being a former municipal pro, and then was misinterpreted to be a pro in his former life and was killed on the spot by a level 1 wild monster? In this instant, all of Lin Yun's experiences from his rebirth until now appeared before his eyes scene by scene, and the 9th Novice Village, the players who had participated in the monster siege and fought alongside Lin Yun, stood up in solidarity with Deicide at the call of the Career Belt Sisters, although the number of people was not worth mentioning compared to the millions of players. As these players stood up, many of the players who kept swaying gave up their challenges. Lin Yun's thoughts returned to reality, and suddenly the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. What was the point of being reborn and coming back, but just to protect these two worlds once again? Protect the original folk like Ouyang Jinxiu, who seems to be not to be messed with, but actually has a crooked mind, and protect the real-world people like Easy and Career Belt Sisters, who are always standing behind you no matter what. Then it's time to teach them a good lesson about there are people outside the sky. Thinking of this, Lin Yun spoke faintly. It's too much trouble to come one by one, either that or the person who wants the challenge. You guys, all together? Chapter 108 Challenge, 1 against 800,000. Lin Yun's words were soft, yet they were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples around. Everyone was subdued by Lin Yun's domineering aura, and the air was very quiet for a while. Ouyang Jinxiu was stunned at his words, then a satisfied smile appeared in his eyes. This kid is irritated? Crazy! The Apocalypse City Lord exclaimed in shock. Where did this kid get the nerve to face so many people? That's nearly 1 million people, not nearly 100, standing and letting him chop. He had to chop until his knife broke and his hand cramped. The rest of the city lords nodded silently and quietly glanced at Ouyang Jinxiu. It was probably because he was so angry with Lord Ouyang that he made such an unwise move. Only the Heavenly Sword City Lord silently watched Lin Yun and touched his intact arms as a thought rose in his heart. Perhaps today, he would be able to find out if the sword intent that had wasted him was made by this kid or not. If Lord Ouyang hadn't made an exception and allowed himself to enter the Qilin pool to repair himself, he would have been truly wasted. Lin Yun's declaration caused the entire room to go silent, but soon, it caused outrage. $1 million a pair? Your name is Deicide, but you are not a god. Instantly the crowd burst into shouting and cursing. Him. Labor has never seen such an arrogant person. I'm in. Walls are defying the guts of Godslayer. One by one, the players lined up, ready to teach Lin Yun a lesson. In view of the large number of people, this city lord has opened a new ring space that can accommodate you, and those who wish to obtain the number 1 seed can enter directly. As Ouyang Jinxiu's voice rang out, an earth-colored light appeared in front of Lin Yun. A sound like an egg breaking rang out, and the light in front of Lin Yun's eyes suddenly disappeared as a black crack slowly appeared, and a mass of constantly twisting and distorting black matter appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A vast power filled heaven and earth. The crowd was shocked as they looked at the spectacular scene in front of them. Their hearts were very shaken. The world of Apocalypse now is so real that players often forget they are playing a game. This scene of opening up space at the moment was no less than viewing it directly in the real world, and the opening was right in front of Lin Yun's eyes, and as he watched by the unidentified shaped substance slowly morphing, a hint of an unidentified light appeared in Lin Yun's eyes. Ouyang Jinxiu in the high altitude stands nodded once again at the sight, the corners of his mouth rising. The black substance slowly expanded in constant distortion, and a crack slowly opened up, revealing the dark starry sky inside. Dots of starlight are very striking in the darkness, and inexplicably exciting. Soon, the black substance suddenly erupted into a blinding white light, and everyone's eyes instantly watered and were stimulated to close by the intense light. Only Lin Yun subconsciously controlled himself, and even though his eyes stung, he didn't close them. He had a vague feeling that if he missed this opportunity, it would result in a huge loss. Of all the players, Lin Yun was the only one who had watched the entire process of Ouyang Jinxiu's opening of the space in its entirety. The white light quickly molded into shape at a strangely fast speed, and in just a blink of an eye, it changed into countless shapes. It finally stopped under an oval form, the black crack long gone, and in its place, a rounded edge emanating a white glow. The oval-shaped entrance was as tall as a man, and the starlight inside was still bright. but it looked like it gave off an illusion. The starlight now was not as active as the starlight that had appeared when it was open just now, and now it looked like a decoration. At the same time that the space opened up by Ouyang Jinxiu was formed, a gray light flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. This scene was only seen by Ouyang Jinxiu, who had been paying attention to Lin Yun. Alright, those who wish to challenge seed number 1, enter the middle of the space ring. Lin Yun took a deep breath and watched as Ouyang Jinxiu's process of opening up the space was actually very fast. In the eyes of a normal person it was only a split second. However, Lin Yun felt like he had been watching it for years, and at the moment, his mind was heavy with an indescribable heaviness. It was as if the head had absorbed too much knowledge in that instant. However, Lin Yun only felt that his head was empty. There was no other content in it other than water, and he couldn't recall all of what he had just seen. However, Lin Yun wasn't disappointed because he knew that these things, after the divine revelation was reflected, would eventually appear again. Looking at the spatial entrance in front of him, Lin Yun turned back towards the crowd and smiled, taking a big step and walking straight in. After watching Deicide enter the space, a curtain of light appeared in the air outside, revealing the scene inside. Immediately afterward, countless players quickly passed through the spatial entrance and entered it. Fully nearly 800,000 players chose to challenge Lin Yun and take the number 1 seed position. The ones who didn't go in were almost exclusively those who came out of the 9th Novice Village, as well as some players who blindly worshipped Deicide. When the players of the 9th Novice Village saw the crowds of people, their minds couldn't help but recall a monster attack. There were more monsters then than there are in space now. However, the monsters were wiped out by Kingslayer as usual. At that time the Godslayer. Even with the monsters there is a class difference. The player in front of me, and Godslayer the same level. Could it be that we want to reproduce that scene at that time? And at that moment, someone from the top 100 also took a step into the space. The few people who knew Lin Yun hadn't moved their feet by half and were looking outside the top 100 contestants who had gone in with pitying eyes, rubbing shoulders with 3-141-5926. I was the archvillain and saw a pair of pitying eyes and became furious. What's wrong with your eyes? Brother Six shook his head slightly. It's you who's sick in the head. I'm the big bad instantly laughed in anger and set up a direct battle. I'll clean you up when labor comes out. After saying that, he directly stepped into the space entrance. Brother Six shrugged innocently at the remaining few. He's sick in the head, right? With that, Brother Six skewed his gaze toward 11 Lang, who also hadn't moved his feet. Why don't you go inside? 11 Lang gently shook the folding fan in his hand and looked at Lin Yun on the big screen. The corner of his mouth faintly answered with a warm smile. I'm not sick in the head. Lin Yun stood in the spatial ring, and a dense crowd of players surrounded Lin Yun, each with glowing eyes and fists, eager to try. Godslayer. They say that true gold is not afraid of being refined by fire. So today I will try to see if you are true gold or rotten iron. I am the big bad. Slapped his hands fiercely, and instantly 2 flames flared up on his palms. Lin Yun smiled blandly, unable to muster up any interest in the I'm the villain in front of him. Green Wolf also stood out at this time, and with every step, a light lit up on his body, and with 4 steps out, his entire body once again turned into a green kingpin that looked like a mop. Godslayer. Originally I wanted to fight with you at the peak, but I didn't expect you to be an opportunistic person. Alas. The Green Wolf shook his head regretfully, his head full of mops suddenly clearing the air of dust. At this moment, Lin Yun wanted to try to take him to mop the floor. The mopping effect must be very good. At this moment a large long leg stepped out and stood in front of the crowd. It was none other than Xue Lian, who had been defeated by Kiki. Repeat Kiki. Her fox-like eyes filled with anger. Deicide, right? You're familiar with Kiki, aren't you? I'm going to take it out on you for what I've suffered from that little. Lin Yun instantly waved his hand in horror at his words and slowly spoke with a resistant face. No, 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 I'm afraid you're sick. Xue Lian instantly blushed unusually hard, her chest rising and falling rapidly, but her eyes unconsciously swept the crowd next to her, and when she saw that they did not react, she put her heart down. Then his face grimaced, and the white light in his hand was even brighter directly, swinging and chopping at Lin Yun. The dance of the moonflower. The light transformed into chains in the air, like snakes looking to quickly bind Lin Yun. Seeing that Lin Yun was easily bound by himself, a mocking smile appeared on Xue Lian's face. It's nothing more than that. The rest of the people took a look and immediately had anxious faces. If they had known that this Godslayer was such a waste, they would have made the first move themselves. Skill effects flew in the sky, scrambling to rush towards Lin Yun. 800,000 Earth-ranked players, one person with one skill, directly illuminated the shadowy space. It was then that the players suddenly realized that around this huge space ring, a talisman was densely floating, surrounding the crowd. As the talismanic record was exposed to the public, the corners of the imprisoned Lin Yun's mouth rose slightly. Please thank Kingslayer for sending the flames. In an instant, the densely packed talismans lit up with a fiery red color at the same time. Li Zi Yin Yan Lai. Under the slightly defensive gazes of the crowd, countless talismans flew over quickly in a well-organized manner like soldiers. In just an instant, everyone was covered in talismans. I'm the big bad ripped off a talisman and laughed rampantly. What? You want to smother me with talismans? The crowd all revealed mocking looks as they once again controlled the roaming skills to continue smashing at Lin Yun. But the next second, sounds like firecrackers resounded throughout the entire space ring, rising and falling, so lively, as if it was like the new year. Endless talismans opened up miserably. The ground of the entire space directly cracked, hot magma gushed out everywhere, and endless meteorites in the air smashed down with flames. The hundreds of thousands of skills in the air were instantly obliterated cleanly. The entire space ring directly turned into a fiery red inferno. Countless miserable screams instantly resounded through the sky, and even more people, without even making a sound, had their entire body twisted and deformed, turning into a white light. He disappeared into the spatial ring and appeared on the stands outside. The pupils of the people outside clenched, shocked as they watched a figure with a pale face filled with fear appear in front of them. The terrifying flames even had a hidden tendency to rush out of the entrance of the space, and the people who hadn't entered backed up in unison. On the high-altitude ring, all the city lords except for Ouyang Jinxiu were standing straight up, shocked as they looked at the flames roiling the sky in the spatial ring. 11 Lang quietly swallowed, his eyes filled with horror. Soon, all of the players who had entered the spatial ring in a vain attempt to defeat Lin Yun to gain the number 1 seed position, all of them died and appeared at the stands, without exception. Devil! Devil! Lin Yun took a step through the flames and appeared in front of the crowd, and instantly, the eyeballs of all the players who had attended the large barbecue party simultaneously shook with a look of fear. 1 against 800. 000 is as easy as going on a picnic. With over 100,000 mana added, these Earth-ranked players were as brittle as a piece of paper. One might even say that paper is more resistant to burning than they are. Damn it! You cheated! Chapter 109. Entering the Qilin Pool. Shuelian's expression was manic, like a lioness that had gone mad, and she roared out angrily towards Lin Yun. You're definitely cheating. As if caught in a spell, Shuelian pointed at Lin Yun and pleaded for justice towards Ouyang Jinxiu and the others in the high-altitude stands. No one can unleash dozens or millions of skills at once. What makes him Godslayer do it? This challenge is unfair. Some people in the room were affected by Sheridan's statement and began to speak out in support as well. But more people had not yet recovered from the flames just now, and all of them were numb. Only the Snow Lotus was stating non-stop, demanding that Kingslayer be disqualified as the number 1 seed. Ouyang Jinxiu impatiently pulled out his ears, and his voice reached the ears of the crowd. The top 100 of the sea election have been released. Follow me to the Green Dragon continent tomorrow for the second round of selection. 100 strong now follow me to the Qilin Pool. Upon hearing this, Shuelian's expression was stunned, and no one paid any attention to her as Ouyang Jinxiu directly announced the results. Sheridan was very upset that she was eliminated just like that. No way, I still have a chance. Thinking of this, Shuelian directly cursed at Ouyang Jinxiu. You cerebral palsy NPCs, you don't understand human language, do you? I said he cheated. This matter can't just be left alone. In this instant, Lin Yun admired her ability to play dead. As expected, Ouyang Jinxiu and the others, who were preparing to withdraw, directly stopped in their tracks. Ouyang Jinxiu slowly turned his head and looked at Shuelian, who kept jumping around like a clown, revealing a kind smile. Oh, then according to you, how should it be handled? The remaining city lords all shivered in unison when they saw Ouyang Jinxiu's smile. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu questioning himself with a smile on his face, Shuelian's complexion instantly became condescending as she pointed at Lin Yun and spoke coldly. Cancel his score and give me his number 1 seed. In an instant everyone's brains went down and they looked at Shuelian, who was like a retard. What kind of face does it take to say something so brainless? At this moment, Ouyang Jinxiu laughed out loud, laughing so hard that Shuelian's brows furrowed in discomfort. You're saying that this seed number 1 can only be given to you no matter what, right? Shuelian's frown quietly loosened, a cold smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she nodded proudly. An earth-colored light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes and entered her body in a swift manner. Immediately after that, Shuelian's entire body began to dissipate, from her feet to her head, and before she could react, her entire body had already turned into a white light. In the next second, the dissipated Snow Lotus began to coalesce out, and the whole thing looked unchanged, but she cried out in anger. What have you done to me? It was then that the crowd realized that the Snow Lotus level had, directly, dropped by 1 level, and at that moment, the Snow Lotus dissipated once again. Now she was completely flustered and just wanted to speak, but she couldn't make any sound. Ouyang Jinxiu waved his hand, and the 10 city lords as well as the top 100 of the sea election all disappeared into thin air. Only the Snow Lotus was left still dissipating, her eyes full of terror. The rank had come from the 6th level of the Earth rank to the 9th level of the Xian rank, and it was still fading. According to this trend, It's heading straight to yellow rank 1. As for Lin Yun and the others, along with Ouyang Jinxiu, they came directly to a pool. The pool was no more than 10 feet, with a unicorn head carved into the 4 corners, and every once in a while, a drop of earthy yellow water would drip from the unicorn head. The water droplets fell into the pool, rising a cloud of smoke that lingered overhead, appearing very mysterious. With a wave of Ouyang Jinxiu's big hand, 100 pools appeared in front of everyone's eyes, a ray of light connecting the pool in front of them with the 4-cornered Qilin pool. This is the Kirin Pond, the root of the Kirin continent. Ouyang Jinxiu licked his lips, forced himself to turn his head, and continued. The Qilin spirit liquid can enhance your strength and physical body at the greatest level, and this is your reward for the top 100. Remember, the Qilin spirit liquid that you have absorbed is diluted, but the effect is still very overbearing. If you feel pain in your body, it means that your body has reached its limit. Never be greedy for more. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. The rest of the city lords were also very greedy, but did not dare to overstep the rules, and finally only the Heavenly Sword City Lord stayed in place. The rest of the people were all leaving one by one. As soon as the crowd saw Ouyang Jinxiu and the others leave, they all couldn't hold back any longer and jumped into the pool in front of them. Lin Yun also entered the pool directly, and as the diluted spiritual liquid surrounded his body, a thick to the extreme earth attribute surged directly into his body. Lin Yun could clearly feel that his own mana strength and blood volume were constantly growing. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He hadn't entered the Qilin pool in his previous life, and now it seemed that this was a low-profile version of the green dragon's blood. Something that could quickly increase mana strength and blood volume was instantly very exciting to everyone, even Easy. At this moment, his eyes were glowing as he lay down in the pool and absorbed hard. Everyone, at this point, was making extremely comfortable noises and fighting to absorb the energy in their pools. Feeling the constant enhancement of mana strength and blood volume, everyone's faces were in shock, not realizing that there was this way to enhance their strength besides working hard to upgrade. One was instantly caught up in the joy of the rapid development of strength. The Heavenly Sword City Lord looked enviously at the 100 pools. If not for the fact that he had absorbed the Qilin spiritual liquid not long ago and had already reached saturation, he would have had to secretly absorb it himself. This was the main reason why Ouyang Jinxiu had left him to guard the crowd. Just as the crowd was struggling to absorb it, Lin Yun suddenly frowned. It was in the nick of time when the rate of absorption suddenly became abnormally slow. Only when he opened his eyes did Lin Yun see clearly that the pool he was in had changed from an earthy yellow color to a transparent liquid. Then look at the others or the earthy yellow liquid. Lin Yun was furious. How is this still a counterfeit product? Before Lin Yun could ask out of his mouth, a drop of earth-colored light appeared from the Qilin pool and was injected through the light linking his own pool. In an instant, the transparent liquid turned earthy yellow once again. The familiar thrill was back. The mana strength and blood level surged once again, and only then did Lin Yun reveal a smile. Compared to the others' rippling progress, Lin Yun's side spirit liquid was rapidly depleting at a rate visible to the naked eye. Every time the liquid turned transparent, a drop of spiritual liquid was delivered from the 4-corner unicorn pool. It had been so week after week, and Lin Yun's strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. According to Lin Yun's own approximate test after that, each drop of spirit liquid would roughly boost his blood volume by 100,000 as well as 1 point of mana strength, with the super god tier talent additionally providing 1 point of mana strength for every 1,000 points of blood volume again. In such a short time alone, Lin Yun had already absorbed a full 1 million blood. Taking another look at the half pool of Qilin spiritual liquid, Lin Yun knew that the time had come for another surge. No longer having any distractions, Lin Yun quickly absorbed it. The Heavenly Sword City Lord had already dozed off to the side and did not see that between the Lin Yun pool and the Qilin pool, the conveyance of the spirit liquid was getting faster and faster. And at this moment, Ouyang Jinxiu frowned slightly, his right eye darting rapidly. I don't know why. The mood is panicky. Murphy, something is wrong. Chapter 110 Draining the Qilin Pool. Extreme Sublimation. In the Unicorn Pool. 100,000. $500,000. 1 million. The pool Lin Yun was in, the speed of the spirit liquid being transported was getting faster and faster. From originally going into the pool a little bit at a time, it's almost to the point where it's connected to a line. Every time the spiritual liquid entered Lin Yun's pool, before it could be diluted away, it directly drilled into Lin Yun's body. If he hadn't felt that his body was growing rapidly, Lin Yun would have thought that everything was just an illusion. Soon, the spirit liquid in the Qilin pool had been reduced by close to half. Lin Yun could no longer calculate how much of a boost he had gotten. Yet there had been no feeling of the kind that Ouyang Jinxiu had said, the feeling of physical pain. Instead, it was absorbed faster and faster as the blood level rose, and for some reason, Lin Yun vaguely felt that his body was undergoing a qualitatively similar change while his blood level was rising. Lin Yun guessed that perhaps when the blood volume reached a certain mark, unexpected benefits would appear. Thinking of this, Lin Yun worked even harder. Just like drinking pearl milk tea, making a hard suck, the spiritual liquid was like a pearl, directly entering the pool where Lin Yun was, quickly turning into his power. The original smoky four-corner Qilin pool. The smoke had slowly dispersed, and the earth-colored spirit liquid was faintly visible. The Heavenly Sword City Lord, who was napping, suddenly felt a strange flicker of light. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the light that was interfering with his rest came from the light connecting the middle of the pool Lin Yun was in with the Qilin pool. Everyone else's was a translucent ray. Lin Yun's side had directly transformed into an earth-colored ray, and the spirit liquid was rushing into the pool Lin Yun was in at a rapid pace. The Heavenly Sword City Lord yawned and smiled as he lay down again. Just after closing his eyes, the Heavenly Sword City Lord's entire body popped up and once again looked at where Lin Yun was. With an incredulous face, he rubbed his eyes, and his entire mouth was as dislocated as if he couldn't close it at all. Crouch! The Heavenly Sword City Lord's eyes popped out of his head, and the first thing he did was to appear at the four-horned Qilin pool. With just a glance at the near-bottom Qilin pool, the Heavenly Sword City Lord only felt like the sky was about to collapse. Something big is going on. This time you'll have to shed your skin if you don't die. The Heavenly Sword City Lord contacted Ouyang Jinxiu in a panic and stumbled over his words. Oh, Lord Ouyang, something big is wrong. The sky is falling. Ouyang Jinxiu was speechless and looked up at the sky. It didn't collapse, but a bad feeling inexplicably rose in his heart, and his heart even more nearly stopped directly. Spiritual liquid. It's almost drained by deicide. The Heavenly Sword City Lord said quickly. Very anxious. What? Bad. Labor said today's right eyelid are almost jumping cramps. 1,000 calculations is to forget the regicide that kid. Ouyang Jinxiu instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived beside the Heavenly Sword City Lord. Glancing at the four-corner Qilin pool, Ouyang Jinxiu instantly felt bad. The sky is really falling. In just such a short while, the four-horned Qilin pool had been completely drained. Thousands and thousands of years of savings, all gone in one night. Ouyang Jinxiu felt like his daughter, whom he had raised with great pains for many years, had been arched by this pig, Lin Yun. He watched as the spiritual liquid that dripped down from the Qilin Savitar disappeared with a swoosh before it could fall into the pool, followed the light and surged into the Lin Yun pool and disappeared. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes dropped out. It's something dirty. Spare yourself, but you can only absorb a small half bowl at a time. This entire soaking tub's worth, just drained? What the hell is this? Why don't you hold up? Just as Ouyang Jinxiu was about to lose his temper, he realized that Lin Yun had frowned slightly. Immediately afterward, a dazzling earth-colored light enveloped Lin Yun's entire body. The two were shocked to realize that Lin Yun's muscles were pulsing all over his body, and every single pore was constantly opening and contracting. A stream of dark blood spilled from every pore, disintegrating into the air by the light before it could leave. This is extreme sublimation. How is this possible? The Heavenly Sword City Lord was directly mute, his pupils seismic. How could the extreme sublimation of the physical body that could only occur when one broke through the 10 stars of the heavenly rank and stepped into the position of supreme exaltation appear in a tiny earth rank? His fleshly body, was it already so terrifying? Ouyang Jinxiu's face was cloudy. The two of them simultaneously noticed a pained look on Lin Yun's face and instantly realized that Lin Yun needed more spirit liquid. However, the spirit liquid is now empty. The Heavenly Sword City Lord twisted his head and glanced at the pool in front of 100 Strong, who was absorbing. Before he could say anything, one by one, the players who were absorbing the spiritual liquid directly disappeared. The 99 were enjoying the ultimate pleasure, but they felt their bodies lighten, and when they opened their eyes again, they had already appeared in the hall of the Qilin City Lord's mansion. The crowd looked at me and at you in disbelief. What's going on here? Ouyang Jinxiu directly sent everyone away, and the spirit liquid in the 99 pools directly flew out under his control and fell into Lin Yun's pool. As the spiritual liquid entered his body, the expression on Lin Yun's face once again returned to normal. Hot. Extremely hot. At this moment, Lin Yun only felt unimaginably scorching heat, and every cell in his entire body was radiating heat. Lin Yun had guessed that a mutation would occur when a certain amount of blood was reached, but he hadn't expected it to come so suddenly. The body was like being struck by a giant hammer, and a force grew out of the body. The three attribute forces suddenly rose within his body. The two of them, Ouyang Jinxiu, only saw three completely different kinds of power rising from Lin Yun's body. Water, fire, gold. Three attributes. The Heavenly Sword City Lord completely dropped his suspicions of Lin Yun at this moment. A mage who focused on so many attributes couldn't possibly use such a terrifying sword intent. It seems that the man in the sea of nothingness was not him. Ouyang Jinxiu, on the other hand, shook his head slightly and denied the Heavenly Sword City Lord. No, it's four. Only a fourth ray of light rose from within Lin Yun's body. Thick, inclusive, the earth yellow light merged into the 3 attributes on Lin Yun's body, officially transforming into the 4th attribute, Earth properties. The Heavenly Sword City Lord's face was red as if he had seen some rare treasure. Lord Ouyang. 4 attributes. Unheard of, right? Ouyang Jinxiu nodded with a conflicted expression. A single attribute was already extremely difficult to cultivate. 4 attributes could confirm Lin Yun's terrifying talent. But for Lin Yun, I'm afraid, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. Unnoticed by the two, a gray light loomed, detonating the remaining 5 rays within Lin Yun's body that were constantly trying to break out. Those were the rest of Lin Yun's 5 attributes. He didn't have 4 attributes, but 9, and even an unknown attribute. Lin Yun's entire body twisted and distorted. It's broken. I'm afraid it's going to fail. Ouyang Jinxiu patted his head and spoke with regret. Not enough spirit liquid. Lin Yun knew that he was going to blow up. The terrifying power couldn't metamorphose successfully and directly exploded within his body. Lin Yun's entire body was bathed in blood, even his eyeballs. But the next moment, the gray light within Lin Yun's body flickered lightly once more. Lin Yun's entire body's power suddenly turned inward, and a dazzling, extreme white light erupted from every cell in his body. Lin Yun's entire body was bloodstained and refreshed. It's done? Chapter 111. This kid really seems to be able to kill me? By the 4-horned unicorn pool, Lin Yun opened his eyes and the first thing he felt was the change in his own body. The skin of one's entire body was as smooth as jade, and on top of the skin, a layer of transparent light vaguely existed, as if it was armor, protecting itself at all times. Clenching his fist and feeling the powerful strength in his body, Lin Yun suddenly had the illusion that at this moment, it was as if he was able to go through 2 moves with Ouyang Jinxiu, hastily summoning his personal panel. Upon seeing the values on it, Lin Yun's pupils shook tremendously, revealing an expression of disbelief. As with the results of his own guess, when the blood level was raised to a certain level, some special changes would occur. Lin Yun couldn't believe that the gains from this blood mass change were actually so great that it made Lin Yun feel a wave of vertigo and his intuitive scalp tingle. That was caused by the surprise going straight to the sky. Mana, 500, 000 points. Blood, 500, 000 points. Blue amount, 50, 000 points. Double resistance, 500, 000 points. 500,000 mana strength, 500 million blood. All of this made Lin Yun feel a complete sense of dismay. Everything seemed like a mirror. This Qilin spirit liquid had directly raised his blood quantity of over 130 million to 500 million. A total of 500 million blood quantities converted into mana strength was even more directly 500, 000, which was several times more than the previous 100, 000 or so mana strength. Suffice it to say, with the blood quantity of a 10-star of the heavenly rank, one might barely be able to match it. But this 500, 000 mana strength, 10-star of the heavenly rank? You can compare yourself to me after you break through to the supreme rank. Asterisk. Am I so powerful now? Only after comparing them did Lin Yun react to the fact that he had already reached the height of 10 stars of the heavenly rank in his previous life now that he was only at the earth rank. Just as Lin Yun was still immersed in shock, a murderous aura came from behind his head. Powerful you sister. Die for me. The killing aura that belonged solely to Ouyang Jinxiu instantly enveloped Lin Yun, and a large hand carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds covered the sky, aiming directly at the back of Lin Yun's head. Feeling the power of this palm, Lin Yun's face changed drastically. If this was a solid slap, he was afraid that his head would explode on the spot. Without thinking, countless talismans flew up from Lin Yun's body, directly exploding in place, and in the interplay of the 3 attribute forces of fire, water, and gold. Even more violent explosions occurred in an attempt to block Ouyang Jinxiu's attack. At the same time, Lin Yun leapt forward and quickly escaped from Ouyang Jinxiu's attack range. Seeing that he had succeeded, a hint of a smile unconsciously rose at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth, but a black shadow had already appeared in front of him. During Lin Yun's forward leap, the black shadow slowly solidified, and Ouyang Jinxiu, as if in an instant, directly blocked Lin Yun's face with a disdainful look on his face, while directly slapping Lin Yun with a palm. Lin Yun's soul was trembling. He could feel that Ouyang Jinxiu's slap was not like the previous jostling, and did not use any power. At this time, this palm, Ouyang Jinxiu was a complete all-out strike. Bang! A loud cracking sound erupted from Lin Yun's body, and his entire body flew directly backwards like a cannonball. With the terrifying power added on, Lin Yun crashed through countless pools in succession until he was embedded inside the ground. Seeing this, the Heavenly Sword City Lord directly appeared at the deep wooden pit. Ouyang Jinxiu, on the other hand, felt the residual power in his hands and revealed an expression that said it all. The Heavenly Sword City Lord who was observing Lin Yun in the deep pit, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he quickly fell backward. In the next moment, countless talismans accompanied by a purplish red light shot up into the sky. the light quickly spreading to the feet of both, lighting up a bit of starlight. The starlight formed the Big Dipper 7-star formation, and the star power enveloped the entire formation, encircling Ouyang Jinxiu and the two of them together as well, with a huge starlight in the very center, which was as dazzling as the sun at the moment. The two of them in this instant felt as if they were facing a planet at the moment, and their hearts snapped. The force! Even Ouyang Jinxiu frowned slightly. An Earth order spanning so many ranks and threatening? How is this possible? Chimen Dunjob Big Dipper North Dipper formation. In the midst of the 7 flashing stars, Lin Yun's figure stood up from the huge pit, originally like ink long hair. This time the roots are white, stirring up with the wind, was filled with golden pupils, full of cold killing intent. The body of the law robe windless automatic. At this moment Lin Yun appeared unusually demonic and evil. Ouyang Jinxiu's strike actually didn't directly kill Lin Yun, but rather, it directly blew out the shackles in Lin Yun's body, activating the ancient legacy bloodline. Feeling the sudden and rapid increase in strength in Lin Yun's body, the Heavenly Sword City Lord swallowed hard and slowly fell backward. This power isn't right. It's increased at least a couple dozen times. No joke. It's like he could actually beat me to death. Ouyang Jinxiu looked at the white-haired, golden-eyed Lin Yun, the corners of his mouth twitching. Ancient remnant. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword City Lord was at a loss. What ancient relics? How did this suddenly also dye a hairstyle and become an ancient relic? Isn't he a guest from the heavens? What caused Ouyang Jinxiu's heart to be in crisis was not Lin Yun in this state, but that bizarre Big Dipper North Dipper formation. The power of that planet could definitely threaten him. Kaiyang! Lin Yun shouted out coldly. And where the Kaiyang star was located, a stream of starlight descended from the sky and quickly merged into the formation I where Kaiyang was located. A terrifying power suddenly descended on both Ouyang Jinxiu and the Heavenly Sword City Lord. The planet that was visualized by the formation I named Kaiyang seemed to have really come to life. Just as Ouyang Jinxiu looked gloomy and was ready to make a move, that Kaiyang planet, however, suddenly went out, and that Big Dipper North Dipper formation, too, disappeared in an instant. The terrifying power disappeared in an instant. Or not. Lin Yun didn't know what the problem was. Twice now. Both times he'd used the astral strike. It had ended in failure. For some reason, Lin Yun had a vague feeling that if this Starbright strike could be activated, it might not have much effect on Ouyang Jinxiu, but it could definitely directly kill a supreme-level expert like the Heavenly Sword City Lord. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were very heavy, looking straight at the white-haired, golden-eyed Lin Yun. On this kid, there existed too many secrets. The Heavenly Sword City Lord also quietly wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. He had a feeling as if he had secretly picked up a small life. And at this moment, while the two were thinking about things, countless talismans directly appeared in the center in front of the two people, and the densely packed talismans directly burst open, directly separating the two people. Before the Heavenly Sword City Lord could react, Lin Yun had already rushed up with Watchman Chaos Gold in hand and directly hammered the still-dazed Heavenly Sword City Lord in the face. Bang! A supreme-level expert was knocked out with a hammer by a little Earth-ranked bastard. Like a cannonball, it flew straight out backwards. A face was almost hammered into flat ground by Lin Yun, tears streaming out in pain. And before he could figure out why Lin Yun's attacks were so exaggerated and why he was so bold, a huge hammer reappeared on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Also come. Buzz. A sword roar rose up into the sky, directly slicing the gung hammer in Lin Yun's hand in half. This strike caused Lin Yun's eyes to tighten. Sure enough, the power of the supreme position was not determined by simply looking at the data. Boy, are you dumbfounded? Your hammer is unbearable. The long sword in the hands of the Heavenly Sword City Lord emanated countless sword chi, pulling a sword flower and smiling at Lin Yun, and in the next second, two giant hammers appeared on his left and right sides at the same time. Dang! The Heavenly Sword City Lord was as if his head had been caught in a door, and his entire face, like an animated character, directly flattened. Instantly his head shot up, and his body's sword chi directly dissipated. Chapter 112. Look what you've done. The sword shines on the 5 continents, like a leather ball in the air being hammered around by Lin Yun. The Heavenly Sword City Lord erupted in anger. A sword light, like a pike, descended from the sky and directly bombarded Lin Yun, interrupting his continuous attack. The Heavenly Sword City Lord, who had retreated to a sufficient distance, had his longsword rise against the wind, pointing straight at Lin Yun, and between the rushing sword chi, the space was vaguely shattered. The sword shines on the 5 ghosts. The Heavenly Sword City Lord's face was stifled and annoyed, no longer caring about any Ouyang Jinxiu or Shang Wanyan behind Lin Yun. Directly a powerful skill was released. Lin Yun's cheeks ached as he silently gazed at the giant sword in front of him. The Heavenly Sword City Lord's famous skill. The immense sword might continuously impacted Lin Yun's body, but Lin Yun strangely felt a hint of something different. This skill released by the Supreme Bit. Lin Yun rose with strange thoughts. inexplicably feeling as if there was a chance that he could carry it off? And at that moment, Ouyang Jinxiu had already directly pinched and exploded all the talismans that Lin Yun had thrown out, standing unharmed in the distance, watching the battle between Lin Yun and the Heavenly Sword City Lord. The ancient remnant race is really powerful. The battle power that erupted after unlocking the shackles at the Earth rank cultivation level has vaguely caught up with the Heavenly Sword of the Supreme rank. It's outrageous, watching the Heavenly Sword City Lord being used as a ball hammer. Ouyang Jinxiu skimmed his mouth, very dissatisfied in his heart. At least with their own so many years, how is still this kind of a nerd look? And after the Heavenly Sword City Lord's sword illumination 9 specters appeared, Ouyang Jinxiu subconsciously moved his feet in Lin Yun's direction, but his eyes condensed, and a layer of transparent light once again appeared on top of Lin Yun's skin all over his body. Extreme sublimation. Flesh body supreme? Shouldn't it be barely 10 stars? Just as Ouyang Jinxiu was still pondering, the longsword controlled by the Heavenly Sword City Lord was already heading straight for Lin Yun. The giganticized longsword was like a ship, slicing a black line in the air as if it were riding the wind and breaking the waves, appearing directly in front of Lin Yun's eyes with a thunderous force. Lin Yun's entire body lit up with metallic light, coalescing above his hands, which directly turned bright gold in this instant, as if they were cast in gold. Ruthless hammered a punch straight up. The moment the two came into contact, Lin Yun had already blasted out dozens and dozens of punches, and between the coalescing of fist shadows, terrifying explosions came from the middle of the two. It couldn't be blocked. Lin Yun's eyes stared. Vast sword might directly erupted and clashed with Lin Yun's metallic fist shadow, the terrifying power seemingly able to obliterate everything. In the midst of the explosion, the transparent light on Lin Yun's body directly dissipated, and in the next moment, his entire body directly flew backwards. Sure enough, Ouyang Jinxiu nodded slightly, then took a step forward. Countless talismans once again appeared all over Lin Yun's body as he flew backwards. The talisman directly exploded on the spot, condensing into a giant blade in the air. Kenjin Z Gung Jie thwarting strike. Tens of thousands of sharp giant blades directly attacked the giant sword that was still rapidly coming, while Lin Yun's Kanjin talismans, which were superior in number enough, instantly froze in the air with the giant sword. With the countless sharp attributes added, the giant sword trembled continuously in the air, erupting with a mournful cry. As for the Heavenly Sword City Lord who was maneuvering the giant sword from afar, his face turned very pale when the giant sword came under attack. A force that ignored defenses surged directly into his body, and there was nowhere to resist it. Lin Yun saw that the Heavenly Sword City Lord's blood bar had appeared and, moreover, was dropping at a very slow rate, but it was a pity that he didn't have enough Kanjin talismans on him, otherwise he could have ground one to death first. Just as Lin Yun's Kanjin talisman continued to attack, Ouyang Jinxiu took a step and appeared directly in the middle of the two men's attack. A big hand. All the talismans directly restored their prototypes and returned to Lin Yun, and the same giant swords flew backward in vibration, quickly shrinking in the air and landing directly in the hands of the Heavenly Sword City Lord. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly interrupted the attacks of the two men. With such great power, it was no wonder that he was able to resist the gods in his previous life. Lin Yun's heart, however, hadn't risen a single ripple. Instead, he stared intently at the Heavenly Sword City Lord's blood bar that had dropped by nearly a tenth, feeling very satisfied. The original 500,000 mana strength. In the moment when the ancient remnant shackles were unlocked, it directly skyrocketed 50 times, reaching a staggering 25 million mana strength, and it was only under the 500% skill bonus of the Kanjin talisman and the armor-piercing effect of ignoring all defenses that less than 1/10 of the blood stripe was cleared. With nearly 100 million plus mana strength damage and tens of thousands of talismans half consumed, it was already barely possible to project the Heavenly Sword City Lord's blood level. As for his current self, he was only at the Earth rank. Compared to his previous life, this life self could definitely grow to an astonishing level. What? You still want to kill me? Ouyang Jinxiu looked at Lin Yun's golden pupils that were constantly shifting around and spoke without any good humor. Lin Yun's eyes were incredibly cold, and the talismans on his body glowed faintly once more. You're the one who wanted to get me killed first. Ouyang Jinxiu was furious at his words, and with a flash of his body, he directly choked the back of Lin Yun's neck and threw him directly into the four-cornered Qilin pool. You step on a mother and look at what you've done. 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. Lin Yun, who had fallen into the four-cornered Qilin pool, directly snapped his fingers, inspiring all the talismans spread around Ouyang Jinxiu, and smiled in satisfaction. Blow you up, you old bastard. It was only after a burst of explosions that Lin Yun saw that the pool, which was originally smoky and filled with endless earth-colored attribute spirit liquid, was empty. Lin Yun was instantly dumbfounded. I told you that my strength increased so quickly. I dare say that I directly drained the Qilin pool. Staring blankly at the Qilin avatar that hadn't seen any drops of spirit liquid for a long time, Lin Yun instantly felt a piece of weakness, and Ouyang Jinsho's voice containing anger rang out from the side. Tap mother asterisk 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 The accumulation of thousands and tens of thousands of years in the Qilin continent has been dried up by you alone. Do you think you're drinking, holding the pool and blowing? A sea of them, Lord Godslayer. Lin Yun's heart was weak to the extreme, and he crawled out of the Qilin pool with his head lowered, his entire body flickering with light, lifting the shackles of the ancient remnant, his hair-color pupils returning to their normal appearance. And just as it so happened that the Heavenly Sword City Lord rushed over with a slightly pale face, Lin Yun instantly wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. It's called what you do on your own. People invited you as a guest, and after you ate the meal, you lifted the table as well, and the host of the house came to take a look at it, and with just such a look, he received a severe beating from you. It really can't be explained, and it can't be explained. The Heavenly Sword City Lord's eyes were filled with complexity as he felt the power that had diminished countless times in Lin Yun's body before slowly approaching. This little guy, seemingly harmless, is extremely cruel. In that battle just now, it was obvious to feel that this little brat really wanted to get himself killed. Talking, mute. Seeing Lin Yun in this ghostly state, Ouyang Jinsho gasped and laughed. This who made you suddenly go all out? I thought you were being invaded by shenanigans. Lin Yun's voice was very weak, and this time the cunning defense was very feeble. Raoul was testing your insta-shield. Chapter 113 The solution to the drying of the Kirin pool. After Ouyang Jinsho explained and cursed furiously at the same time, Lin Yun realized what kind of changes had happened to him. After the blood level reached 500 million, an additional layer of propriety shield was added to the surface of the body. Lin Yun quietly wiped a handful of drool from his face and scrutinized the transparent propriety shield on his body. This was the Instaguard that arose after the 10 stars of the heavenly rank stepped into the supreme rank. The one that normally covers or hides the surface of the body and automatically protects the owner when danger is sensed? Shouldn't it be gold? How one's own is transparent. In his previous life, Lin Yun had also obtained a golden-colored proprioceptive shield when he was promoted to the supreme level. It could also be said that everyone's insta-shield is gold in color. However, the one he had obtained at the current Earth stage was transparent, and if Ouyang Jinsho didn't say anything, he hadn't even realized that it was an insta-proof shield. As if he could see Lin Yun's doubts, Ouyang Jinsho spoke. I've already tested it for you. This propriety shield of yours has the same effect except for the color being different from the others. Even stronger? This sentence Ouyang Jinsho didn't speak out. His own palm didn't even slap this kid to death. Ouyang Jinsho himself didn't quite understand why. The Heavenly Sword City Lord was healing his wounds on the side and looked at Lin Yun with a strange expression. Simply a sick kid. Not only did he activate his own body shield at the Earth stage, his own strength was even more bizarre. That so-called ancient remnant state increases strength by dozens of times. If Ouyang Jinsho hadn't interrupted, I'm afraid it would have been hard for him to get an advantage, maybe even die. Thinking of this, the Heavenly Sword City Lord directly winced. No matter how demonic other people were, they were only crossing a level across a step. This Godslayer was good, directly crossing several heavenly stairs and giving himself a hard slap. This is not a demon. This is a monster. Let's go. Go out and meet up with them and prepare to head to the Green Dragon continent. Ouyang Jinsho was tired of cursing as well. Looking at the empty Qilin pool, he opened his mouth without a good mood. How is this to be explained? You kid, fight for it and make the next continental battle venue stay in the Qilin continent, or else you'll all be sorry for the Qilin spirit liquid that was wasted by you. Ouyang Jinsho looked at the four-horned Qilin pool the more he thought about it, and in the end, he couldn't hold back and directly slapped Lin Yun's head, and then huffed and puffed as he walked outside. Out of sight, out of mind. Whatever. The Heavenly Sword City Lord had been adjusting himself during this time, but at this moment, he still couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw this. Lord Ouyang, then how should we explain this Qilin spiritual liquid? Explain my ass. It was stolen. Seeing the Heavenly Sword City Lord's whichever pot he was talking about, Ouyang Jinsho didn't even turn his head back and directly sprayed angrily, but before he took a few steps, he stopped abruptly and turned his head to look at Lin Yun, a wry smile on his face. Lin Yun instantly tightened up. This smile, it was just too ugly. That's right, the Qilin pool was stolen. Ouyang Jinsho stroked his beard and spoke towards Lin Yun with a slightly deeper meaning. In addition to the Kirin pool, there is also the Green Dragon pool, the Vermilion Bird pool, etc. Do you understand? Lin Yun froze at his words, then immediately reacted, and immediately, his eyes also glowed, nodded seriously, and saluted. Guarantee to complete the mission. The Heavenly Sword City Lord was instantly dumbfounded by the situation, and looked at the conversation between an old and a young man in front of him as if they were playing a mute riddle, and it became clear, straight up, it's not fading. Good man, you two have so much guts. It's not. Shouldn't we be figuring out how to solve the Kirin pool problem now? That's how you solve a problem? set your sights directly on other continents. That's right, it's not easy to explain the problems with the Qilin pool alone, but if all the spirit pools in the 5 continents have problems, then there's no problem. But, Lord Ouyang is even. You kid is really not afraid of death. The rest of the states won't be so easy to deal with. Not to mention, Lord Qinglong, who sits in the Qinglong pond. You're really lighting a lamp in the toilet. Looking for. In the Qilin City Lord's mansion, the 100 strong had already made half a day's worth of noise, and no one could accept that he or she hadn't had the chance to absorb much before coming straight here. At this moment, they were all clamoring for the Qilin City Lord to give a statement. For a time, the Qilin City Lord's mansion was like a food market. The scene was very chaotic and lively, and while the crowd was making more than just a little noise, the main door of the Qilin City Lord's mansion suddenly opened, and 8 figures fishtailed into the room. As soon as the 8 city lords appeared, everyone stopped making noise, and silence was instantly restored to the city lord's mansion. Just faintly sweeping a glance at the crowd, the 8 city lords did not speak, but instead directly found their respective seats and sat down, resting their eyes. 100 strong looked at each other in disbelief, but they didn't dare to open their mouths to inquire. After a short while, there was a flash of light and Ouyang Jinshu appeared in the city lord's mansion with the 2 of them. Lin Yun. As soon as Ouyang Jinshu headed directly to the center chair, he gestured for the crowd to sit down. Looking at the countless eyes that wanted to speak, Ouyang Jinshu pondered for a moment and spoke directly. There's something wrong with the Qilin pool. It's currently temporarily unusable. At those words the crowd was shocked. The Qilin pool, which could rapidly increase strength, couldn't be used? Many players who were slow to absorb it outright cried. No way. My pants are off and you're telling me I'm already dry? The 8 city lords even stood up directly upon hearing this and looked in unison at the Heavenly Sword City Lord who had returned with Ouyang Jinshu. They understood how great the consequences of something going wrong with the Qilin pool would be. Seeing the Heavenly Sword City Lord gently nodding, several people's faces changed while Ouyang Jinshu's voice sounded once again. In light of the upcoming continental battle, the reward for the top 100 has been changed from the Kirin pool to an S-ranked corresponding occupation skill book. With a wave of Ouyang Jinshu's hand, 100 rays of light fell directly into the hands of each person. With the skill book in their hands, the originally very upset crowd instantly smiled and smiled, the dissatisfaction in their hearts dissipating. Although the lure of the Kirin pool is much more tempting, many people have unfilled skill grids, and an S-ranked skill book can more intuitively increase combat power. Of all the people, only Lin Yun stared blankly at the stone in his hand, and after he confirmed it many times, he realized that it was just a plain old stone. No, that's too much, isn't it? That's really leaving me a rock. Looking at the other people's delighted expressions, Lin Yun was as if he had eaten a pile of olives, very upset, but he could not have an attack. He could only sulk alone. Ouyang Jinshu looked at Lin Yun's deflated expression, raised his eyebrows in triumph and continued. Another thing is announced. The 10 cities of the Qilin continent will select 10 city sons, who have extremely high power and resources. Whether or not you can become a city son depends on your performance on this trip to the Green Dragon continent. Hearing Shiroko's statement for the first time, the crowd showed extreme interest and talked about it. Only Lin Yun was still holding the broken stone, his expression dull, not knowing what he was muttering. Chapter 114 Sunset Deep Forest Dryad Deaths Festering. Huge air building ship flying slowly in the air. The whole building ship do not know how many long, all by the earth yellow light shrouded. A mysterious pattern on the body of the ship from time to time flickering light. The bow of the ship a subtle and slightly warped Qilin head mighty standing on it, looks very domineering and mighty. The pair of eyes on the Qilin's head were like living creatures, and at that moment, they were emitting a very terrifying pressure. A single stout Kirin army stood right by the side of the ship, carefully and intently observing everything around them. At this moment, it was like a warship going out to war, stretching across the mid-air. The air-building ship was so huge that 100 strong stood on it as if he were a tiny ant. These were the Kirin continent's top 100 teams of the Kirin Continent C election that had set off for the Green Dragon continent to participate in the continent war, and they would be traveling on the Kirin continent's war-building ship to the Green Dragon continent to compete. The players who saw for the first time that a ship could fly in the air were all excited. This kind of scene in the real world do not even dare to think about, and completely different from the feeling of sitting in an airplane, but directly standing on the deck, facing the vast and endless sky. Some people were constantly scanning the airborne building ship, trying to figure out how such a large warship flew in mid-air, which was no less than an aircraft carrier flying directly. Some people were right on the side of the boat, enjoying the view of the waves and letting out a cheer every now and then. And Lin Yun's group of 5 was a part of that yelling and screaming. In the words of 3-141-5926, it's a shame I don't have a camera or I would absolutely have to capture this amazing scene. The ship walks miles in the sky, the clouds are like water currents, and the eagles fly up, but they are far away from the behemoth. while the top 100 in the sea election were cheering. On an attic of the airship, the 10 great city lords gathered together, 8 of them with pale faces, hearing exactly the news of the Qilin pool drying up from Ouyang Jinshou's mouth. All 8 of them were instantly at a loss for words and their hearts were as if they were dead. The drying up of the Qilin pool meant that the next continental war, the strength of the Qilin continent would be drastically pulled apart by the rest of the states. Divine Enlightenment 5 continents. The current week is the Vermilion Bird continent and the Kirin continent. White Tiger continent and Xuanwu continent master is still there, only seriously injured. The Vermilion Bird continent master Nirvana, Kirin continent master is directly disappeared. In this immediate situation where the continent master disappeared, the reason why the Qilin continent had been at the bottom for tens of thousands of years was that it didn't dare to quickly consume the Qilin pool, and now the only Qilin pool that could quickly raise its strength and break through its shackles had dried up. And originally, for this continental battle, the level of the Kirin continent's participants was generally higher than other continents, so as long as there was a baptism of Kirin spiritual liquid, they would be able to rapidly increase their strength. The increase in strength, for this continental war, the Qilin continent is likely to break the situation of being at the bottom of the list for 10,000 years, making the Qilin continent regain more resources tilted. And with this sudden change, this made the 8 city lords feel that it was the heavens that were going to kill the Qilin continent. This time, the continental war is at the bottom again, and in the next continental war, what can the Qilin continent take to compare with others? While everyone was frowning with worry, Ouyang Jinshou didn't care, but only kept his gaze firmly fixed on Lin Yun. It's up to the kid to break the game. The kid who activated his own body shield at the Earth rank, the culprit who drained the Qilin pool, deicide. At this time, Lin Yun's group of 5, including the top 100 of the audition, all stood frozen and motionless, no longer cheering just now, and everyone's eyes were staring at the forum information with a deadpan. Easy raised his head, a trace of panic flashed across his handsome face as he glanced at Lin Yun, and when he saw Lin Yun nodding heavily, his heart thumped. Everything turned out to be true. Kingslayer he really knew. At this time, Daxia was already in a state of panic, and the forums were ablaze with messages appearing constantly and quickly, and the top entry on the list is always stimulating to others. Players of the Divine Apocalypse, die in the real world, turned into a dry corpse. In the forum, countless pictures were arranged, and with each picture, it was frightening to watch. There are tens of thousands of pictures, and in every one of them is a dried up corpse, as if they had been drained alive, and as if they had been vaporized directly by the high temperature. All the corpses, all of them, were as if they had been dried up for 1,000 years. Same deaths, different locations, all of these bodies, all found in their own homes. The only thing they have in common is that they don't have the slightest amount of water in their bodies. What makes players shudder even more is that all the dryads, who die during gameplay, are either in a landing pod or die on a couch or bed while wearing a lander. It was as if they hadn't moved an inch from playing the game to turning into dry corpses. All that proves is that the deaths of these dryads have something to do with the Apocalypse games. Panic spread quickly through the Seaside 100, and the discussion instantly resounded through the airship. You guys, this can't be true, right? Is there really something wrong with the divine revelation? Could it be that one day we'll turn into dry corpses too? Playing games to become dry corpses? It's fake to even think about it. Looking at them, it's like they're being roasted alive. But have you noticed that the floor around them, or the sofa bed, has no scorch marks, so it's most likely a P picture. Nearly 10,000 people died overnight, and there hasn't been any official response from Daxia, as opposed to the rest of the players who are constantly discussing it. Kiki and the others were even more horrified as they realized something that made them feel weak in the knees. Time. All of these dryads died on the same day, and the memories of that day were all fresh in their minds. Sunset deep forest, horrible heat, as well as Lin Yun, who had fallen into a frenzy. Kai Daki's face was incredibly pale, sweat constantly staying behind, soaking his collar, panicking and wiping away the sweat, slowly opening his mouth to Lin Yun, his eyes full of expectations. Dear Slayer, when you said the other day that you would die, is this the way to die? Kiki in 3, 141, 5926 also twisted their heads in unison to look at Lin Yun. That's right, the almost desperate behavior of the Godslayer on that day, combined with this horrifying scene in front of them, instantly made a few people's hearts very bottomless, and at this moment, they were all looking at Lin Yun hopefully, wanting to see Lin Yun suddenly shaking his head and loudly mocking a few of his own people. However, Lin Yun gave a deep look at a few people and nodded imperceptibly. Several people instantly chilled, only feeling a cold air from the soles of the feet straight to the head, the whole person as if drowning. Half a long time cannot carry on breathing. That's what happens when fear is extreme. It turned out that what Kingslayer had said that day was true, and that everyone who was in the Sunset Deep Forest would die under that heat. If it wasn't for Deicide's immediate decision and Easy's devotion to cooperating with him, a few of his own people, at this moment, were not also posed with the owners of these photos. Thinking of this scene, several people have been gasping for air. 3-141-5926 voice hoarse open mouth to inquire out a most critical point. Will it happen again? This kind of thing? This time, Prosperity was also staring closely at Lin Yun, desperately wanting to know an answer. It will, and it will grow. Lin Yun saw that several people's faces were bloodless and their eyes were looking at him with fear and hope, but he continued to crush their illusions without mercy. A few people felt weak in the knees at once. This was just playing a game. How could something like this happen all of a sudden? And why would Kingslayer, of all people, know about this? Seeing the doubt and panic in the eyes of several people, Lin Yun slowly turned around and looked at the sky. When this continental station is over, let's meet offline and I'll tell you everything I know. Lin Yun spoke slowly, but his eyes just looked at the beauty in the air in front of him. For this continental battle, we must remember to get as high a ranking as possible. The time left for us is actually running out. Hearing this for some reason, several people's hearts stopped for a beat. Time? Not much more. That's what it means. Chapter 115 First Arrival at the Green Dragon Continent. Encountering insults. The crowd was still debating the authenticity of the real-world dryer incident. Green Dragon Continent. It's already here. Unlike the heavy and thick breath feeling of the Chilan continent, once he entered the Green Dragon Continent, a stern and aggressive feeling came over him. At the same time, what surprised the top 100 of the sea election was that compared to the Kirin continent, the Green Dragon Continent had an extra sense of something else. It felt like the Green Dragon Continent had a higher class than the Kirin continent. The crowd had the illusion that once they stepped into the Green Dragon Continent, it was as if they had stepped into another high-latitude space. Seeing that Easy and the others were doubtful, Lin Yun spoke softly. The difference you perceive is because of the Green Dragon. Those with a continental lord sitting on them have an extra force of the Green Dragon. As they looked down from high above, the crowd was shocked at how extraordinary the Green Dragon Continent was. The Green Dragon Continent as a whole looked like a giant dragon winding and circling, almost rising up, while on both sides of the dragon, endless streams of water rushed down into the abyss. Out of sight, the Green Dragon Continent, like a giant dragon swimming in the spatial turbulence, the airborne building ship slowly landed in a clearing, and the crowd disembarked. At this time, they realized that just now, being in the high altitude, they had the feeling that the Green Dragon Continent was very narrow and long. And now, once they landed on the ground, they realized that this so-called narrow and long was in fact not able to see the border at all, and it was very vast. When he fell to the ground, there were immediately officials and soldiers in green armor who surrounded him. It was an existence similar to the Chilan army, the Green Dragon army of the Green Dragon Continent. Everyone in the Green Dragon army had an icy face, and at this moment, seeing Ouyang Jinxiu and the others arrive, the head officer quickly stepped forward and nodded slightly towards the 10 city lords of the Kirin continent. Seeing this, many of the 9 city lords had ugly faces, but they held back from having an attack on the spot. Even the 100-strong players had displeased faces. These Green Dragon army, they were too pretentious. Lord of Kirin City, you'll just nod your head and be done with it? Ouyang Jinxiu was oblivious to the fact that he was familiar with the terrain of the Green Dragon continent. He didn't even raise his eyes for a moment, and directly led the team to cross over the Green Dragon army, and walked straight towards the teleportation channel. The Green Dragon army raised their hands at this, and the long swords in the hands of all the Green Dragon army were drawn in a single motion, and an ice-cold aura instantly enveloped everyone in the Chilan continent. This time, the 9 city lords of the Chilan continent couldn't help themselves. Normally one man, they were not respected everywhere they went. In previous years, when he had brought his team over for the Continental War, he had never seen such a rude scene. Sword Shi rose up horizontally on the Heavenly Sword City Lord, Flames rose up on the Heavenly Law City Lord, and the rest of the city lords all showed their abilities, and in a single moment, 9 powerful auras directly dispersed the killing intent of the Green Dragon army. It's too wild. All of the 9 city lords had seen the attitude of the Green Dragon continent, and every time they came over to participate in the Continental War, it was all but a burst of fire. But this was the first time they had seen such a stifling situation before they even entered the door. Although it was said that the Kirin continent, which had lost its Kirin, had never been able to curry respect in front of the Green Dragon continent, which had the Green Dragon continent master at its helm. Moreover, since the disappearance of the Kirin continent has become more and more green, and the attitudes of the remaining continents towards the Kirin continent are getting worse every day. If it wasn't for Ouyang Jinxiu's strength in one body directly pulling off a huge gap, the crowd's current situation would only be even more unpleasant. Lord Ouyang, to prevent curmudgeons from mixing in, you must search your body to enter Qinglong City, so please don't make things difficult for us. City Lord, the officer at the head of the Green Dragon army, who couldn't get any favors in front of the aura of the 9 city lords, had an unhealthy whiteness on his face at this moment, and he opened his mouth at this moment, even more so with a hint of anger. Although his own strength was insufficient and not comparable to any of the city lords of the Chilan continent, the new official did not place those 9 people in his eyes. What may seem like a request at this point is actually, to put it another way, contempt. Even if you are the lord of a city, in the Green Dragon continent, you have to follow our rules. Lin Yun had a look of watching the show on his face. Xing Longzhou, in his previous life, was also so arrogant and domineering. Divine Enlightenment World, Qinglong Continent Master Alone Town 5 continents, often missing, and the rest of the continent's continent master, either nirvana or seriously injured. Kirin Continent Master Kirin, but also disappeared up to tens of thousands of years of long time. So slowly, the people of the Green Dragon continent, under the influence of the various city lords of the Green Dragon and others, began to look down on the people of the rest of the continents, of which the Chilan continent was clearly the best soft persimmon to pinch. Instead, Lin Yun was currently mourning for the Green Dragon army in front of him. Originally because of the unicorn pool problem has been furious. Ouyang Jinxiu is worried about no vent it. You are good. Their own block door to door. Just as Lin Yun was waiting for a good show, another team appeared behind him. This team was fully dressed in white and gold attire, with a blazing killing power surrounding them. At the head of the group was a white-haired, burly old man who, upon meeting up with Kirin Chao and the others, immediately stepped forward quickly to meet Ouyang Jinxiu. Lord Ouyang, it's been a long time, how are you? The burly white-haired old man had a white beard and hair, but he looked completely domineering, as if he was a lion hiding his breath, and his eyes were even flickering with the power of Gungalium between his circular gaze. But at the first sight of Ouyang Jinxiu, he immediately came with a quick step and made a slight salute towards Ouyang Jinxiu. The 100 or so people behind him also saluted in unison towards Ouyang Jinxiu. Ouyang Jinxiu hurriedly picked up the white-haired old man and smiled wryly. Yo, old man Shiman, you're actually leading the White Tiger continent this year. The white-haired old man named Shiman also smiled slightly at this time. Isn't it because I heard that you're leading the team this year? So that's why I didn't hurry to bring the team over to catch up with you. Ouyang Jinxiu was obviously an old acquaintance with Shiman, and smiled even more at his words, patting Shiman's shoulder as if he was a superior treating his subordinates. Not bad. The talents of the White Tiger continent this year are truly extraordinary. It seems that this year, you, White Tiger continent, have a chance to hit the top of the list. Simeon smiled bitterly inside as he shook his head. Hey, Lord Ouyang, you are not unaware that every year we compete and every year we run with them. Where is the turn for us to take the limelight? Ouyang Jinxiu didn't say anything. The smile on his face remained the same, but it was only the 9 city lords behind him that changed their faces in unison. The White Tiger continent year after year, under the Green Dragon continent, perennially ranked second, simply cannot be called year after year to run with. On the contrary, the Kirin continent, year after year, the performance of the bottom of the list, it is this Shiman mouth year after year to run with the bar. Seeing that Kirin Chao and the others' expressions were not right, Shiman unobtrusively revealed a trace of a smile, then gestured slightly at Ouyang Jinxiu. Lord Ouyang, this time, the time is really too short. I have to bring this group of untalented brats forward to register at the Green Dragon continent, so I'll take a step ahead on my side. I'll have a nice drink with you when you get into town. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu smiling and nodding slightly, Shiman directly bowed and then shook his hand towards the crowd behind him, and a group of about 100 people headed towards the teleportation channel. Kirin Chao and the others had very ugly expressions at this time, especially the player contestants. At this time, they realized that in the Divine Enlightenment world, the Kirin continent without a Kirin to sit on it had no dignity at all to speak of, and the only thing that people had to be concerned about was afraid that it was only Ouyang Jinxiu. The rest of them, they didn't give a damn about. But for Ouyang Jinxiu, they are also constantly testing the bottom line. Before White Tiger continent and the others entered the teleportation array, the first few city lords quietly turned back to look at themselves and the others before they directly entered the teleportation channel. The smile on Ouyang Jinxiu's face did not diminish as he led the way towards the teleportation channel. Those who were familiar with him knew that at this time, Ouyang Jinxiu had already entered a state of rage. After all, he, Ouyang Jinxiu, had another nickname, Smiling Yama. Lord Ouyang, please don't make things difficult for the little ones. The voice of the leading Green Dragon army officer came again, and at this time, it was even colder. Ouyang Jinxiu stopped in his tracks at the words, the corners of his mouth curving up as he slowly turned back. Chapter 116 The Storm Caused by the Seat. At the entrance of the Green Dragon City teleportation channel, the officer of the Green Dragon City's close guards, with an icy voice, stopped the Kirin Continent's C selection team that was preparing to head to the teleportation channel. The heart was vaguely disdainful at this point, but it was not shown on the face. Being so darkly sarcastic by the White Tiger Continent's city lord, the so-called smiling Yama Ouyang Jinsho didn't dare to let out a single fart. It seemed that the rumored invincibility under the continent's lord was nothing more than blowing it up. With this in mind, this newly promoted officer, with an impartial attitude, opened his mouth and stopped Ouyang Jinsho. This one touches the bottom line of the players directly. Damn, you're blind. Just now when the people from the White Tiger Continent went over, how come you weren't seen screening? That's right, favoring us to death. Everyone light up and these sons of ES. All the players just feel a bellyful of wimpy gas. Originally playing the game is because in the real world to be careful in dealing with people, and now come to play a game but also by NPCs to make things difficult? You've got to be careful in the real world, and now you have to be difficult by NPCs to play a game. In the face of the frenzy of the Chilan continent and the others, a hint of a disdainful smile appeared on the face of the Green Dragon Army officer, and his feet didn't even move half a bit. The 9 city lords at this time, however, did not open their mouths to speak, because they knew, Ouyang Jinsho has been furious, smiling Yama, enraged by them. You mean, search even me? Ouyang Jinsho's voice was very warm, like a kind middle-aged man. Seeing this, the smirk on the Green Dragon Army officer's face increased. When they received the task of welcoming the teams from the various states, someone from above had given the order that they could use all means to make things difficult for the Kirin continent and the others, and their own practice now, as long as they go back to resume orders. They are afraid that this official position is only to move up again. After all, Ouyang Jinsho had a tremendous reputation in the Divine Enlightenment, claiming to be invincible under the Continent Lord. The first few times of the Continental War, it was not led by him, and this time he led the team, and met himself, and after a few attempts, it was determined that this Ouyang Jinsho was true to his name and was not to be feared. The Green Dragon Army officer nodded his head proudly and opened his mouth with a businesslike appearance and a serious demeanor. That's right. Whoever enters the teleportation array will have to be searched to prevent curmudgeons from blending in. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he immediately felt a surge of triumph in his heart. Just that statement alone is enough to move positions on its own. However, just as his heart was racing, suddenly realizing that the whole world was spinning around, between the spins, he saw a familiar figure, a clear color of green standard armor. Everyone's figure was very familiar to him. The figure of the leader was even extremely similar to his own. Just, all these people, why don't they have heads? Before he could think clearly, his eyes went black and he was no longer conscious. In the eyes of Lin Yun and the others, it was to see the corners of Ouyang Jinsho's mouth reveal a smile that was very hard to see, and the earth-colored light in his hand flickered, as if it had come to life instantly appearing in front of the Green Dragon Army. Then all the heads of the Green Dragon Army flew up in unison, their heads and bodies separating, and along with all the bodies and heads of the Green Dragon Army slowly smashing into the ground. Lin Yun and the others could see the various expressions on their falling heads. Scorn, disdain, dismay, everything died so fast they didn't even react themselves. Let's go. This continental war. Them up for me. As if Ouyang Jinsho had not made a move. He did not even look at the corpse on the ground, lifted his leg and walked away, while a light sentence came into the ears of the crowd. Lin Yun behind him smiled slightly. This is the Ouyang Jinsho he knew in his previous life. Killing and decisive, emotionless, and extremely capable of pretending. Wow, long live City Lord Ouyang, that's the way to do it. Them. When the players saw this, they cheered and just felt very relieved. I told you to act like assholes? Now it's time for the Green Dragon Guards. Bah, what class is called by the same name as our Kirin army in Kirin continent? The crowd looked exuberant as they followed Ouyang Jinsho into the middle of the teleportation channel. As the light flickered, the group arrived in the middle of Green Dragon City in unison. Green Dragon City was completely different from Kirin City. If anything, Kirin City gave off a heavy and calm feeling. Then Green Dragon City is a kind of soul hegemony. As soon as Ouyang Jinsho and the others exited the teleportation channel, they directly saw where the various teams had gathered. On a wide open space, a building that had obviously just been restored stood, and although there was only a grandstand and rows of seats underneath it, it looked extremely luxurious. A team of Green Dragon Army was stationed around the patrol around the perimeter, while in the middle of the field, 3 teams were already sitting at the end. Each team was dressed in a different color. A greenish color from the Green Dragon continent, a white golden color from the White Tiger continent and a metaphysical color from the Xuanwu continent. At this time the 3 teams were seated just below the stage, while on the stage, a total of 50 seats were arranged, 30 of which were already filled with people, and 2 rows of them were still empty. It's just that the seating arrangement is quite disconcerting. While the 3 rows of seats in the front were side by side and appeared to be very harmonious, 2 rows of seats were listed separately in the back, giving the impression that they were like subordinates to the 3 rows in the front. Seeing this, the brows of the Heavenly Sword City Lord and the others jumped slightly as anger rose up in their hearts. It was obvious that this back seat was for them, and the names of themselves and others had been posted on it. Good guy. Qinglong City really doesn't spare any effort in suppressing this aspect of Qilin continent, and every year it manages to come up with some new tricks. Lin Yun and the others directly found their seats and sat down, realizing that they and the others were in the far corner. And instantly the Kirin Continent C election top 100 began to let out a single, irritated curse. This scene made the players from the rest of the states laugh out loud and murmur. Lin Yun smiled faintly and sat down directly. A good show was about to start. Ouyang Jinxiu appeared directly on the stage with the 9 city lords. Once on stage, he slowly scanned the seats in front of him with a small smile on his face. All the city lords of the other 3 continents, with the exception of the Xuanwu city lord who got up and nodded his head slightly in greeting. The rest of the city lords of the continents remained calmly seated in their chairs and did not get up. Even just now outside the teleportation channel the White Tiger city lord, Shiman, was calmly sipping his tea. The crowd looked at Ouyang Jinxiu in unison, waiting to see him laugh. In the very center of the seat, the lord of Green Dragon City, Ao Tianxiang, had his eyes slightly closed, as if he had not noticed Ouyang Jinxiu's arrival. Is this the hospitality of your Green Dragon City? Before Ouyang Jinxiu could say anything, the Heavenly Law City Lord suddenly stood out, his face whiskers throbbing as he looked extremely angry. In Qilin City, whenever the city lords of the rest of the states came, the positions they took were only placed in parallel, giving respect to the rest of the city lords. Even if Ouyang Jinxiu's strength was a notch higher than the rest of the city lords, it was the same practice. But right now, the seats of myself and others are being placed in such a way. It's nothing less than a naked taunt, sticking it in your face and opening it wide. A city lord of the Green Dragon continent laughed and slowly opened his mouth. Please don't be offended by all the city lords of the Qilin continent. We are only seating according to the rankings of the previous term, so please don't be overly concerned. As soon as the words came out, the Heavenly Law City Lord burst into a rage as if he had been insulted. Indulgence. We can sit however we want, but what about Lord Ouyang? Can he also be like us? Suffocatingly crammed in there? And you think we're blind, don't you? Your seats are side by side, only ours are at the back, and this is such a big place. Do you really think we're so easy to fool? And at this moment, the Green Dragon City Lord, Ao Tianxiang, slightly opened his eyes, swept a glance at the Heavenly Law City Lord, and spoke softly. Noisy. A force instantly appeared in front of the Heavenly Law City Lord, and the Heavenly Law City Lord was unable to react in time, as his entire mouth spat out blood and flew backwards, falling to the ground. Seeing this, the city lords of the 3 continents as well as the players on the stage all instantly burst into laughter. Is this the strength of the Kirin continent? Just 2 words, and you're spitting blood from your mouth and have no power to fight? On the platform, Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes slightly swept over the Heavenly Law City Lord, revealing a strange expression, and then he turned back to look at Ao Tianxiang. Underneath the stage, Lin Yun, unlike the righteous indignation of the others, looked at the fallen and blood-spitting Heavenly Law City Lord with interest. It's kind of funny, he turned out to be such a good actor at this point in his life? Chapter 117 Conflict Escalation. Looking at the collapsed Tianfa City Lord, all the city lords of Qilin continent were instantly filled with righteous indignation, and regardless of Ouyang Jinxiu's thoughts, they all stepped forward. The mocking faces of the city lords of the continents in front of them, as well as the laughter of the players underneath, deeply stimulated the nerves of the remaining 8 city lords. 8 killing intent rose up out of the air, directly facing the Green Dragon continent's Green Dragon City Lord Ao Tianxiang in front of him. Ao Tianxiang was wearing a green armor on his body, his eyes were ice cold, but as if he could not feel the 8 killing intent, he slowly raised his head and looked towards Ouyang Jinxiu who was wearing a smile as if he could not see his subordinate's actions at all. Ouyang, the people you taught are still just as ignorant of the rules. Ouyang Jinxiu walked slowly towards Ao Tianxiang and picked up the fruit plate directly from the desk in front of him. After dropping the grapes into his mouth and chewing them, a satisfied look appeared on his face, but he slowly opened his mouth towards the White Tiger City Lord. Generally treating subordinates who don't listen to me or who have dissenting thoughts, I directly kill them, regardless of whether or not they're my people. Don't you think so? Ouyang Jinxiu's words caused Shiman's pupils to shrink. Ouyang Jinxiu didn't wait for him to reply, placing the poorly sold apples in the fruit plate directly on Ao Tianxiang's desk, chewing the fruit as he opened his mouth. I've already killed your disobedient subordinates. My subordinates. As you wish. Ao Tianxiang's face changed, and he raised his head to look at Ouyang Jinxiu, with nothing but a coldness in his eyes. Looking at Ao Tianxiang's eyes, Ouyang Jin wiped his lips and pointed at the Tianfa City Lord lying on the ground and slowly opened his mouth. Here's your chance to kill him. Ao Tianxiang stood up at his words. His icy cold killing intent directly enveloped all the people present, and the Tianfa City Lord, who was lying on the ground unattended, had his eyelids suddenly jumped. Ouyang Jinxiu, this is the Green Dragon continent. it's not your turn to be reckless. Oh, then what? With a wave of Ouyang Jinxiu's big hand, the 20 chairs that were originally behind Ao Tianxiang and the others instantly flew up and landed in unison across from Ao Tianxiang and the others. Sit! Ouyang Jinxiu directly sat down, and the city lords behind him also sat down in unison, along with the Tianfa city lord who was lying on the ground, and was also racked over. Ouyang Jinxiu, Ao Tianxiang's eyes erupted with fire. In his own home turf, he actually dared to act like this, simply not putting Lord Qinglong in his eyes, throwing the melons and fruits from the fruit plate directly into his mouth. Ouyang Jinxiu vaguely opened his mouth and continued, "Do you believe that if you beep anymore, I can make the Lord of Green Dragon City a different person?" Ao Tianxiang, corner of the eye twitching, killing intent on the body nearly condensed into substance. The city lord behind the two people similarly filled with anger in his eyes. The atmosphere of the scene is like water and fire. As long as Ao Tianxiang made a move, it would surely trigger a great battle. Ao Tianxiang has the green dragon behind him, and this is his own territory, so it can be said that the time is right and the people are right, and the only thing he is afraid of is the strength of Ouyang Jinxiu. For so many years, the two had fought countless times, but in the contest of strength, one would always be the one to take a beating, but today it is not necessarily. After all, in terms of numbers, the Qilin continent is only 10 people in the district. Thinking of this, Ao Tianxiang slowly took a step. It was with this step that the entire Green Dragon City suddenly erupted with a loud dragon's roar. The city, as if it had come to life. The moment the dragon's roar rang out, everyone on the Qilin continent side simultaneously felt an extra layer of weakness on their bodies, and their own strength slipped significantly. This situation caused the faces of the 9 city lords to change slightly. On the contrary, the 30 city lords on the opposite side of the street, each one of them had a joyful expression on their faces, looking as if they had gained some kind of benefit. Ha! Ouyang Jinxiu faintly let out a burst of laughter. The laughter was not loud, but it resounded through the entire Green Dragon City. As the laughter rose, the Green Dragon City once again let out a dragon's roar. The cry, however, was one of grief and weakness. At the same time, the influences attached to everyone present all disappeared. It's a bit interesting, actually giving birth to a dragon spirit, but it's a pity that it doesn't know the heights of heaven. Ouyang Jinxiu casually spat out a fruit kernel and opened his mouth indifferently. Ao Tianxiang felt that something was wrong and immediately closed his eyes and felt it, realizing that at this moment, the dragon spirit was extremely weak and wanted to dissipate. Opening his eyes, Ao Tianxiang couldn't hold back any longer. His body's green dragon power erupted, and his fist went head-on towards Ouyang Jinxiu. Just when the fist was close to Ouyang Jinxiu, Ao Tianxiang suddenly stopped his attack, slowly withdrew his fist, and sat down without saying a word. Because in the distance, a group of people dressed in red-colored costumes rapidly approached. It soon landed in the stands. The visitor was none other than Vermilion Bird City Lord Shang Wanyan. Only then did Lin Yun realize why Ao Tianxiang had suddenly stopped attacking. Vermilion Bird Continent and Kirin Continent together 20 city lords, against 30 on the Green Dragon Continent side. The gap is already not very big, plus Ouyang Jinxiu's strength is unfathomable. This Ao Tianxiang wimped out. As soon as Shang Wanyan and the others got on the stage, they saw the two sides of the chairs facing each other, and then they looked at Ouyang Jinxiu and Ao Tianxiang, and immediately understood what was going on. With a wave of his hand, he led the crowd to sit down, forming a holding position with Ao Tianxiang and the others. As for Ouyang Jinxiu, whose eyes were originally glowing with coldness, the moment he saw Shang Wanyan's arrival, the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and his eyes directly turned into the shape of a love heart. Seeing that the other party was farther away from him, he directly stood up and came to a city lord next to Shang Wanyan, waving his head at the other party in a gesture. This Vermilion Bird Continent's city lord stood up with a dumbfounded expression and immediately got up to make way for a seat in the middle of a bunch of Qilin Continent's city lords. Seeing Ouyang Jinxiu bumblingly squeezing his way to his side, Shang Wanyan's beautiful eyes rolled her eyes, then softly inquired, "Is my brother here?" The originally lewd smile on Ouyang Jinxiu's face instantly solidified as he twisted his head to look at where the Qilin Continent was located and casually pointed. "There it is." Shang Wanyan looked in the direction Ouyang Jinxiu was pointing, and saw Lin Yun waving frantically at himself, and immediately snorted a laugh. The smile immediately made Ouyang Jinxiu look like a demented brother, his mouth watering, and Ao Tianxiang, who had also seen Lin Yun, his face became even more ugly as he took a deep breath. Since everyone has arrived, the second round of selection for the continent war begins. At this moment, Ao Tianxiang's heart was very unhappy, and every time he saw this brat Lin Yun, he felt disgust from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Ao Tianxiang say this, all the city lords of the 5 continents had their faces straightened. Only Ouyang Jinxiu, who was being pinched by Shang Wanyan's ears and lectured. This adoration made Ao Tianxiang want to curse directly and forced himself to ignore the pair who were making love to each other. Ao Tianxiang stood up, and the power of the green dragon in his hand shot out explosively, falling directly into the city lord's mansion. A faintly weak dragon's roar followed. Between the light reflections, the wind and clouds changed. A light door appeared directly in front of everyone's eyes and slowly opened. Chapter 118. I was taunted by an ant? The light gate was 100 meters high, and the two gates were slowly opening, an ancient and mysterious aura wafting out from it. The inside of the light gate was as if it was connected to the heavens, and it was as bright as a starry sky. And as the light door slowly opened, Ao Tianxiang's voice simultaneously resounded through heaven and earth. The second round of selection for the continent battle will now begin. A total of 500 people from the 5 continents of the Divine Enlightenment will enter the Demon Hunting Valley to compete, and the passageway in front of you will allow you to directly reach the Demon Hunting Valley. Ao Tianxiang slowly got up and pointed at the light door that had completely opened in front of the crowd. In the Demon Hunting Valley, demons are rampant. Each person must obtain at least 100 points to win. If the whole team has 100 points, then they will be ranked according to the points. Remember, those who have not obtained enough points by the end of the time will be directly eliminated. Now, the selection begins. Ao Tianxiang sat down when he finished speaking, and when he saw that Ouyang Jinxia was still circling around Shangguan Yan like a lapdog, he immediately skimmed his mouth in disdain. Taking advantage of the other side not paying attention to himself, Ao Tianxiang's mouth moved slightly, and his voice was transmitted into the ears of all the city lords on his side, who nodded slightly and began to make arrangements. And at that moment, a total of 500 participants, as they moved, slowly disappeared into the light gate. After we go in later, we, the Qilin continent, will directly embrace the group, and with our rank and strength, absolutely all of us will advance. I'm the big bad, shouted out towards all the participants from the Kirin continent before entering the light gate. Easy and the others were instantly speechless. If you didn't look so sincere, I'd suspect you're an undercover agent sent from another continent. Do you want to see what the other states are doing right now? They're negotiating and watching us at the same time. You are not stupid, and I'm the big bad who finished and entered the light door with a confident look on my face. The crowd was speechless and could only follow the crowd as they slowly entered them, and soon it was Lin Yun's turn. Demon Hunting Valley. It's a bit interesting. Lin Yun looked at the light door in front of him that emitted a mysterious aura, smiled slightly, and took a step into it. A wave of dizziness came over Lin Yun, and he could only feel himself falling rapidly as a sense of weightlessness spread throughout his body. The surrounding area was pitch black, completely devoid of the concept of time and space, as if falling into an otherworldly space. The entire space was left to itself. What about the many people who had entered the light gate? Not to mention others. Kiki alone had entered in front of himself, yet at this point there was no trace of them at all. As the descent continued, Lin Yun was getting a little bit subdued. It felt like it was constantly falling down all the time, as if there was no bottom at all. It continued to fall for an unknown amount of time again. And just when Lin Yun thought there was a problem with the teleportation, a blinding light lit up, and Lin Yun went from blackness to light, instantly closing his eyes from the sting. And at that moment, Lin Yun directly appeared high in the sky, quickly smashing down towards the ground. This is a sunny and bright forest. From high in the air, I do not know how far it is, the lush forest rises up from the ground. A fragrance that belongs to the forest alone spreads. It's just these plants and how they look so huge. Asterisk. How do cacti grow in the forest? In the midst of his rapid fall, Lin Yun's eyes suddenly tightened and his scalp instantly tingled. After passing through the trees that covered the sky, Lin Yun found a green grassy field in front of him and fixed his eyes on it. This isn't a meadow. This is patches and patches of cactus. That cactus jungle. Each cactus was so huge that a single thorn on its top alone was almost as big as the longsword that Easy held every day. Seeing that he couldn't change the downward trend, Lin Yun's sweaty hairs stood up. His metallic nature instantly spread throughout his body, and he closed his eyes and plunged straight into the group of cacti. Ah, this guy is growing cacti. Lin Yun's miserable screams resounded throughout the forest. A few moments later, under a towering tree, a hedgehog that looked like Lin Yun had a tearful expression on his face as he gritted his teeth and pulled out the cactus thorns all over his body. That's right, pluck, a spike like a long sword. Every time he pulled one out, it hurt so much that Lin Yun bared his teeth. That said, the plants here are really big. Casually tossing the spikes aside and quickly building up a pile, Lin Yun observed his surroundings as he plucked. It was only then that I was surprised to realize the strangeness of this forest. All the plants, which are very exaggeratedly tall, not to mention the huge tree behind him that was as big as the diameter of several basketball courts. A small plant on the side alone was half a head taller than Lin Yun. The bananas on one of the trees over there are the size of a small car. Lin Yun was instantly as small as dust, as if he had entered the land of giants. Suddenly, there was a sudden salsa sound coming from the ground, and Lin Yun, who was in the middle of pulling out the thorns, stopped moving and began to look around. The The sound was very dense and harsh, as if someone was dragging a hoe across the ground. Lin Yun pulled the last spike out of his body and put it down softly, looking in the direction the voice came from. Within moments, Lin Yun saw what the source of the sound was. This time, Lin Yun's pupils directly quaked. A creature as huge as a rhinoceros slowly crawled out. 6 long legs like iron casting were densely packed with barbs flashing with a cold light. The 2 upper jaws were very huge, and the ground was instantly corroded as mucus dripped down between the opening and closing of the upper jaws. Crouch! What a big ant! With an ant of such a huge size, it came as no surprise to Lin Yun that as long as he was bitten by the other party, he would surely turn directly into 2. After all, in the real world, if there is any creature that has the most power, it must be the ant. Ants, which can lift things 500 times heavier than themselves, would have extremely serious consequences if an ant was the size of an adult. And looking at the ants in front of him that were as big as rhinoceroses, there was no hesitation in saying that this armor that was like steel could not be pierced by bullets only. And right at that moment, a sashaying sound poured into Lin Yun's ears from all directions. Lin Yun immediately changed his face. Mamma mia! Ants were swarming creatures. Before he could take a step to escape, a head of ants surged over from all directions like a tidal wave, directly surrounding Lin Yun. The ant that was first spotted by Lin Yun raised its head, a humanized teasing look in one of its eyes. Lin Yun instantly had a black line on his head when he saw this. I'm being taunted by an ant? As if that head of ants had given some kind of order. The surrounding ants instantly took long legs and rushed towards Lin Yun, their huge upper jaws opening and closing, flashing with cold light. Lin Yun stared intently at the ant in the lead, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. How dare you taunt me? Don't you know that animals are not allowed to become sperm after the founding of the country? Gung Zi Watchman Chaos Gold. The golden talisman instantly combusted without wind, transforming into a Gangjin hammer that appeared in Lin Yun's hand, and the Gangjin hammer rose against the wind, instantly surging up a circle. With a cruel smile on his face, Lin Yun directly held his hammer with both hands and swept it out at the ants that pounced and rushed over. The ants that surrounded Lin Yun were all showing mocking eyes. Little treats still dared to resist. Bang! Several ants the size of a rhinoceros instantly flew out backwards, shattering directly into pieces in the air, while several huge upper jaws fell to the ground beneath Lin Yun's original feet. Shock appeared in the eyes of the leader ant. What was going on? When he looked at Lin Yun again, he realized that this treat he had been eyeing had already rushed over carrying a giant hammer. Die for your master. Chapter 119 acquired an ant as a mount. Based on the principle that after the founding of the country, animals couldn't become fertilized, under the strong materialistic power of Lin Yun, the 30 or so rhinoceros-sized ants in front of him were sent to the world of bliss by Lin Yun in just a few moments. Only the ant at the head of the group that had once taunted Lin Yun with teasing eyes was left behind. The forest is lush with all types of vegetation that are unusually large in size. Underneath a pineapple more than 10 meters high, ants the size of rhinoceroses are working hard to shear the pineapple with their upper jaws. Topping a piece of pineapple cut 4 square, he handed it to Lin Yun with a pandering face. Lin Yun dug out a large piece with his hand and took a bite. His mouth was full of flavor, and his eyes even squinted directly into a slit. When the ants saw this, their 2 huge upper jaws also clamped down, looking very pleased with themselves, and then obediently squatted behind Lin Yun like a puppy. As for why he was so obedient, it was simply because the temperamental creature in front of him was too violent. He himself had merely brought his minions out today in search of refreshments to satiate their stomachs, and had no intention of encountering this 2-legged creature. I thought I was going to have a great meal, but I didn't realize that all my little brothers were knocked to pieces. He himself had looked for an escape many times, but each time he had looked both ways with his opponent, regretting that I had nothing better to do than bring my little brother out to party. Oh, it doesn't have eggs. Sorry. So now the ants are as well behaved as the dogs that Lin Yun raised himself. It's really not that the little ants I don't want to run away. It's really that the other party's methods are too cruel, and if they continue, they won't be able to sleep anymore. It must be said that the plants of this demon hunting valley, although huge and strange looking, are 10 times sweeter and juicier. Not a moment later, Lin Yun burped contentedly. Looking at the boundless forest, Lin Yun sat on the ants in boredom and continued on his way. Lin Yun was bored to death, and the entire morning passed without seeing a single person. 500 people. Where are they? Along the way, Lin Yun people did not see, but saw a lot of fertilized demonic creatures. No surprise, all were sent away by him one by one. Demon Hunting Valley, basically a demon 1 points. Plus this side of the demons are unusually large. The strength of the horror, that is, Lin Yun fist is hard enough. These demons meditate. Lin Yun had to use the physical supremacy. Just like that, all the way down to the Overwatch. Lin Yun's points came to over 60. How big is this damn place? Can someone come out and talk to me? Another half day passed. The sun set, and Lin Yun had the feeling of being forgotten by the world. The ants that had listened to Lin Yun recite all the way to the ground, Their eyes instantly revealed excitement at the sound of his words. That's right, hurry up with one more two-legged creature. The one on you has been chanting all the way to the top and it's making a lot of noise. Lin Yun glanced at the ant underneath him and nodded, directly slapping it. Walk properly, shake your head and almost shake me down. The ant was slapped on the brain and cried out in direct pain as he looked at the crack that had been made in his perfect upper jaw. Hurry up and get someone. I'm going to die sooner or later at this rate. Perhaps the heavens had heard the ant's call, and a sudden cry of alarm came from the forest of grapes, which was as big as a man's head. In front of him, Lin Yun, who originally wanted to take a piece of grass to relieve his boredom, shook his head as he looked at the grass root that was thicker than his head. A cry of surprise came, and Lin Yun immediately stood up with a very excited expression. God's Apocalypse turned out to be a voice-activated game. He had only chanted a few words himself, and immediately someone came. The ones who were even more excited than Lin Yun were the ants, and without waiting for Lin Yun's command, they immediately opened their 6 legs and quickly sped in the direction the sound came from. Caught off guard, Lin Yun directly fell and flew out under the effect of inertia. Ant came to a halt, plowing 2 deep tracks, then slowly reversed back with a tense look on his face. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's a big deal. Lin Yun stood up and patted the dust on his body with a very warm smile on his face. Die for your master. After being given a fat beating, the ant still had a happy face and carried Lin Yun quickly in the direction the sound came from. Beyond the vineyards is a clearing. At this time, 2 figures in red-colored costumes were running quickly, looking directly behind them from time to time, as if there was something behind them chasing a few people. Both of them were Vermilion Bird Continent's audition contestants. One of the women looked extremely similar to Kiki, but her face was even more pure. Her figure was even more appealing, and compared to Kiki's perpetually innocent lowly shape, this woman was more prone to arousing a desire for protection and possessiveness, and was filled with an extremely contradictory and complex feeling. This person was none other than Kiki's sister, Xia Shui. As for Xia Shui and the girls, who were originally 3, after entering the light gate, the 3 were lucky enough to descend in the same place. Unfortunately, they were not happy for long before they encountered players from 2 other continents. One of the players was killed while protecting 2 people on their way to retreat and regretfully withdrew from the test. The 2 of them, on the other hand, had been hunted all the way to the present. The 2 of them kept running away, and after not seeing the figure of the person chasing behind them for a long time, they hurriedly found a boulder to lie down, only to realize that they and the others were drenched in fragrant sweat. Looking at each other, they both relaxed their minds and began to breathe heavily, hoping to slow themselves down. It should be safe. One of the women was obviously older than Xia Shui, and after carefully observing her surroundings slowly opened her mouth, her voice like a sigh of relief. Xia Shui, who also exhaled a deep breath of aroma, slowly opened her mouth and asked, Sister Man, what should we do now? Looking at the endless forest, Man frowned slightly. It's too big here, and the players from the Vermilion Bird Continent are too far apart, so let's be careful and find the large group first. Sister Man and Xia Shui, the 2 of them were originally strangers, just players from the same Vermilion Bird Continent. They only met each other after entering the Demon Hunting Valley today, and after a day of life and death escapes, the 2 of them have just become life and death friends. And just when the 2 thought they were safe, a voice came from in front of them. 2 beauties, how can you run away so well? But let this young man have a good search. When Xia Shui and Sister Man heard this, they immediately stood up, looking very nervous, as if they were birds of prey. Behind the large trees that covered the sky in front of them, 5 figures leapt out with a fish, appearing in front of the 2 with a lecherous smile on their faces. 3 of the comers were dressed in white clothing and 2 in green clothing, just like players from the White Tiger Continent and the Green Dragon Continent. 2 beauties. We have no malicious intent, just see the 2 isolated and helpless. Cannot help but have compassion. How about partnering together to tide over the difficulties? One of the green-colored clothing of the teenager. Eyes are very narrow, together with the thin short but thick eyelashes. At first glance, this eyes with just sewed on the general. At this time, his eyes were permeated with lustful light, constantly looking up and down at Xia Shui. Sister Man took a step forward and directly blocked Xia Shui, blocking the opposite man's unsuspecting gaze. When the man saw this, the corners of his mouth revealed a silky smile, licking the corners of his mouth inadvertently, and scanning up the figure of man in front of him again. Not bad, both of you are not bad. The man in green slowly walked forward and spoke softly. For payment, you 2 can accompany me together. Never. Chapter 120 Summoner Xia Shui. The man in green's words immediately caused the 4 people behind him to resound with lewd laughter. This scene made Sister Man very uncomfortable, and she directly opened her mouth to reject it. The man in green was still trying to open his mouth properly when the man in white behind him stepped forward. Young dragon, these 2 es give face. You do this, hand it over to a couple of buddies. The man in white had a cross-faced face with a scar across the corner of his eye, and was very grumpy when he spoke, so he didn't look like he was a good bird in the real world either. At this time finished, pointed to Xia Shui, Long Shao. This extremely good, you just wait on it. That inferior, you see? When the man in green heard this, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he spoke cheerfully. This one with a foul temper will be rewarded to you all. If you do something for me, Long Cheng, you will naturally be rewarded. The white-clothed cross-fleshed man's eyes immediately shone brightly, his face fluttering with cross-flesh and excitement. Many thanks to young dragon. Standing up the white cross-fleshed man, in the absence of the previous groveling fawning appearance, but the eyes of the ferocious light released, quickly walking towards the two Xiaoshui, the killing aura rushed out of his body, unstintingly charging straight at the two Xiaoshui. It was just like a player at the 7th level of the Earth rank. Sister Man and Xiaoshui looked tense and glanced at each other, already understanding each other's thoughts. Sister Man took a step forward, her body flashed with crimson light, and a giant axe slowly appeared in her hand. It was clearly a giant axe warrior. Sister Man directly held a huge axe and charged towards the white cross-fleshed man in front of her, and at this moment, Xiaoshui stood behind her slowly reciting an incantation. Her body's crimson fire attributes slowly rose up, forming a very small flame in front of her eyes. Sister Man's axe slashed out directly, wheeling straight up with the aura of looking death in the eye. In the next second, Sister Man flew out backwards and slammed down hard on the ground, with a big footprint on her body, just in the chest position. Not too short-tempered, not too soft-chested enough. The white cross-fleshed man slowly twisted his right foot with a satisfied smile on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something, and his words even made a few people behind him laugh. Sister Man forced her body to make herself stand up, but her feet were soft and she fell down again. Under the strength gap, this kick from the white cross-fleshed man directly made her lose her fighting ability. While Xiaoshui had an anxious look on her face, the fire attribute light in her hand slowly condensed, and that small ball of light had already taken shape. It's a tiny bird. This small bird was as small as a wasp, very tiny, and at that moment was fluttering its wings very rapidly. Its pointed beak was flashing with a cold aura, waiting for the moment when it was fully formed. Summoner? The green-clothed dragon young man had seen a lot of things, and at this moment, once he saw the summon in Xiaoshui's hand, he was instantly enlightened. Interrupt her. When the white cross-fleshed man heard this, a hint of confidence flashed across his face. Don't worry, young dragon, this little summoner is nothing but a tiny hummingbird. I'll slap one. Please don't worry too much, young dragon. Upon hearing this, a hint of haze flashed across Long Qing's face, and his voice was as cold as a waxing moon in winter as he opened his mouth again. Interrupt her. Hearing the killing intent in Long Qing's voice, the white cross-fleshed man looked flustered and didn't dare to talk more, directly punching straight at the summon in Xiaoshui's hand. Xiaoshui's face was anxious, feeling the wind of the oncoming fists, but she did not make the slightest move to avoid it. It was so close. Just as the white cross-fleshed man's fist was about to hit Xiaoshui, a huge axe descended from the sky and viciously chopped on the white cross-fleshed man's right hand. The body of the axe smashed to the ground, and the white cross-fleshed man let out a miserable scream from his mouth, while his left hand was flung out fiercely, directly smashing Sister Man out of a long distance at once, and the blood bar on his body bottomed out at once. Seek death. The white cross-fleshed man's eyes twitched in pain, gasping for air. His eyes were blood red, and his right hand was severed from the position of his little arm at the root. At this moment, seeing Xiaoshui looking at Sister Man with an anxious face, she directly pinched towards the summon in front of Xiaoshui with a slap. However, just as he was about to crush the summon, Long Qing's figure rang out from behind. It's a pity, it almost summoned a heavenly rank existence. You all go together. Long E, capture her alive. These losers are not good enough. The green-clothed middle-aged man who had been standing behind Long Qing heard this and directly stepped out without saying a word. And at this moment, the white cross-fleshed man was covering his neck with an incredulous face, blood gushing out from his fingertips, and then he directly turned into white light and disappeared. Just as he was about to crush the summon with a look of indignation, the red glow suddenly disappeared. A crisp bird song rang out, and then he felt a coldness in his neck, which he pressed up only to realize that there was a tiny hole in his neck that went back and forth. The fiery red hummingbird was right in front of Xiaoshui at the moment, its entire body surrounded by flames like a burning wasp. Sister Man on the ground slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not in vain that she desperately resisted. This time it should be stable. And at that moment, Man saw something and suddenly shrieked out, "Look out!" A green-colored figure, as Xiaoshui froze, flickered his feet and appeared directly on Xiaoshui's face. The short knife in his hand gently wiped across Xiaoshui's neck. This scene did not even make the hummingbird, who was as fast as lightning, react. This big, burly man, an assassin? But why? When he strikes, Can't you see the name on him? Long Qing had a helpless face. This Long Yi, as long as he felt threatened, he was merciless in his strikes. It's a pity that he is such a great color, but it wasn't a big problem. These celestial visitors, they couldn't die, and as long as she was still in the divine apocalypse world, she would have a chance to savor her body. Yet the short knife cut through without any blood showing. The Xiaoshui in front of her looked stunned and motionless. Long Yi felt something and twisted his head to look in the other direction, where another Xiaoshui slowly appeared, with afterthought on his face, and the summer snow that he had slashed across his neck slowly dissipated at that moment. Interesting. As if Long Yi hadn't spoken for a long time, a sound like the pounding of iron sheets came out between the friction of his throat. Leave the laborers alive. As soon as Long Qing saw that the beauty was still alive, he was overjoyed and bellowed. At this moment, a fire-red lightning suddenly appeared at Long Yi's throat, but it was the fire attribute hummingbird that spontaneously attacked. The corner of Long Yi's mouth tugged slightly. His body slowly moved half a step to the left, and it was this half step that directly avoided the attack of the fire attribute hummingbird. In the next moment, before the hummingbird could continue its attack, Long Yi's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Xia Shui. However, Xia Shui had long been prepared. A staff in her hand erupted with a bright light. The flames flared up, obstructing Long Yi's vision, while her body flickered and disappeared once again. Only she didn't notice the smile that appeared at the corner of Long Yi's mouth. As soon as Xia Shui landed on the ground, a huge force came from behind. Found you. The terrifying power directly surged into Xia Shui's body, and the whole person flew out upside down, with blood spilling up in the air, nearly fainting. The blood bar on his body dropped to the bottom at the first moment, and he fell heavily to the ground. Dragon 1, are you sick? I said I want him alive. Long Qing looked at the blood all over the ground and directly cursed angrily at the expressionless Long Yi. Instead, Long Yi looked at Xia Shui, who was struggling to get up on the ground, and scratched his head. Ha, not dead yet? Chapter 121 Peak of the 10th level of the Earth rank? Isn't it still the Earth rank? Xia Shui was lying on the ground, blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. When Long Yi saw this, he still wanted to make a move, but the Long Qing behind him took 3 steps and directly rushed up at a fast pace. A foot directly stomped on Long Yi's face, and Long Yi flew out backwards, directly embedding himself into a large tree. Long Qing turned around, as if his eyes were sewn shut were dripping with lustful light, and walked straight towards the injured Xia Shui. Looking at Long Qing slowly approaching the nearly unconscious Xia Shui, Sister Man, who already had no combat power, was anxious. The reality of the divine revelation was so high that at this point, Man's entire body was near broken bones and completely incapacitated. Man gritted her teeth and gouged her fingers into the ground in front of her, slowly allowing herself to move over with the intention of protecting Natsuki. Fingernails rubbed against the ground, leaving a trail of blood, and Long Qing was full of evil. His sinful hands were already close to Xia Shui's chest. Man was anxious and hated her lack of strength. Just as Long Qing was about to get a kiss, a cracking sound came from his side. Long Qing's outstretched hand was directly withdrawn, and his entire body quickly leaned back as a bright red line surfaced on his face. Luckily, Long Qing reacted quickly. A huge figure cut past him, quietly pinned up Xia Shui, who had fallen into unconsciousness, and quickly arrived in front of Sister Man's body. Spectral ants? Blood flowed out of Long Qing's face, and it was only then that he saw clearly the black shadow that attacked him. It was a huge ant with the size of a rhinoceros, and the wound on one's face was merely a cut from the hard shell of this ant's body. It was fortunate that the other party's purpose was only to save Xia Shui, or else he would not have been able to escape in time in that moment just now. It's not a phantom ant. Long Yi's figure flickered and blocked in front of Long Qing, staring at the ants with a deadly stare, his brow slightly furrowed and stretched. As for Xia Shui, she was already lying in Lin Yun's arms, and the ants were standing in front of several people, their huge upper jaws opening and closing, guarding them with great dedication. You're Lin Yun? Xia Shui was in a trance, as if she saw Lin Yun's face, and her originally painful expression directly stretched out. As soon as the person relaxed, he directly passed out on the spot. Kid from the Kirin continent, hand over the person. Long Qing instantly felt uncomfortable as he watched Lin Yun hug Xia Shui. After realizing that the huge ant was not a phantom ant, he instantly let go of his heart and led Long Yi to walk up slowly. Lin Yun looked at the pale Xia Shui in his arms. She was covered in blood and her blood level had already bottomed out. It was heartbreaking to watch. Spare a thought. At the first sight of himself, he recognized him straight away, and even though he was now in a stupor, the corners of his mouth still carried a sweet smile. Lin Yun's eyes were very calm at this moment, slowly placing Xia Shui beside Sister Man and nodding kindly. Sister Man's eyes lit up as she similarly forcefully responded to Lin Yun. Through Xia Shui's performance, she knew that this man was the savior of her own and others. Then he directly stood up and spoke towards the ant. Protect her. If she loses a single hair, I will directly break your legs. The ants nodded in panic. Then their compound eyes lit up in horror as a strand of hair slowly slid down over Natsuki's shirt. The ant looked up and realized that Lin Yun hadn't noticed, so he moved his feet in a panic and gently pressed the strand of hair into the ground, which made him breathe a slow sigh of relief. Almost had to break a leg. Man looked at the behavioral actions of the ants in front of her with a confused face, receiving a big shock. Didn't they say that animals are not allowed to become sperm after the founding of the country? Only then did Lin Yun raise his head and look at the two people in front of him who were dressed in green. Did you hit the man? Lin Yun's eyes directly bypassed Long Qing, whose feet were weak and whose face was white, and looked at the cautious-looking Long Yi. Seeing Lin Yun ignoring himself over and over again, Long Qing's face was suddenly devoid of light. You kid, do you know who I am? Only then did Lin Yun turn his face to look at Long Qing, his face full of lust, and his feet floating. Anyone could think of what Xia Shui would suffer if she fell into this man's hands. Ha, Ao Tianxiang really wants to win like crazy. NPCs are letting in. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly went cold. Killing intent instantly and quickly enveloped the two people in front of him, and the Gangjin hammer quietly appeared. Without waiting for Long Qing to react, Lin Yun had already appeared in front of the two of them. Bang! Long Yi instantly flew out backwards, directly smashing through the tree. Long Qing was instantly in a state of divine terror, and then he met Lin Yun's eyes, which were completely devoid of any emotional coloring. As his neck tightened, a layer of golden light flashed, and the breath on Long Qing's body was directly suppressed to death within his body, lifted up by the neck like an ordinary man. How is that possible? Long Yi was the peak state of the 10th level of the Earth Order. His strength was even more unfathomable, and he was the great killer that his father had cultivated to use to help him win the championship. This heavenly guest in front of him was only at the beginning of the Earth stage. How could he be so terrifying? Long Yi was knocked away in a single shot. Long Qing only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the entire person's eyes went black. Lin Yun's incomprehensible words reached his ears. It's a good thing you guys aren't players. Otherwise, I really can't help you at the moment. Lin Yun's hand exerted a slight force. Blood flowed out of the corner of Long Qing's mouth. Feeling the loss of vitality, the current him completely lacked a trace of his previous arrogance. His pupils were in a state of shock. Phew! A silhouette quickly ran, carrying a strong killing intent as it quickly approached the two Lin Yuns. Let go of the young master and I'll spare you from death. When Long Qing heard this, his eyes that were originally filled with dead energy brightened up in vain, and hope rose once again. When Lin Yun saw this, a teasing smile appeared on his face. The best way to destroy a man's will is to simply shatter his hope. Peak of the 10th level of the Earth Order? But it's still just the Earth Order. Long Yi's expression was grave. His whole body's power burned up, and the terrifying power directly merged above the dagger in his hand. This man in front of him was too terrifying. A single touch directly caused himself to be seriously injured. If you want to rescue the young master, you have to kill him with one blow, or you won't have a chance. Carrying the sound of breaking air, Long Yi's face was pale and bloodless, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter as his figure quickly charged forward, instantly approaching Lin Yun. When the figure reached Lin Yun's body, Long Yi's body suddenly disappeared, directly spanning the distance of a few people, the short blade in his hand, ruthlessly pulling it towards Lin Yun's neck. It's a done deal. There is no earth rank that can survive this move of mine. Lin Yun didn't even turn around and took the blow hard. Long Yi scored a hit, but his face changed drastically. -10,000,000, 10 million damage surfaced, which should have directly killed the mage investments in front of him in seconds. However, Long Yi was horrified to discover that Lin Yun's blood bar had only decreased by an imperceptible amount. Long Qing was even more flustered as his strongest means failed. He had a premonition of what would happen to him. Long Yi was unwilling and prepared for another attack when Lin Yun's voice appeared behind him. Now, you can go to hell. A talisman appeared around Long Yi, densely wrapping Long Yi directly into it. As Lin Yun gently snapped his fingers, mushroom clouds like the explosion of a nuclear bomb appeared in Long Qing's death-filled pupils. When the flames disappeared, a peak Earth rank 10 Dragon 1 had already been reduced to slag. Feeling desperate, Lin Yun let go of the hand that was choking Long Qing, and Long Qing collapsed to the ground in a trance, staring dully at the mess in front of him. My father is the lord of Qingfeng City, Dragon Warrior. You can't kill me. 122. Hearing Long Qing's words, Lin Yun stopped and looked at him with a blank expression. When Long Qing saw this, a confident smile appeared on his pale face. As expected, even if one was a guest from the heavens, as long as they were in the divine enlightenment for a day, they had to submit to the city lords of the continents. This time, Long Qing's face was no longer half terrified, and he directly changed into a lofty stance. Let me go and let that chick serve me well, and I can let you take Long Yi's place as my personal guard. Lin Yun was directly speechless, looking at the face in front of him with the expression of the father of the family. Dragon battle. You and the others bowed down. and immediately laughed in anger. He himself froze for a moment, but he was just pondering who the dragon warrior was. How come this guy whose eyes were sewn up by his eyelashes? He was brainstorming something in this instant? Dragon war? Lin Yun spoke faintly. Long Qing forced himself to sit up and spoke with a condescending face. That's right. Qingfeng City's lord, dragon warrior, is none other than my father. Never heard of it. It's good to know, as long as you. What? Long Qing swallowed the elixir and his face began to slowly recover. But when he heard this, he looked up at Lin Yun incredulously. Lin Yun slowly walked towards Long Qing, snatching the medicine from his hand as he spoke in an icy tone. Don't talk about dragon warfare. Even if Ao Tianxiang comes over today, he won't be able to save you. Long Qing's face changed drastically, looking as if the killing intent came to his face as if it were a substance. He was so scared that his whole body trembled, and his body was suddenly wet. In the next second, Lin Yun threw a punch. Long Qing had no resistance at all, and his entire body directly burst apart, turning into a sky full of blood and flesh, and dying without a whole body. In the next moment, the two talismans quickly flew towards the side of the two White Tiger Continent players who were hiding, directly causing the two to turn into white light and disappear. Outside the Demon Hunting Valley, countless large screens were displayed in front of the eyes of all the city lords, while what Lin Yun had done was clearly reflected in the eyes of all the city lords. How dare you! On the side of the Green Dragon Continent, Long Zhan fiercely stood up, his complexion filled with grief and murderous intent as he stared deathly at the scene in the screen, a tear in the corner of his eye, slowly slipping down. However, he was thinking of letting his untalented son cross a gold in the continental battle, and he also arranged for Long Yi, who had suppressed his strength, to go in and help. Success will then allow you to inherit your position in name only. Ideal is very rich, reality is very bony. I did not expect that his son would actually be killed on the spot. Little Dragon Warrior gritted his teeth in hatred, and a few more strands of silver hair instantly appeared on his head. There is no greater sorrow than death in the heart. At this moment, Long Zhan, completely unconcerned about his position of strength, blurted out accusations towards Ouyang Jinxiu. City Lord Ouyang, you need to give me an explanation. Ouyang Jinxiu originally had a face of satisfaction. Deicide this kid. Really rampant. A few words to combat the Qinglongzu group of people such as the death of a mother. Especially that line, Ao Tianxiang came over and couldn't even save you. Look at that old piker Ao Tianxiang. His face is as black as the bottom of a pot, between the mood of pleasure, but heard the voice of the dragon war grief, suddenly like eating ice cream in the summer, bird droppings in the air dripping on it. A good mood instantly not beautiful. Ouyang Jinxiu reclined on his chair, his tiger eyes slightly sweeping towards Qingfeng City's Lord Dragon War. Dragon Warrior was like being stared at by an ancient beast, and his heart was suddenly chilled. Account? Ouyang Jinxiu's tone was as cold as a waxing moon. Very cold. What do you want me to give you an explanation for? Ouyang Jinxiu stood up, his body's aura exploding out, the white cloak behind him slowly shaking. You, the Green Dragon Continent, arranged for the peak of the 10th level of the Earth stage to enter the selection tournament and were killed. And you want me to give you an explanation? Do you guys still want to lose face? Ouyang Jinxiu's words caused all the city lords of the Green Dragon Continent to lose face. Originally, the selection of the Continental War was a matter of life and death, and now he and the others shook their heads but had no effect. There was nothing to do but lose face, and being pointed out by Ouyang Jinxiu, he instantly hated to find a crack in the ground. And at this moment, Ao Tianxiang's face was unsightly and he was about to say something when Shang Wanyan's icy voice rang out. Insulting no one in my Vermilion Bird Continent? Long War City Lord, should you give me an explanation? The phoenix roar instantly resounded through the sky. All the city lords of Vermilion Bird City, at the same time, their breath erupted, and in an instant, the situation between the two sides was very tense. Seeing this, Ao Tianxiang could no longer sit down and hurriedly stood up. The continent battle selection has not yet ended, so you and your grudges should be put aside first, so don't miss the big event. Seeing Shang Wanyan's body breath more and more intense, under the stimulation of Shang Wanyan, Ouyang Jinxiu this old thing is even more eager to try. A face ready for a big battle performance. Ao Tianxiang suddenly felt a headache. Turning his head to look at the grief-stricken Dragon Warrior, Ao Tianxiang's voice rang out with an unquestionable tone. Dragon Warrior, this matter is indeed your son's fault. Apologize to the Vermilion Bird City Lord. Long Zhan looked at Ao Tianxiang with a face of disbelief. Can't you see that now Long Qing is lying there piece by piece? You've suffered so much and now you want me to apologize? Ao Tianxiang ignored the indignation in Dragon Warrior's eyes. His body surged with killing intent, and his icy voice sounded once again. Apologize. Long Zhan's fists were clenched to death. His expression was almost run down. After feeling the killing intent on Ao Tianxiang's body, Long Zhan's eyes were filled with thick disappointment. The whole person was almost fainting, shaking his lips in death. blood slowly flowing out, eyes tightly closed, tears quietly falling. Sorry, Dragon Warrior's low voice squeezed out from his throat, and before the words fell, his entire body shook, then slowly sat down in the chair. The original tiger-backed, spirited lord of a city. At this moment, his beard and hair were once again dyed white, and the whole person was without a trace of essence, shrinking into a chair. The several city lords around the Green Dragon continent glanced at each other, all seeing the rabbit's death in each other's eyes. Ao Tianxiang slowly exhaled a breath and opened his mouth towards Ouyang Jinxiu. Both of you, Dragon Warrior has apologized. Let's call it quits at this point, and the continental battle will continue. Seeing Shang Wanyan slowly nodding his head, Ouyang Jinxiu was greatly disappointed. He had been ready to perform well in front of Shang Wanyan, but as a result, Ao Tianxiang came out to stir up trouble again. Disdainfully sweeping a glance at the several people from the Green Dragon continent, Ouyang Jinxiu once again lay back and looked at the screen where Lin Yun was. On Lin Yun's side, after feeding the pills to Xia Shui and Sister Man, several people were sitting on ants, slowly moving forward. Several people ultimately belonged to the players, and even if they were heavily injured, they recovered extremely quickly. Man was able to sit up at this point, and Xia Shui was still awake, just lying in her arms. Sister Man, are you saying that Xia Shui is a summoner? As soon as she heard Lin Yun speak, Sister Man immediately sat up straight. The scene just now had greatly shaken her mind. Lin Yun's performance was like that of a god or a demon, causing the mind to tremble. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Man immediately understood that the man in front of her, and Xia Shui in her arms, knew each other in real life. Summer Snow, that's her real name. Yeah, Mulan on a plane is indeed a summoner. It's just that her summons are a bit different. Hearing Xia Shui's game ID, Lin Yun instantly went into a state of downtime. Mulan on an airplane? Since they were in a state of hiding from each other at this point, Lin Yun did not discover Xia Shui's title. Kiki, Mulan on an airplane? What was the plane? A Boeing 747? Lin Yun's head instantly remembered the explosive poems that spread throughout the school when he was a child, and his brain was in a daze. Not bad for two sisters. It's a great name, one after the other. One look and you can tell they're sisters. Aha! And at that moment, Xia Shui suddenly groaned and slowly awoke. Lin Yun's bones instantly went numb, and for a moment, he almost couldn't suppress it. Chapter 123. Your side is on a picnic, my side is on a battlefield. Xia Shui woke up leisurely and realized that she was lying in Man's arms and was having a conversation with someone. As soon as she heard the familiar voice and the content of the conversation, Xia Shui instantly felt bad. All she wanted to do now was find a place to burrow. Why did I have to go crazy with Summer Rain when I took my name and made such an ID? I was just playing around with the idea of changing it later when I thought of a good name. Who knows? Goddamned divine revelation actually can't change the name. So Xia Shui simply hid her personal information bar directly behind her. This was also the reason why she had hesitated to answer when Lin Yun had asked him his name earlier. Hearing Lin Yun's voice, Xia Shui was shy and excited. She admitted that she had been quietly anticipating this for quite some time, ever since she knew that Continent Warfare would be able to meet Lin Yun in the game. I didn't expect to see the face so soon, and at a time when I was in the most danger. Like the Supreme Being, he comes with his feet on the colorful clouds when he is in danger, but this auspicious cloud is not seven-colored. Black. Not to mention, walking on the road is also upside down. Because of the way this ant walked upside down, Xia Shui, who had been lying down for a long time, only felt that her bones were sore and numb all over her body, which was very uncomfortable. It was no longer possible to pretend to be asleep. It was too hard to pretend, so I pretended that I had just awakened, but I did not expect to move the whole body, sore bones crackling. Mouth involuntarily issued a comfortable moan. This time, Xia Shui instantly couldn't hold herself back, and her face directly reddened a few degrees again. It's so humiliating. Mulan on a plane, you're awake. Sister Man felt the movement in her arms and was so delighted that she hurriedly inquired with concern. Although she liked Sister Man very much, at the moment, Xia Shui sniffed and wanted to hit someone. Her eyes that had just opened especially wanted to close again. Not sis. You. Xia Shui softly nodded her head and turned her head to directly meet Lin Yun's smiling eyes. The clam can't hold it. Help me. Help me. Lin Yun looked at Xia Shui's shy expression and felt amused in his heart. He couldn't help but laugh lightly and open his mouth. What a plane to fly in. A Boeing 747. When Xia Shui saw that Lin Yun was actually molesting her, she was instantly infuriated and hammered right over with her small fist raised. Lin Yun let out a pained wail as he took a heavy punch. Murdering my own husband. Someone's trying to switch boyfriends that way. The ant listened to Lin Yun's miserable screams, and his pair of compound eyes revealed a hopeful glow. The new two-legged creature fought the previous one? It sounded like the new one was stronger, but why did it feel so weak? No, I must be feeling wrong. Ants, I'm saved. As for Xia Shui, After hearing Ling Yun's teasing, she was so furious that she wanted to just open her mouth and leave a mark on him with her two little tiger teeth. Humph, you say it again. If you say it again I'll change it right away. Xia Shui opened her mouth very arrogantly, but the bottom of her eyes was hiding delight, and she had completely forgotten that there was a sister man next to her, with a face like she had eaten a big melon. Sister man looked at the two with glowing eyes and suddenly opened her mouth. Mulan, Xia Shui, you guys turned out to be a couple. Wow, coming all the way here to save you. So romantic. Xia Shui instantly panicked, then remembered that Sister Man was still around. No man, we were joking, it's not what you think. Sister Man had a look of I know how to do this, and Xia Shui instantly slapped her head with a headache, turning around to see Ling Yun's face. It's all your fault. As he spoke, he directly extended his sinful claws, striking the soft flesh of Ling Yun's waist with precision. Ah, the scream did not seem to be faked. The ant carried several people slowly through the forest on its back, and laughter continued to emanate from its back. And compared to Lin Yun and the others who were as cozy as if they were on a picnic, on the side of Kikifu and the others, it was as if they were entering a battlefield. Kiki Repeat was lucky to appear in the same location as Easy as soon as he entered the light door. Unfortunately for them, there were a dozen or two players from other continents besides them at this location. As soon as they met, they fought straight away. Because the Kirin continent was under the auspices of Lin Yun's various special quests, the experience bonus gained from killing wild monsters was extremely exaggerated, resulting in the average level of the Kirin continent now having come to around the 7th level of the Earth Order, with the highest leveled player even having the 9th level of the Earth Order, except for people like Lin Yun who were not doing their job, who had no thoughts of upgrading at all, and who only thought about raising their blood and mana strength in their head. Therefore, when they were outside, influenced by their respective city lords, the Green Dragon Continent, White Tiger Continent, and Xuanwu Continent directly joined forces and prepared to hold a group in the Demon Hunting Valley to deal with the players of the Qilin Continent. So as soon as they saw the single Easy as well as Kiki Repeat Kiki, these dozen players directly made their move. However, what shocked them was that the two people in front of them, who were handsome and looked like they had no battle power, were actually both divine transfiguration. Sword chi spanned 3,000 li, and demonic light shone on the 5 continents of the divine enlightenment. A sword immortal and a demon god. Directly on the spot, the players of these 3 continents were taught to be polite, and the first words of a meeting should be hello, not give the master death. Soon all of the dozen or so people who met for the first time were Anataba. Before the two could breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt a tingling of skin all over their bodies. Buzz! A cold light flashed, and a long arrow of great power directly appeared from the void, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth to directly run towards Kikiru, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. There was a surprise attack by a master in the dark, and a marksman at that. Easy reacted quickly. The powerful sword chi swung out. The sword light was like a pike blasting into the forest. At the same time the figure flashed. After a crane sound appeared in the middle of Kiki Repeat Kiki and the long arrows, a sword slashed out horizontally. Clang! The long arrow flew out backwards and plunged vertically into the ground in the air, missing half of it. And Easy was also uncontrollably fast backward to unload the force, continuously backward a few steps before controlling his shape. So strong. Sword intent rose up in Easy's eyes, and the 8-faced Han sword in his hand was also slightly softly chirping, a dragon's roar slowly resounding. Easy held his sword to face the unknown opponent in the forest, and the battle intent in his eyes couldn't be controlled to rise. In the forest, the one who struck out to attack was none other than the Shadow Hunter 100 Steps Through Yang, a player from the White Tiger continent that Lin Yun recognized. At this moment, he was in a moment of stealth, but the gaze of the sword-wielding man in front of him was like a torch, staring straight at him. How is that possible? 100 Steps Through Yang was very puzzled. Since the successful transfer, only one person had ever seen through his disguise, and now, a second one had appeared? Moreover, this person was a player from the Kirin continent, just like Deicide. Could it be that Kirin continent players all possessed a skill similar to their own paranoia-breaking eyes, able to see through other people's disguises? At that thought, 100 Steps Through Yang shook his head and dismissed his thoughts. Subsequently, he turned his body functions to the lowest level, and the whole person suddenly blended into the forest in general, like a dead person without any breath. On Kiki's replica Kiki's pretty face, the demonic lines that had just subsided reappeared as she carried her giant sword to Easy's side and softly inquired, "Brother Easy, is that man gone?" Before Easy could reply, the sound of breaking air rang out again. Look out! Chapter 124 3 continents join forces, hunting Qilin continent players. In the middle of a silent forest, an ear-piercing sound of a bowstring erupting violently rang in the ears of the two people at large, and with the terrifying sound of breaking air, the long arrows once again quietly appeared behind the two people. The long arrow in front of the slightest see no trace, But in the two people not far away from the void directly quietly appeared, with a cold killing intent straight to the two people. With this sudden attack, even Easy almost didn't react. At this moment, the red and black demonic chi on Kikiru's body twisted up, carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds to directly slash down with a sword. Clang! Easy flew up in a hurry and hugged Kiki repeat, and in mid-air, another long arrow quietly appeared, directly catching the two of them at a point in time when their old strength had not dissipated. Easy before the attention has been in the forest, but did not expect the opponent convergence of the whole body breath. Anyone did not expect, able to hide not only long arrows, the other player can also be hidden in the void. At this moment, he had already touched behind the two men, and the timing of his strike was even more screaming. This was an expert. The long arrow went straight to the heart of Easy. In the forest, the corner of 100 steps through Yang's mouth had already raised a smile of victory. In this situation, with the long arrow of the Eye of Paranoia, it could definitely directly penetrate the two people in the air through the heart. Besides, who told you I was just a guy? Beside Easy and Kiki, a 9-ringed greatsword quietly appeared. A bald and burly man dressed in white and gold clothing, with a hideous smile at the corner of his mouth, directly slashing across the blade at the two people who were still in the air. At the same time, on the other side, an assassin leisurely appeared with a very cold expression. The cold light of the dagger was equally hidden in mid-air, sharply slashing at the two men's necks. 2 Earth Rank 8s, plus the figure that had been hiding in the forest. Killing 2 Earth Rank 5s actually brought out so many people. In an instant, Easy and Kiki were directly in incomparable danger. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the light gate, he was directly confronted with such a vicious battle. It seemed that the players from other continents should be searching for Kirin Continent players all over the place at this moment, with the intention of sending Kirin Continent out of the game first. Easy's eyes flickered and he nodded imperceptibly. Then, a look of shock passed through the eyes of 100 steps through Yang, who was hidden in the forest. The long arrow was less than an inch away from Easy's heart. A black and red colored magic pattern suddenly lit up. The long arrow directly solidified in the air. The female player from the opposite side of the Kirin continent quietly revealed her head over. A hint of a smug smile on her face. The eyes had been completely scarlet, and the demonic lines on her face were very demonic. And as the female player's mouth curved up, the terrifying suctions accompanied by the black and red colored demonic aura appeared. At this moment, 100 steps through Yang realized with horror that the power as well as the amount of blood on his body was rapidly decreasing, as if it was being absorbed by something, and his own body was completely out of control, unable to move halfway. A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth at this time, and countless transparent long arrow swords spread out and flew up, quickly transforming into a transparent giant dragon as they flowed through the air. The giant dragon swam. The sword chi followed across the sky and the earth. Between the flashes of the sword, the bald big man and the assassin's desperate strike directly flew into ashes. 10,000 swords return. Easy's voice came up then. The bald man and the assassin immediately changed their faces. How could an Earth Rank 5 swordsman have such a terrifying skill? Kirin Continent's players were really perverted. Two nobodies were so exaggerated. The two of them envied and hated each other. Their faces were very ugly as they quickly drew away, intending to attack again after exiting a safe distance. However, how could the two at large let them go? Since the appearance of that divine archer in the forest, the two people who already had full tacit understanding had already made a decision between their eyes. Under a bait and switch, the two were finally lured out. So how could they be allowed to escape so easily now? The transparent giant dragon was as if it had come to life, carrying countless sword chi between its body swims rapidly sweeping towards the bald big man, whose face changed greatly. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the killing aura on the 9-ringed greatsword in his hand covered the whole, and for a time, the entire greatsword was covered with sword aura. Mighty tiger breaks the moon. A huge tiger whistle sounded from the 9 rings greatsword. With the addition of the killing power, a huge blade energy quickly transformed into a fierce tiger shadow in the air. Seeing the transparent giant dragon swooping down, the fierce tiger shadow also opened its fangs and violently leapt up. The clash of swords and knives has always been a point of contention among weapons enthusiasts. Some say that the sword is the king of soldiers, while others say that the knife is the lord of weapons. Each statement also attests to the absolute status of these two weapons. At this time, between the swords facing each other and the dragons and tigers leaping, the sword chi and the sword chi raged, and the terrifying aura directly swept through the surrounding vegetation. Tiger whistles and dragon roars resounded through the forest. However, just when the crowd thought it was an even match, something unexpected happened. A trace of disdain flashed through Easy's eyes, and at the same time, the transparent dragon seemed to come to life in the air and violently opened its mouth, swallowing the fierce tiger and the bald man directly into its stomach in one bite. Among the sword chi, the blade chi instantly died out. The bald big man's face was pale and incomparable. Being countless sword chi instantly penetrated through the body. The blood bar was bottomed out almost in an instant. As a white light disappeared, the bald big man at the 8th level of the earth rank directly died on the spot. Bloodthirsty demon ceiling slash. Absorbed enough blood chi. Kiki compound. Kiki issued a naive voice. The terrifying power is like a demon god general chilling. Left hand retracted at the same time. The right hand directly toward the air is hiding the shape of the assassin violently split out. As the demonic god shadow behind Kiki moved, terrifying blood chi instantly arrived and surged into the huge sword in Kiki's hand, instantly chopping into the shadow assassin who had just prepared to hide. With the high attack power of 100 steps through yang as well as the speed enhancement, this blade arrived almost instantly, and before the assassin could react, the terrifying power directly broke through the void, and the black and red blood chi instantly tore through the assassin's body. No! What the hell kind of skill is that? The assassin was only slightly exposed to this slash. His blood bar instantly cleared, and with no tears in his eyes, he disappeared into white light. If he was given another chance, he definitely wouldn't come to the trouble of this couple. Where was this a soft touch? These two were simply divine sculptors. No, the black and white are better for them. Who the hell are these people? Are all Kirin players this scary? Both skills and maneuvers are all pulled full circle, and neither one of these guys is clearly in over their heads. Not buddies and sisters. You have this strength, why hide and cover? Directly up to send the shadow hunters back home cannot. What? You say you're afraid we'll attack from behind? Are you guys kidding me? You come up and cut the shadow hunter in half. You guys lend me and the bald big man 2 more guts each, and then you see if we dare to come out. Kiki's bloodthirsty demon ceiling slash was able to directly imprison the opponent before the end of the skill, so Easy struck out directly when he finished resolving the bald big man. The sword chi arrived instantly, directly hitting the void. A stream of blood sprayed out in the void. Chapter 125. Ma'am, we don't have loving dogs in our house. In the forest of Demon Hunting Valley, a blood spurted out in the void. At the same time that Kiki bloodthirsty demon ceiling slash killed the assassin, the confinement on 100 steps through Yang was unlocked and he was about to escape. However, Easy's sword chi struck 100 steps through Yang first. The sword chi surged into 100 steps through Yang's body, directly causing him to take a heavy blow and spew out a mouthful of blood. Feeling the damage of Easy's strong attack, 100 steps through Yang's face changed drastically. Seeing that Easy was rapidly rushing towards him with his sword, 100 steps through Yang hurriedly fled. This was not a good idea to not run. The swordsman in front of him not only had exaggerated damage, but he also didn't know what method he used to always find himself hiding in the void. Coupled with that petite little lowly, a skill that directly imprisons the original place and also sucks up one's own attack and blood. This is not running again. It will be cool. Thinking of this, 100 steps through Yang directly shot a powerful arrow towards Kiki in the air, and then fled by stowing away into the void. And at that moment, the demon god's shadow behind Kiki and the demonic lines on his face similarly disappeared. In the air the whole person entered a weak state, and the level even directly dropped 1 level, falling rapidly from the air, and the long arrows that pierced through the sky at 100 paces went straight for Kikiru. It had to be said that 100 steps through Yang's timing was very good every time he struck, and if Easy continued to pursue, then Kiki was going to be killed on the spot. Easy's eyes changed, casually slashed his sword at the void where 100 steps through Yang was hidden, and when the crane sounded, his figure had already arrived beside Kiki. With a sword, he cut away the long arrows and landed on the ground holding Kiki, looking regretfully at the direction where 100 steps through Yang escaped. Pity! Kiki opened her mouth with a puffy face despite her pale face. Just as long as people are okay. Easy stared intently at the marksman who had disappeared into the forest, a strand of white hair hanging down at the corner of his eyes, and the coldness in his eyes could be seen. Now, the players of the Kirin continent are in a bad situation. It was necessary to rejoin the others as soon as possible to do so. Thinking about what Lin Yun had said, Easy knew that the importance of this continental battle, and a trace of anxiety couldn't help but flash under his eyes. Easy was right to worry. In the current Demon Hunting Valley, the United Green Dragon Continent, White Tiger Continent and Xuanwu Continent were chasing Kirin Continent players everywhere. Many players end before they even start and don't even know how they failed. In an instant, more than 100 players from the Chilan Continent were failing at a rapid pace and were forced to withdraw from the continental battle. The Kirin Continent players who had managed to escape quickly formed a team and worked together to fend off the attacks from the remaining 3 continents. Outside the Demon Hunting Valley, the Heavenly Sword City Lord and the others, their eyes were crying out with rage, as they watched one Kirin Continent player after another being eliminated. Some of them had a puzzled look on their faces at the moment, while others had an indignant look on their faces as they cursed. The Heavenly Sword City Lord glanced at Ouyang Jinsho, who was still old-fashioned, and when he saw that the other party didn't show any indication, he forcefully swallowed his breath. and the short-tempered Heavenly Enlightenment City Lord was the first to become sullen and directly stood up and inquired. Qinglong City Lord, you 3 continents are not afraid of not being able to rise to the occasion when you act in such a manner. Ao Tianxiang didn't even raise his eyelids when he sniffed. Apocalypse, can I take that as an accusation? After saying that, Ao Tianxiang raised his head. His eyes were filled with a cold killing intent, and a mocking smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Continent wars are meant to be life and death. Our continent city lords are merely opening an entrance to the demon hunting valley. As for how they act inside, you and I shall not intervene. You can't even figure this out. What kind of city lord are you? Apocalypse's face was very ugly, knowing that the opposite side had already prepared a countermeasure. But he did not have any substantial evidence, and was humiliated for no reason. And at this time, the city lords of the 3 continents also opened their mouths and laughed after hearing Ao Tianxiang's words. White Tiger City Lord Shiman even laughed out loud at this moment. Tianqi you and I were both once Tianqi City lords. This behavior of yours today is making even old me lose face. Shiman's words made the faces of the people on the Chilan continent's side even more ugly, and the few who knew about Shiman's relationship with the Chilan continent had their eyes spitting fire. Put, on the Chilan continent's side, a soft laugh rang out. Shiman looked over unhappily, but he saw the Tianqiu City Lord cover his mouth and laugh lightly, his voice turning slightly cold. Tianqiu, do you have any special insights? When he saw the crowd looking at him, he quickly waved his hand. Insights are not to be taken for granted, but I just remembered something interesting. Before Shiman could open his mouth to speak, a clear and cold voice came. Oh, Tianqiu City Lord remembered something interesting. Why don't you share it with us? It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Shang Wanyan had an interested expression on her face as she looked at Tianqiu City Lord to inquire. Seeing this, the City Lord on the Green Dragon continent side couldn't say anything, and Shiman slightly glanced at Ouyang Jinxiu, and seeing that the other party didn't give any indication, he picked up his teacup. Tianqiu City Lord sniffed and nodded gently towards Shang Wanyan. Lord Shangwan, I just remembered the dog my family keeps, so I'm disturbing everyone. Everyone looked at the Tianqiu City Lord. Even Ao Tianxiang was no exception. I went on a trip to the White Tiger continent before, and on the way, I met a seriously injured, dying and dirty puppy, so I brought him back to Tianqiu City and gave him a home. When Shiman sniffed, his eyes immediately and vaguely rose with a hint of killing intent. Many of the city lords of the Chilan continent even pursed their mouths tightly, as if remembering the puppy he had rescued earlier. Tianqiu City Lord's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he continued. Raised him for a long time back there, gave him good food and drink, even gave him the mattress of the Apocalypse to rest on. But then, this puppy is slowly growing up, and Apocalypse told me that the dog's fur color and temperament are not quite right in every way, and that continuing to raise it might have consequences. With the Tianqiu City Lord's words, many people reacted and quietly stole a glance at Shiman with their afterimages. The corner of Shiman's mouth at this moment lightly trembled inadvertently, and then he continued to drink tea as if nothing had happened. Only the killing intent under his eyes became more and more intense. At that time, Apocalypse and I even had a fight over this matter, but I didn't realize it until one time later when the dog was stopped by me from eating and suddenly had a change of temperament and almost bit me. It turns out that some people can't be raised. I broke his 5 limbs at once and threw them out. Upon hearing this, quite a few people from the Chilan continent burst out laughing, and in the 3 weeks of the Qinglong continent and the other 3 weeks, a lot of people were biting their lips in death for fear of bursting out laughing. Especially the several city lords of the White Tiger continent had very strange faces. Instead, Tianqi gently shook the sleeve of Tianqiu City Lord at this time and spoke very softly with a very puzzled expression. Ma'am, you're remembering wrong. We haven't had a dog that loves to eat. We've always had cats. The Apocalypse City Lord's dull and confused words were suddenly like stirring up a hornet's nest. Ha 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 ha, that's brilliant. Throughout the stands, almost everyone erupted in laughter at once. Even Ao Tianxiang. The corners of his mouth twitched, but the laughter in his eyes could not be suppressed. Many of the city lords who were not sure of the reason, after thinking about it, also understood. There was only Shiman alone, his whole body trembling slightly at this time, and in his drooping eyes, only a cold killing intent remained. Ouyang Jinxiu didn't smile either, his unreadable eyes staring at the teacup not knowing what he was thinking. A city lord inadvertently glanced at the Demon Hunting Valley's large screen, and instantly his eyes popped right out. Asterisk. Look, you guys, Chapter 126 Lin Yun's Aunt's Secret Service. The crowd exclaimed in shock at the news and looked at that city lord. However, he saw that the city lord was currently in an appearance of having seen a ghost, his mouth wide open, staring at the big screen in a stupefied manner. The crowd looked in his direction, just one glance, and instantly, as if they were copying and pasting, they replaced that city lord's expression. The heavily sword city lord quietly turned his head to look at Ouyang Jinxiu and saw that the other party's face was filled with a bright smile. Is this the strength of the number one seed of the Kirin continent? The image on one screen showed densely packed ants running rampant, like locusts in transit, leaving no grass wherever they passed. Even all the city lords present could not help but have their scalps numb at the sight of this horrifying scene. What the hell? Is there a full-on ant riot in the Valley of the Demon Hunters? The smoke and dust in the sky spread almost to the towering trees, which was caused by the ants walking in the boundless end. And right in front of that swarm of ants, a dozen or so ants of unusual size had a person sitting on their backs, and at the forefront of these ants carrying people, a dark ant as big as the size of a rhinoceros held its head high as if it were a general leading an army. On its back, handsome men and women are playing, and at that moment, nearly 50 white rays of light directly disappeared from the place where the ant swarm had crushed. In the next moment, the 58 players from the Green Dragon continent, the White Tiger continent, and the Xuanwu continent directly appeared on the tables and chairs outside the stands, looking at each other in dismay. Holy, no one told me the people of the Kirin continent were so psychotic they raised a bunch of ants. It's so damned excessive. I saw a guy riding an ant taunting me. I just rushed up to him, and then I lost consciousness. All I felt was as if a lot of feet had stomped over my head. No, why do I always get the feeling that Deicide isn't playing the same game as us? Who taught him to play games like this? On the stands, all the city lords were as if they were being strangled by a ghost, and no one made a single sound. After all these years and all these continental battles, this is the first time I've seen something so outrageous. No, this is a demon hunting valley, not a farm. What are you doing? Ao Tianxiong directly stood up. His face was unusually ugly, and his icy breath vibrated with more than just gas. Ouyang Jinxiu, this is not in accordance with the rules of continental warfare. The smile at the corner of Ouyang Jinxiu's mouth disappeared and he raised his head slightly. Oh, yeah, we, the city lords of each state, are only responsible for opening the entrance to the demon hunting valley. What they players do is their yes, we shall not interfere. No? Ouyang Jinxiu opened his mouth in a jar, and as soon as the words came out, the people of the Kirin continent and the Vermilion Bird continent burst into laughter. You, the corners of Ao Tianxiong's mouth twitched, and he couldn't say a word in half a day. Using the words that he had just said to turn the tables, Ao Tianxiang was completely out of rebuttals. Watching Lin Yun control an army of ants as he went around searching for players from the Green Dragon continent, the White Tiger continent, and the Xuanwu continent, even the strongest city lord of the Green Dragon continent had his eyelids furiously jumping at the moment. As if he sensed something, Lin Yun suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the big screen, then revealed a very bright smile. The white teeth pierced through the screen and deeply stung Ao Tianxiong's eyes. Shang Guanyan laughed unimaginatively and was very comfortable in her heart. On the backs of those ants, many of them were players from the Vermilion Bird continent. Shiman and the other city lords' faces were very blue, but they were unable to interfere. Lin Yun retracted his smile and slapped the ants but, Little Black, charge for master and crush them. Xiao He was also the first ant to be violently reclaimed by Lin Yun, and at this moment, it had turned into Lin Yun's most loyal number one horseman, striking wherever it was told to and no longer having half a word of complaint. At this time, commanding tens of thousands of his own kind, Xiao He could be said to be truly under one person and above 10,000 ants. Before it met Lin Yun, it had at most a couple dozen subordinates, and now, the bird gun was replaced by a gun, and when it gave an order, 10,000 ants rushed about. This shock of power made him completely loyal. My only regret is that I didn't meet this violent two-legged beast earlier. As for the name Blackie, don't you think it's overbearing? Xia Shui was currently riding on Little Black's body together with Lin Yun, and looking at the magnificent Lin Yun, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but smile sweetly. After Lin Yun saved her and sister man, a few people were on their way to find the Kirin continent contestants when they coincidentally came across a different species of ants than Xiao He, and then Lin Yun rushed up with his eyes glowing. After dozens of ants followed, Lin Yun was the one who found a new continent looking at his points. Then Lin Yun went crazy and quickly looked for piles and piles of ant colonies by virtue of the ant's special ability. Then, it went from dozens to hundreds to thousands. Now, a full tens of thousands of different types of ants had been collected and grouped together by Lin Yun. The hunting points alone amounted to more than 50,000 points, and this legion of over 20,000 ants of extremely terrifying size let Xia Shui know what it meant that there was strength in numbers. The vast army of ants, no matter what demonic creature, directly crushed and effortlessly. When they encountered the rest of the continents chasing after the players from the Qilin and Vermilion Bird continent, they were even saving people and killing people to get points, so it wasn't easy. Not to mention Lin Yun, but even Xia Shui and Sister Man were in the second and third positions on the leaderboard. Slowly, more and more players from the Kirin and Vermilion Bird continent were rescued by Lin Yun. The demon hunting valley had turned into Lin Yun's paradise, and the Ant Legion, even more so, had transformed into the Ant Cavalry Regiment. Xia Shui looked at Lin Yun in front of her, an indescribable emotion in her heart. And just after killing 50 players who had joined forces to hunt down the 2 continents of the Qilin and Vermilion Bird, Lin Yun suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth towards Xia Shui. Xia Shui, give me one of your close-ups. As soon as these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, and Sister Man slightly twisted her head to look at Xia Shui, whose face had directly exploded red, and woodenly turned her head to look at the Kirin Continent player professional band sister next to her, who had been rescued by Lin Yun. Are couples so real in their relationships now? The professional belt girl stared with wide eyes and slapped her hand back over her mouth, which was like a dislocation, before raising a thumbs up directly to Lin Yun. Sure enough, it's my big brother Kingslayer. Awesome. Such a perverted request spoken in such a grand manner. I'm afraid this cheek is even stronger than his strength. In the ambiguous eyes of everyone, Xia Shui's voice trembled as she spoke. What are you talking about? Xia Shui covered her eyes with one hand, and one hand directly pinched the soft flesh of Lin Yun's waist. Ah! Lin Yun came straight to a tenor concert. It was only after a long time that Xia Shui became clear about Lin Yun's meaning, so it was to use an item with the same scent as her sister Xiaoyu to quickly find someone. And under Lin Yun's grudging gaze, Xia Shui red-faced handed over her hairband to Lin Yun. Lin Yun took the hairband and handed it directly to Xiao Hei's eyes and waved it. Follow this to find someone with the same flavor. Everyone once again looked at Lin Yun with a shocked expression. Big brother, you're so brain-dead we're wondering if you're a deicide. This is the game world, not the real world. I'll be damned if I can find it. Besides, Blackie is an ant, not a dog. The atmosphere fell into a silence. Xiao Hei looked at Lin Yun with an unresponsive and confused expression, and Lin Yun immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Can't you? At that moment, the professional band girl raised her hand and spoke with a torn face. Big brother, I want to say, is there a possibility that the location where your hairband is blocking might be Xiao Hei's teeth, not his nose? And when you're like this, Blackie might think you're brushing his teeth for him. At those words, Lin Yun instantly froze, and the hairband in his hand didn't know whether to take it back again or not. Ah, this. The professional band girl pointed to the ant's 2 pairs of tentacles. That's its nose. Chapter 127 Easy and Others Converge. The Land That Moves. After listening to the explanation of the professional band girl, Lin Yun calmly retrieved the hairband that was placed between Xiao Hei's 2 pairs of upper jaws. Then it was taken directly to the little black tentacle and waved it. At the same time, the eyes that were flooded with murderous aura quietly skimmed over the professional band girl. The career belt girl immediately put her raised hand down, her head turning around to avoid Lin Yun's eyes. As for Xiao Hei, who had been shaken by the hairband in Lin Yun's hand, his 2 tentacles were trembling slightly at that moment, flickering unceasingly. The crowd was stunned at the sight. No way. This actually works. Xiao Hei passed Lin Yun a look of you don't worry, and Lin Yun instantly felt his face light up and looked at Xia Shui with a smug look on his face. Xia Shui only felt good and funny, and at this moment, Xiao Hei suddenly lifted up the front 4 feet and made a sprinting motion, followed by charging forward like a wild horse out of control. Then Xia Shui saw that Lin Yun's face changed from complacency to panic in this instant, and his entire body took off directly under the effect of inertia. However, Lin Yun's feet were stuck on Xiao Hei's armor at this moment, and as Xiao Hei ran, Lin Yun's face was directly attached to the ground in motion. Xia Shui didn't even react, and the screams came out only after Xiao Hei rushed out hundreds of meters away. Xiao Hei sensed something bad and hurriedly stopped, while Lin Yun's face had already plowed a deep furrow in the ground. All the people and the ants were quiet and didn't say anything. All of them were looking at Xiao Hei with a face of regret and pity. Xiao Hei looked at Lin Yun, who was face planted in the ground, and was so scared that his 6 legs were trembling. Brother, why did you fall again? Lin Yun climbed up with a calm face, gently patted Xiao Hei, and dug around in his pockets before directly pulling out a gangjin hammer. As the crowd watched intolerantly, Blackie received another severe beating. It wasn't until Lin Yun was contentedly sitting on Little Black's back that the army of ants set off in great numbers. Along the way, they were like bulldozers, and the ground was 10 centimeters shorter wherever they passed, while Easy and 3-141-5926 and the others had converged together. Behind them, there were also 6 players from Kirin Continent, and these people, almost all of them, were members of Easy Sanctuary, 3-141-5926 Inyang Club and others. Compared to the casual players, in this situation where they were surrounded and killed as soon as they entered the Demon Hunting Valley, the guild players reacted more quickly and reasonably. So, in the siege, these people slowly converged and finally managed to hold out until the arrival of Easy and the others. At this moment, the small team of 10 people in total on Easy's side was cautiously moving forward, both defending against players from other continents and being careful of demon attacks from the Demon Hunting Valley. According to the words of Zaibatsu and the others, they also have to be careful of the evil of Easy and Kiki. Repeat Kiki. Both of them were feeling a bit wicked at the moment. It's no different than suddenly dropping into a battlefield. Moreover, as players were quickly eliminated, the remaining players from all continents were now getting stronger and stronger. This was especially true for the players of the Green Dragon continent. As the continent master of the Green Dragon continent, Green Dragon was the only one who was able to sit on that continent for a reason. The players of the Green Dragon continent, with their general professions as well as their skill books, were a notch stronger than the other players. And although the White Tiger continent is not outstanding in terms of level and occupation, etc., the White Tiger continent's people are tough, and the power to kill is the same as their continent's master, the White Tiger, so the battle power is also very strong. As long as he rendezvoused with Godslayer, according to his pissy nature, this continental war second choice would move in an uncontrollable direction. Just as a few people were slowly moving forward, the small group of 10 did not notice any abnormality in the swamp beneath their feet. It was only when he was more than halfway through the front of the swamp that Easy vaguely sensed something was wrong. Wait! Easy hurriedly waved his hand to signal the crowd to stop moving forward, and in passing, he directly pulled Kikiru behind himself. 3-141-5926 and the others sniffed and hurriedly told everyone behind them to stop moving. 10 people just stood on the swamp. The air was silent, only the swamp under their feet, like floating soil slightly bouncing. This swamp right now, spreading out in an endless stream, with a constant stream of bubbles rising from the swamp, was clearly full of danger underneath. The swamp that Easy and the others were passing through was the only spot where they could put their feet down, and it was full of swamp next to them, so they didn't know what was going on inside. This swamp was also very vast, and the danger posed by going around it was incalculable, so the few people discussed it before deciding to move forward through the swamp. Easy didn't move a muscle, slowly and carefully observing his surroundings. Just now, there was a moment when Easy only felt his scalp tingling and a vague feeling that something wasn't right. The breeze slightly attacked. The vegetation in the Demon Hunting Valley is extremely lush, and at this time, between the shaking of the leaves, a share of fresh scent pours out of the nose. There didn't seem to be any major problems with what was in front of us, and it looked very safe. But the crowd didn't speak. Instead they looked at Easy, who was closing his eyes and feeling everything around him, and no one made a sound. Along the way, Easy, with his intuition, had already smelled danger many times in the midst of calmness, so several people had unconditional approval for Easy. Easy closed his eyes tightly, the sword chi on his body slowly probing every corner of his side that felt out of place. After a long time, a deep shock appeared in the bottom of Easy's eyes, while his brows tightly furrowed. Turning his head, he gave a quiet gesture to Fortune and the others, then pointed to the ground. Wealthy and the others slowly observed the swamp under their feet, and none of them could see anything strange. However, due to their unconditional trust in Easy, a few people hurriedly listened to Easy's idea and led the crowd to slowly move backward, slowly and withdrawing from the swamp in front of them. Easy's left hand was holding Kiki. Repeat Kiki. His right hand long sword was stretched across his chest, and his entire body was slowly backing up. The swamp was so soft that every step was like stepping on an elastic couch, which also created no small obstacle to their departure. What's more, the Easy 10 had already entered this swamp more than halfway, and it was not an easy task to get out at this moment. And Easy pressed down the anxiety in his heart and did not escape quickly. Instead, he slowly backed out slowly. The 10 people seemed to be alone, and the entire evacuation was silent. And at this moment, 3-141-5926, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked back at Easy in horror. As the rest of the group looked on in disbelief, Brother 6 pointed to the ground and then to the shore. That's when the crowd sensed something was wrong. The place where they put their feet. This land, it's moving deeper and deeper into the swamp. Chapter 128 Giant Spiders Chase. In a swampy area of the Demon Hunting Valley, with the direction of 3-141-5926 finger, Fortune and the others who were stepping on the swamp realized at that moment that they were stepping on a living piece of land under their feet. Several people just stood there in the swamp, horrified at the fact. In silence, the ground beneath his feet was moving rapidly away from the shore, and in a direction that was not quite right. The swamp beneath his feet was moving rapidly towards the depths of the swamp. Easy's face was unsightly as he stared at the ground, his eyes flickering with cold light, as if he was making hard considerations. The ground is alive? Wealthy reacted at this time. The soft swamp under the eyes was actually a huge living creature, and it was currently leading the crowd quickly towards the depths of the swamp. Several people's faces changed when they heard this. If it was a living thing, then they and the others would be in danger. Once this object suddenly sank into the swamp, several people would not be able to survive in this endless swamp. This swamp. From the beginning, a few people had probed the swamp. There was a strong poison in the swamp, and even a godly tank such as 141-5926 was madly dropping blood the moment they came into contact. If one fell into it, no one could last long enough to swim back to the surface, and there was no telling if there was any danger underneath this dark swamp. Several people were all looking towards Easy, who was holding a long sword, severing the thought of killing this monster in his mind and shaking his head towards the crowd. Now it was just a matter of seeing where this huge monster was going to take the likes of himself, because they were already in the center of the swamp and could not see land at a glance. If they were to fall inadvertently, several people were afraid that they would soon be directly eliminated from the game. If he followed this huge monster forward, he might still have a chance of survival. And just as Easy and the others were heading deeper into the swamp with the giant swamp monster, on the other side, a smoke that covered the sky came from far and near, and the roaring sound continuously resounded through the forest, just as if there was an army that was on a long-distance run, and the sound was very loud, but it was directly from the edge of the swamp and sped past. As he passed through the swamp, Black hesitated for a moment, his tentacles twitching, before setting off again. Lin Yun and the others on his back perfectly missed them with Easy. Another valley beyond. War God Ling Tian was carefully observing the valley. At this moment, there were 20 players neatly lined up behind War God Ling Tian. All of them had green armor covering their bodies, with a white cape fluttering in the wind behind them. A stern aura drummed through this team, and there was only a murderous intent in everyone's eyes. This team was none other than one of the most powerful guilds in the Green Dragon continent and even arguably the Great Summer Service War God Battalion. At this moment, War God Ling Tian was holding a long spear, pointing at a giant spider in front of him. Giant spiders are as large as a basketball court. Countless spider legs are glistening with cold light, and its top is flowing with silk-black substance. Black liquid drops. The body of giant spiders. There have been countless corroded out of the deep pits. This giant spider was in the middle of a valley with countless cobwebs all over it. On top of one of the giant webs, 5 players were imprisoned on it by a spider web, and the giant spider, at the moment, was slowly stepping on the spider web and slowly crawling towards these 5 players. First team on command. Draw fire from the front. Team 2 sneak over the valley and settle the hostages as soon as Team 1 calls in a hit with the spiders. Unlike the rest of the players from the Green Dragon continent who hugged and killed the players from the Kirin continent, none of the warriors of the War God Battalion chose to be complicit, but instead, they left separately and individually, and the 20-member team came together as they watched the powerful strength continue to be explored between them. Upon realizing that there were players from the Vermilion Bird continent in front of them who were imprisoned by the spider webs, War God Ling Tian decisively gave the order. Yes, the crowd nodded in unison, with only the spiders in the valley ahead and the players who were about to be brutally killed left in their eyes. As the 20-member squad was rapidly moving forward, the 2 teams quietly separated, with the God of War Ling Tian leading the first team to quickly meet the giant spiders head-on in the direction of the giant spiders, while the second team on the other side, already relying on their athletic stature, quickly traversed through a spider's web and was moving towards the upper part of the valley. And at this time the giant spider, slowly approaching the 5 people on the spider's web with a face of horror. The spider's head, a bizarre human face, is very pale, with the opening and closing of the poisonous teeth. This human face seems to reveal a cruel smile in general. Over and out. A few people watched as the giant spider raised its long legs of more than 10 meters and quickly stabbed down towards one of them. A few people closed their eyes in despair. This continental war had come to an end. However, just in the nick of time, a long spear came after it, directly sweeping across the long legs of the giant spider. The power of this strike was terrifying, and the giant spider's entire body bounced from the blow. When the giant spider had not yet reacted, the War God Battalion's team of 10 people, between their sliding feet, had already come to the giant spider's lower abdomen, and the lances in their hands instantly stabbed out in unison, and deeply failed to enter. The 5 people on the web, as well as the giant spiders, didn't even realize where these people were coming from. Roar! The giant spider let out a beast-like roar from the pain, and countless white spider silk shot out frantically towards the War God Battalion's first team underneath them. At this moment, the terror of the War God Battalion as the strongest battle force of the Grand Xiao manifested itself. The War God Battalion's first team didn't even need War God Ling Tian to issue an order. The 10 people, like one person, backed up at the same time in unison and twisted their lances in their hands at the same time, while dodging the spider silk. It was actually directly pulling the 10 small wounds in the lower abdomen of the giant spider directly into one big wound. The greenish liquid instantly flowed out from it, and the giant spiders ate the pain and directly went berserk, with countless long legs that were like steel blades quickly rooting downwards in an attempt to kill the War God Battalion's first team. However, the battle-hardened first team retreated with a single blow, and did not give the giant spider any chance at all, but instead, they quickly used each other's strength to climb quickly with the help of the valley, and came directly above the giant spider, and the 10 of them struck again at the same time, and another piece of green liquid was spilled. As for the god of war, Ling Tian, the lance in his hand was like a swimming dragon striking out. Every shot would bring up a large green bloodstain, and the giant spiders were simply powerless to fight. However, the god of war Ling Tian did not have any joy because this spider was too big, so big that the injuries that he and the others inflicted could only cause it to suffer pain, and could not cause it to be seriously injured. During the battle, war god Ling Tian had been watching the middle of the valley, where it was eerie, yet there were more and bigger spider webs, and one of the spider threads was slowly trembling. Anyone with eyes would know that it was the vibration from the spider crawling, and inside, there could be more than one giant spider. The 5 players who were confined to the spider's web had a shocked look on their faces at the moment, and among them, the 2 female players from the Vermilion Bird continent even had their mouths wide open, drool unconsciously slipping from the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were filled with stars. Sure enough, the good-looking ones were handed over to Dasha. Ah, so handsome. Just as their eyes were looking completely out of place at the first team that was fighting the giant spiders, the second team had appeared behind them. In the eyes of the 5 players who were shocked, the leader of the first person directly broke the confinement of the 5 players with a shot, and then when the 5 people had not yet reacted to each other, under mutual coordination, the second team had already carried the 5 people and quickly withdrew. Warlord, Team 2 has successfully resolved the hostages and is retreating. Upon hearing this, War God Ling Tian repelled the giant spider with a single shot, and at the same time, the War God Battalion's first team quickly rejoined with it and rushed outward at a fast pace. Mission accomplished. Rapid evacuation. At this moment, the corners of War God Ling Tian's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. The War God Battalion cooperated well and quickly rescued the hostages, not daring to stop for a moment as they ran wildly towards the outside. The spider, who had gone berserk, was now roaring after it. The very next moment the crowd was about to escape. A long leg flooded with barbs and venom stabbed down from above the valley. In the fast-running second team in front, a member of the War God Battalion didn't realize that he couldn't dodge in time and was directly penetrated through his head by a long leg, turning into a white light and disappearing. Hurry up and dodge! When he looked up at an even more terrifying shadow, the War God Lin Tian's eyes widened in anger. There's a second spider. Chapter 129 The Forever Totem of Daxia. In the middle of the Spider Valley, the War God Battalion was in crisis. One teammate was killed directly on the spot and withdrew from the Continental Battle second choice. In the sky above the valley, a huge black shadow directly covered the sky, and under the black shadow, a haze rose in everyone's hearts. Countless long legs, cast like steel, had locked the exit of the valley firmly. A huge spider with a miserable white human face moved slowly, the spider's compound eyes gazing at the War God Ling Tian and the others without any emotion. Behind them the giant spiders that had been robbed of their afternoon tea approached quickly, blocking the crowd in the valley. It could be seen that the spider that appeared behind it to block the front of the valley was 2 or 3 times larger than the one that appeared at the beginning. The 5 players who were carried by the War God camp. At this moment the mood was like riding a roller coaster, just rising the joy of being rescued, and immediately fell into despair. War God Ling Tian's hand lance slightly trembling, handsome face completely missing a trace of fear, eyes are only killing intent. As the strongest combatant of the Great Xia, he naturally knew many things and understood the significance of the Continental War even more. Team 2's primary mission: protect the hostages from evacuation. Team 1 is responsible for holding the smaller one. War God Ling Tian took a step out and stood opposite the giant spider, directly meeting the spider's icy cold eyes. This big one, leave it to me. No one questioned War God Ling Tian's words. The 2 teams of the War God Battalion were even more directly prepared, with one team directly striking out towards the spiders in the back. The long spear in his hand emitted a dragon's roar, and War God Ling Tian's spear flew towards the giant spider like a swimming dragon. At the same time, the second team moved quickly and alertly towards the position at the mouth of the valley. The 5 players who were being carried weren't feeling good in their hearts. Everyone knew that continental battles could be rewarded tremendously, but for the sake of a few of their own, these people rushed in without the slightest hesitation. At this moment when they could not advance or retreat, they still thought of rescuing them first in the first place. It's just a game. That, uncle, why don't you give us up? This sentence uncle to the War God Battalion second team members CPU or dry burned. I'm supposed to be younger than you. You just stay put and we'll get you out. The second team member looked at the player carried on his body with a full beard, who could almost be his father's generation, and spoke with a determined expression, looking for a break while on the defensive. The god of war, Ling Tian, had already battled the giant spider. The lance was like a living thing in its hands, flipping up and down as it collided with the steel-like spider legs in a ball of fire. Only by fighting did the god of battle Ling Genius realize how exaggerated the size of the giant spider in front of him was. Not only were the countless steel-like long legs like the hardest of weapons, the venom on them caused him no end of trouble. Long Dragon Breaker. War God Ling Tian's right hand was tightly attached to the hilt of his lance, and with his body's battle power boosted, he directly blasted away the long steel leg in front of him. Between the flashes of cyan light in his eyes, the sound of a dragon's roar rang out, and the god of war Ling Tian, who was holding a long spear in his hand, disappeared in the midst of countless spider legs. The giant spiders froze for a moment as they realized they had lost their target, and just in an instant, the war god Ling Tian figure had appeared in midair, the long spear in his hand stabbing out like a long dragon, directly hitting the giant spider's head. Dark green blood splattered out as the giant spider stared blankly at the lance that had pierced its skull. In the middle of the day, a terrifying sound wave pass accompanied by venom exploded directly from the center point of the two. War god Ling Tian instantly flew out backwards. In mid-air, the angry giant spider directly sprayed out dense spider silk, the spider silk that covered the sky. All the retreat of war god Ling Tian directly blocked, unable to borrow strength in the air, and unable to dodge in the face of the dense spider silk. The spider silk directly bound the war god Ling Tian into a dumpling. War god Ling Tian felt his body's strength fading fast. There was something odd about this spider silk. A humanized cruelty appeared in the giant spider's compound eyes, pulling the dumplings back quickly, fangs dripping with venom already open. Prepare to enjoy the creature that has done you harm. Just as the dumplings arrived in front of the giant spider's eyes, a piercing greenish-colored light lit up through the spider's silk. A mysterious aura spread out instantly. The giant spider was instantly as if it was being suppressed, and its spider legs were trembling slightly. In the giant spider's astonished gaze, the layers and layers of wrapped spider silk suddenly burst open. The long spear in War God Ling Tian's hand emitted a vibrating sound, and as a blinding light lit up, War God Ling Tian directly transformed into a cyan light in the air. The light went straight towards the giant spider, slowly transforming into a green dragon between flashes of light. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, collar like a snake, belly like a mirage, eagle's claws, horse's hooves, tiger's paws, and bull's ears. The mysterious and mighty green dragon, that was the eternal totem of Daxia. The moment the green dragon appeared, the giant spider's compound eyes were filled with panic, and it actually froze in place unable to move. The giant dragon carried an unrivaled might and instantly pierced through the giant spider, and at the same time, the members of the second team, who had been hiding not far from the mouth of the valley, brightened up and found an opportunity to stand out. Several people quickly rushed towards the mouth of the valley. Rushing out of the entrance of the valley, the members of the second team put the 5 people down, and after confirming that a few people were safe, they rushed towards the valley without looking back. The few people who were rescued, at this moment, looked with eyes filled with awe at the figure that rushed into the valley without any hesitation. This was the eternal patron saint of Daxia, never giving up on any of Daxia's subjects, whether in reality or in games. The green-colored light penetrated through the giant spider, and in mid-air War God Ling Tian reappeared. The terrifying power of the green dragon directly pierced the giant spider. A stream of dark green blood gushed out from the huge wound. The ground rose directly into a thick, huge cloud of smoke. Miserable screams continued to ring out as the power of the green dragon prevented the wounds from healing. In the situation where the giant spider suffered a heavy blow, the god of war Ling Tian's face suddenly changed drastically, and his figure quickly retreated explosively towards his back. A barb instantly cut through the place where he had just rested. Looking at the badly injured giant spider in disbelief, a scream rang out as the smoke rolled in. A barb could be seen piercing through the giant spider, visible to the naked eye. The body in the smoke violently rose again. An even more terrifying aura came from the smoke. The second team that rushed in at that moment was shocked at the scene in front of them. Go help a team and prepare for evacuation. War God Ling Tian spoke without looking back. The members of the second team sniffed and quickly rushed towards the location of the first team. And by now the first team was starting to take casualties. The members of the War God Battalion's first team had already lost one of their members to the spider's legs. And at this moment, the entire first team was even more precariously injured to varying degrees. With the support of the second team, the crowd of the first team then breathed a sigh of relief, and the god of war Ling Tian's eyes were dead set on the giant spider. His lance clenched tightly in his hand. Bang! A huge long leg appeared in front of him through the smoke. War god Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the completely drastically changed spider legs, and bad thoughts immediately rose in his heart. Originally already very exaggerated spider legs, this moment is steeply swollen 2 circles. The original barbs at the moment even more hideous. A dangerous aura emanated from the smoke, and War God Ling Tian could only feel the sweaty hairs on his body stand up. The smoke cleared, and the giant spider was now completely transformed. The original spider's compound eye, which had turned into a bare eyeball at the moment, was staring at the War God Ling Tian in death. In the huge spider's mouth, the original only had 2 fangs, but at this time it was a mouthful of densely packed fangs, constantly dripping out venom. At this moment, the spider's one eye just looked at the War God Ling Tian, and a desperate aura directly enveloped his entire body. For some reason, it was clear that this spider did not make any movements, but war god Ling Tian had a ridiculous thought rising. This spider was smiling at itself, and at that moment, the members of the war god battalion behind them suddenly let out a miserable scream. Also, and lots of spiders. Chapter 130 Human-like creepy spider. Above the stands outside the demon hunting valley. At the sight of the giant spider undergoing evolution and changing its appearance drastically, almost all of the city lords had their eyes glazed over. Ao Tianxiang, the lord of Qinglong City, even directly clapped his hands. The murderous aura in his eyes almost turned into substance as he violently stood up. Who is in charge of monitoring the cleanup of the Demon Hunter Valley this time? Why would there be a demonic creature that has broken through into the advanced stage? A city lord of the Green Dragon continent was pale, and at his words, he even stood up in a panic, his voice trembling as he spoke. Lord Ao, I've checked thoroughly once, and I don't know how this demonic creature suddenly advanced. Ao Tianxiang stared at this city lord with a deadly stare and directly swept his palm over. This city lord was instantly slapped by a palm, and the entire person flew out backwards, blood flowing straight out. Not caring about how injured he was, he directly scrambled to get up and kneel down on the ground. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Ao Tianxiang's voice contained a chill, and the entire stands were suddenly ice cold. Don't you still know the importance of the demon hunting valley? At this moment, even if it was Ouyang Jinxiu or Shangguan Yenshiman and the others, their eyes were all gloomy. Ao Tianxiang turned around with a very ugly expression and spoke to Ouyang Jinxiu and the others. Ouyang Jinxiu, after the Continental War, we 5 continents have to go in and do a thorough check. I'm afraid. A few people nodded, as if they had thought of something, and a hint of gloom flashed in their eyes. At this time, in the Spider Valley of the Demon Hunting Valley, the sudden change of events caused the War God Battalion to fall directly into a desperate situation. The giant spider whose appearance had changed drastically was now behaving as if it was a human being, moving slowly in a good manner, following behind the War God Ling Tian. That one bare eyeball rotated as if it was mocking the War God Ling Tian's weakness. A hint of eeriness flowed through the eyeballs, and at this moment, the War God Ling Tian was frantically running quickly in the direction of the War God camp. At this time, the War God Battalion, which originally had a second team joining them, had already stabilized the situation and was ready to start withdrawing. In the middle of the valley, countless spider webs suddenly shot out, directly binding one of the members, and in the next moment, countless spider legs directly pierced through his body. As the crowd looked on in horror, countless giant spiders rushed out of the valley. In just an instant, the entire War God Battalion was plunged into the threat of death. The sudden scene caused the crowd to tremble. As the War God Ling Tian rushed over, several white lights disappeared one after another. Those were members of the War God Battalion. Under the attack of the countless giant spiders pouring out of the valley, it was completely impossible to fight against them. As War God Ling Tian looked at the scene before him, his pupils instantly turned red, and the lance in his hand trembled just as crazily. Mighty Dragon Sky-Breaking Slash. A hoarse voice squeezed out from the depths of War God Ling Tian's throat, with only a piece of killing intent remaining in his voice. The War God Ling Tian, who was rapidly galloping, had the power of the green dragon suddenly erupt from his body. The entire person surged up into the sky, and as if the long spear in his hand understood the owner's mind, the dragon's roar on the long spear resounded through the heavens and earth. In the air, War God Ling Tian held the hilt of his spear in both hands. His spear was raised high. The whole person was like a fully drawn bowstring. As the power of the green dragon erupted, War God Ling Tian descended from the sky like a meteorite. The dragon's roar violently exploded, and in the air, a huge dragon head silhouette appeared, and in the huge dragon's eyes, the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Roar! The dragon head shadow followed the War God Ling Tian in the air and slammed down straight in the direction of the War God camp. In this instant, a violent explosion deafened both ears, and the entire world was left with only the sound of explosions and flying debris. The terrifying shock caused all the giant spiders on the ground to fly up, and the dozen or so spiders in the center were directly blown into pieces. The rest of the spiders' bodies chafed and cracked like the earth, and green blood spewed out. The members of the War God Battalion who were being massacred slowed down, and all of them launched fierce attacks directly at the bloody giant spiders in front of them. War God Ling Tian's long spear struck out wildly like a swimming dragon. The members of the War God Battalion cooperated so well that they didn't even need to communicate, all striking out towards the same target at the same time. With their cooperation, War God Ling Tian quickly killed several bloodied spiders around him. At this moment, everyone was able to gather around the War God Ling Tian, and they, in turn, were already surrounded by a large number of giant spiders. A loud sound like a beast's roar came from behind them, and all the giant spiders immediately stopped attacking, only to speak deathly about the War God Battalion being surrounded by them. It was only at this time that war god Ling Tian saw clearly that the war god battalion he had brought out had suffered heavy casualties. The original squad of 20 was now only 5 people standing behind themselves. Even these 5 people were nearly bloodied. For just a moment's effort, the battle damage ratio was very exaggerated. Adding yourself to the total of 6 people. How can you kill your way out of these horrible giant spiders? This near impossibility weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Is that the end of it? Just quit the Continental War? At that moment, a giant spider rustled and moved in one direction, parting a passage. A huge bizarre spider that was several times larger than these spiders slowly appeared in front of the crowd with long steel legs. The creepy spider only had one bizarre eyeball, which was slightly trembling at the moment, and a suffocating aura instantly wrapped around War God Ling Tian and the others, the members of the War God Battalion. Other than War God Ling Tian, the remaining few were trembling uncontrollably all over their bodies. A few random people looked like they were caught in a nightmare, with struggles on their faces while their bodies went straight in the direction of the creepy spiders. Wake up! Seeing this, War God Ling Tian was instantly shocked and hurriedly used the power of the green dragon to roar at the members of the War God Battalion. The roar was accompanied by a hint of a dragon's roar, directly penetrating into the minds of several people. In just an instant, several people from the War God Battalion came to their senses and stopped in their tracks. Several people hurriedly ran back to the side of the War God Ling Tian. Their faces were all filled with panic. In that instant just now, several people knew exactly what they were doing, but they were completely unable to control their bodies. It was as if the soul was locked in a small black box, completely unable to escape, and could only watch as it moved in the direction of the creepy spider. If it wasn't for the god of war Ling Tian yelling at them to wake them up, it would have turned into a takeaway, delivered to their door. Seeing that the war god Ling Tian was unaffected and was still able to interrupt himself, the creepy spider's huge eyeballs turned slightly, as if it was thinking, "War god, what to do?" Seeing this bizarre scene, some members subconsciously asked War God Ling Tian. War God Ling Tian stared intently at the appearance of the bizarre spider, the bare eyeball that was just shaking at himself. There weren't even eyelids, but War God Ling Tian saw that it was full of mockery. Shaking his head slightly, he sighed, "I'm afraid I won't be able to pass this hurdle. This seems to have evolved a brain." Chapter 131 Lin Yun saves the day. Before the War God Ling Tian's words fell, the weird spider's one eye turned violently, and the surrounding spiders instantly ran out towards the several people as if they had received instructions. Countless spider silks surrounded the crowd like a heavenly maiden in the terrified eyes of the only 5 people left in the War God Battalion. "Prepare to break out," the god of war Ling Tian shouted out loud. The green light on the lance in his hand flashed. His figure did not retreat but advanced, his eyes lit up with burning battle intent. Rushing towards the roiling spider silk, a green light directly broke through the spider silk in front of him, directly taking the one eye of the bizarre spider. He was trying to, using himself as bait, create an escape for the remaining 4 people of the War God Battalion. God of War. The 4 people looked at the captain who stood in front of his own and other people as usual without any hesitation. Their eyes ached at once. They gritted their teeth fiercely, and without thinking they directly followed and rushed forward. However, the densely packed spiders suddenly parted and rushed around him to the 4 people behind him, and War God Ling Tian hurriedly turned back and saw the scene in front of him. Countless spider legs glowing with cold light were stabbing towards his remaining minions. No! War God Ling Tian's whole body green light skyrocketed. His body violated gravity like directly backward rushing. His body light as a blazing flame. Vaguely visible its whole body appeared densely packed cracks. In this instant, not even the one-eyed creepy spider could stop him in the slightest. Although the aura on his body was getting more and more terrifying, but the War God Ling Tian's entire body was gushing out blood like a fountain, and his entire aura was like a candle in the wind, so weak that it almost dissipated. The energy gained at the cost of life. However, right at this moment, a soft laugh resounded through the entire arena, and countless icy blue talismans came out of nowhere, instantly plastering the entire body of the War God Ling Tian. You can't afford to waste your life like this. The terrifying icy aura instantly suppressed the terrifying energy in War God Ling Tian's body, directly freezing War God Ling Tian hard into an ice sculpture. But the next moment, the ice sculpture instantly burst open, and the War God Ling Tian's eyes were covered with blood. Roaring angrily, his body's aura once again rising violently, as if he had lost his mind, rushing towards the several people of the War God Battalion. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the War God Ling Tian. Lin Yun's eyes wore a teasing smile as he gently grabbed a hold of the War God Ling Tian's neck. Terrifying power instantly surged into Ling Tian's body, and the cyan light on Ling Tian's body instantly died out. He could not help but let his eyes bleed. Thinking of his comrade's imminent and tragic death, he was suddenly overcome with sadness. He could never have imagined that the one who prevented him from saving the people would actually be deicide. Kingslayer, let go of me when I'm a brother. Lin Yun scratched his ears as he listened to this middle-of-the-road speech and directly flung a slap across his face. Pop! War god Ling Tian was directly blinded by the slap and stared dumbfounded at Lin Yun in front of him. Lin Yun casually threw his hand, smashing Ling Tian, who was already desperate to the extreme, directly into the ground. Smoke and dust instantly covered Ling Tian's face, and the only thing left in his ears was Lin Yun's disappointed voice. You're a disappointment. Ling Tian's wooden eyes recovered at this sentence and he fiercely climbed up. However, he saw that the 4 men from the War God Battalion had already rushed in front of him. You guys? Ling Tian froze. In that situation, it was impossible for these people to survive. Before he could think more, he noticed something strange around him, as a tremor like a landslide came. In the rolling smoke and dust, countless giant ants, as if cast in black iron, battled with the densely packed giant spiders amidst Ling Tian's shocked expression, and the players clad in Vermilion Bird Continent and Kirin Continent were riding on ants, fighting side by side together. At this instant, Ling Tian was truly confused. What was going on? War God, these people on ants suddenly appeared and saved our lives. I'm glad you're okay, we're going to go help. Before Ling Tian could react, the 4 had joined the battlefield together. War God Ling Tian twisted his head sluggishly to look the other way, his pupils dilating once again, only to see the bizarre one-eyed spider that had previously caused heavy casualties to himself and the others. At this moment, that one eye had already burst open, and a young man with a clean-cut look was holding a huge hammer, like hitting an iron, smashing the bizarre spider as if it was a steel body twisting and deforming. Are you dead? What are you waiting for? At this moment, a roar shook Ling Tian awake. A giant sword directly cleaved away the giant spider that was sneaking close to Ling Tian, and a valiant figure stood beside him. Sister Man gasped and glared fiercely at the god of battle, Ling Tian, and then she charged up towards the bizarre spider in front of her. Good looking, but unfortunately a fool. He really didn't know what Lin Yun was doing coming all the way here to save him. It wasn't until then that the god of war Ling came back to his senses. Looking at the handsome figure, the light in his eyes lit up, and the lance in his hand emitted a dragon's roar as he rushed towards Sister Man. Cutie! What are you doing over here? Sister Man sensed the little cutie, appeared by her side, and immediately frowned and shouted out angrily. Ling Tian's face darkened as he pursed his lips. The lance in his hand was like a divine dragon striking, a shot directly shaking away the 2 giant spiders. The powerful aura caused Sister Man to light up and murmur her words. It's a cutie though, but the strength is really big. Ling Tian, who was in the middle of the battle, stumbled on his feet when he heard this, and could only vent his full anger on the giant spider in front of him. Although there were a large number of giant spiders in the valley, there were more legions of ants led by Xiao He, and for a while, the battlefield presented a lopsided situation. Xia Shui sat on Xiao He's body, and on the left and right sides, 2 bizarre creatures that were tens of meters tall protected her side like guards. The 2 giant monsters, which were almost made of stones and flames piled on top of each other, obeyed Xia Shui's orders and attacked the giant spiders around them, slicing through the giant spider formation from it like long swords. Lava behemoth, smash me! Xia Shui had a sweet smile on her face, but in her mouth, she opened her mouth viciously, and the professional belt girl on one side immediately winced. The career band sister turned back to God with a rampant grin on her face, and together with the players from the 2 continents who had been rescued by Lin Yun and the others, they continued to kill the giant spiders in front of them with the cooperation of the giant ants. On Lin Yun's side, he hammered the creepy one-eyed spider into a pulp before joining the hordes. After an unknown amount of time, all the spiders in the entire valley were wiped out clean. Yes, a member of the War God Battalion had tears in his eyes, but he couldn't suppress the smile on his face as he bellowed out. Ling Tian's entire body was covered in spider's liquid, and his entire body was in a terrible state, but in his heart, he let out a long breath. Cutie, can't see that you're quite strong in battle. Man exhaled deeply, a bright smile on her face and the sword in her hand. When Ling Tian heard this, he immediately blushed slightly and scratched his head, coyly not knowing what to say. Yikes, the war god is shy. The only 4 people left in the War God Battalion looked at each other and laughed. A few people not only harvested a full of points, but also had the feeling of having their revenge avenged, and laughed cheerfully. However, Ling Tian's face suddenly changed as Lin Yun, who was lying on a giant ant on one side, slowly came to the front of everyone's eyes, and the corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched a few times as he slowly opened his mouth. Thanks. Lin Yun on Little Black's back, however, didn't seem to have heard it, and faintly spoke towards Sister Man Xia Shui and the others on the side. Let's go. Earn points. Completely ignoring Ling Tian on the side. As Xiao He moved forward, the densely packed giant ants instantly slowly followed behind. As the few people from the War God Battalion looked at Ling Tian's forlorn expression, one of them couldn't help himself and spoke angrily towards Lin Yun's back. Hey, that's rude of you. Chapter 132. People who are not frivolous are wasted. the ear-piercing sound reached the ears of the crowd, and Lin Yun was as if he hadn't heard it. Xia Shui and Sister Man's eyebrows frowned, and when they were about to open their mouths, the career belt sisters on one side had already broken into a rage. As the professional band sister who thought she was the earliest to recognize Lin Yun, not only was she saved by him, but she also saw Deicide's sudden change of face and rushed over to rescue him. And at this moment, when she heard the words, she naturally could not allow anyone else to accuse Deicide of anything. What the is that screaming? If we hadn't come over, would you still have a mouth to scream in here? Who was rude? The professional belt girl even stood directly on the giant ants underneath her, crossed her arms, and pointed at the 5 people in front of her, cursing. The few people from the War God Battalion had very ugly faces when they heard this, and they wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. People were right. If they hadn't rescued them in time, they and others would have withdrawn from the Continent War II selection. But looking at the despondent war god Ling Tian on one side, one of them was indignant in his heart and spoke again. You guys were still playing games when I was throwing my head in blood for Daxia. Do you guys really think this is a game? Battle Cloud. Shut up. At those words Ling Tian's face changed, and as he covered his opening, his face turned to look at Lin Yun on Little Black's back with an ugly expression. The career belt girl was just about to speak when an icy voice came over. Quiet. The whole place was silent. Even the crows of ants stood still. Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, a smile on the corner of his mouth as he slowly swept over the members of the War God Battalion who had just opened their mouths, and then his eyes settled on the face of the war god Ling Tian. That's right, it's not a game. Lin Yun opened his mouth, and the crowd was dumbfounded as the corners of Lin Yun's mouth lifted up in a smile. Then he opened his mouth again, but still, and the rewards are still there. And what does it mean for you to lose here today? Do you still know? Before Lin Yun's words fell, the war god Ling Tian's face turned pale once again. He knew what Lin Yun was talking about, and he also knew what he had done wrong. War God Battalion, the most elite guild in Daxia, the Legion. What should be done? How should it be done? Have it in mind. The war cloud on the side could not hold back his anger and spoke in an icy tone. What does the warlord camp do? It doesn't need your guidance, and you're not qualified. Just play your game. Don't pretend here. War God Ling Tian's face changed greatly. At this moment he couldn't wait to slap this thing in front of him to death. Shut up for the laborers. Apologize to Godslayer. Battle Cloud, who had always unconditionally obeyed Ling Tian's orders, at this moment stiffened his face and stared at Lin Yun on Little Black's back, stubbornly not saying a word. Ling Tian slapped him over and forcefully pressed his head towards Lin Yun and spoke apologetically. Sorry, little kids don't know any better. I'm right. Who is he to compare himself to you? To ignore you? For the first time, Warclude disobeyed Ling Tian and spoke indignantly. If you think you can be so rude just because you saved us, then I, Warclude, will return this life to you right now is all. After speaking, the long sword in Warcloud's hand went directly towards his neck. Before War God Ling Tian could react, a talisman directly exploded in Warcloud's hand, blowing up the long sword in his hand. Battle Cloud stared blankly at the long sword on the ground. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth lifted slightly as he gently kicked Little Black. Xiaohei understood and let out a sound like a beast's roar, leading the tens of thousands of ant legions behind him, slowly striding forward. You are the strongest warrior of the Great Xia, and know many things, which means that you also know what this continental war represents. Anyone can leave in defeat, only you cannot. Lin Yun's voice slowly reached the war god Ling Tian's ears. Throwing my head in the sand for Daxia is something I've done and am still doing. Lin Yun didn't care about the words of the young lad from the war god battalion in front of him. After all, it was just for the sake of Daxia, and this brat, he was just a kid. Moreover, the war cloud in his previous life, in the year of his weak crown, went forward, and in order to rescue the children of Daxia, he was killed in the Battle of God's Descent. People have all kinds of moods and emotions, but the warriors of Daxia are worthy of trust and support. As the smoke and dust rose in all directions, Ling Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at the distant Lin Yun. Yes, I have a bigger future and responsibility on my shoulders. For once, I was wrong. Battle Cloud. Ling Tian turned around and shouted angrily towards Battle Cloud, who was still staring blankly at the longsword on the ground in front of him. Here. Battle Cloud hastily stood at attention. When we get back, 10 kilometers of weighted cross-country. But I'm not convinced. 20 kilometers. Why? 30 kilometers. In the smoke that filled the air, Lin Yun was lying comfortably on Xia Shui's lap, who blushed as red as a persimmon, and after hesitating for half a second, she still opened her mouth slightly and voiced her question. Lin Yun, he said this about you. Why do you still have a happy face? Half asleep. Lin Yun twisted his body, causing Xia Shui to blush even more before opening his mouth carelessly. It's good for teenagers to have a temper for the sake of their country, but he's rude. And of course, you're rude. Lin Yun smiled faintly and spoke slowly. People are not frivolous, and I am a teenager. Before Xia Shui could say anything, the average professional band girl opened her mouth with a playful smile on her face. Big brother, I'm also very young. Get out. With a hurt look on her face, the career belt girl slapped the giant ant underneath her hard. The giant ant stopped in its tracks and slowly twisted its head around, its icy compound eyes sweeping over the career belt girl in front of it. The career belt sisters instantly blushed and broke out in a cold sweat. Brother ant, would you believe me if I said there was a mosquito? Roar! A silhouette flew out backwards. In the smoke and dust, the pro belt girl ran up and down, running wildly in the direction the smoke and dust had left. Brother ant, there really are mosquitoes. Don't leave me behind. I'm scared. Wait for me. In the shadowy space, a fast-moving swamp, moving quickly through the darkness, Easy sat cross-legged on the swamp, slowly recovering his blue amount. Wealthy was reaching out and placing his hand in the water, feeling the speed at which the swamp was moving, and twisted his head to look at Easy, who was sitting upright, and opened his mouth with a look of horror on his face. Asterisk 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 this swamp is going faster than I can drive the highway. Where is it going? 3-141-5926 sniffs and also reaches out to put his hand in the water, but moves so fast that it instantly sends his entire body flying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Help! A few people from the Kirin continent were prepared for this, running their skills to pull Brother Six to his death in the nick of time. I say Brother Pi, don't mess around. No one can retrieve you from this fall. Pi brother, is the Unicorn Continent 6 people to 6 brother to take the title? After all, 3-141-5926 this kind of nickname, they are also the first time to hear. For the first time to hear, a few people are laughing while he was then given a new title, Pi brother. It was at this moment that a diffuse light illuminated the crowd. The people who were in the darkness had their eyes dripping, and for a moment it was pitch black before their eyes. Here it is. Easy slowly opened his eyes, squinting slightly at what was in front of him, and his pupils widened instantly. Chapter 133 Witnessing the Past? Or the Future? The swamp moving at high speed came to a sudden stop, as if someone had slammed on the brakes, and the screeching halt sent several people flying up to land in various positions. However, several people were not paying the slightest attention to the pain coming from their bodies, but instead, one by one, they scrambled to cover their eyes with their hands. From the outstretched darkness, he was instantly enveloped in dazzling light. In the world of the divine apocalypse, a world of near 100% authenticity, for just a moment, everyone went blind. There was darkness before his eyes, the kind of darkness that comes from darkness suddenly enveloped in light. The group of 6, taken by the swamp into the depths of the unknown, were all lost in a searing light. To his ears, all that was left was the sound of roaring water. I don't know how long it took, but Easy, who had gradually adapted to the light in front of him, tentatively opened his eyes. What was imprinted into his eyes instantly caused his pupils to quake. He, who had always been unperturbed in the face of all changes, had his mouth wide open at this moment, staring dead ahead at the scenery. In the depths of his pupils, there was nothing but fear. This is impossible. Wealthy and the others, at this moment, also adapted to the light and leisurely opened their eyes. Seeing that his face was unusually pale, and that he was staring dead ahead at Easy, he also slowly turned his head to look over. Ah, it's Brother Kingslayer. Kiki repeat, 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 Kiki repeat exclaimed out in shock when he saw the scene in front of him clearly. 3-141-5926 and the others looked over in unison. In front of me, a silver river descends from the sky, covering the sky and not knowing where it starts, and the waterfall is vast and spectacular, falling into the abyss. And where the few people were, they were on top of a cliff. And at that moment, Brother Six, pale and with a trembling voice, murmured and whispered, "No, it's him and it's not him." The Easy Three stared at the waterfall in front of them with a deadly stare, their faces even more and more bloodless. Wealthy and the remaining 2 looked at each other and saw a piece of confusion in each other's eyes. Glancing back at the waterfall, there was nothing but a vast, endless stream of water. Wealthy scratched his head, puzzled. This waterfall, is there something I can't see? Spectacular it is, but not so spectacular that you can't look at it with a bloodless face. Is it juvenile content? As the wealthy man scratched his head in confusion, the free trio did see something different. In the perspective of the 3 of them, the waterfall in front of them presented an extremely terrifying scene. This scene caused the hearts of the 3 to nearly stop, only to feel the blood flowing backwards throughout their bodies, and cold sweat leaking out uncontrollably from their pores. Over the waterfall is a wrecked world. Smoke filled the air. The earth was in shambles, and even the sky had been shattered. On the ground, countless humans looked numb, as if they didn't even have a feeling of fear, holding all kinds of weapons and staring at the sky in death. In the sky, countless humanoid creatures of enormous size spread out like locusts, glowing with divine light and confronting the humans from afar. It could be seen that on their faces, apart from cruelty and bloodlust, there was only a faint teasing. On the earth, apart from the corpses, only blood and flesh foam remained, and the sea in the distance was ablaze with flames. And with just a glance, Easy and the others saw a few people in the middle of the two, in mid-air, one of which was a full-body black power suit figure. Regicide, the deicide they knew. It was just that the person in the picture bore no resemblance to the Godslayer they knew, except for his appearance and body type. The Kingslayer they knew, all in his vestments, with a perpetual broad smile and cynical slackness on his face. The deicide in the picture, however, was clearly a swordsman. His eyes even contained 10,000 years of cold ice, surrounded by a murderous aura. Even if a few people just glanced through the waterfall, they all felt that their bodies were cold and their blood was stiff. At this moment, Deicide was carrying a humanoid creature that had lost its divine light in his left hand, his right longsword dripping blood, and his mouth grinning slightly, in contrast to those divinely glowing humanoid creatures, like demons returning from hell. He's not Brother Kingslayer, and there's no way you're going to die. At those words, Easy couldn't help but look to where Kikiru was looking at, and suddenly the color of blood was gone. The image shows a broken sword standing on the ground, which runs through a humanoid creature that has lost its life. The familiar figure dropped to one knee and just clutched the broken sword, devoid of vital features. This person was none other than Easy, but in the picture, there was not a single piece of good flesh on his entire body, only a bloody color. Even on his face, there was a bloody wound, except for the strands of gray hair under that full head of green hair. It is indeed my sword. A hint of fear lurked in Easy's low voice. That broken sword, which was his, only became this 8-sided Han sword in his hand after he met Lin Yun, and the blood man with no breath. That was him too. You guys, look at that guy. As the two men looked over, their eyes widened at the same time. Brother Saex's face was very ugly as he stared at a burly man dressed in an ancient style in the picture. But the place where the picture is located is the Blue Star Shangzhou. Isn't that broken building the landmark of Shangzhou? Then why is this man here? Why is he on Blue Star? It's not scientific. That's not possible. Several people's scalps were numb, feeling an inexplicable fear, and in this instant, several people's worldviews and views of time collapsed. Ouyang advanced, Lord of Kirin City, Kirin Continent, Divine Revelation World, a character from a game that appeared in the real world. Broken World, Battle Dead Prowler, Strange Regicide, familiar game character Ouyang Jinshou. In the picture, Zizi appears in the real world of Shangzhou. Humans, I have come by order of the God King only to give divine light to the one who gave it to the weaker ones. He who receives the divine light, lives, death to those who disobey the gods. Like a voice that came from the distant sky, it seemed to ring out as if it was hitting the soul directly, low and thick, but with a convincing power. Even the few people outside the screen were in a trance. They actually felt the suffocatingly terrifying power from the image formed by the waterfall. On the screen, the black power suit Godslayer casually dropped the so-called gods in his hands, the corners of his mouth slightly rising as his eyes grew colder and colder. The voice was as breathless as a wintry month. The Great Summer Guardian Legion and the Divine Enlightenment Legion obey. Kill. Yes. As the black power suit deicide slashed out with a sword. The sword she spanned 3,000 li, and the densely packed so-called gods directly lost all their light and fell like dumplings. Countless people that Easy and the others were familiar with or hadn't seen before took to the air at extreme speeds from all around them, rushing towards the endless light in the air. There's the real world, and there's the God-inspired game. At this instant, the three people from Easy who were watching the screen had their bodies shaken, a face full of incredulity. The scene was so real that it gave them chills. The gruesome scene in the picture was something they didn't dare to imagine. The human side had limited numbers and top combatants, and the ensuing scene of near-human massacre made the trio's eyes widen in horror. I can't wait to rush into the picture and help with the fight. At that moment, the sky cracked open once again, and even more radiant and larger humanoid creatures tore through the sky and slowly poked their heads out. As they appeared, the sea and the earth seemed to be unable to withstand their power, constantly rolling and cracking as if it was the end of the world. A miserable roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Second-order gods descend. Attention! Second-order gods are descending. Chapter 134. A harrowing future. The urgent sirens rang out. The fear in the depths of the pupils of all those who looked numb continued to dilate, and the golden light suddenly infested the entire world. Second-order gods that are tearing through space to force their way down to this world. At this moment, the smile that had just unfolded instantly stiffened on everyone's face. Even the expressionless black power suit deicide was no exception. Ouyang Jinshou's eyes flashed with relief and madness as he stared dead on at a hint of golden light slowly leaking out of the sky. Headmaster, Guardian Camp, multiple second-order deities have appeared. Easy and others see it. In the waterfall, someone came running quickly and opened his mouth anxiously towards deicide for instructions. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jinxiu and a few others were shocked in their eyes. Guardian Legion. Their target is the Daxia Guardian Legion, the only survivor base in Daxia. But now, there are angels descending on this side as well, and if they rush back, this side of the world will turn into some hell. But if you don't go back, you don't have to imagine it. You know what will happen. You guys go on over. I'll take it from here. A low voice rang out. Ouyang Jinxiu didn't turn his head back, staring at the golden body in the air that had already revealed half of it. No one knew what was going through his mind. Kingslayer opened his mouth and didn't say anything else, and at the time of life and death, he turned his head and directly rushed in the direction of the Great Summer Guardian Legion. Over in the distant sky, there were already second-order gods descending. Careful, a faint voice in the air. Only 2 cold words were left to be held in Godslayer's mouth, while his entire figure instantly disappeared in place. In this space, only that lanky body remained, facing directly at the second-order gods who were about to ascend. Ouyang Jinxiu's eyes were filled with relief and madness as he looked at the airborne imposing second-order gods. At this moment, he was like a pillar in the sky, holding up this heaven and earth on his own. Only, in the next moment, in the crack that had already closed, another large hand clasped the crack and slowly pulled it open. The cracks were like cloth and made a piercing sound. In the next instant, 4 identical auras appeared in everyone's eyes. The terrifying downward pressure directly acted on this heaven and earth, which couldn't accommodate 4 gods, as if the entire world was overburdened. A toothsome tearing sound was emitted, and a black crack appeared densely, none of which signaled the dreadfulness of the 4 gods. A trace of blood slowly seeped out from Ouyang Jinxiu's body, just the horrible breath. Let Ouyang Jinxiu as this world, unbearable, the whole body multiple wounds slowly seeping blood, just like countless pitch-black cracks in space. Interesting, looks like it's only going to last so long. Ouyang Jinxiu slowly straightened his body, the corner of his mouth with a trace of a smile. All emotions in his eyes were swept away, only full of killing intent remained. It's a pity, 1 step short. If only there was more time. That brat hasn't really grown up yet. It's a pity there's no time. Ouyang Jinxiu took a step forward, and his body's aura slowly climbed like a balloon that had been blown up. Taking 3 steps, Ouyang Jinxiu instantly arrived in front of the 4 second-order humanoid deities, while the aura on his body, as magnificent as the blazing sun, for a moment, was actually the same as that of a second-order deity. At this moment, the entire space let out a dull ringing sound. Those 4 second-order gods stared in amazement at Ouyang Jinxiu's near figure, a hint of an odd sound fluctuating from their mouths. Humans, there are gods? Looking at the 4 second-order gods in front of him, Ouyang Jinxiu slowly cracked his mouth, and under his beard, his mouth full of white teeth was very bright. I'm invincible under the gods, 1 for 1 above them, the one who kills you, the deputy leader of the Great Xia Guardian Legion and the Lord of Kirin City Ouyang Jinxiu. Before the words left his mouth, Ouyang Jinxiu threw a punch. The light and energy like a nuclear bomb explosion instantly flooded the place where several people were. The several people who were in front of the waterfall, however, at this moment, realized that nothing could be seen, and all that was left in the waterfall was a white light as well as the sound of constant explosions. The power of the gods is not something that mortals can face head-on. Several people emotional tension, dead staring at the picture of the white blanket, the heart as if by a hand seized generally, completely unable to relax for a moment. At this time a few people, in addition to full of doubts and the bottom of the heart of the uneasiness, it's more of a worry about the Ouyang advancement in the picture. 4 against 1, or 4 second-order gods, that terrifying power, even across thousands of years of light and waterfalls, caused several people's scalps to tingle. Soon, ear-piercing explosions drowned out the entire waterfall, and Easy and the other 4 stared nervously at the waterfall. After an unknown amount of time, a humanoid creature appeared in the middle of the white world, its entire body in pieces, golden blood spilling continuously along the broken arm. And in the battlefield, there was a dead silence, as if the entire world had just been attacked by a meteorite. All traces of everything, all erased by greatness. The whole space, fragmented and full of rags. The broken-armed god grasped a head in one hand, and red blood gathered into a small river at his feet. The god raised his head and looked into the distant sky, staggering forward in the direction that Deicide had left, where a terrifying greatness was raging, and as far as the naked eye could see, space was being shattered. And behind the one-armed deity, 3 humanoid creatures that had lost their golden glow had long since turned into pieces that spilled out evenly, while a headless body with a roof over its head just stood in place, a severed arm grasped in a death grip in its already lifeless hand. Ah! Kiki resumed, Kiki, tears running out uncontrollably, covering her mouth in death. Prosperity and the others, with sore eyes, bit their lips tightly, and their pupils, covered in blood, stared unblinkingly at the standing headless body. That body, they had seen some time ago and met quite a bit, and in this world of waterfalls, he fought to the end. Even in the last moments, still standing. It's the future. Or the past. 3. 141-5926 slowly opened his mouth and looked at the broken world in the waterfall, his eyes full of killing intent. Easy exhaled a mouthful of turbid air deeply, his eyes staring tightly at the waterfall, the broken space in the distance. There, the place where Godslayer was located. The image in the waterfall suddenly disappeared, and in the darkness, an old voice spoke sadly, its voice full of trembling. Urgent. The deputy leader of the Great Xia Guardian Legion, Kirin City Lord Ouyang Jinxiu has fallen. Sacred Hall Master Easy has fallen. The entire Sacred Hall has been wiped out. Mulan Pavilion's master, Kikifu has fallen. The Mulan Pavilion has been wiped out. The White Tiger City Lord has fallen. The White Tiger's front guards and close guards have all been wiped out. War God Battalion Commander War God Ling Tian has fallen. The War God Battalion has been wiped out. The Great Summer Guardian Legion is completely wiped out. Great Summer Guardian Legion Leader Godslayer, fall. People of Xia, we tried our best. I'm sorry to all of you. On the way to the Yellow Springs, we'll go one step ahead. I'm sorry to all of you. Willing to live and die with the Great Xia. The curtain of light in the waterfall disappeared, and everything seemed as if it had not appeared. Only the roar of the waterfall remained, and with the impact of the water flow, there were constantly drops of water splashing down on the crowd. As but for that one pale, mournful cry that kept echoing in their minds, a few people would even doubt their eyes. A few people at large. Hot tears rolled and fell from their eyes. The three of them stared stonily at the waterfall that had long since disappeared, their eyes filled with grief and lingering horror. Is this what Kingslayer said? The imminent future. Chapter 135. Turns out running really can't lose weight. The three of them at large couldn't calm their emotions for a long time. What this has just seen, if it is all that is about to happen in the future. What a tragic end that was. Not even the Godslayer survived. The entire army was wiped out, and the human race became extinct. If this was the past, then what was going on with them now? And what about the NPCs of the Divine Apocalypse world? Fighting side by side with humans, with Daxia. What does that tell you? It means that this world is just like the real world? It's also real? Thinking about the previous Sunset Forest death incident, several people's hearts were heavy. Now that his emotions had stabilized, his heart was covered with a path of doubt and incomprehension. They would love to find Kingslayer at this moment and find out all about it. What Kingslayer has been saying, all along, may be true. Just when a few people were puzzled, a fleshy hand directly covered a few people's foreheads. With a look of disbelief, Wealthy tried his temperature and realized that there was no heatstroke or fever. I say, what's wrong with you three? The moment you come in here you're so godlike. Staring at the waterfall for a while, crying and laughing. It's so damn creepy. However, the three of them looked as if they had remembered something, and all three of their gazes landed on Wealthy. He's not? Aha! Indeed not. Being locked by the three of them, Wealthy couldn't help but swallow, and hastily tightened his collar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What for? I'll say it up front. I'm selling my art, not my body. Roll. 3, 141, 5926. All of a sudden, his eyebrows twitched madly and he was furious. It's not impossible at the right price. Wealthy smiles coyly, and the next thing you know, he's being hung up and beaten by Brother Six. Seeing the two men scuffling, Prosperity rarely revealed a trace of a smile. The haze in the bottom of his heart slightly dispersed quite a bit. After stopping the two men, he slowly opened his mouth. When we get out, let's meet up with Deicide offline and find out what's going on. Brother Six and Kiki Repeat nodded their heads at the words. Before Deicide said anything, a few people didn't care much about it, but after just experiencing this weird scene, a few people's hearts were sinking, and even more so, they couldn't help but think of Deicide's strange behavior that usually appeared once in a while. Next, the Kingslayer must be found to find out more. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a big two crystal balls. Get rich, get rich. Just when a few hearts were heavy with worry, Kaidaki suddenly glittered with light, let out a burst of strange screams, as if he had discovered some rare treasures in general, and hastily pulled up his trouser legs towards the waterfall side of a pool of water to trickle into. However, Zoe's obese body suddenly shook, and the raised right foot just stiffened, the whole person maintaining a bizarre posture, motionless. With that, he put his foot down and slowly backed away, quickly coming to a few people, looking nervous and pulling at them, scowling frantically, with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Six looked at Wealthy, who had an unusually expressive face, and slapped him on the side of the head. Did you leave your ing vocal cords at home? Wealthy and Generous want to cry, lips wriggling half a day. Feel the coldness behind the back is getting closer and closer, directly tearing his voice and shouting, "Run! There's something dirty!" With that said, he yanked up the two men and quickly dashed in the direction they had come in. While Easy's face stared, the eight-faced Han sword in his hand shook madly, emitting a dragon's roar that came from the alarm of the sword in his hand. In the next moment, a shadow that covered the sky directly covered the entire space. Easy slowly raised his head, and his pupils instantly quaked. A giant python covered in icy blue just appeared in front of him silently, and its two crystal stone-like eyes alone were as big as Easy's body size. The giant python had thunder spreading all over its body, and above its head, there were two bulges, and the two small horns seemed as if they could break through the skin at any time. And the eyes of the giant scaly dragon seemed to be dripping with playfulness as if it was staring at Easy as if it were a human being. The scene he saw in front of him made Easy's scalp go numb, and he let out a rare foul mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The voice did not fall. Has picked up not yet reacted to the Kiki compound. Kiki rushed towards the place where he came in. Behind him brought up a piece of dust, but in a moment has exceeded the wealthy and generous several people. Ran in the forefront. Whoa, big brother, wait for us. I'm scared. With just one glance, Easy knew that he was no match for this python, or giant ogre. This giant ogre, its strength was too supermodel, and it was completely unlike the monsters encountered before. A few people ran frantically, with all their firepower, not caring about the pitch blackness of reaching out, just frantically fleeing forward. But in the next second, a terrifying thunderbolt illuminated the entire narrow passageway. The dark passageway suddenly looked like daylight. Ah! 6 screams rang out, visible to the naked eye. The 6 men were surrounded by thunder all over their bodies. Their muscles turned transparent, and their 6 skeletons glittered in the darkness of the night. 2 of the screams came to an abrupt end, and their figures directly turned into powder and scattered all over the ground. Precisely the 2 players who had entered this mysterious swamp together with them. Thunder flashed and sent the 2 straight away. After the Easy few suffered a lightning strike, they instantly fell into a state of serious injury. 2 dead and 4 seriously injured in one blow. A few people didn't dare to delay. Ignoring the injuries on their bodies, they once again fled for their lives. The only sound left in the darkened passageway was the footsteps of a few people, as well as the extremely fast sliding behind them, and the faint chirping of snakes. There was a faint hint of a dragon's roar in this serpentine sound. This giant python should be in a state of evolution, and will soon evolve into a scaly snake. Listening to the sliding sound behind him that was getting closer and closer, Easy's face changed again and again at this speed. It's too fast. He himself and the others certainly couldn't run away. And, not an opponent either. With a single thunderbolt, several people were seriously injured. This giant python, at least heaven-level cultivation. It's even likely that it will break through to the heavenly level. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Coming. Wealthy let out a strange cry, and several people hurriedly turned their heads to look, and suddenly their souls were in a state of shock. In the darkness, a giant python surrounded by thunder slowly swims. The body is very agile, just casually twisted. Will quickly move forward. Its speed is incomparable, and those 2 eyes, like crystals, were very bright in the dark night. There was even a humanized look in his eyes, as if he was playing a game, which was very intriguing. The light lit up again, and a thunderbolt swept through once more. The thunder came in a flash and instantly struck at the side of the crowd. The blazing heat caused a tingling in several people's bodies, and a scent appeared on their bodies, just like a cat catching a mouse. The giant python swam behind it in a good manner, but it deliberately slowed down its speed and followed behind it unhurriedly, releasing a thunderbolt to blast at the sides of several people from time to time. It did it on purpose, and the Easy few, at the moment, were its toys. This is intentional. Wealthy and powerful, covered in sweat, his body due to the heat of the thunder, slowly exudes a smell of pancetta. Add some ginger, onion and garlic. The flavor should be absolute. At this point, he wanted to cry, because running at the very back, he enjoyed the temperature of the thunder higher than everyone else. Aha! Labor will fight you. Wealthy roared, his entire body's energy rapidly expanding, his Earth-rank god-level talent completely mobilized and flowing throughout his body. Just as Easy and the others were shocked at Wealthy's self-sacrifice and his courage in the face of the python. Fortune, whose speed was as fast as a stump, was like a pile of unknown creatures, quickly overtaking from Brother 6 and directly catching up with Easy. Prosperity was shocked. After being together for so long, it was the first time that he saw such a burst of speed and wealth. Wealthy smiled nervously at Easy, then welded the gas pedal and disappeared directly in front of the eyes of several people and the eyes of the 3 people who were shocked. Shocked, Easy kept his feet on the ground and his mouth slowly opened. Turns out, you really can't lose weight by running. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This unrighteous dead fat man. It turns out that the person you are trying to spell is me. Brother 6 turned directly into the last place, hanging far behind, cursing at the already disappeared Fortune. Chapter 136. Thunder Python. In the narrow and dark passage, the giant python surrounded by thunder was like a shadow of death, slowly enveloping the figures of several people. Seeing that the legs of the few small ants in front of him were whirling and smoking, the python spat out its snake letters and slowly slid. Its speed seemed slow, but it was close to the few people in front of it. The thunder that blasted out from time to time only accurately struck the land on the side of a few people, bringing up rolling debris and smoke. Apparently, it had been teasing a few people as if they were toys. The several people who were fleeing were indignant in their hearts, but they could only forcefully suppress the anger in their hearts, and put all their strength into escaping out of the passageway. In front of this huge python, at least is also the existence of the heavenly stage above. Python had 2 small horns even means that it will soon complete the evolution from the python into a jiao. Other than that, just by looking at the fact that Easy could run out of stubble even when he was holding a person, he knew that the python was terrifying. You know, when Easy had a sword in his hand, even Godslayer wanted to go just a little bit. Nope, something's wrong. Rapidly advancing, Easy's frown grew tighter and tighter as he looked at the dark passageway in front of him, uneasiness flickering in his eyes. At those words several people sensed something was wrong. This passage, the distance is not right. According to the speed of a few people, they should have run out of the cave long ago, but at this time, the front is still pitch black, like an abyss, bottomless, devouring all the light. Spare the nerves of the rich and powerful. At this moment also feel that something is not right. The already weak body at this moment as if out of the water in general. Sweat with running splash. This is a ghost wall. The voice of the rich and powerful is just like a broken bellows, pumping and pumping. A few people are afraid that he did not catch his breath. Karma passed. A few people were shocked when they saw this. Easy, what are you doing? Putting down the slightly red-faced Kikiru. The 8-faced Han's sword in his hand erupted with a brilliant light. Without looking back, Easy headed headlong towards the speeding python, leaving only one sentence behind. I'll hold him off while you guys retreat. Hearing this, several people's footsteps lurched, and Kiki even said sharply, no, we have to go together. Prosperity didn't turn around, but only spoke faintly, don't forget, Godslayer's words, and also, what we just saw, we can't all fold here. Kiki repeat froze, the red and black light on his body slowly disappeared, and his eyes stared at Easy's back with a deadpan expression. With difficulty, he averted his eyes and slowly retreated after meeting 3-141-5926. Seeing this situation, Wealthy's face changed drastically, and he looked at the 2 people who were left alone to retreat at large with a face of unbelief. For a moment, I wondered what was happening. How many times have we gone through hardships and dangers, and never even once have we left any of us to escape alone. However, the 2 who had been fighting side by side, at this moment together chose to abandon Easy to run away alone. How can that be? What happened? Kiki and Kiki, even if 6 brother and oneself basically can be regarded as wearing the same pants growing up. What he is his own people know exactly, but nowadays, one doesn't seem to recognize him. What are you doing? The roar exploded in the ears of the 2 men, and they realized that the wealthy man's face was red with anger, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. Brother 6 knew at once that Fortune had misunderstood. Come with us first, I'll tell you more about it later. It's too late. Wealthy shook off Brother 6's hand with an icy face. Get out. I'm staying, and I'm not abandoning any of my companions. Listen to me, it's not what you think. Brother 6 scratched his head anxiously and couldn't explain it for a moment. 10,000 swords return. Without waiting for a few people to react, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and in the pitch-black passageway, a transparent dragon composed of countless long swords instantly illuminated everyone's sight. The python that was teasing the crowd suddenly had a palpitation in its heart, and it could not help but stop its writhing body, the uneasiness in its heart growing more and more intense. In the next second, a huge dragon suddenly manifested in the passageway and bit down towards himself in a domineering manner. In this instant, the scales on the python's body suddenly exploded. A fear deep in his bloodline arose, and without time to think, the python twisted its head and ran, its eyes filled with panic. The dragon! It's the dragon! Under the extreme fear, the python didn't even dare to take a serious look, and naturally, it didn't realize that this transparent dragon, all constructed from long swords, wasn't a living thing at all. A few people's faces were delighted, but Easy's voice rang out again. Don't go yet. Before the words fell, the transparent dragon had already closed in on the fleeing python, and in the other party's horrified expression, narrow with dragon might instantly struck the python. The sky was filled with transparent long swords as if they had come to life, and one long sword bombarded the body of the giant python. In the python's horrified eyes, the huge impact caused the python to lean back uncontrollably, and the hard scales all over its body exploded into a pile of fire. For a moment, smoke filled the air, drowning the python's massive body. Terrified screams came from it, looking at the giant python enveloped in smoke. Unlike the rest of the 3 who were elated, Easy frowned tightly. The 8-faced Han's sword in his hand was bright and uncertain, and the sword chi circled around his body. Wealthy, you run with them. Easy to look at the rich and powerful three people. Do not allow him to open his mouth to refuse to say again. I can only hold it off for a moment. Wealthy looked at the python that was submerged in the smoke and screaming miserably, and failed to understand Easy's words for a while. 3-141-5926. A hand ripped his neck. Both possessed general rushed outward. A moment of wealth people in front of the fly, the soul in the back of the chase. And at that moment, under an annoyed roar, the originally dense smoke was instantly cleared away, revealing the chilling python. It was only now that Fortune understood what Easy had said about only being able to stall for a while. There was not a single wound on the entire body of the icy blue python, and there was not even a single piece of damage to the smooth scales. At this moment, the giant python's huge eyes were filled with annoyance. The moment this transparent dragon appeared, the giant python's guts were scared out of its wits. Even if it succeeded in evolving itself, it had only evolved into a Jiao, and this strike full of dragon power and death threat had made it feel desperate. But who had thought that it was just a lot of thunder and little rain? The terrifying strike didn't even manage to break through the defense of his own scales, as useless as scratching an itch. But he was so scared that he let out a scream that made him feel ashamed even at this moment. As a result, the infuriated python lashed out. On the body of the icy blue python, the thunder became denser and denser, and an arm-thick thunder snake surrounded its body, emitting a burst of terrifying thunder. Dark blue lightning colored the blackened passageway into day. The terrifying pressure expanded crazily, enveloping the Easy few people like substance. The air seemed to be frozen instantly, including Easy. Everyone's speed dropped to the lowest point at the same time. The few people who were escaping, their bodies were as if they were plunged into a pool of sand, and even if they exerted all their strength, they were only moving in slow motion like anime characters. It's funny and hilarious at the same time. And at this moment, a few people's hearts descended to the bottom. With a roar, thunder suddenly erupted from the giant python's body, and countless thunderbolts swept towards a few people. Thunder raged like a thunder snake, directly rushing around the passageway, and the debris raised was melted by the high temperature of the thunder in the air. The first to bear the brunt was Easy, who was holding a long sword. Once the thunder came out, a few people immediately felt the threat of death. The thunder speed is extremely fast. If it was in the past, a few people can barely dodge, but in the case of the speed has become abnormally slow, can only watch as the thunder breaks through the space to come in front of the eyes of a few people. The skin on his body had even felt a hint of a burnt odor, right in the middle of several people's despairing gazes. Easy's faint voice rang out. Blast wind sword formation. The sword light flickered. Chapter 137. Cunning Python. Fiasco of Getaway. Between the flashes of sword light accompanied by a dragon's roar, the solidified space was sliced open like a watermelon, and intensive shattering sounds rang out. At the same time, the kikifu several people only felt a lightness in their bodies, and their body speed instantly returned to normal. Caught off guard, a few of the men used their skills to dodge the thunder's attack at the last moment. Under the thunderous bombardment, explosions continued to occur in all directions of the passageway. Countless debris scattered out in all directions, and the passageway was instantly covered in dust, and the line of sight was directly obstructed. Vaguely, several people could only see a ball of thunder light, and a white light, which was slightly shrouded into the thunder light. Retreat quickly and go to the Kingslayer. Easy's voice made the hearts of the several people who were ready to help certain. That's right, find Deicide. As long as Deicide appeared, this snake was not enough to be feared. Wealthy didn't insist anymore and turned his head to run, only no one noticed that his clenched fists were trembling. After seeing a few people leave, the corner of Easy's mouth lifted into a smile. In front of the giant python, Easy held the hilt of the sword with both hands, the tip of the sword facing the ground, and a white sword chi streaked around his body, forming an impermeable circular sword cover. The sword cover enveloped the thunder python together. In an instant, the sword light and the thunder light met, rubbing out toothsome sounds. Blizzard sword formation, one of the skills gained from the Easy Vice profession. Blistering wind sword formation, permanently lose half of the blood bar at the cost of forming a giant sword formation with a radius of 100 meters, gaining 1000% of attack power, speed, and double resistance for 20 minutes. The body is as fast as the wind, and the long sword is like a blade. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he watched the blood bar, which was originally half empty, slowly turn into a full-blooded state. Good lord, only half of the original blood bar. That's literally half the blood gone. Raising his eyes to the thunder python that was enveloped by the sword array and was in shock, Easy's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the long sword in his hand gently emitted a dragon's roar. Now I have no worries. Before the words fell, Easy's figure disappeared in place, and the sword light was like a pie refining, arriving instantly in the gaze of the python's astonishment. Boo! The python's entire python head was sent flying by the huge impact, and on the originally smooth scales, a black mark appeared, and the python's pupils shook. In the moment just now, There was absolutely no trace of this little ant. His own speed, completely unable to keep up with him, while Easy retreated with a blow. His body moved quickly around the python. His body was as fast as the wind, instantly blending into the roiling wind blades, worthy of being an existence of the heavenly rank that was about to evolve. The strength of defense was rare, and the last one that was so thick-skinned was still Godslayer. It was said that hitting a snake with 7 inches, yet the attack power that one lost half of his blood bar in exchange could only leave a mark on the 7 inches similar to that left by a burning stick. Easy secretly thought. The battle intent in his eyes was like substance, and even the long sword in his hand was slightly hot. Python full body scale stand up. The body of thunder once again outbreak. The formation of dense lightning surround, protect their own body. Just now that attack, although did not break their own defense, but the horror of the power threw the scales into the body, so that its body a burst of numbness. The lightning around them swept out at once, instantly twisting with Easy's blast wind sword formation. The power caused by the clash of the two extreme powers continuously shattered the surrounding passageways. The figure of Easy kept shuttling, attacking frantically in the dense lightning, and every time the long sword in his hand went down, it was the 7 inches of the giant python. A black trail was spread across it, and the scales were pitch black. In the intensive attack, the python's fear in his heart slowly put down. The painless attack, completely unable to break his own defense, in addition to shocking his own body numb, not half the effect. Knowing this, the python began to fight back. The snake's eyes were in the midst of the sword formation, and the pupil distance was changing imperceptibly, and the sword blades that roamed the sky like the wind were slowly making their way through the python's eyes. Easy vaguely felt that something was wrong. The intervals between hitting the 7 inches were getting longer and longer, and the most recent one was even twisted off by the python. He's slowly catching up to his speed? At that thought, Easy's brow furrowed once again. What kind of species is this? And what kind of talent is it that allows it to adjust to change so quickly in the midst of battle? Racial talent? Or evolution? As Easy pondered, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared in front of Easy. Caught off guard, it hit Easy directly. Terrifying thunder instantly spread all over Easy's body, and a terrifying force exploded in Easy's chest. Easy flew out directly backwards, and as soon as he landed on the ground, the thunder in the sky was like rain, continuously bombarding Easy's body. The giant python's eyes lit up with a hint of smugness as a streak of thunder continued to be generated around its body, and then darted towards the ground where Easy was. Thunder was like a cannonball, and as the roar resounded through the passageway, a stream of smoke and dust continued to rise. Click! A tiny sound rang out. The blast wind sword formation made a strange noise. Then like a broken egg, the entire sword formation scattered with a bang, and there was not a single sound in the thunder-dense hollow anymore. As the thunder disappeared, the python's eyes glittered as it slowly moved its body, slowly approaching the pit. The thunder python, which was cautious by nature, kept moving slowly around the perimeter of the huge pit, and the retracted thunder, like armor, protected its 7 inches. The thunder python had been born for many years, with a main focus on an obscenity, and that was precisely why he was able to evolve step by step from a small thunder snake to the python he was today. Even though in his perception, it was bound to be impossible for this little ant to survive his thunder, he still wasn't prepared to probe to see life and death. The giant python slowly coiled up its body, its snake eyes flickering as it stopped at the edge of the giant pit and stared dead in the face. For a moment, the passageway that was originally filled with endless roars was eerily quiet in a flash. In the pit, the smoke and dust produced after the thunder bombardment was still slowly rising, but there was not a single sound in the entire passage. Easy hadn't made a sound since he fell into the pit. The python continued the metal that had been there all along, and just stared at the huge pit with a deadpan. And he, who was a cold-blooded animal in himself, was even more like a stubborn stone at the moment, letting the smoke and dust cover his body as if he were a dead thing. I don't know how long it took, but the python slowly blinked its eyes, and a trace of smoke slowly dispersed. Other than that, the python once again didn't make any movements, just staring at the pit silently, and the dust that had been raised in the pit had disappeared, spreading a thick layer of dust on the ground. After another long time, the python's eyes resumed their teasing. It seemed that this little ant was already dead. He was still too cautious, but there was no harm in being cautious. If there wasn't a trace of dragon chi in this little ant that awakened him, he wouldn't have made such a risky move. However, as long as one absorbed that trace of dragon chi, one's bloodline would be able to evolve again, and sooner or later, one day, one would be able to evolve into a dragon, the unrivaled presence of legend. Thinking of this, the python slowly raised its body and slowly moved towards the giant pit. The python's python head slowly poked out a sliver at the edge of the pit, and then immediately shrank back. Noticing that nothing had appeared, the python once again poked out its head before suddenly shrinking again. After a few times like this, only delight remained in the python's eyes. Definitely dead. This dragon's breath. It belongs to me now. The python couldn't wait to slide its body, ready to probe into the huge pit. Brush! A sword light suddenly flashed. A precise cut across the python's 7 inches. Chapter 138 Heavenly Sun Sword, True Dragon Form. In the middle of a huge pit of dead silence in the dark passageway, a chilling sword light with a cold light appeared silently. The sword light was awe-inspiring, and as soon as it appeared, it transformed into a dragon. And before the dragon's roar started, the sword light had already arrived. As soon as the thunder python showed its head, it realized that it was not good, and a great fear surged out from within its heart, filling its entire body. The terrifying dragon's might caused his pupils to shrink to the extreme, and a sense of powerlessness leapt to his heart, leaving only trembling in fear. When the sword light first appeared, the thunder python was suddenly filled with remorse. I should have waited a little longer. I didn't expect that the mole was still alive, and after all, the ship had capsized. The thought had just risen, and the sword light had already struck. With a miserable hissing sound, the thunder python flew backwards in the sword light, blood splattering. Fixed his eyes on the thunder python that flew backwards and landed on the ground. His eyes had become scarlet. 7 inches, an unknown deep wound turned out. The python's python head, at least 1/3 of it cracked, and blood kept gushing out. Even the 2 horns, which represented the imminent completion of evolutionary completion, were gray and dull, showing the severity of their injuries. Blood gushed wildly and thunder was chaotic, looking extremely miserable. At the wound, the scales were badly broken, and at this time, thunder converged here, attempting to repair the wound, but the dragon's might raged on the residual sword chi, preventing the wound from being repaired. Roar! The thunder python's eyes were completely a fishy red, and the thunder around his body erupted once again, making the entire passageway look like the end of the world. In the midst of lightning and thunder, a figure leapt out from the huge pit, and when he met the scarlet eyes of the thunder python, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Easy's mouth. At this time, Easy, his face was pale, his whole body was bleeding. The whole person was as if he had just killed from hell. The blood bar at the top of his head, there was only a sliver left, as if it would disappear at any moment. However, unlike earlier, his eyes were clear and pure, and he didn't even see half a bit of killing intent. And even though his entire body was covered in blood, like an evil ghost, his entire body exuded a noble temperament. The white jade 8-sided Han sword in his hand, the long sword that was originally glittering with white jade luster, was now slightly yellowish, yellow with gold. It exuded a dragon aura that caused the thunder python to fear and salivate. It was this dragon chi that made it so desperate that it broke through its body's defenses, causing it to suffer serious injuries. A tiny earth-rank mole cricket had broken through its defense. At that thought, the thunder python let out a roar, and the roiling thunder instantly surged into its body, and the body that was originally broken by 1/3 was instantly stabilized by the thunder. The icy blue body was even deeper, and every inch of the entire python was swimming in electricity. Shoo! The giant python directly disappeared from its original position, and like lightning, it directly appeared in front of Easy's eyes. In the moment Easy blinked, the huge python's mouth with a mouthful of fangs and electricity ruthlessly bit down like Easy. Everything seems to be in slow motion, eyelids just closed. Easy has been deep in the python's mouth, and the strong fishy odor has enveloped Easy's whole body. The next second, he will die in the mouth of the python. The scarlet eyes of the thunder python had already taken on a greedy look. As long as he devoured this mole cricket and sucked in his dragon energy, he himself would definitely be able to directly transform into a python into a jiao, and would soon be able to transform into a dragon, soaring into the heavens, and even break through this heaven and earth and return to the 5 continents. However, just as the python's mouth closed, Easy's voice rang out, the sword of the son of heaven. In the mouth of the thunder python, a dragon's might erupted. The dragon's roar rang out, the sword light was like a dragon, and the huge python's mouth even directly exploded. The thunder python opened its mouth uncontrollably as if it had been struck, its miserable screams interspersed with a dragon's roar. A true dragon with a golden glow and white jade soared up from the python's mouth, but the sword-length white jade golden dragon rose against the wind, quickly rising in the air. Instantly the huge dragon body directly stuffed the passage, the high dragon head directly facing the giant python, and Free is standing in the dragon head. Han white jade 8-face Han sword has disappeared. Free hand standing sword finger. Remote to the thunder python. Sword gas scattered. The dragon roar constantly. At this moment, the thunder python was like a small snake in front of the white jade golden dragon. Fear filled his heart, and the thunder around his body was even more uncontrollable and chaotic. How is it possible? Why would a true dragon exist? How could a true dragon exist in this isolated heaven and earth? With a smile on his miserable face, Easy gently stroked the huge dragon beneath him. The son of heaven, also known as the true dragon, is called the true dragon son of heaven. And the 8-sided Han sword is the sword of the Son of Heaven. At the moment of life and death, the white jade 8-faced Han sword was suddenly inspired, and at the same time, a skill appeared in the last skill grid of Easy. Divine skill, Sword of the Son of Heaven. Skill description, activation of the dragon soul in the Sword of the Son of Heaven. Breaking away from the body of the sword and transforming into a dragon, activation of both forms. Gaining a bonus to the Sword Master skill. 8-faced Han sword form, Sword Master skill damage bonus of 500%. When the first blood level is cleared, gain immunity to damage for 10 minutes, and increase blood drawing bonus, speed bonus, and attack power bonus by 100%. True dragon form, sword body transforms into a dragon. Duration 10 minutes, skill bonus 500%, can be devoured and evolved. White Jade Sword of Heaven. Until then, Easy didn't know the name of the White Jade 8-sided Han sword. The White Jade Golden Dragon only had 3 claws, and at this time, it was surrounded by dragon chi, and no one could see that it was transformed into a long sword. In the eyes of the Thunder Python, it is the true dragon descends. The face of the true dragon Thunder Python no longer have the courage to fight. Just now that battle. The corner of the Thunder Python's mouth is blown open a huge hole. The dragon surrounded by the gas. To prevent the healing, the Easy sword finger slightly moved. The White Jade Golden Dragon under his feet had a similar mind, and as the dragon body swung, he was already close to the Thunder Python, and a mouthful of dragon's breath was sprayed out, drowning the Thunder Python. The python has not yet transformed into a Jiao. The dragon is the evolution of the Jiao. At this time, the White Jade Golden Dragon is his natural nemesis. The bloodline of the superior suppression. The Earth Order White Jade Golden Dragon against the Heavenly Order of the Thunder Python. The screams resounded through the passage. The python was covered with thunder, forcibly shaking away most of the dragon breath. Just a moment of work. The Thunder Python everywhere is densely packed with wounds. The dragon breath scorching. Scales like plastic general melting. After forcibly dispersing the dragon's breath, the Thunder Python's body twisted and quickly fled in the direction from which it came, like a defeated dog. Without the banter and arrogance it had at the beginning. Easy and the White Jade Golden Dragon had the same mind. Just a thought. Easy knew what the White Jade Golden Dragon was thinking. It wanted to devour this python. Devouring could evolve. How could it let it escape? The White Jade Golden Dragon's dragon body moved. White clouds quietly appeared on its body to surround it, and the entire dragon quickly chased towards the Thunder Python in the passageway. 10 minutes was more than enough time for the python, which had suffered heavy injuries one after another, to face the White Jade Golden Dragon whose bloodline had suppressed it. Not long after Easy chased the python away, a sound of shattering glass rang out densely. On the pitch-black colored channel, a crack cracked hideously, but in a moment, on the whole channel, dust constantly shook and scattered. Rumble. Chapter 139 Secret Realm Mutation. Forced recall. Inside the passageway, the Thunder Python quickly fled towards its lair, and not far behind it, a 3-clawed true dragon with a golden glow and alabaster color, surrounded by clouds, rapidly approached towards the Thunder Python. The Thunder Python was suppressed by the suppression of the true dragon's upper bloodline behind it. No matter whether it was speed or strength, it was suppressed to the extreme, and at this moment, it was clear that it was getting closer and closer to the lair, but the fear in its heart was getting deeper and deeper. Finally, at a turning point, the rich bloodline suppressed the Thunder Python's body so much that it could no longer advance an inch, and the python stiffly twisted its python head. A large dragon's head was facing straight at him, and Easy held the mighty and domineering dragon's horn, his eyes icy cold. The dragon's whiskers had even touched the python's body. The Thunder Python couldn't raise a single ounce of resistance in its heart, and looked fearfully at the true dragon in front of it that made it envious. All that remains in his mind is remorse. Why didn't he continue to linger on? As long as he passed through this stage and transformed from a python into a scaly dragon, he would have a chance to grow into a true dragon. Why did he himself covet the dragon's energy from this mole? Why would a true dragon appear on this mole? The White Jade Golden Dragon didn't wait for the Thunder Python to think more. The dragon's mouth opened, instantly forming a black hole that swallowed the Thunder Python in an instant. Immediately afterward, the White Jade Golden Dragon transformed into a golden light, its huge body rapidly shrinking, until it changed into a white jade longsword, lightly returning to Easy's hand. At this moment, in the center of the White Jade 8-faced Han sword, a golden line grew denser and denser. Easy gripped the longsword tightly, and after viewing it for a while, he put it back into its sheath, but with a trace of doubt on his face. All the monsters in this trial have no blood bars, giving Easy an illusion, as if the game world suddenly traveled to the real world. General weirdness is revealed everywhere. That's a question that might need to be asked to Kingslayer to find out what's really going on. Ka-ching! A subtle shattering sound rang out. Easy fixed his eyes on the passage and found that dense cracks appeared on the passage. With a crackling and shattering sound, a hint of water spilled out of the cracks. Easy heart sank. This channel but is located under the swamp. A collapse, he will be buried under the swamp. Thinking of this, Easy quickly sped towards the exit, and at this moment, outside the secret realm, the 5 great city lords observed the secret realm with ugly faces. Ouyang Jinshou's face was expressionless, and only the flickering light in his eyes showed that the uneasiness in his heart. In the eyes of several city lords, the entire secret realm was full of visions and bizarre. In the secret realm, a lofty mountain slowly drew up, but in a short while, it was tens of thousands of meters higher than the original mountain, and a chilling scream resounded unceasingly from the mountain. In the woods on the east side, a mass of black mist suddenly surrounded the entire forest, as strong as the 5 city lords, but also unable to peep the slightest. Only a trace of chewing and grinding sound came out. In the secret realm, there was a valley that suddenly rose up in a dazzling and diffuse haze, as mysterious as a treasure coming out of the world, as well as within the swamp they had been unable to see through. The swamp rolled over like an earth dragon turning over, and at this moment, in the middle of the secret swamp, 3 figures ran out from the passageway, causing several city lords to be startled. How did they get in there? Ouyang Jinshou looked at the mysterious realm that had changed, and slowly looked at Ao Tianxiang, the lord of Qinglong City. There's a change in the secret realm. Let's end this examination early and rank them according to their points. Ao Tianxiang rarely did not fight with Ouyang Jinshou, and at this time, his eyes were intense as he slowly nodded his head as he looked at the secret realm, and in the middle of the valley, Lin Yun and the others stood in place. At this moment, the entire valley was shaking, full of gullies, and the huge army of ants was falling to the east at this moment. Boulders continued to roll down from above. Things happened in an instant. Countless talismans surrounded Lin Yun's hands, ready to shatter the falling boulders. Compared to Lin Yun's side, the other participants from all over the secret realm suffered heavy losses. Many people are overwhelmed by the disasters of nature when they can't react in time when a mutation occurs. Countless white lights disappeared into the secret realm, and in the next second, they appeared in Green Dragon City. In just an instant, more than half of the contestants were lost, and in a short period of time, Green Dragon City was filled with resurrected contestants. Each one of them was palpitating and pale. There were deaths by boulders, deaths by tree spikes, and deaths by the sudden expansion of the mountain crushing them. In the face of a natural disaster, the power of the individual appears weak and defenseless. At the same time, in the secret realm, Ao Tianxiang's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. This examination ends here. You and others will be teleported out next. Do not resist. Before the words fell, in the secret realm, a greenish-colored light rose from everyone's body, and the light wrapped around each and every one of them. In the next moment, people were constantly disappearing into the secret realm and returning to Green Dragon City. The few people who escaped from the passageway, 3-141-5926, were instantly enveloped by a green-colored light, and the power of the green dragon instantly enveloped them. Wait, Easy is still out. Before the words fell, several people had already returned to Green Dragon City. Kiki immediately found where Ouyang Jinshou was and was about to open her mouth when Ouyang Jinshou gave her a reassuring look. In the passageway, while Easy heard Ao Tianxiang's voice, the power of the green dragon surrounded, but every time it reached the place of the 8-sided Han sword, it was absorbed by the long sword. Easy looked at the white jade 8-sided Han sword in shock. No, you're absorbing the power of the green dragon at this time? Big brother, it's a time to run for your life. The 8-faced Han sword, which was connected to Easy's mind, instantly increased the speed of its absorption upon hearing this. At the same time, in the valley, Lin Yun's few people were simultaneously enveloped in a green-colored light, and all of them had happy faces. It disappeared in place wrapped in light, leaving behind a head of black giant ants alone. After Xia Shui and the others returned, Lin Yun's brows furrowed slightly as he realized that none of the creatures in the original secret realm were wrapped in light. Just as the light on Lin Yun's body was about to envelop his entire body, the power of Gung Jin surged out of Lin Yun's hand, and he reached out to grab a wave of green light, and as the gold and wood intersected, he directly struck the light into Xiao Hei's body. In the next moment, the green-colored light slowly spread over Xiao Hei's body. Xiao Hei was instantly so anxious that he was close to speaking, and his hands danced around as he tried to tell Lin Yun, "Brother, as much as I fear the sudden changes in the world, I fear staying by your side even more. Ah, big brother, can you just leave me alone?" At the same time, Ao Tianxiang, who had borrowed the power of the Green Dragon City to forcefully recall all the contestants, was already pale, and suddenly felt a terrifying force fighting against him. For a moment, Ao Tianxiang felt a rapid loss of power in his body. Gritting his teeth, he once again drew in the power of the Green Dragon City, and the entire Green Dragon City suddenly brightened up a bit. Damn, what asshole needs that much energy to summon? Where's the vampire? Looking at the loss of half of the Green Dragon pool, Ao Tianxiang angry read, but there is nothing to do. Can only grit his teeth. In the middle of the valley, In the middle of the passageway, the two vampires, Lin Yun and Prosperity, one looked at the light that slowly covered Xiao Hei's entire body with satisfaction, while the other's face was calm but his eyes revealed a bit of anxiety. Finally, under Easy's murderous gaze, the eight-faced Han sword reluctantly stopped absorbing the power of the green dragon, and then the green light enveloped Easy's entire body. Easy disappeared directly into place. He didn't notice that on the eight-faced Han sword's body, the golden light, which was getting thicker and thicker. Chapter 143 of the Top 5 Alone. In the city of Green Dragon, Easy only felt a lightness in his body, and when he came back to his senses, he had already arrived in Green Dragon City. Many of the players around them who had been teleported back had a hijacked look on their faces. The sudden occurrence of the mutation caused many players who could have advanced to directly die and return to Green Dragon City, while many players who originally didn't have enough points were lucky enough to be teleported back to take the place of the quota and enter the advancement list. In the crowd, the Kikifu several people immediately saw Easy, who was teleported back, and after glancing at each other, they all breathed a sigh of relief. By now, all of the contestants who had entered the secret realm, with the exception of Lin Yun, had returned. As for the Green Dragon City Lord, Ao Tianxiang, at this moment, his face had long since turned blue, and the power of the green dragon in his hands was still being continuously output. Seeing that all the contestants had returned, that bastard kid from Kirin Continent was the only one missing. It was conceivable that the huge suction force that had inexplicably appeared against himself was what this kid had gotten up to. What the hell is this kid up to? Why is the power of the green dragon consumed so much? Teleporting him alone would almost consume as much as teleporting all the rest of the participants. If it wasn't for the change in the secret realm and the fact that Ouyang Jinxiu was at his side, he would have wanted to just drop this kid straight away and leave him alone. I'll blow that kid's head off when he comes out. Heartbreakingly, he felt the rate of consumption of the green dragon's power and was so angry that his gums ached. Ouyang Jinxiu looked at the constipated Ao Tianxiang and then swept a glance at the players who had teleported back. With a frown, he opened his mouth and said, "I say Ao Tianxiang, you're old enough. Don't get into these pranks. Teleport that bastard out. You don't say you can act. Your lips are trembling so realistically, with the appearance of a very serious physical loss." At that, Ao Tianxiang just wanted to roll his eyes. Goddamn acting. I'm getting sucked dry. In the middle of the valley, the power of the green dragon slowly wrapped it up in Xiao Hei's frightened and desperate eyes, and as it completely covered the whole body, the one person and one ant neuron disappeared from the original place. Only the huge legions of ants were left behind, staring stonily in the direction the two had disappeared, only to flee in alarm as the ground began to crumble. In the next instant, Lin Yun appeared above the stands. The hearts of the people who cared about Lin Yun were finally released. At this time, the stands but only Lin Yun. Lin Yun suspiciously glanced to the left and right. Where is Little Black? He had obviously teleported back with himself. Where had he gone now? Had he guessed wrong? Even if Xiao Hei was protected by the power of the green dragon, he was directly lost during the forced breakthrough of the secret realm? Blackie, this is really too bad for you. Not even the roots were left behind. Right at this moment, Lin Yun's right hand was scratching, and when he fixed his eyes on it, a small black that had shrunk countless times was clamping onto the sweaty hairs dangling from Lin Yun's arm. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Still alive. Then his own guess had been right. As soon as he entered the Demon Hunting Valley secret realm, Lin Yun realized something was wrong. He couldn't gain experience from killing demons. It was then that he had a vague suspicion. The creatures in that secret realm are real. Unlike the current God's Apocalypse game world, the secret world, same as the real world. But the fact that Xiao Hei could teleport into the Divine Enlightenment world also showed that the world wall of the Divine Enlightenment was already starting to become weak. And according to the timeline in the memories of his previous life, the Divine Apocalypse should almost begin to mirror reality. Next, in the real world, there will be a lot of natural disasters, but correspondingly, some good things will also be at this time, slowly appearing in the real world. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Lin Yun didn't move, quietly putting away Little Black, who was hanging on to his sweaty hair with a dumbfounded look on his face, and looked in the direction the sound came from. There was a look of shock. Ao Tianxiang's cheeks were sunken, his eyes were lifeless, and he just lay straight on the ground, panting crazily. All the city lords, including the players, were in awe. Lin Yun walked to Ao Tianxiang's side and spoke with slight concern. "That Qinglong city lord, when you're old, you should know how to exercise moderation. How long has it been since we've seen each other? And you're so weak." Ao Tianxiang nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, trembling as he raised his finger to point at Lin Yun. You. The corner of Ouyang Jinxiu's mouth raised a smile with deep meaning, and after looking Lin Yun up and down, he also nodded his head in recognition. "Yes, old Ao, I see that this body of yours, it really isn't as good as it used to be." listening to the taunts of the two. The furious Ao Tianxiang's eyelids rolled over and he was so angry that he turned his back. This kid, what the hell did he do? Shortly afterward, on the stands, Ao Tianxiang, who had recovered somewhat, sat on the main seat, his eyes carrying killing intent every time he skimmed over Lin Yun under the stands. Lin Yun didn't care at all, treating him as if he didn't exist. After all, there was another killing intent that was like substance that had been shrouding his body. It was none other than the lord of Qingfeng City, Long Zhan. His son, Long Cheng, had been killed by Lin Yun on the spot in the secret realm, and now the corpse was probably turned into some sort of beast's excrement. Lin Yun had a smile on his lips as he frankly looked straight at Long Zhua, whose deathly clenched fists had turned iron, then announced the results of the match. The city lords deliberated and then slowly opened their mouths. Ao Tianxiang, the lord of Qinglong City, looked at the list negotiated by all the city lords, and when he saw the name at the top, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and after sighing hopelessly, he slowly got up. The list for the second round of selection for this Demon Hunting Valley Secret Realm Continent battle is out, and the top 5 are the following people. First place, the Kirin Continent Godslayer, 98,000 points. Ao Tianxiang gritted his teeth and sucked in a few sharp breaths before pronouncing the name. Second place, the Jubilee Continent Mulan in an airplane, with 8,000 points. Third place, Kirin Continent Easy, 7,500 points. Fourth place, Green Dragon Continent War God Ling Tian, 5,000 points. Fifth place, the Kirin Continent Kiki Repeat Kiki, 4,600 points. The number of people selected from each state is as follows: the Green Dragon Continent 30, the White Tiger Continent 20, the Vermilion Bird Continent 10, the Xuanwu Continent 15, and the Kirin Continent 35. Before the words fell, on this side of the Qilin Continent, a burst of hearty laughter rang out from the city lords. Unlike the rest of the states where the atmosphere was depressed, the crowd of city lords in the Qilin Continent were in a very relaxed mood, and the knot of qi in their chests disappeared. How many years has it not come out this good? In the second round of the continental battle, 3 of the top 5 places were taken by Kirin Continent alone, and with the total number of entrants, Kirin Continent directly took the top spot, which meant, in the next to last battle, the group ring battle where every 5 people were a team, Kirin Continent had a full 7 teams competing. Gone are the days of thinking about that breathtaking every continent war, every contest, every chaperone, and it's all because of that teenager. He manages to give big enough surprises as well as scares every time, and thankfully this time, it was a surprise, a heavenly surprise. Ha ha ha, not bad not bad, I'm very happy. All the participants who win at the end of the continental battle can enter my Kirin Continent book pavilion and pick a gongfa on their own. As soon as Ouyang Jinxiu said this, the Kirin Continent's participating teams immediately rang out a loud cheer. Oomph! A cold snort came from the Green Dragon Continent. Chapter 141 Lin Yun tells the truth. Divine revelation will soon mirror reality. Above the stands, after a cold snort from the Green Wind City Lord, Long Zhan, he then ignored Ao Tianxiang's iron face in the slightest and took the lead to leave the arena alone. And before he left, he took a deep look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun bared his big teeth and smiled in response. Infuriating dragon warrior's footsteps, Lin Yun twisted his head and headed directly towards where the Vermilion Bird City players were, bumping head-on into the gloomy-looking Easy, which he also directly ignored. As Easy looked at Lin Yun, who was automatically circumventing himself and heading straight towards Vermilion Bird City, his brows danced. Where the Vermilion Bird Continent players were, Xiaoshue's face was flushed as she looked at the Godslayer who was coming in the direction of herself and the others. Your brother-in-love is here to see you. Sister Man had a gossipy expression on her face and pressed into Xiaoshue's ear to tease. Looking for death you. Xiaoshue blushed even more, while Lin Yun had already arrived next to her. Come on girlfriend, it's time to tell you something. Lin Yun's words immediately caused the entire stands to fall silent. Then, once again, a violent uproar broke out. Lin Yun held Xiaoshui, and amidst the uproar, he glared at Easy and the others who had already frozen. A few people looked at each other and immediately followed Lin Yun. Only Kiki Repeat had a greatly shocked expression on his face, staring at her sister's background with round eyes. This, my sister has her feet in 2 boats? In the stands, Ouyang Jinxiu skimmed his lips. It's a pity that a good cabbage was arched by a pig. Pop! A jade hand slapped directly on Ouyang Jinxiu's head as Shang Wanyan's cold and clear voice rang out. How do you talk? My brother is a handsome pig even if he is a pig. Ouyang Jinxiu immediately smiled playfully. Yes, it's a pig is a pig is a pig. Lin Yun's group of 7 people found a random restaurant box in Green Dragon City. At this time, inside the box, the people were gathered around the table with different expressions. Sis, that's not right. You can't have 2 feet in 2 boats. You're cheating. In the quiet box, The sound of Chi resuming Chi was like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone present. Easy and other people's faces are even black. Originally looked at the very smooth Xia Shui, at this time in their eyes, has changed the feeling of 3-141-5926 even looked up at the top of Lin Yun's head, looking for a hat. Ha! As if struck by lightning, Xia Shui pointed at herself incredulously. What? Cheating? 2 feet in the same boat? Me? Are you sure you're talking about your sister me? Lin Yun couldn't hold back his laughter as he looked at the large and righteous Kiki. Repeat Kiki. Sister. Look. Brother Godslayer is already furious. Kiki. Repeat Kiki looked at Lin Yun with a worried face. Xia Shui was instantly filled with black L. Ines. Don't you talk nonsense. I didn't. What no? I just met your boyfriend, Brother Lin Yun, a while ago. You're hurting both people with this. Kiki. Repeat Kiki was very disappointed in her sister. At those words Easy put down the long sword in his hand, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. Xia Yu, look at me to see if I look like your brother Lin Yun. Lin Yun couldn't hold it in and said with a smile. Xia Shui also reacted and snorted. Xiao Yu ah, do you remember your brother Lin Yun's game name? Of course I remember. I didn't think anyone would take a name as disgusting as God. Lin Yun laughed and said seriously, how to pronounce God backwards? Asterisk 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 God. Kiki replied immediately. Ha 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 ha, what a god. The whole table erupted in laughter at the words, completely ignoring the black lines that filled Lin Yun's head. What a god. It's god killing. Lin Yun spoke helplessly. This girl was more than just face-blind. This little head still needed to be checked before she could do so. This time, it was Xia Yu's turn to be dumbfounded, looking blankly at Lin Yun and then at her sister. Muttered half a dozen times by himself. God is Godslayer. Brother Lin Yun is God and Brother Godslayer is Godslayer? So that means Brother Kingslayer is God. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth twitched. This Thai kid. The rest of the people are laughing so hard that their tears are falling down. 3-141-5926 with the wealth is even standing up and wildly tapping the table. Yay, great. My sister didn't cheat. Xia Shui sniffed and laughed even more. And at the twitching corners of Lin Yun's mouth, she also let out a giggle. In the midst of the banter, the dishes were served and after 3 rounds of wine, Lin Yun put away his smile and signaled the crowd. Seeing this, the few people in the know slightly straightened their bodies, waiting for Lin Yun to speak. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and the few people who were unaware of the situation stopped their playfulness. Lin Yun tilted his head and drank the wine in his cup, scanning the crowd before slowly speaking. I know that your minds are full of doubts and anxieties, and you should probably have guessed as much. I can tell you now that yes, you guessed right. The divine apocalypse, a real world, and soon, the divine apocalypse is about to be mirrored into reality. When Lin Yun finished speaking with a dignified expression, everyone in the room lost their words, and the box fell silent. It could be seen that a few people who already had guesses, their bodies shook and their eyes were filled with shock. Sister Xia Shuiman, who had not seen the contents of the waterfall and was unaware of it, as well as Fortune and the others, all had their mouths slightly open. Half a dozen times, Man laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke of the day. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, seeing that everyone looked grave, Sister Man's laughter slowly diminished and her voice spoke dryly. You guys, you can't be serious. It was also the first time that Xia Shui had heard this kind of statement, and at this moment, looking at the heavy faces of everyone present, her smiling face went slightly white. Lin Yun, is it true? Lin Yun slowly sighed and spoke again. The world of divine revelation mirrors reality, and in reality there will be all kinds of omens, all kinds of natural disasters and strange events. For example, the one that appeared some time ago, the deaths in the deep forests of the setting sun, and next, there will be more harbingers that will appear, and each time, it will represent the time when the divine revelation will mirror reality, getting closer and closer. Upon hearing this, Xia Shui and Sister Man were both reminded of the previous nationwide explosion of the Sunset Deep Forest death incident, those bizarre deaths, suspected to be dry corpses charred by fire. The two of them grew paler and paler. After the harbinger, because of the initial convergence of the divine revelation world and the real world, all over the world, there will be all kinds of changes, especially the various unsolved mysteries known to the world. Those unknown zones, there will be unimaginable crises, as well as resources. After Lin Yun finished speaking, Easy slowly opened his mouth. Only his own family didn't even notice that there was a slight tremor in his voice. Like the Shenanjia, the Bermuda Triangle? Lin Yun nodded slightly. In these places, all sorts of treasures will appear, such as god-level skills, as well as god-level talents. There are also all sorts of ancient creatures that you have recognized as extinct. Dinosaurs, saber-toothed tigers and the like. At those words the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Any one of the things Lin Yun had said today was a problem they wouldn't have dared to even think about before. Easy stabilized his mind and spoke, if that happens, what about the humans? Lin Yun smiled. Do you remember what I told you? What would you do if one day, your white jade 8-sided Han sword appeared at the end of your bed in reality? Easy froze, then rejoiced. You mean, our abilities in the game? It'll show up too. Chapter 142 You've been reborn. Looking at the blazing gazes of the crowd, Lin Yun nodded slightly. Will, everything in the divine revelation appears in reality, and all the abilities, as the divine revelation is mirrored, are gained. Your professions, your skills, every item you got in the world of the divine apocalypse will appear. Lin Yun's words were like a stone falling into a lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Strong as easy, at this moment is also the face of the red, eyes glowing at their hands of the white jade 8-sided Han sword. The real world, everyone is an ordinary person. If one day, someone told you, you play the game, the character's ability will appear in real life, their own body, anyone else would be as excited as they are. Who hasn't dreamed of flying? Who hasn't fantasized about a man and a sword fighting to the end of the world? Seeing the crowd discussing one sentence after another, Lin Yun opened his mouth at an inopportune moment, and with a single sentence, he instantly caused the hearts of the crowd to sink to the bottom of the valley. Monsters from the divine apocalypse, NPCs, will also appear. The divine apocalypse is reflected, and the real world will be littered with corpses at the first opportunity. After Lin Yun finished speaking, everyone fell silent, as if imagining that scene. Wealthy couldn't help but shrink his neck and spoke tentatively. Aren't we capable of that? Lin Yun slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with despair as he recalled the scene that was like hell in his previous life. It's useless. The difference between the number of people who gained the ability and the number of monsters, the difference is too great, and the most fatal thing is that at that time, to die, is to really die. Unlike now when we're still in the game, we can be resurrected if we die, and at most we lose some levels. Once a person knows that they'll die, there aren't many people who can make the choice to sacrifice. Easy and 3-141-5926 looked at each other as they thought of the image they had seen on that waterfall deep in the swamp, and their hearts tightened. Lin Yun continued. When the divine apocalypse mirrored reality, countless monsters appeared all over the world of mankind, and even if someone who had gained the ability appeared, they would be plunged directly into the circle of monsters, and would be exterminated by the monsters before they could make a move. How do you know these things? Xia Shui's small face was white. Hearing this kind of thing for the first time, her heart was actually unbelievable, but looking at the state of the several people's expressions, this didn't seem like a prank. At this moment, Sister Man, who unbelievingly was checking out the events of the Sunset Deep Forest, suddenly let out a shriek and covered her mouth as she handed a new piece of news to the crowd. Surprise! Rushing light is appearing from pyramids all over the world. Eerie roars have been heard outside the pyramids. It is suspected that mythical creatures have been seen. There is currently an army stationed around the pyramids. Myth or horror? That's debatable. Is that what you call a precursor? The hearts of the crowd grew heavier and heavier, associating it with Lin Yun's statement that the aura would only appear more and more frequently, which was what Lin Yun had said. That time was already running out. Looking at the pale faces of the crowd, Lin Yun smiled faintly. What are you heavy now? Hearing this, the crowd also exhaled deeply. That's right, everything has not yet begun. Everything still has a chance. However, Lin Yun's words changed. Despair is yet to come. Lin Yun raised his glass and drank it all in one go. His voice, this time, even lower. After the divine apocalypse mirrored reality, although humanity suffered heavy losses, it was barely able to hold on with the combined efforts of the abilities and the NPCs of the apocalyptic world. Then, the gods have come down. The living are dying. At the sound of his words, Easy, Kiki repeat and 3-141-5926 snapped his head up and looked at Lin Yun with a deadpan expression. The image in the waterfall. It's real? Gods? Where did the gods come from? Are there really gods? The gods are here to save mankind? People who have seen the picture at large, and others, think and say completely different things than those who have not seen the picture. Lin Yun suddenly burst out laughing, causing the crowd to be confused. Smiling and laughing, 2 lines of tears slipped from the corner of Lin Yun's eyes. Opening his mouth again, his voice became incomparably cold, and a strong killing intent filled the entire box. Everyone's hands and feet instantly went cold. Saving humanity? Gods? They are here to destroy humanity. They are not gods. They are just a bunch of... The low voice was like a demon coming out of the world, and Lin Yun's pupils became incomparably blood-red in an instant. Xia Shui hadn't seen Lin Yun like this before, and she forced herself to hold back the fear in her heart as well as the suffocating killing intent, and tightly grasped Lin Yun's palm. In the next moment, the scarlet in Lin Yun's eyes disappeared, and along with his eyes regaining their clarity, the fearful icy killing intent disappeared along with it like a tidal wave, and the crowd immediately felt like they had come to life, greedily inhaling fresh air. Sorry, Lin Yun closed his eyes and calmed himself. Lin Yun, how do you know these things? It hasn't happened yet, or it won't happen at all. Lin Yun's words were too shocking, but Xia Shui, who lived under the red flag, still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but ask. He was reborn. As soon as Easy's words left his mouth, the crowd once again froze. Lin Yun also slowly opened his eyes to look at Easy. Easy spoke faintly. We have seen some images in the Demon Hunting Valley secret realm. We have seen the god of whom you speak. 3-141-5926 raises his hand in response. I've seen it with Kiki repeat as well. And in the picture, there's Deicide. At those words, not only were Wealthy and the others shocked, but Lin Yun was also astonished. Easy stood up and described what they had read. Listening to Easy finish his speech, the scene filled with despair seemed to appear in the crowd's mind. Mountains of corpses, gods wreaking havoc, the world ending, humanity, fresh from the turmoil, prayed to the gods with hope. The gods literally came down to earth and then twisted off their heads and destroyed their homes with their own hands. In the descriptions of a few people at large, Kiki repeat they all saw their own deaths. Even the Lord of Kirin City in the Divine Revelation world died in battle for humanity. That was the Kirin City Lord, an invincible existence below the continent Lord. It could be said that it was the ceiling of the Divine Enlightenment world's battle power. And this kind of existence had died in battle. What kind of being is the so-called god? In the end Deicide dies and the world is destroyed. Through Easy's description, that heavy scene hit the crowd straight in the heart. In that scene, no one dared to imagine just how desperate it would be to bring the entire real world together against the gods. By the time Easy finished telling all the images he saw, Sister Xia Shuiman and the others were already in tears, immersed and unable to extricate themselves. When Easy finished speaking, he looked up at the frowning, contemplative Lin Yun and spoke. So, what we saw was true, and now things are going exactly the way you said they would. You've witnessed our deaths, right? Like a thunderbolt falling, the crowd looked at Lin Yun, who only slightly glanced at Easy without speaking. Easy spoke again. You're just like in the novels. You've been reborn. Chapter 143 I show my cards. I'm born again. Because you were born again. So you've been a one-horse race from the start of the game. And all your strength is even deeper now. Because you were born again. That's why those of us met. It was you who brought us together. And through the images I've seen, I'm certain that we're all people who fight against the gods. You can be trusted. And if there's no mistake, everyone's strength has increased at a rate that far exceeds that of their previous lives. Because you were born again. That's why it's possible to anticipate the enemy and grab the lead at every step. Just to improve yourself more quickly. Because you were born again. So, you've been hinting at us, preparing our hearts to become the various city townspeople. And you're making a way out for us. Daxia is always one step ahead. Experience, equipment, and in addition omens, reflections, gods descending. You've been preparing, doing what you've been doing, all because, you're born again. The entire room was silent. Not a single person opened their mouths. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the eloquent Easy. On weekdays, a person who was as shy as a word, at this time opened his mouth to speak out words that directly shattered the worldview of all people. A huge amount of information and strange knowledge flooded into the minds of the people and took root in their hearts. Rebirth. What two familiar words, but at this moment they seemed so strange. But according to Prosperity, upon further reflection, it was immediately creepy, and thinking about it this way, everything Lin Yun did could be explained. But can anyone really be born again? That breathtaking doom that has happened? No. Is it a future that's really going to happen for them? This is too much of a stretch. Xia Shuiman's sister two people, but also face to face. Today's day learn things, too incredible. Games mirroring reality? The gods are coming to an end of the world? Lin Yun was reborn. At this moment, the two felt like they were living in a novel, and it was also a doomsday rebirth text. Years of education collided violently with what they now knew, and for a moment, both men's minds went blank, as if they had suddenly lost the ability to speak. The two thought they might be crazy, as if they were attending some sort of psychiatric patient exchange. It's all too pie in the sky and comical. 3-141-5926 and the others likewise. Even if they had had such unrealistic speculations, even if they had experienced many kinds of hints, when the words came out of Easy's mouth, at this point, they still felt very absurd, and subconsciously looked at Lin Yun in their hearts. Lin Yun's brows were furrowed at this point, and instead of answering, he opened his mouth to ask, where did you guys see the footage? The scene that Easy described. Lin Yun couldn't forget it. It was a scene that had happened before he died, but coming from Easy's mouth, it was just too bizarre. Lin Yun's heart was now covered in doubt and fear. Why? Images from a previous lifetime would appear here, before the eyes of Easy and the others. Since being reborn, this was the only situation that was unknown to Lin Yun. It's all too creepy. All sorts of speculations and doubts flashed through Lin Yun's mind. His own rebirth and the appearance of the images of his previous life caused Lin Yun to associate himself with what he had previously guessed, the world of divine revelation and why it merges with the real world. Why the God-inspired world is data mined. What were those 5 points of light that appeared to fall into the divine revelation when the green dragon fought the gods and the lord of the 5 continents? Lin Yun just felt like his head was going to explode. Everything was strung together, but it always felt like there was some connection in the middle. Could it be that my rebirth is artificial? What was that man up to and why would he show Easy and the others this kind of footage? This instant Lin Yun was creeped out, a chill rising from his spine. In this instant, Lin Yun didn't know whether he was in a game or in real life. There was suddenly a white haze in front of his eyes, and the truth was repeatedly right behind it, but he couldn't tear himself away from seeing it. Lin Yun. Easy noticed that Lin Yun was not in the right state. His eyes were gray, and he immediately gave a shocking cry. This sound pulled Lin Yun back from the chaos. Seeing the concerned eyes of the crowd, Lin Yun silently picked up the bottle of wine and poured it directly into his mouth. After the entire bottle of wine went down, Lin Yun deeply exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Looking up once again at the crowd's eyes full of curiosity, he smiled and spoke. That's right, I've been reborn. Boom! At that moment, everyone was struck by a heavy blow. Even if this statement is made by the free, at this moment is also a tiger. Slowly sat down, hands holding the bottle of wine in front of him. The same hard to pour into their throats. Wine into the throat under the belly, which feels the heartbeat is no longer rapid beating. Just the hands holding the bottle were shaking imperceptibly. Rebirth. Everyone felt unbelievable. This was even more unbelievable than the descent of a god. Lin Yun looked at the expressions on the faces of the people. Easy, 3-141-5926, Wealthy, and Kiki repeat a few of them. Although they were appalled, he could tell that they didn't question it. As for Xia Shui and Sisterman, apart from being shocked, there were more questions and disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The two of them, for the word rebirth, really couldn't accept it. Xia Shui glanced at Lin Yun with a strange expression, unable to determine the truthfulness of Lin Yun's words. Lin Yun didn't explain, but opened his mouth to continue. Now that the harbingers are getting more and more numerous, the time until the divine apocalypse is reflected, is fast approaching, and the time left for us, is not much. In this continental battle, there's still the last group ring battle. We must let the Qilin continent get first place, because the reward for winning this time will lift us up the fastest. During Lin Yun's speech, he scanned the expressions of several people. Lin Yun nodded with satisfaction. Divine enlightenment ranks, divided into heaven and earth, Xian Huang, and after the 10th level of the heavenly order, they are divided by stars. After the 10th star of the heavenly order, one is a half exalted, and on top of that, one is a supreme exalted. Supreme beings are divided into 9 stars, and Ouyang Jinxiu, the Lord of Qilin City, is a 9-star supreme being. What I'm going to say is that after the heavenly rank, one can open the spiritual body, which possesses half of the body's combat power. However, the spiritual body can't be opened by everyone, only by killing the heavenly spirit boss, and one of the rewards for winning the continent in this continent battle is to enter the heavenly spirit battle realm, kill the heavenly spirit boss, and open the spiritual body. Lin Yun finished his speech and slowly drank, waiting for the crowd to react. At this stage, many of the ways to boost your battle power, when told, are not really useful. Only when you reach level, so many things, you can figure out how to get them. Easy hesitated a moment to speak. I want to know, above the supreme being, is it a god? That god you beheaded, what rank was it? At those words the crowd once again looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun snorted and shook his head. Above the supreme is not a god. The so-called gods I beheaded, it's just a 2-winged angel, the lowest level of pseudo-gods. The true gods have not yet truly descended before I die. Chapter 144. A way to stop the coming of the gods. The true gods have not yet truly descended before I die. When Lin Yun finished speaking, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Easy was even paralyzed in his chair. The images they saw of humanoid creatures with that kind of heaven-destroying power actually weren't gods, just so-called pseudo-gods. Then, what kind of existence should a true god be? If the end is near, what can people like yourself do? For a time, the entire box was filled with despair and depression. Everyone didn't speak. Only 3-141-5926 couldn't stand the depressed atmosphere and looked up at Lin Yun. Lin Yun spoke again. Before I died, I saw a scene that should have been a true god. Lin Yun's thoughts returned to the moment before he died in his previous life. The one eye that poked out of the broken space. It was an eye that he didn't know how to describe. And with just one glance, he made himself, who was already able to cut down 2-winged angels at that time, from the depths of his heart, unable to give birth to a single thought of confrontation. It was as if the world would simply be destroyed with just one look. It's impossible to imagine that kind of desperate to the point of disappointment power. After lingering for a long time, Lin Yun continued, At that time, the barrier of the real world was still in place, so the gods were not yet able to truly descend into the world, and the ones who were able to do so were at most pseudo-gods who had broken through to the supreme level. If that's true, what else can we do? Wealthy issued a query and said in disbelief. If the ending is still uncontestable, then what are we still holding out for? The crowd nodded at the words. Yeah, if you know the end now, then why try and fight to the end? If it's all pointless, then why hold on? If you were an ant when you faced the gods in your last life, then this life? Is it a strong ant? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Yun's expression suddenly became serious as he slowly opened his mouth. In the last world, after the gods descended, human power was simply unable to resist, and the rest of the countries, basically, quickly declared their demise. Only Daxia, who fought with every ounce of strength to resist, joined forces with the Divine Enlightenment world to create the Daxia Guardian Legion. In the last life, everything happened so suddenly that no one could have predicted it, and everyone formed themselves into groups just to guard their homes. And even in that situation, we still stubbornly resisted until, with the body of a mortal, we killed the gods. Our great Xia, inherited for 5,000 years, which ancestor didn't stand proudly in the midst of blood and rain? According to the principle of survival of the fittest, the bloodline flowing in everyone here now is that of the strong. Which one of us is weak? We don't bully others because we are polite. Bully us? Then we will tell them. What does it mean to be a state of etiquette? What does it mean to axe people with virtue? Lin Yun paused, and when he saw the light begin to shine in the crowd's downcast eyes, he continued to speak. And in this life, we have gone ahead, and I am confident, straight to the gods. And, the most crucial point, the gods descend on locations for a reason. What if we yank the gods' landing spot before they descend? The world barrier gods can't break through, and they can't find the location of the real world. Only individual gods unintentionally discover us, find ways to leave behind the power of the gods, and finally, when the time is right, use this as a point to descend into the world. What if there are no more landing spots? Lin Yun's last sentence caused the crowd to rejoice in their hearts. Exactly. If the landing place for the coming of the gods is not there, then how can the gods come down? Lin Yun, do you know the locations where the gods have landed? Easy and the others opened their mouths to inquire, a dangerous glint hidden in their eyes, and Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction as he saw that everyone had regained their fighting spirit. Whether it's easy, Kiki repeat Kiki or 3-141-5926. In their last life, they were the stalwarts of sniping the gods, and in their last life, they were just playing the game for the sake of playing the game. But with the gods coming down, they never took a step back. This life was merely an advance notice of the brutal future they were about to face, and although it was shocking, Lin Yun believed that after today, 3 even stronger comrades would emerge. I know, and so do you all. Lin Yun smiled cheaply. A few people wondered. No, we didn't know that. You faced it. With a flash of light in his mind, Easy suddenly reacted and inquired uncertainly. You mean, the power of weirdness? Those secret realms? The crowd then realized. The secret realm of the undead. Is that where the gods descend? 3-141-5926 shocked. At the same time, his heart was terrified, and he looked at each other with his wealth, and they both shivered. After all, the endless and immortal undead that nearly drained them dry also left a very unforgettable scene in their memories. Yes, the secret realm of the undead is one of the gods' descent points, and the one who descended into the secret realm of the undead in the last life was the true god, the god of death. The god of death. No matter if it was Daxia or other kingdoms, the name had been in myths and legends, and it was unexpected that in the last life, there really was a god of death descending into the world. So we've terminated the undead mysteries. Does that mean that, in this life, he won't be able to descend? Lin Yun first nodded, then slowly shook his head. If the real world is a piece of cake, then the secret realms that now exist in the divine revelation are a bright light in an endless universe telling the gods that they are here. The fact that we've solved the undead secret realm now doesn't help much. If we can solve all the secret realms, then the gods, who will have no bright lights to prompt them, won't have a simple time trying to find us in the endless universe. Before Lin Yun's words fell, Kiki puffed up and slammed the table, flashing his 2 tiger teeth as he opened his mouth in a domineering manner. Then let's go and finish them all off now. Looking at the murderous aura in her eyes and seeing the crowd's gawking expressions, Lin Yun shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Many secret realms will only be unlocked and appear in accordance with the progress of the Divine Enlightenment world game. Furthermore, unlocking them right now is something we can't solve. Think of it this way, once that secret realm opens, and a Ouyang Jinxiu or a full-bodied Titan giant ape runs out of it to lay hands on you, do you think you'll be able to run away and die? The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cold air at the words, especially when they imagined that they had just stepped into the secret realm, and saw a bearded man standing in the darkness, and kept making the sound of laughter. See if it's scary. Can't get goosebumps? Kiki repeat imagined it for a moment, shivering for a moment, then silently put away the compact short sword clutched in his hand and did so obediently, assuming a schoolboy pose. However, there are still quite a few secret realms that we are able to tackle. The Green Dragon Continent. There are a few. Chapter 145. The landing bay was attacked. Seeing the crowd staring at him with glowing eyes and full of wariness, Lin Yun helplessly waved his hand and opened his mouth to explain. The main thing right now is the continent war. Only if the Chilan continent wins the continent battle will we be able to receive rewards such as spirit bodies and have the chance to proceed to the next step of our plan. Seeing this, the crowd skimmed their lips, their expressions slightly regretful. So next, I'll tell you about the continental warfare program. With an expression of righteousness, he nodded heavily at Lin Yun. What? Xiaoxue was shocked. The Lin Yun crowd was shocked. No. Is this a real sister? In the eyes of the shocked crowd, Kiki spoke with a face full of pride. They are from the Vermilion Bird Continent. Ah yes, there's another one. Under the light, half of Kikiru's face was buried in the darkness. His eyes flashed red, and he leaked out 2 tiger teeth that flashed with a cold light at Sister Man, and a ray of light flashed from one of them, while he stretched out one of his hands and viciously wiped his neck. No, holy, it's a horror movie. No, that's not so bad. Sister Man stiffened and glanced back at Xiaoxue, who had a black line all over her head. Your sister, is she usually this tigerish? Wait. The Vermilion Bird Continent is our ally. Kiki repeat stayed for a moment as he sniffed at his ally. Ah yes. The Vermilion Bird Continent Lord, but Godslayer's half-sister's own sister. Thinking of this, Kiki giggled and quietly put the knife away, let go of the hand covering Xiaoxue's ears, pretended to help Xiaoxue stroke her hair, and then ignored the eyes of the crowd and sat back down with a calm face. Very proper and natural, not even looking at her own sister's expression full of black lines, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. But after this action of Kiki repeating Kiki, the sullenness in the hearts of the people and their fear of the gods dissipated quite a bit. Seeing this, Lin Yun opened his mouth and continued. Team ring matches, where each continent competes in a ring between continents in groups of 5. Based on the number of existing promotions, teams win to continue, lose to withdraw directly, and when all the teams representing their continent lose, that continent is considered defeated. It's safe to say that the more teams in the competition, the more favorable it will be. And this time, the Chilan Continent 7, the Green Dragon Continent 6, the White Tiger Continent 4, the Xuanwu Continent 3, the Vermilion Bird Continent 2, a total of 22 teams to compete. This time we have a card face. It's bigger. At that moment, Brother Six thought of something and spoke again. Will they join forces against us? Because in the Demon Hunting Valley, the Green Dragon White Tiger Xuanwu 3 continents is united to deal with the Chilan Continent. Otherwise, according to this life, Chilan Continent as the first echelon of the Great Summer Experience value. The number of inductees was well over 35. Wealthy thought about it and spoke hesitantly. Actually, the 5 of us are a team. We have experience fighting together many times, and we're so strong that we just need to finish them all off. Won't that be fine? Lin Yun smiled faintly. In the previous life, the Green Dragon Continent, as the most powerful representative, was united by the rest of the continents, using the Tianji Sima method of combat, taking turns to consume the Green Dragon Continent's most powerful battle god warriors. If it wasn't for the war god Ling Tian's last-minute breakthrough, the championship would have to change hands. So in this life, not surprisingly, the rest of the continents should have followed this set of tactics and used it against the Chilan Continent, the team they were on. No, if they target our main team, so many teams, depleting our blue amount. What if something unexpected happens, or the rest of the cities target us? Easy analyzed calmly, pondering on a solution. The crowd fell silent. Yeah, the amount of blue was limited. Lin Yun suddenly opened his mouth in a manner. What if we don't have a starting team at all, or it's all starting? Prosperity froze, then glanced at the few people in the box, and was instantly enlightened. You mean, splitting us up and breaking us into teams? Lin Yun nodded his head and said, if we spread out into 5 teams and form a team centered on each of them, then this will have both combat power and ensure that we won't be centrally consumed by them. Plus our Kirin continent players are basically ahead of his continent in terms of experience value combat power. So if we break up, Kirin continent will only get stronger. And if, unfortunately, their main team goes up against me, then there won't be much suspense in this battle. I'm only afraid now that the city lords of the remaining continents are targeting me. As Easy said. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads, feeling that there was no objection. Indeed, there was one thing to say, and now it was only to be struck by the other party for power drain or to target Lin Yun. but by arranging it the way Lin Yun did, the other side would have no ability to consume, and they wouldn't even know who to consume. Moreover, he and the others, other than Lin Yun, really hadn't been afraid of anyone. This battle would be the battle that would make himself and the others famous. The specifics are settled. The group ring battle is in 2 days. We'll be in these 2 days. Before Lin Yun could speak, a sharp alarm suddenly exploded in Lin Yun's ears. Lin Yun's face changed as he realized it was an alarm coming from the landing bay. I have to leave first. You guys contact the players from the Kirin continent and form your own teams. Before Lin Yun's words fell, his person had already disappeared into the box. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not understanding why Lin Yun had suddenly gone offline. At this time, Wealthy frowned slightly, and in a somewhat low tone, he looked at 3-141-5926 and said, "That alarm sound. It seems to be the alarm sound of the landing bay. Old 6, you and I will mobilize our respective people to find out where Lin Yun is. I have a feeling in my heart that something is very wrong." Upon hearing this, several people's hearts sank. There were only 2 possibilities for the landing bay alarm to occur. Either something had gone wrong with the landing bay, or the place where the landing bay was located was besides a change of heart. He's studying at Goat University now. At that moment, Xia Shui hurriedly spoke, informing the crowd of Lin Yun's information. Knowing the exact location, Brother 6 immediately got up. "Okay, I'll get offline first. I'll bring people over to Sheep City now." Having said that, 3-141-5926 immediately went offline. "I'm close to Goat City. I'll go over and take a look as well." Prosperity disappeared with only 1 sentence. Only the rest of the people were left, with vague uneasiness in their hearts. And at this time, the Ursha district of the City of Sheep, as Lin Yun's consciousness was restored, he immediately felt a burst of vibrations accompanied by tinkling sounds that reached his ears. Opening his eyes and looking through the transparent closed door, he saw that around the landing bay, there were a number of black-clad men surrounding him, who were currently banging on his landing bay with baseball bats in their hands. As I watched, there was already a crack in the transparent closed door of the landing bay. Lin Yun's heart was on fire, and when he looked closely, behind the man in black, a man and a woman were looking at him derisively, like watching a clown in a circus. Zhang Shiming, Wu Xinu, it's the scummy couple again. Chapter 146. If you don't want to reason with me, I also know a little bit about fists and feet, the pair of ing dogs. I can't believe I've touched my own big back, whether it's in a past life or a present one, and I'm so fond of backstabbing myself. Anyone who opened their eyes and saw a bunch of people standing inside their bedroom would be horrified, let alone having a blood feud between the two. He knew that Zhang Shiming was rampant and had a background, but he didn't expect to be fished out so quickly, and even more so, he hooked up with Wu Xinyue, and even brought people to surround himself. Lin Yun laughed, looking at the opposite dog man and woman through the transparent barrier as if they were dead people. The reason why they were left untouched for so long was simply because the social order had not yet been regenerated, and one wanted to enjoy the last vestiges of a stable social order. Since you want to die so badly, I will grudgingly fulfill you. With that thought, Lin Yun vigorously kicked directly at the transparent barrier. The transparent barrier snapped directly from the landing module, and the entire transparent barrier flew out upside down. A few black-clothed men were caught off guard and directly came into close contact with the transparent barrier, and in an instant, their faces were deformed, and their big barred teeth flew everywhere along with their blood. Bang! Several screams rang in the ears of the two men. Zhang Shiming and Wu Xinyue were startled, originally talking and laughing, waiting to give Lin Yun a lesson of a lifetime after destroying the login pods, but in the next second, their own people were already lying on the ground screaming in misery. Logging into the cabin, with 1 foot out, Lin Yun just stood surrounded by the few remaining black-cloaked men. Lin Yun stood casually, his eyes as cold as substance, as if he hadn't seen the black-clothed men surrounding him, his gaze passing through the crowd and looking straight at the two Zhang Shiming men. The few remaining black-clothed men holding baseball bats were all looking at the young man surrounded by himself and the others with panicked faces at this point. You said why don't you go up if you're surrounded? Try going up one? 7 or 8 of us wheeled around with only 1 crack, and this chap lay down and kicked out 5 with the barrier. Is this a human being? Humans secretly evolved and left me behind? Although Wu Xinu was startled, when she thought of the background of the man beside her, she was immediately certain in her heart and immediately took Zhang Shiming's arm and squeezed her body in as hard as she could. Brother, look at him. His eyes are so fierce, like he wants to kill us. As he spoke, malice flowed from his brows and eyes as he cut a vicious glance at Lin Yun. This dog, obviously so rich, and live in the Ursha district and by million landing pods, but he is withholding himself to death. It's not just a matter of finding a few more people who pamper you, and then you flip out and malign yourself. People like that deserve to die without a trace. Zhang Shiming had an evil smile on his face as he gently pinched Wu Xinyue, causing the other party to let out a light grunt. and then raised his head slightly, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at the encircled Lin Yun, his heart bursting with relief. Kid, you didn't expect it, did you, that I'd come out? And it's right in your house. You didn't expect it even more. Your woman followed me, right? Ha ha ha. Lin Yun sniffed and laughed out loud. Funny, picking up garbage to get a sense of superiority? Garbage should indeed stay in the garbage can. Zhang Shiming, Wu Xinyue and the two of them, their faces instantly grimaced. Seeing this, Wu Xinyue pointedly roared, "Country bumpkin, do you know that you have offended Duke Zhang? No one can save you, and you are still trying to show off your tongue here. If Mr. Zhang wants to crush you, it's as simple as crushing a fly." Zhang Shiming nodded with great satisfaction and didn't bother with any more nonsense, waving his hand casually. "Just break 5 limbs, don't get anyone killed." At those words, the people he brought with him were shocked by Lin Yun's outgoing kick though. But at this moment, when they heard their master's order, their eyes immediately radiated a dangerous light, including the one with broken teeth, and a group of 8 people, with murderous weapons in their hands, immediately slashed towards Lin Yun. "So what if we're strong? We're outnumbered." Lin Yun faced the crowd attacking him, but he revealed a cold smile, looking at the two Zhang Shiming as if they were dead. And at that moment, one of the black-clothed men closest to Lin Yun had already swung his baseball bat into Lin Yun's face. In the face of the stick that was close at hand, Lin Yun was unresponsive and didn't even blink his eyes, looking as if he had been stunned. On Wu Xianyu's face, at this point, she had already brought on a morbid mockery. Just as the stick was about to hit the bridge of Lin Yun's nose and the follow-up stick followed, Lin Yun slightly twisted his head, avoiding the stick while simultaneously delivering a side kick, instantly striking a person's jaw. A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out along with a miserable scream. Lin Yun once again avoided the 2 horizontal sticks and slammed his palms through his ears, and the black-clothed man who was struck suddenly bled from all 5 of his senses. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell to the ground in a paralyzed heap. Lin Yun bullied his way up, like a dragon entering the sea, his body moving around, the sticks all falling short, and in between dodges, a punch or a kick, all of which could solve a black-clothed man. Lin Yun swept away the baseball bat with a kick, while at the same time sidestepping and blasting the enemy in the back of the heart with a fist wind. The black-clothed man's face turned pale and he directly collapsed to the ground, and as Lin Yun stepped on the black-clothed man, his entire body soared and lagged in the air, sweeping his foot across the room like a dragon swinging its tail, and the last black-clothed man was hit as if by a train. He fainted directly as he flew backwards in the air, and his body smashed directly in front of Zhang Shiming and Wu Xinyue like a cannonball. The body flicked slightly and was directly as silent as a dead fish. Wu Xinyue was shocked in her heart. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back until she was pressed against the table. At this time, her face was covered in cold sweat, her thick makeup was vaguely melted, and she appeared to be more than a little bizarre. Zhang Shiming swallowed his saliva, listening to the incessant screams. His already pale face was even more bloodless, and his pupils flashed once with fear and disbelief. Seeing Lin Yun just staring at himself so coldly as he slowly walked over, his feet were even softer and he nearly slipped. But as soon as he saw Lin Yun's handsome face, a nameless fire surged in his heart. It was because of him that he himself had gone to jail, and even though he had been quickly bailed out, the story had spread in their circles. He has, as a result, become the laughingstock of the circle. At this thought, Zhang Shiming's entire body was suddenly like a madman, kicking fiercely at the little brother who was groaning and screaming on the ground, and roaring, "Are they all dead yet? If not, get up and get him. One hillbilly beat you all up like this, and the laborers spend so much money a year to raise you that they might as well raise a few pigs." Seeing the crowd of juniors fainting and screaming, Zhang Shiming's face added a few more points of embarrassment. Lin Yun's eyes were incredibly cold, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. Even though the divine revelation has not yet been mirrored, the abilities in the game actually, subconsciously, affect the real-world body. Not to mention what Lin Yun was. In his previous life, he was the head of the Great Summer Guardian Legion, the first person to lead all of humanity in a horizontal attack against the gods. Gods have had their heads ripped off before, let alone a few beaters. Although there is no ability in the body, but the strength of the body is even from the mountain of corpses and blood. To put it in fictional terms, the so-called ancient martial arts families were not necessarily able to please him in his hands, let alone a group of thugs who were doing wrong. "Ah, I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Kneel down." As soon as Zhang Shiming pulled the gun leash, a pitch-black pistol was aimed straight at Lin Yun. Chapter 147. 10 armed good citizens mistakenly enter mob's home and are seriously injured by their unarmed hands. The pistol's pitch-black hole glowed with a cold light, aimed dead center at Lin Yun. A threat of death rose from the bottom of his heart, and Lin Yun stopped in his tracks, his eyes devoid of emotional color. When he saw Lin Yun stop, Zhang Shiming's heart was certain and he sneered, "So you know about being afraid of death? I thought you were full of guts. I almost thought you were a hedgehog." So hard. Jiang Ximing had the courage to hold his pistol and pointed at Lin Yun, his mouth tinged with disdain, completely lacking the frightened look he had before. The ones that are covered in bile are called sea urchins, you dirtbag. Lin Yun opened his mouth with a face like he was looking at a retard. People are just cheap sometimes. Jiang Ximing glanced at Lin Yun contemptuously, signaling his men to lie down and kneel, and directly sat up himself. Once again, he looked at Lin Yun. If you don't do it, nothing happens. If you do it, you're not putting me in my sights, and right now, no one can save you. Lin Yun was shocked and looked at him like a little cutie, looking at him as if he was a cutie. I don't do anything, and then get your 5 limbs broken? Do you have in your head? Are you a sea cucumber, producing 28 kilograms of feces a year? Lin Yun was speechless. In his last life, he knew he was a bit stupid, but he didn't think he was actually a brainiac. Jiang Ximing instantly exploded with anger and was tempted to just pull the trigger. You shouldn't have done it. Couldn't you have settled for having your 5 limbs broken? At least there's life in it. Although Wu Xinyue was not a good person, she had never seen a gun before, and the moment Jiang Ximing pulled out his gun, her entire brain went blank and her body trembled. But when he came back to his senses, he was once again in a condescending manner and began to lecture Lin Yun. It was like the usual, eating Lin Yun, spending Lin Yun's, taking the benefits and then standing on the high ground and raging at Lin Yun for not doing enough, for not thinking ahead. Finish pulling off the study expenses Lin Yun used to improve himself in one meal, and then come to accuse him of not working hard, simply angry and laughing at Lin Yun. Now it's like I'm doing you a favor and you're going to be good and get your legs broken and not fight back to do anything about it, or it's your fault? Horse, I've never seen such a brain-dead villain in all my years of reading novels. Lin Yun's eyes stared and swept a glance at Wu Xinyue, who was instantly as if she was in hell, with nothing but a sea of corpses and blood in her mind. In this instant, fear filled the whole body, breathing stopped, and in the next second, Wu Xinyue only felt her body shivering and felt a cold chill underneath her. Jiang Ximing, smelling a stench, and then looking at Wu Xinyue, only disgust remained in his heart. Wu Xinyue naturally noticed the change in Jiang Ximing's expression, and instantly blushed, her heart filled with indignation. Jiang Ximing wasn't paying any attention to Wu Xinyue, but instead looked at Lin Yun with a cold smile. Is not feel very suffocated. Now is the age of technology, boy. We'll fight with labor has a gun. Stupid. Lin Yun smiled slightly. Didn't you just go in and squat for a few days? What? You want to go back and relive the fun? Shall I? I'll give you a ride back. Immediately after Lin Yun finished speaking, a sharp alarm sounded in the ears of the two of them. At this instant, the two of them turned white, and Wu Xinyu's legs went weak. When did you call? Jiang Ximing narrowed his eyes slightly, putting away the weapon in his hand and inquiring coldly. A glint flashed in his eyes as he listened to the sound of neat footsteps slowly approaching in his ears. This scene was naturally caught in Lin Yun's eyes. Bang! A few dry cracks sounded at the door. At the main door, it was directly broken open, and at the window, a team of personnel poured in from upstairs, and these personnel held weapons and surrounded Lin Yun and the others. Heck, it was a group of loaded police officers. The crowds of gun muzzles were basically all aimed at Lin Yun. An aura of death locked onto Lin Yun. This was the lead police officer slowly walked up and stood in front of the two men. His eyes swept over Jiang Ximing without a second thought, and then his voice spoke in a low voice. Who called the police? Before Lin Yun could say anything, Jiang Ximing's voice rang out. Officer, I'm the one who called the police. Jiang Ximing stood up and pointed at Lin Yun and spoke. He wanted to kill people. He suddenly went crazy and moved against my friends. His hands were extremely ruthless. He just wanted to kill people. Saying to, Jiang Ximing raised an eyebrow at Lin Yun, revealing a cruel smile. This was Wu Xinyue. Seeing that the situation had changed, she also ran to Jiang Ximing's side and said to the head constable, Uncle, Mr. Jiang is right. I can be a witness. Just now it was him, Lin Yun, who surrounded 8 people by himself. All of a sudden the room was quiet, and the corners of the head constable's mouth twitched as he helplessly glanced at Jiang Ximing. Jiang Ximing turned his head slightly, his eyes filled with a murderous gaze. Check the condition of the injured. The head constable opened his mouth and spoke to the constables around him, while his eyes looked sternly at Lin Yun and said in a deep voice, all these people, were you the one who injured them? Lin Yun's mouth hung a smile if anything. His eyes swept over the head constable and Jiang Ximing who wore a cold smile, slowly nodding his head. Report. All 8 were seriously injured, basically multiple fractures on their bodies, and the initial judgment is that the injuries were not caused by weapons, but should have been broken by unarmed hands. The police officer who made the injury appraisal, with disbelief on his face, quietly glanced at Lin Yun, and saw that Lin Yun had a clear appearance. As soon as the leader of the police officers heard this, the horizontal flesh on his face trembled slightly, and the eyes that looked at Lin Yun once again had an extra hint of an unknown meaning in them. Then he glanced at Jiang Ximing. and with a certainty in his heart, he spoke. Since you're the one who hit him, then come with us. Turning to face Zhang Shiming, with a few fawning smiles on his face. Don't worry Mr. Zhang, I've taken the thugs away. This police citizen cooperation. Thank you Mr. Zhang for your cooperation. Come on man, cuff them. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. A few police officers around him looked at each other and then took out handcuffs, ready to handcuff Lin Yun and take him away. Lin Yun snorted out a laugh and slowly applauded. What a police-community partnership. What a mob. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the head constable turned around, malice flashing in his eyes. If you don't cooperate, for the sake of the safety of Daxia's nationals, I'll have no choice but to shoot you on the spot. Lin Yun laughed out loud and laughed even more maniacally after pointing at the ground. Thug Lin Yun. In his own home, one man unarmed rounded up 10 armed and friendly citizens who broke into Lin Yun's door. Dozens of armed police officers then broke into Lin Yun's home and brought the thug Lin Yun under control on the spot in his home, successfully rescuing 10 armed and friendly citizens who had broken into Lin Yun's home. Is that what you plan to write in your police report tomorrow? Interesting, really interesting. Lin Yun's words caused the head constable's face to grow more and more ferocious, the horizontal flesh on his face trembling slightly. Then look at the rest of the police officers, found that their eyes dodging. Handcuffs in the hands is not either not handcuffed also cannot. People are right. A dozen or so people broke into someone's home armed, and all of them were armed with murder weapons, and there was only one landing pod in the house. Now the hatch is even more damaged. It doesn't even take a thought to realize that these 10 people were illegally entering a home and were armed, only to run into a tough opponent and be beaten on the spot. At that moment, a number of officers lowered their firearms and slowly took 2 steps back. Seeing this, the corner of the eye of the head constable twitched and he shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? I only see 8 people seriously injured, and the perpetrators are not cooperating with the police department," and, in the face of the officers, had thoughts of committing another murder.